Chapter 1. The Essence of Destruction. Year 737 of the Age of the Gods. Planet Vegeta. Lufan gazed up at the crimson sky, lost in a reverie. "Hey, what are you thinking about, Lufan?" Suddenly, a youthful voice echoed from behind him. "It must be Vegeta," Lufan mused, not bothering to turn around, as he sensed the presence of the individual behind him. The one standing behind Lufan was none other than Prince Vegeta of Planet Vegeta, the secondary protagonist of the Dragon Ball universe. At this moment, Vegeta was merely 5 years old. Lufan and Vegeta were of the same age, an ardent admirer of Dragon Ball. Lufan found himself inexplicably transported to this world, a realm where stars could be effortlessly obliterated. He had become a Saiyan in the Dragon Ball universe, a Saiyan endowed with remarkable talent. Lufan's primary role was to serve as Prince Vegeta's sparring partner. In other terms, he existed as a companion or a squire to Prince Vegeta, by the age of 4, which was the previous year. Lufan's combat power had already soared to an impressive height of 10,000. This achievement left King Vegeta somewhat apprehensive. Fortunately, Vegeta quickly caught up with Lufan, restoring the king's trembling heart to tranquility. However, soon thereafter, Lufan's combat power perplexed both King Vegeta and many other Saiyans. For beginning this year, Lufan's combat prowess appeared to falter, experiencing a significant decline. In a mere month, Lufan's strength plummeted from the pinnacle of 10,000 to a mere 5,000. At present, Lufan's combat power had dwindled to a scant 500. It is noteworthy that Lufan was indeed the sparring partner of Vegeta. Now, with his combat power reduced to 500, Vegeta felt a profound sense of helplessness. "Lufan, you recognized me by my voice just now, didn't you?" Vegeta chuckled. "No, I sensed your presence. Even if you altered your voice, I would still know it was you without turning around," Lufan replied with a smile. Vegeta stared blankly for 2 seconds. He was baffled. What did he mean by sensing? He was certain Lufan had recognized him by his voice. However, that was not the crux of the matter. "Hey, Lufan, what on earth is happening? Where has your combat power gone?" Vegeta bit his lip, clearly irritated. Just 3 minutes prior, Vegeta had activated the scouter on his eyes, discovering that Lufan's combat power had diminished to 500. With such a low level of combat prowess, how could he possibly continue as my sparring partner? Beep beep. As soon as Vegeta finished speaking, a notification sound emanated from the scouter. Vegeta focused and felt a twinge of shock and frustration once more. Combat power, 200. Vegeta realized that Lufan's combat power had plummeted to 200. From 500, it had now dropped to 200. My sparring partner is effectively rendered useless, utterly incapacitated. Is it a combat power of 200? Lufan pondered. "Hey, what are you thinking? I notice you aren't the least bit flustered," Vegeta exclaimed. "Your Highness, I've been contemplating a question," Lufan mused, resting his chin on his hand. This posture seemed incongruous with his age, imparting an air of maturity beyond his years. "What question? Perhaps you should devote more thought to your combat prowess," Vegeta scoffed. "With such meager fighting strength, how could you possibly serve as my sparring partner? Your power is even inferior to that of a mere trainee. To me, combat strength is merely a fad," Lufan replied, shaking his head. "What do you mean? What fad?" Vegeta stared blankly for a moment, bewildered. "I am researching a novel technique," Lufan smiled. What are you researching?" Vegeta inquired, perplexed. "Destruction," Lufan elucidated. "Destruction? What sort of nonsensical concept is that?" Vegeta struggled to comprehend. Although Vegeta had encountered the god of destruction, Beerus, he had not associated destruction with Beerus himself. If one clears their mind and focuses solely on destruction, they may achieve unexpected results, Lufan asserted. Perhaps you should abandon such frivolous pursuits and instead reflect on your combat abilities," Vegeta huffed. "What use is there in studying destruction? The pressing matter at hand is to elevate combat strength swiftly. One day, I shall condense destruction to an infinite degree," Lufan proclaimed, as a small crimson light materialized in his palm. This crimson light was no larger than a sesame seed, so diminutive that it was nearly imperceptible without careful observation. "You merely altered the color of your energy," Vegeta grunted dismissively. "Never mind. It is of little consequence. You are still young. It is only natural that you might not grasp it," Lufan said with a gentle smile. Vegeta thought to himself, who is he calling young? We are the same age. Yet, he refrained from retorting, for there were indeed many matters he would listen to Lufan about. Lufan's demeanor was remarkably mature, which was precisely why King Vegeta chose him as a training partner for his son. The king hoped for his son to mature swiftly, poised to inherit the throne. "Do you wish to become a Super Saiyan?" Lufan suddenly inquired. "What did you say?" Vegeta was taken aback, his eyes widening in shock. This was quite a leap in conversation. We were discussing your combat abilities, and now you divert to the topic of Super Saiyans. However, Vegeta quickly shook his head in disbelief. Super Saiyans, or Super Saiyan gods, are merely ancient legends. Surely, you do not naively believe that Super Saiyans exist. What if I told you I know the way to become a Super Saiyan? Lu Fan smiled. Are you joking? Vegeta was astounded, suddenly realizing, were you daydreaming about how to become a Super Saiyan just now? That is of little importance, just tell me if you desire it, Lu Fan said, with a faint smile. If I could truly become a Super Saiyan, I would undoubtedly agree. Vegeta nodded vigorously. Then let us embark, Lu Fan beckoned. Embark? To where? Vegeta inquired, somewhat bewildered. How can I not keep pace with your rhythm? First, we shall journey to a planet called Earth, Lu Fan pondered. Earth? Vegeta paused. What kind of place is that? I will provide you with the coordinates, and we shall depart immediately, Lu Fan replied with a smile. Must we leave in such haste? Vegeta looked at Lu Fan with a curious expression on his youthful face, revealing a hint of skepticism. Can you truly enable me to become a Super Saiyan? Chapter 2. What is the state of your combat power? Indeed, I have mastered the method to become a Super Saiyan, Lu Fan affirmed with a nod. Then tell me, what is this method? Vegeta asked eagerly. There's no need to rush, let us first leave this planet, Lu Fan suggested. Why are you so eager to depart for Vegeta's planet? Vegeta huffed. Moreover, if you could truly become a Super Saiyan, why not do so yourself instead of bringing me along? Do you not wish to be the strongest in the universe? Such unnecessary chatter. Lu Fan shook his head, stepping toward Vegeta. What do you intend? Vegeta grunted. Bang! Suddenly, Lu Fan struck swiftly, delivering a gentle blow to the back of Vegeta's neck. Vegeta was caught completely off guard, and in an instant he succumbed. The next moment, Vegeta's consciousness blurred, his body softened, and he fainted on the spot. Lu Fan moved forward, grasping Vegeta by his tail and hoisting him up. Whoosh! Lu Fan soared into the sky, making his way toward the spacecraft launch base. Before long, Lu Fan, still holding onto Vegeta's tail, arrived at the launch site. The personnel at the spacecraft launch base were taken aback at the sight of Lu Fan dragging Vegeta by his tail. Is that His Highness the Prince? Why is the Prince allowing his training partner to hold on his tail? Moreover, the Prince appears somewhat lethargic. But that is to be expected after all. Being restrained by one's tail would surely sap one's strength. Give me a small spacecraft. I wish to accompany His Highness the Prince for some training, Lu Fan commanded. The two staff members stared at Lu Fan, then glanced at Prince Vegeta dangling from his grip. His Highness is exercising his tail, Lu Fan smiled. After all, the tail is a weakness for us Saiyans. Overcoming it early is beneficial. The two staff members nodded in understanding. Truly, the prince is remarkable. At such a young age, he seeks to conquer the weakness of his tail. We, on the other hand, have yet to overcome our own shortcomings. Yet, why does it seem as though the prince has fainted? But that is no longer the focus. The two staff members were also acquainted with Lu Fan. This Lu Fan was once a distinguished member of the younger generation of Saiyans. Otherwise, he would not have been chosen as Prince Vegeta's sparring partner. Alas, over the past year, his transformation has been drastic. His combat power has plummeted from a previous 10,000 to a mere 200. What on earth? This lad combat power has dwindled to just 200? I recall it being around 1,000 before. It seems this prince's sparring partner has been thoroughly incapacitated. Hence, it is evident that the prince can only rely on his partner to hone his tail. Very well, please wait a moment. I will arrange for the spaceship immediately. The staff member expressed no suspicion. Just as these words left his lips, several youths approached from the distance. They formed a group of 5. Among them, one youth was completely bald, while another sported exceptionally long hair that nearly reached his calves. Lu Fan recognized both of them. One was Nappa, and the other was Raditz. Hey, Lu Fan, are you heading out too? Raditz inquired as he stepped forward. Yes, just going for a stroll, Lu Fan nodded in response. Is that Prince Vegeta? Raditz had already noticed the prince being dragged along behind. The prince is currently training to overcome the weakness of his tail and unfortunately fainted, Lu Fan replied with a smile. Ha ha ha, it seems that conquering the weakness of one's tail is no easy feat, Raditz chuckled, his lips twitching. Even the prince has fainted while attempting to strengthen his tail. I think I'll forego honing my own weaknesses. It sounds utterly torturous. Moreover, there are too few aliens who are aware of our Saiyan vulnerabilities. Even if they were to discover them, I would not allow them to seize my tail. Besides, if they did manage to grab it, I could simply sever it myself. It hardly seems worth the effort to sharpen one's weaknesses. Were you all headed? Raditz asked again. Lu Fan smiled, but remained silent. Oh, I meant no offense. I was merely suggesting that we form a team together, Raditz proposed, his expression somewhat animated. With you and Prince Vegeta on our side, our team would undoubtedly soar to new heights, sweeping across the universe. Raditz, you might not be aware, but this prince's sparring partner's combat power has plummeted from 10,000 to 1,000 no, to 200. Nappa interjected, pressing a button on his scouter, and, unable to contain himself, spat towards Raditz. Raditz wiped his face. What are you doing, Nappa? Raditz exclaimed in anger. I didn't mean to, I was simply taken aback by his combat power. Nappa quickly defended himself. What? Your combat power has dropped from 10,000 to 1,000? No, to 200? Raditz exclaimed, also discovering Luffy's combat power had indeed diminished to 200 through his scouter. Indeed, peculiar, isn't it? Luffy smiled. Raditz, that habit will suffice, Luffy remarked with a smile. Raditz and Nappa exchanged glances, rendered speechless by the situation. Your composure is quite remarkable. One of them observed that Luffy, the spacecraft for you and His Highness the Prince is ready. A staff member approached, gesturing toward a small spacecraft ahead. Luffy nodded slightly, gripping Vegeta's tail and dragging him along the ground towards the spacecraft. Raditz, Nappa. The onlookers wiped the sweat from their brows upon witnessing this scene. Poor Prince. During your unconsciousness, you have been treated as a mop by a training partner. By the way, Luffy's combat power has plummeted to 200, yet he appears so calm it's truly admirable, a young man remarked. Perhaps he is merely feigning composure, Nappa chuckled. On the surface, he seems unperturbed, but I'm certain he feels quite otherwise. Raditz shook his head. Transforming from a genius to a useless being is undoubtedly a significant blow. You are right, another youth nodded in agreement. Let us set off as well, Nappa proposed. Whoosh, Luffy's spacecraft ascended into the starry sky, swiftly departing from Planet Vegeta. Before long, another small spacecraft streaked across the cosmos, heading in a different direction. Chapter 3. The Saiyan's Sole Shortcoming. In the vastness of the universe, amidst the sea of stars, a large spacecraft circled the vicinity of Planet Vegeta. Inside the spacecraft, Frieza sat comfortably, cradling a glass of red wine, savoring its exquisite flavor. Lord Frieza, an increasing number of Saiyans are returning to Planet Vegeta, Dodoria reported, with only a few stragglers in distant galaxies, returning a bit late. Oh ho ho ho, I eagerly anticipate their arrival, Frieza chuckled, his slanted eyes narrowing slightly. In approximately 4 months. Nearly all Saiyans are expected to return to Planet Vegeta, Dodoria continued. Then let us mark that date. We shall enjoy the fireworks that Planet Vegeta will unleash. Frieza took a sip of his wine, his smile growing ever more radiant. Yes, Lord Frieza, Dodoria replied respectfully. However, Lord Frieza, the notion of a Super Saiyan or Super Saiyan God is merely a legendary tale among the Saiyans. Though merely a legend, it stirs a hint of unease within me, Frieza scoffed. Moreover, the Saiyans are a proud and arrogant lot. Should they grow powerful, they will inevitably rebel against me. Reporting to you, Lord Frieza, we have detected 2 small spacecraft departing from Planet Vegeta, each heading in different directions at that moment. Another subordinate stepped forward to report. This young man, named Zabon, was handsome and possessed strength comparable to Dodoria. Dodo? Who might that be? Frieza mused, rubbing his nose, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. How dare they leave Planet Vegeta at this hour? Did I not command all Saiyans to remain on that planet? The Saiyans aboard these 2 spaceships, the eldest among them is merely 10 years old, while the majority are around 5 or 6, replied Zarbon. Ah, so it's merely a band of young monkeys. They seek to venture out and hone their skills, do they? Frieza's murderous glare gradually diminished. That appears to be the case, Zarbon responded. One of the spaceships carries Prince Vegeta and his training partner, Rovan. Those 2. Frieza recognized Vegeta and Rovan, acknowledging their reputation. It is said that they stand out as exceptionally gifted among their generation. Indeed, Lord Frieza, that is the truth, Zarbon affirmed. However, Lord Frieza, I have heard that Rovan's combat power has encountered some issues, Dodoria interjected. At his peak, when he was 4, Rovan's power reached an impressive height of 10,000. If he continues on that trajectory, he could become quite formidable in the future. Yet, the troubling matter is that his combat power has been in decline this year, and recently it has dwindled to around 1,000. Regarding his declining combat prowess, I have heard whispers. Frieza nodded slightly, pondering. Is it an issue with his training? Let us ascertain the extent of his current strength. Sabo chuckled and promptly instructed one of his subordinates to investigate the combat power of Vegeta and a Saiyan named Lufon. Yes, the subordinate replied. tapping away at the computer's buttons. The data soon materialized. What? Only 200? This little monkey is utterly useless. Sabo shook his head and sighed lightly. Has his combat power fallen to 200 again? Dodoria expressed his disbelief, remarking, this exceptionally gifted little monkey must be experiencing a growing shadow of despair. What about Vegeta's combat power? Sabo inquired of his subordinate once more. Lord Sabo, Vegeta's combat power has reached an astounding height of 15,000. The subordinate replied without delay. What? At just 5 years of age, he has achieved such remarkable power? Dodoria exclaimed. This fellow truly lives up to the title of prince among Saiyans. Sabo felt beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. If he continued to grow at this rate, it could become perilous. Lord Frieza, should we eliminate them? Dodoria sought guidance. Frieza rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. After a brief silence, he replied, let it be. If we were to extinguish their prince now, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of those wild monkeys, and the Saiyans outside would not return. Frieza shook his head and mused, it matters not. 15,000 is merely a number. With your combined strength, you could easily eliminate him. Yes, Lord Frieza. Sabo and Dodoria bowed in unison. However, we must closely monitor the movements of that little monkey, Vegeta. Once we have obliterated Planet Vegeta, if his power continues to surge, we shall ensure his demise as well. Frieza smiled. Lord Frieza is wise. Sabo and Dodoria bowed once more. Suddenly, another spherical mini-spaceship traversed the starry expanse, swiftly advancing towards the direction of Lufon and Vegeta's spacecraft. Lord Frieza, yet another Saiyan has departed from Planet Vegeta. The subordinate reported immediately, adding, this one is approximately 3 years old with a combat power of only 2. By the end of his statement, he seemed reluctant to continue. Only a combat power of 2? Frieza's smile grew ever more radiant. Let him be. He poses no threat. This one is destined to be a discarded pawn among the Saiyans. Lufon's spacecraft glided through the starry expanse, leaving behind a shimmering golden arc in its wake. The vessel had been in motion for over 2 hours when Vegeta finally stirred from his slumber. He turned his head, surveying his surroundings. Am I aboard a spaceship? Vegeta pondered momentarily before fixing a fierce glare upon Lufon. You're awake, Vegeta? Lufon inquired with a smile. You dare to ambush me? Vegeta retorted, his expression icy. You asked too many questions. Continuing to explain would be cumbersome, so I had no choice but to render you unconscious. Lufon chuckled lightly. Curse you. Vegeta bared his teeth, poised to retaliate. Do not engage in combat here. Do you wish to see the spacecraft destroyed and both of us perish in the vastness of space? Lufon gestured, addressing Vegeta. Suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation, Vegeta withdrew his fist. After all, this rascal could not escape. I shall deal with him thoroughly once we land. Engaging in a fight now could inadvertently damage the spacecraft, and we might truly find ourselves lost in the void of space. This might be our sole vulnerability as Saiyans. Lufon mused. Chapter 4. Vegeta, you must cultivate a peaceful heart. What? What vulnerability? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. I was referring to the cosmos. We Saiyans cannot survive in the vacuum of space, correct? Lufon explained. This assertion was corroborated by Lufon's inquiries among many of his kin. Indeed, Saiyans cannot endure in the cosmic void. Upon entering space, death would soon follow. Furthermore, in Lufon's previous life, while perusing Dragon Ball manga or anime, he had delved into these concepts more profoundly. During the anime, when Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan God to battle Beerus, they had distanced themselves from Earth. Yet they had not truly entered outer space. The arena of their conflict was situated in the outer atmosphere of Earth, a region far removed, yet still possessing a tenuous breath of air. I thought you might say something more profound, Vegeta scoffed. We Saiyans cannot exist in the cosmos. There are countless races within the universe, yet only a select few can thrive in its depths. There is nothing to be overly astonished about. What if one day someone were to obliterate our planet, Vegeta? Lufon queried. Enough with your wild imaginings. Who would dare destroy our planet? We Saiyans are a warrior race. It is quite commendable that we do not annihilate others' worlds. Vegeta shook his head, finding Lufon's thoughts exceedingly peculiar. What if that fiend Frieza finds us intolerable? Lufon replied with a smile. Are you jesting? As if he finds us intolerable. I, too, have no fondness for that scoundrel. One day, I shall trample him beneath my feet. I am the greatest in the universe. I am Vegeta. With determination, Rovan nodded. Can we now speak of the Super Saiyan you mentioned before? Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at Rovan. Indeed, I have discovered a method to attain the state of a Super Saiyan within an ancient tome, Rovan replied with a smile. What? Is that true? Vegeta exclaimed, both astonished and elated. Please, tell me the details. Within our Saiyan physiology lies a type of S cell. Once a sufficient quantity is amassed, it can transform into a Super Saiyan through immense emotional upheaval, Rovan explained candidly. A mere Super Saiyan holds little significance to Rovan. His aspirations lie elsewhere. His ultimate goal is to amplify his destructive capabilities to infinity. Although currently, they may seem as minute as a sesame seed, Rovan has contemplated this deeply. The essence of destruction is deceptively simple. By clearing one's mind and focusing solely on annihilation, one can unleash their full potential. Furthermore, Rovan gleaned from the words of Beerus in the Dragon Ball Super manga that destruction knows no bounds. He has been diligently researching the concept of destruction based on Beerus' insights. Indeed, by emptying his thoughts and concentrating solely on destruction, Rovan has achieved success. This was also the reason he initially gazed skyward in contemplation on Vegeta's planet. Destruction is a skill honed by the gods. Now that Rovan has embraced divine power, the decline in his combat power readings on the scouter is entirely expected. Frieza's scouter cannot detect divine energy. With his mind fixated on destruction, Rovan also pondered whether he could augment the volume and potency of his destructive force. As for the Super Saiyan transformation, his interest is rather tepid. No matter how formidable a Super Saiyan may become, they are still no match for the mere fingertip of the god of destruction, Beerus. Even the future Goku, should he achieve true Ultra Instinct, would still fall short against Beerus. Thus, it is evident that boundless destruction is the true pursuit of Rovan. Of course, he has no intention of becoming a god of destruction. I am merely engaged in the continuous cultivation of destruction. I have no desire to assume the mantle of a god of destruction. After all, the roles of god of destruction and Supreme Kai require a shared existence. Rovan worries that should he ascend to the role of god of destruction, he might encounter someone capable of defeating him, leading to the demise of the Supreme Kai. In such a scenario, he would vanish alongside the Supreme Kai, which would be utterly catastrophic. How can we increase the S cells within us? Vegeta inquired. It is quite simple. One must cultivate a tranquil heart, Rovan replied with a smile. What do you mean by a tranquil heart? Vegeta asked, momentarily taken aback. Allow me to illustrate, Rovan said, as he suddenly appeared directly before Vegeta in a blur. Vegeta's pupils constricted, and his expression shifted slightly. How did he move? Why is his speed so astonishing? Bam! With a swift strike, Ruffin's fist collided with Vegeta's chest. The impact caused Vegeta to spit out a mouthful of bile, leaving him feeling utterly unwell. In the next moment, clutching his abdomen, he sank to his knees. How dare you? What do you intend to do? Are you attempting a sneak attack again? Vegeta roared, his energy surging. As he prepared to unleash a fierce assault on Ruffin, the latter raised his hand, signaling for him to halt. Wait, what are you doing? Vegeta huffed. You had better apologize quickly, otherwise, I will randomly choose a planet to settle on. And I will certainly make you pay? Tell me, how can you possess a tranquil heart in such a state? Ruffin smiled gently. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. A tranquil heart means remaining calm regardless of the circumstances, rather than displaying such fiery temper as you do, Ruffin elucidated. Vegeta's expression darkened. I understand your point. You are suggesting that I should endure without retaliating, correct? That is more or less the essence of it, Ruffin nodded. Vegeta felt utterly exasperated. What a tedious method of training. Does this so-called Super Saiyan truly exist? He bellowed. Why not give it a try? Ruffin suggested with a grin. Vegeta pondered for a moment. Indeed, why not test it? Perhaps I might genuinely achieve the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Words alone are insufficient. I must see the ancient tome you discovered, Vegeta insisted. Let me destroy it, Ruffin replied. That book, if it fell into Frieza's hands, could potentially create immense trouble. Vegeta remarked. Ruffin smiled. I've said all that needs to be said. Whether you believe it is up to you. Fine, I shall train in your manner for a year. If by then I have not transformed into a Super Saiyan, you know the consequences, Vegeta scoffed. All right, good luck, Ruffin replied, unfazed. In truth, while Ruffin feigned disinterest in the Super Saiyan transformation, he secretly hoped to achieve it. After all, transforming before unleashing destruction would undoubtedly amplify its potency. However, this was something he needed to verify for himself. Thus, he focused on honing his inner self, striving for rapid growth and an increase in his S cells. Chapter 5, Vegeta, you will become your lifelong rival. Hey, Ruffin, where are we headed? Vegeta inquired, glancing at their trajectory. To Earth, Ruffin replied. Earth? Vegeta swiftly approached the computer to search for information regarding Earth. Upon perusing the data about the planet, he was rendered speechless. Why would one venture to such a mundane world? This planet held no value whatsoever. Even if it were conquered, it would not fetch a handsome price. Disappointed, Vegeta shook his head. We are not going to Earth to conquer their planet, Lufan chuckled. Our purpose is to coexist harmoniously with them. Are you suggesting that you intend to marry and have children on that planet? Vegeta scoffed. It is not out of the realm of possibility, Lufan nodded. Do not tell me that our journey to Earth is also to expedite our transformation into Super Saiyans. Vegeta seemed to grasp the implication. You are correct. Life on Earth indeed facilitates the rapid increase of our S cells, Lufan replied. Vegeta fell silent. It was prudent to observe first before making any declarations. For now, it was premature to speculate. Regardless, once we arrive on Earth, I shall hold you accountable, he thought. You may rest. I must continue my research on destruction, Lufan instructed. Is that how you speak to a prince? Vegeta retorted darkly. Lufan paid him no heed, turning towards the window to gaze upon the vast expanse of the starry sky. The night sky was exquisite. Yet, Lufan was acutely aware that his current strength was still woefully inadequate. At present, he was merely tenfold more powerful than Frieza. Of course, Lufan had no intention of challenging Frieza. It was unnecessary. After all, Frieza had not provoked him. Eliminating Frieza would be a rather tedious endeavor. As for the fate of Planet Vegeta, it bore little significance to Lufan. Moreover, the true mastermind behind its destruction was the god of destruction, Beerus. Yet, one could not entirely fault Beerus. His motives for annihilating Planet Vegeta were primarily to maintain the balance of the universe. Furthermore, Lufan had no remaining kin on Planet Vegeta. Shortly after his birth, his parents perished in a battle. Such occurrences were far too common among the Saiyans, for they were indeed a warrior race. It is quite ordinary to face fatal consequences when one encroaches upon others. Oh, it appears there is a diminutive spacecraft whose trajectory aligns closely with ours. Vegeta suddenly noticed a spherical vessel emerging behind them. Lufan remained silent. If Lufan's conjectures were accurate, the occupant of that spacecraft was likely the future Son Goku. Let me ascertain who is trailing us, Vegeta declared, swiftly operating the computer to uncover the identity of their pursuer. Upon discovering the identity and combat prowess of the individual, a disdainful expression crossed Vegeta's face. It turned out to be another Saiyan, a warrior of the lowest caliber. With a scoff, Vegeta remarked on the individual's combat power being a mere 2, which explained why he had been relegated to a planet as inconsequential as Earth. His name is Kakarot, isn't it? Lufan smiled. Indeed, he is the son of Bardock, Kakarot, Vegeta nodded. Vegeta, Lufan suddenly spoke with a grave demeanor. What is it? Vegeta inquired, momentarily taken aback. Never mind, I shall refrain from disclosing it, lest I dampen your spirits, Lufan replied. Vegeta, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, retorted. Is it customary to leave a statement half-finished? You have awakened my desire to continue listening, yet you have chosen to remain silent. Are you jesting with me? Vegeta exclaimed, visibly agitated. Look, you've lost your composure again. At this rate, when will you ascend to Super Saiyan? Rovan chuckled. Say whatever you wish, it matters not to me. Vegeta retorted with a dismissive snort. Very well, I shall remain silent, Rovan replied. Vegeta felt an overwhelming sense of unease. A brief silence ensued. Speak, Vegeta growled, baring his teeth. All right, I shall divulge this. The individual known as Kakarot is destined to become your greatest rival, should fate remain unchanged. Rovan remarked with a sense of awe. What did you say? Vegeta gazed at Rovan as if he were a fool. Without further ado, Vegeta turned on his heel and departed. I appreciate your enthusiasm. What nonsensical words are you uttering? A warrior with a mere combat power of 2. Destined to become my greatest rival? Lufan, oh Lufan, you have truly disappointed this prince. If you claim that you will become my greatest rival in the future, I might entertain the thought. After all, your combat prowess once surpassed mine. Though now, your power has dwindled to a mere 200. Yet, should you dedicate yourself to training, there exists a possibility for growth. However, a warrior with such paltry strength as 2? Is that even feasible? I could dispatch him with a mere breath. Vegeta promptly retreated to his quarters, finding conversation with Ruffin utterly untenable. The journey from here to Earth would take at least a month. Meanwhile, Ruffin busied himself, continuing his studies on destruction. The reason Ruffin brought Vegeta along was that he had grown fond of this character while watching Dragon Ball. Since I have traversed worlds and become your sparring partner, I shall lend you my aid. A month swiftly elapsed. Ruffin now stood at the window of the spacecraft, gazing upon that familiar yet strange blue planet. Earth, here I come. 10 minutes later, Ruffin's spacecraft soared above the Earth's atmosphere. With a series of deft maneuvers, he switched the ship from autopilot to manual control. Ruffin expertly navigated the vessel, racing across the planet's surface. Hey, Ruffin, what are you doing? Vegeta sensed they had reached their destination and emerged from his room to address Ruffin. I'm searching for a suitable landing spot, Ruffin replied without turning his head. Just land anywhere, Vegeta remarked, exasperated. In my lexicon, there is no such thing as anywhere, Ruffin retorted confidently. Vegeta had little ground to argue. I shall see where you intend to land this spacecraft. The ship circled the Earth several times before finally descending into the yard of a residence. During this, Vegeta observed Kakarot's spacecraft plummeting from the sky, crashing into a distant mountainside, startling numerous birds and beasts. With a thud, the spacecraft landed in the courtyard of the Capsule Corporation headquarters. Chapter 6. Earth, here I come. The appearance of the spacecraft astonished Bulma's family, as it had previously flown over their home. Now, it had returned. Dad, is it aliens? Bulma asked her father, Dr. Briefs. It appears so, Dr. Briefs adjusted his glasses. What business could aliens have at our home? Bulma's mother, Bikini, gazed curiously at the advanced spacecraft. I wonder, let's hope there is no danger, mused Dr. Briefs. Tap, tap, tap. Bulma swiftly dashed into the room, retrieving the laser gun she had just crafted. It's all right, Bulma. Your father is here. He will protect you, Dr. Briefs reassured her. Moreover, extraterrestrial beings are unlikely to be unreasonable. They must have come for a purpose, perhaps merely to visit. Just in case, this gun is quite powerful. Bulma nodded in agreement. Creak. The spacecraft's hatch opened. Vegeta stepped out first, followed closely by Rofan. Aliens? Bulma blinked in surprise. What? They don't seem much different from us. And they're quite short. Dr. Briefs remained silent. Is this Earth? The environment is rather decent, Vegeta remarked, surveying his surroundings and casting a glance at Bulma and her companions. Greetings. We hail from the distant planet Vegeta. My name is Rofan, and this is Vegeta. Rofan politely introduced himself to Bulma's family. TCH. Vegeta scoffed, displaying a look of disdain. What is there to discuss with Earthlings? Rofan, you truly are pathetic. Indeed. They are aliens, yet they resemble us quite closely, albeit shorter, Bulma observed, unperturbed by the situation. Shorter? That's merely because we are of similar ages, Rofan smiled. Oh, similar ages? How old are you? Bulma inquired with curiosity. 5, Rofan replied, holding up 5 fingers. I'm also 5. So that makes us peers, Bulma exclaimed. My, how remarkable. An alien at the tender age of 5 has ventured to another planet, Dr. Briefs marveled. Are you here for tourism? Tourism? How childish. We are here to conquer this planet, Vegeta interjected disdainfully. Bang. Rofan, unable to contain himself, swiftly delivered a strike to the back of Vegeta's neck. Vegeta, caught off guard, collapsed to the ground, unconscious. In that moment of unconsciousness, a thought struck Vegeta. Damn it. Did I not vow to thoroughly deal with this brat upon landing? Yet here I am, ambushed. How infuriating. I have forgotten such a crucial matter. Just you wait. Once I awaken, I shall see how to deal with you. He was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart, Lu Fan remarked with a smile. At merely 5 years of age, he dares to encroach upon our Earth? How childish. Bulma scoffed, waving her formidable laser gun. This weapon of mine possesses considerable power. This is the prince of our planet. Perhaps he is simply weary from travel. I hope you will not hold it against him, Lu Fan quickly clarified. A prince? You claim he is the prince of your world? Bulma wiped the sweat from her brow. If your prince truly resembles this, I fear for the fate of your planet. Indeed, we are facing significant challenges as a race, and it is likely that only a scant few of us will remain in the future, Lu Fan nodded. You are quite accommodating, Bulma chuckled, her vigilance easing. She casually inquired, if he is a prince, then what is your role? I am merely the prince's training partner, Lu Fan replied. Training partner? Bulma paused momentarily. In other words, a subordinate, Lu Fan grinned, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. Bulma, Dr. Briefs, and Bikini shared a moment of speechlessness. Are you a follower? How astonishing that your attendant managed to render your prince unconscious in one fell swoop. This is indeed our first encounter with such a subservient figure taking the initiative. What brings you to this place? Are you truly here for leisure? Dr. Breves inquired. If you are here for tourism, I would be delighted to serve as your guide, for I am quite familiar with our planet. Where is your warehouse? Lufon asked directly. The mention of a warehouse left Dr. Breves momentarily bewildered. Your pace seems a bit swift. Why have you suddenly inquired about the whereabouts of my storage? What purpose do you have in the warehouse? However, Dr. Griffith did not inquire further. Instead, he gestured towards a nearby warehouse. One moment. Lufon strode towards the direction of the warehouse. Creak. Lufon pushed open the large door of the warehouse. Bulma, filled with curiosity, followed closely behind. What brings you to our family's warehouse? Although the items within are outdated and of little value, they nonetheless belong to us. With a sudden motion, Lu Fan released an intangible energy from his hand, causing all the objects in the warehouse to levitate effortlessly. Bulma, standing behind him, widened her eyes in astonishment. With remarkable ease, Lu Fan located the Dragon Ball among the floating items, a 2-star Dragon Ball. Triumphantly, he grasped at the Dragon Ball from a distance. Whoosh! It soared into his hand as if summoned by magic. Do you possess a special ability? Bulma quickly regained her composure. It's not exactly a special ability. Rather, it is merely a form of energy manipulation, replied Lu Fan with a smile. How impressive! Bulma exclaimed, her face radiating admiration. After acquiring the Dragon Ball, Lu Fan approached Dr. Briefs, holding the Dragon Ball aloft. Doctor, I recognize you as the greatest scientist on this planet, Lu Fan declared. Ha ha. Your words are almost too flattering, Dr. Briefs replied, beaming with delight. You truly speak the truth. The aliens are remarkably straightforward. Nevertheless, you are correct. I indeed stand as the most exceptional and illustrious scientist on this planet. Dr. Briefs adjusted his glasses, his demeanor turning serious. What I hold in my hand is known as a Dragon Ball, of which there are 7 scattered across the globe. Could you assist me in creating a Dragon Ball radar? Lufon articulated his objective. Lufon had come to Earth in search of the Dragon Balls. Along the journey, he had also mentioned this to Vegeta. The greatest shortcoming of the Saiyans lies in their inability to survive in the vastness of space, regardless of one's strength. If your home planet is destroyed, escape becomes an impossible endeavor. Thus, Lufon aspired to attain the ability to exist in the cosmos through the dragon. Chapter 7. I shall fly with you. Let me see. Dr. Breves inquired. Lufon handed the Dragon Ball to Dr. Breves. The doctor accepted the Dragon Ball, scrutinizing it with a magnifying glass, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. This little object is quite remarkable. It emits faint light waves. Perhaps we can utilize these waves to locate the whereabouts of the other Dragon Balls. No problem. Leave it to me, and I shall have it ready in approximately 3 hours. I am immensely grateful, Doctor. Lufon expressed his thanks with a nod. Hey, what happens when all 7 Dragon Balls are gathered? Bulma asked curiously. Once the 7 Dragon Balls are assembled, one simply needs to utter the phrase, "Come forth, Shenron," and a divine dragon will appear, granting any wish. Lufon had nothing to conceal and spoke candidly. Is that truly the case? Bulma replied with a hint of skepticism. Bulma, why don't you entertain Lufon for a while? I will proceed to create the Dragon Ball radar. Dr. Breves, sensing no ill intent from Lufon, felt reassured, and he added to his wife, Bikini, please prepare some food for this young man. Lufon, are your dietary habits similar to ours? Do you have any restrictions? Bikini inquired politely. No, thank you, Lufon responded graciously. Then I shall prepare some snacks and fruit, Bikini said. I appreciate your kindness, Lufon replied. Bulma's parents soon departed, leaving only Lufon, Bulma, and the unconscious Vegeta in the vicinity. What shall we play? Bulma asked. Do you enjoy slides? Lufon responded. Do you truly consider me a mere child of 5, sliding down slides? Would you not prefer something more exhilarating? Lufan chuckled. Exhilarating? What do you mean? Bulma inquired with curiosity. Flying through the skies, Lufan grinned broadly. Flying? I don't quite understand, Bulma replied, puzzled. Come, I shall take you aloft, Lufan declared, stepping forward to lift Bulma into his arms, and in an instant, they soared into the air. Ah, Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. However, it wasn't long before she began to revel in the thrill of soaring among the clouds. It is indeed exhilarating. We are so high, the clouds are beneath us. Bulma marveled. We can ascend even higher, Lufan responded. But do hold on tightly, falling would certainly result in a rather unfortunate fate. I refuse to become a mere meat bun, Bulma exclaimed, a hint of fear in her voice as she clutched Lu Fan tightly. Lu Fan continued to ascend swiftly into the heavens. Where are we headed, Lu Fan? Bulma asked innocently. I am taking you to a splendid place, Lu Fan smiled. What sort of place? Bulma asked, her expression one of bewilderment. Are you leading me to a paradise? Something akin to that, but not quite a paradise. It is a sanctuary, Lu Fan clarified. A sanctuary? Is it a dwelling place for deities? Bulma's eyes widened, her grip on the laser gun tightening. Indeed, it is the abode of the gods residing on Earth, Lu Fan nodded. In the sanctuary, the celestial beings wore grave expressions. What has transpired, O Divine One? Mr. Bobo inquired. Indeed, a most terrifying event has occurred. Merely 10 minutes ago, 2 spacecraft descended upon Earth. They are likely extraterrestrial visitors, the Divine One stated solemnly. We cannot ascertain whether their arrival brings fortune or calamity to our planet. Are aliens truly visiting Earth? Mr. Bobo furrowed his brow, though he seemed somewhat unfazed. Divine One, there have been extraterrestrials on Earth before, such as the three-eyed beings, werewolves, and beast races. They were not originally natives of our planet. I cannot shake the foreboding feeling regarding this visitation, the Divine One mused, casting a gaze over the edge of the sanctuary towards Earth. Ah, that 3-year-old child has encountered son Gohan, who has taken him home. His youth should prevent any significant upheaval. And what of the occupants of the other spacecraft? Mr. Bobo inquired. My greatest concern lies with the aliens aboard the other vessel. There are 2 of them, and their spacecraft circled the Earth several times, seemingly searching for something before ultimately landing at the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation, home to Dr. Briefs, the Divine One sighed. With their level of extraterrestrial technology, do they truly require anything from Dr. Briefs? Mr. Bobo questioned, somewhat perplexed. While Dr. Briefs is the most distinguished scientist on Earth, when viewed in the grand scope of the universe, his expertise appears somewhat lacking. How have they arrived? The celestial being's expression changed repeatedly. What? Mr. Bobo was momentarily taken aback. They are approaching the temple. He is flying. Can he sense my aura? The celestial being immediately heightened his vigilance. Mr. Bobo was so frightened that cold sweat broke out on his face. After all, this is the temple. Someone has actually flown to the temple. Lu Fan, look, there is a city in the sky, Bulma exclaimed upon seeing the floating temple. Indeed. Lu Fan nodded. Did you know about this all along? Bulma inquired. This is the temple, the abode of the gods, Lu Fan replied with a slight smile. God, do gods truly exist? Bulma's eyes widened, filled with anticipation and nervousness. They do exist, Lu Fan affirmed. I am so excited. I want to see what the god looks like. He must be very handsome, right? Bulma asked eagerly. You might be disappointed, Lu Fan chuckled. Whoosh. Lu Fan transformed with Bulma into a beam of white light. Bang. Lu Fan soared to the temple, gently placing Bulma on the temple's ground. The celestial being gazed at Lu Fan, his expression growing exceedingly grave. For he could sense that although this extraterrestrial appeared youthful, he emanated an aura of fear. Greetings, God of Earth, Lu Fan addressed. Who are you? What brings you to Earth? The celestial being questioned with a stern countenance. Please, do not harbor hostility. I assure you, I am quite amicable, Lu Fan replied with a bright smile, displaying an innocent demeanor. I have come merely to accompany Bulma on a leisurely exploration, with no ulterior motives. The celestial being and Mr. Bobo exchanged glances. Are you truly merely here for a stroll? Bulma inquired, her curiosity piqued. Is it customary to wander until one arrives at the Temple of Earth? Rufan. Is that person a deity? She tugged gently at Rufan's sleeve, her voice barely above a whisper. Indeed, Rufan affirmed with a nod. How peculiar he appears. With that green skin, Bulma exclaimed, sticking out her tongue. And who is that black egg beside him? Mr. Bobo, the figure interjected, clearly having overheard Bulma's remark. Who are you calling a black egg? This young lady truly lacks decorum. Chapter 8. Master Karen let us depart, Rufan suggested to Bulma. Wait, we are leaving already? Bulma asked, momentarily taken aback. She nodded, conceding, well, that might be for the best. The temple seems rather unremarkable. I had anticipated a plethora of amusements. Yet aside from a few buildings, there appears to be nothing extraordinary. Then, let us be on our way, Rufan replied. Without further ado, he embraced Bulma and leaped from the temple. Celestial being, Mr. Bobo remarked, as both were once again left in astonishment. Are you truly here merely to wander? The deity was utterly speechless. This extraterrestrial being was rather peculiar. He visited the temple, yet departed without accomplishing anything. What was his true intention? Great deity. What does he mean? Mr. Bobo pondered, perplexed. I could discern that this individual possessed formidable energy. Fortunately, it was predominantly pure, with little malevolence. The deity mused. As long as he refrains from causing chaos on Earth, let him be. He might genuinely be here for leisure. Mr. Bobo remained skeptical. Could it truly be for a vacation? Lufon gently descended from the temple with Bulma. Lufon, look. There's a tall tower below. Bulma exclaimed. That is the Korin Tower. The dwelling of the sage, Lufon replied. Are there fairies? Bulma's interest peaked immediately. She had felt disillusioned after her visit to the temple, initially expecting the deity to be a handsome figure, only to find an elderly man with green skin. Now, hearing that the tower below was the residence of the sage, her curiosity was rekindled. Indeed, it is the abode of the sage, Lufon smiled. Would you like to see it? Yes, of course. Bulma replied eagerly. Whoosh. Lufon led Bulma into the Korin Tower. Sage Korin, observing Lufon with caution, cast a glance at Bulma beside him. Is that a Garfield cat? Bulma's eyes lit up. What a massive cat. This is the first time I've seen one so large. Sweat beaded on Sage Korin's brow. Lufon remained silent, merely watching him. Sage Korin also held his tongue. You remain silent, and I shall do the same. I am aware of your extraterrestrial origins. The enemy remains still, and so shall I. Ruffin, where is the fairy? Bulma glanced around and discovered that apart from this solitary cat, there was no one else in sight. There is no fairy, to be precise. I am the celestial being here, also referred to as the divine cat. Master Karen began to speak. Ah, he is speaking. Bulma was taken aback and hurriedly concealed herself behind Ruffin. Ruffin offered a slight smile and gently nodded at Master Karen. Extraterrestrial. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Master Karen asked. Tourism. Ruffin was truly disinclined to elaborate further. Master Karen, did you say you came here for a vacation? Who believes that? There are truly no fairies here? Bulma expressed her disappointment. This place is even smaller than the temple and feels far more tedious. Not at all, Miss Bulma, Master Roshi replied. How do you know my name? Bulma was taken aback. I am a sage. There is nothing I do not know, Master Roshi chuckled. Then do you know what lies at the end of the universe? Lufon inquired with a grin. That's not a question one should ask, Master Roshi coughed. What I meant to say is, I possess knowledge of any matter concerning Earth. Are you aware of the precise locations of the 7 Dragon Balls? Lufon pressed on. Master Roshi wiped his sweat vigorously. This young man seemed to be looking for trouble. It appears you already know about the Dragon Balls. You've come to Earth in search of them, haven't you? Master Roshi suddenly understood. Indeed, congratulations on your correct assumption. Lufon nodded. Master Roshi felt somewhat reassured. One thing he could be certain of was that this extraterrestrial being did not harbor any ill intentions, as they were coexisting peacefully with the people of Earth. Do you know how old the child of our kindergarten teacher's sister's brother is? Bulma posed a question. Master Roshi looked utterly bewildered. What a nonsensical inquiry. I cannot comprehend what you, a mere child, are saying. Sweat beaded on his forehead. How am I supposed to answer such a question? Besides, I have no idea. The accurate answer is that there are no children, Bulma replied. I thought sages knew everything. Lufon, let us leave. This place is exceedingly dull. Let us change the topic. How many Senzu beans do you have? Lufon asked. I know the answer to this one, Master Roshi quickly responded. Currently, I possess 328 Senzu beans. Congratulations, you've mastered the art of rapid response. Lufon said as he extended his hand to shake Master Roshi's. Master Roshi beamed with pride. I told you, there is nothing I do not know. Then all these Senzu beans belong to me. You don't mind, do you? Lufon asserted. Master Roshi's smile gradually faltered. Why you came here for the Senzu beans? He suddenly realized. Last question, where are the Senzu beans located? Lufon asked. Master Roshi was about to speak when Lufon interrupted. No need to say. I prefer to find them myself. Discovering them on my own will be far more rewarding. Master Roshi wiped his sweat again. Bulma. Let us see which of us finds the Senzu beans first, Lufon declared. Senzu beans? What are those? Bulma asked, slightly puzzled. They are extraordinary beans that can cure all ailments, Lufon explained. Bulma muttered, as if it were merely a trivial street advertisement. Master Roshi felt utterly disheartened. How could you possibly liken my celestial beings to mere advertisements found on the street? Do you think that is appropriate? I simply enjoy searching for things. Bulma exclaimed as she began rummaging through the shelves and came house in search of the magical beans. Master Roshi felt a wave of despair wash over him. You truly do not regard yourselves as outsiders. Lu Fan is indeed aware of the precise location of the celestial beans. They should be downstairs. This tower comprises 2 levels. However, Bulma searched high and low without locating the beans, only to unexpectedly discover the staircase leading to the next level. There is another floor. Let me take a look. Bulma hurriedly descended the stairs. Lu Fan, I found them. Come and see if these are the beans, she exclaimed with delight from below. Chapter 9. Celestial Beans. Lu Fan glanced down the staircase at Bulma, offering a gentle nod as he replied, Indeed, those are the celestial beans. There's nearly half a jar's worth. Bulma inquired, May I taste one? Eating just one could sustain me for 10 days. Is that so? I must try. Bulma responded, overwhelmed with curiosity, and promptly consumed a celestial bean. Once the bean entered her body, she felt an invigorating surge, her fatigue vanishing in an instant. Is this truly the celestial bean? It is remarkably potent. I feel as though my strength has been entirely restored. Bulma was astonished. Hey, Master Roshi, may we take a few back with us? I would like my parents to experience them as well. Of course, Master Roshi nodded. You're too kind, Bulma said gratefully. What do you mean, Lu Fan? Bulma asked, momentarily taken aback. Take them all, Lu Fan insisted. Bulma's eyes sparkled upon hearing Lu Fan's words. You are quite bold. These beans could fetch a handsome sum. Although our family is already the wealthiest in the world, who would ever turn down more riches? Master Roshi wiped his brow vigorously. This is excessive. Why do you need so many celestial beans? Ahem, it seems that the esteemed Elder Garen is at a loss for words. Lu Fan beckoned towards the jar of celestial beans below. With a swish, the jar levitated into the air. Elder Garen's eyes widened in astonishment. With a clap, the jar floated beside Lu Fan. He casually grasped a handful of celestial beans, a smile gracing his face as he gazed at Elder Garen, asking, Can you guess how many beans remain in the jar? If you guess correctly, I shall keep this handful. If you are mistaken, I will take them all. Elder Garen exclaimed, Shameless, utterly shameless. But do you think I would lose to a mere child like you? I possess the ability to see. Elder Garen fixed his gaze upon the jar. With a gentle wave of his hand, Lu Fan enveloped the jar in an invisible energy. Elder Garen rubbed his eyes vigorously. What is happening? Why can't I see through this jar today? I understand. That little brat must have cast a layer of energy over it with that wave of his hand. Perhaps it would be wise not to engage with him further. Ahem. I shall guess there are 632 beans remaining. Elder Garen randomly threw out a number. Bulma, please select a number at random, but keep it on the lower side. You previously mentioned that there are over 300 of them. Yet you now claim there are over 1,600 remaining. How could the number have increased? Bulma wiped the sweat from her brow. How eager you are to present us with these magical beans. Congratulations, you are correct. Lu Fan grinned. Master Roshi, Bulma, well then, as per our agreement, I shall take just one handful of the mystical beans. Lu Fan replied with a smile. Master Roshi appeared quite speechless. Are you merely toying with the cat? Let us depart, Lu Fan commanded. Lu Fan, are you truly not taking all those beans with you? Bulma whispered. Master Roshi was sweating profusely. This little girl is undoubtedly a money grubber. Isn't your family comprised of the world's wealthiest individuals? Do you still have those beans on your mind? I understand your thoughts. You wish to profit from selling these beans. Do you possess an inexhaustible supply of universal capsules? Are you contemplating the establishment of a pharmaceutical enterprise? No need for that. One should not be overly avaricious. Lu Fan chuckled softly. Very well. Come back for more once you have depleted your supply. Bulma nodded in agreement. Master Roshi, do you truly consider this place your home? Lu Fan remarked. Well, I see your point. Farewell, Master Karen, until we meet again. With that, Lu Fan ascended into the air, cradling Bulma in his arms. Master Karen wiped his brow once more, thinking it best to never see them again. Whoosh. Lu Fan accelerated towards the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation. You are flying far too swiftly. My eyes can scarcely keep up. Bulma exclaimed. Just bear with it. Vegeta has awakened, and if we return late, he may unleash his wrath upon your mother, Lu Fan cautioned. What? Bulma was left speechless. After a brief moment of emotional turmoil, she burst into tears. I don't want my mother to be harmed. She sobbed, tears streaming down her face. Fear not. For I am here, Lu Fan reassured her. At the Capsule Corporation headquarters, Bulma's mother, Bikini, emerged with a tray in hand. Glancing around, but unable to spot Lu Fan and Bulma, Where could they be? Just as Bikini surveyed her surroundings, Vegeta abruptly opened his eyes, rubbing his sore neck. He sprang to his feet. Lu Fan, are you seeking death? Vegeta bellowed, scanning for Lu Fan's presence. Where is he? Why is he not here? Where could that brat have gone? However, these thoughts were of little concern to him. Vegeta immediately activated the scouter perched upon his eyes, attempting to locate Lu Fan's whereabouts. Humph, Lu Fan, do you think you can evade me indefinitely? Have you forgotten that I am still equipped with a scouter? Vegeta glared at the device. To his astonishment, Lu Fan's power level had completely vanished. What is happening? Why is there no information on this fool? Vegeta pondered, his brow furrowed. Could it be that he tampered with my scouter while I was unconscious? He then cast a sidelong glance at Bikini. You, old woman from Earth, tell me, where has Lu Fan gone? Vegeta demanded, his expression cold as he turned to Bikini. Did you just call me an old woman? I'm not yet 30. Bikini's expression darkened. Hey, I'm talking to you, Vegeta coldly retorted. For a moment, Bikini found herself at a loss for words, particularly since she was unaware of where Rofan and Bulma had gone. Do you not wish to speak? Vegeta continued, energy gathering in his hand, aimed menacingly at Bikini. Just then, Rofan descended from the sky, carrying Bulma, and called out to Vegeta from a distance. Upon hearing Rofan's voice, Vegeta retracted the energy he had amassed. With a thud, Rofan landed diagonally opposite Vegeta, holding Bulma. Mom, are you okay? Bulma rushed to Bikini's side, her laser gun pointed at Vegeta. Vegeta dismissed her entirely. It is merely a toy gun. Even if it were real, it could inflict no harm upon me. Is it not true that Rofan brought you back just now? Bikini rubbed her eyes, her face a mask of disbelief. Chapter 10. Vegeta faints again, Mom. Today I saw gods and immortals, and they looked so peculiar. The god was a green old man, and the immortal resembled a celestial cat, a bit like Garfield. Bulma excitedly recounted her experiences to her mother. Bikini appeared utterly bewildered. What nonsense is this? Mom, this alien named Vegeta is a bad person. You must be very careful around him, Bulma warned, gripping her laser gun tightly. Rofan, how dare you ambush me? Vegeta seethed, his teeth clenched in frustration. Twice now, he had been successfully caught off guard. Today, I shall ensure you receive a proper beating. Vegeta, do you not wish to become a Super Saiyan? Rofan chuckled. Vegeta hesitated briefly. Why do you refuse to cultivate a peaceful heart? Look at your fiery temper. Had I not returned in time, you would have committed murder, would you not? Rofan sighed. Humph, foolish earthling, what difference would it make if I killed? Vegeta scoffed. With a swift motion, Rofan appeared behind Vegeta in an instant. Vegeta's eyes widened in shock, his expression one of disbelief. Where did that guy go? How did he vanish so suddenly? I did not even see him move. Why not take a little nap? Rofan suggested, striking Vegeta on the back of his neck. With a resounding smack, Vegeta succumbed, his consciousness fading as he slumped to the ground, unconscious. All is well now. Lufan smiled, revealing an innocent grin. Has he fainted again? Bulma inquired. Indeed, his temper is rather volatile. He requires a gentle tempering of his fervor, Lufan replied with a chuckle. Are you truly his subordinate? Bulma wiped the sweat from her brow. Lufan nodded in affirmation. Is he genuinely the prince of your planet? Bulma pressed on. Lufan nodded once more. Bulma fell into silence. How could you treat your prince in such a manner? Will you face punishment upon your return? Rufin, why not have a bite to eat? Urged Bikini. Very well. Thank you. Aunt, Rufin replied politely with a nod. After indulging in some fruits and snacks, time gradually passed. At last, Dr. Briefs emerged, having successfully crafted the Dragon Ball radar. Rufin, behold the device you requested, he said, presenting a gadget the size of a mobile phone. Rufin was momentarily taken aback. Is this truly the Dragon Ball radar? It appears somewhat different from my expectations. Yet, upon reflection, Rufin understood. Originally, the Dragon Ball radar was created by Bulma, and now it had been modified by her father. A change in appearance was, therefore, quite reasonable. Observe, simply press this button, and it will display 7 glowing points along with the coordinates and map indicating the location of the Dragon Balls. Dr. Briefs explained for a moment. The operation was straightforward, and Rufin quickly grasped it. Through the Dragon Ball radar, he discerned the precise locations of the 7 shining Dragon Balls. By the way, I constructed 2 of these. Both Dragon Ball radars have been adapted from this device, Dr. Briefs added, producing another radar. Take both. Should one fail, the other can serve as a backup. 2. Rufin glanced at Vegeta. Bang. Rufin kicked Vegeta. Hey, wake up, he called. Dr. Breeze remarked. How barbaric. Is he truly your prince? Is this how you treat royalty? After being kicked by Ruffin, Vegeta rubbed his eyes and immediately regained his composure. Damn, you ambushed me again, Vegeta exclaimed, springing up and glaring at Ruffin. Ready to engage in combat. Wait a moment, Vegeta, let's set aside our grievances for now. After all, I am your sparring partner, and I am always ready for a fight. Ruffin waved his hand. I have something crucial to share with you regarding the Super Saiyan. Upon hearing the term Super Saiyan, Vegeta instantly ceased his hostility. Humph, you've been spacing out often lately. Are you honing your ambush skills? Your power level is completely undetectable on the scanner. How have you concealed your combat strength? That is of little consequence, Ruffin replied. What does it matter? Vegeta retorted. You have ambushed me several times, and I have succumbed to unconsciousness on numerous occasions. Do you truly deem these matters insignificant? Lu Fan beckoned to Vegeta. Vegeta, wary, observed Lu Fan with suspicion, hesitant to approach, as if afraid Lu Fan might strike him unconscious with a mere slap. Rest assured, I harbor no intention of harming you, Lu Fan assured him. Vegeta, gritting his teeth and snorting, finally approached Lu Fan's side. What is it? He inquired, his expression dark. Behold this device. It displays 7 luminous points. We shall each seek out the Dragon Balls corresponding to these points, Lu Fan explained, producing the 2-star Dragon Ball he had discovered in Bulma's family's warehouse. This is a Dragon Ball. A Dragon Ball? Can this artifact grant me the ability to become a Super Saiyan? Vegeta asked, momentarily taken aback as he glanced at the Dragon Ball. Indeed, once you gather all 7 Dragon Balls, you can wish for anything, including the power to transform into a Super Saiyan, Lu Fan said with a smile. You cannot be deceiving me, can you? Vegeta queried, still skeptical. Lu Fan merely smiled, offering no reply. Very well, this planet is not vast. We should be able to locate these 7 items in just a few hours, Vegeta contemplated. Isn't it merely a matter of finding these so-called Dragon Balls? It seems quite simple. Let us divide our efforts. Lu Fan handed Vegeta a Dragon Ball radar and briefly instructed him on its use. The radar was straightforward, easily mastered upon first use. I shall seek the 3 located in this direction. Vegeta pointed to the 3 luminous points on the radar. Excellent. I shall pursue the other 3, Lu Fan nodded. We will reconvene here upon our success. I hope you are not deceiving me. Otherwise, do not blame me for my rudeness. With a huff, Vegeta took to the skies, soaring swiftly away. What? He can fly? Dr. Briefs exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. I, too, shall search for the Dragon Balls, if all goes as planned. Vegeta and I should gather them by this evening, Lu Fan stated. Chapter 11. Arise, Shenron, I wish to join. Bulma exclaimed eagerly. I must fly swiftly. You may find it difficult to keep your eyes open, Lu Fan remarked, playfully pinching Bulma's cheek. Do not pinch my face. Bulma pouted. Ah, your face is quite amusing to pinch, Lu Fan chuckled. All right, you wait here. I shall retrieve those 3 Dragon Balls swiftly. Lu Fan patted Bulma's head and politely greeted her parents. With a whoosh, Lu Fan ascended into the sky. Lu Fan can fly too. Dr. Briefs was astonished. Father, your information is woefully outdated. Lu Fan has already taken me to the temple, where I encountered gods and immortals. Bulma animatedly recounted the wondrous sights she had witnessed. Gods? Immortals? Dr. Brief paused momentarily, murmuring to himself, do gods and immortals truly exist in this world? On the island of Master Roshi, the venerable figure was engrossed in an unhealthy television program, drooling as he watched. Suddenly, with a loud crash, Vegeta kicked the door open, striding into the room. Hey, old man, have you seen this ball? Vegeta inquired, directing his question towards Master Roshi. The old sage remained fixated on the television, seemingly oblivious to Vegeta's presence. Old man, I'm asking you a question. Hurry up and answer me, Vegeta barked. At last, Master Roshi stirred slightly from his stupor, casting a glance at Vegeta, then at the Dragon Ball in his hand. Where did this little brat come from? He thought, dismissing the matter. That ball. I found it a long time ago. Take it and leave me to my show, he replied, turning his gaze back to the screen. Vegeta, on the verge of destroying the house in frustration, then noticed the Dragon Ball sitting on the table. Approaching it, he inspected it closely, observing the 3 red stars within. This must be the one. The one Rand fan gave me only had 2 stars, he muttered before turning to leave. As he exited the house, a wicked glint flashed in Vegeta's eyes, and with a swift kick, he sent the front door crashing into the sea. He then walked away with an air of triumph. Master Roshi, however, remained transfixed, his gaze unwavering as he absorbed the television's content. Moments later, the program concluded. That wraps up today's show. We'll see you again at the same time next week. The charming female host smiled brightly. Master Roshi's eyes were nearly glued to the screen. Not next week. How wonderful it would be if this program were broadcasted daily instead of just once a week. I can never get enough of it. The television program has concluded. The turtle sage reluctantly switched off the television and stretched languidly. Huh, who was that who just came by? The turtle sage scratched his head. Recalling a mischievous little boy, how did he come here? He stepped outside. Wait, where's my door? Why has it vanished? Did that little rascal steal my door on his way out? Is my door truly of such value? Moreover, what was that child seeking? It seems he was after some peculiar ball. How strange. Approximately 5 hours had passed. Vegeta finally located 3 Dragon Balls and returned to the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation. Lufin had been waiting there for quite some time. Vegeta, you're rather slow. Have you just now gathered those 3 Dragon Balls? Lufin remarked with a smile. Humph, one of the Dragon Balls was hidden deep in the ocean. It took considerable effort to find. Vegeta huffed. Lufin merely chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further. The Dragon Ball Vegeta mentioned must be the one from the deep-sea pirate treasure. Vegeta tossed his 4 Dragon Balls onto the ground, mingling them with Lufin's 3. At last, the 7 Dragon Balls were assembled. Radiant golden light shimmered upon the 7 orbs. Now that the Dragon Balls are gathered, can I become a Super Saiyan? Vegeta inquired. The Dragon Balls have indeed been collected. Will the Eternal Dragon truly appear? Bulma exclaimed with excitement. Dr. Briefs and Bikini also emerged to witness the spectacle. Come forth, Eternal Dragon. Lufin called out loudly to the 7 Dragon Balls. The golden flames atop the Dragon Balls continued to burst forth. What will emerge? Vegeta pondered, momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, the golden light converged into a singular brilliance. A golden beam soared into the heavens, and the sky unexpectedly darkened. Vegeta cast a curious glance upward. The sky has turned black. Bulma gasped. What a peculiar phenomenon, Doctor. Briefs adjusted his glasses. Will the Eternal Dragon truly appear? Bikini asked. Is this planet about to be enveloped in night? Vegeta murmured. In the next instant, the golden beam transformed into a magnificent azure dragon, coiling majestically in the night sky, exuding an air of solemn divinity. Upon witnessing this dragon, even Vegeta was momentarily rendered speechless. To the one who gathered the Dragon Balls, state your wish, and I shall endeavor to fulfill any desire you have. The voice of the dragon resounded. O dragon, can you grant me the ability to survive in the vastness of space? Asked Lufon. The dragon fell silent. Hey, wasn't it agreed that I would be transformed into a Super Saiyan? Vegeta exclaimed with fury. I apologize, but your wish cannot be fulfilled, the dragon replied. What did you say? Vegeta was taken aback, his face cold as he remarked, who just claimed that any wish could be granted. Are you telling me that even such a trivial wish cannot be realized? Lufon interjected, Dragon. The dragon responded, Vegeta, do not be hasty. What I meant was that my wish cannot be fulfilled. Lufon sighed. Ah, splendid. Does this imply that I can indeed become a Super Saiyan? Vegeta's expression brightened. However, this was merely a question and not a wish. Oh, dragon, may I pose a few inquiries? Lufon asked. Do your inquiries count as your wishes? The dragon inquired. You see, O dragon, I wish to possess the ability to survive in the cosmos, and you cannot fulfill this wish, correct? Lufon stated. Indeed, the dragon responded. Do you realize the profound emotional distress your words have caused me? Lufon sighed. I have expended considerable effort to gather the Dragon Balls. The dragon, you managed to gather all the Dragon Balls in a mere 5 hours or so. You actually claim to have expended considerable effort. I find it utterly unbelievable. Chapter 12, Lufon's Desire Dragon. Do you truly believe that I summoned you merely after gathering the Dragon Balls in just over 5 hours? Sighed Lufon. You must understand that I have traveled all the way from the distant planet Vegeta, and I have been navigating the cosmos alongside our esteemed prince for a considerable time. Dragon. Thus, I intend to pose a few inquiries, as a form of spiritual compensation. Lufon continued, this request is not unreasonable, is it? Dragon, go ahead and ask. The dragon replied, beads of sweat forming on its brow. The first question, I wish to possess the ability to survive in the universe. Can the dragon of Namek grant this? Lufon inquired. The dragon fell silent once more, contemplating for a brief moment. It is possible, the dragon responded. That Namek? Vegeta interjected. Taken aback, I believe I have heard of that planet. For my second question, please enlighten our prince on how he may become the legendary Super Saiyan, Lufon stated. What? Vegeta exclaimed, turning to Lufan in astonishment. A legendary Super Saiyan is said to emerge only once every 1,000 years. The dragon cast a glance at Vegeta, its voice resonating. Clearly, neither of you fits that description. Lufan, Vegeta, what did you say? Are you asserting that I am not the pinnacle of this millennium? Vegeta retorted angrily. Lufan and I are the most gifted warriors among the Saiyans. Vegeta, remain composed, Lufan advised. If it is not the case, then there is no reason for anger. How infuriating. Is this dragon telling the truth? Vegeta grimaced. I have read in an ancient tome that ordinary Saiyans can also attain the status of Super Saiyans. Please inform our prince how he can transform into an ordinary Super Saiyan, Lufan persisted. Dragon, your inquiries seem endless. At this rate, when will it come to an end? I regret to say I can only address 2 of your questions. Is the remaining one your desire? The voice of the dragon resonated. Never mind. We shall discuss it another time, Lufan sighed. Hey, Lufan, hurry and listen to what he has to say. Vegeta expressed his displeasure. I was just about to discover how an ordinary individual transforms into a Super Saiyan, yet you have interrupted him once more. Your actions are quite displeasing to me. May I make a wish? If not, I shall take my leave. Shenron, my desire is to transport both myself and Vegeta, along with our spaceship, to the distant planet Namek. Luofan, this wish can indeed be fulfilled. Shenron nodded in affirmation. Just a moment, allow me to bid farewell first. Luofan waved his hand. Shenron, Luofan approached Dr. Briefs. Thank you, Dr. Briefs, for all your hard work. May we meet again by fate. Luofan smiled. Are you departing? Heading to Namek? Dr. Briefs inquired. Indeed, there exists a more advanced Shenron there. I believe through that Shenron, I can realize my aspirations. Luofan nodded. I want to go. I wish to accompany you on this extraterrestrial adventure. Bulma hurriedly clung to Luofan's leg. Luofan, Bulma, please, this is no time for jest. You have school tomorrow. Chi-Chi remarked. No, I refuse to attend school. I have already graduated from kindergarten. Bulma clung tightly to Luofan's leg, showing no intention of letting go. Luofan wiped the sweat from his brow. Bulma, there remains much for you to learn in the future. Luofan addressed Bulma. No, I am already graduated. I am a grown-up now. Bulma exclaimed loudly, questioning why extraterrestrial beings can travel at the age of 5 while she must attend school. I refuse to go to school. Surely they too should be attending classes. Chi-Chi nudged Luofan, implying he should say something agreeable. Humph. We Saiyans have no need for such tedious knowledge. We are born warriors, Vegeta interjected. Chi-Chi, this conversation is futile. Bulma, how about I take you on an extraterrestrial journey once you graduate from middle school? Luofan pinched Bulma's cheek playfully. Middle school graduation? That is still 9 years away. Bulma's eyes brimmed with tears. Bulma, your arithmetic skills are rather impressive. Luofan chuckled. I am indeed a genius. This laser gun was invented by me. Bulma proudly shook the laser gun in her hand. Whoosh. The laser gun accidentally discharged, sending a beam hurtling toward Vegeta. Bang. Vegeta was caught off guard and struck directly. The beam struck his chest, and a wisp of smoke escaped from his armor. Then, there was silence. Although Bulma's laser gun was quite potent, it posed no threat to Vegeta's armor. Oh, are you all right? Bulma exclaimed, startled. What are you doing? Do you believe I won't take you down? Vegeta's fury contorted his features. Once again, I found myself the victim of an ambush. It was one thing to be sneak attacked by that rascal Rofan, but now this little girl was also launching her surprise assault. Nevertheless, such trivial attacks are inconsequential to us princes, Rofan remarked with a smile. You nearly frightened me to death. I genuinely thought I had shot him dead. I truly did not mean to inadvertently pull the trigger, Bulma hurriedly apologized. TCH. Vegeta bared his teeth but did not retaliate against Bulma. Hey, have you finished your farewells? The dragon's face darkened. I am still waiting to grant your wish. As they engaged in conversation, an unexpected thought crossed Bulma's mind. Had her laser gun malfunctioned? Momentarily taken aback, she released Rofan and aimed the weapon at the distant lake. With a swift pull of the trigger, a laser beam struck the water's surface. The resultant explosion sent waves soaring several meters high, dislodging numerous fish and shrimp. Suddenly, a mantis shrimp landed squarely on Vegeta's face, leaving its unwelcome mark before hastily retreating. Vegeta's expression darkened to an extreme, and with a flicker of flames in his hand, he incinerated the unfortunate creature. Seizing it, he took a bite, finding the flavor surprisingly agreeable. Bulma watched in astonishment, her eyes wide. She had not realized he possessed the ability to conjure fire. Do you have a lighter on hand? Your wish has been granted. Farewell. The dragon Shenron, unable to contain his impatience, immediately fulfilled the desire. Chapter 13. Namek. With a swift motion, Shenron transformed into a radiant golden pillar of light. This golden beam then divided into 7, forming 7 luminous orbs. Whoosh! The 7 spheres dispersed in various directions, scattering across the globe. The sky brightened once more. By the time Bulma's family realized what had transpired, Luffy, Vegeta, and the spaceship parked in the yard had vanished entirely. Hey, wait for me. I want to travel with you, Bulma exclaimed as she sprinted forward. However, she grasped at nothing but air. Humph, how infuriating. They left me behind to travel alone. She pouted, visibly upset. Ding dong. At that moment, the telephone in the yard rang. Dr. Brief stepped forward to answer it. Is that you, Tai? How is your life experience going? He inquired, then paused in surprise. What? Aliens? Have you encountered extraterrestrials as well? Dad, are you saying you've seen aliens too? Tai asked. Tai is Bulma's older sister, a novelist primarily focused on science fiction. She had been traveling to experience life and write better sci-fi stories. Indeed, your mother, Bulma, and I have all encountered them, but they have likely departed from Earth by now, Dr. Briefs replied. Departed? Tai echoed in disbelief. By the way, Dad, do you need something from me? Dad, the alien I met, Gak, has a malfunctioning spaceship, and there is an issue with the communication system from his planet. Could you come and help repair it? Tai responded. Of course, no problem. I will head over immediately, Dr. Briefs agreed without hesitation. Is our family somehow fated to meet aliens? Dad, I want to go too. I want to see what the alien my sister encountered looks like, Bulma insisted. All right, you can come with me, Dr. Briefs nodded. 2 hours later, Bulma met the galactic patrolman, Gak. I was expecting this alien to be quite handsome. Is this it? Bulma shook her head in disappointment. Gak, what do you mean by that? Do you find me unattractive? This is precisely why I harbor a dislike for children. Father. This is Gak, who claims to be a galactic patrolman, as introduced by Tais. I do not merely claim. I am indeed a galactic patrolman. This planet falls under my jurisdiction. Gak's expression darkened as he hastily explained, clearly agitated. Suddenly, Bulma fired a laser gun, the beam striking the distant lake. Boom. The water surged several meters high. Gak was momentarily dumbfounded. Alien, this is my laser gun. If you dare to shout at my sister again, I shall not hold back. Bulma huffed defiantly. Gak wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing that this little girl had quite the temper. Ahem, Gak, where is your spaceship? May I have a look? Dr. Briefs quickly diverted the topic. Over there. Gak pointed to a spacecraft in the distance, noting that it appeared quite different from the vessels of Ruffin and the others. Ruffin? Vegeta? Spaceship? Where are they? Gak asked, momentarily taken aback. Wait, you know Ruffin? Bulma inquired curiously. He came to Earth with a Saiyan named Vegeta. Have you encountered him? Gak's expression shifted dramatically as he processed this information. Bulma and Dr. Briefs nodded in unison. You are still alive? Gak exclaimed in astonishment. What are you saying? As if they were some sort of heinous villains. Bulma retorted with irritation. They are Saiyans. They are exceedingly malevolent beings. Your survival is nothing short of a miracle, Gak replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. No, Ruffin is not as you describe. He is a good person and quite handsome. Bulma scoffed. Dear girl, one cannot judge a person solely by their appearance. Gak replied with a wry smile. By the way, Gak came to Earth upon discovering that some Saiyans intended to arrive, as he was here to safeguard the planet's peace. Tais explained. I shall inquire once more. Where are they? Gak pressed. They have already departed, Bulma stated. Departed? Is that true? Gak's joy was palpable, though he felt a slight relief in his heart. Why do I get the impression that you are afraid of them? Bulma observed, looking at Gak. What are you talking about? How could I possibly fear them? Gak immediately denied. Ruffin? Vegeta? Have you returned? Bulma exclaimed, her face lighting up with surprise as she glanced behind Gak. Gak nearly jumped out of his skin, his lips twitching as his legs trembled uncontrollably. Just kidding. I was merely teasing you, Bulma grinned, her expression radiating innocence. Gak turned to see nothing behind him, his face darkening. That is not how one should frighten another. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Jaken exclaimed with anger. Let us examine your spaceship, sighed Dr. Briefs. On the island of Master Roshi, a stone suddenly hurtled through the air, smashing through the roof of the turtle hermit's house and crashing onto the dining table, shattering it into several pieces. Master Roshi, startled, hurried to investigate. What is this? Where did this stone come from? He picked up the stone, scrutinizing it closely. How perfectly round it is. What could it be? A meteorite fallen from the sky? Never mind. He tossed the stone aside and rushed off to repair the roof. On planet Namek, Elder Muley was planting trees with a group of young villagers nearby. Elder, after years of effort, Namek has finally begun to show signs of life. One young man remarked with relief. Indeed, our race nearly faced extinction. Fortunately, we had the Grand Elder. Elder Muley nodded, a warm smile gracing his face. What? The youth blinked, glancing behind Elder Muley. I said, we were fortunate to have the Grand Elder. Otherwise, Namek would likely be a mere memory. Elder Muley reiterated his earlier statement. No, that's not what I meant, Elder. I was referring to what seems to be a spaceship. Aliens have come to our planet. The young man pointed behind Elder Muley, his expression shifting dramatically. Chapter 14. The ability to survive in outer space. What did you say? Aliens. Elder Muley immediately turned to look behind him. Sure enough, he was astonished to see a spaceship and two extraterrestrials on a small island approximately 200 meters away. Who are they? Elder Muley furrowed his brow, his demeanor turning serious. Meanwhile, far away, Goku and Vegeta had been transported to the surface of Namek by the Dragon of Earth. The spaceship was nearby. This was a miscalculation. I should have had Dr. Briefs modify the spaceship into a capsule, Goku lamented. What is a capsule? Vegeta asked, momentarily taken aback. Having spent too little time on Earth, he had yet to encounter the versatile capsules. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. It's best not to ask too many questions, Goku replied. Is this how you act as a subordinate? Vegeta retorted, though he was not particularly interested in the capsules, having only asked out of curiosity. Where are we? Is this the Namek that the dragon mentioned? Vegeta surveyed his surroundings. Soon, he spotted Elder Muley and several other Namekians in the distance. Namekians? Vegeta tapped his forehead, suddenly recalling that the Namekians indeed possess a plethora of extraordinary abilities. Does this imply that the Dragon Balls were crafted by them? Were the Dragon Balls on Earth also created by the Namekians? You are correct, Lufon nodded, cautioning, do refrain from acting recklessly. It would be best not to take lives indiscriminately. Give me a reason not to kill, Vegeta scoffed. As you just mentioned, it is the Namekians who forged the Dragon Balls. Therefore, if the Namekian responsible for their creation were to perish, the Dragon Balls would vanish as well, Lufon remarked. What did you say? Vegeta paused momentarily, then scoffed. Well, as long as they do not provoke me, I shall not take their lives. No, we are the ones who must provoke them, Lufon chuckled. I see. You intend to venture to this planet to collect the Dragon Balls, don't you? Vegeta quickly regained his composure. Astute observation, as expected of our princely majesty, Lufon acknowledged with a nod. The dragon's capacity to grant wishes is limited. It may not transform me into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta grumbled. Knowing how to become a Super Saiyan is sufficient, is it not? Lufon grinned. If you claim my method lacks basis, let the eternal dragon provide you with the precise way. Do you think I am unaware? You merely desire the ability to survive in the vastness of space. Vegeta rolled his eyes, dismissing such a trivial wish as unnecessary. Once I become a Super Saiyan, I shall be invincible in this universe. All right, let us first pay our respects, Lufon urged. Vegeta retorted, yet followed Lufon into the sky. It seemed that as long as one articulated their wish beforehand, the dragon would grant it. After gathering the Dragon Balls this time, I must be the first to voice my wish. I shall become a Super Saiyan. How infuriating. Lufon and I are not the legendary Super Saiyans after all. Despite our immense strength, we are among the most talented warriors of our generation. The millennial cycle has indeed arrived. Who else could it be but us? Vegeta pondered this quietly, while also devising a simple plan for their expedition to Namek. I can no longer allow Lufon to lead me by the nose. That fellow is my subordinate. He should be following my lead. Aliens, from which planet do you hail? State your purpose for coming to Namek, Elder Muley inquired coldly. Greetings. We are from the distant planet Vegeta, Lufon courteously introduced. This is Vegeta, the most talented warrior among our Saiyans, and also our prince, named after planet Vegeta itself. He embodies the supreme glory of our planet. Vegeta found Lufan's words to be exceptionally beneficial. Please do not introduce me in such a manner. It might inflate my ego, said the Saiyan, his expression subtly shifting. Elder Muley had indeed heard of the Saiyans, a formidable warrior race known for their relentless conquests and merciless actions across various planets. The gravity of the situation began to weigh heavily on Elder Muley's countenance. While the other villagers grew increasingly apprehensive, I am Lufon, the prince's training partner and attendant. Lufon humbly introduced himself. What brings you to Namek? Elder Muley inquired warily. Why waste time with idle chatter? We are here to find the Dragon Balls, so hand them over without delay. Vegeta interjected impatiently, a dismissive grunt escaping him. What did you say? You seek the Dragon Balls. How did you come to know of them? Elder Muley asked in a low voice. Cease this pointless dialogue and surrender the Dragon Balls at once, or I shall not hesitate to annihilate everyone here. Vegeta retorted coldly, his disdain palpable. Let me assess your battle power. With that, he activated the scouter perched on his brow. Oh? The strongest among you possesses merely a battle power of 3,000, Vegeta scoffed, deriding the insignificance of their strength. Suddenly, Lufon swiftly approached and delivered a precise strike to the nape of Vegeta's neck. The latter crumpled to the ground, unconscious. My apologies. Our prince can be quite uncouth, Lufon sighed, a hint of regret in his voice. Elder Muley stood momentarily stunned, taken aback by the turn of events. Have you rendered your prince unconscious? Your audacity is indeed remarkable, my subordinate. Pray tell, what wish do you seek to fulfill with the Dragon Balls? Elder Muley remained vigilant. Though his demeanor had softened considerably, he had discerned that this individual, named Lufon, possessed an appearance that radiated righteousness, and there was not a trace of malevolence about him. I desire merely the ability to survive in the vastness of space, Lufon replied candidly. The ability to survive in space? Elder Muley was taken aback. Indeed. This is the sole vulnerability of our Saiyan race, Lufon affirmed. Consider this. If I were to engage in battle and my adversary, unable to overcome me, were to obliterate my planet, it would be rather absurd for me to perish in such a manner. Ahem, Elder Muley coughed softly. You speak with such wisdom. Elder Muley remarked. In Chapter 15, my focus is on destruction. But how did you arrive on Namek? Elder Muley inquired. Prior to this, I journeyed to Earth, where the Eternal Dragon transported me, Lufon replied with a smile. Earth? Do Namekians exist on that planet as well? Elder Muley asked, momentarily taken aback, filled with astonishment. Indeed, Lufon nodded affirmatively. I am well aware of your circumstances, Elder Muley acknowledged with a slight bow, studying Lufon intently. He pondered aloud. If it is merely a desire to exist within the cosmos that you seek, I could beseech the Eternal Dragon to fulfill your wish. However, at this juncture, Elder Muley cast a glance at Vegeta, who lay unconscious on the ground. He wishes to become a Super Saiyan. All he requires is for the Eternal Dragon to reveal the means to achieve that transformation, Lufon stated with a smile. What did you say? A Super Saiyan? Elder Muley expressed, slightly startled. I have heard the Grand Elder mention it. It is said that Super Saiyans are the mightiest warriors in this universe. I am uncertain if I ought to speak further. Do speak freely. Why be so formal? Lufon encouraged. Elder Muley, your words leave me at a loss for how to respond. The prince among you harbors an exceedingly malevolent aura. Should he ascend to the status of a Super Saiyan, it is likely that he would dominate the entire universe. Elder Muley spoke gravely, suggesting that such a scenario could engender a monumental crisis across the cosmos. Fear not, for I hold steadfast in my belief that under my guidance, our prince will undoubtedly transform into a virtuous individual, replied Lufon with unwavering confidence. Elder Muley and the assembled villagers, the Namekians present, were rendered speechless. What instilled such confidence in you? The dark malevolence within this prince is so profound. Can he truly become a good person? Trust me, Lufon implored. Take a moment to observe the sincerity in my eyes. As he spoke, his eyes narrowed into mere slits. Elder Muley and the villagers wiped the sweat from their brows, each one visibly apprehensive. What do you call such an earnest gaze? Your eyes lack spirit. I can assure you that I will embark on the quest for the Dragon Balls. However, we shall not assist you in this endeavor. Should you manage to gather all 7 Dragon Balls and summon the Eternal Dragon to fulfill your desires, it would signify your fateful connection with the Dragon of Namek. And we will certainly not interfere. Elder Muley smiled, having already made up his mind. Go ahead. Namek is vast. Please feel free to search diligently. Finding the 7 Dragon Balls seems quite improbable. Oh, does that prince possess a detector on his eyes? Could that device possibly sense our energy levels? Perhaps that instrument could locate our village. Elder Muley truly wished to destroy that detector with a mere wave of his hand. However, upon further reflection, he quickly dismissed that notion. Even if they were to locate the Dragon Balls, could they summon the Eternal Dragon? Summoning the Eternal Dragon requires the language of Namek, as does the fulfillment of wishes. Thank you, said Lufon with a nod, stepping forward to deliver a gentle kick to Vegeta. Vegeta slowly awakened, leaping from the ground to throw a punch at Lufan. With a swift motion, Lufan raised his hand to block Vegeta's incoming strike. Prince Vegeta, do remain calm. Do you truly wish to forego your transformation into a Super Saiyan? Lufan hastily remarked. Our grievances shall be addressed in due time. Vegeta clenched his teeth, retracting his fist. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss with Lufan. Logically, his combat prowess should have vanished, yet why did his punch seem to inflict no harm? Has this fellow concealed his battle power? Attempting to play such tricks with me. I, Vegeta, have never been intimidated by your games. What does it matter if you conceal your combat prowess? First, we must locate the Dragon Balls. This time, once we find them, I shall ensure that I realize my wish before anyone else. Your Highness, during your unconsciousness, I have brokered a pact with the Namekians, permitting us to search for the Dragon Balls on this planet, though they will not assist us. Lufan explained, adding that there is a stipulation. Should you kill indiscriminately here, they will cause the Dragon Balls to vanish. What did you say? Make the Dragon Balls disappear? Vegeta clenched his teeth. Indeed, after all, the Dragon Balls are of their creation. Making them vanish is a simple task. Wouldn't you agree, Elder Muley? Lufan grinned at the elder. Elder Muley coughed. I am Muley, the elder of this village. He managed a forced smile. The leader of the village is none other than the village chief, Lufan asserted confidently. Elder Muley fell silent, contemplating for 3 seconds. Yes, indeed, please refrain from killing, he implored Vegeta. Vegeta scoffed, conceding in his own way. I am merely here to find the Dragon Balls. This planet can be conquered later. There is little significance in doing so now. My prince, we are exceedingly fortunate. There happens to be a Dragon Ball in this village. Which implies that aside from this one, there are 6 more scattered about, Lufan remarked, retrieving the Dragon Ball radar and pressing a button. The screen illuminated a golden point of light at its center. In that room, Vegeta immediately turned his gaze towards one of the chambers. Without hesitation, he strode forward. However, he paused and turned back. Lufan, you go and fetch the Dragon Ball from the room, Vegeta commanded. I am a prince. Such tasks should fall to my subordinate. Why should I retrieve the Dragon Ball myself? Understood, Lufan nodded, extending his hand toward the room. With a swift motion, Lufan grasped the air, and an invisible energy enveloped the Dragon Ball within the chamber. In an instant, the Dragon Ball soared towards Lufan. With a resounding thud, the basketball-sized sphere landed in his palm. What? When did you acquire such peculiar abilities? Vegeta questioned, momentarily taken aback. Lufan offered a slight smile, choosing not to provide an explanation. Have you been studying such phenomena recently? Vegeta seemed to piece it together, concealing his combat strength. Researching special abilities? Did I not inform you? My studies revolve around destruction, Lufan replied, shaking his head in sincerity. Chapter 16, Vegeta, remain composed. It is of no consequence now. Vegeta was rather indifferent to the matter, chuckling lightly. What is the point of expending such effort? Rather than wasting time, I would prefer to enhance my own combat prowess. Those frivolous distractions serve no purpose. The true strength of our Saiyan race lies in our innate battle power. Elder Guru, the numerous villagers of Namek, these 2 individuals possess such advanced Dragon Ball radar. Our Dragon Balls were located with such ease by them. Is this what the Dragon Balls of Namek look like? They are significantly larger than those on Earth. Vegeta leaned closer for a better look. Well, just like on Earth. Lufan pointed to the screen on the radar, taking this Dragon Ball at the center as the dividing point. There are 3 Dragon Balls to the right and 3 to the left. Which one do you choose? Only elementary students make choices, Vegeta scoffed. So, does that mean the remaining 6 Dragon Balls are yours to find? Lufan smiled. I'll search for the 3 on the left. Vegeta grinned, revealing his teeth, nearly falling into his own trap. It was truly a miscalculation. Next time, I must think before I speak. Very well, I shall seek the 3 on the right. Lufan nodded and lowered his voice, addressing Vegeta. Your Highness, do not easily trust your detector. That device can sometimes be misleading. What? I don't quite understand what you're saying, Vegeta replied, momentarily taken aback. What I mean is, when searching for the Dragon Balls, be courteous to others. Avoid casually threatening to annihilate them, Lufan whispered. Even if you intend to eliminate them, it would be wise to wait until after we locate the Dragon Balls and fulfill our wishes before taking action. Vegeta glanced up at Lufan. Your statement appears quite reasonable. Elder Muley and others remarked. This fellow named Lufan is not a person of good character either. Are you truly so cunning? Elder Muley's expression darkened instantaneously. However, Upon closer inspection, he sensed that this youth, Lu Fan, was merely jesting, not serious in the slightest. The same words spoken from his lips bore no hint of peril. "Very well, Your Highness, let us see who shall be the first to locate the 3 Dragon Balls." Lu Fan patted Vegeta on the shoulder, declaring, "Just as we did on Earth, we shall gather here once we find the Dragon Balls." "Humph, I do not require your guidance." "I am well aware of what to do," Vegeta retorted, producing his Dragon Ball radar and pressing the button atop it. Whoosh! A white flame erupted from Vegeta, soaring skyward as he raced toward the location of the first Dragon Ball. "Then I too shall commence my search for the Dragon Balls," Lu Fan remarked with a smile. Elder Muley remained silent. Whoosh! Lu Fan ascended into the sky, swiftly vanishing from sight. Elder Muley gazed up at the spot where Lu Fan had disappeared, remaining pensive for an extended period. "Elder, what captures your attention?" a villager inquired. "The Saiyan named Lu Fan has already flown far away. Did you not notice?" "The Saiyan named Lu Fan exhibits not a trace of energy fluctuations," Elder Muley pondered. "Ah, it truly seems that way. Yet, he clearly possesses far greater strength than their prince." The villager responded, regaining his focus. "Indeed, to effortlessly render their prince unconscious with a mere strike signifies he is vastly more powerful than the Saiyan named Vegeta," Elder Muley nodded. "The question remains, why does he lack energy fluctuations while being capable of such strength?" "Elder, perhaps we should consult the drifting clouds. They might possess knowledge," suggested the villager. Gazing skyward at the clouds above, Elder Muley scoffed. What could the clouds possibly know? Meanwhile, atop the peak of Cloud Mountain, the Grand Elder sat outside, eyes closed in meditation, basking in the sunlight. With 3 suns illuminating Namek, the warmth was quite pleasurable. After all, there remained nearly 2 decades before the Grand Elder would reach the end of his days. For now, he was still capable of moving freely. Beside him stood a young Namekian, the only combat-oriented Namekian on the planet, known as Nailu. Nailu was also the mightiest warrior on Namek. Although his combat prowess had yet to reach the pinnacle he would achieve in 2 decades, he had already reached a remarkable level of 40,000. Visitors have arrived on Namek. The Grand Elder suddenly opened his eyes, weariness evident within them. Nailu was momentarily taken aback. Visitors have come to Namek? How did they arrive? It seems they did not come by spaceship. They appear to have been instantaneously transported here by some means. The Grand Elder contemplated. Who could they possibly be? Nairu inquired. They had previously descended upon Elder Muley's village and had since departed. The Grand Elder remarked that it seemed they had reached some form of consensus with Elder Muley. "They? How many are there?" Nairu asked. 2 individuals, the Grand Elder replied. "Quickly contact Elder Muley to ascertain the intentions of these 2 visitors to our mech star. If they harbor any hostility, I shall not show them mercy," Naira stated gravely. "You are correct." The Grand Elder nodded, immediately reaching out to Elder Muley through telepathy. "Elder, is that you?" Elder Muley responded, momentarily taken aback. "This is splendid, as I was just about to contact you. I did not expect you to be aware already." Subsequently, Elder Muley had no reservations and recounted the events that had transpired on his end in detail. "Science, you say?" The Grand Elder nodded. "Our planet is devoid of a full moon. They should be unable to transform into great apes. If Nairu exerts himself fully, it should not pose a significant challenge." "Indeed, Grand Elder," Elder Muley affirmed. "However, the Saiyan named Lufan appears rather peculiar. He emanates no trace of malevolence. If possible, it would be prudent for you to meet him before making a decision." "Very well," the Grand Elder replied with a slight nod, instructing Nairu, "Bring the Saiyan named Lufan to me. I wish to meet him before deciding whether to grant their wishes." "Yes, Grand Elder," Nairu bowed respectfully. In the next moment, Nairu extended his senses to locate Lufan's energy. However, there was nothing to find, for Lufan had replaced any trace of energy with divine power. The Mekians and ordinary humans could not perceive divine energy, rendering his presence completely undetectable. Naira looked up toward the sky. Chapter 17, The Grand Elder of Mechstar Strange. "Even I cannot sense his location," the Grand Elder remarked. Beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. "What is that?" Someone approaches. Naira suddenly pointed behind the Grand Elder. In the sky above, a figure was rapidly approaching them. The Grand Elder strained to turn and look. In the vast expanse of the sky, someone was indeed flying swiftly. This individual exhibited no fluctuations of energy. Could this be the Saiyan named Lufan? Nairu furrowed his brow. It must be him. He possesses no energy fluctuations, the Grand Elder confirmed with a gentle nod. With a sudden clap, Lufan descended from the sky, landing beside the Grand Elder and Nairu. Naira stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the Grand Elder, his demeanor wary as he regarded Lufan. Do not be alarmed. I am not here to engage in battle. Rufin flashed a smile, revealing a set of pristine white teeth, while his tail swayed gently behind him. You must be the Saiyan Rufin, the Grand Elder remarked after scrutinizing him. Oh, how did you know my name? You truly are remarkable, Rufin feigned astonishment. I am the Grand Elder of this planet. There is nothing on Namek that escapes my knowledge, the Grand Elder replied with a smile. I am already aware of your quest for the Dragon Balls. With that, the Grand Elder fixed his gaze intently upon Rufin. Rufin, maintaining a tranquil demeanor, chose not to respond. He understood that the Grand Elder was undoubtedly assessing whether any malevolence resided within him. How could I harbor evil? At my current strength? If I were to possess any malice, this planet would have been obliterated long ago. Naru, present him with our Dragon Ball, the Grand Elder instructed. Yes, Grand Elder. Naru nodded, preparing to retrieve the one-star Dragon Ball from the chamber. Wait, I did not come to collect the Dragon Ball, Rufin suddenly interjected. The Grand Elder was momentarily taken aback. Naru also halted in his tracks. My prince and I have already agreed that the Dragon Balls in this area are to be gathered by the prince, Rufin clarified. The Grand Elder, Naru, is there a distinction? Does it truly matter which of you obtains the Dragon Balls? The Grand Elder inquired. What is your purpose in coming here? I have come to learn, Lu Fan replied. My father once told me that mastering an additional language would greatly aid my future endeavors. A foreign language? Are you referring to our Namekian tongue? The Grand Elder, taken aback, gazed at Lu Fan with curiosity. Indeed, I have previously visited Earth and successfully learned its languages. Lu Fan affirmed with a nod. It seems this lad's intention in learning our language is likely to fulfill a wish, Nyla speculated, speaking softly to the Grand Elder. Nyla, do not cast such sinister thoughts upon him, the Grand Elder smiled. Moreover, he is unaware that one requires the Namekian language to realize a wish. Keeping him here provides an excellent opportunity for observation. You are correct, Grand Elder, Nyla bowed respectfully. Nylu, please instruct Lu Fan in the Namekian language. The Grand Elder directed without hesitation. Certainly, Nylu agreed. Namek is indeed vast. After flying for an extended period, Vegeta finally located the first village. He descended from the sky into the midst of the village. The Grand Elder had already conversed with the village elders, instructing them to act as if they had not seen anyone collecting Dragon Balls. If Vegeta managed to find them, he could take them without issue. Upon landing, Vegeta produced the Dragon Radar, easily locating a Dragon Ball in accordance with the device's guidance. Grasping the Dragon Ball, he soared into the sky. The Namekians in the village paid no heed to Vegeta's actions. With the Dragon Ball in hand, Vegeta swiftly flew toward the direction of the second Dragon Ball. While this planet is indeed large, it is far easier to locate the Dragon Balls than on Earth. It appears most of them reside within the villages, he muttered. At this pace, I shall gather all the Dragon Balls within 5 or 6 hours. Whoosh. Vegeta accelerated his speed. 5 hours later. Thank you, Nylo. I can now speak basic Namekian. Lu Fan expressed his gratitude. It is nothing. You are welcome, Nyla replied with a slight smile. To master this language fluently will require much more practice. That is unnecessary. A little proficiency will suffice, Lu Fan smiled. You possess an astonishing ability to adapt. After an hour of interaction, Nylu discovered that a Saiyan named Rufin harbored no malevolence within his heart, a sentiment echoed by the elder. Their rapport was quite harmonious. By the way, may I inquire if your study of the Namekian language is merely for the sake of acquiring a foreign tongue? Nylu inquired. Well, I have heard that summoning the eternal dragon and fulfilling wishes requires the Namekian language, so I thought it would be more convenient to master it myself. Rufin replied candidly. The elder and Nylu exchanged glances, the elder wiping the sweat from his brow. I never anticipated that your motivation for learning the Namekian language was for this purpose. Though this lad is not evil, he does possess a mischievous streak. Thus, it is time for me to embark on a quest for the Dragon Balls. Rufin stretched lazily. Whoosh. He soared into the sky, swiftly vanishing from sight. Nylu and the elder were left in silence. After a moment of quietude, Nylu asked, Elder, he truly does not harbor any evil, does he? Indeed, there is no malice within him, yet he belongs to a rather mischievous type, the elder sighed. Mischievous? Nyla remarked. You have chosen your words well. I share your sentiments. I have a premonition that the prince named Vegeta and his company will likely face considerable tribulations ahead. The elder lamented. Ah, Someone approaches. Has he returned? Nyla looked skyward. It is not him. It is likely the prince of the Saiyans, the elder mused. Humph. This Saiyan prince previously declared his intent to conquer our Namek. I shall make him aware that the Namekians are not to be trifled with, Nyla declared coldly, a glimmer of battle spirit igniting in his eyes. Indeed, while we Namekians cherish peace, we are not a race to be easily exploited, the elder nodded in agreement. Chapter 18, Vegeta vs. Nyla Whoosh. A streak of light pierced the heavens. Vegeta descended from above, clutching 2 Dragon Balls, landing atop the elder's mountain. Upon landing, Vegeta disregarded both the elder and Nylu, making his way directly to the elder's chamber in search of the Dragon Ball. Having heard Ruffin's warning that should the Namekians be provoked, they might render the Dragon Balls inaccessible, Vegeta deemed it imperative to fulfill his wish first. Just as he approached the elder's room, Nylu interjected, "Halt." "Oh?" Vegeta turned to glance at Nylu, slowly coming to a halt. "You cannot enter the elder's chamber without his permission," Nylu admonished. "Are you speaking to me?" Vegeta chuckled, amused. "None of you have come to trouble me. I was feeling rather bored, and I did not expect to find such significant gains here." "What? Are there others besides you?" Naru remarked coldly. "Is that not a person lying there?" Vegeta pointed towards the elder. "Elder, why am I being dragged into this?" Naru wiped the sweat from his brow. "Enough idle chatter. What brings you here?" Naru demanded. "What do you think I am here for? Do these 2 Dragon Balls in my hand not make it clear enough?" Vegeta scoffed. "So you are here to collect the Dragon Balls? You should leave. The Dragon Balls will never be given to someone as malevolent as you," Naru stated icily. "It seems that I must teach you a lesson before you can find peace of mind." Vegeta chuckled, casually placing the 2 Dragon Balls onto the ground. He then activated the scouter on his eyes. "Let me see what your battle power is." Vegeta glanced at the battle power reading on the scouter. "Oh, not bad at all. Your battle power has reached the impressive height of 5,000. You indeed have the audacity to challenge me." Naru remained composed, silently observing Vegeta. "Do you know what my battle power is?" Vegeta chuckled, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly in a faint smile. "How much?" Naru inquired. 15,000. Vegeta pointed to his own nose with his thumb. "Is that so?" Naru nodded, showing no signs of astonishment. "My battle power is 3 times yours." Vegeta smirked, then stated, "Well then, allow me to deal with you properly." Whoosh. With that, Vegeta swiftly charged towards Naru. In the next instant, Vegeta aimed a kick at Naru. Slap. Naru slightly sidestepped, evading Vegeta's kick. The next moment, Naru seized Vegeta's ankle and delivered a powerful kick to Vegeta's abdomen. Ack. Vegeta let out a piercing cry of agony, his body tracing an arc through the air before crashing into the distant lake. "Humph, the Prince of Saiyans is not all that impressive," Naru scoffed. "Naru, you must be cautious. He can transform into a great ape," the elder warned. "Once transformed, a Saiyant's energy increases at least 10-fold. "What? 10-fold? Naru's expression changed, and he looked up at the sky, noticing no full moon. He exhaled in relief, replying, "Did the elder not say that there is no full moon on Namek? Thus, he cannot transform into a great ape. I have also heard that some Saiyans can create their own full moons," the elder speculated. "Though whether this is true requires further verification. It would have been better to ask Ruffin earlier," Naru sighed. Whoosh. Vegeta soared from the depths of the lake, ascending into the verdant sky, gazing down at Naru. He had been caught off guard. How could this Namekian be so formidable? Vegeta pressed the device on his eyes once more. How peculiar. This individual's combat power remains at 5,000. My own power clearly stands at 15,000. Why am I being so thoroughly bested? This is inconceivable, Vegeta exclaimed. Without hesitation, he plunged from the sky, hurtling towards Naru. With a resounding thud, Naru delivered an uppercut that struck Vegeta squarely in the chest. Blood erupted from Vegeta's mouth as he staggered to the ground, feeling utterly defeated. "You should retreat. You are no match for me," Naru scoffed. Vegeta, swaying, managed to rise, his face a mask of sheer fury. He felt utterly humiliated. This was unscientific. This being's combat power is merely 5,000. My power has undeniably reached the height of 15,000. My strength is 3-fold that of his. Why can't I overcome him? Gallic Gun, Vegeta bellowed, summoning a powerful energy orb that surged towards Naru. Yet, Naru's expression remained remarkably calm. With a swift slap, he sent the energy orb soaring into the heavens. Boom. The orb exploded in a brilliant display of colors. Vegeta was left utterly astounded. What nonsense is this? Did I just have my energy orb swatted away like that? Is this being truly a Namekian? When did they become so powerful? Are you still going to fight? Nara taunted. Vegeta, on the verge of tears, felt his young spirit deeply wounded, perplexed by the disparity in combat power. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible, Vegeta shouted. Can that device you detect my combat power? Naru inquired with a smile. Vegeta fell silent. Then, gaze through that device and observe my combat power, Naru said with a grin, clenching his fist as his aura began to surge. Beep, beep. The readings on Vegeta's scouter fluctuated wildly. What? Combat power 6,000, 7,000, 8,000. And still rising? Vegeta was taken aback. Shortly thereafter, he observed the values on the scouter escalating rapidly. 15,000, 16,000, 17,000, 18,000, 19,000. The astonishment in Vegeta's eyes was palpable. Boom. In the next moment, the scouter exploded. Vegeta was nearly sent into a frenzy. What a joke. Had this creature's battle power surpassed 20,000? Chapter 19. Shenron's Palunga. Was it truly so fragile? Did this instrument have such a limited capacity for energy? Nello chuckled, shaking his head in disappointment. Are you truly a Namekian? Vegeta felt a crushing blow of 10,000 points of damage. What else could I be? Nello scoffed. Vegeta began to tremble violently. Take your Dragon Balls and leave this place at once. You are not welcome here, Nello declared, issuing an eviction order. Are you speaking to me? Vegeta felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. He then let out a series of roars. In an instant, an energy blast materialized from Vegeta's hand. Breathing heavily, his energy had dwindled to its limits. You shall regret this, Vegeta smirked. Do you know what this is? What? Nello paused, bewildered. Ha. Do you know why we Saiyans are so formidable? Vegeta's smile widened. It is because we can transform into great apes. I am aware that this planet lacks a moon. But fear not. A select few Saiyans possess the ability to create a full moon, and as the Prince of the Saiyans, I certainly can as well. All it takes is to infuse the air of this planet into this energy blast. With a flick of his wrist, Vegeta sent the artificial full moon soaring into the sky. Not good. Nello's expression shifted dramatically. Whoosh. Without a moment's hesitation, a bolt of electricity shot from Nello's fingertip, rapidly closing in on the artificial full moon that Vegeta had conjured. Bang. The artificial full moon exploded mid-air before reaching its peak. Apologies, your full moon has detonated. Nello chuckled. Can you still transform into a great ape? Vegeta was left dumbfounded. This guy could even shatter my artificial full moon? His battle power must be several times greater than mine. This was dire. Swish. Nello swiftly vanished and reappeared behind Vegeta. What? Where did he go? Vegeta exclaimed, looking around frantically. Bang. Nara delivered a sharp slap that struck Vegeta on the back of his neck, causing him to collapse softly onto the ground, once again losing consciousness. It was truly a close call. Had he transformed into a great ape, it would have posed significant complications. Nara took a deep breath, expressing gratitude for the effort. The Grand Elder, wearing a smile, rose from his seat. What shall we do with him? Naru inquired. Cast him far away, along with the 3 Dragon Balls. The Grand Elder pondered. Naru nodded in agreement. In the next moment, he seized Vegeta by his tail and soared into the sky. Soon, he discarded Vegeta onto a distant plane, casually placing the Dragon Balls beside him. Naru was confident that even if Vegeta regained consciousness, it would not pose a significant concern. His scouter had self-destructed. Without the scouter, Vegeta should be unable to locate either me or the Grand Elder. Moreover, even if he did, he would not be a match for me. Naru shook his head. With such meager strength, you dare to covet our Namek? What grants you such audacity? Observe how commendable your companion, Rufin, is. Although he may possess a hint of mischief, his heart remains untainted by malice. As fellow Saiyans, how can the disparity be so pronounced? Nella departed swiftly from this locale. Approximately half an hour elapsed before Vegeta gradually regained consciousness. Instantly, Vegeta heightened his vigilance, leaping from the ground. However, upon realizing that Nelu and the Elder had vanished from his surroundings, the tension within him dissipated. How infuriating. Do they truly underestimate me? Vegeta trembled with indignation. Soon after, his gaze fell upon 3 Dragon Balls lying on the ground. That Namekian, you shall await my retribution. Once I ascend to Super Saiyan, I shall properly deal with you. But first, I shall fulfill my wish. Clutching the 3 Dragon Balls, Vegeta ascended into the sky. Fortunately, during the half hour he had been incapacitated, his body had regained a modicum of energy. Nonetheless, It took him over an hour of flight to finally return to the village where Elder Muley resided. Your Highness, you truly dawdled. I had already gathered the 3 Dragon Balls. Why did you return only now? Ruffin remarked, gazing at Vegeta. Vegeta bared his teeth. Huh? Your Highness? How did you sustain these injuries? Ruffin inquired, feigning ignorance. Humph, be careful not to fall. Hurry and make your wish. Vegeta huffed, unwilling to admit he had been bested. To confess that I was defeated by a Namekian would subject me to their ridicule. All right, the Dragon Balls are all here. Ruffin indicated the 4 Dragon Balls resting on the ground. Vegeta flew over and mixed his 3 Dragon Balls with the 4. At last, the 7 Dragon Balls were assembled. A golden radiance emanated from them. Arise, Shenron. Vegeta called out to the 7 Dragon Balls with fervor. Then, silence ensued. The Dragon Balls remained unresponsive. What is happening? Why is there no reaction? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. Elder Muley shook his head gently, regarding Vegeta as one might a fool. Arise, Shenron. Ruffin commanded in the Namekian tongue. Whoosh. The golden flames atop the 7 Dragon Balls flared up. Immediately, a golden beam shot skyward, transforming the heavens into night. In the next moment, a colossal golden dragon coiled majestically across the night sky, exuding an air of divinity and grandeur. What? Did you just speak in Namekian? Vegeta asked, startled, turning to Ruffin. Indeed, Ruffin nodded. When did you learn the Namekian language? Vegeta inquired. I found the time to study it, Ruffin replied. Lufon smiled broadly. Vegeta, gather the Dragon Balls and articulate your wish. I shall endeavor to fulfill 3 wishes for you. The voice of Shenron Porunga resonated. This time, all 3 wishes are yours. Lufon, Elder Muley addressed him. Thank you, Elder Muley. Lufon nodded appreciatively. There is no need for gratitude. I have a premonition that in the near future, Namek will face a tremendous crisis, and you may become our savior, Elder Muley remarked with a sigh. Lufon found it unremarkable. It was only natural for the Namekians to possess such foresight. Chapter 20. 3 wishes let me become an ordinary Super Saiyan. Vegeta hastily interjected, voicing his wish. Porunga ignored Vegeta's plea. Hey, hurry up and grant my wish. Vegeta exclaimed, noticing the dragon's lack of response, and became agitated. Shenron, for my first wish, grant me the ability to survive in the vacuum of space, Lufon uttered in the Namekian tongue. This wish can indeed be fulfilled, Porunga's voice replied. With a hum, red light flickered in Porunga's eyes. The crimson glow swiftly enveloped Lufon's body, and he distinctly felt subtle changes within himself, as though his skin had acquired the ability to breathe independently. Is this the ability to survive in space? Your first wish has been granted, Shenron Porunga announced. Damn it. Do I really need to use the Namekian language to make wishes? Vegeta grimaced. My lord, did I not emphasize the importance of maintaining a tranquil heart? Why must you always be so irritable? Lufon sighed. Enough chatter. My wish has been granted. Quickly, let me become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta urged. Very well. For my second wish, let Prince Vegeta beside me become a Super Saiyan, Lufon declared, uttering the final phrase in the Namekian language. What wish did you make? Vegeta asked. Bewildered. I am sorry, but I cannot grant the wish to become a Super Saiyan, Porunga's voice echoed from above. What? Even this dragon cannot fulfill that wish. I merely desire to be an ordinary Super Saiyan, not a legendary one. Vegeta retorted, incredulously. Is it truly impossible to realize such a wish? Yes. Simply an ordinary Super Saiyan, Lufon stated, seeking confirmation. It cannot be done, Shenron Porunga replied. Then tell him how to become a Super Saiyan. Surely that wish can be granted, Lufon inquired. That is feasible. Porunga nodded. Subsequently, he fell silent. Speak quickly. Reveal the method to become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta urged. I am afraid it must be wished for in the Namekian tongue, Porunga replied. Vegeta felt a pang of disappointment. How infuriating. Why don't you just say it directly? Lufan remarked, displaying a lack of creativity. Reluctantly, he resorted to the Namekian language and repeated his previous inquiry. How does one become a Super Saiyan? Is this question your wish? Porunga inquired. Why all the unnecessary chatter? Vegeta retorted, his impatience evident. Is this your attitude towards your wish? Porunga responded with a stern demeanor. Damn it. Vegeta gritted his teeth but soon lowered his proud head. Suddenly, he recalled that there was another formidable Namekian on this planet. I should remain humble, he thought. To become a Super Saiyan, one must first possess a tranquil heart. Porunga, choosing not to dwell on Vegeta's attitude, proceeded to explain the process of becoming a Super Saiyan. Within the Scion's body lies a substance known as S cells, which must be gradually strengthened through a peaceful heart. Once the S cells reach a certain quantity, a significant emotional transformation can lead to the emergence of an ordinary Super Saiyan. Vegeta immediately turned to Lu Fan. I deeply suspect that you and this dragon have rehearsed your lines. Why do you both sound almost identical? He questioned. Can an ordinary Super Saiyan defeat Frieza? Vegeta asked again. Palunga remained silent. Damn it, does the next question count as a wish? Vegeta grumbled. All right, Your Highness, no need to ask so many questions. Lu Fan reassured him. What wish do you intend to make? Vegeta inquired. Dragon, transport me, Vegeta, and our spaceship to a planet conducive to the growth of S cells. Lu Fan stated in Namekian. This wish can indeed be fulfilled, Palunga replied. Wait a moment, let me say my goodbyes. Lu Fan waved his hand. Hey, what wish did you make? Vegeta asked hastily. I asked the dragon to send us to a planet suitable for the growth of S cells. Is that acceptable? Lu Fan smiled. Humph, that's more like it. Vegeta nodded in agreement. However, after speaking, Vegeta suddenly paused. By the way, didn't you mention that living on Earth would expedite the growth of S cells? Vegeta recalled Lu Fan's earlier words. Indeed, let the dragon choose. Perhaps we may find ourselves back on Earth after all, Lu Fan chuckled. Vegeta fell silent. Apologies for the interruption, Elder Muley. Lu Fan turned to address Elder Muley. It's no trouble. If you have time, feel free to visit Namek anytime. Elder Muley smiled. The doors of Namek are always open to you. Forget it. This planet lacks beauty. It's rather dull, he concluded. Lu Fan shook his head. Elder Muley and the villagers of Namek said, All right, that's it. Farewell. Lu Fan waved his hand. In an instant, a crimson glow flickered in the eyes of the dragon Shenron, swiftly enveloping Lu Fan, Vegeta, and the spaceship. In a mere heartbeat, Lu Fan and Vegeta vanished from sight. Lu Fan's desire was strikingly simple. He did not wish for immortality or anything of that sort. For such aspirations seemed impractical. Neither did he yearn to be the strongest in the universe. For Lu Fan, the most reliable strength is that which is cultivated through one's own efforts. Thus, he requested only a wish to overcome his shortcomings, nothing more. With a whoosh. Upon regaining his senses, Lu Fan found himself on a rather unfamiliar planet. The ground was a vivid red, and the sky an orange hue, illuminated by a pale blue sun. It was difficult for Lu Fan to fathom how a blue sun could cast the sky in such a color. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that Earth's sun is red, while its sky appears blue due to the vast oceans reflecting light. The architectural style of this planet bore some resemblance to Namek, but with a distinct technological flair. It was home to a myriad of diverse races. Lu Fan and Vegeta were directly transported by Shenron to a sparsely populated street. The inhabitants, upon witnessing Lu Fan and Vegeta's arrival, displayed no signs of astonishment, as if such occurrences were commonplace. Hey, where is this place? Vegeta pondered, casually grabbing hold of a humanoid resembling a frog. Chapter 21. I might become a Super Saiyan God. It is worth noting that in the Dragon Ball universe, the term human typically refers to sentient beings, excluding gods. For instance, beings like Frieza, Cell, and Bu fall within the human category. Don't you know? This is the most famous culinary planet in our universe, the frog-like humanoid replied. Oh, a culinary planet? I've heard of this place, Vegeta nodded, then kicked the frog person 10 meters away, turning to Lu Fan and saying, I've heard it has all sorts of delicacies from across the universe. How infuriating. Why did we come to this tedious planet? We are here to enhance our S cells, not to indulge in food. The frogman, gritting his teeth, clambered to his feet and shot a fierce glare at Vegeta, who paid him no heed. Perhaps spending some time on this planet would indeed augment their S cells, Lu Fan speculated. Humph, since we have some time to spare, let us settle here for the time being. Vegeta did not object. I must swiftly increase the S cells within me and become a Super Saiyan. Then, I shall defeat that scoundrel Frieza. Once I vanquish Frieza, I will reign supreme in the universe. Vegeta was overjoyed. So, shall we engage in a little enterprise? Experience life here? Lu Fan pondered. What nonsense is this? We are a warrior race. You want us to engage in commerce here? Vegeta's nostrils flared in indignation. Remain calm, Lu Fan replied. Instantly, Vegeta fell silent. Indeed, one should maintain composure. Otherwise, how can one augment the S cells? Engaging in a bit of trade is the only way to truly experience life here, Lu Fan reasoned. Unless you intend to annihilate everyone on this planet? How then would you increase your S cells? Vegeta retorted, do as you wish. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta reluctantly acquiesced. Speak up, what shall we create? Lu Fan mused, resting his chin on his hand. Humph, I am only proficient in combat. Do not involve me in business matters. Vegeta scoffed. I will run the shop. Are you certain you will not partake in anything? Lu Fan smiled. Lest I transform into a Super Saiyan while you remain as you are. Stop boasting. The first to become a Super Saiyan will undoubtedly be me, Vegeta declared with unwavering confidence. Oh, what is this? Lu Fan approached a tree, gazing intently at it. Humph. It is merely a plant, Vegeta remarked. This appears to be a cola tree, Lu Fan contemplated. What a ridiculous name. What does it matter what it is called? Vegeta showed no interest in such things. I have noticed that this planet harbors quite a number of such plants, Lu Fan stated. Aha. Let us produce cola. Cola? What is that for? Vegeta was perplexed. You need only assist me with one task. Should anyone dare to replicate my product, you shall deal with them, Lu Fan proposed. Humph. I am quite adept at such undertakings. Vegeta did not oppose the idea. After all, he was here to experience life. The purpose of experiencing life was to enhance his S cells. Vegeta was also eager to transform into a Super Saiyan as quickly as possible. Thus, Lu Fan's cola plan commenced. 3 months later, a beverage known as cola gradually spread across this culinary planet. People discovered that the most remarkable feature of this drink was its exquisite taste. Moreover, it paired perfectly with the local cuisine. To relish such delightful food while savoring a delicious drink was an unparalleled pleasure. Many extraterrestrials also recognized the business opportunity, purchasing cola and studying its ingredients. Numerous alien civilizations possessed advanced technology, easily deciphering the cola developed by Lu Fan. These extraterrestrials promptly prepared to produce imitations. However, upon witnessing Vegeta's formidable strength, they quickly abandoned their ambitions. Many also recognized that the creators of this cola were none other than the Saiyans, specifically 2 Saiyans. The aliens no longer dared to entertain such dubious thoughts. The primary reason these extraterrestrials wanted to replicate the beverage was due to Lu Fan's rather stingy approach. He only sold 1,000 bottles a day, no more. It mattered not who came. The rule remained inflexible. It was said that once, when the Galactic King came to purchase cola, he found himself in line with exactly 1,001 people. Lu Fan steadfastly refused to sell him any cola. The Galactic King was so enraged that he could not sleep for several days. Thus, over a month passed. Lu Fan's stall was modest, quite small indeed. The process of making cola was also quite simple. Lu Fan had intentionally sought out a scientist to develop a synthetic cola technique for him. With just a press of a button on the device, a bottle of cola would miraculously appear. Hey, Lu Fan, is this how you conduct business? Selling only 1,000 bottles a day? Vegeta sighed. Do you think we are in business? Lu Fan smiled at Vegeta. What else could it be? Vegeta was taken aback. We are here to experience life and enhance our S cells, my lord. Have you strayed from that purpose? Lu Fan exhaled. By the gods. In the midst of this, I nearly lost myself in business. Vegeta exclaimed. Indeed, I came to enhance my S cells. Business is utterly unimportant. By the way, I wonder how our S cells are progressing. How can one even gauge that? Vegeta inquired. It is indeed difficult to ascertain. However, it seems our training paths differ somewhat. Lu Fan replied, shaking his head. What do you mean? What do you mean our training paths diverge? You have always been my sparring partner. How has it changed? Vegeta expressed his confusion. Once the S cells within me reach a certain threshold, I may no longer be able to transform into a Super Saiyan, Lu Fan pondered. Unable to transform? Did not the dragon proclaim that any Saiyan, once their S cells attain a sufficient quantity, can become a Super Saiyan? Vegeta retorted. I may possess a certain probability of becoming a Super Saiyan god, Lu Fan mused thoughtfully. Vegeta remained in a daze for a full 10 seconds. Are you jesting with me? We both augment our S cells, yet you ascend to the status of a Super Saiyan god at a certain threshold, while I, despite reaching a similar level, can merely transform into a Super Saiyan? Whom are you trying to deceive? Speak, and you may find it hard to believe, said Lu Fan. Then don't say anything. Vegeta retorted with irritation. See, you are getting agitated again, Vegeta, Lu Fan chuckled. Chapter 22, Lu Fan, Destruction TCH. Vegeta grimaced. After 4 months of inner cultivation, Vegeta had indeed shown some growth. He had, to some extent, acquired a modicum of S cells, though they were incomparable to Lu Fan's. Lu Fan had long been honing his inner self. In addition to augmenting his S cells, he had been persistently attempting to condense destruction. In just 4 short months, Lufan had managed to condense destruction to the size of a mung bean. Although still quite small, its power was formidable. Lufan had once hurled this mung bean-sized destruction at a mountain, and it had been obliterated, leaving no trace behind. The inhabitants of the Culinary planet were abuzz with speculation about the mountain's disappearance, which had vanished without a trace, as if it had never been shattered by energy. It was utterly terrifying. Ah, is that not Vegeta and Lufan? At that moment, an alien with a frog-like visage appeared suddenly at the entrance of Lufan's modest shop. What? Chioi? Vegeta recognized the identity instantly. Vegeta, long time no see, Chioi laughed mockingly. I never imagined that the illustrious prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta, would be reduced to doing business here. How amusing. What did you say? Vegeta seethed with anger. My prince, remain composed. It has been 4 months. Why are you still so easily provoked? Lufan sighed. Look at me. I am not angry. Why should you be? You fool, you are not a prince. What right do you have to be angry? You are merely a follower of the prince. Chioi snapped. Chioi, you speak the truth, Vegeta replied. In this moment, I feel as if you are advocating for me. This brat Lufan always tells me to remain calm. You are not a prince, so you can certainly remain composed. The one who was mocked by that fellow is me. How can you expect me to remain composed? In this marketplace, a mere follower engages in trade while I, a noble prince, partake in commerce as well. Do you not fear ridicule? Indeed, your words resonate profoundly. I find myself at a loss for a response. Lufan nodded vigorously. I have heard that the cola you produce is quite delightful. Bring me a bottle, so that I may savor it. Chioi beckoned to Lufan. Please wait in line, Lufan replied. Do you doubt my ability to demolish this place? Chioi exclaimed with a scowl. You dare to make me wait? If you seek a brawl, follow me, Vegeta coldly remarked, gesturing towards a distant open area. Ah, you seem blissfully unaware of the truth, Chioi chuckled. What truth? Vegeta paused in confusion. Hey, did everyone hear that? Planet Vegeta has been annihilated. Chioi proclaimed with malicious delight. What did you say? Planet Vegeta has been destroyed? Stop your deceitful prattling, you blithering fool. Vegeta was momentarily stunned, shaking his head in disbelief. The multitude of aliens waiting for cola perked up their ears. I knew you would disbelieve, Chioi smirked, but it is indeed a fact. A colossal meteorite struck planet Vegeta, utterly obliterating it. The remaining Saiyans number less than 10? Do you grasp what that means? Was there no prior warning? Vegeta furrowed his brow, angered by the realization that he could no longer be King Vegeta. Are you not the least bit saddened by your parents' demise? Chioi inquired, momentarily taken aback. Humph. The death of my parents and the destruction of my planet mean nothing to me, Vegeta scoffed. The destruction of the Saiyan homeworld? It appears to be true. What is this called again? A self-inflicted fate. The Saiyans have long oppressed others' planets. Who would have thought their own would meet such a cataclysm? Many aliens privy to this news relished the misfortune, for the Saiyans had indeed been a scourge over the years, earning them a poor reputation. Shall we swarm in and seize their cola machinery? Proposed an alien. How shameless. They sell only 1,000 bottles daily. Another alien seethed. If we commandeer their equipment, everyone could indulge in cola freely. I find this proposition viable. Initially, I harbored some trepidation towards the Saiyan race, but with fewer than 10 remaining. What is there to fear? Indeed, I have long found them distasteful. The aliens waiting in line have ceased their queuing, most of them now prepared for battle. They intended to swarm and seize the cola stand belonging to Lufan. Ha, wild monkeys, you are truly the bane of existence. Bring me a bottle of cola at once. I wish to taste it. Chioi beckoned, adding that if it proved delightful, he might report back to Lord Frieza and consider sheltering them. Otherwise, what difference was there between them and homeless, wretched dogs? Destruction. Lufan uttered those 2 words. Whoosh. A crimson-hued energy of destruction hurtled towards Chioi's direction. What is that? Chioi stood momentarily stunned. What could it possibly be? It appeared no larger than a mung bean. It seemed rather inconsequential at first. Chioi had initially intended to disregard it. However, as the purple-red energy of destruction approached, he was suddenly struck by a terrifying aura of death. This is bad. Chioi gasped in shock. He attempted to evade the oncoming energy of destruction, but it seemed to have locked onto him, rendering him immobile in that instant. The horror in Chioi's eyes was palpable. Crack. In the next moment, he fell victim to the energy, struck directly. What transpired left everyone present in utter disbelief. Crack. Chioi shattered like a soap bubble, disintegrating into particles that scattered with the wind. Vegeta, standing nearby, was equally astonished. What just happened? What was that? An energy no larger than a Mung being possesses such formidable destructive power? Vegeta conceded that if he unleashed his full energy, he too could reduce someone to mere remnants. Yet, he believed it impossible to leave not a trace behind. The aliens, who had initially intended to rush forward, were now wide-eyed in shock at the horrifying spectacle. The lineup is rather skewed, Lufon remarked with a smile as he surveyed the aliens. Chapter 23, Why haven't you transformed into a Super Saiyan yet? The aliens were so terrified that they promptly returned to their places in line. The queue quickly straightened out. Who is next? Lufon inquired. It's my turn, sir. One alien said cautiously, fearing that speaking too loudly might lead to annihilation. To be queuing for cola only to meet such a tragic end would indeed be unfortunate. Very well, Lufon nodded, pouring a cup of cola and placing it on the table. After the alien paid, he immediately bowed and respectfully departed. Next, Lufon Dao. A multitude of extraterrestrials queued up. Why does it feel as though we are not merely enjoying cola? It resembles more a line for Mengpo's soup. Vegeta remained in a daze for an extended period, only regaining his composure once the final cup of cola had been sold. He then fixed an unblinking gaze upon Lufon. Hey, Lufon, what was that technique you just used? Vegeta inquired hastily. Wasn't I clear enough? I explicitly mentioned it while attacking Chio-E, Lufon replied with a smile. Destruction? Vegeta pondered, a flicker of understanding dawning upon him. Very astute, Lufon nodded. Vegeta retorted, astute my foot. When did you come to master such a formidable technique? He pressed further. Your Highness, what are you thinking? I told you. I've been studying destruction all this time, Lufon chuckled. Vegeta's expression shifted to one of realization. Indeed, Lufon had made such a statement. However, after a brief silence, Vegeta let out a huff. I understand now. You compressed the energy. And at the moment of impact with Chio-E, it detonated, shattering him to pieces, correct? Vegeta speculated. Think as you wish, Lufon replied, uninterested in elaborating further to Vegeta. In the vast universe, amidst the starry sea, Frieza's spaceship glided through the cosmos. Oh ho 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 ho, Frieza cackled with a peculiar laughter, his triangular eyes gleaming brightly. The Saiyans have finally been eradicated. Now fewer than 10 remain. To be precise, less than 5. Congratulations, Lord Frieza, Dodoria bowed respectfully. That long-haired little brat, Raditz, poses no threat and will not stir much trouble, nor does the Saiyan sent to Earth with a combat power of only 2 hold any significance, Cyberman replied. And then there's that bald Saiyan named Nappa, who, despite claiming to be a superior warrior, would be hard-pressed to exceed a combat power of 10,000. Indeed. Cyberman speaks truth. I wonder how Prince Vegeta is faring now? Dodoria pondered. Do we have any leads on Vegeta and that lackey of his? Frieza queried with narrowed eyes. We lost all contact last time, Dodoria answered. Perhaps they are hiding away to train? Frieza chuckled lightly, not concerning himself with the matter. If they wish to train, let them. They will eventually reveal themselves. At the very least, that lackey of Vegeta, Lufon, should have been rendered useless, Cyberman smiled. Lord Frieza, we have just received news from the distant gourmet planet, a subordinate interjected. Oh, the gourmet planet? What has transpired there? Frieza inquired with concern. For this culinary planet was specifically crafted by him for Beerus. Once Beerus awakens, he could indulge in the exquisite cuisine this planet has to offer. Frieza had expended considerable effort in the creation of such a gastronomic haven. Hearing news from the culinary planet, he could not help but furrow his brow. This planet was managed discreetly by his subordinates, and one would expect that its order and safety were well maintained, devoid of any disturbances. Lord Kaiatsu has been killed, reported a subordinate. Oh, is that so? Frieza responded with a smile. Kaiatsu is dead? Dodoria was momentarily taken aback. What? Kaiatsu possessed considerable fighting prowess. Who could have slain him? It was the Saiyan Prince Vegeta's attendant, Ranfan, who unleashed a peculiar form of energy that rendered Kaiatsu into mere ashes, the subordinate replied earnestly. What did you say? Dodoria exclaimed. You mentioned a strange energy was released? Witnesses claimed it resembled a form of compressed energy once it entered the body. It would cause an explosion, the subordinate explained. So it is a compressed type of energy? Frieza chuckled softly. It appears that Ranfan has mastered such a trivial technique. However, I suspect Kaiatsu was rather careless. What were Vegeta and his companion Ranfan doing on the culinary planet? They seemed to be selling a beverage known as cola. The subordinate wiped sweat from his brow. What did you say? What are they doing? Frieza thought he misheard. Selling drinks, the subordinate reiterated. Frieza, along with Dodoria and Zabon, was incredulous. Am I not hearing correctly? Dodoria wiped his brow in disbelief. The esteemed prince of the warrior race, the Saiyans, is selling beverages on a culinary planet? This is simply unbelievable. Zebon joined in wiping his brow. Is the information reliable? Frieza inquired. Indeed, it is true. The subordinate responded respectfully. Then they are to be eliminated. Dodoria declared. Frieza's slitted eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering within. Dodoria suddenly felt he might have overstepped. With a thud, Dodoria hastily knelt before Frieza, bowing his head in supplication. My lord, I meant to say, those two Saiyans must be dealt with. Dodoria lamented. Rise, it is not such a grave matter. Surely, I can discern the situation, Frieza remarked, rubbing his nose with a chuckle as he waved dismissively at the subordinate. The subordinate bowed and retreated. My lord, shall we visit the culinary planet? Zebon asked. There is no need for that, Frieza replied with a light laugh. That planet is inherently my territory. Let the inhabitants there keep a close watch on Vegeta and relay any news to me immediately. Understood, my lord. Sabo respectfully replied. Day after day, year after year. 3 years swiftly passed. Lufon and Vegeta remained on the culinary planet, manning a fixed stall selling cola. 3 years. 3 years have elapsed. Why have I not transformed into a Super Saiyan yet? Vegeta trembled all over. That is because you lack a serene heart. Lufon sighed. How many times must I remind you to cultivate tranquility within your mindset? Chapter 24. Kappa and Veto's nonsense. You may have attained tranquility, but have you transformed into a Super Saiyan? Vegeta scoffed. Did I not mention that I might not be able to become a Super Saiyan? Lufon shook his head. I am pursuing the path of the Super Saiyan God. Humph. Spare me your useless words. Vegeta bared his teeth. I have had enough of this peaceful existence. From now on, we shall part ways. I will pack my things and leave this planet. Very well, do as you wish, Lufon replied. You need not continue as my sparring partner. After all, Planet Vegeta has vanished. What Vegeta was unaware of was that during these 3 years, Lufon's strength had undergone a qualitative leap. In the 6th universe, on planet Kampa, the god of destruction Kampa reclined on a lounge chair, resting his eyes. How dull. Unlike that fellow Beerus, I can't seem to fall asleep. Kampa yawned, expressing his discontent. The angel Vados, holding her staff, was observing the cosmos. Hey Vados, find something to do. Kampa glanced at Vados. What would Lord Kampa like to do? Vados temporarily lowered her staff, smiling as she inquired. Is there anything delicious lately? Kampa asked. Delicious? Vados shook her head. It seems we have consumed nearly all the delicacies in our universe. There is nothing fresh to be found after eons have passed. You are correct, Kampa nodded, a look of disappointment crossing his face. Perhaps you could consider something you have previously enjoyed and now desire once more, Vados suggested. Kampa pondered for a moment about what he used to relish and shook his head in dismay, then casually remarked, By the way, is there anything delectable in other universes? Other universes? Vados paused, contemplating before responding. You know, Lord Kampa, I have heard that the 7th universe boasts a culinary planet, abundant with the finest cuisines of the entire cosmos. Would you care to visit and sample its offerings? A culinary planet? Kampa was momentarily taken aback, intrigued by the existence of such a place. Before succumbing to slumber, Lord Beerus entrusted the so-called Emperor of the Universe, Frieza, with a task. In a bid to curry favor with Lord Beerus, Mr. Frieza took it upon himself to create a culinary paradise, a planet brimming with delicacies for Lord Beerus to indulge in upon awakening. Vados provided an explanation. What do you mean? Exclaimed Kampa, his eyes widening with envy and resentment. How can that subordinate of Beerus possess such discernment? He even crafted a gourmet planet specifically for him. What about me? It seems I am yet to acquire a subordinate of my own. Perhaps it is time I sought one out. He pondered, but first, I should sample the offerings. What if the cuisine on that culinary planet is subpar? If the food is unpalatable, why would I endeavor to create a similar gastronomic haven? Vados, shall we go and taste it? Kampa proposed. Very well, Lord Kampa. Vados nodded in agreement. Kampa positioned himself beside Vados, and with a gentle tap of Vados' staff upon the ground, a radiant brilliance akin to the stars enveloped them both. In an instant, they vanished into the void. After soaring through the cosmos for over an hour, Vados and Kampa finally descended upon the culinary planet. Upon their arrival, Kampa was instantly greeted by the tantalizing aroma of food wafting through the air. Indeed, this planet exudes the essence of a gastronomic paradise, Kampa affirmed with a nod. What shall we feast upon, Vados? He inquired. Hey, Compa casually seized a frog-like creature. Tell me, where can I find the finest delicacies on this planet? The frog-like creature replied. Enough of this nonsense. Why must you accost me for directions? 3 years ago, that little Saiyan brat named Vegeta did the same. And now, this feline creature has come to seize me as well. Speak up. Why are you staring blankly? Compa struck the frogman's head lightly. The frogman could not help but let out a loud croak. All right, I understand. It's over there. Compa nodded and casually tossed the frogman aside. Are you aware? I merely expressed it in my own words. How do you know that? Can you truly comprehend my language? The most distinctive flavored chicken wings? Are they delicious? Xiangpa walked towards the direction indicated by the frogman, intrigued by this dish he had never heard of before. Perhaps it was merely a matter of different nomenclature. Speculated Bados. I find myself rather eager, smiled Xiangpa. Soon, Xiangpa and Bados arrived at the restaurant specializing in flavored chicken wings. On the Culinary planet, most eateries predominantly serve a single variety, much like this establishment focused on chicken wings. They offered 4 main styles: roasted, steamed, boiled, and fried. Considering the owner's ingenuity in conceiving these 4 methods was quite impressive. Naturally, the preparation of these wings involved minimal seasoning, primarily just a sprinkle of salt. Nonetheless, Xiangpa and Bados savored every bite, astonished by how delectable these wings, derived from the wings of a de-evolved pterosaur, could be. Xiangpa's mouth was glistening with oil. Indeed, this was the first time I had tasted such exquisite chicken wings. Bados nodded in agreement. Is this your first time trying chicken wings? An alien at the next table inquired. Yes, Bados politely nodded in response. If you pair it with cola, the flavor becomes even more delightful, the alien said. Taking a refreshing sip of cola before biting into another chicken wing. What are you talking about? Xiangpa was momentarily taken aback. What is that you are drinking? Is it the urine of a dung beetle from Madala planet? The alien retorted. What are you saying? This is called cola, the finest beverage on this planet. With a sigh, the alien remarked on the Catman's lack of experience. Beverage? How good could it possibly be? Xiangpa pondered for a brief moment. It's just a drink, after all. I've had my share. Of course it's delicious. This beverage has become a sensation across the Culinary planet, the alien replied. Where can I find it? Xiangpa inquired. There's a cola shop at the corner over there, the only one on this planet, the alien responded. But I fear they may have run out by this hour. Chapter 25, The First Encounter with Bados. What do you mean? Run out? Xiangpa was perplexed. This cola shop sells only 1,000 bottles each day, the alien explained, no more. They have a rather peculiar business model. Is it due to a lack of raw materials? Xiangpa asked. The raw materials should be sufficient, but I suspect it is more of a hunger marketing strategy, Bados conjectured. After the alien uttered those words, it took another bite of the chicken wing and downed a cup of cola, smacking its lips in sheer delight. Seeing the alien so enraptured, Xiangpa felt a pang of envy. Bardos, let us visit that cola shop. It seems it must be quite delightful, Xiangpa whispered to Bardos. Didn't you say that they wouldn't be selling at this hour? Bardos replied with a smile. If I go, would they dare refuse me? Xiangpa retorted with amusement. Oh dear, if you resort to force, what if they refuse you altogether? Bardos sighed. Then I shall simply eliminate them, Xiangpa declared. After all, the death of one person is hardly significant. Very well, let us go and see, Bardos suggested. Agreed, Xiangpa nodded, preparing to take away his chicken wings. As he spoke, Bardos signaled the waiter to pack up his chicken wings. Why bother with that? You can pack them up when we leave, Xiangpa remarked. Why wait? It's convenient to pack them now, Bardos smiled. Suit yourself, but do hurry. We might still procure some cola, Xiangpa replied, unless absolutely necessary. I prefer not to stir trouble in Beerus' universe. Indeed, it will be ready shortly, Bardos nodded slightly. Once the chicken wings were packed, Xiangpa and Bardos strode towards the cola shop where Lufan was situated. However, upon arrival, they discovered that all the cola had been sold out, and Lufan had already closed up shop. At that moment, Vegeta had packed his belongings and was prepared to part ways with Lufan. After 3 years of experiencing life with you, I have not transformed into a Super Saiyan. In fact, my battle power has barely increased by a little over 200. Vegeta lamented, feeling on the verge of tears. Lufan, you are utterly disappointing. TCH, had I trained diligently, my battle power would have reached at least 100,000 by now. Vegeta muttered with irritation as he prepared to leave. My prince, try not to be so confident, Lufan sighed. What did you say? Vegeta retorted, his frustration palpable. I am the most talented Saiyan. You know this well. My prince, your future accomplishments, without my guidance, will likely peak at a mere 18,000, Lufon stated. Vegeta felt a sharp pang of heartache. What are you saying? Whose combat power reaches the remarkable height of merely 18,000? What nonsense are you spouting? Humph. It's utterly absurd. Vegeta, just wait. In a few years, my combat power will surely reach an astounding height of 100,000. At that time, I shall return to seek you out, provided that you are still alive. Is anyone there? Just as Vegeta finished speaking, Xiangpa's voice resonated from outside the house. Behind the small soda shop of Lufon and Vegeta lies a residence encompassing an area of over 400 square meters, where the two of them typically reside. The Culinary planet boasts a size comparable to that of Namek, and consequently, most structures here are quite substantial. A house of approximately 400 square meters is considered small on this planet. The spacecraft of Vegeta and Lufon is parked in the yard of this house. Today, the soda has sold out, Lufon announced to the outside world. Suddenly, with a swoosh, Xiangpa and Bardos descended rapidly from the sky and appeared in the yard. Lufon was momentarily taken aback. Why have these two come here? Vegeta, who was just about to board the spacecraft and depart, paused upon seeing these unexpected guests. He silently regarded Xiangpa, feeling as if he had encountered this individual somewhere before. Yet, for the life of him, he could not recall who it was. Vegeta mused to himself, I have seen countless aliens. This one does not seem particularly remarkable. Kid, bring me a cup of soda to taste, Xiangpa commanded Lufon. It's sold out, Lufon replied. What did you say? Xiangpa's expression darkened instantly. Do you have any idea who I am? No, are you that famous? Lufon shook his head. Oh dear, Lord Xiangpa, please do not act impulsively. We have traveled a long way as guests. Let us discuss matters amicably, Bardos interjected. Unable to bear the tension any longer. Humph, selling only 1,000 bottles of soda daily, as if negotiations would prove effective. Xiangpa rolled his eyes. Mr. Lufon, we have journeyed from a distant star system. Could you kindly provide us with a cup of soda to sample? Bardos spoke politely. Bardos, you might as well not bother. Xiangpa chuckled softly. I think it would be better to teach this kid a lesson, and then have him make us a cup of soda. If it tastes good, we shall take him back to our planet to serve us daily. If it does not, I see no reason for his existence. Very well, Lufon suddenly replied. But I shall only make it for you. Thank you, Bardos nodded with a smile. What did you say? Xiangpa's fury erupted. Do you mean to say that this beverage is solely intended for Bardos, and not for me? Xiangpa was poised to confront Lufon. However, upon reflection, he hesitated to take immediate action. He decided to allow this young man to prepare a glass of cola for Bardos to sample first. Should it prove delightful, he would contemplate further plans. If it did not, he would eliminate him. Lufon approached and filled a cup with cola, presenting it to Bardos. Bardos accepted the drink and took a small sip. Upon tasting it, his eyebrows danced with delight. This was indeed exquisite. The flavor was unparalleled. Bardos smacked his lips, reveling in the sensory pleasure. How does it taste, Bardos? Xiangpa inquired. Yet, even as he posed the question, he could already discern the answer from Bardos' expression. It was evident that it was anything but unpleasant. In no time, Bardos had consumed the entire glass of cola, even going so far as to tilt the empty cup to capture the last drop of the delightful beverage. I kindly request that you leave some for me. How utterly shameless you are. Chapter 26. Bardos, I invite you to enjoy some spicy hot pot. It is delightful, truly deserving of its reputation as the most renowned beverage on this planet. Bardos nodded in satisfaction while gazing at Lufon. After a brief silence, she inquired, May I have another cup? Would you be my girlfriend? Lufon asked. Bardos replied, Xiangpa, is your name Bardos? What a beautiful name, Lufon exclaimed. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I felt as though I had fallen in love. Bardos wiped her sweat vigorously. Xiangpa could only smile helplessly. You truly possess remarkable abilities. You dare to pursue even angels. Do you believe that with merely a cup of cola, you can entice an angel to be your girlfriend? Nay, perhaps 2 cups of cola might suffice. Vegeta stands nearby, observing with a disdainful eye. Humph, what a pitiful fellow. To seek a girlfriend at such an early hour? Moreover, what do you even call that woman you are pursuing? She appears considerably aged, does she not? That elderly woman. Most notably, her skin is blue. Oh, Ruffin. Must you not seek a companion whose complexion resembles ours? I seem to recall that Earthlings bear a striking resemblance to us Saiyans. If you are seeking a girlfriend, you might as well look on Earth. By the way, there is a young lady named Bulma who is around your age. She could be quite suitable for you. I truly cannot fathom your thoughts, pursuing a woman with blue skin who is considerably older. Bardoss, deep in thought, cast a glance at Vegeta. Who are you calling an old woman? She retorted, though she bore no anger. In truth, the notion of me being an old woman is not entirely unfounded. I have lived for over 1 billion years. Indeed, I am an old woman. No, to be precise, I ought to be referred to as a girl who will never age. If you become my girlfriend, I shall treat you to spicy hot pot, Lufon continued. Spicy hot pot? What is that? Bardoss inquired, momentarily taken aback. Is it 6 or 8 times? Lufon pondered aloud. Bardoss appeared utterly bewildered. What are you talking about? Your words elude my understanding. Dear angel, Lufan declared emphatically. I have made my choice. You shall be my girlfriend henceforth. Bardoss replied. I have not conceded to such a notion. Is there anyone as blunt as you? Come now, little Ba, let us share a cola, Lufan said. Turning to pour 2 glasses of cola, handing one to Bardoss. Little Ba? Bardoss exclaimed, covering her face, unwilling to engage further. At that moment, Xiangpa erupted in laughter from the side. Bardoss, it seems you two have your moments. You allowed a human to tease you, Ruffin remarked. By the way, is this your pet cat? The plump feline caught Ruffin's attention. You two enjoy Coca-Cola, he said, offering another cup to Xiangpa. Xiangpa, his face flushed with indignation, contemplated the notion of retaliating against Ruffin. However, after a moment of internal struggle, his gaze shifted to the cup of Coca-Cola in Ruffin's hand. Perhaps I should sample it first. If it displeases me, then I shall take my vengeance. But if it delights me, I shall bring him to my planet to craft Coca-Cola for me. Once I have had my fill, I can always destroy him later. With a scowl, Xiangpa accepted the drink and took a sip. Upon tasting the beverage, he was instantly enveloped in a wave of satisfaction. Goodness, how has such a delightful drink eluded me until now? My misfortune is truly lamentable. Indeed, it is exquisite. Bardoss quietly savored the pleasure that the Coca-Cola bestowed upon him. After 3 sips, Bardoss turned to Ruffin. Do you concur? Ruffin's eyes lit up with excitement. Bardoss nearly choked. What do you mean by concur? What have I said? This boy? Ahem, judging by your appearance, you seem to be only 8 years old, Bardoss sighed. Yes, you are correct, Ruffin nodded. You wish to find a girlfriend at 8? Bardoss expressed disbelief. Isn't it customary for your kind to wait until at least 16? I mature rather quickly, Ruffin replied with a smile. Humph, among us Saiyans, by 8. Our bodies have already begun to develop. In just 3 years, we will be nearly as capable as adults, Vegeta interjected with a huff. This is to ensure we can engage in battle sooner. Saiyans? Are you Saiyans? Xiangpa inquired, glancing between Vegeta and Ruffin. Indeed, Vegeta scoffed. Bardoss. Do we have Saiyans in our realm? Xiangpa turned to Bardoss. Yes, they currently reside on planet Sadala. Bardoss nodded slightly. What? Planet Sadala? Are you jesting? That planet has long since become a dead world. Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. Ignoring Vegeta's reaction, Xiangpa approached Bardoss. Bardoss, I have made my decision. I shall take this boy back with me, and he will prepare Coca-Cola for us daily. Xiangpa grinned at Bardoss. Very well, Lord Xiangpa. Bardoss nodded in agreement, not voicing any objections. As for Lufan's claim of being enamored with her, Bardoss found it rather trivial, merely a jest to entertain. Perhaps, once you uncover my true identity, such notions will dissipate. How should we handle this upside-down-haired fellow? Xiangpa glanced towards Vegeta, suggesting that if necessary, they could take him along for future use. As long as it pleases you, Bardoss acquiesced. Humph, how dull, Vegeta scoffed. Lufan, you can deal with those two yourself. I shall take my leave. Are you truly departing? Lufan inquired. Certainly, as per our agreement. Once my battle power exceeds 100,000, I shall return, Vegeta stated, striding towards the spacecraft. Your Highness, I fear you may miss the finest opportunity of your life, Lufan sighed. Vegeta halted momentarily, turning to gaze at Lufan. What? Vegeta queried. It's nothing. Do as you wish, Lufan replied. Humph, Vegeta snorted, stepping aboard the spacecraft. Whoosh. The spacecraft ascended, swiftly vanishing into the void. Xiangpa glanced up at Vegeta's vessel, but did not intervene. If he wishes to leave, so be it. He has departed, Bardoss remarked. Very well, let him go. We shall simply take this lad back, Xiangpa asserted. Agreed, Bardoss nodded. Hey, kid, from today onward, you shall accompany me to my planet to serve me cola. Xiangpa commanded Lufan. No, I wish to remain with little Bardoss, Lufan replied. Xiangpa, Bardoss, Chapter 27. So you are gods. She resides on the same planet as I. So rest assured, Xiangpa responded. I am quite conflicted. I do not wish to be a son-in-law, Lu Fan mused. Bardos covered her face, unwilling to speak further. Xiangpa's expression darkened. What a convoluted mess this is. Son-in-law indeed. Thus, it is settled. From this day forth, I shall reside with little Bardos, Lu Fan declared. Xiangpa fell silent. Do you not disagree? The transformation is quite rapid, isn't it? So, what do we need to bring back for making cola? Xiangpa inquired. All this equipment must be taken. Lu Fan pointed to the apparatus used for cola production, and it would be best to uproot that tree over there as well. Xiangpa remarked, your demands are quite numerous. However, for the sake of enjoying cola, Xiangpa had no hesitation. He stepped forward and uprooted the tree, then used his hand to grasp the cola-making equipment from a distance. All right, we can go now, Xiangpa declared, moving to embrace the tree. I will carry you aloft. Lu Fan immediately stepped forward to embrace Bardos. Do not cling to me. You should hold the tree, Bardos retorted, at a loss for words. It's more enjoyable to hold you, Lu Fan replied. Bardos chose to remain silent. Forget it. Let us depart, Xiangpa sighed in exasperation. This fellow never plays by the rules. Best to leave swiftly. Bardos did not oppose and allowed Lu Fan to hold her. With a gentle tap of her staff against the ground, a brilliant light, akin to that of twinkling stars, swiftly enveloped Lu Fan and Bardos. In a flash, Bardos, along with Lu Fan, vanished into the void, entering the expanse of the universe. Xiangpa followed, dragging the colossal cola tree and the production equipment, his body radiating a purplish-red flame. Little Bardos, you are truly remarkable. You fly so swiftly, Lu Fan marveled. Bardos smiled slightly. Humph, you have much to learn, young one. Xiangpa caught up, scoffing softly. Are you gods? Lu Fan suddenly inquired. Xiangpa replied. It seems you are not entirely ignorant. He smiled gently. Are you powerful? Lu Fan asked, not feeling any anger, but rather smiling. Of course. I am among the mightiest deities in our universe, Xiangpa replied, nodding with pride. Is that so? Lu Fan smiled faintly. What? Your expression suggests disbelief. Xiangpa rolled his eyes. Allow me to demonstrate my formidable power. With that, Xiangpa lightly waved his hand, sending forth a purplish-red wave of destructive energy. The destructive energy hurtled toward a massive star in the distance. With a resounding crash, the purplish-red energy struck the enormous star. In an instant, the star shattered into fragments, disappearing without a trace. The surrounding cosmic space immediately dimmed. Applause erupted as Lu Fan clapped enthusiastically. What do you think, young one? Xiangpa said, basking in his triumph. Impressive. Today, I have truly broadened my horizons. Lu Fan nodded vigorously. If we were to convert the combat power of that recent strike into the terms of our Saiyan strength, the numerical value would be beyond comprehension. Combat power? What is that? Kampa inquired of Beerus. Beerus picked up his staff and examined it closely. Combat power is a quantifiable energy level associated with the Frieza force of the 7th universe, which can be measured using advanced instruments, Beerus elucidated. However, such devices cannot gauge divine energy, only ordinary energy. Lu Fan was correct. If one were to quantify the destructive force of that recent move into combat power, it would likely yield an astronomical figure. Young man, what is your combat power? Kampa asked with a smile. I do not know, Lu Fan replied, shaking his head. Never mind. It is of little consequence. If you can provide me with a satisfactory cola, I might teach you a move or two during my leisure, Kampa responded with a grin. Thank you. Lu Fan expressed his gratitude. You are quite fortunate, young one. Training under my guidance will yield you remarkable results, Kampa remarked with a gentle smile. Great Fat Cat. I have a question, Lu Fan stated. Do not call me Great Fat Cat, since you are aware of my divine nature. You should refer to me as Lord Kampa. Kampa retorted with a frown. Very well, Lord Kampa, Lu Fan nodded in compliance. That is more like it, Kampa replied satisfactorily. Now, speak. What is your question? Regarding that last move, to what magnitude can it be condensed? Lu Fan inquired. What do you mean? Kampa was taken aback. I mean it in the literal sense, Lu Fan clarified, adding the word volume. Volume? Kampa paused, puzzled by Lu Fan's inquiry. Yes, volume, Lu Fan affirmed. Your question lacks significance. Destruction is about the power of the force, not its volume, Kampa countered. Isn't it true that greater volume equates to greater power? Lu Fan pressed further. In principle, yes. But it is not entirely accurate, Kampa explained. For instance, the energy you condense in your destruction, as you might phrase it, can indeed be concentrated to a great extent. However, if one merely chases after volume while neglecting the essence within, discrepancies in power may arise. I am referring to situations where the essence is not overlooked. Does greater volume not yield greater power? Lufan retorted. Of course, that is the case, Compa nodded. It is self-evident. Just as with two objects of identical density, the larger volume will inherently possess greater power. However, if you compare cotton and iron of the same volume, there is no basis for comparison. So, to what extent can you currently condense destruction? Lufan inquired. Xiangpa replied. After circling around, you have returned to the original question. Batos silently listened from the side, casting a thoughtful glance at Lufan. Wow, the destructive mass that Lord Xiangpa has now gathered is approximately the size of a planet like Vegeta, Batos suddenly remarked. Is it truly possible to amass such a size? Lufan feigned astonishment. It's nothing remarkable, Xiangpa scoffed. At that level of intensity, if I so desired, I could obliterate an entire universe. Is that so? How impressive. Lufan nodded vigorously. Young man, do you now comprehend my formidable power? Xiangpa declared with pride. You ought to show me proper respect. Extinguishing your existence would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Indeed, Lufan responded. Xiangpa, why do I feel as though you are utterly unafraid? Are you perhaps suffering from excessive consumption of cola, impairing your judgment? Never mind. Why should I bother to argue with a mere human? Chapter 28. This is my realm of destruction. Whoosh. The three of them glided through two distinct trails of luminous flames, swiftly departing the seventh universe and entering the expanse of the sixth universe. Behold. This is my sixth universe, exclaimed Xiangpa. All creations within this universe are under my dominion. Keep it up, Lufan. Xiangpa grumbled. Damn it, keep it up. This fellow always speaks in a disjointed manner. Whoosh. The trio accelerated their pace. Before long, an inverted triangular planet materialized before Lufan's eyes. What a peculiar place. Lufan remarked with a smile. This is my realm of destruction, Xiangpa replied nonchalantly. With a clap, the three descended from the heavens, landing upon the terrain of Xiangpa's planet. I'm thirsty, kid. Quickly prepare a glass of cola for me, Xiangpa commanded Lufan. Xiaba, do you wish to partake? Lufan turned to inquire of Beerus. Xiangpa seethed with frustration. During our journey, I have already demonstrated my formidable power. Why do I sense that you remain utterly unafraid? I would like some, Beerus nodded. Very well, I shall prepare it for you, Lufan replied as he set up his stall. Turning to Xiangpa, he added, that cat of yours, do not just stand idly by, plant that cola tree. It is the essential ingredient for the beverage. Address me as Lord Xiangpa. Xiangpa's expression darkened. Lord Xiangpa, kindly plant that cola tree, Lufan responded. Now that is more like it. Xiangpa nodded in satisfaction as he began to plant the tree. However, once Xiangpa planted the tree, he suddenly felt something was amiss. Damn it, it seems I have been made a servant by this kid. He is far too cunning. You shall await my return. Once I have grown weary of the cola, you shall witness how I shall deal with you. Lufan stepped forward and poured 2 cups of cola, savoring a sip from one before casually handing it to Batos. Batos, will you return to me what you have already consumed? A beverage such as cola is most delightful when it possesses ample carbonation, and it is best enjoyed with a touch of ice to enhance its flavor, explained Lufan. Indeed, I have already added ice for you. The taste is perfectly balanced. At that moment, Batos contemplated whether to savor the cup of cola before her. Fear not, I bear no disdain for you, Lufan reassured her. Batos wiped the sweat from her brow. You claim you are not averse to me after having consumed from the same cup. After a brief moment of hesitation, Batos took the cola from Reuven and took a sip. Upon tasting Reuven's cola, Batos's eyes lit up. Indeed, cola served with ice is far more delightful. Hey, what about mine? Xiangpa extended his hand. I saved yours for you, my plump feline friend, Reuven replied, handing over the cola. I shall reiterate. You must address me as Lord Xiangpa. Xiangpa insisted, his brow furrowed. Yes, Lord Xiangpa, Reuven nodded in compliance. Xiangpa took a sip from the cola and frowned. Ice? Why is mine not chilled? He paused, realizing that his drink was merely lukewarm, lacking the refreshing coldness. Wait a moment, what did you use to add ice? Batos suddenly snapped back to attention. I merely blew a breath over the cola, infused with frigid energy, Reuven explained. Batos felt a wave of dismay wash over him. As an angel, I almost fell for your trickery. Why do I feel as though I am not drinking cola? Meanwhile, Xiangpa stifled a laugh, relieved that his drink was not chilled. Had this young lad added ice to mine, I would have been utterly revolted. The flavor is quite pleasant, Xiangpa nodded in satisfaction. This beverage is truly delightful, and what brings me the utmost joy is that I have lured a being from the 7th universe to our 6th universe. If Beerus were to discover this, I can only imagine his fury. Moreover, I doubt he has ever tasted such a drink. Ha! I am truly clever. Another cup, please. Bados requested. Indeed. Would you like more ice? Reuven inquired. No need. I shall manage myself, Bados replied, wiping his brow. Do not be courteous. Should you continue to be so, I shall take offense, Reuven stated earnestly. Thus, Reuven temporarily resided on planet Xiangpa, as days turned into weeks, and weeks into months. Half a year later, Xiangpa's cola consumption had nearly reached its limit. As Xiangpa would say, he was on the verge of growing weary of it. Previously, he would drink until he could no longer continue. Now, 1 cup a day sufficed. Additionally, during moments of leisure and happiness, Xiangpa would occasionally mentor Reuven in his training. Reuven approached his studies with earnestness, and it must be said that under Xiangpa's guidance, Reuven's understanding of destruction deepened significantly. Of course, Bados would also offer his instruction. Thus Reuven found himself learning not only the art of destruction but also the divine mastery of angels. Hey, kid, I'm nearing the end of my cola. You must hurry and develop some new beverages. Xiangpa turned to Lufan and said, My dear fat cat, the next time you venture forth to wreak havoc upon a planet, do remember to bring back a lemon tree. Lufan retorted, How many times must I remind you? Do not call me fat cat. Address me as Lord Xiangpa. Xiangpa scowled. Understood, Lufan nodded. You claim to remember that 6 months ago. Xiangpa exclaimed. It's just a title. You still refer to me as kid, Lufan chuckled. Do you comprehend the consequences of being disrespectful to a god of destruction? Xiangpa clenched his fists. I gather your meaning. If my new beverage is unpalatable, you intend to obliterate me? Lufan grinned, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. Indeed, Xiangpa affirmed with a nod. The lemon tree? Precisely. A 3D image was projected from the crystal atop Bados' staff, revealing a magnificent lemon tree. Isn't this the sour fruit tree from the planet Lost Lot? Xiangpa paused, recalling that such fruit was exceedingly tart and hardly enjoyable. Why do you desire this, kid? Is it for developing a new drink? Exactly. If time permits, you should hasten to retrieve it, Lufan replied with a smile. Kid, you ought to ponder carefully. This fruit is notoriously unpleasant, guaranteed to leave one with aching teeth. Xiangpa warned. Go quickly if you are to go. Why all the unnecessary chatter? Lufan said impatiently. Xiangpa retorted, Just wait. If it turns out to be distasteful, you shall see how I deal with you. With that, he transformed into a purplish-red blaze and swiftly vanished into the void. Chapter 29. The High Priest call with Xiangpa departing from his planet. Only Lufan and Bados remained on the vast Xiangpa planet. Now it's just the two of us. We can truly enjoy our time together, Lufan mused. Bados covered her face, reluctant to speak. What do you mean, just the two of us can enjoy our time together? It sounds as though I am genuinely expected to go on a date with you. What shall we play? Lufan gazed at Bados, unable to divert his eyes. Have you finished staring? Bados inquired, her expression stern. Not at all. I can never tire of looking at you. How is it that you are so stunning? Lufan smacked his lips. What does that smacking mean? Bados asked. It signifies that you are a feast for the eyes, Lufan replied. Bados wiped her brow. It is merely my good temperament. Had it been another girl, you would have been dealt with quite harshly by now. She shook her head. Perhaps she wouldn't have bested me, Lufan grinned. Oh dear, have you learned a few rudimentary skills and now believe you can defeat me? Bados laughed. Is that your notion of rudimentary skills? Reuven inquired with a smile, while Bardos remained silent. How did I entangle myself in this? Suddenly, Bardos seemed taken aback. What? Reuven asked. The High Priest has contacted me, Bardos replied. I am uncertain about the matter. Please refrain from speaking. For the High Priest is not as accommodating as I am. Reuven nodded vigorously. He too felt a momentary surprise. What could the High Priest contact with Bardos signify? High Priest, it has been a long time, Bardos said with a smile as she established communication through her staff. Reuven then heard Bardos on the other end saying, All right. As for what the High Priest conveyed, Reuven could not discern. It seems my cultivation is still woefully insufficient. I cannot even hear the words of the High Priest. Reuven felt a twinge of reflection. I understand, High Priest, Bardos nodded. Suddenly, the staff in Bardos's hand flickered, and the light vanished. The conversation had concluded. After finishing her dialogue with the High Priest, Bardos lifted her gaze to the sky, revealing a contemplative expression. What transpired? Little Bardos? Ruffin asked. Ruffin, do you wish to become a god of destruction? Bardos queried unexpectedly. Has the big fat cat perished? Ruffin was taken aback. Bardos covered her forehead, unsure how to respond. Ahem, not our Universe 6 god of destruction. Bardos wiped her brow. If not Universe 6, then which universe? Ruffin asked curiously. Which universe's god of destruction has met their end? None. It is a new universe developed by the High Priest, Bardos explained. A new universe? Ruffin was momentarily stunned. He had never known of such a universe's existence. He never anticipated the emergence of a new universe. Indeed, the High Priest just informed me that he wishes to select a god of destruction from across the cosmos to oversee the new universe. Are you interested? Bardos asked with a smile. Not particularly. Ruffin shook his head. Oh. Bardos was taken aback, somewhat perplexed, and countered, why not? I have heard that the god of destruction and the Supreme Kai share a singular life. If one perishes, the other follows suit, correct? Ruffin inquired. Indeed, that is accurate. Bardos nodded gently. You see, I am so formidable. What if someone cannot defeat me and ambushes my Supreme Kai? I would simply vanish. Who would I have to reason with? Ruffin retorted confidently. Your argument holds some merit, Bardos pondered. There is also one crucial reason, Ruffin continued. Pray tell, Bardos asked. Will you venture into the new universe? Ruffin inquired. I am already an angel of the 6th universe. Naturally, I shall not venture into the new universe. Bardos replied. Then I cannot bear to go either. I cannot part with you. Ruffin responded. Bardos remarked, our conversation has come to a standstill. A brief silence ensued. Ah, I just remembered. There is a particularly beautiful angel in the new universe. Will you not go? Bardos pondered for a moment before exclaiming, is she more beautiful than you? Ruffin was taken aback and asked. Indeed, she is my sister, an exceptional apprentice angel, Bardos nodded. Suddenly, with a clap, a three-dimensional projection emanated from Bardos' staff. The image depicted a lovely girl, or rather, a stunning celestial being. Upon witnessing this angel, Ruffin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He had never encountered this angel before, and she was undeniably captivating. It would be inaccurate to claim she was more beautiful than Bardos. Rather, their appearances were quite comparable. After spending half a year in Bardos' company, Ruffin had grown somewhat weary of his aesthetic appreciation. This new angel, however, evoked a distinct allure within him. She too possessed the ethereal, pale blue skin, which stirred a slight discontent in Ruffin's heart. Why can't your complexion be like mine? Yet, after all, angels are truly divine, exuding an ethereal aura. Even the 3D projection cast by Beerus carries that celestial essence. Isn't it beautiful? Beerus remarked with a smile. Do you think it's possible for me to be both a god of destruction and a Supreme Kai? Asked Lufan. What? Beerus was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend Lufan's intentions. What do you mean by being both a god of destruction and a Supreme Kai? For instance, I could create a doppelganger to assume the role of Supreme Kai, thus ensuring that even if my doppelganger were to vanish, my original self would remain intact. Lufan pondered. Ahem, there is no precedent for such a notion. Beerus shook his head. Do not celebrate prematurely. I merely suggested that you could become the god of destruction for the new universe, not that you have already attained that title. What does that imply? Will there be an assessment? Lufan inquired. Indeed, an assessment is essential, Beerus affirmed, after a while. The Grand Priest intends to select several formidable beings from across the universe for various evaluations. If you wish to become a god of destruction, I shall submit your name. If not, simply disregard my words. I shall consider it, Lufan responded thoughtfully. Shall we proceed with the registration? Beerus asked with a smile. No, thank you, Lufan replied, shaking his head. Why would I want to be a god of destruction? After becoming one, I would have to share my life with the Supreme Kai. Moreover, you do not permit me to be both a god of destruction and a Supreme Kai. You urge me to entrust my very existence to a stranger. You are dreaming. Chapter 30. A New Universe? The God of Destruction? What a perplexing situation. Well, I suppose I shall contact Lord Kampa and request him to select a suitable candidate from the 6th universe. Bardos sighed, stating that based on your strength, you indeed possess the potential to become a god of destruction, but since you are unwilling, I shall not press the matter. Lufan smiled gently. Bardos immediately established contact with Kampa through her scepter, conveying all the details regarding the new universe as mentioned by the Grand Priest. Is the Grand Priest truly selecting a new god of destruction from the entire universe? Why did you not inform me of such an important matter sooner? Kampa inquired, somewhat irritated. I only just received the news, Bados sighed. Would it not be suitable for that lad Lufin to take on the role of god of destruction? After all, we have nurtured him ourselves. Kampa questioned, considering that although his strength may not yet be fully matured, with proper training, he should possess the requisite potential. He is unwilling to take on the role. Bados shook her head. Unwilling? Why? Kampa was taken aback. Lufin believes that becoming a god of destruction entails sharing his life with the Supreme Kai, and should the Supreme Kai perish, he would vanish as well, Bados lamented. Indeed. This is an established aspect of our role as gods of destruction. Is that foolish boy truly foregoing the position for such a reason? Kampa expressed his disbelief. There can be multiple Supreme Kais. As long as one remains alive, we gods of destruction shall not cease to exist. Indeed, since he refuses to volunteer, it would be prudent for you, Lord Kampa, to select a few suitable candidates from our 6th universe, Bados suggested. Very well. I shall bring a few individuals when I return. Kampa nodded in agreement. Do remember to bring back the lemon tree, Bados added. Which is more important, the lemon tree or the god of destruction? Kampa retorted, somewhat exasperated. Both are important, Bados replied with a smile. All right, I understand. I will bring back both the lemon tree and the individuals, Kampa said in frustration. 2 hours later, Kampa returned, carrying a massive tree. Following him were 2 individuals whom Lufin recognized instantly, Hit and Frost. Well, Bados, let us choose one of them to be the god of destruction, Kampa suggested to Bados. Very well, Bados had no objections. I shall ask you once more, are you certain you do not wish to volunteer? Kampa inquired again of Lufin. Stop dawdling and plant the tree, Lufin instructed. Kampa thought to himself, this boy is becoming increasingly disrespectful. Lord Kampa, this gentleman is Frost. One of the newcomers stepped forward respectfully to introduce himself. He is Lufin, my beverage flavorist. Introduction to Xiangpa, Frost was rendered speechless at the time. A beverage flavorist? This person is merely a beverage flavorist. As a mere beverage mixologist, do you presume to command Lord Zampa? It is only due to Lord Zampa's good nature that he does not hold you accountable. However, his tolerance is his own affair. At this moment, I am eager to make a favorable impression before Lord Zampa. Pray tell, what beverages do you concoct? Frost glanced at Lufin, who chose to ignore him. In that instant, Frost felt a pang of disappointment. This young man truly lacks manners. Dare you disregard my existence? As for Hit, he merely observed quietly from the sidelines, remaining silent. Lord Xiangpa, let this creature, resembling a lizard, plant the tree properly, Lufin remarked. In the presence of outsiders, Lufin was rather tactful and refrained from calling him the fat cat. One must give due respect, after all, he is indeed a deity of destruction. Go, plant this grand tree well. Xiangpa directly tossed the lemon tree to Frost. Frost felt a swell of despair. Was this beverage mixologist truly so significant in Xiangpa's eyes? It left him utterly speechless. Reluctantly, Frost gritted his teeth, dug a hole in the ground, and planted the large tree. Only one individual could participate. Lord Xiangpa must decide between Mr. Hit and Mr. Frost, Bardos inquired. Let them engage in a duel. Whoever possesses greater strength shall be chosen, Xiangpa grinned. Instructing Hit and Frost, you two shall battle right here. Until one falls or concedes, the other shall be deemed victorious. Is it truly that simple? Frost smiled politely. Hit's expression remained calm, devoid of joy or sorrow. Very well, let the contest commence, Xiangpa beckoned. My friend, I have heard you are the universe's #1 assassin. Frost regarded Hit. Hit remained silent, his demeanor somewhat frigid. I am the envoy of justice. Today, the envoy of justice shall measure strength against the universe's foremost assassin. Frost declared passionately. Let us begin promptly. You speak as though you are a virtuous individual, Lufin sighed. Frost, in the midst of his fervent declarations, felt deflated by Lufin's words. Hey, what do you mean? I am indeed a good person, Frost retorted irritably. Bardos, please check his records and see what mischief he has been up to, Lufin smiled. Bardos pondered for a moment, ultimately granting Lufin face. Taking up his staff to examine closely. Mr. Frost indeed walks the line between virtue and villainy, Bardos chuckled. Frost, how does this woman know everything? What does this fellow usually do? Xiangpa blinked, glancing at Bardos. Mr. Frost simultaneously champions justice while secretly selling conquered planets to others, reaping tremendous profits, Bardos replied. Xiangpa's countenance darkened. It appears your character is ill-suited for the role of a destroyer. He narrowed his eyes. Frost wiped his brow. I can spare your life. Return on your own, Xiangpa stated. No, Lord Xiangpa, Frost exclaimed in alarm. Surely, as an assassin, he was meant to embody the role of a destroyer. It is not that assassins are unsuitable to be destroyers, but rather that hypocrites tarnish the esteemed name of destruction. Frost's face was drenched in cold sweat. I have yet to compete with this assassin, and now I find myself eliminated? My aspirations of becoming a destroyer have been shattered. How infuriating. All of this is the doing of that beverage flavorist. Today, I shall certainly deal with him appropriately. Chapter 31. Beerus, Grand Minister? Oh dear. Frost, in a fit of rage, lunged toward the direction of Ruffin with wild gestures. In an instant, Hit moved swiftly, appearing directly opposite Frost, and unleashed his technique. Bang! Just as Hit prepared to send Frost flying with a punch, a shoe came hurtling from a distance, striking Frost squarely in the face. A muffled thud echoed, leaving a shoe print on Frost's visage. In the next moment, Frost was sent spiraling backward, crashing to the ground and rolling several times. His body skidded across the earth, leaving a long mark in its wake. Once Frost finally came to a halt, he twitched several times before his head drooped, and he lost consciousness. Hit was taken aback. This fellow is incredibly fast. Even with my technique, he managed to throw the shoe and hit Frost before I could react. Thank you, Ruffin said to Hit. Hit wiped his brow. What are you thanking me for? It seems I did nothing at all. I appreciate your assistance, Ruffin replied with a broad smile, revealing his pearly whites. You're welcome. Hit gently shook his head. Ruffin nodded. Hit, what does that mean? Kampa appeared slightly dazed. Hey, Beerus. I've just realized this kid possesses remarkable strength. Kampa, in a moment of reflection, whispered to Beerus. Did you just notice that, Lord Kampa? Beerus sighed. Who do you think is stronger, him or Hit? Kampa inquired. Is that even a question? Ruffin is undoubtedly more powerful. After all, he is considered half my disciple. Beerus replied with a grin. Should we have them compete? Kampa mused aloud, then instructed, Ruffin, Hit, why don't you two have a match? Yes. Hit nodded. No, I'm not interested. Ruffin declined with a shake of his head. Hit, what did you say, kid? When asked to compete, you should hurry up. You're always so troublesome. Kampa's expression darkened. Do you want to drink a new beverage? Ruffin asked. Forget it. Let us focus on developing the new drink first. As Kampa smacked his lips, he reflected that the new beverage held greater significance. Very well, he conceded with a faint smile. However, Hit regarded him with a serious expression, contemplating the true nature of this formidable individual before him. This fellow is far more powerful than I had anticipated. Yet, why does he refrain from challenging me? Is it a lack of self-confidence? No, I sense no trace of insecurity in his demeanor. This beverage connoisseur grows increasingly enigmatic. Kampa hurried off to explore the new drink. Beerus, when will the new universe commence its selection for the god of destruction? What is the specific procedure? Kampa inquired. Within the next few days, we will finalize our candidates and await the Grand Minister's notification. He will transport us when the time comes, Beerus replied with a smile. And how does the selection process unfold? Kampa pressed. It primarily involves martial contests, Beerus conjectured, given that the god of destruction is predominantly reliant on strength. Kampa comprehended this and fell into thoughtful silence for a moment. Are there any rewards? If one of our universe's representatives becomes the god of destruction, he whispered. There is indeed. The Super Dragon Balls, capable of granting any wish, Beerus responded with a grin. Super Dragon Balls? I have indeed heard whispers of such artifacts. But to discover their existence is astounding, Kampa mused, his chin resting on his hand as he pondered what wishes to make. Perhaps I shall wish for a culinary planet akin to that of Universe 7, thus sparing myself the effort of creating one. I must say, the chicken wings we savored last time were truly delightful. It seems as if you are suggesting that our esteemed Mr. It has already been appointed as the god of destruction, Beerus remarked, shaking his head. Of course, its prowess speaks for itself, Kampa replied with a grin. Initially, I considered having Rofan assume the role of god of destruction, but if he is reluctant, it is for the best. Who would concoct our beverages then? Indeed. You have a valid point, Beerus nodded in agreement. In Universe 7 on Beerus's planet, Whis promptly received the news from the Grand Minister. Oh dear. What shall we do since Lord Beerus is presently asleep? Whis sighed. What troubles you, Whis? The Oracle Fish inquired, fluttering over with curiosity. The Grand Minister intends to select a human from the various universes to succeed as the god of destruction for the new universe, Whis replied with a smile. Who shall we choose from our universe? The Oracle Fish asked. I am uncertain, Whis shook his head. Lord Beerus remains asleep. We ought to rouse him. It would be unwise to delay such a significant matter. You are correct, the oracle fish agreed. Whis nodded. One person and one fish stepped towards the castle. Speaking of which, Whis, I have a premonition that in approximately 40 years, our universe will give birth to several exceptionally powerful beings. However, at present, it seems there are no suitable candidates to contend with the god of destruction, the prophetic fish lamented. Let Lord Beerus make the selection, Whis replied with a smile. Very well, the prophetic fish acquiesced. Will it truly take 40 years for our universe to produce such formidable beings? Whis gazed out the window thoughtfully. Indeed. That is my prophecy, the prophetic fish responded. Your predictions often miss the mark, Whis chuckled. The two entered the castle and approached Beerus's sleeping chamber. Beerus lay sprawled across the bed, deeply asleep. He can really sleep. We must rouse him, or it would be a pity to miss this opportunity. And it wouldn't be good if the Grand Minister were to hold us accountable, Whis remarked, striking Beerus's head gently with his staff. Instantly, a large bump formed on Beerus's head, awakening him in pain. Whoosh! Beerus waved his hand, unleashing a destructive energy aimed straight at Whis. Smack! With a subtle motion of his staff, Whis made the destructive energy vanish without a trace. Whis, what are you doing? Beerus exclaimed, clutching the bump on his forehead. Visibly irate. Lord Beerus, I truly did not wish to disturb your slumber. However, the Grand Minister suddenly contacted us with an important directive. If you prefer, you may continue your rest, Whis replied. What? The Grand Minister? Beerus snapped awake, immediately inquiring about the Grand Minister's instructions. Chapter 32. Beerus, the new god of destruction? It's not such a significant matter, really. The Grand Minister seeks to select suitable candidates from across the universe to contend for the position of the new god of destruction, Whis explained. What? You call that not significant? Beerus sprang from his bed, hastily heading to freshen up. He yawned again, feeling as though he had not fully rested. Please continue, he said, washing his face with his paw while addressing Whis. The chosen universe will be able to grant any wish through the Super Dragon Balls, Whis continued. Super Dragon Balls? I had only heard of their existence in tales. I never imagined they were real. Beerus paused, lost in thought for a moment before asking, a new universe? When did the Grand Minister create a new universe? It must have been developed in recent years. Whis pondered for a moment. Which angel do you plan to send? Beerus inquired. It has been tentatively decided to send the apprentice angel, Rose, Whis replied. Rose. I have not heard of her before, though I am familiar with Merus. Beerus remarked. Beerus lightly tapped his head. Whis had previously interned under my sister, Beerus, in the 6th universe for a period, after which he ventured into various other universes. At that time, Lord Beerus was in slumber, so it is only natural that he was unaware. Whis smiled faintly. Has the candidate for the Supreme Kai been determined? Beerus inquired again. It is likely that a destroyer god must be selected first before appointing the Supreme Kai, Whis speculated. Understood. By this time, Beerus was fully awake, having donned his destroyer god attire, and he emerged from the castle with renewed vigor. Whis and the oracle fish followed closely behind. Upon witnessing the sun outside the castle, Beerus could not suppress a yawn and rubbed his eyes. Lord Beerus, are you still not fully awake? The oracle fish sighed. Stop with the unnecessary chatter. How would you feel if someone abruptly roused you? Beerus retorted irritably. The oracle fish fell silent. His temperament seems to be growing increasingly irritable. Who should we choose? Beerus pondered, resting his chin on his hand. Whis, do you have a suitable candidate in mind? I have been asleep for so many years and lack a profound understanding of our universe. Doesn't Lord Beerus have a subordinate who assists you with destruction? Whis remarked with a smile. He is renowned as the Emperor of the universe. Perhaps he possesses a deeper knowledge of our cosmos. Beerus glanced at Whis. You possess a delightful sense of humor. The Cosmic Emperor's understanding of this universe pales in comparison to your own. However, it would be prudent to inquire with Frieza as well. Let us pay a visit to Frieza, suggested Beerus. Very well, Lord Beerus, Vados assented with a nod. Beerus approached Vados from behind, placing a hand gently upon his back. Prophetic fish, please guard the premises diligently, Beerus commanded. Understood, the prophetic fish replied with a nod. With a gentle tap of Vados' staff against the ground, a radiant light, akin to the brilliance of stars, swiftly enveloped both Vados and Beerus. In an instant, they transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the void without a trace. On planet Frieza 35, upon the spacious platform outside the palace, Frieza was presently enjoying a moment of respite on this celestial body. Lord Frieza, according to the reports from ahead, the Saiyan prince named Vegeta has now joined forces with Nappa and Raditz, one of his subordinates announced. Oh, what of Vegeta's companion? Frieza inquired casually. That companion has mysteriously disappeared. We are unaware of his whereabouts, the subordinate replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. You say he has vanished? Frieza narrowed his eyes at the subordinate, causing him to shudder. Out of nowhere, a large, plump cat appeared, and then this Saiyan, named Rovan, vanished along with the cat. The subordinate explained, compelled to speak the truth. A plump cat? Frieza conjured an image of a hefty feline in his mind. Such a creature is difficult to envision. Nevertheless, Frieza held little interest in Rovan, perceiving him as insignificant. Let him be. The fact that Vegeta is with those two Saiyans is indeed intriguing, Frieza remarked with a smile. By the way, what is his current fighting power? Over the past 3.5 years, his fighting power has scarcely increased, remaining at approximately 15,000. The subordinate quickly replied. It seems he has gained around 400 to 500. Frieza burst into laughter at that moment. Lord Frieza, he is worthless. Dodoria interjected from the side. Frieza's expression darkened, his triangular eyes narrowing slightly. Dodoria immediately regained his composure and knelt before Frieza. My lord, I did not mean it that way. I was referring to Vegeta's worthlessness. Dodoria hastily clarified. Dodoria, this is the second time you have committed the same mistake. Frieza's demeanor grew cold. It was I truly apologize. I assure you I shall not err again, Dodoria stammered. Kneel a while longer and reflect upon your actions. Frieza commanded. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Frieza's eyes, yet he ultimately refrained from taking action. He deemed that Dodoria still possessed utility. It would indeed be a pity to eliminate such a valuable subordinate. He continued to keep a vigilant eye on Vegeta's every move, instructing his underlings to notify him immediately should there be a significant surge in his combat prowess. As he spoke, Whis and Beerus descended from the heavens, landing beside Frieza. He paused momentarily, and his numerous subordinates widened their eyes in astonishment. Who are these two? You all may leave, Frieza commanded his subordinates with urgency, gesturing for them to retreat. Do not approach within 300 meters without my permission. Yes. His subordinates promptly vacated the area. Soon, the expansive platform was left with only Frieza, Whis, and Beerus. Frieza hastily emerged from his spacecraft, kneeling before Beerus. A sense of bewilderment washed over him. Had not Lord Beerus mentioned he would slumber for an extended period? How had he awakened so swiftly? It had only been 3 years. Did you not mention that you intended to slumber for over 40 years? Your awakening was rather swift. As I journeyed here, I noticed that you have indeed laid waste to numerous planets. Beerus gently patted Frieza on the shoulder, offering him praise. Whis observed silently from the side, choosing not to voice any opinions for the moment. It is my duty, Lord Beerus, Frieza replied, nodding earnestly. Is there something you wish to discuss with me? Chapter 33. Audience with Lord Beerus. I have heard you refer to yourself as the Emperor of the Universe, Beerus inquired with a smile. Frieza trembled slightly at this, pressing his forehead against the ground, afraid to even breathe. Very well, it is of little consequence. Merely a title. The Emperor of the Universe it shall be, Beerus chuckled lightly. Seeing that Beerus bore him no ill will, Frieza felt a weight lift from his heart. I sought you out to ascertain who, aside from yourself, might possess greater strength in this universe, Beerus stated. Frieza paused for 3 seconds, bewildered. What do you mean? Someone stronger than me? Ha. That would certainly be you. Lord Beerus, he chuckled nervously. I was referring to humans, Beerus clarified. Humans? Frieza was taken aback, unable to comprehend why Lord Beerus would pose such a question. Allow me to explain. There is a new universe in need of a god of destruction, and I am in search of a suitable candidate to assume that role. Beerus revealed plainly. Upon awakening, Beerus had observed that Frieza had performed admirably, having destroyed many of the planets he himself had intended to obliterate. Essentially, Frieza had undertaken a significant portion of Beerus's work. Though Beerus had once contemplated eliminating Frieza, he had since changed his mind, recognizing the necessity of finding an appropriate individual for the position of God of Destruction. This was a matter of utmost importance. Competing for the role of God of Destruction in the new universe? Frieza's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lord Beerus, do you think I am suitable? You are not, Beerus replied, shaking his head. Frieza felt a pang in his heart. But I am the Emperor of the Universe. Surely I am worthy. There are many beings in other universes who surpass you, thus it is essential to identify a human who can exceed your strength, Beerus pondered aloud. To be frank, even if you were to run for the position of God of Destruction, you would only bring me embarrassment. Frieza sniffled, on the verge of tears. Am I truly that weak? Is there no suitable candidate? Beerus urged. Lord Beerus, I actually do have a potential candidate in mind, Frieza said after a moment of contemplation. Oh, who might that be? Lord Beerus inquired. My brother Cooler. Frieza promptly responded. Your brother? Beerus, resting his chin upon his hand, contemplated for a moment. My brother Cooler possesses an additional transformation. His power far exceeds mine, Frieza replied. Rather than bestow this opportunity upon another, why not grant it to my brother? Although I harbor disdain for his methods, he remains a member of our kin. Should one of our lineage ascend to the role of God of destruction, I find myself envisioning possibilities. If Cooler were to succeed as the new God of destruction of this universe, I could realize my aspirations under his protection. My dream is to become the greatest merchant in this cosmos. Beerus pondered and commanded, have him come to me immediately. Yes, Lord Beerus, Frieza responded respectfully. Subsequently, Frieza instructed his underlings to contact Cooler, indicating that an important matter necessitated his immediate presence on Frieza's planet regarding the God of destruction. Upon receiving Frieza's message, Cooler set off without delay. Lord Beerus, that fellow Cooler is currently in the Eastern Universe. It will take him approximately 20 days to arrive, Frieza hurriedly reported. 20 days? Beerus remarked. Somewhat irked. That is indeed quite a while, Whis sighed. Whis, we cannot afford to wait. Let us go to him directly. By the time he arrives, the opportunity may have passed, Beerus suggested. Very well, Lord Beerus, Whis nodded. Please inform Cooler to remain where he is. We shall reach him in approximately 10 minutes. Beerus commanded Frieza. Understood. Lord Beerus, Frieza replied with deference. With a gentle tap of Whis's staff upon the ground, a brilliant light akin to that of the stars enveloped Beerus and Whis, swiftly vanishing into the void. Frieza, gazing at the two disappearing figures, hurriedly contacted Cooler. Cooler, you need not come, Frieza stated. What is the matter, Frieza? What concerns the God of destruction? Could you clarify? Cooler inquired. Cooler, your fortune is indeed favorable, Frieza remarked with a scoff. Lord Beerus intends to select a God of destruction for the new universe, and I have recommended you for the position. Oh, is that so? Cooler had previously only received vague information, and with this revelation, he felt a stirring of interest. Then why am I not to come? Cooler asked, puzzled. Has there been a change of plans? No, Lord Beerus believes your travel is too slow, so he has decided to seek you out personally. You must be on your best behavior, Frieza explained. Understood. Gula nodded, stating that if he were to become the God of destruction, one could roam freely within his universe. Indeed, that is precisely what I wish to convey, Frieza remarked with a smile, leading the two brothers to share a knowing glance. Suddenly, a brilliant light enveloped Whis and Beerus, propelling them swiftly towards Gula's location. Whis, what have you been up to lately? Are you not aware of the formidable beings in our universe? Beerus inquired. I must admit, I have not been paying attention to such matters, Whis replied, shaking his head. Beerus, this Whis fellow truly lacks reliability. As an angel, cannot you conduct a thorough investigation? Do you believe Gula is capable? Beerus expressed his reservations. Let us reserve judgment until we witness the situation, Whis suggested. It would be quite disgraceful if our seventh universe were to become the laughingstock, Beerus grimaced. By the way, who is being chosen from the sixth universe to compete for the title of God of Destruction? I shall inquire. Following this, Whis promptly established a connection with Vados through his staff. Sister, it has been a while, Whis greeted her with a smile. Whis, has Lord Beerus awakened? Vados asked cheerfully. Indeed, I am sure to rouse the great Kaioshin. We cannot afford to be negligent, Whis replied with a playful grin. Quite so, Vados nodded. Beerus, Whis? This individual speaks too frankly, he interjected. Chapter 34. Beerus, who shall be chosen? Whis. You wish to see whom our universe has selected to contest for the title of God of Destruction, do you not? Vados seemed to grasp Whis's intention. Oh, how well you understand me. Dear sister, Whis responded with a smile. Very well, take a look for yourself. Vados utilized her staff to reveal the figures of Lufon, Hit, and Frost present in the vicinity. It is noteworthy that Frost had now regained consciousness. Whis examined them one by one, while Beerus leaned in for a closer inspection, though he could see nothing of significance. Understood. Thank you, sister. We shall proceed as such, Whis affirmed, nodding. With a snap, the communication ended. What do you think? Who are they? Beerus inquired. One resembles Lord Frieza quite closely, and there is another unknown individual with purple skin, reputed to be the #1 assassin of the sixth universe, known as Hit, was contemplated. Hit, is he formidable? Beerus was taken aback. It appears he could potentially dispatch Gula with ease, was noted. Beerus, the very notion left him feeling unsettled. Of course, this is merely my conjecture. Further verification is necessary to ascertain the truth. Whis added, so it seems that among the 3 individuals selected by that fellow, the one named Hid is likely the one to compete for the title of Destroyer. Beerus frowned slightly. That seems probable, Whis nodded. But what about the other individual? Beerus inquired. Forget it, I cannot make a judgment at this moment. Whis shook his head. After all, we are separated by an entire universe. Are you suggesting that the other individual is even more formidable? Beerus asked, perplexed. Perhaps, Whis replied with a gentle nod. Beerus felt a sense of foreboding. If the other individual surpasses the assassin Hid in strength, then Frieza's brother, Cooler, stands no chance whatsoever. The competition in the 6th universe is already fierce. Not to mention the other universes. No, let us disregard Cooler. We must swiftly seek someone even more powerful, Beerus urged. Are we not going to look for Cooler? Whis questioned. Absolutely not. Frieza's brother is hardly impressive. Beerus grimaced. If I were to bring him along only to be the weakest among all the destroyers, I would be utterly humiliated as the strongest destroyer. Just the thought of it is mortifying. In an instant, Beerus dismissed Cooler from his mind, while poor Cooler awaited eagerly on his own planet. By the way, Lord Beerus, the Oracle Fish has foretold that in over 40 years, our universe will give birth to a remarkably powerful individual, Whis informed. Beerus responded, I do not wish to engage in conversation anymore. Do you think the Grand Minister would grant us 40 years? Beerus retorted irritably. Upon uttering those words, a glint of mischief appeared in Beerus's eyes. What if we traverse through time and space to retrieve someone from 40 years in the future? Beerus proposed excitedly. Whis sighed. Is that not feasible? Beerus felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Setting aside whether the Oracle Fish's prophecy is accurate, if it turns out to be true, the Grand Minister would likely punish us for such an act. Whis shook his head. After all, altering history through time travel is forbidden in our realm. Currently, only the Supreme Kai is permitted to traverse time and space for the purpose of observing the universe. Nothing is permissible, is it? We must hasten to find a suitable candidate. Beerus urged fervently. Indeed, I am searching, Whis nodded, wielding his staff, as he aimlessly sought through the cosmos via the crystal orb atop it. However, this endeavor was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Although angels possess immense capabilities, it is beyond their reach to find the most powerful human within an entire universe. Of course, with ample time, it might be achievable. Yet such an endeavor would be exhausting for an angel. Whis, what were you saying just now? Suddenly, Beerus had a thought and turned to Whis, inquiring, What? Yes. Lord Beerus, Whis responded, momentarily taken aback. You mentioned that traversing time and altering history is forbidden in our realm, and then you mentioned something else. Beerus's eyes sparkled with realization. Yes, the Supreme Kai. You just mentioned the Supreme Kai. Indeed, I did reference the Supreme Kai. Whis nodded affirmatively. Let us inquire with the Supreme Kai. He governs the humans in the universe and should be aware of who among them possesses the greatest strength. Beerus grinned widely. Yes, indeed, Whis concurred. Let us proceed to the Supreme Kai's realm. With a swift motion, the radiant flames surrounding Whis and Beerus traced an arc through the cosmic expanse, speeding towards the domain of the Supreme Kai. Meanwhile, Guldo, anxiously awaiting, found himself growing impatient as time passed without any sign of Beerus's arrival. In the Supreme Kai's realm, the Supreme Kai and Jabber gazed into the distant starry sky, their focus directed towards Earth within the solar system. Safe, Jabber proclaimed. Indeed, for now. The location of Majin Buu is exceedingly secure, the Supreme Kai nodded with satisfaction. Let us keep him sealed away. May he never emerge, Jabber suggested. Yes, that wretched demon. It would be best if he perished within the seal, the Supreme Kai remarked. Then we shall be free of all concerns. Jabber sighed in agreement. As they conversed, a brilliant light akin to a shooting star rapidly approached their vicinity. What is that? The Supreme Kai questioned, momentarily bewildered. Jabber, pointing at the luminous streak in the sky, exclaimed, Lord Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai shook his head in confusion. Before long, they discerned Beerus and Whis materializing in the sky before them. It's a person, the Supreme Kai declared solemnly. How is it possible for a human to trespass into our realm? Jabber exclaimed in astonishment. In the next moment, under the watchful gaze of the Supreme Kai and Jabber, Whis and Beerus gracefully descended before them. Greetings, Supreme Kai, Beerus addressed directly. Who are you? The Supreme Kai asked, his tone laced with caution. I am the god of destruction, Beerus, he introduced himself. What god of destruction? I have never heard of such a title. The Supreme Kai retorted, shaking his head vigorously, his expression stern. What brings you to the Supreme Kai's realm? Beerus and Whis exchanged silent glances. Whis, what is the meaning of this? Has this Supreme Kai never heard of us gods of destruction? Beerus whispered, lowering his voice. Ahem. It appears that the previous Supreme Kai passed away prematurely, and this one has lost the legacy, leaving him unaware of many matters, Whis pondered thoughtfully. Chapter 35. Who is the Grand Minister? What? The Grand Supreme Kai is dead? How did that happen? Beerus exclaimed in disbelief. Ah, I remember now, Whis remarked. Tapping his forehead, that individual would indeed be well suited to contend for the title of God of Destruction. Who? Beerus was momentarily taken aback. Majin Buu, Whis smiled. I believe I have heard of this individual. Where is he now? Beerus expressed his excitement. He should currently reside on a planet known as Earth, Whis replied. What are we waiting for? Let us hasten to Earth, Beerus proposed. Shall we not inquire with the Supreme Kai? Whis inquired. Asking would be prudent, Beerus nodded. Turning to the Supreme Kai. Hey, young one, I have a question for you. What manner of address is this? Knowing full well he is the Supreme Kai, how dare you speak so disrespectfully? Jebbet admonished sternly. Beerus frowned. In an instant, he appeared behind Jebbet, so swiftly that neither the Supreme Kai nor Jebbet could react. With a gentle tap on the back of Jebbet's neck, he rendered him unconscious, causing him to crumple to the ground. The Supreme Kai was left in shock, immediately preparing for battle. Enough, Supreme Kai. You are no match for me, Beerus stated nonchalantly. I have not come to fight. I merely wish to inquire if there are any exceptionally powerful beings among the humans you monitor. The Supreme Kai fell silent. What do you mean? I do not comprehend your intentions. The Grand Minister is tasked with selecting a god of destruction for the new universe. If there are any suitably powerful humans in our universe, do introduce them to me, Beerus instructed the Supreme Kai. Bewilderment crossed the Supreme Kai's face. A brief silence ensued. Who is the Grand Minister? What new universe? He asked. Beerus and Whis exchanged exasperated glances. Does he not even know of the Grand Minister? Beerus lamented. It seems so. Whis sighed. The Grand Minister is the most esteemed deity in the entire universe. You are unaware of this? Beerus's frustration was palpable. Is not the Supreme Kai the greatest deity in the universe? The Supreme Kai retorted. Beerus opted for silence, while Whis shook his head in dismay. Let us depart. Beerus concluded, feeling exasperated with the Supreme Kai. With such a dim-witted Supreme Kai, what hope is there of finding a suitable human? He mused, his optimism waning. Very well. Lord Beerus, Whis nodded in agreement. With a swift motion, the two transformed into a brilliant flame akin to the stars, vanishing rapidly into the void, leaving no trace behind. Their arrival was as swift as their departure. The Supreme Kai was left in utter bewilderment. What do you truly mean? Why did they leave? Quickly tell me. Who is the Grand Minister? Their speed was astonishing. Who exactly are they? The Supreme Kai gazed up at the vanished Whis and Beerus, his expression increasingly perplexed. Suddenly, the Supreme Kai regained his senses and hurried to assess Jebbet's injuries. Fortunately, Jebbet was not gravely harmed, primarily because Beerus had not exerted his full force. Had he done so, Jebbet would have perished beyond recovery. Nevertheless, the Supreme Kai exerted considerable effort to awaken Jebbet. My Lord Supreme Kai, are you unharmed? Jebbet inquired anxiously. I am fine. They have already departed, the Supreme Kai replied. Jebbet scanned the surroundings and indeed discovered that the two individuals had vanished. A heavy silence ensued. My Lord Supreme Kai, who exactly were they? Jebbet asked. I am uncertain. That feline being claimed to be some sort of god of destruction. A deity I have never heard of before, the Supreme Kai explained. I have not heard of it either, Jebbet nodded. It must be a type of deity akin to the galactic gods, right? Have the galactic gods become so powerful now? The Supreme Kai pondered, then chuckled by the way. He also mentioned the Grand Minister, asserting that the Grand Minister is the greatest deity in the entire universe. Absurd. Such ignorance. Jebbet sighed and shook his head. The two fell into another silence. However, returning to the matter at hand, my Lord Supreme Kai, what were those two doing here? Jebbet inquired curiously. It is said that the Grand Minister's new universe requires a god of destruction. They need formidable beings to compete for this title, the Supreme Kai responded. I do not comprehend. The next time we encounter them, I shall ensure they understand that there are always greater powers beyond their own. Jebbet clenched his fists tightly. Indeed. It is best we refrain from concerning ourselves with them for now, the Supreme Kai nodded. The seal on Majin Buu remains intact, so there should be no major issues. Still, I am somewhat uneasy. Let me take another look. With that, the Supreme Kai turned his gaze once more toward Earth. In the next moment, he was left utterly astounded. A wave of uncontainable rage washed over his face. What? What do they intend to do? The Supreme Kai seethed with fury. What has transpired? My Lord Supreme Kai? Jebbet asked urgently. They have released Majin Buu. The Supreme Kai declared grimly. What did you say? Jebbet felt as though the sky had collapsed around him. These two fools. The Supreme Kai trembled with anger. This was disastrous. The entire universe was likely to face a monumental crisis. What should we do, my Lord Supreme Kai? Should we stop them? Jebbet asked. His face etched with anxiety. Majin Buu has awakened, and I currently have no solutions, the Supreme Kai lamented. The god of the Kais turned pale with fear. Have you seen enough? Beerus, with a dark expression, suddenly turned to the god of the Kais, a glimmer of coldness in his gaze. What? The god of the Kais was taken aback. How could this cat know I was watching him from such a distance? He shuddered involuntarily, retracting his gaze. What is it, Lord Kais? Jebbet asked hurriedly. That guy knows I was watching him. The god of the Kais's face shifted through a spectrum of emotions. What? Is that even possible? Jebbet exclaimed in disbelief. On Earth, in a certain mountainous region, just moments ago, under Whis's guidance, Beerus effortlessly located the seal of Majin Buu. With a mere flick of his hand, he released the seal. Majin Buu transformed into a swirl of pink smoke, escaping from his confinement. In the next instant, the pink mist coalesced in midair, morphing into a portly figure. Upon sighting this rotund creature, Beerus couldn't help but chuckle. Hey Whis, don't you think this fellow resembles an elephant? Beerus remarked with a grin. Indeed, Lord Beerus, they do share quite a similar physique, Whis nodded in agreement. This one will be our preliminary choice. Beerus was quite pleased with Majin Buu's appearance. Indeed, Majin Buu possessed formidable strength, and his unique abilities might allow him to stand out in the God of Destruction selection. Whis offered his assessment. Yes, quite. Beerus inhaled deeply. Upon awakening, Majin Buu glanced around. He immediately spotted Beerus and Whis across from him. I'm hungry. What should I turn you into? He pondered, patting his belly. Chocolate, perhaps. After uttering these words, the antennae atop Majin Buu's head glowed with a purplish-white flame, which swiftly descended toward Beerus. With a gentle flick of his hand, Beerus dismissed the flame with a resounding clap. Majin Buu's eyes widened in surprise. This technique has always worked flawlessly for me. Why did it fail against this cat? It seemed he would need to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, he wouldn't be very obedient. Beerus snorted. In an instant, Beerus appeared directly in front of Majin Buu, whose expression grew grave. Without hesitation, Majin Buu threw a punch at Beerus. Beerus extended a single finger, effortlessly intercepting the punch launched by Majin Buu. Not bad. The force is commendable, at least far superior to that of Frieza. Beerus nodded in satisfaction. Majin Buu displayed a look of astonishment. Did this fellow just catch my punch with a mere finger? Majin Buu quickly retreated. In the next moment, a stream of white gas erupted from his vents. Majin Buu elevated his energy to its utmost limit. With a furious roar, he charged recklessly towards Beerus. In a flurry of punches and kicks, Majin Buu unleashed a relentless assault upon Beerus. Yet, with the same finger, Beerus effortlessly parried all of Majin Buu's attacks. Quite impressive indeed. He is worth nurturing, Beerus thought with growing satisfaction. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Beerus slapped Majin Buu, reducing him to a mere pancake. Now, let me witness your regenerative abilities, Beerus grinned. After a considerable struggle, Majin Buu finally managed to restore his form to that of his usual rotund self. Gasping for breath, Majin Buu felt waves of fear wash over him. Hey, Chubby, your performance was rather commendable. It's you, Beerus called out to Buu. Majin Buu wore a perplexed expression. What do you mean it's me? What do you mean? Come with me, Beerus beckoned. Majin Buu looked increasingly perplexed. Where are we going? Let us go, Whis. Beerus replied with a smile. Very well, Lord Beerus, Whis nodded, his staff's crystal orb flashing with light, casting a beam upon Majin Buu. In the blink of an eye, Whis, Beerus, and Majin Buu transformed into a radiant flame, swiftly vanishing into the void. In the Kaishin realm, what is happening, Lord Kaishin? Jebbet inquired cautiously. Let me observe this enigmatic feline. The Kaishin's expression grew increasingly grave as he rubbed his eyes and gazed once more toward Earth. All he beheld was an empty shell. Majin Buu, the cat-like figure, and the peculiar blue sprite had all vanished. They are gone. Cold sweat streamed down the Kaishin's face. Does this imply that the universe is facing imminent catastrophe? Jebbet uttered in shock. The Kaioshin's visage turned as pale as a blank canvas. In the cosmic expanse. Upon witnessing Whis' remarkable speed, Majin Buu's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Who are these beings? Originally, Majin Buu had intended to absorb Beerus. But upon sensing the latter's overwhelming power, he decided to put that thought aside for the moment. Let us observe for now. Hey, chubby one. Allow me to be frank with you. In a couple of days, I plan to take you to compete for the role of Destroyer God. And I hope you won't embarrass me, Beerus stated to Buu. Buu appeared momentarily stunned, a look of confusion adorning his face. Whis, I suddenly feel this fellow may be a bit foolish. Do you think he can manage? Beerus now recognized the concern. With proper guidance, it should not be an issue. Let us focus on standing out in the competition first, Whis suggested. You are correct, Beerus nodded. Majin Buu bared his teeth, suppressing the urge to absorb Beerus. Who are you calling foolish? On the planet Ramses in Universe 10, the angel Kusa received news from the Grand Minister. A new universe competition for Destroyer God? Ramses pondered. Kusu, quickly assess who would be suitable for the competition. Perhaps consult the Kaioshin? Kusu suggested after some thought. Should we inquire with that fellow Gwas? Ramses frowned. Indeed. After all, Lord Gwas oversees humanity in our Universe 10, Kusa smiled, confident that Lord Gwas would furnish us with better information. It would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack if I were to seek it myself. Then let us proceed. Ramsey nodded in agreement, expressing no dissent. In the 10th universe, within the realm of the Supreme Kai, Gwas was sipping tea. Opposite him stood a young man with green skin, bowing respectfully. It is I, the North Kaioshin, Gwas exclaimed suddenly. Indeed, my Lord Supreme Kai. The young man responded promptly. I have heard that you manage the Northern Universe with great efficiency, Gwas remarked. Nodding in satisfaction. You flatter me, my Lord Supreme Kai. It is merely my duty, Zama's replied. Would you like to become a Supreme Kai? Gwas inquired abruptly. Zamas, is your turn too swift? I dare not. Zamas was startled and quickly knelt down. Ha ha, do not be afraid. I harbor no ill intentions, Gwavas chuckled. In truth, I have grown somewhat older and should consider retirement. Thus, I have been searching for a successor to assume my divine position as the new god of destruction. Chapter 37. Zamas, it is you Zamas, realizing the situation, breathed a sigh of relief. So, the god of destruction is selecting a new deity. It startled me. I thought you were testing my resolve. What do you think? Are you interested? Gwavas inquired with a smile. I shall undoubtedly become an exceptional god of destruction. Zamas responded immediately. Excellent. From this day forth, you shall train with me. I need to further assess your capabilities, Gwavas smiled. To become a god of destruction, one must not only possess formidable combat skills but also undergo inner refinement. This is a rather lengthy process. If all goes well, in approximately 40 years, you will be ready to succeed me. Yes, my lord, Zamas felt a surge of excitement. 40 years is but a fleeting moment for a deity. Zamas, demonstrate your combat abilities, Gwavas suggested. But with whom shall I engage in battle? Zamas surveyed the surroundings, realizing there was no one else present aside from the god of destruction. With a swift motion, Gwavas raised his hand, revealing a black square above his palm. Next, I shall continuously toss this thunder steel towards you. While evading, it would be best to counterattack and showcase your true strength. This thunder steel is, as you may know, the hardest metal in our universe and beyond, so be cautious not to injure yourself. Understood. Zamas immediately positioned himself at a distance, preparing for battle. Whoosh! Gwavas lightly beckoned, sending the thunder steel whistling toward Zamas. Crack! A pink glow flickered from Zamas's hand. It was his handblade. With a swift motion, Zamas cleaved the incoming thunder steel in two. Well done, do it again. Gwavas nodded in satisfaction, waving his hand once more as another piece of thunder steel soared through the air, this time faster than before. However, Zamas effortlessly dodged the oncoming projectile and retaliated with another horizontal strike of his handblade. Snap! Once again, the thunder steel was cleaved in half. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Gervis continuously conjured the thunder steel in his grasp, while Zamas effortlessly countered it. High above, Kes and Ramsey, who had just arrived, chanced upon the scene of Zamas confronting the thunder steel. Who is this lad? He seems rather formidable, Ramsey remarked, his eyes gleaming. He is Zamas, the North Kai. Kes replied. Can the North Kai contend for the position of god of destruction? Ramsey pondered aloud. There is no prohibition against selecting a new god of destruction from among the Kais. Kes responded. Let us observe further, Ramsey suggested. Thus, the two suspended in the sky silently watched as Zamas cleaved the thunder steel. Approximately a minute passed before Ramsey abruptly pointed his hand towards Zama's below. With a snap, he summoned another thunder steel. The previous thunder steel measured about 2 meters in length, but this one surged to a staggering 6 meters, resembling a colossal black mountain descending from the heavens, bearing down on Zama's. What is that? Why has it suddenly grown so large? Gervis, you scoundrel, this is hardly fair, Zama's exclaimed, realizing too late that evasion was no longer an option. Hee. Zama's swung his hand in an attempt to slice through the thunder steel that Ramsey had transferred. However, its strength appeared even greater than before. Despite Zama's efforts, the thunder steel showed no sign of yielding. With a resounding crash, it plummeted from the sky, landing squarely on Zama's. The impact pinned him beneath it, leaving only one hand visibly trembling above the surface. Gervis, bewildered by the turn of events, looked skyward and soon spotted Kess and Ramsey approaching. "Ah, it is Lord Kess and Lord Ramsey," he exclaimed, hastily greeting them. With a swift descent, Kess and Ramsey landed before Gervis. "Greetings, Lord Gervis," Kess smiled. "Please, just call me Gervis," he chuckled warmly. Ramsey remained silent. "May I inquire what brings Lord Kess and Lord Ramsey to seek my company?" Gervis asked with great respect. "This fellow is Zama's, is he not?" Ramsey pointed at the figure trapped beneath the thunder steel. "Indeed, he is the North Kai. I intend to have him succeed my position as Kaioshin. Given my age, I believe it is time for me to retire and cultivate a successor," Gervis explained with a nod. "I will take him to contend for the role of God of Destruction in the new universe. I trust you have no objections?" Ramsey explicitly stated his intentions. The God of Destruction for the new universe? Gavas hesitated slightly. He had heard whispers of a new universe's emergence, but never imagined it to be true. Could it be that Lord Ramsey intends to select a God of Destruction from among the Kais? There were no stipulations against choosing a God of Destruction from the Kais. Ramsey replied, "I am not here to discuss this with you. I am here to inform you." Gavas wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling quite unlucky. "After much effort in selecting a Kai with commendable attributes to succeed my position as God of the Kais, it turns out that Lord Ramsey wishes to train him as a God of Destruction." Gavas was at a loss for words. However, being of a more gentle disposition, he did not oppose Ramsey's decision. "Very well, let this be a pleasant resolution." Ramsey, satisfied, swayed his elongated trunk. With a swift motion, he gestured towards the massive chunk of lightning steel. In an instant, the steel vanished. Zama's grimaced in pain as he stood up from the ground. "Zama's, come here for a moment," Gavas called out to him. Zama's stepped forward, casting a puzzled glance at Kiers and Ramsey. "Haha, Lord God of the Kais. That last piece of lightning steel was rather large. I found myself pinned beneath it." Zama's chuckled. Gavas longed to clarify that the lightning steel was not his doing, but deemed it unnecessary to elaborate. After Zama spoke, he noticed two unfamiliar figures present. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Lord Ramsey, the God of Destruction. And this is Lady Kiers, the Angel," Gavas announced. "God of Destruction? Angel?" Zama's was momentarily taken aback and hurriedly approached to pay his respects. He had heard tales of gods of destruction and angels, but never anticipated such deities would appear before him. "I bow to you, Lord Ramsey, and to you, Lady Kiers," Zama said, bowing deeply. "Hey, kid, the new universe is in need of a God of Destruction. Would you like to run for the position?" Ramsey, straightforward in his manner, directly proposed the matter to Zama's. New universe God of Destruction? Zama's was taken aback. In truth, the two roles were not mutually exclusive. Should you not secure the position of God of Destruction, you could always return to your role as God of the Kais, Ramsey remarked to Zama's. Zama's was somewhat bewildered. How had he suddenly become the center of attention? Both the God of the Kais and the God of Destruction were vying for him to assume their divine roles. It appears that the God of Destruction is set to take on a new role in the new universe. However, I am still uncertain about the exact responsibilities of a God of Destruction, Zama's asked. Of course, the God of Destruction is tasked with obliterating that which is deemed unnecessary. Ramses replied with a smile. For instance, if you find the inhabitants of this planet to be quite dreadful, you have the authority to annihilate their world. Zama's nodded thoughtfully, realizing the remarkable nature of this role. So, this is the work of a God of Destruction. I feel quite suited for it. Is there anything you require of me at this moment? Zama's inquired further. Should you consent, I shall escort you to the selection for the God of Destruction, Ramses explained. A battle will ensue among the candidates across various universes, and the victor may ascend to become the God of Destruction of the new universe. Zama's glanced at Gawas, seeking his silent approval. If I fail to be selected as the god of destruction, I still have a contingency plan, though I prefer the position of god of destruction. However, if I do not succeed, there is naught I can do. Nonetheless, I believe I stand a good chance. After all, I am a god. Can I truly be outmatched by the other contenders? Zamos, if you wish to pursue this path, then do so, Gohan encouraged with a smile. Go forth and strive earnestly. Without harboring thoughts of a fallback plan, Zamos nodded. No fallback. How unfortunate. Then I shall proceed with determination to become the god of destruction. As the king of worlds, my strength should surpass that of the other competitors. Ramses, with cautious inquiry, asked, besides myself as the king of worlds, are there other kings of worlds among the contestants from different universes? It is unlikely, Ramses pondered. Thus, this is your advantage. The king of worlds holds the highest status in this universe, aside from the supreme Kai and the god of destruction. Do not bring shame upon me. Yes, I shall undoubtedly become the god of destruction, Zamos promptly affirmed. Are there any humans in this universe who surpass Zamos? Ramses queried Gohan. I fear not. Zamos's combat prowess is exceptional. Even in my prime, I may not have been his equal, Gohan assessed. I can see that is indeed the case, Ramses nodded. Gohan, there is no need for such frank evaluations. Very well, if that is the case, then you shall be chosen. Ramses smiled, glancing at Kes for her opinion. I believe it is a sound decision. Other universes will likely not anticipate that we would utilize a king of worlds to contend for the position of god of destruction. Kes remarked with a smile. This is what one might call a departure from the conventional path. Ha ha ha. Lamsi laughed heartily, and Zamasi joined him in a fit of foolish giggles. In the 11th universe, on the planet Wymide, the angel Makalita received a message from the Grand Priest. Just as several other universes did, Makalita promptly conveyed the information to the god of destruction, Wymide. A new universe is vying for a god of destruction? Wymide pondered. The victorious universe shall be rewarded with 7 Super Dragon Balls, capable of granting any wish. Indeed, that is what the Grand Priest stated. Makalita replied with a smile and a nod. While the Super Dragon Balls may not hold much significance for us, given our status as the apex deities of this universe, securing an exceptional god of destruction for the new universe would be an honor for our 11th universe. Wymide mused. Once this new god of destruction emerges, I can proudly declare, this god of destruction hails from our 11th universe. The other gods of destruction from different universes surely share this sentiment. Makalita flashed a charming smile and inquired, does Lord Wymide already have a candidate in mind? I wish to select Topo, Wymide responded. Topo? Why not choose Jiren? Makalita asked, slightly taken aback. You know well that Jiren has no desire to become a god of destruction, so he may not even participate in the competition. Wymide shook his head. Besides, Topo is a candidate for the position. With his strength, he is entirely capable of fulfilling this role. Moreover, Mr. Topo is already a disciple of Lord Wymide. So if he were to be elected as the god of destruction, their relationship would undoubtedly flourish. Makalita remarked, if Jiren were to become the god of destruction, he may not grow particularly close to Lord Wymide. You truly understand me, Makalita, Wymide chuckled. Makalita giggled like a blooming flower. Then, please contact Topo immediately and have him set aside all his affairs to come at once, Wymide instructed. Certainly. Makalita gently nodded and subsequently reached out to Topo through her staff. On the prideful planet, the Pride Troopers, led by Topo, were engaged in battle against the Evil Legion. Topo, utilizing his formidable power, suppressed the Evil Legion. His comrades, Dispo, Kokot, and Kakarot, fought valiantly alongside him. Amidst the battle, Topo suddenly sensed a voice resonating in his mind. Dispo, I have something to attend to. Can you hold the fort for me? Topo said to Dispo. What is it? Are you feeling unwell? Dispo replied, momentarily perplexed. No, it's Lord Makalita summoning me. It must be something of great importance, Topo clarified. Oh, I thought you were unwell. Dispo responded. Dispo nodded decisively. Very well, leave it to me. I shall take your place and ensure that these ruffians do not continue their rampage. Chapter 39. Jiren Tispo stepped forth and launched a frenzied assault against the Wicked Legion. Lady Makalita, he exclaimed, bowing gracefully to her. Mr. Topo, I need you to come to the realm of destruction immediately, Makalita smiled. Now you say? Topo was taken aback. Do you have pressing matters to attend to? Makalita inquired. I am currently leading the Pride Squad in suppressing the Evil Legion on the planet. If all goes well, this will be the final battle. And peace shall be restored to Pride Planet henceforth, Topo explained. How much longer will it take? Makalita asked. At least 2 more days, I suppose. The evil legion has entrenched itself on Pride Planet for quite some time. Eradicating them completely is proving to be more troublesome than I had anticipated, Tobo mused. By the way, Lady Makalita, what is it that you require of me? The new universe is seeking a candidate for the destroyer, and Lord Waymay has recommended you. Makalita stated candidly. Thus, I implore you to set aside your current endeavors and come at once. But what about here? Tobo bit his lip, feeling a sense of unease. I will arrange for Jiren to assist you, Makalita proposed. Jiren? If he can come, it would indeed be a tremendous help. Tobo's eyes lit up with excitement. Jiren has always been a member of the Pride Squad, and he has been training diligently of late, has he not? Makalita chuckled. That fellow. He spends his idle time training. Just how powerful does he wish to become? Tobo lamented. Very well, then. You must depart immediately. Jiren will arrive shortly, Makalita commanded. Understood. Lady Makalita. Tobo responded respectfully. As the call ended, Tispo exclaimed, Captain, I can barely hold on. Whoosh. Tobo soared in from afar, delivering a powerful kick that sent one of Tispo's adversaries flying. Tispo, Lady Waymay has summoned me for something urgent, so I must make haste. I leave the rest to you, Tobo explained. What do you mean? Tispo was momentarily bewildered. If you leave, our strength will significantly diminish. Do not worry. Jiren will be here shortly, Tobo reassured him with a smile. Jiren? He is coming? Tispo was taken aback. Indeed, Tobo nodded. Please, endure a little longer. What is this important matter? Tispo pressed. I shall reveal it upon my return, Tobo replied enigmatically. Boom. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed from the distance. In the next moment, a crimson figure appeared high in the sky, surveying the entire land. It's Jiren. He has finally arrived, and he is quite swift. Tispo was both astonished and delighted. Indeed, Topro remarked. Captain, you should leave swiftly. Your presence is no longer required here. Tispo waved his hand dismissively. Topro then exclaimed, boom. Upon the arrival of Jiren, he unleashed a powerful punch from a distance. This strike, propelled by an intense wind pressure, struck the heart of the evil army, reducing it to mere ruins. Truly, Jiren had grown stronger than before. His might was formidable. Tispo was filled with a myriad of emotions. Topro, deep in thought, glanced up at Jiren. How peculiar. Since there is a competition for the god of destruction in the new universe, why did Lord Beerus not choose Jiren? He paused, reflecting. I remember now. Jiren has no desire to become a god of destruction. If he wished for that role, he would have become a candidate long ago. And it would not be my concern. I must set off quickly. With a whoosh, Topro's violet flames erupted as he sped towards the direction of Beerus's planet. In Universe 2, on the planet Healers, Angel Sava conveyed the news regarding the new universe's god of destruction to the god of destruction, Healers. Magic mirror, magic mirror. Who is the fairest woman in this universe? Healers asked, gazing into a mirror. Suddenly, the reflection of Healer's charming visage appeared. A smile spread across his face. Sava sighed beside him. What did you just say, Sava? Healers turned to look at Sava. The Grand Priest mentioned that the new universe is taking shape and intends to select a suitable god of destruction from among the universes, Sava replied. Does Lord Healers have a candidate in mind? This person must possess formidable strength, correct? Healers inquired. Indeed, that is the essence of it, Sava nodded. Magic mirror, magic mirror. Tell me, aside from myself, who is the most beautiful woman? Healers addressed the mirror once more. Sava, covering his face, chose silence. Are you participating in a beauty pageant or seeking to become a harbinger of destruction? Suddenly, a visage materialized within the enchanted mirror. The reflection revealed a corpulent woman. And upon beholding her, Helese's eyes widened in astonishment, captivated by her beauty. What? Could it be that this woman possesses such striking allure? Helese was taken aback. Indeed, she bore a certain charm that compelled Sava to steal a few more glances. Helese inquired, what is her name? As he spoke, he turned to discover that Sava had already been diligently researching the identity of this individual. Helese found himself at a loss for words. Truly, it seems that beauty garners the favor of the divine, no matter where it resides. Sava, filled with excitement, took the initiative to uncover the identity of the individual. She discovered that her name is Librian, and her location is not far from us. Sava has already retrieved detailed information on Librian. Notably, Librian possesses formidable combat abilities, which indeed confirms Lord Helese's intuition. What do you mean by I was right? Helese's expression darkened. Should we summon her immediately? Sava inquired again. Very well. Since she possesses such formidable combat prowess, let her participate in the competition, Helles nodded. With so many gods of destruction, I am the only woman. The thought alone feels rather lonely. If Librian can assume a position in the new universe, it would provide me with a companion. In the fourth universe, on the planet Katra, the Grand Priest intends to select a new god of destruction from among the various universes for the new universe? Pondered the god of destruction Katra. Whom do you plan to select for the role? Asked the angel Kornic with a smile. Other gods of destruction from different universes will undoubtedly choose their strongest warriors. But among our human populace, there truly lacks a suitable candidate. Katra felt a headache coming on. After all, I am the mightiest god of destruction. If the person I select ends up being the weakest among them, it would be quite embarrassing. Chapter 40. Bardos, take me to the spectacle thus. It is imperative for Lord Katra to select a competent individual for the competition, Kornic agreed. Do you have a list of suitable candidates? Katra asked. Kornic projected several human images from the scepter in his hand, providing detailed introductions of these individuals. Katra scrutinized the selections. Let us choose Damon. Katra pointed to a minuscule insect, smaller than an ant. Very well, Kornic did not oppose. He is so small in actual combat. He will surely have the element of surprise. Katra smiled broadly. Indeed, Kornic nodded in agreement. Has the Grand Priest mentioned how the competition will be conducted? Katra inquired. The specific format has yet to be announced. Let us finalize our candidates, and the Grand Priest will transport us shortly, Kornic replied. Understood, Katra nodded. The angels from the other universes also received the Grand Priest's message and conveyed the information to the gods of destruction, beginning the selection process for human candidates. 2 days swiftly passed. In the 6th universe, on the planet Zyampa, Grand Priest, we are prepared. Please transport us at your convenience, Bardos smiled. At this moment, Bardos, Zyampa, and Hit stood together, patiently awaiting the Grand Priest's transport. As for Frost, he had been dismissed by Zyampa the day before. Lufan, keep a vigilant watch. Xiang Pa commanded Ru Fan, who cast a glance at him. However, I must say, the lemon-flavored carbonated beverage you crafted yesterday was quite delightful. I have grown weary of cola. The sudden shift in flavor is indeed refreshing. Xiang Pa smiled in appreciation. Indeed, nodded Ba Duos in agreement. Yesterday, Ru Fan began the creation of the lemon-flavored soda. For him, it was a task of utmost simplicity, merely substituting the cola fruit with lemon. Upon tasting the new concoction, both Xiang Pa and Ba Duos were effusive in their praise. Ba Duos, have you ever tasted this drink? Ru Fan inquired. I suppose not. Why do you ask? Ba Duos replied, momentarily taken aback. I wish to personally deliver some to the High Priest, so he may savor its flavor. Ru Fan grinned. If you merely want to join the revelry, you need not dance around the subject. The High Priest would be displeased if he found out. Ba Duos chuckled. Oh, if you had mentioned that sooner, I would have thought it was forbidden to partake in the festivities. Ru Fan sighed in relief, swiftly stepping forward to embrace Ba Duos from behind. Ba Duos, you are rather impolite, aren't you? Ahem, I am the daughter of the esteemed High Priest. Do you not think that the High Priest would be displeased with you for embracing his daughter? Bardos remarked with a smile. Not at all. A man of my exceptional caliber is a rarity. Even with a lantern, one would struggle to find someone like me. The High Priest would be delighted, if anything. Lu Fan retorted confidently. Bardos found herself at a loss for words. Xiang Pa sighed heavily from the side. Just do it, he said. Hey kid. Before you meet your end, you must tell me how these beverages are crafted. Hurry and jot down the recipe. As if, Lu Fan retorted. If I were to perish, carbonated drinks would vanish with me. Xiang Pa wiped his brow, sensing that the boy might indeed be capable of such a feat. He would never divulge the recipe. Despite the apparent simplicity of Lu Fan's drink formula, Xiang Pa had attempted to recreate cola based on Lu Fan's ingredients. Yet the result always felt lacking, as if something essential was missing. The same was true for Bados. As an angel, Bados possessed boundless abilities. Yet her skills in crafting culinary delights and beverages were notably deficient. All right, you may go enjoy the spectacle, but do not stir up trouble, Bados advised. Rest assured, I will not cause any disturbances, Lu Fan replied, flashing a bright smile that revealed his pearly whites. Bados and Xiang Pa exchanged glances. Why do I have the impression that this kid will end up causing a ruckus? Xiang Pa murmured, concerned. I share your sentiment, Bados nodded. Should we still bring him along? Xiang Pa wiped his brow. It wouldn't do to abandon him midway, Bados suggested. I think that's feasible, Xiang Pa smiled knowingly. I can hear you. Can you not lower your voices any further while speaking? Lu Fan's expression darkened. Thinking of leaving me behind? Not a chance. As he spoke, Lu Fan tightened his embrace around Battles, his entire body pressing against her. Let go, Battles managed to utter through clenched teeth. All right. Lu Fan released his grip with his hands, but ensnared Battles' slender waist with his legs. Release your legs, Battles sighed in exasperation. Absolutely not. That would separate us. Lu Fan shook his head defiantly. Battles was left speechless. I want you to let me go. Is it appropriate for you to hold me this way? Hit remarked. This fellow certainly has a distinct personality. Beep. At that moment, the staff in Battles' hand trembled slightly. Very well, esteemed High Priest. We are prepared, Battles quickly responded. Whoosh. Lucian felt a fleeting sensation before finding himself in an exceedingly peculiar location. The surroundings were enveloped in chaos, while at the center of this tumult stood a circular platform. Suspended above the platform was an individual whom Lucian recognized instantly. It was none other than the High Priest, the supreme steward of all the deities across the universe. Apart from the High Priest, Lucian saw no other gods or contestants from different realms. He speculated that perhaps they had prepared more swiftly, thus arriving first. Bang! Battles descended from the heavens with Lucian, Kampa, and Hit, landing upon the circular platform. Immediately thereafter, Battles bowed in deference alongside Kampa and Hit. While Battles merely performed a slight bow, Kampa, accompanied by Hit, knelt in reverence. Lucian remained steadfast, standing upright. Hey, Lucian, kneel at once. Kampa's expression darkened. I knew this rascal would cause trouble. I can't believe you won't even kneel before the High Priest. It is utterly disgraceful. Your actions may bring misfortune upon me. Oh, I am but an ordinary human, not a deity vying for destruction. Must I still kneel? Lu Fan paused, inquiring. Chapter 41. The High Priest and the Kola. The High Priest cast a glance in this direction. Is it not natural for a human to prostrate before a god? Xiangpa's nostrils flared with indignation, urging, hurry, the esteemed High Priest is approaching. Mr. Xiangpa, may I inquire who accompanies you? The High Priest inquired with a smile. This is Lu Fan, a remarkable beverage flavorist, who wishes to witness the spectacle, Xiangpa lamented, trembling with anxiety. Greetings, esteemed High Priest, I am Lu Fan. He interjected, maintaining a balance of respect and assertiveness. I have long admired your esteemed position as the steward of all the gods in the universe, and have come to observe. The High Priest replied, admiration is one thing. But what do you mean by observe? Silence, young man. Do you comprehend the implications of your words? Xiangpa regretted his decision to bring this lad along. No, it was Battles who insisted on bringing him. Xiangpa glared at Battles. Esteemed High Priest, I have prepared this cola for you, given the sweltering heat. I thought you might like to sample it. As Lu Fan spoke, he raised his hand, revealing a can of cola. Cola? I have heard whispers of a delightful beverage from the seventh universe, so it is you, Mr. Lu Fan, who has crafted it. The High Priest smiled. Very well. I shall partake. Xiangpa, quickly present it to the esteemed High Priest. Lu Fan extended the can of cola towards Xiangpa. Why do you not go by yourself? What do you want me to do? It feels rather inappropriate for me to stand before the highest deity alone. The pressure is quite overwhelming, Luo Fan explained with conviction. Xiangpa, Battles, and the High Priest all appeared to be sweating profusely, just like Hitler. You claim to feel immense pressure in the presence of the highest deity. Yet, it is I who bears the weight of such pressure as I kneel here before you. Yet, you stand so upright. Who would believe you when you claim to be under pressure? Xiangpa mused, hesitating for a brief moment before promptly seizing the can of soda. Upon grasping the can, he found himself momentarily lost in thought once again. What is this? I have never encountered such packaging before. How many secrets does this young man conceal? However, Xiangpa dared not linger on such thoughts and hurriedly presented the can of soda before the Grand Priest, holding it with both hands. The Grand Priest lifted the can and gently pulled the tab. A hiss echoed from within as the sound of carbonated bubbles emerged. This design is rather intriguing and environmentally friendly, the Grand Priest remarked with admiration. Is environmentally friendly a term you would use? Lu Fan interjected. The Grand Priest silently savored a sip of the soda, and indeed, it was delightful. It is no wonder that so many people queue up on the culinary planet of the seventh universe. Mr. Lu Fan's talents in this regard are indeed remarkable. The Grand Priest mused, offering unwarranted praise. Lu Fan nodded in acknowledgement. How many more cans of this soda do you have? The Grand Priest inquired suddenly. Gazing at Lu Fan. I have plenty, Lu Fan replied. I came here this time to present my soda as prizes for the contestants. Very well. Then let each victorious contestant receive a bottle of soda as a special reward, the Grand Priest deliberated. Understood, Lu Fan responded without objection. Xiangpa observed as Bados remained silent, wiping the sweat that had beaded on her brow. However, Bados reconsidered. For the contestants, this indeed constituted a rather commendable reward. After all, the victors were not entitled to any additional prizes. The only reward was the divine position of the new universe's god of destruction. The true beneficiary of the reward would be the god of destruction from their original universe, who could attain 7 Super Dragon Balls and fulfill any wish. Is it just 1 bottle per person? Bados asked, momentarily taken aback. The Grand Priest responded, the competition will adopt a one-on-one elimination format, with a total of 8 universes participating in the selection for the god of destruction. Wait, only 8 universes are participating? Xiangpa exclaimed, slightly perplexed. Why are the other 4 universes not competing? The gods of destruction from the 1st, 5th, 8th, and 12th universes have stated that they wish to focus on their duties and therefore will not partake in this selection, the Grand Priest smiled. This competition is entirely voluntary. I have not compelled anyone to participate. Focusing on duties? Xiangpa wiped his brow. Truly, the gods of destruction from those 4 universes are rather foolish. Iwan, Yalek, Ligil, Jin, you 4 imbeciles. Did you intentionally claim to be diligent in your work to garner the esteemed High Priest's favor? It matters not if you choose not to participate. This merely increases our opportunities. Xiangpa expresses disdain for the actions of these 4 destroyers. Indeed, such an attitude towards work is worthy of emulation by the new destroyers. Lu Fan reflects. The High Priest regarded Lu Fan with profound contemplation, nodding thoughtfully. This human possesses a certain intriguing quality. You possess the remarkable ability to comprehend the true essence of a destroyer's existence. Just as the words left my lips, a dazzling flame flickered in the air above the circular platform. As the radiance dissipated, 3 familiar faces emerged. It took little time for me to recognize them. It was Whis and Beerus from the 7th universe, accompanied by a contender, Majin Buu. I tapped my head in confusion. The timeline seemed awry. At this juncture, Goku was merely a child, yet to embark on his quest for the Dragon Balls. How could Majin Buu have appeared? In this timeline, he should still be sealed within the Majin egg. It dawned on me. Likely, that rascal Beerus had released him. Majin Buu? Hit. Which of the 2 is superior? I held a favorable view of Hit. With his prowess, he could undoubtedly vanquish Majin Buu with ease. However, certain aspects elude certainty. Majin Buu possesses an array of abilities. He might even transform Hit into chocolate for consumption. Of course, these are merely my conjectures. As for the outcome, that remains contingent upon their ultimate contest. High above, Beerus glanced downward. It was Kampa and his cohort. They had arrived before us. Beerus pondered, furrowing his brow in perplexity. Wait, why have they brought 2 contestants? Was it not stated that only 1 contender could be selected from each universe for the role of destroyer? Perhaps the other is merely here for amusement, Whis speculated. Beerus replied, Chapter 42, Beerus, a tale? We should descend post-haste. Whis suggested, our current altitude surpasses even that of the Grand Minister. Does this seem appropriate, Lord Beerus? A shiver ran down Beerus' spine, snapping him back to reality as he hastily plummeted from the sky, with Whis following closely behind. However, Majin Buu remained suspended in the air, showing no intention of descending. Beerus felt a wave of frustration wash over him. This rotund figure is indeed formidable. Yet his intellect appears severely lacking. I find it hard to envision how, even if he triumphed, he could be chosen as a destroyer. Hey, hurry down, Beerus hissed, calling out to Majin Buu in a hushed tone. Majin Buu merely grunted, feigning ignorance. In a swift motion, Beerus grasped Majin Buu's arm, pulling him from the sky. Then, with a sudden force, he pressed Buu's head to the ground, ensuring his face met the earth firmly. My apologies, Grand Minister. Our contestant is somewhat sluggish in his reactions. Beerus hastily clarified. Sluggish? More like his intellect raises considerable concern. The Grand Priest smiled and inquired. What does it mean to have concerning intelligence? Majin Buu, with his face pressed firmly against the ground, could not help but overhear the Grand Priest's words and asked a question. Beerus sighed heavily from the side. Kampa struggled to suppress his laughter, his face turning a shade of crimson. Ha! Where did this fool, Beerus, find such a jester? He mused. It simply means you are handsome and charming. Beerus muttered through clenched teeth. Upon hearing this, Majin Buu's face lit up with a broad grin. I am very handsome. Beerus exhaled in relief. The Grand Priest chose not to address Beerus any further. You need not remain kneeling. Rise, he beckoned. Thank you, esteemed Grand Priest, Beerus replied, nodding respectfully as he stood. He harbored a fear that Majin Buu might cause trouble on the spot. If this creature were to transform the Grand Priest into chocolate, he mused, I would meet a dreadful end. Thus, Beerus grasped Majin Buu's arm tightly, leading him over to visit the sixth universe. Beerus, have you finally awakened? Did you not say you would sleep for over 40 years? Compa grinned. Humph, enough of your prattle. With such a momentous event occurring, I certainly must participate, Beerus retorted. You seem quite confident, Beerus, Compa remarked with a smile. Of course. Just look at my contestant. Does he not bear a striking resemblance to you? Beerus teased. Not at all. What kind of eyes do you have? Compa exclaimed, irate. Their physiques are quite similar, are they not? Beerus chuckled. Their physiques are completely different, Compa replied. Exasperated. So, who will you choose to participate in the match? Beerus inquired curiously, glancing at Hit and Lufan behind Compa. It will undoubtedly be Hit. That fellow is merely here to enjoy the spectacle, Compa snickered. Oh? The tail? Beerus paused, suddenly noticing the tail wrapped around Lufan's waist, and could not help but ask. Is this boy a Saiyan? No, Compa replied, a hint of unease creeping in. He was determined to keep Beerus from discovering that this boy originally hailed from the seventh universe. Fortunately, Beerus did not dwell on it. Even if he is a Saiyan. What of it? Even if he is from our universe, what does it matter? Besides, most Saiyans were annihilated by Frieza. Suddenly, 3 brilliant flames reappeared in the sky. Lu Fan gazed upward, observing that the entities from the 10th universe, 11th universe, and 2nd universe had manifested simultaneously. He recognized all the figures from these 3 universes. However, Lu Fan felt a twinge of disappointment. Jiren had not come. Instead, the substitute god of destruction, Toppo, had arrived. It dawned on him that Jiren had never had a penchant for the role of a god of destruction. If he had desired to take on that mantle, would Toppo have had the opportunity? The contender from the 10th universe was none other than Zamasu. Was Zamasu truly vying for the position of god of destruction? Yet, upon reflection, Zamasu did seem rather suited for the role. He was ill-fitted to be a supreme Kai, burdened as he was by his heavy convictions. Always fixated on obliterating humanity. Well, perhaps being a god of destruction might not align with his ideals either. Considering that gods of destruction are not meant to annihilate all of humanity. As for the contender from the 2nd universe, he was rather portly and, frankly, quite unappealing. Lu Fan chose to withhold his commentary on this matter. The angels and gods of destruction from the 3 universes descended, accompanied by their respective participants, and bowed in deference to the Grand Priest. Lu Fan rested his chin in contemplation. It seemed that the Omni King had not graced this occasion with his presence. That made sense. This event was merely to select a new god of destruction for the universes. The presence of the Omni King seemed of little consequence. Such matters were predominantly settled by the Grand Priest himself. In an instant, the angels and god of destruction from the 4th universe appeared in the air. Yet without a participant, many present were momentarily taken aback. Why had the 4th universe not brought a contender? What was their purpose in attending without one? The angel, Kinnick, and the god of destruction, Quatella, bowed respectfully to the Grand Priest. The Grand Priest nodded slightly, instructing them to rise, and cast a glance at the diminutive insect, Damon. On the ground, saying nothing further, Damon displayed a look of astonishment. Had this being truly noticed him? How could he be seen despite his minuscule size? Beerus, were you not asleep? When did you awaken? Quatella approached, a smile on his face as he directed his gaze toward Beerus. Humph. Meddlesome fool. Perhaps you should tend to your own affairs, Beerus retorted. Where is your participant? Have you been unable to find a suitable contender and merely come to bask in the atmosphere? Think what you will, Quatella replied with a cryptic smile. Subsequently, the angels and gods of destruction from several other universes arrived with their contenders. All universes had made their presence known, except for the 1st, 5th, 8th, and 12th universes, whose gods of destruction had not appeared. Thus, the universes participating in this new selection had gathered, and the audience was requested to take their seats and await further proceedings. The Grand Priest spoke, waving his hand gently. In an instant, an additional tier of seating appeared around the circular arena. Let us proceed, Xiangpa urged. Swiftly, the deities accompanied by their chosen participants ascended to the stands. The Grand Priest hovered majestically above, surveying the gathering of deities and mortals below. This cosmic election featured participants from the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 6th, 7th, 9th, 10th, and 11th universes, 8 universes in total, each represented by a single contestant. The Grand Priest announced that this selection process for the God of Destruction would adopt a round-based format, inviting the named contestants to ascend the arena for one-on-one battles. Chapter 43. Battles, your sister. All deities and contestants listened intently. The rules of engagement were straightforward. One must either knock their opponent out of the arena or compel them to concede, thus securing victory. The Grand Priest continued, declaring that victorious contestants would advance to subsequent rounds until the final showdown. The use of lethal force and weapons was strictly prohibited. Any contestant violating these rules would forfeit. For now, we may adjust the rules as necessary after several matches, he added. The assembly of deities and contestants comprehended the guidelines clearly. Moreover, each victorious contestant in every round would receive a can of cola from Mr. Rofan of the 6th Universe as a unique prize. The Grand Priest gestured toward Rofan, who offered a slight bow to the audience. The gathered deities and contestants exchanged puzzled glances. Cola? What is that? Beerus inquired curiously. It seems to be a rather refreshing beverage, was speculated. A beverage? How delightful could it possibly be? Beerus dismissed the notion lightly. Since it is a reward from the Grand Priest, it must be quite exquisite, was smiled. Let us hope so, Beerus chuckled. Now, I request the participants to proceed over there to draw lots. The Grand Priest instructed, emphasizing that the matches would follow the order of the draw. With a clap, an empty box materialized at the arena's center. The contestants approached to draw their lots. A total of 7 participants stepped forward to retrieve their numbered tags. The results of the draw were as follows. Contestant 1, 6th Universe, hit Contestant 2, 9th Universe, Basil Contestant 3, 11th Universe, Topo Contestant 4, 3rd Universe, Magi KO Contestant 6, 7th Universe, Bu Contestant 7, 2nd Universe, Ribrian Contestant 8, 10th Universe, Zamasu. After drawing lots, the 7 contestants returned to their designated stands. The contestant from the 4th Universe was somewhat unique. Thus, the remaining tag number 5 belonged to Damon of the 4th Universe. The Great Priest announced, the 4th Universe? Are there any contenders? Beerus pondered momentarily, intrigued by the uniqueness of the situation. Mr. Bu, what is your number? Whis inquired. What number is this? Bu questioned, holding up his placard for Whis to see. It is number 6. You will compete against the contestant from the 4th Universe. Beerus observed closely and promptly declared. Majin Bu also glanced towards the 4th Universe's spectator area. There are no competitors. Who will I face? He asked. Whis, what is going on? Do you know? Beerus pressed. Do not rely on me for everything. You must discern for yourself, Whis replied with a smile. Are you truly our angel of the 7th Universe? Beerus retorted with irritation. Meanwhile, in the 6th Universe, Kappa queried, Hit, which number did you draw? Number 1, for the first match, Hit responded. Who is your opponent? Kappa asked eagerly. It seems to be a contestant from the 9th Universe, that Red Fox, Hit replied. That fellow should be of little consequence. Make sure to handle him properly, Kappa instructed, though he cautioned against underestimating the adversary. Understood, Hit nodded. In the 9th Universe, the God of Destruction Sidra encouraged his contestant. Basil, we have no information on that individual from the 6th Universe. Basil, you must give it your all, Sidra said, patting the Red Fox on the shoulder. Basil retorted. Without information, what good is your advice? With the order of the matches established, the Great Priest smiled and proclaimed, Let us commence the first battle. The first match will feature Hit from the 6th Universe against Basil from the 9th Universe. Please take your positions on the arena. The match duration is indefinite, lasting until one party emerges victorious. Any contestant who falls from the arena will be automatically transported back to their respective universe's spectator area. You need not worry about that. Hit, do your best, Kampa encouraged, giving Hit a supportive pat on the shoulder. Do not bring me shame. Yes, Hit affirmed, soaring onto the arena. Bah, Bados. Lufon suddenly interjected, taking a sip from a bottle of cola. Bados, why do you still resort to insults? Lufan inquired with a hint of curiosity. I was wondering, where's your sister? He swallowed a sip of cola. Could you refrain from breathing so heavily while speaking? Baduz's expression darkened. Is that so? Lufan replied with a grin. My sister is likely in the new universe. She should arrive shortly, Baduz speculated. Is your sister truly that stunning? Lufan whispered. Baduz wiped away the sweat. Are you already beginning to think about my sister? The captivating Batos cast a glance at Rovan. Did I not show you her projection? Indeed. I am quite eager, Rovan nodded vigorously. Batos sighed, unwilling to engage further with Rovan. However, I believe that the ultimate decision of the destroyer should rest with your sister. Considering that this future destroyer will be sharing a life with her, Rovan pondered. Bateau's nearly choked. Sharing a life? Your words sound as if they were about to wed. I am uncertain about this. Perhaps it is so. Beerus shook her head. Could it be that your sister is secretly watching the match? Lufon speculated. Beerus chose to remain silent. My sister is an angel. Would she need to watch the match in secret? On the circular arena, Hit and the contestant Bazel from the 9th universe stood opposite each other. The arena's diameter was approximately 100 meters, quite expansive indeed. The match begins. The Grand Priest announced. Without a moment's hesitation, Bazel surged forward towards Hit. He launched a direct punch aimed at Hit's face. Observing Bazel's approaching fist, Hit's expression remained remarkably tranquil. Bravo. Well done. Bazel, Sedera exclaimed. He will be eliminated with that punch. In an instant, Hit uttered a couple of words. Time froze. Bang. Hit delivered a powerful blow, striking Bazel squarely in the chest. Bazel was immediately impacted, his body arcing through the air, blood spewing forth as he fell to the ground. Upon landing, Bazel coughed up another mouthful of blood, feeling utterly defeated. Sedara's smile gradually faded. What was that technique? When did the 6th universe produce such a formidable warrior? Xiangpa grinned, revealing a set of pearly whites, his face beaming with pride. How infuriating. Bazel gritted his teeth and stood up. Suddenly, Bazel maximized his speed, leaving several afterimages in his wake. The next moment, Bazel charged towards Hit once more. In an instant, Hit, without a hint of hesitation, unleashed his technique again. Chapter 44, Beerus, I also want to drink cola. Bang. Hit landed another punch, striking Bazel's chest with even greater force. This time, Bazel soared even higher into the air. Thud. After landing, Bazel slid backward, gliding to the edge of the arena. Hit advanced towards his opponent. Bazel wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression turning grim. Suddenly, Bazel erupted with immense energy, fully amplifying his power and lunging towards Hit with ferocity. Bang. Hit retaliated with a kick. Whoosh. Bazel was sent flying off the arena. At the moment Bazel was propelled off the arena, his form flickered and vanished instantly. Subsequently, he reappeared in the stands of the 9th universe. Bazel had been eliminated. The god of destruction of the 9th universe, Sedera, displayed a visage of astonishment. Was he eliminated so quickly? This was rather abrupt, wasn't he? Heh, Sedera, seems your contestant isn't all that impressive, remarked Kappa, wearing a smug grin. Sedera clenched his fists tightly, wishing he could confront Kappa and deliver a thrashing. That insufferable fatso was grinning far too smugly. In the first match, the contestant Hit from the 6th universe emerged victorious, advancing to the semifinals. The Grand Minister announced in a booming voice that Hit could proceed to his universe's stands to receive a bottle of cola from Mr. Rofan as a special reward. Indeed, Hit nodded respectfully, soaring away from the arena to appear before Rofan in his stands. Well done, Rofan praised, raising his hand slightly. In an instant, a can of cola appeared in Rofan's hand, which he offered to Hit. Thank you. Hit expressed his gratitude. No need for thanks. This is what you deserve. Rofan replied with a smile. Hit accepted the cola, opened it, and took a sip. His eyes lit up instantly, delighting in the sensation that tingled on his taste buds. Is this cola? It's utterly exquisite. No wonder Lord Kampa's attitude towards Rofan is rather peculiar. Only this fellow could concoct such a delightful beverage. It's no surprise that even the Grand Minister holds him in high regard. Is that cola? Beerus glanced over in that direction, addressing Whis. Indeed, it appears quite delectable. Whis admitted, his interest piqued. Hey, Majin Buu, you better perform well in the matches and bring me that cola as a reward, Beerus instructed Buu. Buu ignored him. Why should I give it to you? I want some too. However, it must be said, that fellow named Hit is indeed formidable, winning the match with such ease. Beerus grinned, noting that Bazel from the 9th universe had been defeated in less than 3 moves. If all goes smoothly, according to our numbered sequence, Mr. Buu will encounter Hit in the finals, Whis remarked with a smile. That's true, Beerus sighed in relief, directing his gaze at Buu. In the upcoming matches, keep a close eye on that fellow named Hit. He could very well advance to the finals. Majin Buu also glanced towards Hit, soon becoming captivated by the cola in Hit's hand. Is that beverage truly so delightful? Is it better than my milk? Majin Buu's thoughts had already drifted towards the cola. Zamas, that fellow named Hit is quite formidable. You must exercise caution, warned Ramsey in a low voice. There is no need for concern, Lord Destroyer, Zamas replied confidently. According to the sequence of numbers, I shall encounter him in the finals. Ramsey nodded in agreement. Tobra, how long do you think it will take you to defeat that fellow named Hit? Asked Wymite. Based on my calculations, if I utilize my destructive energy, I can eliminate him in no more than 3 minutes, Tobra responded with a calm demeanor. As a substitute destroyer, it would be quite embarrassing if he could not overcome such an opponent. Wymite nodded, reassured, for Tobra was indeed a substitute destroyer and had already mastered destruction. Dealing with someone like Hit would surely pose no challenge. Librian, your opponent is that individual, Hele's remarked to her universe's contestant. Understood, Librian replied with a nod. I shall ensure he falls before the hem of my pomegranate skirt. Do you intend to employ the charms of beauty? The god of destruction from the 9th universe, Sidarwin, has succumbed to despair, having been eliminated at the outset. This round of the god of destruction election bears no significance to me. Now, let us proceed to the second match. The Grand Priest, with a smile upon his face, loudly announces that the second contest will feature Mr. Troppa from the 11th universe against Mr. Magi Keu from the 3rd universe. Troppa leaps onto the arena, and Magi Keu similarly appears on the stage. Lufon is somewhat familiar with Troppa, yet he finds Magi Keu rather unfamiliar. Lufon is certain that Magi Keu must have made an appearance during the power tournament. But with over 80 participants, many of whom were merely bystanders, it is impossible for Lufon to remember them all. Magi Keu is a metallic being, reminiscent of the liquid metal from the Terminator series. The god of destruction from the 3rd universe, Mosco, is a colossal robot, devoid of any expression. However, Lufon is aware of Mosco's true identity. The robotic Faade merely conceals a diminutive individual who controls the robot. The match commences. The Grand Priest announces. Troppa gazes silently at the metallic being, Magi Keu. With my strength surpassing your imagination, you should concede now. Magi Keu scoffs. In an instant, Magi Keu's form melts away, transforming into a pool of liquid metal. Troppa's expression remains largely unchanged. The liquid metal morphs into a water-like column, surging towards Troppa. Humph. Troppa scoffs, unleashing a surge of energy. Boom. Troppa's energy pierces through the liquid metal, which splatters onto the ground, a significant portion evaporating upon impact. Hey, are you alright? Don't die on me. If you do, I will lose my chance at victory too. Troppa chuckles, fully aware that his previous strike was not lethal. After all, Troppa has battled extensively and encountered similar metallic forms in the 11th universe, endowing him with considerable combat experience. Smack. The liquid metal coalesces, transforming back into its original shape. Its expression now one of displeasure. Troppa, how immense can your destructive energy be? How did you revert? Troppa smiles lightly. Is it a lack of confidence? Whoosh. Troppa swiftly appears opposite Magi Keu, who stares wide-eyed in astonishment. What incredible speed this fellow possesses. Bang. With a powerful uppercut, Troppa struck Majin Caulifla squarely on the chin. Despite Majin Caulifla's liquid metal form, he felt a surge of intense pain from the blow. He tumbled through the air several times, and upon landing, continued to roll on the ground, leaving a series of marks on the arena floor. Just as he was about to roll out of the ring, Majin Caulifla transformed into liquid metal, clinging tightly to the surface of the arena. Suddenly, a massive energy wave surged toward him with a deafening roar. In an instant, Majin Caulifla was blasted out of the ring by the overwhelming force of the energy wave, resulting in his elimination. In the second match, Mr. Torpa from Universe 11 emerged victorious. Please, Mr. Torpa, proceed to the stands of Universe 6 to receive a bottle of cola, the Grand Minister smiled. Yes. Torpa replied with a bow. Whoosh. Torpa soared to the stands of the universe, appearing before Lufon. Well done. Keep up the good work, Lufon said, handing a can of cola to Torpa. Thank you. Torpa accepted the cola with both hands, nodding with a smile. It seemed likely that Torpa would achieve ultimate victory. As Wymite gently smiled. Indeed, Mr. Torpa is a candidate for the god of destruction, and he possesses considerable strength, Makalita nodded. However, this meant that Wymite would need to select a new candidate for god of destruction. I already have someone in mind, if necessary. We could have Tispa take on the role as the new candidate, Wymite mused. But Mr. Tispa's strength is somewhat lacking, Makalita chuckled. No matter, with proper training, he will improve, Wymite replied. In Universe 3, God of Destruction Mosca remarked, Majin Caulifla is truly pathetic. How could he lose the match so easily? This Torpa fellow is no ordinary opponent. Indeed, he is said to be the candidate for the God of Destruction from Universe 11, Whis smiled. Beerus was taken aback. What did you say? A candidate for the god of destruction? He exclaimed in disbelief. Whis merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Damn it, I remember now. During the last gathering with those gods of destruction, Waimai had mentioned he wanted to retire, and I thought he was just joking. I had no idea it was true. Has he already begun training a replacement god of destruction? Beerus grimaced, feeling quite displeased. If Torpa is indeed a candidate for god of destruction, then his strength is certainly not as simple as it appears. He must be concealing formidable energy within him, destructive energy. This individual may have already mastered destruction. I have heard that you are the replacement for the god of destruction, Lu Fan inquired. Indeed, Topo nodded politely. Can you condense destruction? Lu Fan pressed further. Beside them, Bardos cast a glance in their direction, and Kampa also stole a look. Here we go again. This one is quite capable. Topo, uncertain of Lu Fan's true identity, stammered and responded with utmost courtesy. How large can you condense it? Lu Fan asked. How large? Topo was momentarily taken aback, struggling to grasp the question. I mean in terms of volume, Lu Fan clarified. It should be about this size, Topo said, extending his arms for demonstration. Approximately 1.8 meters in diameter. Lu Fan mused thoughtfully. Indeed, it could be a bit larger, probably over 2 meters, Topo replied. Can it not be larger? Lu Fan inquired again. In principle, it could be, but if it increases further, it would lose significance. To continue expanding would inevitably diminish the destructive power of the core, Topo explained. At this juncture, he regarded Lu Fan with contemplation. Why is he asking such questions? Could it be that he too possesses the ability to destroy? Are you the replacement god of destruction for the 6th universe? Topo asked cautiously. Hey, that big bearded one. I never said I would retire, Kampa interjected with a scowl. I have yet to fully embrace my role as the god of destruction. Yes, Lord Kampa, my sincerest apologies. Topo hurriedly expressed. Take your cola and swiftly depart. Do not linger in the stands of our 6th universe, Kampa commanded. Topo replied, it was this fellow, Lu Fan, who engaged me in conversation. I did not intend to remain here. Keep at it. You must continue your training diligently. With destruction of merely 2 meters, you would accomplish little. Lu Fan patted Topo's shoulder. Topo, somewhat bewildered, nodded. Accomplish little? Destruction of 2 meters? That is more than sufficient to annihilate a star system. Just 2 days ago, during the battle with the evil legion, I refrained from obliterating our proud planet. If I had truly unleashed my power, that colossal proud planet would have vanished in an instant. Who exactly is this person? The prize appointed by the Grand Priest comes from him. So enigmatic. Topo pondered many thoughts internally but remained exceedingly polite, bowing respectfully to Lu Fan and Kampa, and then offering a separate bow to Bardos, before returning to his own stand. What did that cola vendor say to you? Waimei asked. Lord Waimei, he asked me how large my destruction could be condensed. Topo wiped his brow. Destruction? How large can it be condensed? Waimei was somewhat perplexed by Lu Fan's intentions. Is there any special significance to this question? What is going on? Can his essence also manifest destruction? Waimei pondered, yet it appears that Kampa has no intention of retreating. Indeed, Lord Kampa has indeed stated as much, Tuapa nodded. Well, it doesn't matter. Let us proceed to the 3rd match. The Grand Priest announced with a smile. As the contestant Damon from Universe 10 would face off against the contestant Bu from Universe 7. Fight well, do you understand? Beerus instructed Bu. Bu feigned ignorance. Go. Beerus commanded. Bu was reluctant to move. I refuse to be directed by you. I simply wish to be myself. Get up there, what are you dawdling for? Beerus snapped. If you falter at a critical moment, I shall obliterate you. Chapter 46, Mage and Bu. One more can humph. Understood. With that, Bu ascended high into the air and landed heavily on the arena. Bang. Majin Bu intentionally concentrated his power in his feet, intending to shatter the arena with a single stomp. However, the moment his feet made contact with the arena, he felt as if they might shatter. Yet, the arena remained unscathed. Just as Bu aimed to demolish the platform, the Grand Priest had already discerned his intentions. With a silent wave of his hand, the Grand Priest enveloped the arena in a layer of angelic power. Bu was fortunate that his legs did not suffer immediate injury. Now, the 3rd match commences. The Grand Priest announced with a smile. Damon thought, what an opportunity. The moment that overweight creature landed, he appeared utterly stunned. I shall seize this chance to launch my attack and knock him off the stage. Bang. Damon swiftly charged towards Majin Bu. He delivered a kick to Bu, forcefully propelling him backward. Many spectators were left astonished at this turn of events. On the arena, Majin Buu was sliding backward, his feet scraping against the ground, leaving long marks on the surface. The sound of friction between Buu's feet and the ground echoed incessantly. What is happening? Who is the contestant from Universe 4? Beerus was taken aback. Is it a transparent person? Kampa also paused, frowning in inquiry. What? A transparent person? Beerus suddenly understood. Heh. Katra smirked, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Katra, you shameless individual, how could you choose such a contestant for the match? Beerus gritted his teeth. There was no rule against transparent individuals participating in the competition. Ketla laughed joyfully, and the reason for her amusement was that my contestant was not an invisible entity, but rather an insect smaller than an ant. It is entirely understandable that you cannot see him. His presence is difficult to discern without keen observation. Majin Buu continues to slide backwards, swiftly approaching the edge of the ring. Well done, Damon. Eliminate him. Ketla shouted enthusiastically. Majin Buu appeared utterly astonished. Who is pushing me? He exclaimed, glancing back. Buu quickly noticed the increasingly imminent edge of the ring. He attempted to halt his movement, but felt the opposing force was still quite substantial. A grin spread across his face as a sudden idea struck him. Damon was vigorously pushing Majin Buu backward, confident of his impending victory. I am on the verge of winning this match. I shall advance to the semifinals. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed. Damon paused, bewildered. What was that sound? He wondered. Upon closer inspection, his expression turned grave. To his horror, he discovered that his opponent's legs had detached from his body. Damon trembled in shock, utterly terrified. Hey! His body and legs are separated. Bazel exclaimed. Sidera displayed an equally shocked expression. Librian looked positively pale, to be precise. The color drained from his plump face. If a life is taken, it counts as a forfeiture, Zamas pondered. Damon stared in disbelief at the bisected Majin Buu, momentarily rendered speechless. Hey, I finally found you, so. It was you who was fighting me. At that moment of Damon's dazedness, Majin Buu's head leaned in closer to inspect a minuscule insect on the ground. What? You're still alive? Damon gasped, realizing it was merely a bug. Majin Buu grinned widely. Oh no, I've fallen for your trick. I will crush you, Damon exclaimed. Suddenly, Majin Buu reached for his severed legs and, gripping them tightly, began to strike Damon with fervor. Damon was left dazed, nearly meeting his demise on the spot. Ketla's smile gradually faded. So quickly recognized? This is troublesome. It seems I may lose this match. Hey, Buu, enough. If this continues, you will be disqualified. Beerus shouted urgently. Majin Buu glanced at Beerus, seemingly indifferent to his warning. Do you not wish to drink cola anymore? Beerus inquired. This does seem rather tempting, Majin Buu replied, seizing Damon, who was smaller than an ant. Whoosh. Majin Buu exerted a great force and flung Damon far off the stage. In the third match, Mr. Buu from Universe 7 emerged victorious. The Grand Priest announced that Mr. Buu should approach Mr. Reuven to receive a can of cola as a special reward. Upon hearing the Grand Priest's words, Majin Buu's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was the moment he had been eagerly anticipating since his awakening, the chance to savor the flavor of this beverage. Whoosh. Buu swiftly flew towards Reuven. Clap. Reuven gently raised his hand, and a can of cola immediately appeared in his grasp. Buu curiously gazed at Reuven's right hand. How did he conjure that? Buu inquired, then imitated Reuven by lifting his own right hand. However, nothing materialized. I compressed the cola into particles using energy, and when needed, I utilized my own energy to restore these particles to their original form, Reuven explained. Majin Buu looked utterly bewildered. What does that mean? I don't understand. Well, it doesn't matter. I shall taste this cola first. Clap. Majin Buu popped open the can and took a sip. Instantly, his eyes lit up with surprise. This drink is indeed delightful. That fat idiot. Didn't he say he would share the prize with me? Beerus fumed, smoke billowing from his nostrils. Mr. Buu hasn't he agreed to that? You know, Vados chuckled. Beerus grumbled. That rascal. He didn't even leave me a sip. Soon, Majin Buu finished the entire can of cola. In fact, he even stuck his tongue inside the can, licking it clean. Beerus felt utterly repulsed. How disgusting. I want another can. Majin Buu looked eagerly at Reuven. When the next match, and you shall have another, Reuven smiled. No, I want it now. Majin Buu's childish temper flared. Chapter 47. Get lost, foolish human. Beerus widened his eyes, his expression shifting dramatically. Whoosh. Beerus zoomed in from a distance and firmly pressed down on Majin Buu's head. Apologies, he was merely jesting. Please don't take it to heart. Beerus hurriedly explained to Reuven. This fellow's identity is still uncertain. It's best not to provoke him. Furthermore, that fat idiot. The Grand Priest stated that winning the match would grant him a can of cola. Having finished one can, you astonishingly desire yet another. How reckless you are! Even Beerus dares not gaze upon the Grand Minister, for he senses a chill creeping down his spine, as if the Grand Minister's penetrating gaze is fixed upon him. My sincerest apologies for the inconvenience, Beerus humbly expressed to Lufan, bowing deeply alongside Majin Buu. Without delay, Beerus swiftly departed the stands of Universe 6, escorting Majin Buu back to their own seating area. You insufferable glutton, are you even aware of your actions? Should you continue this folly? Do you believe I want to obliterate you? Beerus declared with a scowl. Majin Buu huffed, a flicker of murderous intent glimmering in his eyes. However, upon contemplating the formidable prowess of the cat-like figure, he found himself at a loss. I am hardly a match for him. Perhaps I should adopt a more subdued approach. He chuckled to himself, finding amusement in Beerus's cowed demeanor. Kampa has surely been misled. He cannot possibly be aware of Lufan's true identity. Indeed, it appears he is oblivious. Badatz affirmed. How delightful it would be to witness his reaction upon discovering the truth. Kampa revealed a gleaming smile. Now, let us proceed to the fourth match. The Grand Minister announced. The fourth battle will feature Ms. Ribrian from Universe 2 against Mr. Zamasu from Universe 10. Ribrian, we are counting on you, Helles encouraged her. He shall surely fall beneath the weight of my charm, Ribrian declared confidently. Helles fell silent, sensing that this woman might not be as reliable as she appeared. Zamasu, do take care. It is not every day one encounters such a stunning woman, Ramses remarked, his cheeks flushing upon seeing Ribrian. Zamasu cast a glance at Ramses. You are an elephant. Shouldn't your preference lie with the matriarchal elephant? How could you still harbor feelings for that woman? Zama shook his head, with a swift motion. He ascended the arena, positioning himself opposite Librian. Let the match commence. The High Priest announced with authority. Look, Reuven, an exquisite beauty. Bados exclaimed, smiling at Reuven. Reuven gazed intently at Bados without blinking. I didn't mean for you to look at me, but rather at the stunning Librian on the stage, Bados clarified. Her? Reuven questioned incredulously. Can she truly be deemed beautiful? Indeed, in our divine realm, we have always regarded plumpness as beauty. Frankly, my appearance can only be considered second-rate. The first-rate beauty is someone like Librian, Bados remarked. Then let these first-rate beauties be offered to the esteemed High Priest. I am content with second-rate beauties, Reuven replied. The High Priest cast a glance in their direction, his expression darkening. Bados wiped his brow vigorously. You truly dare to be reckless. In my eyes, the likes of Librian are best left unspoken, allowing me a moment to regurgitate my disdain. Lufan remarked, Bardus, encountering such a stunning beauty. How could you utter such repugnant words? I truly cannot fathom your thoughts. On the arena, Librian, with an alluring demeanor, teased, Hey, handsome, how about we share a drink after the match? Get lost. You foolish creature. Zamas retorted with a scowl, his voice dripping with disdain. Huh. Librian paused momentarily, pondering whether this fellow lacked an appreciation for women. Allow me to showcase my ultimate technique. The sweetheart donut, she declared, adopting a heart-shaped gesture. Whoosh. A heart-shaped blast of energy surged toward Zamas. Humph. Zamas's expression remained frosty. With a swift motion, he revealed his hand blade. Flash. Zamas cleaved the heart-shaped energy effortlessly in two. In the next instant, he vanished from sight. What? My heartfelt offering has been ruthlessly severed by you, the heartless scoundrel. Librian exclaimed in dismay. Zamas retorted. Who the hell are you calling heartless? It seems you are projecting your own predicament onto me. You repugnant woman. I am a deity. A noble god. Even if you possess exquisite beauty and grace, before the divine, you are merely a mechanical doll. In a sudden flash, Zamas appeared silently behind Ribrian. Where is that unfaithful wretch? Where have you gone? Have you been so awestruck by my unparalleled beauty that you fled the arena? Ribrian inquired with a shy demeanor. Zamas's expression darkened once more. This shameless woman. I am right behind you. His voice resonated from behind Ribrian. What? Ribrian's countenance shifted. You have been eliminated, you loathsome woman. Zamas bellowed. With a swift motion, Zamas' hand sliced through Ribrian's back, piercing her chest without hesitation. Ribrian gazed down at the hand protruding from her front, feeling her vitality swiftly dissipating. She grew increasingly weak, her consciousness becoming hazy. Fear not, you shall not perish. If you do, I shall be eliminated as well. Zama's chuckled, pulling Ribrian toward the edge of the stage with his blade. Indeed, Ribrian did not die. She merely experienced excruciating pain, emitting wails of despair, as Zama's dragged her. A long trail of crimson blood marked the arena. Hellers frowned. The contestant from Universe 10 is rather ruthless, isn't. Although Ribrian may be somewhat repulsive, one should not resort to such brutality. Ramses glanced at Kess, who let out a soft sigh. How could this lad be so merciless? I failed to perceive it. Ramses remarked solemnly. The human heart is inscrutable, especially that of a god. Kess sighed. This is dire. The Grand Priest is watching. Ramses felt a surge of despair. It seems our chances in this god of destruction selection are dwindling. Kess mused, stating that while it is a competition, it also serves to test the heart, observing whether one's mindset is suited to become an exceptional god of destruction. Chapter 48. Grand Priest. His inner cultivation surpasses that of a god of destruction. It would have been better to inform Zama's earlier, Ramses lamented. Changing one's nature is far more challenging than altering one's circumstances, Kess noted. Ramses, with a swift motion, Zama's hurled Ribrian from the edge of the stage. She soared out of the arena. In the next moment, Ribrian's form flickered and she vanished, only to reappear in the stands of the second universe. Although her body had been pierced, it did not strike any vital points. As a deity of her realm, such feats were well within her capabilities. However, Ribrian was engulfed in profound pain, weeping in a most distressing manner. Sava, quickly administer her treatment, Helios commanded. Understood, Lord Helios. Sava replied with a gentle nod, as a radiant healing light emanated from the staff in her hand, swiftly enveloping Ribrian. In the blink of an eye, her injuries were entirely mended. Thank you. Ribrian exclaimed gratefully. Sava smiled in return, offering no further words. Soon after, Ribrian cast a fearful glance at Zamasu in the arena. This battle had left her with a psychological scar. It appears that my beauty cannot resolve all matters. This individual must surely be a eunuch. Otherwise, he would not be immune to my charm. In the fourth match, Mr. Zamasu of the 10th universe emerged victorious. The Grand Priest announced with a smile, Please, Mr. Zamasu, proceed to Mr. Rofan to receive a can of cola. Yes. Zamasu bowed respectfully. With a swift motion, Zamasu soared to Rofan's side. Rofan raised his small hand gently, producing a can of cola. He handed the cola to Zamasu, who graciously accepted it with both hands. Thank you. Zamasu replied politely as he prepared to open it. Wait a moment, Rofan interjected. Zamasu paused. I almost forgot to mention. Shaking the can before drinking enhances the flavor, Rofan advised. Is that so? Thank you. Zamasu nodded, shaking the can vigorously. Zampa and Bardos could not help but inch away, creating some distance from Zamasu. As Zamasu opened the can, a burst of carbonated gas erupted, splattering his face. Taken by surprise, Zamasu instinctively reacted, believing he had been ambushed. His energy flickering rapidly. With a snap, he incinerated the cola in his hand, reducing it to mere remnants. What a waste. Beerus grimaced, distressed. Such a delightful cola. Destroyed by this fool. What do you mean? Why are you tormenting me? Zamasu quickly regained his composure, casting a cold glare at Rofan. I am not tormenting you. Drinking cola this way enhances the taste, Rofan replied with a gentle smile. With a swift motion, Rofan conjured another can of cola, shaking it vigorously. Lufan casually tossed a can of cola to Xiangpa, who momentarily paused in surprise. Try it out. This fellow claims I am jesting with him, Lufan remarked. With no hesitation, Xiangpa promptly opened the can. In the next instant, he swiftly brought the mouth of the can to his lips. Gulp, gulp, gulp. He swallowed it down in one go. Oh, how refreshing. Xiangpa exclaimed, patting his belly and releasing a puff of carbon dioxide. Do you understand now? This is how one should drink, Lufan chuckled. Zamas, uncertain of how to respond, was admonished by Lufan. Zamas, you must cultivate your inner self diligently, even if you win this contest. Your demeanor renders you unworthy of the title of destroyer. Lufan sighed, placing a hand on Zamas's shoulder. I recognize you as a god of destruction and potentially the next Supreme Kai. However, should you continue to nurture your current mindset, the position of Supreme Kai may elude you. Zamas frowned, a flicker of anger crossing his features. Yet, he ultimately respected Lufan's true identity, knowing that this young man was the chosen one of the Grand Priest. Perhaps it is best not to provoke him, Zamas thought, nodding gently. I shall take note of your advice. Thank you, Mr. Lufan, he said, bowing respectfully. Go on, Lufan waved his hand, signaling that Zamas could depart. The Grand Priest silently regarded Lufan once more. Despite his youth, this young man undoubtedly surpassed everyone present in the mastery of his inner self. Indeed, his inner cultivation exceeded that of several destroyers. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. Zama's returned to the stands of Universe 10, while Ramses remained silent. Sensing that Zama's chances were dwindling, even if he were to achieve ultimate victory in the competition, it was unlikely he would be chosen as a destroyer. A destroyer may disregard the existence of life, yet they would not descend to such cruelty. In the previous match, had he merely kicked that beautiful woman off the stage, no one would have criticized him. However, the torment he inflicted upon her was decidedly wrong. Lord Ramses, it appears the contestants from Universe 2 are not as remarkable as they seem. Zama's smiled. As long as you are content, Ramses replied nonchalantly. Zama's, filled with anticipation, thought to himself, as long as I fight diligently, I shall surely defeat the remaining 3 contestants. Thus concluded the first round of the competition. The Grand Priest hovered in the air, smiling as he announced, the contestants advancing to the semifinals are Hit from Universe 6, Toppo from Universe 11, Bu from Universe 7, and Zama's from Universe 10. We shall now proceed directly to the semifinals, with the first match featuring Hit from Universe 6 and Toppo from Universe 11. Please, the 2 contestants, take the stage. Hit, be cautious. That fellow is a candidate for the God of Destruction, Pap admonished. Understood, Hit nodded. Tro. Your adversary appears to possess the ability to manipulate time, capable of momentarily halting it. Do not underestimate him. Wymide also cautioned Tropical. Yes, esteemed Wymide, Tro replied. The 2 ascended to the arena. The match begins. The High Priest announced. Hit and Tro exchanged no superfluous words. They launched into a fierce confrontation immediately. Bang, bang, bang. Both warriors continuously heightened their energies, relentlessly engaging one another. Chapter 49, Hit vs. Tro. Lufan observed quietly. The disparity in strength between Hit and Tro was not particularly vast. They had been clashing for nearly a minute, with no clear victor emerging. Hit refrained from employing his time skip ability, and Tro did not resort to destruction either. Their exchange was primarily exploratory, probing one another before seeking a means to eliminate the other. After 2 minutes, bang, their fists collided with considerable force. Thud. Both fighters staggered back several steps. In the next moment, Hit and Tro locked eyes. You are formidable in our universe. You might very well be my rival for the title of candidate God of Destruction, Tro remarked, his expression calm. Humph, Hit scoffed, choosing not to respond. I am aware of your time manipulation. Let me see it in action, Tro declared, transforming into a streak of light as he launched a punch toward it. As you wish. Time skip. Hit retorted with a cold grunt, immediately activating his ability. Bang. Hit's fist connected with Tro's nose. Tro felt a sharp sting and, upon inspection, discovered blood trickling from his nose. His eyes widened in disbelief. I didn't even see how he threw that punch. Is this what it means to control time? To momentarily halt it and inflict harm upon me? Indeed, you are more formidable than I anticipated, Tro admitted with a smile. However, merely controlling time will not lead to my defeat. Suddenly, a purplish-red aura enveloped Tropical. He transformed into his God of Destruction form. Hit's expression grew grave. Very well. Let us continue, Tro grinned, charging once more toward Hit. Time skip. Without a moment's hesitation, Hit unleashed his ability once again, swiftly aiming a punch at Tro's chest. Clap. A scene unfolded that left Hit in a state of shock. To his astonishment, Toppo raised a hand to block his own punch. Hit's eyes widened. Such a manipulation of time necessitated a suppression of energy for greater efficacy, did it not? My God of Destruction energy has long surpassed your foundational power, Toppo remarked with a smile. What? Hit's expression shifted rapidly. Bang. Toppo, with no intention of being courteous, delivered a knee strike directly to Hit's chest. With a cough, Hit expelled a copious amount of blood, feeling as though his very being was unraveling. Bang. Toppo followed up with a kick that sent Hit crashing to the ground. How infuriating. Is Hit truly no match for that fellow? Jampa clenched his teeth. Humph. Even if that individual named Hit possesses remarkable strength, how could he possibly surpass my successor as God of Destruction? Whis sneered disdainfully. You are defeated, Hit. Toppo extended his hand, aiming at Hit's form from afar. Boom. A powerful surge of energy erupted from Toppo's grasp, racing toward Hit like a bolt of lightning. Alarmed, Hit executed a swift roll, narrowly evading the onslaught. Boom. The energy collided with the arena floor, causing violent tremors. In fact, Fissures began to form in the ground where Hit had just stood. Quite swift, I must say, however. You are merely flailing in your death throes, Topo scoffed, advancing toward Hit's position. In an instant, Topo found himself directly opposite Hit. I must admit, you are the only adversary I respect in this God of Destruction tournament, but it is time for you to rest, Topo declared, tightening his fist and preparing to strike Hit's chest with a powerful blow. Yet, just as Topo anticipated that this punch would send Hit tumbling from the arena, he was astounded to see Hit's figure becoming an illusion. Not good. It's a mirage. Topo's expression changed. You have let your guard down. Hit's voice resonated from behind Topo. Hey! With a sudden kick, Hit struck Topo in the back, sending him sprawling forward, colliding intimately with the ground of the arena. Topo's momentum carried him dangerously close to the edge of the ring. Reacting swiftly, Hit charged forward, intent on eliminating Topo from the competition. Topo, too, was quick on his feet, rising and catching Hit's incoming punch with his arm. I will not be defeated by you, Topo huffed. Although you gained a slight advantage just now, the one in control is me. Is that so? Hit grinned, and Topo froze, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Boom. Suddenly, an extraordinarily powerful energy erupted from Hit, enveloping him in a faint blue glow. What? Topo's expression shifted dramatically. Have you been concealing your energy all along? You guessed correctly, Hit replied with a gentle smile. In an instant, Hit unleashed his time manipulation ability once more. Time froze. With a resounding thud. He delivered a kick to Topo. Time resumed. Topo was struck, his body flying backward. However, being a god of destruction himself, Topo's reflexes were remarkably swift. Just as he was about to topple off the arena, he quickly grasped the edge with his right hand. Though his body dangled in midair, he managed to avoid an immediate fall due to his grip on the arena's edge. Hit approached him with deliberate steps. Topo's countenance grew gravely serious. Let go. Hit stated calmly, then stamped his foot forcefully. Crack. The edge of the arena he clung to suddenly wobbled. Topo lost his balance and fell out of the arena. In a flash, he reappeared in the stands of Universe 11, eliminated from the competition. Hit exhaled deeply, relieved. This opponent was indeed formidable. Topo, in a tone of resignation, remarked, I never anticipated such an outcome. My apologies for underestimating you. Whis, at a loss for words, realized that further discussion was futile. Well, it's best you return to your role as my candidate for the God of Destruction, he sighed, acknowledging that it might save the effort of training a new one. I am truly sorry, Lord Whis, Topo bowed in contrition. Whis waved his hand dismissively, choosing not to elaborate further. In the first semifinal match, Hit from Universe 6 emerged victorious and advanced to the finals. The Grand Priest announced with a smile that Hit could collect a can of cola from Leuven. Yes. Hit bowed respectfully and returned to the stands. Leuven tossed the cola to Hit, who caught it but showed no intention of opening it immediately. May I save it for later? Hit inquired. Of course, it's yours now. Drink it however you please, Leuven replied with a grin, adding. Even if you choose to drink it upside down, I want to interfere. I would never drink it upside down, Hit retorted. You know, I've always considered you my brother, Leuven remarked with a sense of nostalgia. Your head is quite distinctive, resembling that of my brother. Hitler appeared utterly perplexed. My head resembles that of your brother? What does that mean? He instinctively assumed that he bore a closer resemblance to Ruffin's brother. Indeed, Ruffin vigorously nodded. Do you have any siblings? Bardos cast a curious glance at Ruffin. What are you saying, Bardos? Of course, I have brothers, Ruffin retorted, rolling his eyes. Suit yourself. Bardos shook his head, somewhat bewildered. Even if you do have brothers, would they truly resemble Hitler? You two are clearly not of the same race. What is that rascal Lufon up to again? Is he deliberately trying to cultivate a good relationship with Hit? Indeed, given the current trajectory of events, it seems highly probable that Hit may emerge as the God of Destruction in the new universe, both in terms of strength and temperament. Hit appears quite fitting for this role. Bados chose to remain silent. Bados, in the future, you will meet my brother, Lufon stated. Very well. I would appreciate the opportunity to be introduced, Bados replied with a nod. Yes, indeed, Lufon acknowledged. Meanwhile, Zampa wore a look of utter bewilderment. Does Hit's appearance resemble that of your brother? I sense a peculiar undertone in your words. Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Lufon, Hit responded. You are too modest. Hit, Lufon replied with a smile. The second match of the semifinals will feature the contestant Bu from Universe 7 against Zamas from Universe 10, the Grand Priest announced. Bu and Zamas ascended to the arena. Let the match begin, the Grand Priest proclaimed. With a swift motion, Zama's unleashed a flash of light from his hand, revealing a handblade. Beerus was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. What an incredible technique! In an instant, Zama's drove the hand blade into the body of Majin Buu. Beerus gazed down at the blade, piercing his form, seemingly unfazed. The victor of this match shall be me, Zama's, he declared, yanking the blade back with force. With a resounding thud, Zama's delivered a powerful kick to Majin Buu's face, causing him to stagger backward. Wow! Zama's unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Majin Buu, who appeared utterly incapable of retaliating. Zama's landed a heavy blow. With a crash, Majin Buu collapsed to the ground, smoke rising from his form. I have won, Zama smirked, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. However, with a nonchalant demeanor, Majin Buu rose from the ground. Zama's smile began to falter. That hurt a bit. Majin Buu's expression shifted to one of menace. In a flash, the wound inflicted by Zama's was effortlessly healed by Majin Buu. What? This creature can regenerate, Zama's exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. How shall I deal with you? Majin Buu extended his hand, aiming at Zama's. Majin Buu sensed that this opponent was not particularly formidable. You have struck me for quite some time, yet I feel no pain. The only moment of discomfort came when you plunged a knife into me. Suddenly, a streak of light erupted from the hands of Majin Buu, soaring towards the direction of Zamasu. Alarmed, Zamasu exclaimed, and without a moment's hesitation ascended into the sky. In the next instant, with a forceful sweep of his hands, he unleashed a formidable divine power that enveloped Majin Buu, rendering him motionless as if frozen in time. Zamasu let out a sigh of relief, finally managing to immobilize the rotund adversary. I must swiftly eliminate him. This rotund fiend is stronger than I had anticipated. With that, Zamasu dove from the sky, aiming a kick directly at Majin Buu. However, as Zamasu approached, Buu's body suddenly sprang to life, and he made a comical face at Zamasu. Just as Zamasu prepared to strike, he was taken aback by the large visage that loomed before him, causing him to halt midair in shock. In an instant, Majin Buu soared upwards, positioning himself directly above Zamasu. What? This creature possesses incredible speed. Zamasu gasped in astonishment. With a resounding thud, Majin Buu brought his palm down, sending Zamasu crashing from the sky to the ground below. The impact of Zamasu's body against the arena floor was jarring, leaving him momentarily disoriented and severely injured. Damn it! Zamasu gritted his teeth, managing to rise only to stumble and collapse once more. Majin Buu descended from the sky, landing opposite him. Suddenly, a rumbling sound emanated from Buu's belly. I'm hungry. I shall consume you, he declared. What did you say? Do you even know who you're speaking to? Zamasu retorted, a mix of astonishment and fury in his gaze as he glared at Majin Buu. Transform into a cookie, Buu commanded, as the antennae on his head flickered, emitting a purplish-white flame. The beam struck Zamasu directly, and with a swift transformation, his form morphed into that of a humanoid cookie, rolling to the ground. Majin Buu, humming a tune, approached to pick up the cookie, ready to devour it. Fool, killing is against the rules. Cease this at once and revert him back. I will provide you with food. Beerus called out loudly to Majin Buu. Startled, Majin Buu suddenly realized that he was still in the midst of a match. If he were to consume him, he would perish, and thus he would be unable to procure the cola he desired. It was simply not worth it. He decided to endure for the time being. A flash of purple and white light flickered atop Majin Buu's head, swiftly striking the cookie. Instantly, the cookie morphed and transformed back into Zamasu's form. Chapter 51. The final Zamasu collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, his face contorted in distress. He had distinctly felt as though he had been reduced to a mere cookie, almost falling prey to that rotund creature. I am a deity. Have I allowed a mere human to humiliate me to this extent? With a resounding thud, Majin Buu delivered a powerful kick toward Zamasu. Before Zamasu could react, his body arced through the air and he was unceremoniously ejected from the arena, eliminated from the competition. In a swift motion, Zamasu found himself appearing in the stands. How infuriating. I cannot believe I have lost to that buffoon. Zamasu seethed internally. Zamasu, I had higher expectations of you, Ramushi remarked coldly. Why must there exist such formidable humans? Zamasu's irritation deepened. This universe is replete with various humans who, through their relentless efforts, have attained remarkable heights, even surpassing deities. Ramushi replied nonchalantly. Thus, there is no reason for your astonishment. Zamasu fell silent. Those insufferable humans. Now, I find myself unable to fulfill my role as a destroyer. I wonder if I can still become Gova's disciple upon my return? In the second match of the semifinals, the contestant from Universe 7, Bu, emerged victorious. The Grand Minister, wearing a smile, announced that Bu could collect a can of cola from Reuven. Bu immediately dashed over to Reuven, eagerly extending his hand for the cola. With a swift motion, Reuven conjured a can of cola and handed it to Bu. As Bu prepared to drink, a thought struck him. Wouldn't it taste better if I shook it first? Bu innocently inquired. Indeed, Reuven nodded. Bu vigorously shook the can. In the next moment, he opened the tab. Seizing the opportunity before the carbonation erupted, Bu enveloped the can's opening with his mouth. The cola erupted from the can and filled Bu's mouth. He gulped it down eagerly. Truly delightful, Bu grinned. Do your best, and win the next match, and you'll receive another can of cola, Reuven encouraged with a smile. Bu replied. Bu nodded vigorously. From a distance, Beerus let out a slight sigh of relief. This rotund fellow certainly exhibited a concerning level of intelligence. However, fortune seemed to favor him, as he had remarkably persevered to the final match. Beerus, you ought to concede early. Although this plump individual possesses some peculiar abilities, he is no match for Hit. Kampa grinned broadly at Beerus. Humph. Beerus merely grunted, refraining from further rebuttal. He recognized that while Majin Bu was formidable, he was not on the same tier as Hit. Hit's prowess was comparable to that of Topo, while Majin Bu lagged at least 2 levels beneath them. The prospects appeared dim. Nonetheless, Beerus mused that even if Majin Bu were to emerge victorious, should his disposition remain unchanged, it was unlikely that the Grand Minister would select him as the new god of destruction for the universe. Now, let us proceed to the final showdown. The Grand Minister announced with a smile, as Hit from Universe 6 faced off against Bu from Universe 7. Majin Bu and Hit ascended the stage. The match begins, declared the Grand Minister. Excellent. If all goes as expected, Hit will become the new god of destruction, Kampa exclaimed with excitement. From this day forth, I shall proclaim that the god of destruction of the new universe hails from our Universe 6. This is our Universe 6 glory. Kampa, do not rejoice too soon. Whis sighed. The match has yet to commence, and the outcome remains uncertain. There's no doubt, it will surely win. I can perceive it, can you not? Kampa beamed. Overwhelmed with joy, he could not resist patting the shoulder of Lufan. What do you think, lad? Kampa inquired cheerfully. I shall refrain from commenting, Lufan replied. Kampa said, I fear that my words might discourage you. Lufan chuckled. Oh, you mean to suggest that the rotund fellow will triumph, correct? Kampa huffed. Isn't that description fitting for you? Kampa? Lufan retorted with a smile. Kampa's expression darkened. This impudent lad was growing increasingly disrespectful. Just wait until we return. I shall teach you a lesson. That scoundrel Bu. He didn't even share a sip of the soda he won. Beerus gritted his teeth. Lord Beerus, if you desire soda, we can simply go to Universe 6 for some after the match concludes. Whis whispered softly to Beerus. That would be quite embarrassing, Beerus replied. It would imply that there are no fine beverages in our Universe 7. Kampa would surely mock me. Lord Beerus, do you not find the identity of this Mr. Lufan rather intriguing? Whis suddenly whispered. His identity was indeed quite remarkable. The Grand Priest had actually instructed the victorious contestant to retrieve refreshments from him. Could he possibly be an apprentice angel? No, that seemed implausible. He was undoubtedly human, far from resembling an angel. Furthermore, no angel possessed such skin tone. And he even had a tail. Beerus mumbled a few words under his breath. I can assure you, Lord Beerus, that Mr. Reuven is certainly not an angel. Whis nodded. By the way, this fellow seems to be a Saiyan, Beerus pondered. Lord Beerus, it is said that the Scions of Universe 6 do not possess tails. Whis smiled. Oh, Beerus was taken aback. The Scions of Universe 6 evolved away their tails thousands of years ago, Whis elucidated. What do you mean? Beerus's eyes widened in realization. Are you suggesting that Reuven is? Indeed, he should be a Scion from Universe 7, Whis affirmed with a nod. Are you jesting? How could a Scion from our universe end up in Universe 6? Humans cannot possibly traverse to other universes. A sudden insight struck Beerus, darkening his expression. Are you implying that that rascal Kampa has abducted our people to Universe 6? I find it highly plausible, Whis nodded. And if he is truly a Scion from Universe 7, perhaps upon returning, Lord Beerus could inquire with Frieza. He has a keen interest in Scions and might recognize him. I suspect it's highly likely, Beerus grimaced, that detestable Kampa, stealing our people while I slumber. Chapter 52. A slap. Would you care for one? If Mr. Rovan is indeed one of our universe's denizens. Let us request a bottle of cola. VS smiled. No objections there. Beerus nodded, and while at it, let us bring him back so he can prepare cola for me daily. If it's delightful, of course. The battle in the arena had commenced. Bang, bang, bang. Hit had already sent Majin Buu crashing to the ground with just a few punches and kicks. Majin Buu was stunned. Is this purple fellow truly that powerful? I stand no chance against him. Wait a moment. Why don't I absorb him? If I absorb him, perhaps I could defeat that cat. Majin Buu's eyes gleamed with a spark of determination. Hit stepped steadily towards Majin Buu. Victory is within reach. Kampa exclaimed excitedly. Bados remained silent. Rovan too kept his silence, observing the arena intently. It's over. Hit extended his hand, aiming at Majin Buu's body from afar. Majin Buu gritted his teeth, resolutely rising to his feet. Boom. A formidable surge of energy erupted from Hit's hands, enveloping Majin Buu entirely. In that instant, Majin Buu's body was propelled uncontrollably backward. Just as he was about to be launched out of the ring, with a swift motion, Majin Buu transformed his form into that of an umbrella, effectively decelerating his momentum. With an elegant leap, he ascended into the sky. In the next moment, a barrage of pink masses erupted from Majin Buu, striking towards Hit with the rapidity of a machine gun. Hit, overwhelmed, found himself at a loss for words. Your approach is rather peculiar. Hit deftly evaded the attacks of the pink orbs. However, just as he was poised to counter, those pink masses that had fallen to the ground suddenly coalesced into a vast net, enveloping Hit in an instant. Hit's eyes widened in disbelief. With a resounding clap, Majin Buu effortlessly absorbed Hit. Majin Buu transformed, his once plump visage now exhibiting sharp angles. Notably, the antennae atop his head split down the middle, bearing a striking resemblance to Hit's own crown. What? Has this creature truly absorbed Hit? Kampa cradled his rotund head, feeling as if his mind was swelling with disbelief, exclaiming that Hit had succumbed to this entity. In the finals, the contestant from Universe 7, Buu, emerged victorious. The Grand Priest announced with a smile. Yet, Lord Grand Priest, Hit is not dead. Buu has committed a foul. Kampa interjected hastily. No, the contestant Hit is not deceased. He resides within the body of contestant Buu. The Grand Priest replied with a grin. Kampa was left speechless, contemplating the absurdity of the situation. Hit had lost to this rotund figure? How tragic. Beerus, observing from the sidelines, was equally astonished, never anticipating such an outcome. Hit from Universe 6 had held an undeniable advantage, yet this hefty adversary had unveiled such a strategy. Beerus was torn between surprise and joy. Could it be that Majin Buu would ascend to the role of the new god of destruction? However, following his initial delight, a sense of dissatisfaction settled over him. The problem was that this gluttonous fool was utterly unmanageable. Even if he were to become a god of destruction, it seemed his only merit would be the enhancement of his reputation without any practical benefits. But I could also acquire the 7 Super Dragon Balls. What wish should I make? Perhaps a bottle of cola for a taste? As for cola, I could simply bring that fellow, Rofan, back to our Universe 7 after the tournament concludes. There is no need to use the Super Dragon Balls for that desire. I shall ponder further. Beerus contemplated extensively. The other gods of destruction from various universes were equally taken aback, as none had anticipated such a turn of events. Majin Buu, having absorbed Hit, swiftly appeared beside Rofan. Hey, cola is delightful. From this day forth, you shall be my attendant, Buu said with a smile. After absorbing Hit, Majin Buu's ability to articulate had significantly improved, and his thoughts were more coherent. First, bring me a bottle of cola, Buu commanded, prompting the assembled deities to lapse into silence once more. You absorbed that fellow named Hitler solely to inquire if Lu Fan desired a drink of cola? Particularly, the multitude of angels were left speechless, each one covering their faces in disbelief. Your thought process is truly unparalleled. Lu Fan gazed at Buu with a cheerful smile. Hurry up. If you dawdle any longer, I shall turn you into cola, Buu urged. Beerus was so infuriated that his teeth ached. You corpulent individual. How dare you threaten Rufin in that manner? Have you not noticed that the esteemed High Priest is still present? How can you possibly take on the mantle of the god of destruction in the new universe? With a swift motion, Beerus transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the direction of Buu. He aimed to subdue Buu, lest the creature cause chaos. Hey kid, are you mute? I'm speaking to you, Buu exclaimed, slightly agitated by Lu Fan's lack of response. Lu Fan flashed a grin, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. He then extended his hand, presenting it empty before Buu's gaze. Do you see what this is? Lu Fan inquired with a smile. What? Where's the cola? Bew frowned upon noticing the absence of the beverage, his displeasure evident. No cola, just a slap. Care for it? Lufan retorted. A slap? Is it delicious? Bew paused, momentarily mistaking it for food. Delicious. I'll serve it to you right now. Lufan grinned and delivered a resounding slap. Bang. Bew was forcefully struck on the face, his features distorting as he was sent flying, crashing into the approaching Beerus. Beerus stood in stunned silence for a moment, utterly taken aback that the Majin Bew, who had absorbed hit, could be so easily dispatched by someone named Lufan. Bang. Beerus's tail swept behind him, striking Majin Bew with a forceful swipe. Boom. Like a cannonball. Majin Bew crashed down onto the arena floor. In the next moment, his head tilted, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Are you all right, Lufan? Beerus ascended, expressing concern for Lufan. You should be more worried about Bew, Lufan chuckled. Chapter 53, The Grand Priest. Allow me to contemplate. Ha ha ha, that ungrateful fellow has been knocked out by me. Beerus chuckled awkwardly. By you? Lufan was taken aback. That's not significant. Beerus nodded, dismissing the matter. Thank you, Lufan replied with a smile of gratitude. Whis. Quickly make this fellow regurgitate hit, Beerus commanded urgently. Of course, Lord Beerus, Whis responded, swiftly approaching. With a flick of his staff, a brilliant crystal orb illuminated Majin Bew. Snap. A radiant beam, akin to the stars, enveloped Majin Bew. Instantly, a figure emerged from Bew's body, separating hit from the Majin. Snap. A beam of light emanated from the crystal orb atop Whis' staff, enveloping hit. Slowly, hit opened his eyes and sprang to his feet, quickly putting distance between himself and the demon Bew. Cold sweat poured down Hit's face as he gasped for breath, his complexion turning alarmingly pale. It seems I have been absorbed by this creature. How careless of me. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Hit's eyes. This rotund fool. I shall take your life. Yet, Hit ultimately restrained himself. With so many deities present, it would be unwise to act rashly. At that moment, the demon Bew lay still, and Whis made no move to awaken him. The angels present sighed softly, reflecting on how the competition had culminated in this manner. Who would the Grand Priest choose as the new god of destruction for the universe? Although Mr. Bew possessed formidable strength, his temperament clearly rendered him unsuitable for such a role. Furthermore, the angels were astonished by the earlier slap delivered by Rufin. Thus, the election for the new god of destruction comes to an end. Who will assume this esteemed position? The Grand Priest, suspended high above, announced loudly. As for the events that transpired moments ago, he silently observed, offering no commentary. The gods listened intently. Allow me to ponder this matter carefully before presenting my final decision. The Grand Priest stated after a brief pause. The angels and gods murmured among themselves, contemplating the outcome. We thought a decision would be made immediately regarding the new god of destruction. However, it was clear to the deities that, regrettably, Bew from the 7th universe stood little chance. Now, I shall transport you all back, the Grand Priest said with a smile. With that, he spread his arms, and an invisible divine power surged forth. Suddenly, everyone present flickered and vanished from their locations, including the demon Bew on the stage. In the 7th universe, on Beerus's planet. In the blink of an eye, Whis, Beerus, and Bew were transported back. Bew remained dazed. Whis let out a soft sigh. Beerus turned and glared at the demon Bew, delivering a fierce kick. You imbecile. The bewildered demon rubbed his eyes, awakening from his stupor. Bew then leapt from the ground, glancing around in confusion, his eyes filled with endless bewilderment. Where am I? It seems I have returned once more. I sense that my strength has diminished. Bew lowered his gaze to examine his body and touched his face. Have I reverted back? Did I not absorb that fellow named Hit? You fool. Having won the match, you should remain steadfast. Why must you run to Lufan for cola? Beerus exclaimed angrily, spittle flying onto Bew's face. Bew replied, I want a drink. Fool. When could you not drink cola? Why must you threaten Lufan? Beerus, fuming, said, at this rate you may lose your last chance to be a destroyer. Bew's mind struggled to comprehend. How does my desire for cola relate to my status as a destroyer? Never mind. It's pointless to dwell on this now. Beerus gritted his teeth. You will stay in the realm of destroyers and await the final outcome. You best pray to become a destroyer, or I shall seal you back in that egg. Bew's eyes widened in shock. Can this fellow truly seal me again? Should I seize the opportunity to flee? I must leave this planet. Moreover, you shall not escape. Until the results are revealed, you are forbidden to go anywhere. Beerus approached, gripping Majin Bew by the collar, threatening. If you disobey, whoosh. As he spoke, he lightly flicked his hand, unleashing a destructive energy that soared towards a star in the sky. Bang! The star shattered instantly, reduced to dust, leaving nothing behind. The sky dimmed abruptly, and the temperature on the planet dropped significantly. Do you see? You are nothing in my eyes. If I wished to destroy you, it would be as simple as squashing an ant. Beerus huffed. Beerus' eyes widened, his face paling. Beerus understood the vast gulf between himself and this cat. Get lost, don't obstruct my view. The more Beerus thought about it, the angrier he became. Kicking Majin Beerus away. What need have you for cola? If you had not acted so foolishly, you might truly have become a destroyer. Whis. Who do you think the Grand Priest will select as the next destroyer? Beerus gradually calmed down, turning to Whis for an answer. I do not know, but Mr. Boo's chances of being chosen as a destroyer are probably only 1 in 10, Whis sighed softly. I knew it would come to this. But 1 in 10 is still better than no hope at all, Beerus nodded. If Mr. B were indeed chosen as the new universe destroyer, would it be appropriate for Lord Beerus to have treated him thus? Whis smiled. What is inappropriate about it? I merely seek a name for myself. Beerus huffed. From now on, I can declare that the new universe destroyer hails from our 7th universe. As for that fellow, should he dare to chatter at me in the future, just wait and see how I will deal with him. He is far from surpassing me. Indeed, Lord Beerus speaks true, Whis nodded. Hey, prophecy fish, come here. Beerus bellowed towards the distant lake. There was no response from the waters. Prophecy fish, where are you? Beerus shouted, his voice echoing. Lord Beerus, you should be asking. Where's your fish? Whis chuckled. Beerus's expression darkened instantly. Must you always be so loquacious? Is this even important? Chapter 54, Prophecy Fish. Who do you foresee as the new god of destruction? Here I come. Whoosh. Accompanied by a voice, the prophecy fish flew over with its fish tank, appearing beside Beerus and Wisconsin. What has happened, Lord Beerus? The prophecy fish inquired curiously, sensing an air of aggression as if it were experiencing a monthly cycle. Bang! Beerus slapped the prophecy fish to the ground, toppling the fish tank. Prophecy fish, I was merely jesting. Lord Beerus, you truly lack a sense of humor. The prophecy fish picked up its tank and soared back into the air. Enough rambling, are you not the prophecy fish? Predict who the god of destruction of the new universe will be. Beerus commanded. You want me to predict that? The prophecy fish wiped its brow. Hurry up. I still need to sleep. Beerus grumbled, having interrupted someone's slumber. I want to return to my nap. I do not know specifically who the new god of destruction will be, nor can I predict it. The prophecy fish shook its head. But I have another prophecy. The new god of destruction will be someone from our 7th universe. What? The god of destruction of the new universe is from our 7th universe? Beerus exclaimed, somewhat elated. Indeed, that is my prophecy, the prophecy fish nodded. Although the prophecy fish's predictions are often inaccurate, Whis covered his mouth to stifle a laugh. Whis, how annoying. The prophecy fish huffed, visibly displeased. Even if it is inaccurate, hearing your words makes me feel much better, Beerus said with a grin. Are you complimenting me? The prophecy fish wiped its brow. By the way, Whis, there is something very important I must do before I sleep, Beerus declared. What is it? Whis inquired. I need to visit the 6th universe. I have yet to taste cola. Beerus pondered. If that fellow named Reuven is indeed from our 7th universe, I must bring him back. That scoundrel Kappa. How dare he steal people from our universe? Should we contact Mr. Frieza first? Whis suggested. You are right. Let us contact Frieza. Beerus nodded, uncertain whether Lufon belonged to the 7th universe. If he did not, it would be quite embarrassing. Very well, Whis replied with a smile. In the eastern region of the 7th universe, Gula was engaged in a video call with Frieza. Frieza, you mentioned half an hour, yet it has been quite some time. Why hasn't Lord Beerus arrived? Gula, his patience waning, remarked with a frown, Are you deceiving me? Why would I deceive you? Frieza retorted, baring his teeth in irritation. It has been a day, and Lord Beerus has yet to show up. How can you claim this is not deceit? Gula responded coldly. Perhaps Lord Beerus has lost his way. Frieza pondered. Lost his way? Gula exclaimed incredulously. He is a god of destruction. How could he possibly lose his way? Just then, Frieza felt a voice resonate in his mind. It was Beerus. Frieza, it is I. Beerus spoke through Whis' staff. Lord Beerus, are you lost? Gula is waiting for you on the planet. Frieza quickly informed Beerus in Gula's presence. Gula? Who is that? Beerus inquired, momentarily taken aback. Gula, on the verge of tears, exclaimed, How could you forget who I am, Lord Beerus? I am Gula, Frieza's brother, who previously promised to assist him in his bid for the position of God of Destruction. Whis interjected quietly. Oh, I remember now. Let us set aside the matter of the new universe's god of destruction, Beerus decided, showing little interest in explaining himself to Frieza. What need is there to elucidate matters to a mere shrimp? Set aside, Frieza echoed, momentarily stunned. It seems my plans to become a real estate mogul in the new universe are dashed. Frieza, Beerus directly inquired, did you destroy Planet Vegeta? Frieza was taken aback. Wasn't it you who instructed me to destroy Planet Vegeta? You previously praised me, remarking on the vigor with which I obliterated the planet. Why then do you now question me? Frieza could not comprehend the implications of Beerus's words. Naturally, he dared not attribute the destruction of Planet Vegeta to Beerus. Do you know how many Saiyans remain? Beerus inquired, shifting the topic. There seem to be very few that I am aware of, Frieza replied candidly. Who are they? Beerus pressed further. Frieza hesitated. Who, indeed? How am I to respond to that? Fortunately, I am familiar with most of their names. There is Vegeta. He is the prince of the Saiyans. Frieza replied promptly. Vegeta? You mean Vegeta 4, correct? Beerus nodded gently, contemplating. Indeed, the fourth, Frieza affirmed. I have encountered him. Beerus remarked. When I met Vegeta 3, the fourth was scarcely a meter tall. Even now, he is not particularly tall, merely around 1 meters, haha. He has only grown 10 centimeters in these 3 years. Frieza chuckled. He likely will not grow much taller. Beerus, what is the significance of height? You speak as though I am eager to listen. And who else? Beerus remarked that he has no interest in Vegeta. There is also a lowly warrior named Raditz. Frieza continued. Do go on, speak in one breath and do not make me inquire again, Beerus urged. Yes, Lord Beerus, Frieza promptly responded. There is also Nappa. A superior warrior, a bald man. Currently, Vegeta is with these two, working for me. Is there anyone else? Beerus expressed his disinterest in these individuals. None. Frieza wiped the sweat from his brow. No more? Beerus was taken aback. Isn't Reuven a Saiyan from our 7th universe? Mr. Frieza? Could you ponder if there are any other Saiyans? Whis interjected. I recall, there is one more, Frieza's eyes brightened. Who? Beerus felt a surge of excitement. It must be that fellow Reuven, right? There is another whose name I do not know. He was sent to a planet called Earth when he was 3 years old. Frieza replied. Earth? Beerus echoed the name, casting a glance at the conspicuous Majin Buu in the distance. That creature hails from Earth. Chapter 55, The Prophetic Fish. I foretell the birth of a great god of destruction. Indeed, he should have been sent to Earth, Frieza confirmed. His battle power is merely 2, thus I paid him no mind. Unknown name? How old is he now? Beerus inquired. He should be 6 years old now, Frieza answered. Whis shook his head. It likely is not Reuven. Is that all? Beerus nodded, also feeling it unlikely to be Reuven. It seems there are no others. Frieza scratched his head. After all, his recollection of these Saiyans was not particularly vivid. Vegeta's planet has been destroyed, so focusing on the most formidable, Vegeta, suffices. The others may be cast to the wind. I must ask you, is there a Saiyan named Reuven? Beerus could no longer contain himself, addressing Frieza with urgency. Reuven? Frieza appeared somewhat perplexed. Whis sighed softly beside them. Wouldn't it have been better to ask directly from the beginning? Lord Beerus inquired. Is the Reuven you mentioned the training partner of Vegeta? After a brief moment of surprise, Frieza immediately responded. The training partner of Vegeta? You mean his subordinate, correct? Beerus seemed slightly bewildered. Indeed, he is Vegeta's training partner. Whenever Vegeta trains, he brings him along, Frieza replied cautiously. This individual possesses quite an intriguing combat power. At the tender age of 4, he had already reached a remarkable height of 10,000. However, his power gradually declined in the following years. And I'm uncertain of the cause. Oh, what happened afterward? Beerus inquired further. Later, he traveled to the planet of delicacies and started selling beverages with Vegeta there. Frieza explained. What? Selling beverages? What kind of beverages? Beerus felt a stir of interest. It must be this Reuven. It seems to be a special drink called cola. Reputed to be quite delicious, though I have never tasted it myself, Frieza replied. And what transpired next? Beerus asked excitedly. Then, one day, for reasons unknown, he suddenly vanished. Frieza responded. This rascal is exceedingly untrustworthy. Despite having the ability to produce copious amounts of cola, he only sells 1,000 bottles daily. I suspect he was secretly killed. Beerus concluded that Reuven was indeed a Saiyan from his universe. Suddenly vanished? He must have been taken by Bardos and Kappa, those shameless scoundrels, stealing from our universe. Lord Beerus, why do you ask? Frieza inquired curiously. You need not concern yourself with such matters, Beerus huffed. Frieza fell into a brief silence. By the way, Lord Beerus, I have specially created a planet of delicacies for you, Frieza said cautiously. We can discuss that later, Beerus replied nonchalantly before instructing Whis to end the call. Click. The call was abruptly terminated. Frieza scratched his head in confusion. What on earth does Lord Beerus mean? Is he searching for Ruffin? What significance does that hold? Is it merely for a bottle of cola? Frieza found it hard to comprehend. On the other end of the screen, Cooler was equally at a loss for words. I was hoping to become the destroyer of the new universe. What a shattered dream. After Beerus had Whis terminate the call, anger flashed across his face. How despicable of Kampa, stealing from our universe. He is utterly shameless. Beerus seethed with frustration. As for the culinary planet that Frieza had mentioned, Beerus had indeed paid it a visit. The delicacies of that world were, to some extent, commendable. This brought a measure of joy to Beerus, otherwise he would not have taken the time to commend Frieza earlier. Shall we retrieve Mr. Lufon? Whis inquired. First, I must taste a bottle of cola. If it pleases my palate, I shall bring him back to prepare it for me daily, Beerus replied, a grin spreading across his face, revealing a row of pristine teeth. Very well, Lord Beerus, Whis nodded. Shall we depart immediately? For some reason, Beerus felt an inexplicable annoyance at the sight of the rotund Majin Buu in the distance. Whis sighed, choosing to remain silent. In an instant, Beerus appeared behind Majin Buu, who was entirely unaware of his presence. Buu merely sensed a chill at his back. With a swift motion, Beerus struck down with his palm. Majin Buu crumpled to the ground, unconscious. Let this fat one sleep for a while, lest he cause mischief in our absence, Beerus remarked. Lord Beerus, are you heading to Universe 6? The Oracle Fish asked. Indeed, Oracle Fish. You shall remain here to guard. Beerus commanded. Understood. I shall take care of it. The Oracle Fish nodded, hesitating momentarily. What is it that you wish to say? Beerus inquired. I have received a new prophecy, the Oracle Fish said, cold sweat trickling down his face. Spare me your predictions. They have never borne fruit, Beerus scoffed. Whis. Pay him no mind. We must depart swiftly. Very well, Lord Beerus, Whis nodded, though he too hesitated to speak. What is it, Whis? Beerus asked. I merely wish to point out that Mr. Lufon's strength is not to be underestimated, Whis replied with a smile. Are you suggesting he's the Super Saiyan that Frieza fears? Beerus chuckled softly, finding the notion absurd. I am a destroyer god. What significance does a Super Saiyan hold? Very well, I shall say no more, Whis conceded, refraining from pressing the matter further. In truth, Whis wished to convey that Lufon's earlier strike on Majin Buu had rendered the creature unconscious, not due to Beerus's tail. With a gentle tap of his staff upon the ground, Whis summoned a radiant aura that enveloped both himself and Beerus. Whoosh! In an instant, the two individuals vanished into the void, quickly disappearing without a trace. The prophetic fish gazed in the direction of their disappearance and let out a soft sigh. I sense that my prophecy is remarkably accurate this time. Lord Beerus, do tread carefully. I foresee that in several years, a formidable destroyer god shall emerge. In the 6th universe, Kampa cast a dark glance at Hit. You imbecile! How could you lose to that rotund fellow? Kampa exclaimed in anger. With your strength, you could have easily crushed that fatso. Hit lowered his head, remaining silent. A loss is a loss. Chapter 56. The Grand Priest. Do you wish to become the new universe destroyer? Hit also acknowledged that he had indeed been careless. He had never anticipated that the rotund destroyer would possess the ability to absorb others. Speaking of the fat destroyer, it seems you are not so rotund yourself. Of course, Hit merely contemplated this in his mind, daring not to voice it aloud. Ruffin, fetch me a bottle of lemon-flavored cola. I need something to soothe my frayed nerves. Kampa bellowed. However, his words were met with utter silence. Ruffin, I'm speaking to you. Kampa shouted again, searching for Ruffin. Where is he? Why isn't he here? Bardos, where's Ruffin? Kampa asked, puzzled. He hasn't returned, Bardos sighed. Only now do you realize someone is missing. Has he not returned? What do you mean? Xiangpa appeared stunned, his voice faltering. Could it be that he was left behind in the realm of nothingness? It seems that the high priest deliberately chose to leave him, Badosi pondered. What did you say? Are you implying that the high priest has left Lu Fan behind? Xiangpa exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, that appears to be the case, Badosi replied with a smile. Are you suggesting that the high priest intends to keep him close? Perhaps to prepare cola for him? Xiangpa suddenly grasped the implication. Badosi wiped the sweat from his brow vigorously. What sort of reasoning is this? The high priest's actions seem reminiscent of the words that follow, which are left unspoken. Are you implying that the high priest lacks integrity? Bardos inquired with a smile. Absolutely not. I meant to suggest that the high priest's actions possess a certain wisdom, echoed a chuckling and slightly embarrassed Kampa. In the 10th universe, within the realm of the Supreme Kai, Chris and Ramsey returned with Zamasu. What transpired? Ramsey questioned, seemingly noting that Zamasu had not been selected. Guavas, with a forced smile, asked, "Is that so?" Ramsey remained silent, while Zamasu hung his head, dejected. That detestable fatso turned me into a chocolate cookie. How could I, a deity of great stature, be bested by such a wretched creature? Foolish humans, I shall make you pay for this indignity. Fear not, for there are countless universes, each harboring formidable humans. Acknowledging one's shortcomings and diligently training may yet compensate for one's deficits, Guavas consoled, then turned to Zamasu with a smile. Do you still wish to become the Supreme Kai? Zamasu's eyes brightened at the question. Of course. The earlier mention of no retreat was intended to motivate you in your competition, Guavas replied with a grin. Now that you have lost, you may return and fulfill your duties as the Supreme Kai. Yes, Supreme Kai. Zamasu responded, his heart swelling with joy. Chris sighed softly, while Ramsey furrowed his brow, hesitating to speak. Zamasu, please prepare us a cup of tea, Guavas instructed, having sensed Ramsey's unvoiced thoughts. Zamasu bowed respectfully and hurried to fetch the tea set. Ramsey, it seemed you had something to say earlier regarding Zamasu? Guavas inquired. Guavas. I cannot involve myself in the affairs of you Supreme Kais, nor do I wish to. However, if you truly desire Zamasu to ascend to the role of Supreme Kai, it would be wise to rigorously test his character, Ramsey pondered. What is wrong with his character? Has something amiss occurred? Guavas asked, taken aback. You will need to discover that for yourself, Ramsey replied cryptically. Very well, I shall be attentive, Guavas nodded gently. Now, let us depart, Ramsey called to Chris. Will you not stay for tea? Guavas queried. No need, Ramsey stated succinctly before he and Chris transformed into a streak of light, swiftly vanishing into the void. Zamasu soon emerged carrying the tea set. Where have they gone, Supreme Kai? He asked, perplexed. They had matters to attend to, Guavas replied, glancing skyward. I have lost the competition for the God of Destruction. The God of Destruction must certainly be furious. Zama sighed, indeed, however, as the Supreme Kai. It is rather ill-suited for you to assume the role of a destroyer. It would be best for you to focus on being the Supreme Kai. Guas remarked. I shall nurture you into an exceptional Supreme Kai. Yes, my Lord Supreme Kai, Zama's hurriedly bowed in respect. In Universe 11, on the planet of delicacies, I deeply apologize. Lord Delicacies, for the embarrassment I have caused, Tobas said, kneeling on the ground, his face filled with remorse. Do not fret, after all. You are destined to become a destroyer in due time, Delicacies reassured, placing a hand on Tobas' shoulder. If you truly ascend as the destroyer of the new universe, I shall need to select a successor anew in Universe 11. Toba remained silent, not responding. Do not let such matters weigh heavily on your heart. It is quite possible that you may never be linked to the destroyer of the new universe, Delicacies consoled. Lord Delicacies, I shall train diligently. I will ensure that I do not bring you shame in the future. Toba replied earnestly, his expression serious. In the realm of nothingness, above the arena of the destroyer selection, the Grand Priest floated gracefully, gazing down upon Lufon in the stands. Lufon felt a twinge of anxiety within. I'm sorry, but I cannot assist with that. What do you mean by leaving me alone? Do you wish to seize my cola? Ahem, esteemed Grand Priest, my cola is plentiful. Feel free to indulge. Lufan smiled broadly, though he appeared outwardly calm. No, thank you, the Grand Priest replied with a gentle smile. Gradually descending from the air to stand before Lufan. The Grand Priest must not have kept me here alone with the intention of marrying me off to Bados. Lufan mumbled to himself. The Grand Priest's expression darkened in an instant. Have you truly set your sights on my daughter? This young man is indeed unpredictable. Lufan, do you wish to become the God of Destruction in the new universe? The High Priest did not wait for a response, but continued. I am aware of the formidable destructive energy you harbor within. With your current prowess, had you participated in the recent competition, you would have effortlessly overpowered everyone present. Oh, you've seen through me. Lufan scratched his head. Furthermore, your mastery of mental cultivation surpasses that of all the other competitors, even that esteemed Mr. Tuapa pales in comparison to you, the High Priest remarked. Indeed, I share that sentiment. Lufan nodded in acknowledgement. The High Priest added, This young man truly lacks humility. So, what do you say? Have you given thought to becoming the god of destruction in the new universe? The high priest smiled. Oh, high priest, you have placed me in a difficult position. Lu Fan sighed. What do you mean? The high priest was taken aback. You are hesitant about becoming the god of destruction in the new universe? Will you marry my daughter? You certainly do not find it difficult. Chapter 57, The Great Destroyer. The lives of the Destroyer and the Kaioshin are intertwined, are they not? Lu Fan inquired. I understand now. You are concerned that should the Kaioshin perish, you too would cease to exist. The high priest quickly grasped Lu Fan's thoughts. Indeed, you truly understand me, esteemed high priest. Lu Fan fervently nodded. For this reason, would you relinquish your candidacy for the position of Destroyer of the new universe? The high priest was left speechless. Consider this. I am happily at home, courting Bardos. And if the Kaioshin were to die, I would vanish alongside him. How heartbroken Bardos would be, Lu Fan stated solemnly. The high priest retorted. What nonsense about Bardos being heartbroken? How could you drag my daughter into this? Perhaps you should learn from Beerus. Take a moment to ask him how he managed. Are you suggesting sealing the old Kaioshin within the divine sword? Lu Fan was taken aback. High priest, how devious of you. You are aware of this? The high priest was momentarily stunned but nodded. Indeed, this method is quite viable. Furthermore, there are several Kaioshin whose lives are bound to the Destroyer. As long as one remains alive, the Destroyer will not vanish. Yet that is perilous. Encountering a Kaioshin from the 7th universe could lead to one's own demise. Lu Fan shook his head. The high priest was again taken aback for a moment. Your own demise? I would not refuse the role of Destroyer of the new universe. Provided the bond of life with the Kaioshin is severed, Lu Fan suggested. Alternatively, I could create a doppelganger to assume the role of Kaioshin. The high priest replied. It sounds as if I am begging you to become the Destroyer of the new universe. In fact, there exists a Destroyer that does not require a life bond with a Kaioshin. Which universe? Lu Fan was startled. The entire universe, the high priest responded succinctly. The Destroyer of the entire universe? The Supreme Destroyer? Lu Fan was momentarily astonished. Indeed, we refer to him as the Great Destroyer, the high priest affirmed. The Great Destroyer? Lu Fan pondered thoughtfully. Your choice of name is rather casual. The Great Destroyer has made an appearance. I wonder if there are also the Archangels and the Supreme Monarch? Furthermore, the divinity of the Great Destroyer stands on equal footing with mine. The high priest added, and in certain instances, it even surpasses my own. Lu Fan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. What about the Supreme Monarch? Lu Fan inquired, are they also on equal terms? Quite so. In reality, the Great Destroyer governs the entirety of space and time. The high priest replied with a smile. Space and time. Do you comprehend their essence? A bit, Lu Fan nodded. They are akin to strands of timelines, correct? Precisely, the high priest affirmed. Lu Fan's face lit up with anticipation. So how about it? Are you intrigued by the divinity of the Great Destroyer? The high priest gazed at Lu Fan with a beaming smile. Indeed, this is excellent. Lu Fan nodded vigorously. That divinity is truly meant for me. The high priest, your face is indeed quite large. How naive of you to think that the title of the Great Destroyer is something to be desired. It is merely a bait to entice you. The high priest smiled. Lu Fan, oh, high priest, you are rather petty. Is it not true that I simply wish to avoid becoming the Destroyer of the new universe? Are you attempting to entice me with the title of the Great Destroyer? To become the Great Destroyer. The first step is to become the god of destruction in the new universe, the high priest remarked with a smile. Lu Fan wiped the sweat from his brow. Realizing they had circled back to the same point once more. Do you truly wish for me to become the god of destruction of the new universe? Only when you ascend to the role of god of destruction and attain a level of power sufficient to vanquish the 12 gods of destruction in an instant, will you earn the right to be the great god of destruction. The grand priest's expression grew solemn. The desire to become the god of destruction of the new universe is not something to be forced upon you. I understand well that a fruit that is forcibly plucked is not sweet, and I feel the same regarding Bardos. Lu Fan nodded in agreement. The grand priest continued, stating that if you govern the new universe with great skill, I may grant you the privilege of choosing one of my daughters as your wife. Provided that the angel you select agrees. You should recognize that marriage is fundamentally a matter of mutual consent, is it not? Well then, I suppose I shall not have difficulty with you after all. Do you truly believe my daughter would consent? If she is opposed, do you still wish to marry? You are absolutely correct, esteemed father-in-law, replied Lu Fan, nodding vigorously. The high priest's expression darkened in an instant. Who do you think you are referring to as your father-in-law? You truly excel at leveraging connections and taking shortcuts. The Grand Minister inquired with a stern expression. So, do you consent? I still aspire to become the Supreme Kai. Lu Fan added. You may allow your doppelganger to assume the role of Supreme Kai of the new universe for a period of 3 years. Should it prove unsuitable, we can reconsider, the Grand Minister stated. If it doesn't suit me, I shall simply relinquish the position, Lu Fan replied matter-of-factly. Very well, it is settled. The Grand Minister nodded in agreement. After a brief silence, he continued. However, returning to the matter at hand, considering the age of you Saiyans. You are merely 8 years old, correct? Do you truly wish to wed at such a tender age? The Grand Minister sighed. Age is but a trivial concern. Lu Fan chuckled. Let us make arrangements now, and I shall marry and have children once I reach adulthood. Suit yourself, the Grand Minister shrugged, choosing not to dwell further on the subject. Now, shall I take you to see the new universe? Yes, I appreciate your guidance, esteemed father-in-law, Lu Fan said, bowing respectfully. The Grand Minister remarked, I deeply suspect that your bowing is more a result of the title father-in-law than my esteemed position as Grand Minister. This lad possesses a certain charm. In an instant, the Grand Minister vanished with Lu Fan, transporting them to the new universe. The new universe bore little distinction from the 6th and 7th universes, consisting of numerous nebulae. However, the nebulae in the new universe appeared somewhat sparse. Is this the new universe, dear father-in-law? Lu Fan inquired. Indeed. The universe has only recently taken form and has yet to fully develop, resulting in merely this one galaxy. The Grand Minister gestured toward a nearby galaxy, which was relatively small, at least in Lu Fan's eyes, smaller than the Milky Way that harbored Earth. What a minuscule universe, Lu Fan mused, somewhat disdainful. Despite its diminutive size, the new universe teemed with vitality, boasting over 3,000 planets that had birthed life, the Grand Minister explained. However, as of now, no intelligent beings have emerged. MHM. Lu Fan nodded. Chapter 58. The beautiful angels of the new universe. The task before you is quite simple. To maintain the balance of this universe, the Grand Minister stated. I trust that your 6 months spent in the realm of destruction within the 6th universe has afforded you some understanding of this concept. Allow me to pose a question. What constitutes the balance of the universe? Let me offer my rudimentary interpretation, should I err. Do not retract your promise of marrying your daughter to me, Lu Fan replied. The Grand Minister explained, in my understanding. The balance of the universe refers to the finite resources available. If the number of humans and life forms exceeds the available resources, it becomes evident that destruction must ensue. Lu Fan elucidated that conversely, should resources be abundant while the essence of humanity and life remains scarce, a phenomenon of wastefulness would ensue. Therefore, it becomes imperative to engender new life. You are indeed correct. It seems there is no need for further elaboration. The High Priest nodded in satisfaction. Leave such matters to me. When the time comes, I shall procreate with Bados, ensuring the continuity of life for generations to come, Lu Fan declared. The High Priest coughed and wiped the sweat from his brow. Your thoughts indeed stretch far. Allow me to introduce you to the Angel Rosies of the new universe. I trust that the two of you will collaborate harmoniously and swiftly guide the new universe onto the right path, remarked the Great Priest. Very well, esteemed father-in-law, replied Lu Fan with a respectful nod. As a father figure, it is only fitting to exhibit a measure of reverence. In an instant, the Great Priest utilized his ability to teleport, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished from their original location. In a mere moment, Lu Fan found himself hovering above a planet shaped like an inverted triangle. This peculiar celestial body bore a resemblance to the planets of Beerus and Kampa. It seems that the realm of destruction predominantly shares such characteristics. At the core of the planet stood a young and stunning maiden, wielding a staff, her long, flowing white hair dancing gracefully in the breeze. Lu Fan surmised that this enchanting figure must indeed be the Angel Rosies of the new universe. With a gentle descent, the Great Priest and Lu Fan landed beside Rosies. Great Priest, Rosies bowed respectfully. Meanwhile, she regarded Lu Fan with a contemplative expression. Rosies, this is Lu Fan, the new god of destruction I have chosen for you. Are you satisfied? The Great Priest inquired with a smile. I am grateful, Great Priest. Rosies acknowledged with a serene demeanor, neither expressing satisfaction nor dissatisfaction. Let us proceed in this manner. The development of the new universe shall be a matter for the two of you to deliberate, the Great Priest instructed. I must take my leave now, as Lord Zeno has summoned me for an important matter. Understood, Great Priest, Rosies replied obediently with a nod. Farewell, esteemed father-in-law, Lu Fan waved. Just as the great priest was about to depart, he shuddered upon hearing Lufan's words and cast a disapproving glare at him. You truly lack decorum. With a swift motion, the high priest ceased further discourse and vanished from sight. Ruosi displayed a visage of bewilderment. This fellow referred to my father as his esteemed father-in-law? What could that possibly mean? Has my father betrothed me to him? Ruosi felt somewhat perplexed. In truth, it was not that Lufan was intentionally provoking the high priest for amusement. Rather, he was acutely aware that the high priest was, in fact, a celestial being, akin to a super angel. The angelic kin were generally of a benevolent disposition. As long as their fundamental principles were not infringed upon, they typically refrained from anger. Lufan had merely engaged in some innocuous jesting with the high priest. Thus, he was confident that the high priest would not take any adverse action against him. Furthermore, even if the high priest were inclined to act harshly towards Lufan, he had his own means of self-preservation. Would he dare to flaunt himself before the high priest without any safeguards? Lufan had previously considered two scenarios. One where the high priest had succumbed to darkness, and he was pursued by his minions, only to turn the tables and vanquish them one by one. The other was the current situation, regardless of which, Lufan found both to be quite agreeable. Having arrived in this world known as Dragon Ball, he felt it would be remiss not to engage in a passionate romance with an angel. Yet, he found the angel's complexion somewhat disconcerting. Their skin was a vivid blue, and he wondered what other hues might adorn them. Lufan was even curious about the notion of a father-in-law. Ruosi turned to Lufan. You need not worry about such matters. The high priest has already betrothed my sister to you. Henceforth, you may address me as brother-in-law, Lufan said with a smile. Ruosi replied, brother-in-law? How did I suddenly acquire a brother-in-law? I am seeking a destroyer, not a brother-in-law. Ruosi was rather speechless. Moreover, how could our angelic lineage possibly wed a human? And how old are you? You must be merely 8 years old, correct? Ruosi inquired, gazing at Lufan. Indeed. Congratulations. You've even learned to answer quickly, Lufan exclaimed, excitedly grasping Ruosi's hand. Ruosi retorted, what nonsense is this? What have I answered quickly? Ahem, you seem rather young for marriage, don't you? She promptly withdrew her hand. We can become engaged now, and marry once I reach adulthood, which is less than 20 years away, Lufan asserted confidently. Ruosi opted for silence. I shall consult my sister at a later time. But for now, since the high priest has appointed you as the new universe's destroyer, let us commence our destruction. Ruosi declared. Where do you intend to begin this destruction? This conundrum serves as a test of sorts. As an angel, Rose had long been aware of the point from which to commence the destruction. Do you see that immense star over there? Lufan pondered. Rose turned her gaze in the direction indicated by Lufan and gently nodded. It is an extraordinarily colossal star. Just how vast is it? According to Lufan's estimation, it is at least 100 billion times the size of our sun. This illustrates the sheer magnitude of this celestial body. Such stars are abundant in the 6th or 7th universes. However, within this new cosmos, it stands as a singular entity. This gigantic star is the wellspring of life in this universe. Lufan smiled, explaining that the energy provided by this immense star sustains the ceaseless vitality and rapid evolution of life within the universe. You are indeed correct, Rose nodded. Every phenomenon possesses duality. The vast star offers the essence of life, fostering swift development, yet it also leads to the premature depletion of cosmic resources. Lufan remarked. So, are you intending to destroy this star? Rose inquired, recognizing the difficulty of such an undertaking. Only the 12 gods of destruction could possibly obliterate a star of this magnitude. Chapter 59, The Destructive Energy of 100 Million Light-Years. It cannot be completely destroyed, Lufan shook his head. Oh, Rose smiled. It cannot be entirely obliterated? If you cannot destroy it, then just admit your inability. Why put on a brave face here? Is this all you have? And what of brother-in-law? Everything has been obliterated. How will the essence of life continue to sustain itself? Lufan shook his head in contemplation. Is it sufficient to rely solely on the remaining stars for energy? I believe that would be grossly inadequate. So, what do you intend to do? Ruosi inquired with curiosity. To destroy it, Lufan replied. Ruosi, did you not say that destruction should be avoided? I am thoroughly befuddled by your words. What I propose is to divide such a colossal star into 7 segments, directing them towards 7 distinct orientations, thereby illuminating every corner of the universe. This would elevate the life energy throughout the cosmos without leading to an excess of resources, suggested Lufan. Ruosi paused for a moment. This is indeed a splendid idea. How did I not conceive of it myself? She mused. Then, We can proceed to obliterate those unnecessary planets, Lu Fan continued. When the time is ripe, we can merge the 7 divided stars back together. I believe this presents the most efficacious strategy for enhancing the quality and balance of the universe. What are your thoughts, Ruosi? You present a compelling argument. Yet the challenge remains, how do you intend to divide such a massive star? Ruosi smiled, your prowess is formidable. But can it truly surpass that of the 12 gods of destruction across the cosmos? Only they possess the capability to fragment such a vast celestial body. I have an unrefined notion that I would like to share with you. Lu Fan pondered, resting his chin thoughtfully. Do share, urged Ruosi. I plan to concentrate an immense amount of destructive energy, perhaps to intimidate this gigantic star. It may very well tremble in fear and split apart at a mere shudder. Lu Fan contemplated. Ruosi, with a determined expression, vigorously tapped her forehead. Is what you're saying in human language? Please refrain from joking. Can you truly frighten it into fragmentation? Lu Fan asserted with conviction. Every entity possesses a spirit. Even a mere stone has its own soul. Ruosi found herself at a loss for words. If even stones have their souls, then how could such a colossal star be immune to fear? I refuse to believe it cannot be intimidated. Lu Fan grinned, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. Ruosi remained silent. I am curious to witness how you intend to intimidate it. I, by nature, am not one for conflict. Although I have ascended to the role of a destroyer in this new universe, I harbor no desire for destruction, Lu Fan mused. In life, one should prioritize harmony. Do you not agree, Ruosi? You are correct, Ruosi nodded. Say what you will, but you must take action first. Let me observe your true prowess. Then, I shall gather my destructive energy, Lu Fan proclaimed, directing his gaze towards the immense star in the distance. Very well, Ruosi acquiesced. I am not addressing you. My words are directed at that star, Lu Fan clarified. Ruosi, star, you must be cautious. My destructive power is tremendous. It would be wise for you to split yourself into 7 segments and obediently position yourself at the 7 locations I designate. Lu Fan declared to the star. The star remained silent, primarily because it lacked the ability to speak. With a swift motion, Lu Fan raised his hand slightly. Instantly, a violet-red energy flame coalesced in his palm, a manifestation of destructive energy. This violet-red energy swelled as if propelled by a breeze. Although no wind existed in the vast emptiness of space, in a matter of moments, the violet-red flame surged in size, expanding to a diameter of 10 meters. Lu Fan held this violet-red energy flame aloft with his right hand. Ruosi glanced at the energy, contemplating. This child is remarkable. At merely 8 years old, he can harness such a formidable destructive force. It is worth noting that deities of destruction like Beerus and Piccolo were still suckling at that age. Now, after billions of years, they have only just perfected their destructive abilities. With a crack, Lu Fan's destructive energy continued to swell. 20 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters. Ruosi widened her beautiful eyes, revealing a visage of astonishment. This young man is undoubtedly a prodigy. Outside the Hall of Kings, the High Priest also gazed towards the direction of the new universe. He witnessed firsthand the devastation conjured by Lu Fan, which was astonishingly vast. It had expanded to a diameter of 10,000 meters. Moreover, this destructive energy had grown not because of dilution, but due to an increase in its intensity. This young man is truly remarkable, surpassing my expectations. However, even with a diameter of 10,000 meters, can you truly instill fear in that star? Even if it were 1,000,000 meters, it would still be but a mere pixel in comparison to the star. That star is simply colossal. Oh, 100,000 meters. The High Priest smiled. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he noticed that the destructive energy conjured by Lu Fan had once again expanded. A diameter of 100,000 meters. Hey, star, are you afraid now? Lu Fan shouted at the star. Ruosi remarked, what is there to be afraid of? Your meager destructive energy, though possessing formidable power, pales in comparison to that colossal star. It seems you are not particularly intimidated. Thus, let us amplify it further. Lu Fan grinned. With a snap, the destructive energy in Lu Fan's grasp continued to expand. What was once a diameter of 100,000 meters, or 100 kilometers, now swiftly burgeoned to a staggering diameter of 1,000 kilometers. What does a diameter of 1,000 kilometers signify? One may consult a map. Yet, when considered in relation to the entirety of Earth, 1,000 kilometers is but a trifle, let alone when juxtaposed with that immense star. Bigger. Lu Fan relentlessly concentrated the destructive energy. 1,000 kilometers. 10,000 kilometers. 100,000 kilometers. 1 billion kilometers. 100 billion kilometers. 1 light year. Whis quickly sidestepped. The fluctuations of your unit are quite staggering, leaping from kilometers directly to light years. I find myself momentarily taken aback. The length of a light year. What an extraordinary concept. If converted into kilometers, it amounts to approximately 9,460, 730, 472, 580 kilometers. Such immense destructive energy has left several nearby planets utterly obliterated, reduced to mere fragments without a trace. Presently, the destructive energy that Lu Fan has amassed is causing that colossal star to tremble ever so slightly. Indeed, it appears to be frightened. The star quivers violently. Chapter 60. Which universe do you find unsatisfactory? Suddenly, the star fragmented, transforming into 7 miniature suns. Although referred to as small suns, each one dwarfs the sun of Earth by billions of times. After all, this star is a staggering 100 billion times larger than the sun of Earth. Divided into 7 parts, Lu Fan calculated that it wasn't worth the mental exertion. This is as it should be. Lu Fan grinned. Whis was left speechless, her mouth slightly agape, her eyes sparkling with admiration like countless tiny stars. Are you human? Such immense destructive energy. I feel as though your capacity for devastation surpasses that of the 12 deities of destruction across the cosmos. Did you truly frighten that star into fragmentation? Whis is at a loss for words. You. Lu Fan pointed at the 4 diminutive suns and called out. You 4, divide yourselves to the east, west, south, and north. Off you go. The 4 small suns remained motionless, primarily due to their own lack of comprehension. Whis, lend them a little encouragement. Do not let them linger in idle contemplation, Lu Fan instructed. Very well, Lord of Destruction, Whis replied with a gentle nod, her address transformed. Onward, Lu Fan urged. With a clap, Whis' staff emitted a resplendent blaze of light, swiftly enveloping the 4 small suns. Whoosh! The 4 small suns darted off in their designated directions. You, over there, Lu Fan beckoned another small sun. With another clap, Whis obligingly unleashed a beam of light. The small sun promptly soared toward Lu Fan's indicated direction. You too. Go that way, Lu Fan directed the last pair of small suns. Clap, clap. Whis continued to cast her luminous energy, and the 2 small suns sped away. At that moment, the cosmos seemed to regain a semblance of tranquility. What do you intend to do with such overwhelming destructive energy? Whis inquired, momentarily daunted by the magnitude of it. This won't obliterate my new universe, will it? Whis, is there any universe you find displeasing? Let us destroy it, Lu Fan whispered. Whis wiped her brow vigorously. I do not find any universe unappealing, she replied, exasperated. Well then, if you ever do find one unsatisfactory, I shall assist you in its destruction, Lu Fan said with a smile. But first, how do you plan to manage this immense destructive energy? Whis asked with a wry grin. Naturally, it shall be reclaimed, otherwise it would be wasteful, Lu Fan replied, as the concentrated destructive energy began to rapidly diminish. In less than a minute, a sphere of destructive energy a light year in diameter was drawn back into Lu Fan's being. He exhaled a sigh of relief. And then, nothing further occurred. To Lu Fan, it seemed as if nothing had transpired at all. However, the universe had irrevocably changed due to his destructive energy. You truly are remarkable. I cannot fathom your strength. Whis exclaimed, her gaze toward Lu Fan transformed. It is nothing. When one dedicates themselves to a single pursuit, they can achieve the most unexpected results. Lu Fan broke into a grin, revealing a row of pristine white teeth. He earnestly contemplated the essence of focusing on a singular task. From the moment of my birth, I have been dedicated to the art of destruction, he continued. Thus my rate of annihilation far surpasses that of others. Do you truly think of nothing else besides destruction? Whis questioned skeptically. Well, now I have a few other thoughts, like occasionally pondering your sister, Lu Fan replied with a chuckle. I knew it. Whis pouted, letting out a huff. Next, I shall proceed to obliterate some planets, Lu Fan declared. Very well, Whis nodded, her demeanor shifting considerably. 30 minutes later, Lu Fan had already dismantled several resource-consuming planets. The new universe had finally regained its equilibrium. Of course, this balance is fleeting. To sustain it in the long term, the god of destruction and the supreme Kai must collaborate. Given the current circumstances, maintaining this balance for a year should pose no significant challenge. The duties of the God of Destruction can momentarily reach a pause, as our new universe remains quite small. Ruisi surveyed the entirety of the new universe and bestowed Lu Fan with a satisfied smile. Next, we should seek a Supreme Kai to work in tandem with you. I will reach out to the Great Kaishin and see if we can select a Supreme Kai from the 12 universes. There is no need for that. I already have a candidate in mind for the Supreme Kai, Lu Fan replied. Who is it? Ruisi asked, momentarily taken aback. It's still me, Lu Fan said with a smile. Ruisi's expression turned to one of confusion. You? What do you mean? Are you not the harbinger of destruction? Do you still aspire to become a Supreme Kai? Is this how one plays? Observe closely. Lu Fan inhaled deeply. Whoosh. With a swift motion, Lu Fan raised his hand, and a destructive energy once again materialized. Who do you intend to intimidate now? Ruosi inquired, momentarily taken aback. Lu Fan remained silent, continuing to amplify the destructive force. In less than 10 seconds, the destructive energy had coalesced to a diameter of approximately 100 meters. Hey, what are you trying to do? Ruosi asked, somewhat bewildered. Are we not discussing the matter of the Supreme Kai? What purpose do you have for conjuring such destructive energy? Even this angel finds it perplexing. Pay close attention. Lu Fan smiled. In the next moment, Lu Fan began to compress and reshape the gathered destructive energy. The transformed energy gradually condensed into an approximate height of around 1.8 meters. Once again, the destructive energy altered its form. With a sudden clap, a purplish-red figure materialized beside Lu Fan and Ruosi. This figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Lu Fan, though its complexion was distinctly purplish-red. Is this a doppelganger? Ruosi wiped the sweat from her brow. Isn't it amusing? Lu Fan chuckled. Ruosi replied, what is entertaining about a doppelganger? This is a product of compressed destructive energy, Lu Fan explained with a smile. Do you intend for this entity to serve as your doppelganger? Ruosi felt a wave of disbelief. Indeed, Lu Fan affirmed with a nod. This doppelganger is entirely under my control, akin to playing a video game. Everything it perceives is from my perspective, and it will never develop its own consciousness. Do you plan to use this doppelganger as your realm king? Ruosi quickly grasped the implication. Yes, this is a matter I discussed with my father-in-law. Lu Fan replied with a smile. You have all come to an agreement, haven't you? It would have been better to mention it earlier. Chapter 61. The Birth of the New Universe Realm King. My avatar shall govern the New Universe Realm King for 3 years. Should I fail to meet expectations during this time, I shall voluntarily resign, Lu Fan declared. With a swift motion, Lu Fan directed the gathered destructive energy. Instantly, the hue of the destructive energy transformed. Soon, it bore an uncanny resemblance to Lu Fan's own complexion. This avatar appeared to be a true reflection of Lu Fan himself. Hello, Ruosi, the avatar spoke, under Lu Fan's control. Does the avatar not possess a tail? Ruosi inquired. Indeed, there is one remaining. The other has been discarded. Lu Fan responded. Ruosi covered her face, rendered speechless. Put on some clothes, she said, her cheeks flushing as she turned away. How shameless. Quickly. You should attire your doppelganger, Lu Fan remarked with a smile. It is merely my replica. There is no need for embarrassment. With a flash, the purplish-red destructive energy enveloped Lu Fan's doppelganger. When the light faded, a complete outfit appeared on his doppelganger, identical to Lu Fan's own attire. In a flurry of motion, Lu Fan swiftly alternated between himself and his doppelganger. You may turn around now, Ruosi, Lu Fan instructed. As Ruosi turned, she beheld 2 identical Lu Fans, one being his doppelganger. Can you guess which one is the genuine article? Lu Fan smiled. Oh my, the resemblance is strikingly deceptive. Ruosi commented, noting that without sensing their essence, one could hardly discern the true from the false. Isn't it amusing? Lu Fan chuckled. Now, you can teach my doppelganger the fundamental skills of the Kaishin, Lu Fan proposed. Ruosi paused, momentarily at a loss for words. What? You cannot possibly tell me that you lack even the basic skills of a Kaishin. You are an angel, the mentor of the Destroyer God, and surely a teacher of the Kaishin as well, Lu Fan asserted, gazing at Ruosi. To be precise, angels instruct the Destroyer Gods in the art of destruction. As for the notion that angels were once teachers of the Kaishin, that is a tale from long ago, Ruosi replied, shaking her head with a hint of regret. I apologize, but I truly cannot teach you the fundamental skills of the Kaishin. I never expected you to teach me. I intend to seek out your sister. Lu Fan grinned. At that moment, Ruosi felt a staggering blow of 10,000 points of critical damage. Why do you bother to speak so much if you have no intention of learning from me? Very well. I shall send my doppelganger to the 6th universe to study the fundamental skills of the god of destruction with your sister, Luofan mused. As I am still underage, it is indeed perfect for my doppelganger to develop a rapport with your sister, and once I come of age, my true self can join them. Ruosi wiped the sweat from her brow. If it's about learning the skills of the god of destruction, I believe half a year should suffice. Given your talent, it should pose no challenge, Ruosi affirmed with a nod. Doppelganger, do your best. Luofan encouraged, grasping the hand of his doppelganger. Indeed. I shall strive to become a true god of destruction as soon as possible, the doppelganger replied. Ruosi interjected, Isn't the doppelganger under your control? Is it amusing to speak to oneself in such a manner? With a swift motion, the doppelganger's attire transformed in an instant, morphing into the distinctive garb of the Supreme Kai. In a flash, the doppelganger ascended into the sky, vanishing into the void almost immediately. Approximately 20 minutes later, Rufan inquired, if we traverse the void realm from here, shall we reach the 6th universe? Indeed. Fly in that direction, Ruosi responded, pointing towards a specific orientation. Understood. Rufan nodded slightly, guiding his doppelganger onward towards the 6th universe. He felt as though he were engaged in a video game, an exhilarating sensation. In the 6th universe, on the planet Xiangpa had gone to escort Hit home, leaving only Beerus alone on the planet. Suddenly, Beerus looked up at the sky. Oh dear, what a rare guest. Lord Beerus has arrived, he mused with a faint smile. In a swift motion, Whis and Beerus descended from the heavens, landing near Beerus. Greetings, sister. Whis offered a bow. Enough of the pleasantries. Where is that scoundrel Xiangpa? Beerus grumbled. Lord Xiangpa has gone to escort Mr. Hit and should be returning shortly. Beerus replied candidly. And Rufan? Where is he? Beerus inquired further. Rufan has yet to return, Beerus stated. What does his yet to return imply? Beerus was taken aback. Are you suggesting that Mr. Rufan has been retained by the Grand Minister? Whis conjectured, momentarily startled. What did you say? Beerus exclaimed in surprise. Rufan has been retained by the Grand Minister? Is he attempting to steal my cola? Beerus considered the Grand Minister's actions to be exceedingly shameless. This is disastrous. I fear my cola may be lost. He sniffled, on the verge of tears. Both Beerus and Whis sighed in unison, shaking their heads. What kind of thought process is this? It sounds as if the High Priest is vying with you for a cola. Kompa seems to share this sentiment. Bados remarked to Whis. Ah, they truly are like brothers. Whis smiled. Indeed, Bados nodded. What do you think the High Priest's intentions are in leaving Mr. Rufan behind? Whis inquired. I suspect it might be to appoint Rufan as the god of destruction for the new universe, Bados conjectured, though this is merely my speculation. We shall know the truth upon Rufan's return. The god of destruction for the new universe, Whis mused. Whis, cease your idle chatter. Beerus interjected darkly. Bados, I must ask you, is Rufan one of our universe's own? Oh dear, even Lord Beerus is aware of this, Bados chuckled. It seemed Bados had anticipated this day long ago and was thus unfazed. You and Kompa are utterly shameless, stealing my people from our universe while I was asleep. Beerus bared his teeth. It is merely that Lord Beerus failed to notice this individual, Bados replied with a smile. I once read a tale about a master and a steed, finding it quite intriguing. With that, Bados recounted the story of the master and the steed to Whis and Beerus. What do you mean by all this? Do not divert the topic. Beerus's frustration was palpable. Chapter 62. Beerus, how did you become the Kaioshin? Whoosh. Just as they were conversing, Kompa descended from the heavens, landing beside Bados. Kompa, you rascal, you have finally returned. Beerus growled, your timing is impeccable. You have cunningly taken my people from our universe. Beerus, do you not grasp what Bados just conveyed? We discovered Rufan, and in essence, we are Rufan's masters, while he is the steed. Do you now comprehend this analogy? Kompa chuckled. Indeed, that is precisely the point I wish to convey, Bados nodded. Enough of your nonsense. You scoundrel, Kompa. The gourmet planet you visited was originally prepared for me by my subordinate, Frieza. All its inhabitants are under Frieza's command, and thus mine as well. Beerus huffed. Once I awaken, Frieza will take me to that planet to indulge in its delicacies. And by then, how could I be unaware of the cola situation? However, to my knowledge, Frieza has received your orders to annihilate all the Saiyans. Kompa scoffed. Beerus found himself momentarily speechless. If Rufan were to learn that Beerus covertly commanded Frieza to destroy their planet, Do you believe he would willingly return with you? As Kappa smiled broadly, Beerus remarked, this situation is rather dire. There must be numerous acquaintances of Reuven on Planet Vegeta. If he were to discover that it was I who allowed Frieza to devastate Planet Vegeta, he would certainly refuse to return with me to the 7th universe. You haven't carelessly divulged this to him, have you? A sense of urgency gripped Beerus as he inquired. I would never be so mundane, Kappa chuckled. That's a relief. Beerus sighed, feeling somewhat reassured. I understand you came for the cola. Here's the plan. Once Reuven returns, I shall procure a bottle of cola for you to sample. If it pleases your palate, I shall arrange for 1,000 bottles to be sent your way. As for whether Reuven accompanies you, that shall be his decision. Kappa had long anticipated Beerus's visit, aware that Reuven's true identity would likely be revealed while he observed the God of Destruction selection event. Whis would undoubtedly inform Beerus that Reuven hailed from their 7th universe. Well, that's acceptable, Beerus pondered, finding no fault in it. I shall require 1,000 bottles each month. Very well, but if you fall asleep, shall I still be obliged to provide you with cola? Kappa inquired. Indeed, of course. Beerus retorted. Save it for me, and I shall enjoy it upon waking. However, you must realize that even cola can become tiresome after prolonged consumption, Kappa sighed. You insatiable glutton. Have you truly had your fill? Beerus fumed at the thought. Perhaps I shall remain silent, Kappa replied, for too many words can lead to folly. Beerus had never even tasted cola. It was a beverage originating from their 7th universe. If the roles were reversed, he too would feel vexed. Are we to wait idly? Do you not possess even a modicum of cola? Beerus inquired darkly. Regrettably, no. All the cola is procured directly from Reuven, freshly made for immediate consumption, Kappa explained. What nonsense! I distinctly recall that fellow named Hip possessing a can of cola, Beerus huffed. That is a new packaging developed by Reuven, referred to as a pull-tab can. I had never encountered such a packaging before. He always prepared it fresh for drinking, Kappa replied. Deciding to say no more, Beerus fell silent. Hours drifted by, and after what felt like an eternity, Beerus was on the verge of dozing off, yawning repeatedly as his eyelids engaged in a relentless struggle. Lord Beerus, this won't do. Perhaps we should return. You ought to take a short nap and consider the cola matter upon awakening, Whis suggested. No. Before I slumber, I must resolve the cola situation, lest I be plagued by nightmares in my sleep. Beerus spoke emphatically. Kappa remarked, another hour has passed. Beerus continued to doze off. Kappa, Vados, and Whis exchanged glances with one another. You appear to be in such a drowsy state. Why not hasten home? Are you still waiting for Lufan? What if, perchance, Lufan does not return today? Xiangpa suddenly inquired. Then I shall simply sleep here. Beerus replied, opening his eyes. Xiangpa was left speechless. Very well. If you wish to slumber here, then so be it. Your persistence is truly remarkable. After 2 hours had passed, Lufan finally transformed into a crimson light and soared back from the outside. During this time, he had primarily been collaborating with Ruasi. Now, Lufan was on his way, for his current avatar was merely a manifestation of destructive energy, lacking any other skills. It would not be entirely accurate to say he possessed no other abilities. His avatar inherently wielded destructive prowess, having been formed from condensed destructive energy, which Lufan had compressed further. With a swoosh, Lufan descended from the heavens, landing upon the surface of the Xiangpa planet. You must be Beerus and Whis from the 7th universe, Lufan greeted with a smile. Upon his appearance, Whis and the others widened their eyes in astonishment. What? A Kaioshin? Beerus exclaimed. When did you become a Kaioshin? Xiangpa looked at Lufan in surprise, his speech faltering. Had this fellow truly become a Kaioshin in just a few hours? His attire was unmistakably that of a Kaioshin. Beerus suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Whis immediately exchanged glances with Vados. Could it be that Lufan had already ascended to become the Kaioshin of the new universe? Had the Grand Minister retained him for this very purpose? However, didn't we hear that the new universe currently had no need for a Kaioshin? What it required most was a god of destruction. It was perplexing. Sister, although Lufan is clad in Kaioshin attire, have you noticed he is not wearing the Patera earrings? Whis whispered. Indeed, perhaps the Grand Minister has specifically chosen Lufan to serve as the interim Kaioshin. Vados nodded in agreement. Hey kid. Beerus approached Lufan immediately and inquired, what is going on? Have you really become the Kaioshin of the new universe? Chapter 63. A major restructuring in the God of Destruction realm? You guessed correctly, Lufan affirmed with a nod. Beerus muttered, it's over, the cola has run out. This fellow has indeed become the Kaioshin of the new universe. I no longer have the authority to bring him back. This is truly disastrous. After a moment of surprise, Beerus gradually regained his composure. In his view, the worst outcome was the loss of a long-term cola supply. As for Lu Fan's elevation to Kaioshin of the new universe, it was undeniably unexpected. How had this lad managed to attain such a status? It was utterly bewildering. However, I do not yet possess the skills of a Kaioshin. So there is no need for concern, Lu Fan grinned. Who would fear you, a Kaioshin? Beerus placed particular emphasis on the title of Kaioshin. Have you come to see me for a reason, Beerus? Asked Lu Fan. Do not presume that, having become a Kaioshin, you can address me by my name. Beerus's expression darkened. Yes, Lord Beerus, Lu Fan chuckled, adding a respectful title after Beerus's name. Now that is more acceptable, Beerus nodded in satisfaction. However, Zappa shook his head quietly from the side. Oh, Beerus, you truly do not comprehend the essence of Lu Fan. Are you aware that this fellow harbors a rather petty disposition? I dare say you shall not be indulging in cola today. Given the nature of this individual, Lu Fan, it is unlikely he would ever prepare you a beverage, particularly if you were to address him with the honorific sir. I wonder what brings Lord Beerus to this place. Lu Fan remarked with a smile. Of course, I have come here to savor a bottle of cola, Beerus replied with a dismissive grunt. Oh dear. Lord Beerus has arrived at a most inopportune moment, Lu Fan sighed. On my way back, I inadvertently encountered a cosmic storm, and alas, my cola-making machine was swept away by the tempest. What did you say? Beerus exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Xiangpa, observing from the side, could hardly contain his amusement. What was it I mentioned? I said this lad would certainly not prepare you a cola. Had you been a tad more amiable towards him earlier, he might have graciously offered you a bottle of cola to savor. Now, this young man has ascended to the rank of god of destruction, which has emboldened him considerably. It poses quite a dilemma. In the past, I could easily raise my voice at him, but now he seems to revel in his newfound status. Kampa is even contemplating whether to take advantage of this moment and bully Lu Fan before Whis and Beerus depart, while his position as god of destruction remains unsteady. Once he firmly establishes himself, it would be rather inappropriate to do so, considering he is a god of destruction from another universe. Kampa's mind is racing with possibilities. Hence, I regret to inform you, Lord Beerus, that the cola cannot be prepared. Lu Fan sighed. Then let us hasten the creation of a new cola apparatus. Beerus huffed. Indeed. I shall construct a new device, Lu Fan nodded, yet the fabrication of a new cola machine would require at least 3 days. Lord Beerus, would you kindly exercise patience during this time? What, 3 days? Beerus pondered, finding the duration somewhat exasperating. 3 days can feel both lengthy and fleeting, creating an inner conflict. Staying here seems to stretch time unbearably, while returning and then coming back would consume precious hours. Beerus was caught in a quandary. This time frame could be likened to the distance we typically travel, for instance, around 1.6 kilometers. Driving seems impractical, as parking might pose a challenge. Walking feels too far, and public transport lacks direct routes. Now, Beerus wrestles with this dilemma, to remain or to retreat. Perhaps it would be wise to linger, just for 3 days, suggested Lu Fan. Beerus, unable to refuse such hospitality, resolved to stay. What if the cola isn't ready in 3 days? Kampa interjected with a sharp retort. Then we shall simply extend our stay by another 3 days. Lu Fan silently commended Kampa with a thumbs up. Beerus felt the weight of despair. I have a foreboding feeling that I may not be able to enjoy a cola after 3 days. Hey, kid, I merely came to request a bottle of cola. You wouldn't be deliberately making this difficult for me, would you? Beerus squinted at Lu Fan. How could I ever dare to make it difficult for Lord Beerus? I am but a humble god of destruction, Lu Fan replied with a beaming smile. I know you wouldn't, Beerus grunted, then added, by the way. I recall you conjuring a can of cola effortlessly during the God of Destruction selection event. Have you exhausted all of those as well? Indeed. There were only a few cans, which have long been consumed. Did you think it was a money tree, from which one could pluck as many as desired? Lu Fan retorted with conviction. Very well, I shall return in 3 days. Beerus found himself in a predicament, although he suspected that Lu Fan was deceiving him. Proving such a claim was an insurmountable challenge. If Lu Fan denied it, could Beerus resort to physical retaliation? It would be a different scenario if Lu Fan were merely an ordinary Saiyan. He could have easily subdued him and taken him back. However, this young man had ascended to the rank of a god of destruction, and not just any god, but one from another universe. This made him far less susceptible to intimidation. By the way, may I inquire who the god of destruction of the new universe is? Beerus suddenly recalled something and hurriedly asked. That information cannot be disclosed, Lufan replied, shaking his head. Beerus was taken aback for a moment, as was Kampa. Whis and Beerus exchanged glances, perplexed. Why is that? What could possibly be so secretive? Beerus scoffed. The god of destruction from the new universe is extraordinarily formidable. Lufan whispered to Beerus, though his voice was audible to everyone present. Oh, spare me the jest. How formidable could he possibly be? Beerus chuckled lightly. Did Kampa not inform you? I am the strongest god of destruction. Do you comprehend what that entails? Among the 12 gods of destruction, I am the mightiest. Enough of your arrogance. Kampa seethed. Are you disputing that? Beerus shot him a sidelong glance. Do you think I fear you? Kampa clenched his fists. Enough. I did not come here to brawl with you, and you are hardly my match, Beerus retorted, turning his interest back to the identity of the new universe's god of destruction. You just mentioned that he is exceptionally formidable, elaborate, if you will. It is said that the Grand Minister intends to train the god of destruction of the new universe to become a great god of destruction, Lufan explained. Beerus' eyes widened, and he shuddered. What? A great god of destruction? Kampa exclaimed. Oh my, is a great god of destruction truly on the verge of emergence? Bados echoed, equally astonished. It seems the realm of gods of destruction is poised for a significant upheaval, Whis remarked with a smile. Chapter 64. Who is the great god of destruction? What did you say? Beerus turned to Whis, his expression shifting dramatically. It's nothing. I was merely speaking in jest. Whis replied with a smile. The great god of destruction, it is said, holds a position even superior to that of the Grand Minister. Beerus trembled slightly. Did the Grand Minister truly express such a notion? Kampa felt as though the sky had fallen upon him. Indeed, the Grand Minister does harbor such thoughts, Lufan nodded, secretly reveling in the revelation. It appears the position of great god of destruction is indeed formidable, enough to frighten both Beerus and Kampa. They were nearly paralyzed with fear. Impossible. Even if such a statement were true, it should not be uttered from the lips of a mere god of creation. Beerus was skeptical, yet indifferent to whether one believed him or not. Luo Fan smiled lightly, having said all that needed to be said. So, who exactly is this new god of destruction? Beerus asked through clenched teeth. Is it possible that one of the 12 gods of destruction is taking on this role? No, Luo Fan replied, shaking his head. If you truly wish to know his identity, I can disclose it to you. Oh, Beerus was momentarily taken aback. However, you must think carefully. Once you learn his true identity, he may very well target you first when he ascends to the position of the great god of destruction. As the heir to such a title, would I be pleased if someone were to inquire incessantly about my identity and whereabouts? The answer is no. I would be quite furious. You speak as if you are the heir to the great god of destruction, Beerus scoffed, shaking his head. Nevertheless, Luo Fan's words resonated with him. Beerus realized that Luo Fan was correct. If someone were to investigate the identity of the heir to the great god of destruction, that individual might indeed take action against him when the time came. Currently, aside from the supreme Kai of this new universe, it seemed that the other gods of destruction were unaware of the true identity of the great god of destruction. No, perhaps this young man does not know either. He might just be trying to deceive me. The position of the great god of destruction has been vacant for 50 million years. I should refrain from overthinking this. Focus on the cola matter. I will contact you again in 3 days, Beerus instructed Luo Fan. Understood, Lord Beerus, Luo Fan nodded. Once I have constructed the new cola device, I will inform you immediately. That's more like it, Beerus replied with a satisfied smile, before gesturing to Whis. Let us depart. Lord Beerus, please return on your own. I have not seen my sister in quite some time, and wish to have a proper conversation with her. Whis instructed Beerus. What is there to discuss? Beerus muttered, but did not oppose. Do as you wish. I need to return for a nap. Remember to wake me in 3 days, after this young man has completed the cola. Bardos was slightly taken aback, glancing at Whis. Indeed. What is there for us to discuss? Has Whis discerned something? Understood, Whis nodded. Let us go. Beerus waved his hand. With a flash, a purplish-red aura enveloped Beerus. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of light, swiftly vanishing into the void. Luo Fan, you've done well. You have become the supreme Kai of the new universe. Kampa exclaimed, giving Luo Fan a pat on the shoulder. Hee, I must thank Bardos and you for your guidance. Luo Fan replied. Lufan smiled broadly. Reflecting on the source of one's knowledge, Your words affirm that my efforts in nurturing you have not been in vain. Kappa nodded with satisfaction. Although you have imparted little, Lufan added, most of what I learned was from Bardos. Kappa remarked, this kid, give him a ray of sunshine. And he blossoms. Hey, Lufan, now that guy Beerus has departed, none of us here are strangers, Kappa stated. Although Vados is an angel of the 7th universe, he understands what should and should not be said. So Lufan chuckled, what's your point? I simply wish to inquire about who the god of destruction is. Kappa replied with a hum. All right, I can't hide it any longer. I am the angel, cough cough. I am the god of destruction, Lufan said. His expression turning serious. Kappa rolled his eyes, choosing to disregard the claim. You are the god of destruction? Enough with the boasting. Kappa was nearly amused by Lufan's antics. Shaking his head. Forget it. I 1T asked further. If you don't wish to share, so be it. I'll let that fellow Beerus infect me. And I'll take a nap instead. Hey, you fat cat. I truly am the future god of destruction, Lufan called out from behind. Go on. Refrain from such tedious jokes in the future. Be cautious, for when the new god of destruction takes office, you may be the first to be obliterated. Kappa replied with a huff, his face darkening. After uttering this, Kappa retreated into the castle for a long slumber, leaving only Lufan, Bardos, and Vados in attendance. Vados remained silent, scrutinizing Lufan from head to toe. Bardos also regarded him with a curious glance. Feeling something was amiss with Lufan today, he was entirely different from his usual self. What indeed was the issue? Huh, Lufan, where is your tail? Bardos suddenly inquired. I sensed something was off. It is indeed his tail that is missing, she concluded. One tail is sufficient, Lufan replied. Bardos displayed a puzzled expression. Only one tail? Do you not possess merely a single tail? Could it be that you have another? Whis wiped the sweat from his brow nearby. You see, Whis understands, remarked Lufan. Whis replied, do not involve me in this. Before me, you jest with my sister. Do you find that appropriate? I sense something amiss. An entirely different aura from what I once knew, murmured Vados. It is perfectly normal, for I am now the god of the realm, replied Lufan with a smile. No, it is more than that. Vados gently shook her head. He is not Lufan, Beerus suddenly interjected. Vados paused, taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. Indeed, he is not. Merely a pure energy entity, Vados affirmed. Lufan remarked, so soon have I been unmasked. It appears I have underestimated the capabilities of angels. Are you Lufan's avatar? Vados inquired, gazing at Lufan. Yes, indeed, you are correct, Lufan grinned. Chapter 65. Wait until I become the great destroyer. I shall marry you. In this era, who still employs such antiquated tricks as avatars? Vados wiped her brow. No, my sister's assertion is not entirely accurate, Beerus mused softly. Beerus, what have you discerned? Vados asked. If my conjecture holds true, Mr. Lufan may very well be the future great destroyer, Beerus stated. Vados blinked rapidly, casting another glance at Lufan. Truly remarkable, Beerus. To uncover my true identity so swiftly, Lufan sighed, realizing my concealment was insufficient. It is indeed challenging to deceive an angel, Beerus chuckled. Oh dear, this is extraordinary. You shall soon be the leader of the destroyers, governing the vast realms of time and space, Vados marveled. Once, this lad was merely a beverage mixer, and in a mere 6 months, he has ascended to such heights. Yet, that is not entirely accurate. Before I encountered him, he had already grasped the essence of destruction. This knowledge is solely mine, while Lord Zampa remains oblivious. Beerus, what did you just say? Lufan turned to Beerus, inquiring. What? Beerus was taken aback. Please repeat what you just said, Lufan prompted. Repeat? You mean the part about Mr. Lufan possibly being the future great destroyer? Beerus responded. The next sentence, Lufan insisted. The part about it being quite difficult to deceive an angel? Beerus continued. Precisely, that is the one, Lufan nodded. Thus, it implies there is yet another matter we are unaware of. Is that correct, future great destroyer? Beerus smiled. Indeed, Lufan grinned broadly. Take a guess. You may ponder endlessly, yet remain unable to unravel this mystery. Ah, indeed, this is quite a conundrum, as Whis wipes the sweat from his brow. What could it possibly be? Bardos also displays an expression of keen curiosity. The Grand Priest has made a decision, declaring that you shall be betrothed to me, Lufan said to Bardos. At that moment, Bardos's eyes widened in astonishment, her face reflecting sheer bewilderment. You truly possess a remarkable sense of humor. How could the High Priest possibly betroth me to you? Thus, Whis, you shall henceforth be my brother-in-law, Lufan declared. Whis, what the hell a brother-in-law? Ahem, Such a designation has never existed in our divine realm. Whis wiped his brow vigorously. From now on, you shall address me as brother-in-law whenever we meet. Do you comprehend? Lu Fan asserted. Whis covered his face, unwilling to converse any further. Hey, I never claimed I would marry you. Bados was left speechless. The moment I ascend to become the Great Destroyer shall mark the day of our union, Lu Fan proclaimed to Bados. Bados, await my return. Once I reach maturity, I shall surely come to wed you. Lu Fan gazed at Bados with deep affection. It was then that Bados realized this lad was still but a minor. Have you truly lost your mind over your wife? Whis sighed, shaking his head. What kind of successor to the god of destruction have you found? Is this individual truly fit to be a god of destruction? However, returning to the subject at hand, Bardos interjected, your wish has finally come to fruition. You are now both the god of destruction and the god of the universe, correct? Indeed, my father-in-law has been quite considerate of me. Lu Fan nodded in acknowledgement. Bardos remarked, you've already taken to calling him father-in-law so quickly. Yet, I have conferred with my father-in-law and arranged for my avatar to serve as the god of the universe for 3 years. If I do not perform adequately, the avatar can be dissolved, Lu Fan stated candidly. Such matters held no need for concealment from the angels. Moreover, Lu Fan had already determined that Bardos would be his wife in the future. What secrets could exist between spouses? So, you have come to learn the skills of the god of the universe from me, I presume? Bardos quickly deduced, gazing at Lu Fan. Indeed, my dear wife. You truly understand me. Lu Fan fervently nodded. Very well, I shall refrain from watching you two display your affection. I shall take my leave, Whis sighed, gently tapping his staff on the ground, preparing to depart. Wait a moment, Lu Fan called out, prompting Whis to halt. Regardless, you will soon be my brother-in-law. And I cannot neglect you, can I? Lu Fan smiled softly, raising his hand slightly. With a clap, a can of cola appeared in Lu Fan's hand. Whoosh! He casually tossed the can to Whis. Cola? Whis exclaimed, momentarily stunned yet filled with surprise and joy, quickly catching it. Give it a taste, if you find it delightful. I shall bring you a few bottles back, Lu Fan encouraged. Very well, Whis nodded, opening the can and taking a sip. As he savored the cola, a look of sheer delight danced across Whis' face. Oh my, this is absolutely delightful. This is the first time I've ever tasted such a wonderful beverage. Whis felt overwhelmed by the sudden happiness. Why have I never encountered such a delicious drink before? Lu Fan mused. Once you visit Earth in the 7th universe and find cola readily available everywhere, will you be infuriated? Is it not satisfactory? Lu Fan asked with a smile. Indeed. This is the best beverage I have ever tasted, Whis affirmed, adding, thank you, brother-in-law. Bardos covered her face, her expression darkening. Whis, you would betray me for a mere can of cola? Here, take these 10 bottles. With a gentle wave of his hand, Lu Fan conjured 10 cans, generously offering them to Whis. 10 bottles? I am incredibly grateful, brother-in-law. Whis' eyes widened in astonishment. However, do not share them with that fellow Beerus. He has shown me no courtesy. Lu Fan advised, all right, brother-in-law, I scarcely have enough for myself, let alone for Lord Beerus. Whis smiled mysteriously. Now, concerning my identity, Lu Fan continued. It's a secret. I shall not disclose it to anyone, not even to the other angels. Whis nodded in understanding and pondered, however. Concealing your identity as a doppelganger from the god of destruction is not overly difficult, but to keep it from the angels may prove to be more challenging. If one day my power surpasses that of the angels, do you think it would still remain a secret? Lu Fan smiled. That should not pose a problem. Whis nodded, yet. To surpass us angels, you may need to exert yourself for over 1,000 years, perhaps even longer. Lu Fan merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate. Whis, do not underestimate him. Bardos whispered to Whis. Before I brought him here, he had already comprehended destruction on his own. Whis, Chapter 66. The 7th universe will give rise to a great god of destruction. Bardos added, at this moment, his strength may very well rival that of Lord Kampa. Whis' eyes widened in astonishment. What nonsense is this? He is only 8 years old. If you were to say he is 80 years old, I would not be surprised. However, he is merely 8 years old. Even if he began cultivating destruction from the moment of his birth, it seems implausible that he would master it so swiftly. Could it be that he is the reincarnation of the Great Destroyer? Whis pondered. I share that sentiment. Bardos nodded in agreement. Otherwise, why would Father appoint him to inherit the position of the Great Destroyer? The issue, however, is that the Great Destroyer has already perished, making the concept of reincarnation seem rather improbable. Whis shook his head. Thus, It must indicate that he possesses extraordinary talent, Bardos remarked. Could you two cease your telepathic communication? Lufon sighed. Are you deliberating on how to host an extravagant wedding? Bardos. Whis. Ahem. Mr. Lufon. No. Lord Kaioshin. Since there are others present, I shall address you as such. Whis cleared his throat. Bardos is not an outsider. She is my future wife, Lufon stated earnestly. If it were just the three of us, you could call me brother-in-law. I wouldn't mind at all. Whis fell silent. It suddenly occurred to me that there may be a torrential downpour on Beerus planet today, and I forgot to close the windows. Farewell. With that, Whis transformed into a dazzling beam of light resembling a star and vanished into the void in an instant. Whoosh. Whis disappeared without a trace, even taking the 10 bottles of cola with him. Was he in such a hurry? I had intended for him to try the lemon-flavored cola. Lufon sighed. As Whis sped away, it was evident he caught Lufon's words. His entire being trembled with intensity. What a blunder. I flew too swiftly. Should I return to sample that lemon-flavored cola? No, I shall wait 3 days. Whis felt embarrassed to return and hastened his flight, opting for the adage out of sight, out of mind. In the 7th universe, on Beerus planet. Boom. With a thunderous crash, Beerus plummeted to the ground like a cannonball. The entire planet trembled violently, and even Beerus Castle seemed on the verge of collapse. The Oracle Fish, terrified, thought someone had launched a surprise attack on the god of destruction. Who is so audacious as to wreak havoc in the realm of destruction? The Oracle Fish swiftly darted over. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Beerus himself. Hey, Beerus, are you intent on destroying your own realm? The Oracle Fish exclaimed urgently. Beerus rubbed his head, yawning as he came to his senses. You certainly have a knack for causing chaos. Did you fall asleep on your way? The Oracle Fish wiped the sweat from its brow. Humph. I merely dozed off for a moment. Lord Beerus, is that what you call a nap? You nearly obliterated your own realm of destruction. The Oracle Fish remarked with a hint of exasperation. Not to worry, Whis will mend it, Beerus replied, surveying his domain and discovering that, fortunately, there were no significant issues, which allowed him to exhale a sigh of relief. And where is Whis? Did he not accompany you back? The Oracle Fish inquired. He had other matters to attend to. I returned alone, Beerus answered, stifling another yawn. Very well, the Oracle Fish nodded. I must retire. I can hardly keep my eyes open. Beerus's eyelids drooped heavily. What do you intend to do with that rotund fellow? The Oracle Fish gestured toward the dazed Majin Buu in the distance. Ah, I nearly forgot about him. Let us seal him away for now. We shall address him upon my awakening, Beerus said, tapping his head as he endeavored to rouse himself. With that, Beerus strode over to Majin Buu. With a swift motion, Beerus waved his hand, unleashing an intangible energy that enveloped Majin Buu. In an instant, Buu was once again sealed away, encased in a spherical prison much like before. Done, Beerus declared. Oracle Fish, when Whis returns, have him transport this fellow back to that planet called Earth. His presence here is quite bothersome. Understood, the Oracle Fish agreed, then asked, Did you manage to drink the cola? Beerus felt a pang of irritation. Do not mention cola to me, he exclaimed, clearly agitated. Seems you did not have any. The Oracle Fish muttered under its breath. I must sleep now. I am exceedingly weary. I had thought the destroyer of the new universe would emerge from our own. Beerus sighed. Lord Beerus, I possess a prophecy that I wish to share with you before your departure, the Oracle Fish stated. Spit it out quickly. I need to sleep. Beerus replied tersely. I foresee that our universe shall give rise to a great destroyer, the Oracle Fish proclaimed. However, as soon as the Oracle Fish uttered these words, it noticed that Beerus had already succumbed to slumber. Indeed, he had fallen asleep while standing. You are truly a remarkable talent. You can even sleep while standing. Forget it. I've already told you what needs to be said. If you suffer in the future, don't blame me. The prophetic fish sighed, dragging Beerus's tail and bringing him back to the castle, tossing him onto the bed. Beerus turned over and fell into a deep slumber. Who knows how many years this nap will last? The prophetic fish shook his head, truly capable of sleeping. In the realm of the Supreme Kai, do you have any news on Majin Buu? Jebbet inquired anxiously. Found him. At last, we have located him. The Supreme Kai's eyes sparkled as he gazed into the distance towards the realm of destruction, which is Beerus's planet. Where is it? Jebbet asked, astonished. I am not sure what that place is. It appears neither to be the mortal realm nor the divine realm. The Supreme Kai scratched his head, revealing a look of confusion. It doesn't matter, Supreme Kai. What is the status of Majin Buu? Jebbet pressed urgently. Comparatively, Jebbet was far more concerned about the whereabouts of Majin Buu. Am I seeing things? It seems he has been sealed again. The Supreme Kai expressed his bewilderment. Sealed? Who did this? Jebbet pondered. Could it be that cat-like being? Chapter 67. Slay him with the divine sword. I don't know. But the fact that he can be sealed away is ultimately a good thing. The Supreme Kai nodded in relief. And what about that cat-like being? Jebbet inquired. It seems he is sleeping in his castle. The Supreme Kai replied. It appears he is somewhat wary of Majin Buu's true power. But I do not know how he managed to seal Majin Buu. Perhaps he secretly learned some of Bibidai's magic, Jebbet speculated. It is not without possibility. The Supreme Kai agreed thoughtfully. What shall we do next, Supreme Kai? Jebbet asked. Leaving Majin Buu near that cat-like being feels like a hidden danger. Who knows if that fellow might have a moment of madness and release him? Your concerns are not unfounded, the Supreme Kai responded. It would be more prudent to relocate Majin Buu. But where shall we place him? Jebbet pondered. No, let us first bring Majin Buu back, while that fellow is asleep. We can stealthily take him away. The Supreme Kai's eyes brighten with a plan. Indeed, Supreme Kai can use instant transmission if we take him away. That cat-like being will surely not notice. Jebbet nodded vigorously. Kai. The Supreme Kai executed instant transmission, appearing in the realm of destruction, Beerus's planet, in a mere instant. The Supreme Kai swiftly approached Majin Buu's sealed location and placed his hand upon it. Kai. The Supreme Kai once again employed instant transmission. Vanishing in the blink of an eye, the prophetic fish displayed a look of bewilderment. Was that not Lord Supreme Kai? How could he have stolen the seal of Majin Buu? What could he possibly intend? It was perplexing. In an instant, the Supreme Kai returned to the Kai realm with Majin Buu's seal. It seemed everything had gone smoothly, remarked Jebbet with excitement. Haha. That feline creature was utterly oblivious to my presence. He was in a deep slumber. The Supreme Kai sighed in relief. What shall we do with this fellow? Jebbet inquired. Glancing at the seal of Majin Buu. Let us ponder further, the Supreme Kai mused. Both fell into deep contemplation. How could they best deal with this predicament? Where could they safely confine him? It seemed that no location would be secure, fraught with potential peril. The most prudent course of action would be to eliminate him. The Supreme Kai sighed, acknowledging that this would avert future troubles and restore peace to the cosmos. If only we could kill him, Jebbet echoed the sentiment with a sigh. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Jebbet's mind. Lord Supreme Kai, I have conceived a splendid idea, though its execution may prove challenging. Do share, urged the Supreme Kai. We could pierce him with the divine sword. Jebbet proposed. The divine sword? The Supreme Kai paused, his eyes glinting with intrigue. Jebbet's suggestion seemed quite promising. The sword's power was indeed formidable. If they could wield the divine sword to penetrate Majin Buu's seal, surely Majin Buu would be vanquished instantly. However, the inability to extract the divine sword rendered the proposal futile, Jebbet lamented. The Supreme Kai remained silent. Indeed, they could not withdraw the divine sword. Their anxieties bore no fruit. They needed to focus on how to extract the sword first. How might we pull the divine sword from its resting place? The Supreme Kai pondered. I believe your idea has merit, Jebbet. It is the sole means to slay Majin Buu. The Supreme Kai contemplated. Let us endeavor to extract the divine sword together. Perhaps with effort, we may succeed. Very well, we must give it a try, Jebbet nodded gravely. The two ascended to the mountaintop, where the divine sword lay. In the next moment, they summoned all their strength to pull the sword from its sheath. Yet, despite their relentless efforts, the sword remained steadfast. Panting heavily, the Supreme Kai and Jebbet found themselves exhausted, drenched in sweat, collapsing onto the ground as they gasped for air. This sword is incredibly enigmatic, Lord Supreme Kai, Jebbet remarked. Let us rest for a while and attempt again later, if all else fails. We may have to transport Majin Buu to a hidden planet. The Supreme Kai proposed. Agreed, Lord Supreme Kai. Jebbet nodded thoughtfully. In the vastness of space, Whis transformed into a radiant blaze, akin to a constellation, swiftly advancing. Suddenly, the crystal orb atop Whis's staff shimmered with light, causing him to pause momentarily. Is there an urgent matter, prophetic fish? Whis inquired, aware that this was the means of communication with the prophetic fish, though uncertain of the nature of its message. Generally speaking, the prophetic fish seldom reached out to him. Whis, I must inform you of something, the prophetic fish stated. Very well, please proceed, Whis replied with a nod. After Lord Beerus returned, he fell asleep. The prophetic fish continued. That is splendid news. My cola is no longer being contested, Whis smiled, adding. Although I doubt fish indulge in cola, do they? What is cola? The prophetic fish appeared puzzled for a moment. Huh, aren't you supposed to be prophetic? How could you not foresee such a delightful beverage? Whis chuckled. Ahem, let us not dwell on that. Allow me to continue. The prophetic fish, seemingly uninterested in cola, resumed with a serious demeanor. It is quite normal for Lord Beerus to fall asleep upon returning, is it not? What else has transpired? Whis inquired. Before falling asleep, Lord Beerus sealed Majin Buu, stating that he found him rather bothersome. The prophetic fish replied. This indeed aligns with Lord Beerus's typical conduct. Whis nodded. He also mentioned that upon your return, you should restore Majin Buu's seal to its original location. The prophetic fish added. Such matters can wait until I return. There is no need for remote video communication, Whis sighed. No, I have not finished speaking, the prophetic fish continued. Whis let out a resigned sigh. You certainly possess a penchant for verbosity. Please, continue, Whis. In a mere moment, I turned around to find the Supreme Kai had appeared, having transported the seal of Majin Buu through instantaneous movement. The prophetic fish spoke. I comprehend now. You wish for me to journey to the realm of the Supreme Kai and inquire how he intends to deal with Majin Buu, correct? Whis finally grasped the intention. Indeed. That is precisely my meaning. The prophetic fish nodded. The prophetic fish, you are truly loquacious. Whis sighed. Loquacious? How so? The prophetic fish was taken aback. In certain dialects, it implies that you are excessively verbose, indulging in unnecessary prattle. Whis smiled, remarking that if our tale were to be penned as a novel, the author would likely face complaints from readers regarding its overly diluted narrative, and alas, we would be placing the author in a precarious situation. Prophetic Fish, Chapter 68. Whis, do you require my assistance? A brief silence ensued. I am a fish. If I do not flow, who will? The prophetic fish asserted with conviction. Whis was at a loss for words. Ah, how could I forget? You are indeed a fish. Very well. I shall now proceed to the realm of the Supreme Kai to discern his intentions. It conveniently aligns with my path. Whis beckoned. I appreciate your efforts. The prophetic fish said, hesitating as if to say more. What else do you wish to convey? Whis inquired with a smile. Could it be that you have a new prophecy? Indeed, that is precisely what I intended to express. The prophetic fish nodded. What does your prophecy entail? Whis smiled in curiosity. I foresee that our seventh universe shall give rise to a great god of destruction. The demeanor of the prophetic fish became exceedingly grave. Very well. I acknowledge this. Whis nodded. Huh, why are you not the least bit astonished? The prophetic fish was taken aback. After all, your prophecies have never proven accurate. Whis chuckled lightly. The prophetic fish countered. This time, I feel my prophecy holds great accuracy. The prophetic fish spoke earnestly. Very well, very well. I shall place my faith in you, Whis nodded. The prophetic fish, your attitude is rather dismissive. How can you not even trust yourself? What I say is true. Let us leave it at that for now. I shall pay a visit to the Lord of the Kaiashans. Vegeta nodded. The prophetic fish refrained from further comment. And the call came to an end. Whoosh. Whis veered mid-flight, racing towards the realm of the Kaiashans. As Whis materialized above the Kaiashan realm, he was taken aback to find the Kaiashan and Jebbet struggling to extract a sword from the ground. He-ho, they grunted, unable to remove the divine blade. Whis gracefully descended from the sky. I humbly greet you, Lord Kaiashan, he said, bowing deeply. As an angel, he was always courteous, showing respect to the Kaiashan as well as the destroyers. Even in the presence of ordinary humans, he would append a title of Mr. or MS to their names. Startled by Whis' sudden appearance, the Kaiashan and Jebbet exchanged wary glances. When did this fellow arrive? What brings him here? Are you attempting to pull out this sword? Do you require my assistance? Whis inquired. The Kaiashan remained silent. I recognize you. You are the subordinate of that cat. Jebbet retorted coldly. Oh dear. Calling me a subordinate sounds rather unflattering. I am the attendant of Lord Beerus, and my name is Whis, he replied with a smile. Isn't an attendant and a subordinate essentially the same? Jebbet wiped the sweat from his brow. The Kaiashan remained stoic. This sword appears quite heavy. It is no wonder you are unable to pull it out, Whis remarked, glancing at the sword embedded in the ground as he stepped closer. Stop standing there and talking as if you could do any better, Jebbet chuckled lightly. This is a divine sword, the most exceptional blade of the Kaiashan realm. One that many previous Kaiashans have failed to extract, the Kaiashan added. Let me give it a try, Whis said, intrigued. He approached and pinched the sword's hilt with 2 fingers. Crack! With a simple motion, the divine sword was pulled free. The Kaiashan's eyes nearly popped from their sockets, while Jebbet was left trembling, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. This defies all logic. Did you truly draw the divine sword using merely 2 fingers? Who exactly are you? I've just extracted it effortlessly, remarked Whis with a smile. In fact, it could be done with a mere finger, though that would somewhat defy the laws of physics. The Supreme Kai, Jebbet, what the hell are you talking about, physics? Lord Beerus's seal has endured quite admirably. After all these years, the old Supreme Kai truly is unfortunate. Whis mused, holding the divine sword with a sense of reflection. What do you mean? I don't understand what you are saying, the Supreme Kai said, his expression wary as he observed Whis. The sealed entity within is the Supreme Kai from before the 15th generation. By breaking this divine sword, we can release him so he may properly instruct you in the knowledge of the Supreme Kai, was stated, as he gracefully waved his hand, enveloping the divine sword with an intangible angelic power. Both the Supreme Kai and Jebbet appeared somewhat bewildered. What are you saying? Why can't we comprehend your meaning? I have already reduced the weight of the divine sword. With your current strength, you should be able to wield it, Whis remarked, extending the hilt of the divine sword to the Supreme Kai, who accepted it with a bewildered expression. By the way, may I inquire, what does Lord Supreme Kai intend to do with Majin Buu? Whis inquired. Naturally, he must be returned to his original place for continued supervision, the Supreme Kai replied hastily, albeit insincerely. Lord Beerus seems to share the same sentiment. It appears my intervention is unnecessary, Whis nodded vigorously. Now, I must take my leave. Remember to shatter the divine sword to release the Elder Supreme Kai. With that, Whis emanated a radiant light akin to twinkling stars. In an instant, he vanished into the void, leaving no trace behind. The Supreme Kai, still in a daze, glanced at Whis and then at the divine sword, struggling to regain his composure. What does this all mean? Jebbet, what is his intention? The Supreme Kai turned to Jebbet for clarification. Is this truly the divine sword? Jebbet observed the sword without blinking. Indeed, this must be the divine sword. It feels rather heavy, the Supreme Kai remarked, glancing at it before passing it to Jebbet. It's quite heavy, Jebbet exclaimed as he grasped the sword, feeling the weight almost cause him to lose his grip. How could he claim its weight has been diminished? I cannot comprehend what he is saying. The Supreme Kai shook his head. He also mentioned that an Elder Supreme Kai is sealed within this sword and instructed us to shatter it. The Elder Supreme Kai, trapped within the sword, was filled with excitement. Finally, the day of my resurrection approaches. Splendid. I feared I would remain eternally sealed within this confinement. Whis is indeed quite generous. Hasten to shatter the divine sword, and I shall emerge. Do not jest, for this is a divine sword. If we destroy it, how can we justify our actions before the esteemed Supreme Kais? Jebbet asserted with conviction. You speak truly, Jebbet. The Supreme Kai's countenance grew grave. Perhaps within it lies sealed a malevolent entity, a being more terrifying than the demon Buu. The Elder Supreme Kai, I apologize, but I cannot assist with that. You are indeed a devil. Moreover, even if one were to shatter the divine sword, with his prowess, he could effortlessly crush it with but a mere finger, correct? Jabbatar followed the analysis of the Supreme Kai strategy. Yet why does he refrain from destroying the divine sword himself and instead entrust us with this task? This suggests that the one who shatters the divine sword may indeed suffer from the backlash of the devil. Chapter 69, The Reckless Supreme Kai. You speak the truth, Jabbatar. The Supreme Kai nodded vigorously. It is also possible that we may be overthinking this, Jabbatar remarked with a smile. The old Supreme Kai, you two scoundrels. Release me at once. The Supreme Kai exclaimed. Nevertheless, that fellow named Whis is indeed formidable. I cannot fathom his true identity. Let us set him aside for now. Shall we? Suggested the esteemed Supreme Kai, Jebbet. Our foremost concern is to vanquish the demon Majin Buu. You speak the truth, Jebbet, the Supreme Kai acknowledged. Regardless, if this divine sword seals an ancient Supreme Kai, then thrusting it forth shall surely unleash immense divine power to eradicate Majin Buu. Jebbet speculated, if it seals a demon, the two fiends might consume each other, thus exterminating Majin Buu as well. Jebbet, your intellect is indeed remarkable, the Supreme Kai praised. Let us proceed. With a swift motion, the two appeared at the location of Majin Buu's confinement. The Supreme Kai wielded the divine sword. Let us strike him down. He gritted his teeth and plunged the sword into the seal. Originally, Majin Buu's seal had been reinforced by Beerus, who had infused it with a degree of destructive energy. The divine sword was also crafted by Beerus. If a conventional object were to pierce Majin Buu's seal, it might not yield any results. However, the divine sword was different. Both artifacts had been sealed by Beerus. Thus, the sword penetrated the seal as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. Majin Buu was soundly asleep within the confines of the seal. The thrust lodged directly into a sensitive area. Oh whoa! Majin Buu howled in pain. What transpired, my Lord Supreme Kai? Jebbet inquired anxiously. I sensed a slight resistance. The Supreme Kai responded. It appears he has been struck. Let us deliver the final blow. Jebbet urged. Indeed, you are correct. The Supreme Kai forcefully plunged the divine sword once more. Ah! Majin Buu cried out loudly. However, due to being within the seal, those outside could hear nothing. Majin Buu continued to wail in agony. You, the feline being, shall not escape my pursuit. Why do you constantly torment me? Even my most intimate vulnerabilities are not spared. Majin Buu instinctively assumed that Beerus was tormenting him. After all, in Majin Buu's understanding, he should still be on Beerus's planet. Thus, he had no immediate intention of venturing out. If he were to go out and find himself incapable of defeating me, it would only lead to unnecessary suffering. No worries. My resilience will allow for regeneration. Has he been slain? Jebbet inquired. Uncertain, the Supreme Kai replied, shaking his head, as if sensing no disturbance. Let us wait a while longer. Once the divine or magical energy from the sacred sword is unleashed, it shall surely vanquish Majin Buu, Jebbet remarked. The two remained outside, waiting patiently. Majin Buu pondered. Why have they ceased their movements? You have become motionless, and I feel an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Shall I discreetly slip out to take a glance? Majin Buu has resolved to venture outside. How shameless. This entity within me is exceedingly unsettling. Hurry and release it. Majin Buu had previously divided himself, forming a small piece of flesh that slithered out from the position of the divine sword. He peered cautiously from the entrance of the seal, his gaze fixed on the outside. There was no sign of that cat. The figure outside bore a resemblance to the Supreme Kai, while another appeared to be his attendant. This planet did not seem to be the domain of that cat. Unsettled, he decided to investigate further. Majin Buu, reduced to the size of a pinky finger, transformed into a miniature version of himself and swiftly ascended into the sky. Still, he could not spot that cat. Majin Buu remained uneasy, intimidated by Beerus, and thus meticulously circled the Supreme Kai's realm in search. After over an hour of exploration, Majin Buu was certain of one thing: that cat was nowhere to be found. Without that cat, what was there to fear? An hour had passed, surely. It must be dead by now, thought the Supreme Kai. Jebbet smiled. It had indeed been an hour without any response. The Supreme Kai nodded in contentment. Suddenly, a burst of pink gas erupted from within the seal. This gas rapidly coalesced in the air. The miniature Majin Buu also transformed into a radiant light, merging with the pink gas. The gaseous formations in the sky began to condense and reshape. What is happening? Jebbet was taken aback. The Supreme Kai's expression shifted dramatically as he looked up at the sky. What is going on? Why does that figure resemble Majin Buu? Why has Ti been killed? The Supreme Kai, filled with shock and unease, echoed Jebbet's sentiments. I too sense that it resembles Majin Buu. How could this be? Just then, as the Supreme Kai and Jebbet stood in astonishment, Majin Buu finally transformed back into his original plump form, floating in the air. Grinning down at the Supreme Kai and Jebbet, the Supreme Kai was rendered speechless, and Jebbet was utterly bewildered. Hey, who just poked me? Buu asked, his face darkened. Neither the Supreme Kai nor Jebbet responded to his query. How infuriating. How has this creature returned to life? The Supreme Kai gritted his teeth, summoning unexpected courage as he drew the divine sword from the seal. Was it you? Buu inquired coldly. Indeed, it is I, the Supreme Kai shouted. Why did you not move once you entered? Buu chastised angrily. The Supreme Kai was left perplexed. What do you mean? What could you possibly do if I moved? Never mind. I am hungry, and I plan to devour you all. Buu patted his belly. If one thrust of the sword couldn't slay me, then I shall strike again. The Supreme Kai exclaimed as he swiftly thrust his sword towards the fiendish Majin Buu. Transform into a chocolate cookie. The antennae atop Buu's head shimmered with a violet-white electric glow. This energy swiftly struck the Supreme Kai. With a crack, the Supreme Kai's form rapidly morphed, and in an instant he was transformed into a humanoid chocolate cookie. Thud. The divine sword fell from his grasp. Supreme Kai. Jebbet trembled in shock and fury, his entire body quaking. Majin Buu stepped forward and picked up the Supreme Kai, now a chocolate cookie, and promptly devoured it. Chapter 70. The Vanished Beerus Crunch. Crunch. Majin Buu relished the chocolate cookie. Delicious, he proclaimed, patting his belly. overwhelmed by the delightful sensation. Since my awakening, I have yet to savor anything truly delectable. Now, at last, my wish is fulfilled. But one cookie is merely insufficient. What shall I transform you into next? Candy, another chocolate cookie, or perhaps just plain chocolate? You pondered, casting a contemplative glance at Jebbet, whose face was etched with sheer terror. Did you just stab me with your sword? Bu suddenly noticed the divine sword lying on the ground. Thereupon, Majin Bu beckoned the sword with a flick of his finger. The sword wobbled and levitated into the air. This sword is rather heavy. However, it matters not. Whoosh. Majin Bu, as if employing a technique of sword mastery, waved his hand gently. The sword hurtled toward Jebbet with a fierce rush. Thud. The divine sword pierced through Jebbet's body, sending a chill through him. Blood gushed from Jebbet's mouth as he collapsed to the ground, his consciousness fading. It wasn't he who pierced you. Transform into chocolate, Bu declared, his antennae sparking with violet-white electricity. Crack. Jebbet swiftly condensed and transformed into a square chocolate, still encased in wrapping. However, the shape of the chocolate was peculiar, adorned with a chocolate sword embedded atop it. Crack. The chocolate tumbled to the ground. Majin Bu approached, picked it up, and scrutinized it. How curious that this sword also transformed into chocolate. He mused, gently squeezing the chocolate sword. Crunch. A sharp crack echoed, and the divine sword shattered, shedding its outer layer. It revealed a humanoid figure made of chocolate, albeit a rather peculiar chocolate. Nevertheless, Bu dismissed his curiosity and promptly stuffed both pieces into his mouth, relishing the delightful flavor as he chewed. What a thrilling experience! Bu burst into hearty laughter. Suddenly, with a rumble, a surge of energy erupted from his mouth, striking the ground of the Supreme Kai's realm. In an instant, a colossal mushroom cloud rose into the air. Ha! Majin Bu danced with joy, exclaiming how entertaining this place was. On Beerus planet, Whis had just returned when he sensed something amiss. He let out a long sigh. Whis, what troubles you? The prophecy fish inquired. Oh dear, a grave situation has arisen, Whis replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. What grave situation? The prophecy fish asked, puzzled. Lord Beerus may have vanished, Whis stated. What? What has happened? The prophecy fish quickly soared into the sky, peering through the castle window towards Beerus' bed. Indeed, it was empty. Beerus was gone. Hey, Whis, it seems Beerus has truly vanished. The prophecy fish exclaimed. Is he playing hide and seek with us? Whis sighed. The Supreme Kai has perished. And consequently, Lord Beerus has also disappeared. What? The Supreme Kai has died? How can that be? The prophecy fish's eyes widened in disbelief. Such is the reality. I bear some responsibility in this matter, Whis lamented, feeling a twinge of guilt. Had I not acted so hastily, perhaps Lord Beerus would not have vanished alongside him. What on earth are you talking about, Whis? The prophecy fish asked, perplexed. Reluctantly, Whis recounted his extraction of the divine sword and the events that transpired in the Supreme Kai's realm after his departure, using his staff's projection to illustrate the tale. This is not your fault, Whis, the prophecy fish responded, displaying a look of resignation. How has such a foolish Supreme Kai managed to survive until now? It is understandable that this Supreme Kai is unaware of these matters, given that the Grand Supreme Kai passed away early, leading to a disruption in the lineage of Supreme Kais. Not knowing is one thing, but learning is another. The issue lies in his lack of faith in you. The prophecy fish wiped his brow. Most unfortunate is the fact that the old Supreme Kai, sealed by Lord Beerus, has also been consumed. By the way, you must quickly use time reversal to restore the timeline to 5 minutes ago. It is too late. Half an hour has already passed. Whis shook his head. The oracle fish fell silent. How tragic for Lord Beerus to have vanished so abruptly. Alas, it seems I must embark on a quest to seek out new deities of destruction and Kaishin. Whis, filled with a sense of resignation, thought it prudent to act before succumbing to slumber. I apologize. I failed to foresee the disappearance of Lord Beerus, the oracle fish lamented. It is not your fault. After all, your prophecies have seldom proven accurate, Whis replied with a smile. The oracle fish declared, then I shall set forth to find new deities of destruction and Kaishin. Whis's expression grew serious. If this matter was not resolved swiftly, he would fall into a deep sleep. Indeed, the oracle fish nodded. Before that, I shall indulge in a bottle of cola, Whis said, retrieving a bottle and taking a sip. How delightful it is. How can a beverage be so exquisite? The oracle fish remarked, I sense the deity of destruction has vanished, yet you appear entirely unperturbed. However, upon reflection, it is understandable. Lord Beerus's existence has always seemed somewhat superfluous, spending his days in slumber without attending to his duties. The same could be said for Lord Kaioshin, who delights in monitoring the sealed movements of Majin Buu. Since Buu is sealed, what purpose does monitoring him serve? Thus, it seems our seventh universe has long existed without a deity of destruction or Kaioshin. How have we managed to survive this long? The Oracle Fish sighed. After finishing his cola, Whis promptly set off. Half an hour later, he arrived at the entrance of the Grand Priest's temple. After a brief wait, the Grand Priest appeared before Whis in an instant. I apologize for the intrusion, Your Excellency. Whis bowed respectfully. What brings you here? The Grand Priest inquired, hands clasped behind his back, floating expressionlessly before Whis. I regret to inform you, Your Excellency, that due to a minor oversight on my part, our universe's Kaioshin was slain by Majin Buu, leading to the disappearance of Lord Beerus as well. Hence my visit to report this matter to you, Whis explained. You seek to find new deities of destruction and Kaioshin, do you not? The Grand Priest asked. Indeed, Your Excellency, Whis nodded. The new deities of destruction and Kaioshin for the universe come from the seventh universe's Ruven. And your true intention in seeking me is to have Ruven take over as the Kaioshin and deity of destruction of the seventh universe, correct? Ah, you have seen through my intentions, Whis acknowledged with a nod. If Ruven assumes the role of the deity of destruction for the seventh universe, you shall enjoy cola every day. The High Priest smiled and remarked, It seems I have amused you. Indeed, I find myself a tad tempted. However, the cola crafted by Whis is truly delightful. Whis did not deny this. There has never been a precedent for a god of destruction overseeing two universes. The High Priest pondered, You might inquire of him. This lad may not readily agree. Whis contemplated as he rested his chin on his hand. What if this is an essential process for assuming the role of the great god of destruction? The High Priest lowered his voice. Whis looked up at the High Priest and vigorously nodded. Father, you are digging a pit for Lu Fan to leap into. Perhaps he might even relish it. You and Bardoss communicated telepathically in front of Lu Fan, successfully portraying the matter of the great god of destruction. The High Priest nodded in satisfaction. I wonder how Lu Fan would react if he knew that the concept of the great god of destruction was merely a fabrication, Whis remarked with a wry smile. Father, you have dug this pit rather deeply. Ultimately, it will depend on his strength, the High Priest responded. The legend of the great god of destruction had indeed circulated among the gods of destruction across the cosmos long ago, a tactic meant to encourage their diligent training. The High Priest chuckled softly before continuing. However, it must be said that this boy is indeed suited for the role of god of destruction. If he performs admirably, it would not be out of the question to grant him the title of great god of destruction in the future. Then I shall discuss the matter of the god of destruction of Universe 7 with Lu Fan, Whis replied. Go ahead, the High Priest permitted. As for the events transpiring in Universe 7, the High Priest was well aware, having been the chief steward of all the deities in the universe. It would be rather unacceptable if he were uninformed about such matters. Whis bowed again. With a gentle tap of his staff upon the ground, Whis transformed into a radiant beam, akin to a star, swiftly vanishing into the void. In Universe 6, on the planet Kampa, Lu Fan was diligently learning the fundamental skills and knowledge of the Kaioshin under Bardoss's tutelage. Bardoss found this rather exasperating. Lu Fan, it would be better for Lord Fuwa to teach you. After all, he is the Kaioshin of our Universe 6, and his guidance would expedite your learning. After instructing Lu Fan for a while, Bardoss sighed softly. No, I wish to learn from you. Lu Fan resolutely shook his head. Learning from Bardoss is truly a pleasure. What is there to learn from that Kaioshin Fuwa? In truth, Lu Fan believed that the process of learning held more significance than the knowledge itself. Bardoss remarked. To be honest, I haven't delved into the skills and fundamental knowledge of the Kaioshin for quite some time. Although I was once a teacher to the Kaioshin eons ago, I have not needed to instruct a Kaioshin for many years. Bardoss sighed. There is no need for you to elaborate so much. I only wish to learn a few things. Just teach me 3 essentials. Lu Fan smiled broadly. Go ahead and tell me. Bardoss inquired. Teleportation, the space-time ring, and the Potera earrings, Lu Fan replied. Teleportation is quite straightforward. It essentially involves transforming oneself into a form of energy to traverse through dimensions, Bardoss elucidated. Why can't the destroyer use it? Lu Fan asked. That is because the destroyer is prohibited from utilizing teleportation, Bardoss responded, and angels are similarly restricted. I will give it a try. Lu Fan took a deep breath and expelled a bubble of destructive energy. Bardoss exclaimed whoosh. Lu Fan transformed into a crimson light, vanishing in an instant. Swish. In another heartbeat, Lu Fan reappeared. "Ah, I've got it," Lu Fan said. Bardoss wiped the sweat from his brow with great effort. "Have you mastered the art of instantaneous travel? Your learning curve is astonishingly swift. I have scarcely imparted any instruction upon you. This young man truly exemplifies genius. No, he is a prodigy. I now harbor profound suspicions. If indeed there exists a notion of the god of destruction, this lad must have been born for that very purpose. Yet, wait, he is currently mastering the skills of the Supreme Kai. How did I conflate him with the god of destruction?" Babidi felt his thoughts becoming muddled. As long as one's eyes can behold, one should be able to teleport instantaneously, mused Lufin. Indeed, the eyes of the Supreme Kai can perceive vast distances. Capable of surveying the entirety of the universe without difficulty, Babidi affirmed with a nod. Furthermore, these eyes possess the ability of X-ray vision, allowing one to see through walls. For instance, Lufin fixated on Babidi, unblinking. Babidi interjected, "Do not stare at me." With a swift motion, Babidi's angelic power manifested. In an instant, Lufin found that certain secrets regarding Babidi had vanished from his sight. "Babidi, you are quite stingy. I merely wished to take a glance," Lufin sighed. Babidi remained speechless. Next, we shall address the Patera earrings and the time ring. These are not particularly difficult, akin to how you condense destruction. Simply envision them, and you shall manifest these items. Babidi elucidated. Why expend such effort? Would it not be more advantageous to seize them directly? Lufin grinned. Babidi remarked. The realm of the Supreme Kai of the Sixth Universe is located there. Ah, I have spotted it. Lufin gazed toward the direction of the Sixth Universe's Supreme Kai realm. Babidi, please wait for me here. I shall return momentarily. Wait a moment. Babidi wiped the sweat from his brow. Are you planning to seize Lord Fuwa's Patera earrings and time-space ring? At that moment, before Bardoss could finish her sentence, Lufan vanished in an instant through teleportation. Bardoss pondered. Should I give Lord Fuwa a heads up? Perhaps it's futile. In the Sixth Universe, within the realm of the Kaioshin, the deity named Fuwa, portly in stature and somewhat resembling an elephant, was tending to flowers on a planet. Suddenly, he sensed a chill behind him. What is happening? Who is there? Fuwa mechanically turned his head to investigate. Bang! Lufan wasted no time and struck Fuwa at the nape of his neck, rendering him unconscious. Lufan beckoned with his fingers towards Fuwa's Patera earrings. With a snap, the earrings materialized above his palm. Chapter 72, Vados' Invitation. Let me clean these. They seem a bit dirty for your ears, Lufan murmured, his energy sparking as he purified the earrings to a pristine shine. Subsequently, he adorned himself with the Patera earrings. And the ring, he noted, glancing at Fuwa's hands. It appeared Fuwa was not wearing the time-space ring. After all, who would typically wear it? It was likely stored within the palace. Lufan directed his gaze toward the palace. In the next instant, he teleported once more, finding himself within the palace in a heartbeat. It was effortless for him to locate the time-space ring inside, which he claimed without hesitation. Another swift teleportation saw him confidently exit the Kaioshin realm, returning to the god of destruction's domain. Now everything is in place, Lufan smiled. Bardoss was left speechless. What sort of mischief has Lord Fuwa engaged in? Lord Kaioshin. Only after Lufan's departure did Fuwa's attendant discover the unconscious deity and rush to his side. The attendant revived Fuwa, who scratched his head in confusion. It seems I have fainted, he mused. How did you come to faint, Lord Kaioshin? The attendant inquired with concern. It appears someone suddenly intruded into our Kaioshin realm, materializing behind me and striking me down when I was unprepared. Fuwa reflected. Is that so? Who would dare? The attendant exclaimed in shock. I do not know, Fuwa replied, shaking his head in bewilderment. Have you offended anyone recently, Lord Kaioshin? The attendant inquired. We are the divine creators of this universe. Surely, we have not offended anyone. Fuwa gently shook his head. The last time Lord Kaioshin dined on planet Sadala, he forgot to settle the bill. Could it be that those Saiyans are harboring a grudge? The attendant speculated. That cannot be. The Saiyans are noble beings, devoid of such pettiness. Fuwa felt otherwise, adding, moreover, they cannot teleport, let alone reach our Sixth Universe's Kaioshin realm. Could it be that other universes' Kaioshin have come to launch a surprise attack on Lord Kaioshin? The attendant queried. Yet, I have not maintained close contact with any Kaioshin from other universes lately. It seems illogical, Fuwa sighed, shaking his head. Then, Lord Kaioshin. Perhaps you should check if anything is missing, The attendant suddenly thought of something and quickly asked. Fua reached into his pocket, discovering that nothing was amiss. The Patera earrings. The attendant suddenly noticed that one of the earrings from Fua's ear was missing. What? Oh no. Has my earring been stolen? Fua quickly touched his ear. Indeed. Was that person here to steal my earring? The attendant exclaimed, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Fua shook his head, stating, if it is merely the earring, I can craft another for myself. Let us see if anything else is missing. The attendant continued. Fua carefully examined his belongings and found that, aside from the earring, nothing else was lost. Let us keep an eye on the entire universe to see if anyone is using Patera earrings to fuse, Fua commanded. Yes, Lord Kaioshin, the attendant replied. On planet Zampa, Lufon had just returned not long ago when he noticed a brilliant flare in the distance, akin to a star. Isn't that Whis? Has he finished his drink so quickly? Lufon mused, slightly taken aback. Batos also looked curiously at the figure of Whis appearing in the sky. Why are you here again? With a swift motion, Whis descended from the heavens, landing beside Leuven. Whis, is there something amiss? Leuven inquired. Oh dear, a grave matter has arisen in the 7th universe. Whis sighed. Has Beerus perished? Leuven casually asked. Whis fell silent. Cough. Could it be that my words have struck true? Leuven wiped the sweat from his brow. What jest is this? Has Beerus truly met his end? Who could have possibly done this? Leuven was left speechless. I seem to have been born a tad too early. I find myself perplexed by this narrative. How could Beerus possibly meet his demise? The events unfolded as follows. Lord Kaioshin Whis had to reveal the occurrences that transpired, along with the projections from the scene. Upon viewing the projections, both Rofan and Bardos exchanged glances, sighing heavily. Rofan appeared particularly distressed. It seems someone had previously mentioned that Lord Kaioshin might inadvertently bring about his own end, sighed Whis. Ah, it appears that was indeed my assertion. Rofan wiped his brow. Whis, your visit to seek Rofan's counsel is not to propose that he assume the role of destroyer of Universe 7, is it? Bardos quickly grasped Whis's intent. Indeed. That is precisely the case, Whis affirmed with a nod. Currently, Rofan, you are the most suitable candidate to fulfill the position of destroyer for Universe 7. No, I must decline. I have already taken on the mantle of destroyer in the new universe. Rofan vehemently shook his head. With such a beautiful Rose by my side, I wish to relish the moment. You see, my true self resides with Rose, while this avatar remains with Bardos. I feel as though I am nearing the pinnacle of my existence. Whis remarked. Bardos interjected. It is possible to hold dual roles. Dual roles? Rofan was taken aback. What advantages does that entail? This would essentially mean I am juggling 2 jobs. No, for jobs, 2 Kaioshins and 2 destroyers. I have already consulted with the Grand Priest, who has also expressed his agreement. Whis lowered his voice. The Grand Priest further stated that this is an essential pathway to becoming the Great Destroyer. One must start by managing the destroyer roles across 2 universes, gradually expanding to 3, 4, or even 12 universes. Rofan appeared to be slightly intrigued. The Great Destroyer must be well-versed in all 12 universes to effectively oversee the destroyers within them, Whis smiled. Indeed, your words resonate profoundly, Rofan nodded vigorously. You have successfully persuaded me. So, does this mean you agree, Rofan? Whis inquired. Address me as brother-in-law. How presumptuous, Rofan chastised. Whis, you possess an uncanny ability to extinguish the conversation. Very well, since my brother-in-law has requested my assistance, I shall reluctantly extend the dialogue. Pausing for a brief moment, I added, thus I shall, albeit with some hesitation, seek out a suitable god of destruction and supreme Kai for you. Whis was taken aback. Ahem. What I meant to convey is that I would like you, dear brother-in-law, to assume the dual roles of god of destruction and supreme Kai of the 7th universe, as you are indeed a figure who has emerged from its depths. Whis elucidated, furthermore. There currently exists no formidable individual within the 7th universe to uphold the position of the new god of destruction. Chapter 73. I shall nurture a god of destruction for you. Surprisingly, I do have a fitting candidate, with proper cultivation. It would not be overly ambitious for them to ascend to the role of god of destruction for the 7th universe. A grin spread across my face, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Who might that be? Whis inquired, momentarily perplexed. Allow me to ponder that. I mused. Whis, Bardos, what you are attempting to convey has left us all rather exasperated. Brother-in-law, are you truly not assuming the role of the god of destruction for the 7th universe? Whis inquired, wiping the perspiration from his brow. Of course I am. I never claimed otherwise, replied Lufan. Whis appeared somewhat perplexed. Why is it that I find your words so incomprehensible? You have bewildered me. What I meant to convey is that I shall take on the role of the god of destruction for the 7th universe. However, I intend to see this through to completion, and I will also mentor a new god of destruction in Supreme Kai. Lufan smiled. Ah, so that is the case. Finally comprehended. I have been rather good to you, my dear brother-in-law, Haven Ti. Lufan approached and patted on the shoulder. Well, if that is indeed the case, then that would be splendid, nodded in agreement. Once I have adequately trained the new god of destruction and Supreme Kai, do remember to introduce your sister to me. Lufan whispered too. You already have my sister. Is that not sufficient for you? When considering this, am I to be regarded as the younger brother-in-law or the elder brother-in-law? Bados, I have heard everything. You may act as you please. I wonder which sister has captured your fancy. Is it Margarita or Rose? If it is Rose, aren't you already in her company? It seems there is no need for Whis to make an introduction. Thus, it must be Margarita. No wonder during the tournament for the God of Destruction. You occasionally glance towards Universe 11. It appears you have long held a fondness for Margarita. Bados let out a sigh, feeling a wave of helplessness. My sister? Who could that be? Whis pondered momentarily, questioning himself. Is it Margarita? Indeed, you truly understand me well, dear brother-in-law. Lufan vigorously patted Whis on the shoulder. Bados fell silent. Whis wiped the sweat from his brow with fervor. In the realm of deities, is polygamy permissible? Lufan inquired. You wishful thinker. Bados exclaimed in exasperation. It seems there is no stipulation for monogamy, Whis mused thoughtfully. Whis. Bados shot him a glare. Well then, it has been decided with great pleasure. Whis nodded in satisfaction. Yes, indeed. Best of luck. Lufan stepped forward to clasp Bados's hand. Bados, shouldn't you be in the hands of Whis at this moment? What do you mean by seizing my hand at this opportune moment? You may return now. I shall keep an eye on the 7th universe. Lufan instructed, lowering his voice as he added, Whis, when you introduce your sister to me, I assure you there will be an abundance of cola. Whis's eyes sparkled with excitement at that moment. Brother-in-law, shall I take you to the 11th universe? Whis inquired. Bados chose to remain silent. For a few bottles of cola. Are you truly willing to betray Makalita? I am still quite young. I shall consider it in a few years, Lufan pondered. Only now do you realize you are still a minor, Bados remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow. Whis replied, Indeed, indeed. You are still underage. Have you already set your sights on Margarita so soon? By the way, before you depart, do sample this bottle of lemon-flavored beverage. With a slight lift of his hand, Ruffin revealed a can of drink. The packaging was green, markedly distinct from that of cola. Whis took a sip. Wow, it's just as delightful as cola, yet with 2 distinct flavors. It feels somewhat excessive to have this young lad act as a harbinger of destruction. How splendid it would be for you to serve as a beverage flavorist. This bottle of lemon-flavored soda remains unnamed. A fee equivalent to an entire universe would suffice for its designation. Lufan smiled. Whis and Bados wiped their brows in unison. Your face is quite large. The sponsorship fee must be astronomical. All right. I shall take a moment to inquire which universe might be willing to relinquish the position of the god of destruction. Whis remarked dismissively. I will continue to learn some skills from Beerus before I head to the 7th universe to find you, Lufan stated. It won't take long. Perhaps just 2 or 3 months. Very well, for us angels, 2 or 3 months is but a fleeting moment, Whis acknowledged with a nod. 2 or 3 months. That is acceptable. Even if it takes 2 or 3 years, it matters not. After all, the 7th universe is as it is. Even if Lord Beerus and Lord Kaioshin have not vanished, they are not engaged in their duties. Currently, our comprehensive index in the 7th universe is nearing the bottom. I hope that once Lufan arrives, he can elevate our universe's standing. Well then, farewell, Whis waved. With a swift motion, Whis tapped his staff against the ground, transforming it into a dazzling light akin to the stars, which soon vanished without a trace. After Whis departed, Beerus silently regarded Lufan. Beerus, do you think I'm quite handsome? Is that why you're sneaking glances at me? Lufan chuckled. Beerus, after a brief silence, inquired, Have you truly decided to take on the roles of both the god of destruction and Kaioshin in the 7th universe? Am I the sort of person to deceive? What I say, I shall certainly act upon, Lufan affirmed with a nod. No, I meant to say, that is wonderful. I will finally have some peace for a while. Beerus smiled. It seems you have had your fill of beverages, Lufan sighed. Hee, indeed, I've been drinking the same beverage for quite some time. It would be unrealistic to say I haven't had enough, Beerus replied with a laugh. No worries, before I depart. I will develop a new type of drink that will keep you thinking of me at all times, Lufan declared. Beerus suddenly felt that he was not merely jesting. 3 months later, Lufan handed Beerus a bottle of orange-flavored carbonated drink. Beerus, thank you for your hard work these past 3 months. Consider this bottle a keepsake, Lufan said. Beerus replied, ahem, very well, I shall accept it. I will drink it. Beerus nodded. Well then, farewell, Lufan waved. What about me? Why don't I get a bottle of the new drink? Hey, kid, bring me one too. Kampa exclaimed eagerly. Just as Kampa finished speaking, Lufan had already vanished through instant transmission. Chapter 74. Prophetic Fish. Are you the great god of destruction? Xiang Pa felt utterly disheartened. This young man showed me no respect whatsoever, especially after he ascended to the position of Supreme Kai of the new universe. His disregard for me has grown increasingly brazen. Young man, if you do not provide me with the latest beverage, I sincerely hope I do not cross paths with you again. Looking at the departing figure of Lu Fan, Bados let out a sigh of relief. At last, this shameless lad has been sent away. Let him go and wreak havoc on Whis. Bados felt a surge of elation as he hummed a little tune while opening a can of orange-flavored soda and taking a small sip. In that moment, he felt as though he had been electrified, his delicate form shuddering slightly. Hey, wait a moment, Lu Fan. I believe you should deepen your Supreme Kai skills further. Bados called out, but Lu Fan could no longer hear him. In the 7th universe, in the realm of destruction, ever since Beerus vanished, Beerus planet had been renamed the realm of destruction. With Beerus absent, what was the point of keeping the name? In truth, it mattered little. For Whis, idleness was still idleness. A change of name might offer a fresh perspective. Whis, it has been 3 months. When will that new Supreme Kai you spoke of arrive? The Oracle Fish inquired. It should be soon, Whis mused. What about the god of destruction? Is it only the new Supreme Kai who is being appointed? The Oracle Fish pressed. As for the god of destruction, we shall have to wait a while longer. Currently, Frieza is diligently working for Lord Beerus, and he has managed to destroy quite a number of planets, which can somewhat compensate for the absence of a god of destruction, Whis replied with a smile. What we need most right now is a Supreme Kai. The current Supreme Kai has barely engaged in any serious work during his tenure. Our universe is home to many planets with life, yet the number of those that harbor intelligent beings is alarmingly scarce. If this continues, the universe will face significant issues. Choosing a Supreme Kai should be straightforward, but selecting a god of destruction is the real challenge, the Oracle Fish noted. This esteemed Lu Fan has stated that he intends to cultivate a new god of destruction for our universe, Whis explained. The Supreme Kai is to nurture a god of destruction? What logic is this? The Oracle Fish shook his head, at a loss for words. Both fell into silence. Hey, Whis, did I not hear of something called the Super Dragon Balls that can fulfill any wish? Do you not wish for Lord Beerus to be resurrected? The Oracle Fish inquired. Even if Lord Beerus were to be revived, he would merely return to his slumber. The Supreme Kai is perpetually fixated on Majin Buu. I believe our universe could benefit from a fresh influx of vitality. Once the universe returns to normalcy and our overall rating improves, it would not be too late to consider resurrecting Lord Beerus, Whis replied. If we were to resurrect the Supreme Kai, would not Lord Beerus also return? The Oracle Fish asked. Indeed, Whis nodded. How is it that Lord Beerus has brought upon himself such a fate by sleeping away his existence? The Prophetic Fish sighed, hoping that the newly arrived Supreme Kai would prove to be more reliable. He has arrived. Whis smiled faintly. Has he indeed come? The Prophetic Fish's face was filled with astonishment. In an instant, Lufan appeared in the realm of the god of destruction of the 7th universe through instantaneous movement. The next moment, Lufan's figure manifested before the Prophetic Fish and Whis. Dressed in the attire of the Supreme Kai, adorned with 2 Patera earrings and a time-space ring on his index finger, Lufan was fully equipped. This was Lufan's avatar, remotely controlled by his true self. Akin to playing a video game. You control a character within a game, perceiving the world through its eyes, allowing you to engage in any endeavor you desire. Consequently, this avatar of Lu Fan lacks independent thought. To put it plainly, Lu Fan's manifestation is merely a corporeal form coalesced from destructive energy. It can be said that this avatar has ascended to a state of immortality, existing solely as a mass of energy. Even if it were to be scattered, it could simply reform anew. As for annihilating this entire mass of destructive energy, it poses no issue. A new aggregation of destructive energy would suffice, provided that Lu Fan's original self remains alive. Upon encountering Lufan for the first time, the prophetic fish was momentarily frozen in astonishment, its eyes wide with disbelief. I humbly greet the great god of destruction, esteemed lord of the universe. The prophetic fish stammered. Whis, perplexed, cast a glance at the prophetic fish. Could it be that this fish has truly foreseen something? Is Lufan genuinely the future great god of destruction? Wasn't that merely a sensational title? Has it now manifested into reality? Yet, when has the prophetic fish ever been accurate? Perhaps it is best not to dwell on such matters. Ah, this fish is rather endearing, Lufan mused as he gently patted the little fish's head and conjured a bottle of cola. Here, a reward for you. Thank you, esteemed lord of the universe. The prophetic fish exclaimed joyfully as it received the cola, opening it to take a sip. After tasting the beverage, the prophetic fish leapt high in the fishbowl, exclaiming, "Delicious! This is the first time I have ever tasted such a delightful drink." With a mix of surprise and excitement, it shot a reproachful glance at Whis. "Whis, how ungracious of you. You didn't share even a single bottle of cola with me, and I thought it might be unpalatable." "Oh my, what splendid weather we have today," Whis remarked, diverting the conversation. "Whis, as per our agreement, I am here to assume the position of the god of destruction for Universe 7, Lufan declared. "Very well, Lord Lufan. I entrust Universe 7 to your capable hands," Whis replied with utmost courtesy. "No problem," Lufan nodded. "Having taken charge of the lives of two universes, I shall endeavor to foster a stronger connection between them." "Agreed," Whis affirmed, showing no dissent. Establishing communication between the new universe and Universe 7 would indeed be beneficial, allowing for a fresh influx of vitality into Universe 7. This was one of the numerous reasons Whis had invited Lufan to assume the role of god of destruction for Universe 7. "Then I shall take a moment to explore the universe," Lufan mused. "I shall accompany you," Whis proposed. "No need. I prefer to go alone," Lufan replied with a gentle smile. "I can teleport, making my movements more convenient." "You fly too slowly," Whis quipped. "Even as an angel, I find myself being dismissed." In the blink of an eye, Lufan departed from the location through instantaneous movement. Upon reflection, he found the role of the god of destruction quite intriguing. The god of destruction possesses numerous extraordinary abilities, akin to this instantaneous movement. Yet, it seems that the god of destruction cannot wield such powers. Perhaps it is a matter of restriction, leaving one with no alternatives. Thus, from this day forth, Lufan officially assumed the title of the god of destruction for the 7th universe. Although it is a part-time role, it bears little consequence for Lufan. The development of the universe is paramount, and coincidentally, the new universe has yet to give rise to sentient beings. As the god of destruction, Lufan can transfer some humans from the 7th universe to the new one. Chapter 75. The convergence of 5 universes as time passed day by day, year after year. Lufan diligently worked, continually learning and advancing. Meanwhile, his true form engaged in the study of destruction within the realm of the god of destruction in the new universe. The magnitude of destruction that Lufan amassed grew increasingly formidable. He took great pleasure in witnessing Rose's astonishment. Each time Rose beheld the vast extent of Lufan's gathered destruction, her small mouth would part slightly in surprise, rendering her utterly adorable. Rose, on her part, found herself at a loss for words. "Since your arrival in the new universe, you have not destroyed any planets. Many planets have been shattered merely by your presence. Your ability to intimidate the planet is truly unparalleled." Thus, decades have slipped by. In the year 760 of the Age of the Gods, Lufan has ascended to his 20th year as both the god of destruction and the supreme Kai. Over these 2 decades, significant advancements have been made in both the new universe and the 7th universe. On a certain planet within the 7th universe, Lufan, in his capacity as the supreme Kai, is engaged in the nurturing of life on this celestial body. In essence, the cultivation of life is not as sordid as some may envision. The Supreme Kai merely facilitates the transfer of life from other planets to this one, granting it a chance for genesis. This is reminiscent of the ancient myth of Noah's Ark, which carried numerous forms of life from Earth to other worlds via the vessel. After becoming the Supreme Kai, Lufan pondered whether the Ark itself might have been the work of a Supreme Kai, aiding life to flourish anew on distant planets. At this point, the signs of success on this planet are becoming evident. Lufan surveyed his surroundings with satisfaction. Just as he was about to depart, a voice suddenly resonated nearby. "Prince Vegeta, have we landed on this planet to replenish our supplies before proceeding to conquer planet Q-Kate?" Lufan paused momentarily. a realization dawning upon him. This is indeed the world of Dragon Ball. He had almost forgotten he was in the Dragon Ball universe, having been so engrossed in his work over the years. Moreover, with Vegeta and Goku still in their youth, Lufon had not sought them out. Hearing someone call for Vegeta now evoked a bittersweet nostalgia. By the way, is it still timely to nurture Vegeta? I had promised Whis to find a new god of destruction in Supreme Kai for the 7th universe. Unexpectedly, I became so engrossed in my work that I completely forgot about this task. However, thanks to the diligent efforts of Lufon, the overall rating of the 7th universe has soared over the past 20 years, reaching an impressive 3rd place among all universes. The new universe does not even factor into the rankings, as it is still quite small. Its entirety amounts to less than a fraction of a billionth of the other universes. Managing such a diminutive universe is, without a doubt, exceedingly simple. If we were to rank the overall ratings, the new universe would undoubtedly secure the 1st position, simply due to its size. There are distinct advantages to being small. Management and oversight are remarkably effortless. Nonetheless, Lufon's achievement of elevating the 7th universe's overall rating to 3rd in the cosmos is commendable in its own right. Currently, the 1st universe boasts the highest overall rating, followed closely by the 8th universe in 2nd place. Lufon has tirelessly worked over the years in pursuit of the top position. However, attaining 1st place proves to be an arduous challenge, as both the 1st universe and 8th universe deities are equally diligent in their endeavors. Consequently, this has sparked a competitive atmosphere among the 3 parties. Beyond these 3 universes, both the 5th and 12th universes are also engaged in fierce competition. The 12th universe, which previously held 3rd place, has been ousted by the 7th universe, leading to considerable dissatisfaction and heightened efforts on their part. The overall indices of the 5th and 12th universes are closely matched, with each taking turns claiming 3rd place. As a result, the 7th universe has snatched this position away. These 2 universes persistently pursue the 7th universe, at times even surpassing it. Thus, these 5 universes are caught in an escalating competition, leaving the others far behind in the overall indices. Lufon mused that if this relentless rivalry continues, the remaining universes might as well be eliminated altogether. What is the point of holding a power tournament? Vegeta, isn't our number a bit insufficient for the conquest of planet Kakarot? Raditz remarked. Raditz was correct. That planet possesses considerable combat strength, and it would be wise to seek additional assistance. Indeed, Nappa concurred. Vegeta, meanwhile, was leisurely consuming fruit, indifferent to their conversation. Vegeta, is your sparring partner Lufon still alive? Raditz suddenly inquired. Who knows? Vegeta spat out a fruit seed. That fellow has gone off to become a beverage flavorist. A beverage flavorist? Raditz was taken aback. Your Highness, you never mentioned Lufon before, Nappa noted. Humph. There is nothing of consequence to discuss, Vegeta retorted, casually tossing aside a leftover piece of fruit. Can't we find him? Raditz inquired once more. Raditz, did you not mention long ago that you have a sibling? Nappa pondered. Ah, I had nearly forgotten, Raditz nodded. Indeed, I have a brother named Kakarot. It seems my parents sent him to a planet known as Earth. Earth? Vegeta gazed skyward, fragments of memories with Ruffin on Earth suddenly surfacing in his mind. And Namek. Yet, after traversing there and back, it appears I have garnered no wishes. That scoundrel Ruffin. He, instead, acquired the desire to survive in the vacuum of space. What a shameless rogue. I wonder if he has perished? Has his mind found tranquility over the years? Can he transform into a Super Saiyan now? Was the method of transformation spoken of by that dragon truly accurate? Vegeta was momentarily consumed by these thoughts. Your Highness, what troubles you? Nappa queried, casting a curious glance at Vegeta. Are the clouds in the sky pleasing? Vegeta responded. Should I summon Kakarot to Earth? Although his combat prowess is not yet fully developed, I believe that with diligent training alongside us, his abilities will certainly flourish rapidly. Raditz proposed, with Kakarot's inclusion, he could initially handle logistics, making the conquest of planet Qkate considerably easier. Kakarot? Your brother is named Kakarot? Vegeta expressed mild surprise. Chapter 76. Your Highness, long time no see. Vegeta, what is amiss? Raditz appeared bewildered. My brother is named Kakarot. Were you not already aware of that? What is the meaning behind your question? No matter. Vegeta shook his head, merely asking out of curiosity. Suddenly, he recalled the words that Ruffin had once spoken to him. That fellow named Kakarot would become his lifelong rival. Is it true? Such a lowly warrior could possibly be my rival? Ruffin, you truly amuse me. Vegeta. I remember you have a brother as well, that Nappa. Humph. Vegeta was disinclined to elaborate further. My lord, where has your brother gone? Nappa inquired. Vegeta remained silent. Surely your brother hasn't he gone missing? Nappa pondered aloud. Vegeta replied, why does that sound somewhat distorted? Damn it, my brother is not missing. If you want to be a eunuch, just say so. Vegeta shot a sideways glance at Nappa, who appeared utterly bewildered. What does that mean? I can't comprehend your words. Raditz scratched his head, equally perplexed. Never mind, it's not worth worrying about. I shall head to Earth. Raditz, ensure your scouter is equipped and maintain communication at all times, Vegeta instructed Raditz. I will set off now. I expect to arrive on Earth in approximately 3 months. Raditz replied. Then, my lord Vegeta, let us head towards planet Dota to await Raditz and Kakarot, Nappa suggested. So be it. Vegeta nodded in agreement. Raditz strode toward the spaceship. Speaking of scouters, wasn't your scouter broken, my lord Vegeta? It had been completely offline for quite some time, just like your brother. Who is also missing? Nappa asked Vegeta. Vegeta clenched his fists. I apologize, but I cannot assist with that. What are you saying? It's as if I don't have a brother at all. I must find an opportunity to give you a proper reprimand. Who knows? Vegeta huffed. Perhaps it's malfunctioning. Or it could be something else. Nappa inquired. Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at Nappa, who promptly fell silent. What Vegeta truly wanted to express was that it was quite possible that that scoundrel, Rofan, had tampered with my scouter, preventing us from contacting Frieza and his cohorts. I had wondered why the scouter had been so quiet during that period. Rofan is even taking precautions against Frieza. If you travel to Dota Star, it would take me over 10 months to rendezvous with you after I pick up Kakarot. Raditz, upon boarding the spaceship, turned and chuckled. Haha. So it seems we shall meet again in over a year. Nappa chuckled in response. All right, see you in a year. Raditz waved and stepped onto the spaceship. Whoosh. Raditz's miniature spacecraft swiftly vanished into the void, disappearing without a trace. Vegeta, shall we depart as well? Nappa suggested. Vegeta did not oppose. He turned and, with the supplies in hand, prepared to leave the planet. However, at the moment he turned, he suddenly noticed Rofan appearing behind him. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. Nappa was also slightly startled. Who is this person? Why does he seem somewhat familiar? Rofan? Vegeta quickly recognized Rofan. After all, a Saiyant's hairstyle remains unchanged from birth to adulthood. Although this Rofan is a clone, he is an exact replica of the original. Your Highness, it's been a while. Rofan greeted with a smile. What brings you here? Vegeta huffed, stepping forward to question Rofan. Is it truly you, Rofan? Nappa was also somewhat bewildered. This fellow is indeed Rofan. Instinctively, Nappa pressed the scouter he was wearing over his eyes to check Rofan's battle power. To his astonishment, he discovered that Rofan's battle power was 0, completely devoid of any combat capability. Nappa exclaimed, this guy is utterly useless now. What are you wearing? Vegeta remarked. Noticing Rofan clad in the attire of the Supreme Kai, feeling slightly disoriented. Your Highness, how have you been all these years? Rofan inquired. Of course. I have been well, Vegeta huffed. What is your current battle power? Rofan asked. 18,000. Vegeta replied nonchalantly. Have you been growing up eating dung all these years? Rofan shook his head with a sigh. What did you say? Vegeta exploded with fury. Nappa, Rofan, you truly are remarkably brave. How dare you insult His Highness in such a manner? Vegeta's battle power has ascended to 18,000, and you audaciously claim he was raised on feces. Do you truly believe that consuming excrement could enhance one's combat prowess? This implies that, over the course of 2 decades, your own battle power has merely increased by 3,000. Lufon sighed. Spare me your trivialities. Do you think that once battle power nears 20,000, the ascent becomes effortless? Vegeta snorted. And as for those 3 years spent on the Culinary planet with you, they were nothing but a waste of time. Your Highness, just look at yourself. You are becoming agitated once more. Lufon lamented, wondering when you will transform into a Super Saiyan. A Super Saiyan? The mere mention of Super Saiyans incites my fury. The method that Dragon proposed is utterly futile. Vegeta's fist clenched tightly, his entire body trembling with rage. A Super Saiyan? That boss stood by, utterly bewildered. How did the conversation drift to Super Saiyans? I have heard tales of the Super Saiyan, yet my understanding is rather limited. Lufan, how can you still dare to address him as your Highness? Have you taken a moment to assess your own combat power? Bah, you should silence yourself. Your presence is quite bothersome. Lu Fan directed his gaze at Naba. Naba retorted, "Do you still fancy yourself as the once celebrated warrior?" His expression turned icy. "You speak too much nonsense." Vegeta furrowed his brow and delivered a swift kick, striking Naba squarely in the chest. Unfortunately for Naba, he was caught off guard and was sent hurtling backward. With a resounding thud, Naba's body collided with a massive boulder, rolling several times across the ground. Once he landed, his head tilted at an awkward angle, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. "Lu Fan, do you harbor a natural disdain for that fellow?" "Humph." The loquacious one has finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Vegeta, with a scoff, inquired, "Come now, you must have come to seek me out for a reason, have you not? Is there an insurmountable problem that requires my assistance?" Lu Fan felt a flicker of emotion. Is this truly the Vegeta he knows? The very notion of him proactively offering help was astonishing. "Your words bring me great comfort," Lu Fan mused. Chapter 77. King Kai. Greetings, esteemed Lord of the Kais. "Let us dispense with the trivialities," Vegeta interjected with a grunt. "I am quite occupied. Speak swiftly. There is indeed a matter on which I require your aid." Lu Fan stated. "Umph, I knew it," Vegeta replied with a faint smile. "Pray tell, given my current combat prowess, I could practically stride through this universe unchallenged." Lu Fan retorted, "With a mere battle strength of 18,000, you believe you can traverse this universe unimpeded? Your reckless behavior will ultimately lead to your own demise, much like the Supreme Kai's folly." "Vegeta, have you heard of the God of Destruction?" Ruven inquired. "God of Destruction? That sounds somewhat familiar," Vegeta contemplated. Yet he suddenly found himself at a loss for recollection. "You might perceive the God of Destruction as the most powerful deity in this universe," Ruven chuckled. "Now I remember," Vegeta exclaimed, slapping his forehead. "When I was 5, a God of Destruction visited the palace, seeking my father to procure the most comfortable pillow in the entire universe." Vegeta recalled that, at the time, his father had appropriated the most comfortable pillow for himself, subsequently offering the God of Destruction the second most comfortable one. This decision had incited the god's ire, leading him to press Vegeta's father's head into the ground for an extended period. This incident left a psychological scar on young Vegeta's mind. "Indeed, that was the God of Destruction," Ruven nodded. "That fellow seemed to be a feline humanoid," Vegeta remarked. "By the way, he is deceased," Ruven stated. "What? Dead?" Vegeta exclaimed, a mixture of shock and delight washing over him. This unexpected happiness was overwhelming. "That guy has actually perished. He must have faced divine retribution. Perhaps he succumbed to the comfort of the pillow?" Vegeta pondered. Ruven interjected. "Ahem, you are quite astute." A brief silence ensued. "What do you mean? Are you suggesting I should succeed that fellow as the God of Destruction?" Vegeta questioned. "Precisely," Ruven affirmed with a nod. "Humph, I have no interest in deities." Vegeta shook his head. "Once I transform into a Super Saiyan, what significance does a god hold? The God of Destruction is no match for my Super Saiyan prowess." Ruven covered his face, rendered speechless. "What gives you such confidence? Admittedly, your current strength is rather lacking. Even if you were appointed as the God of Destruction, you wouldn't be worthy," Ruven lamented. "Let us do this. I will take you to a place where you can train diligently." "Who are you calling weak? My battle power is at an impressive height of 18,000. Vegeta's anger flared. "And you dare say I am unworthy? Where might one find a Saiyan with a battle power of 18,000? I fear I may very well be the most formidable Saiyan in history." Lu Fan uttered no further words, advancing to place a hand upon Vegeta's shoulder. "Remove your hand," Vegeta commanded sternly. "Vegeta, my patience is not infinite. It would be wise for you to behave, lest you experience the pain of my blows," Lu Fan replied with a scowl. "How is it that this individual remains so impervious to reason, utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation? I intend to take you to enhance your battle power. Are you still ungrateful? Do you think you are my rival, Vegeta?" With a scoff, Ruven struck a swift blow to the back of Vegeta's neck. In an instant, Vegeta's pupils dilated, his consciousness fading rapidly. Thud! Vegeta collapsed to the ground, utterly unconscious. "Such a nuisance," Ruven sighed. He then grasped Vegeta by the tail, dragging his body across the ground like a mop. "Where should I go? I need to find someone to train Vegeta. It's too early to seek Whis now. Besides, Vegeta is quite the troublemaker. Let's start with the basics." As Ruven contemplated, he continued to pull Vegeta along the surface of the planet. Upon reaching Nappa's side, Ruven casually stepped over him. Nappa let out a startled howl, his eyes snapping open, instantly awake. Reflexively, Nappa sprang to his feet. Bang! However, in his haste, Nappa collided headfirst with Vegeta. The impact resonated with a dull thud, and Nappa fell unconscious. Vegeta opened his eyes, momentarily bewildered. Bang! Next, Vegeta's body slipped off Nappa and crashed into a nearby rock. Once again, he succumbed to unconsciousness. All right, I've decided. That fellow shall teach Vegeta the fundamentals. Ruffin resolved firmly. Whoosh. In the next moment, Ruffin utilized instant transmission. In an instant, both he and Vegeta vanished without a trace. On King Kai's planet, King Kai was basking in the sun. Suddenly, Ruffin appeared before him, having transported himself and Vegeta through instant transmission. King Kai immediately sensed the commotion, opening his eyes and rubbing them before gazing at Ruffin. This attire, could it be the Lord of the Kais? King Kai rubbed his eyes vigorously. Is this for real? Is this person truly the Lord of the Kais? Shouldn't he have silver hair? When did he change to black? No, when did he change entirely? However, upon closer inspection, King Kai was fully alert. It is indeed the Lord of the Kais. No doubt about it. I pay my respects, Lord of the Kais. King Kai quickly knelt down. Rise, King Kai, Ruffin replied. Yes, Lord of the Kais. King Kai discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow, pondering what could have brought the Lord of the Kais to his planet. Could it be that he witnessed my previous indiscretion of urinating at the stars? An act disrespectful to the divine realm? No, that is not the point. The crux of the matter lies in how the Lord of the Kais has adopted such a form. Furthermore, who is the individual he is grasping? He seems somewhat familiar. The King of the North pondered deeply. Might I inquire what business the Lord of the Kais has with me? He asked, with utmost reverence and trepidation. Do you recognize this individual? Lu Fan inquired, releasing Vegeta and addressing the North Kai. This gentleman appears to have been seen before. The King of the North paused momentarily, a flicker of realization igniting in his mind. I recall now. He is a Saiyan, specifically the Prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta? To be precise, he is Vegeta 4. Indeed. Lu Fan affirmed with a nod. Lord of the Kais, what is it you wish for me to do? Shall I keep him under watch? The North Kai hastily queried. This individual is a scourge across the universe, having committed heinous acts and claimed countless innocent lives, as well as devastated numerous planets. He is truly the embodiment of malevolence. If circumstances permit, it would be best to eliminate him. As he spoke, the North Kai's indignation became palpable. Chapter 78. The Grand Minister. Why is the universe so competitive? Bah! The North Kai spat at Vegeta, filled with disdain. This scoundrel! The King of the North seethed with anger. If I possessed the power, I would have obliterated this fiend long ago. By the way, Lord of the Kais, Lu Fan stated, with your formidable strength, you could easily vanquish him, could you not? The North Kai, brimming with excitement, inquired, did you bring him here to personally demonstrate to me how to eradicate this demon? I too am a Saiyan. I serve as Vegeta's training partner, if you will, his attendant, Lu Fan replied calmly. The expression of the King of the North gradually solidified, leaving him somewhat bewildered. The Lord of the Kais is an attendant to Vegeta? How did I end up in this convoluted situation? You are the loyal attendant of Vegeta. You are still the Supreme Kai. So what is my role as a Supreme Kai? Am I merely the junior among Vegeta's kin? The Supreme Kai's thoughts became somewhat muddled. With a fleeting glance, he noticed the saliva he had inadvertently deposited upon Vegeta's forehead. A shiver ran through him as he hurriedly approached, wiping the droplet away with utmost care. Haha, merely jesting. My dear prince, you are indeed quite adorable. The North Supreme Kai chuckled awkwardly, particularly taken by the elegance and poise of Vegeta's unconscious form, reminiscent of a splendid sleeping prince. Goddamn sleeping prince, Lu Fan remarked. I brought him here so that you may nurture his abilities. Me? Nurture him? The North Supreme Kai was taken aback. His strength has far surpassed mine. How could I possibly instruct him? For instance, teach him the ways of the Supreme Kai Fist, or enlighten him on how to harness his ki, Lu Fan directed. I am quite occupied and cannot spare the time for instruction. Once you have imparted sufficient knowledge, I shall retrieve him. Ah, the North Supreme Kai pondered. What? Do you disagree? Lu Fan inquired with a smile. No. To have the honor of personally instructing Prince Vegeta is a privilege, the North Supreme Kai replied promptly. Then cautiously asked, may I inquire how long you require me to teach him? Let us provisionally say around a month, Lu Fan suggested. A month? Very well. That is quite acceptable. Leave it to me. The North Supreme Kai exhaled in relief. I feared the duration would be much longer. It turns out it is merely a month. I would not mind even a year. He patted his chest confidently. All right then, let us extend it to a year. Lu Fan remarked. The Supreme Kai. Are you trying to trick me here? The question, though somewhat impolite, lingered in the air. But I must inquire about the Northern Boundary King, Nuo Dao. Acknowledging the rudeness of his question, Lu Fan retorted, what is there left to ask? The Northern Boundary King fell silent, contemplating whether to inquire if Lu Fan was indeed the newly appointed king of the realms. However, given Lu Fan's admonition regarding his manners, the Northern Boundary King chose to remain mute. Hey, wake up, Your Highness, Lu Fan declared, pressing his foot against Vegeta's face, forcefully rousing him from slumber. Such brutality, remarked the king. Are you certain you are his follower? I understand now. I have finally unraveled the truth. You once served as his subordinate. However, upon ascending to the position of Kaioshin, you ceased to be his follower. I knew it. I had no desire to be this fellow's lesser disciple. Upon realizing this, the Kaioshin was so overwhelmed with emotion that he was on the verge of tears. Vegeta gradually regained consciousness. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, glaring fiercely at Lu Fan, poised to launch an attack. Yet, in the next moment, Vegeta became acutely aware that something was amiss. Where was this place? He noticed the peculiarities of the planet and the extraordinary changes in the surrounding environment. Furthermore, a layer of golden clouds hovered above this planet. What could those golden clouds possibly be? With a swift glance, Vegeta also spotted the Kaioshin nearby. Who is this shorty? Vegeta inquired. The Kaioshin retorted. 1,000 furious thoughts raced through my mind. Who are you calling short? Is this how you express politeness? I may be quite short, but you are hardly towering. Come. Your Highness, allow me to introduce you. Ruffin waved at Vegeta and pointed to the North Kai, saying, this is the North Kai, the deity who governs the Northern Universe. The Kai? A deity? Vegeta found himself momentarily bewildered. How did I end up in the realm of the divine? The Kai is me, Ruffin replied. Vegeta exclaimed. What? You have become the Kai? He stared at Ruffin in astonishment, momentarily forgetting his intent to attack. Indeed, Ruffin said with a smile and a nod. Humph. Becoming a god is hardly impressive. It pales in comparison to becoming a Super Saiyan, Vegeta scoffed. When a Super Saiyan encounters a god, they slay the god. When they meet a demon, they slay the demon. The North Kai sighed, muttering softly about Vegeta's overwhelming bloodlust. What have you brought me here for? Vegeta asked, disregarding the Kai and focusing on Ruffin. While you were unconscious, I came to an agreement with the North Kai. You will train diligently with him for a year. Ruffin explained to Vegeta, I am rather occupied and lack the time to mentor you. Once I elevate the overall ranking of Universe 7 to first place, I shall return to find you. What a load of nonsense, Vegeta thought, struggling to comprehend. However, one thing became clear to him. He was being asked to train with this inferior being. Is he stronger than I? Are you suggesting that I follow him in his training? Well, I wish you the best of luck, Lu Fan remarked, vanishing instantaneously. Lu Fan had work to attend to. He would not relent until he achieved first place. I remain unconvinced. With my efforts, how could the 7th universe not secure the top position? Moreover, I am the god of destruction as well. I embody both the Supreme Kai and the god of destruction, excelling in my dual roles. Lu Fan returned to his duties. Outside the Omni King's palace, the Grand Priest was observing the 7th universe. Before long, Whis arrived swiftly from afar, landing before the Grand Priest. I pay my respects, Grand Priest. Whis bowed. Rise, the Grand Priest said with a gentle nod. Grand Priest, you have witnessed the developments in the 7th universe, have you not? Whis inquired with a smile. Indeed, I have. I did not anticipate that within a mere 20 years, Lu Fan would manage the 7th universe so meticulously, even bringing its composite score perilously close to second place. The Grand Priest expressed with satisfaction. Ah, this is a testament to my discerning eye for talent, Whis chuckled discreetly. The infusion of fresh blood has come at a most opportune moment, the Grand Priest mused. Had the previous conditions continued, the 7th universe would certainly have faced elimination. Oh dear, is the Omni King planning to erase a universe again? Whis wiped his brow. Chapter 79, a potential battle of gods of destruction, however. The Grand Priest expressed concern regarding the ongoing internal strife among the 4 universes. Grand Priest, there is a new term called involution, which aptly describes the current situation, was corrected. Are you suggesting that we should prevent them from further devolving? Whis asked, pondering whether continued infighting would leave the other universes too far behind. Precisely, that is my concern. Such a scenario would inevitably lead to the elimination of the other universes, ultimately leaving only 4 or 5, the Grand Priest affirmed. Take some time to take Lu Fan on a trip, Give him a break. After all, he is to cultivate a new god of destruction for your universe. Let him implement this as soon as possible. I will also ensure that the angels grant leave to the supreme Kais and gods of destruction from the other universes. What if we were to marry him off to my sister? That might help him settle down for a while, preventing further strife within the universe, Whis suggested. How much cola have you consumed? The Grand Priest's expression darkened. Just a jest, Whis chuckled quietly. You shall be responsible for this matter. The Grand Priest instructed. Consider any suitable proposals that may be presented for discussion. Grand Priest, why not host a battle of gods of destruction? Inviting several gods of destruction to participate? Whis proposed. That is indeed an intriguing idea. You shall determine the specifics and make the necessary arrangements. The High Priest nodded in agreement. Yes, esteemed High Priest, Whis responded. In the new universe, Lufan, you have elevated the overall score of the 7th universe from second to last to a respectable third. Your dedication is commendable, Rose sighed. I aspire to be first. Lufan declared. Is being first truly that significant? Rose asked, shaking her head in resignation. As long as the overall index reaches a certain height, there is no need for further improvement. The rank matters little. No, if I do not claim the first position, I cannot be considered the most exceptional god of destruction or supreme Kai. Lufan retorted emphatically. Very well, had our universe been of the same magnitude as the other 12, we would have already secured the top spot, Rose mused. Our new universe requires gradual nurturing. There is no rush, Lufan replied with a smile. Indeed, over these 20 years, I feel our collaboration has become quite harmonious, Rose said softly. You must not fall in love with me, Lufan suddenly stated. Rose was taken aback. A brief silence ensued. Why do you say that? She inquired, her expression filled with confusion. If you were to marry me, you would only be a lesser counterpart. Surely. You cannot be greater than your sister, can you? That would be inappropriate, Lufan sighed. When did I ever say I wanted to marry you? Rose wiped her brow. That is a relief, Lufan nodded. Rose felt overwhelmed. How terrible. You make it sound as if I have no choice but to marry you. Humph, how annoying. By the way, there is something I have been meaning to ask, Lufan remarked. I don't wish to answer. Rose huffed. It's nothing serious. I am merely inquiring. You can respond whenever you feel ready, Lufan said with a smile. Rose perked up her ears. Lufan fell silent. Hey, speak up, Rose said, frowning. What? Lufan asked. Didn't you say you had a question for me? Rose gritted her teeth. What I wanted to ask is, isn't it said that when a god of destruction perishes, their angel also falls into slumber? Lufan posed the question, wondering why Whis was still roaming around after the previous god of destruction of the 7th universe, Beerus, had vanished. Who said that when a god of destruction dies, the angel falls into slumber? Rose was taken aback and asked. It was Whis from the future who mentioned it, Lufan replied. Have you traveled to the future? Rose questioned. Her surprise minimal. As a supreme Kai, it was not uncommon for her to observe the universe in the future. Lufan smiled noncommittally. If left unattended, slumber would occur in about a month. It is imperative to find a suitable successor for the god of destruction, Rose smiled. So, if I do not become the god of destruction, Whis will fall into slumber? Lufan appeared to be deep in thought, while Ruosi wiped the sweat from her brow. Perhaps I should cease being the destroyer for a while? Let him slumber for a time? Lufan said with a smile. Ruosi wiped her sweat once more. You truly have a vivid imagination. I was merely jesting, so do not take it to heart. Lufan smiled broadly. Ruosi remarked, over the years, I have sensed that my temper has become increasingly volatile due to your influence. We angels were once known for our amiable disposition, but ever since we began working together, you perpetually infuriate me. In the 7th universe, upon the planet of the North Kai, Vegeta gazes down upon the North Kai. Indeed. He looks upon him with disdain. North Kai, you are merely about 10 centimeters taller than I am, aren't you? How dare you look down upon me in such a manner? This fellow is utterly shameless. Were it not for the esteemed presence of Lord Kaioshin, do you think I would instruct you? Hey, you wretch, is Rofan your superior? Vegeta suddenly interjected. Do not call me a wretch. I am a deity. You are merely human. You ought to address me as Lord Kai. The North Kai, incensed, contorted his nose in fury, rebuking, and furthermore, you must not directly utter the name of Lord Kaioshin. You should refer to him as Lord Kaioshin, and if you must speak his name, ensure to append Lord after it. TSK. Why all this meaningless chatter? I care not what you are. Vegeta huffed dismissively. North Kai, I ask you, do you believe you possess the right to instruct me on enhancing my combat prowess? Vegeta offered a faint smile. North Kai chose to remain silent. Very well. I shall grant you the opportunity to teach me how to elevate my combat strength. Vegeta continued. The method is rather simple. Defeat me. North Kai wiped the sweat from his brow. Or perhaps you are simply not my match. Vegeta flashed a grin, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. Apologies. But in terms of combat ability, I am indeed not your equal. The North Kai lowered his head. He was acutely aware of the disparity between himself and Vegeta. It is an undeniable truth that I cannot surpass you. There is no necessity for me to engage in battle with you. TCH, have you surrendered so soon? Are you not the deity governing the Northern Universe? Our planet, Vegeta, resides within the Northern Universe, does it not? Thus, you are the god responsible for overseeing our star domain, am I correct? A smile graced Vegeta's face. The North Kai chose to remain silent once more. You deem me cowardly, and I concede. After all, I cannot best you. Chapter 80. Do you truly possess the standing to instruct me? A fleeting silence ensued. Although I am not your equal, I possess the capacity to enhance your strength. The Supreme Kai's presence here evokes a whirlwind of emotions within me. Why should I empower such a fiend? Should he continue to grow in might, the cosmos itself may be plunged into peril. Yet, this is the Supreme Kai's command, and I dare not defy it. Do you claim you can augment my strength? Vegeta scoffed, expressing disbelief. Indeed, the Supreme Kai nodded. I can impart knowledge to you. However, before he could finish his statement, bang, Vegeta unexpectedly unleashed a powerful punch, striking the Supreme Kai's abdomen with tremendous force. The Supreme Kai coughed up a mouthful of blood. Feeling utterly unwell, with a thud, he collapsed onto the ground, his complexion paling to an alarming degree. Supreme Kai? Hello, what a pitiful situation. Shall I be tasked with instructing such a creature? I cannot possibly contend with him. Just then, the formidable gorilla Beerus burst forth from the chamber, lunging at Vegeta with a furious swipe of his claw. Bang! With a mere flick of his hand, Vegeta sent Beerus hurtling away. The beast tumbled across the ground, finally coming to a halt, rendered unconscious. Cough, cough. Speaking of which, you are of the same kin. Do you not find it inappropriate to unleash such ferocity? The King of Worlds gritted his teeth. What did you say? Are you implying I resemble a gorilla? Vegeta, incensed, stepped upon the king's body, rubbing it against the ground in disdain. The King of Worlds replied, though we Saiyans can transform into great apes, we are human, not gorillas. Vegeta barked, do you comprehend? Do not conflate me with that abominable creature. The King of Worlds, gritting his teeth, remained silent. After a brief moment of amusement, Vegeta released his foot from the king and proceeded to settle into the king's recliner. I am famished, procure me some sustenance, or I shall be compelled to deliver another beating. Vegeta commanded. The King of Worlds, do you think of me as a mere beast of burden? This individual is simply outrageous. On an unknown planet, Naba rubbed his head and finally regained consciousness. He felt somewhat bewildered. It seems I was knocked unconscious by Prince Vegeta's kick. I did not provoke you. Naba swiftly scanned his surroundings, but found no sign of Vegeta or Ruffin. Moreover, Vegeta's spaceship remained. What is going on? Naba scratched his bald head, his eyes filled with endless confusion. What does this mean? Have they abandoned me here? Most likely. Vegeta has departed aboard Ruffin's spacecraft. Indeed, that seems plausible. After careful consideration, Naba resolved to contact Vegeta. He promptly pressed the button on his communicator to dial Vegeta's device. No signal. How peculiar. How could Prince Vegeta's communicator be out of range? Has he ventured to a remote star system? If not, perhaps I should journey to that planet myself? Or should I wait a bit longer? Perhaps they will return soon? After waiting for 2 days with no sign of Vegeta and Ruffin, Naba reluctantly took off in his spaceship. Time passed once more. Whis, through Rose, learned that Ruffin aspired to attain the highest ranking in the universe's comprehensive index. So that is the case, I understand now, Rose. Whis nodded. I shall reach out to Awamo and Korin to advise their Supreme Kais to temper their ambitions. Some matters are best approached with moderation, a principle you should comprehend, Rose. Are you suggesting that the first universe and the 8th universe should concede to Ruffin? Allow him to claim the top position? Rose grasped the implication. Indeed, replied Whis. If he secures the top rank, perhaps he will cease his relentless toil. Very well, I understand. Best of luck, brother Whis, Rose replied. He didn't overhear us. Did he? Whis inquired softly. No, Ruffin is currently surveying the universe, Rose smiled. That is fortunate. It avoids any chance of being caught cheating, Whis chuckled. In truth, I believe it is beneficial for Ruffin to engage in meaningful work. Idleness could lead to unforeseen troubles, Rose mused. The Grand Minister and I have already conferred and planned to incite a battle among the gods of destruction, was stated. A battle among the gods of destruction? If so many deities engage in combat, can the universe withstand it? Rose wiped her brow. Must we fight in the void? That has yet to be determined. I shall consider it further, Whis replied. Very well. 3 months later, on Planet Vegeta, Nappa's expression grew increasingly somber. This was due to the imminent death of Raditz, whose heart had been pierced by his brother and a being named Piccolo, leaving him on the brink of expiration. Raditz, you are truly unfortunate. Having been vanquished by someone with a power level barely exceeding 1,000, Nappa remarked through the communication system on his scouter. Raditz replied, I am on the verge of death, and yet you still choose to make light of my plight. Are you lacking in morals? Enough of the nonsense. Come and help me take revenge, Raditz said weakly. I will, Nappa replied. You can rest now. There exists a miraculous object on this planet known as the Dragon Ball, which is said to grant any wish, Raditz continued. If possible, find that object and bring me back to life. Understood, Nappa responded. What about Prince Vegeta? Raditz inquired again. Why is he silent? I am on the brink of death, and he does not utter a word. You talk too much, Nappa retorted. Prince Vegeta and Ranfan are nowhere to be found. Ranfan? Raditz was momentarily taken aback. Enough, hurry and rest, Nappa sighed. On Earth, Raditz showed no immediate signs of succumbing. And he chuckled at Piccolo, saying, You foolish one, everything that just transpired has been thoroughly conveyed to my companions via their scouter. They will come to avenge me. What did you say? Cold sweat broke out on Piccolo's face. You too, along with every inhabitant of this planet, will be annihilated in an instant, Raditz mocked. By then, my companions will utilize that Dragon Ball to resurrect me. How many will come? Goku asked. 1 or 3 will arrive, Raditz stated. 1 or 3? Piccolo frowned, perplexed. The other 2 are currently separated from my companion, but they will inevitably make contact. Raditz scoffed. Your chances of victory next time are virtually non-existent. Enjoy your fleeting moments of happiness within the year. Piccolo seethed with rage. Chapter 81. The 7th universe finally achieves the highest comprehensive rating. Believe me, that will merely be a momentary joy. You are nothing but insignificant caterpillars. Raditz laughed heartily. Hey, unable to contain himself any longer, Piccolo struck Raditz and killed him. With Vegeta absent, must I venture to Earth alone? Very well, I shall go to Earth and avenge that scoundrel Raditz. As for the Dragon Ball that can grant any wish, why not seek it out and wish to become a Super Saiyan, while that Vegeta is away? I could reign supreme on Earth, Nappa exclaimed with exhilaration. All right, it's settled. Whoosh. The spacecraft of Nappa swiftly vanished into the horizon, racing towards the direction of Earth. After 6 months of diligent effort, the comprehensive level index of the 7th universe, under the stewardship of Ruffin, finally ascended to the pinnacle of the cosmic rankings. The 1st universe claimed the 2nd position, while the 8th universe secured the 3rd. The 5th universe held the 4th place, and the 12th universe occupied the 5th. Notably, the 6th universe lagged significantly behind the 12th universe, which boasted a comprehensive score of 27, in stark contrast to the 6th universe's meager score of 7.6. The 7th universe, now reigning supreme, achieved a remarkable score of 23.8, bringing a sense of relief to Ruffin. However, he sensed a certain lethargy emanating from the 1st and 8th universes over the past 6 months. Regardless, he resolved to take a well-deserved respite. Yet, a nagging thought urged him to exert further effort. What if the 1st universe caught up? Presently, the comprehensive score of the 1st universe stood at 23.1, not too far from that of the 7th universe. Determined, Ruffin dedicated another 6 months to elevate the comprehensive score of the 7th universe to an impressive 31. Meanwhile, the 1st and 8th universes showed only modest improvements, hovering around 24.8. Ilru, have you both succumbed to despair upon witnessing my substantial advancements? Ruffin communicated through a crystal orb with the deities of the 1st and 8th universes, who expressed their frustration vehemently. They lamented the constraints imposed by their angels, while Ruffin continued to flourish. You are diligently developing your 7th universe there. How shameless. Keep it up. I await your pursuit. Lu Fan grinned. Innate and I are you. The 2 Kaishans remained silent. It's all right. The very act of calling you is merely to flaunt a little, Lu Fan said with a smile, before concluding the call. The 2 Kaishans seethed with frustration. Meanwhile, Whis was conversing with the angel Avamo from the first universe and the angel Korin from the eighth universe. Oh dear. Quite by accident, the comprehensive index of our universe has surpassed yours by a significant margin, Whis lamented. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Korin replied darkly. Whis. How shameless of you to urge us to halt our development while the Kaioshin and God of Destruction of the seventh universe are working tirelessly, Avamo sighed. Oh. It seems that selecting the same individual for both the Kaioshin and God of Destruction was indeed the right choice, Whis chuckled. We should promptly revive that fellow Beerus. At the rate Lu Fan is advancing, the existence of the other universes may soon become unnecessary, Korin remarked with a wry smile. Indeed. It is time to resurrect Lord Beerus, Whis nodded. Whis, you are truly shameless, Korin said, even if Beerus were revived now and did nothing alongside the Kaioshin. Your universe would still rank among the top in comprehensive index ratings for the next century. I bow to your prowess, Whis chuckled, covering his mouth to stifle his amusement. In the sixth universe, on planet Kampa, time has flown by swiftly. It has already been 20 years, has it not? Kampa sighed, gazing skyward, suddenly craving cola. Oh dear. Now that you mention it, Lord Kampa, I find myself yearning for the taste of cola as well, Beerus nodded gently. Pray tell. What has that Lu Fan fellow been up to during this time? How has he developed the seventh universe? Kampa inquired. Is it possible that Lord Kampa is unaware? Beerus was taken aback, asking, unaware of what? Kampa queried. Lu Fan has elevated the comprehensive score of the seventh universe to 31, Beerus replied. 31. What does that signify? Kampa did not fully grasp the concept, as there had not been a comprehensive score index before. Then, Lord Kampa, do you know the comprehensive score of our sixth universe? Beerus asked again. 31 for the seventh universe? Our sixth universe must be over 40, right? Kampa scoffed, asserting that the Kaioshin of the seventh universe left a mess for Lu Fan, and no matter how hard Lu Fan works, he is still far behind compared to our universe. Our universe's comprehensive score is merely 4. 2, Beerus sighed. What did you say? Only 4. 2. Kampa exclaimed, incredulous. Beerus, you must be joking. That decimal point cannot possibly exist. Bardos remained silent. How could this be possible? The seventh universe, such a chaotic mess, has allowed this young man to develop to such an extent? Kampa was utterly astonished. Indeed, Bardos nodded. How long until our universe's supreme Kai, Fuwa, retires? Kampa pondered, resting his chin on his hand. Bardos interjected, Ahem, Lord Kampa, it is not solely the supreme Kai who can elevate the ratings. She sighed. The seventh universe seems to have a destruction god, as Kampa scoffed. Usually, Lord Beerus's subordinate, Mr. Frieza, would lead his army to destroy planets, so it is primarily Mr. Frieza who performs the duties of a destruction god. Bardos replied, of course, that Luffy also occasionally destroys a few planets. That insufferable Beerus, even in his absence, has his underling working so diligently. Kampa grimaced, wondering why he could not find such a devoted subordinate. Bardos fell silent. A brief stillness ensued. After all, Beerus is your brother. Are you not the least bit saddened by his disappearance, Lord Kampa? Bardos inquired. Why should I be saddened? Kampa huffed. Then, Lord Kampa, for these past 20 years, have you secretly been searching for the Super Dragon Balls not to resurrect Lord Beerus? Bardos chuckled. Kampa retorted, how could that be? I seek the Super Dragon Balls merely for some cola to drink. Yes, indeed. He showed no intention of admitting anything. Chapter 82. The first encounter of Goku and Vegeta on King Kai's planet. So, Lord Kampa, have you gathered all 7 Dragon Balls? Bardos smiled. Not yet. There is still one left. I have searched throughout the entire 6th and 7th universes and have found nothing. Kampa gritted his teeth. Is that so? Bardos struggled to suppress her laughter. Hey, Bardos, do you know where that Dragon Ball is? Kampa asked. I don't know either. Perhaps it will reveal itself one day. Bardos looked up at the sky. I have a feeling you are concealing something from me, Kampa mused. Am I? Bardos showed no intention of acknowledging it. What Kampa did not know was that the last Dragon Ball had already been hidden away by Whis. Whis had long discovered that Kampa was in search of the Super Dragon Balls. Years ago, Whis feared that Kampa would resurrect Beerus. If that were to happen, wouldn't the overall rating index that our universe had painstakingly improved revert back? Thus, Whis concealed the Super Dragon Ball, using his angelic powers. Kampa had searched for 20 years without finding that final Dragon Ball. In the 7th universe, on North Kai's planet. Bang, bang, bang. Vegeta struck down North Kai with a flurry of punches and kicks. The Kai exclaimed, "What sin have I committed? In these past 9 months, I have been on the brink of despair. That detestable Saiyan. No, that detestable Vegeta. I cannot curse all Saiyans yet, for the newly appointed King Kai is, astonishingly, a Saiyan. I am left speechless. Humph, do you think you can instruct me on enhancing my combat prowess with that attitude?" Vegeta scoffed, displaying a countenance of disdain. The chimpanzee Beerus has completely wilted, playing in the mud, not daring to breathe a word. "Can you reach out to Ruffin? I must leave this place post-haste. It is unbearably dull." Vegeta huffed. "I am unable to contact Lord Kai either. We can only await his arrival," replied the king. "I would rather you depart swiftly." Suddenly, as they conversed, an individual clad in orange garb plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the surface of the planet. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, and the king bore an expression of shock. "Who has arrived? What is happening? The ground feels peculiar." Son Goku exclaimed, his teeth gritted. "How strange. It feels as if some force is anchoring me down. My body feels as heavy as lead." As he spoke, he strained to rise from the ground. In the next moment, Son Goku caught sight of Vegeta and the North Kai. The three exchanged glances. "Are you the King Kai?" Son Goku promptly inquired of Vegeta. "Greetings. I am Son Goku. Please teach me your techniques," he implored Vegeta. Vegeta cast a sideways glance at Son Goku. Subsequently, Vegeta activated the scouter perched on his eye. "Oh, a battle power of 425. Vegeta shook his head with a sigh. "Such a meager combat power is utterly pathetic. I could easily dispatch him with a mere slap." It is noteworthy that Son Goku, after perishing, had arrived in this world with his body, dressed in weighted clothing, and having traversed the long snake way. Son Goku's combat power was somewhat elevated compared to when he fought Raditz. "You are Son Goku." His pupils dilated, his expression shifting drastically. When Son Goku first arrived at King Kai's planet, he was still reeling from the experience. Now, seeing Vegeta's attire and the scouter upon his eye, Son Goku sensed that the situation was far from favorable. Is this not the garb of a Saiyan? Upon his eyes rested a peculiar device capable of detecting combat prowess. A shiver ran through Sun Wukong's heart. This individual was far more complex than he appeared. He sensed that this person surpassed Raditz in strength by at least tenfold. It was astonishing to discover such formidable beings existed in this world, though a flicker of trepidation coursed through him, accompanied by a tinge of exhilaration. Sun Wukong maintained an outwardly composed demeanor. Despite his typically carefree nature, he remained rather subdued at this juncture, having yet to traverse the cosmos, confronted by a superior opponent. The current Sun Wukong refrained from rashly challenging him, fully cognizant that no amount of effort on his part would render him a match for this individual. Only by honing his skills could he attain the requisite capability to confront such a formidable adversary. "The Kai you seek is over there," Vegeta remarked, evidently disinterested in Sun Wukong, casually gesturing towards the Kai and the gorilla. It was clear that Vegeta did not recognize Sun Wukong, primarily due to the passage of time rendering him unrecognizable. Sun Wukong turned to glance in the direction of the Kai, who was currently prostrate on the ground, having just been pummeled by Vegeta. Shortly thereafter, Sun Wukong's gaze shifted beyond the Kai, spotting the distant figure of the gorilla, Beerus, engrossed in playing with mud. He hurriedly approached. "Greetings, Kai. I am Sun Wukong, here to learn martial arts from you," he addressed Beerus. Beerus, the Kai, retorted, "Whose fool is this? What business do you have on my planet? You insolent fool, I am the Supreme King." At the moment Goku turned around, Vegeta cast a casual glance towards him. Suddenly, Vegeta felt that this individual bore a striking resemblance to someone he had encountered before. Where had he seen him? Never mind, it was of little consequence. He had met countless beings over the years, perhaps having come across similar races during his travels across the cosmos. This fellow seemed somewhat reminiscent of a human from Earth. Vegeta chose to ignore Goku, simply finding the place unbearably dull. "What on earth did you bring me here for, Ruffin? You've left me bored for an entire year." Suddenly, the gorilla Beerus gazed at Goku and raised both hands. Goku was momentarily taken aback. Almost instantly, Beerus began to stagger forward, emitting strange cries. "Is this how it begins? Do I simply mimic this action?" Goku scratched his head. "Well, I suppose I'll give it a try." With that, he followed Beerus's movements, traversing the ground back and forth. "King, what is the meaning of this terrain? And this technique is exhausting," Goku exclaimed. "Roar, roar." Beerus let out a series of guttural roars. "Roar, roar." Goku mimicked him. "King, Vegeta, should we eliminate such a foolish being? Oh, why does he have a golden halo above his head? Is he deceased? Is this what it looks like after death? Vegeta observed silently, showing no immediate intention to eliminate Goku. Hey, what on earth are you doing? The king rose, casting a stern look at Goku. Chapter 83. Are you Kakarot? Goku turned to face the king. He immediately halted, looking at the king and inquired, You are? I am the Supreme King, the king replied. So it is you. I thought you were merely a statue lying there. Goku chuckled heartily. The king remarked, This boy is utterly unlikable. I was merely exercising, allowing my body to connect with the earth and absorb its essence. Although Goku did not fully grasp the explanation, it mattered little at this point as he scratched his head in confusion. What brings you here? The king inquired, eyeing Goku. I wish to request that you teach me martial arts, as I aspire to grow stronger. Goku revealed his intentions. Very well, come forth and let me gauge your abilities. The king assumed a combat stance. I shall give this lad a sound thrashing. After enduring a year of being bullied by that Vegeta, his arrival is perfectly timed for me to find someone to exert my strength upon. As the two were poised to engage in battle, Lufon instantaneously materialized above the planet of the North Kai, casting his gaze downwards. What a scene this is, he mused. Has Sun Wukong already arrived at the Kai's planet? I have truly exerted myself over this past year. Unbeknownst to me, Sun Wukong has already perished. Moreover, this scene appears remarkably harmonious. Their initial encounter takes place on the Kai's planet. Lufon observed Vegeta reclining in the Kai's chair, casually crossing his legs while relishing the conflict between Sun Wukong and the Kai. He took his time, suspended in the air, silently watching. Before the contest commenced, Sun Wukong suddenly inquired, Why does my body feel so exceedingly heavy here? Movement is quite cumbersome. You hail from Earth, do you not? The Kai responded. Indeed. Sun Wukong nodded. I have visited that insignificant planet before. Vegeta interjected. Its gravity is minuscule, merely 1/10 that of this planet. So this planet, though small, possesses a gravity 10 times that of Earth? Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Precisely, the Kai affirmed. Let us not compete just yet. First, leap as high as you can, exerting your utmost strength. Very well, Sun Wukong replied. With a swift bend of his knees, Sun Wukong launched himself into the air, ascending to a height of at least 20 meters. Of course, this height was still significantly lower than where Lufon hovered. The Kai exhibited a hint of surprise, while Vegeta cast a disdainful glance. Vegeta had previously soared to great heights himself, having even traversed the snake way to the Hall of King Yama, only to find himself unable to escape. Now, he recognized that this realm was indeed the underworld. It seemed the underworld was connected to the divine realm, or more accurately, the heavens and the divine realm were intertwined. The Kai's planet appeared to belong to the heavenly domain. Consequently, Vegeta gained a rudimentary understanding of the underworld. Realizing he could not depart, he begrudgingly returned. Although the snake way was lengthy, for Vegeta, the round trip took merely about 30 minutes. The Kai had also informed Vegeta that beneath the golden clouds lay hell. Should one descend, even the esteemed Kaioshin might not be able to retrieve them. Such warnings were prudent to relay in advance. Should this fool venture in and find himself trapped? What would I say to the Kaioshin when he demands the return of his subject? Although the King of Worlds yearned for this individual to descend into the depths of hell immediately, it is preferable to address certain matters in advance. Vegeta harbors a keen curiosity about the underworld, yet after much hesitation, he ultimately refrains from descending. The prospect of not returning is simply too daunting. Vegeta is not so reckless. With a sudden force, Son Goku plummets from the sky, his feet landing firmly on the ground. This won't suffice. I can only leap so high, he gritted his teeth. The King of Worlds expressed a slight surprise. This lad is quite remarkable, able to jump so high even under tenfold gravity. Excellent. Let us commence our training. By the way, how long do you intend to train here? The king inquired. I'm uncertain how long it took to traverse Snake Way. Nonetheless, time is of the essence, as nefarious beings are approaching our Earth, Son Goku amended, deliberately omitting the mention of Saiyans. For the more he observed, the more Vegeta resembled a Saiyan. Therefore, I must hone my skills in a short span of time. Son Goku replied. Very well, I shall instruct you diligently, the king nodded. Hey, that kid, if you wish to grow stronger. Allowing such a fellow to teach you will only lead to your downfall, Vegeta interjected, unable to contain himself, a slight smile playing on his lips. Who is he? Son Goku paused, glancing at Vegeta, seeking clarification from the king. His name is Vegeta, a member of the warrior race known as the Saiyans, the king elucidated. Here on a visit. Indeed, that is the case. A smirk of disdain graced Vegeta's face. You are absolutely correct. Your assertion that my visit here is for tourism holds some merit. What? A Saiyan? Although Son Goku had already surmised that Vegeta might be one, he was still taken aback upon hearing the words of the Kai. Could this individual truly be an associate of my brother? Before his demise, my brother mentioned having 3 companions, 2 of whom have gone missing. Has one of them ventured here? How peculiar. Did not the Lord of the Gods state that only the deceased may arrive in the realm of the Kai? This person is evidently still alive. Young one, judging by your expression, it seems you are aware of the existence of Saiyans. Vegeta regarded Son Goku with a sly grin. Son Goku quickly covered his mouth and shook his head. I have just recalled. I finally know who you are. Vegeta rose, his gaze still fixed on Son Goku with a smile. What? Son Goku was taken aback. Do you know me? You are Raditz' brother, Kakarot? Am I not mistaken? A smile blossomed on Vegeta's face. Son Goku observed silently. It turns out their ability to coexist stems from Vegeta's ignorance of Son Goku's true identity. It appears a captivating spectacle is about to unfold. I shall refrain from intervening for now. It seems I was correct. The corners of Vegeta's mouth lifted slightly. As he remarked, upon our first encounter, I sensed a certain familiarity, as though I had seen you somewhere before. Perhaps you are unaware. But on your journey to Earth, my spacecraft was positioned ahead of yours. Chapter 84. Kakarot, you are insufficient. You visited Earth long ago? Son Goku suddenly comprehended. The halo above your head indicates your demise. Could it be that Raditz was the one who ended your life? Vegeta let out a scoff. Son Goku. A brief silence ensued. I suppose so. Son Goku nodded, acknowledging his overwhelming strength. I am truly no match for him. And it was only through a combined effort with Piccolo that we managed to perish together. Raditz is dead? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, he has passed away. Son Goku realized there was little point in maintaining the Fade any longer, especially since he was not adept at lying. That sort of waste has perished. So be it. Vegeta did not take it to heart. Instead, he gazed at Son Goku with keen interest, saying, Someone once told me, Kakarot, that you would become my lifelong rival. Me? Son Goku was bewildered. Precisely. Vegeta chuckled lightly. Your battle power is merely 425. What makes you think you could become my lifelong rival? Son Goku remained in a daze. Who said that? I have no recollection of you at all. Do you have any idea what my battle power truly is? Vegeta chuckled, while Son Goku remained silent. Vegeta slowly extended a finger and then gestured the number 8. What? 1800? Son Goku exclaimed in astonishment. By his reckoning, the numerical comparison suggested that he was at a considerable disadvantage. What is 1800? Allow me to enlighten you. My battle power is 18,000. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. Son Goku stood dumbfounded, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief silence, he managed to utter, Ha. You can't be serious. Give it your all, Kakarot. Vegeta beckoned. Is that permissible? Son Goku scratched his head. Of course, I could defeat you with just one finger. Vegeta replied confidently, extending a finger and beckoning Son Goku closer. All right, let me give it a try. Son Goku clenched his fist tightly. With that, Son Goku launched a powerful punch towards Vegeta. Smack! Vegeta effortlessly caught Son Goku's full-force strike with his index finger. Son Goku was once again taken aback. The disparity between them was indeed vast. This was quite troubling. Were Raditz's dying words about his comrade's strength true? What is this, Kakarot? Is that truly your attack? If this is all you can muster, how do you expect to be my lifelong rival? Vegeta taunted. With that, Vegeta lightly waved his hand towards Son Goku. Bang! Accompanied by a dull thud, an overwhelming force of wind struck Son Goku, sending him hurtling backwards. He rolled across the ground before gradually coming to a halt. Ouch! Son Goku grimaced, feeling utterly defeated. This fellow was exceedingly powerful. He was no match for him. Who claimed I would become his lifelong rival? Yet, perhaps there was some truth to that assertion. If I trained diligently, I might just surpass this Saiyan. In an instant, Vegeta lunged forward, placing his foot on Son Goku's body, pinning him to the ground and rubbing him in various directions. Son Goku cried out in pain, faced with such overwhelming strength. He was utterly helpless. One possessed a battle power of 18,000, while the other barely exceeded 400. What do you think, Kakarot? Do you truly believe you can be my lifelong rival? Vegeta's smile grew ever more radiant. Ruffin, this must surely be Vegeta's pinnacle moment. pinning Son Goku to the ground and rubbing it in. Kakarot, why don't you stand up? Vegeta chuckled lightly, and with those words, he pressed down even harder. Goku could hardly rise to his feet, remaining pinned to the ground, grinding beneath the weight. The king of the worlds could only stare helplessly. Even I am no match for him. You, a young man from Earth, ought to rely on your own fortune. Although I wish to assist you, I too find him rather arrogant. However, just then, Lu Fan descended from the heavens, landing beside Vegeta and Son Goku. Lu Fan. Vegeta paused for a moment, only to be filled with indignation. You wretch. You left me here. Do you have any idea how I have endured this past year? Lu Fan. Your words seem to lack the proper essence, he remarked. I bow before you, Lord Kai. The North Kai hurriedly approached and knelt in reverence. Lu Fan paid him no mind. Furthermore, this individual must undoubtedly be Kakarot, Vegeta stated, delivering a swift kick to Son Goku. Goku retched in response. Indeed, he is Kakarot. The son of Bardock, Lu Fan confirmed with a nod. A warrior with a mere power level of over 400. A lowly fighter among the lowly. Do you genuinely believe he could become my lifelong rival? Vegeta scoffed, launching a kick that sent Son Goku soaring into the air. With a resounding thud, Goku arced through the sky and crashed heavily onto the surface of King Kai's planet, his head tilting at an awkward angle as he lost consciousness. Vegeta, however, refrained from exerting too much force, fearing that a moment's carelessness might result in Goku's demise. If he were to perish, I would be left without an entertaining adversary in the days to come, a foe as weak as he is. I find it rather amusing to bully him. Look, I have rendered him unconscious, Vegeta chuckled. Let us set him aside for now. Lu Fan sighed, briefly sensing Vegeta's energy. He gazed at Vegeta and inquired, So, you have spent nearly a year with virtually no improvement in your combat abilities? Humph, in such a wretched place. How could I possibly enhance my power? Vegeta gritted his teeth, insisting, Hurry and take me away from here. Otherwise, Kakarot will serve as your example. North Kai. Was it not your responsibility to properly instruct him? Is this the student you have taught? Lu Fan turned his gaze toward the North Kai, who remained kneeling. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, the Kai trembled with fear. This is not a matter of my unwillingness to teach him. Rather, he believes me unworthy of instructing him. I wish to impart the Kaioken technique to him, but the North Kai's voice faltered, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. This past year has been arduous for me. I have been nearly bullied to death by this fellow. It is a miracle that I have survived to see you. Lord Kai. Lu Fan contemplated this carefully. The North Kai's words seemed to hold some truth. Given Vegeta's prideful nature, it was indeed a stretch to expect him to accept instruction from the Kai. What a blunder, what a blunder. I have found him a master inferior to himself. Chapter 85. North Kai, how have you fared this past year? Humph, this wretch speaks the truth. Do you believe he possesses the qualifications to teach me? The Kaioken technique, would it even prove useful? Vegeta scoffed, and Lu Fan sighed deeply. Enough of this, Lu Fan. Take me away from this desolate place. I have grown weary of this tedious planet. Even the time it takes to relieve myself is enough to circle the globe, Vegeta grumbled. The North Kai wished fervently to echo Vegeta's sentiments, urging, Please, let him depart. Will you keep him for the new year? I am truly fed up with this. Hurry up, I'm talking to you, Lu Fan. Do not engage in such trivial matters again, Vegeta exclaimed imperiously. In a swift motion, Lu Fan appeared suddenly beside Vegeta, his speed so astonishing that Vegeta momentarily lost his composure. What? When did you enhance your speed to this level? Vegeta gasped in astonishment. With a resounding slap, Lu Fan struck. Vegeta found himself momentarily dazed, his consciousness becoming hazy. This familiar sensation. How have I been knocked unconscious again? Is this fellow truly stronger than I? The question remains, what is his hidden combat power? This was the thought that crossed Vegeta's mind before he succumbed to unconsciousness. With a thud, Vegeta's head drooped, and he collapsed to the ground. The North Kai was beside himself with excitement. Well done, Lord Kaioshin. You have finally subdued this demon. North Kai, how has your year been? Lu Fan inquired, glancing at the Kai. Kai replied, Would you believe me if I said I've been well? Never mind. I shall take this fellow away. As he spoke, Lu Fan seized Vegeta by his tail. Yes, Lord Kaioshin, the Kai responded respectfully. In an instant, Lu Fan vanished through instantaneous movement. As he observed Lu Fan and Vegeta depart, the Kai let out a long sigh of relief. That demon has finally left. The Kai plopped down onto the ground, gasping for breath. After a brief respite, the Kai turned his gaze towards the unconscious Goku and hurried over. The massive gorilla, Beerus, followed closely behind. Hey, wake up! The Kai called to Goku. Rubbing his head, Goku opened his eyes and, gritting his teeth, rose from the ground. Huh, where's that Saiyan? He asked, scanning his surroundings and noticing Vegeta's absence. Do not worry. He has already departed, the Kai assured him. Departed? Goku was taken aback, realizing the extent of Vegeta's power. Didn't he, you know? Your combat power is only around 400, while his has soared to 18,000, 45 times greater than yours, the Kai sighed. What? Is our disparity so vast? Goku exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Indeed, and Vegeta has yet to unleash his full strength. Had he done so, your very soul would have perished, leaving you without even the chance for reincarnation, the Kai lamented. Is there no hope for resurrection? Goku inquired. Resurrection? How shall I explain this? The King of Worlds was taken aback. Ah, there are Dragon Balls on Earth. Collecting all 7 can grant any wish. And the Eternal Dragon can resurrect someone who has died, explained Sun Wukong. So it is the Dragon Balls. I understand now, the King of Worlds nodded. However, if the soul has been obliterated, the Eternal Dragon indeed cannot revive you. Sun Wukong was stunned for several seconds. King, how did you deduce that this fellow named Vegeta is 45 times stronger than me? How did you calculate that so quickly? Sun Wukong asked, scratching his head. The King of Worlds replied, Ahem, are you here to learn arithmetic from me? The king wiped the sweat from his brow. It's not that I have never learned arithmetic well. I am certainly here to learn martial arts from you, King. Thinking about arithmetic gives me a headache. Sun Wukong waved his hand dismissively. Do you have confidence in defeating this fellow named Vegeta? He is indeed 45 times stronger than you. At that moment, the King of Worlds lost all confidence. This is not a matter of being merely 1 or 2 times stronger. It is 45 times. What must you cultivate within yourself to defeat such an adversary? Moreover, from the conversation we just had, I can infer that you're also a Saiyan. Am I correct? The King of Worlds inquired. Indeed, I heard my brother Raditz mention that I was sent to Earth by the Saiyans when I was very young. I have grown up on Earth, so I suppose I can be considered an Earthling, replied Sun Wukong with a smile. You are quite easygoing, the King of Worlds nodded. Hee. As for that fellow named Vegeta, although he currently surpasses me by a factor of 45, I believe that through my own efforts, I shall one day surpass him. Sun Wukong declared, clenching his fists, his face radiating determination. Did you know? This Saiyan named Vegeta was a prodigious warrior from birth. It is said that his battle power reached an astounding 800 at the moment he was born, the King of Worlds reflected, and after years of diligent training, his power has escalated to an incredible 18,000. One could say that within this universe, his combat prowess is exceptionally formidable. He reached a battle power of 800 at birth. Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. So, even as an infant, he could easily defeat me as I am now? Precisely. Now you understand the gap between you and him. Do you still have the confidence to defeat him? The King of Worlds asked, his expression grave. Yes. Sun Wukong nodded earnestly. Excellent. With your affirmation, I feel reassured. If you were to lose confidence, no matter how I teach you, victory would remain elusive. The King of Worlds remarked, to be honest, he is even stronger than I am. Oh? Stronger than the King of Worlds? Sun Wukong gasped. No wonder you were lying there earlier. The King of Worlds, this lad has seen through me. Your first task is to surpass me, he said with a slight smile. Sun Wukong nodded gravely. A brief silence ensued. By the way, King of Worlds, I fear I cannot remain here for long, Sun Wukong continued. Indeed. You did mention something along those lines earlier. Is it because you are going back to have a child? The King of Worlds inquired. I already have a son. Sun Wukong scratched his head. What is the reason then? If the time is too short, it will be exceedingly difficult to surpass Vegeta. The King of Worlds shook his head. Because Saiyans are on their way to Earth, I am uncertain if Vegeta is among them. Thus I must hone my skills before they arrive, so that I may first defeat the Saiyan who lands on Earth, Sun Wukong said, his expression serious. Chapter 86. Lord Pampa, the one-star Dragon Ball has appeared. The Saiyans are heading to Earth? The King of Worlds paused momentarily. Very well. Let me see when the Saiyans will arrive on Earth. As he spoke, the King of the Worlds slightly stirred the 2 tendrils atop his head. Gazing into the distant starry sky, and mused, indeed, there is a Saiyan aboard a spacecraft rapidly heading towards Earth, estimated to arrive in approximately 158 days. Remarkable. To possess such knowledge. Sun Wukong exclaimed in awe. However, with only 158 days remaining, the young man must train diligently. The king of the worlds remarked. Your training here for 158 days equates to several decades of training on Earth. Is that truly the case? Sun Wukong responded, both astonished and elated. Regarding the Saiyan heading to Earth, I can assure you he does not possess strength surpassing Vegeta's. Yet in terms of battle power, he exceeds you by far. At least tenfold. The king of the worlds, with arms crossed behind his back, addressed Sun Wukong. Thus, your immediate task is to surpass that Saiyan en route to Earth. Understood. Sun Wukong nodded vigorously. First, you must overcome the gravity here. Attempt to catch Beerus. If you cannot achieve even this, discussing surpassing Vegeta is futile. The king of the worlds instructed Sun Wukong. Got it. Sun Wukong affirmed with a nod. He struggled to chase after Beerus. Yet, no matter how hard Sun Wukong exerted himself, he could never catch up to Beerus. Gritting his teeth, Sun Wukong removed his outer garment, preparing to shed his weighted clothing as well. Oh, you are still wearing heavy equipment? The king of the world smiled. You should don the discarded gear again. It will yield better results. Otherwise, you will never catch up to Vegeta. All right, I understand. You are right, king of the worlds. Sun Wukong solemnly nodded. Let me share another piece of information. The gravity on the Saiyan's home planet is quite similar to that here. They train under those conditions. The king of the worlds chuckled. Thus, being sent to Earth as a child has indeed influenced your training. In the 6th universe, on planet Kampa, Beerus was engaged in a remote video call with Whis. Whis, you were quite cunning, bringing Rovan over to serve as both a destroyer and a king of worlds, thereby elevating the overall level of your universe to such heights. Beerus sighed. You've accomplished 2 objectives at once. Not only has the universal standard risen, but you can also enjoy cola. Ha ha ha. Sister, you flatter me. Whis chuckled, covering his mouth in delight. I now harbor deep suspicions that Lord King of Worlds was deliberately led to his demise by you. Beerus lamented. That is absolutely unfounded. Whis wiped his brow. I merely went to lend a hand. I had no idea Lord King of Worlds would behave in such a manner. Perhaps it is all fate. Even gods cannot escape the ravages of destiny. By the way, what did you wish to discuss with me? Beerus sought to change the subject, wanting to avoid further entanglement with Whis. I have restored the Super Dragon Balls, sister. If convenient, could you offer a few hints to Lord Kampa? Whis requested of Beerus. Understood, Beerus replied. Bardoss nodded, offering no objections. The call concluded. At this moment, Kampa had once again ventured out in search of the final Super Dragon Ball. Kampa remained undeterred. I refuse to believe that I cannot find the last Dragon Ball. Perhaps fortune may smile upon me. Approximately 3 hours later, Kampa returned empty-handed. Has Lord Kampa gone out to wreak havoc on another planet? I trust the task has proceeded smoothly? Bardoss inquired with a smile. It's manageable, Kampa replied curtly. By the way, Lord Kampa, what is that? Bardoss said, as an image suddenly projected from her staff. Within the image rested a colossal Dragon Ball. The one-star Dragon Ball. Kampa's eyes widened in astonishment. Had this Dragon Ball finally materialized? Indeed, it is currently located in Universe 7, Bardoss confirmed, nodding. I distinctly searched that area. Why did I not find it? Kampa inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. He then shook his head dismissively. It no longer matters. I shall locate this Dragon Ball, and then I can fulfill any wish I desire. Is it true that Lord Kampa wishes for copious amounts of soda? Bardoss teased with a smile. Ha ha, indeed. I must depart, Kampa declared, as a violet-red aura erupted around him. In an instant, Kampa vanished into the void, disappearing without a trace. Another half-hour passed. At last, Kampa discovered the final Super Dragon Ball. It was a one-star ball, immense in size, comparable to that of a planet. Despite its enormous dimensions, under Kampa's command, the planet was swiftly whisked away. With the Super Dragon Ball in tow, Kampa soared towards the direction of Universe 6. In Universe 7, on a certain planet, Rofan tugged on Vegeta's tail, using instant transmission to arrive at this location. Hey, awaken, Your Highness, Rofan urged Vegeta. Yet, Vegeta remained in a state of unconsciousness. What a nuisance, Rofan sighed, casually tossing Vegeta into the lake of the planet. Blub blub. Vegeta sputtered as he choked on water. Boom. In the next moment, Vegeta shot up into the sky. Hovering above, he gazed down at Rofan below. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Why have we changed locations again? Where is this place? It seems I have left the Chaos planet. Have I returned to the realm of humanity's universe? However, none of that matters now. It is time to settle the score with Rofan. How shameless, always ambushing me and knocking me out. Rofan, today this prince shall teach you a proper lesson. If it hurts, do not cry. Vegeta hovered high above, gazing down at Ruffin. You are no match for me. It would be wise for you to cease this folly. Ruffin smiled faintly. Humph, such arrogance. Vegeta retorted, swiftly diving downwards, unleashing a powerful punch directed at Ruffin. As Vegeta's fist approached, Ruffin merely extended a single finger. What are you doing? Do you truly believe you can thwart my attack with a mere finger? Vegeta exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before shouting, Let me assure you, I will show no mercy. Bang! In the next instant, Vegeta's fist struck heavily against Ruffin's fingertip, which effortlessly absorbed the blow. Vegeta found himself suspended in midair, maintaining an inverted posture. Chapter 87. You will have many opportunities to be stimulated upon witnessing this astonishing scene. Shock and disbelief were etched across Vegeta's face. How is this possible? When did Ruffin become so formidable? Whoosh! After a brief moment of shock, Vegeta quickly propelled himself backwards, distancing himself from Ruffin and aligning on a level plane, his expression grave as he scrutinized his opponent. My prince, I trust you now comprehend the disparity between us. Ruffin stated with a smile. This is impossible. This cannot be. Vegeta bellowed. There is nothing impossible. The reality is as such, Ruffin replied, still smiling. My prince, do not let such occurrences unsettle you. Vegeta turned his gaze towards Ruffin. Once you grow accustomed to this, you will encounter countless opportunities for stimulation in the future, Ruffin added. Vegeta's mind raced with a torrent of frustration. He had anticipated words of comfort. Yet Ruffin's remarks cut deeper. I refuse to believe it. Vegeta gritted his teeth, his energy surging wildly as he extended his arms, each hand coalescing a sphere of energy. Then, Vegeta fused the two orbs together. Ruffin, although you stopped my attack with a finger, do you dare to face my ultimate flash cannon? Vegeta proclaimed with fervor. Feel free to try, Ruffin replied with a smile. Humph, I will reduce my speed to the bare minimum. Should you be vanquished, it will be your ill fortune. Vegeta sneered. I advise you to take cover. Go ahead and commence, Ruffin beckoned. Humph, this is of your own choosing. Vegeta let out a furious roar, unleashing a torrent of energy flames directed towards where Lufon stood. Observing Vegeta's ultimate flash cannon, Lufon noted a significant decrease in its speed. This very technique had once obliterated a substantial portion of Cell S body in the future. It seemed that Vegeta still possessed a modicum of conscience. It was precisely for this reason that Lufon wished to cultivate him into a god of destruction. Had Vegeta chosen to strike with full force just moments ago, Lufon would have disregarded Vegeta's fate entirely. But now, there remained a glimmer of hope. As the ultimate flash cannon hurtled towards him, a faint smile curved Lufon's lips. What are you doing? Get out of the way. Do you seek death? Vegeta exclaimed, realizing Lufon showed no intention of evasion. With a gentle wave of his hand, Lufon delivered a resounding slap to the approaching beam. Boom! The sound of a colossal explosion reverberated as Vegeta's ultimate flash cannon was effortlessly swatted away by Lufon. The beam traced an arc through the air before crashing into the distant ground. Rumbling, a massive mushroom cloud swiftly erupted from the impact site, with shock waves radiating outward with unyielding force. The sheer power of the blast sent Vegeta skidding backward. In an instant, the planet was shrouded in dust, and flames leapt skyward. Vegeta stood in stunned silence, his body trembling uncontrollably. What a jest! How could this individual be so formidable? That was my full-powered attack. To be dismissed with just a single slap? How is that even possible? Vegeta stammered in disbelief. Suddenly, Lufon executed a technique of instantaneous movement, appearing directly in front of Vegeta in a mere blink. Vegeta was taken aback, his expression shifting rapidly. Relax, there's no need to fear. I want to knock you out this time, Lufon reassured him with a smile. Vegeta continued to tremble violently. My lord, you must learn to adapt, Lufon said, gently patting Vegeta on the shoulder. What do you mean? Adapt to what? Vegeta asked, momentarily bewildered. Adapt to the fact that I am stronger than you, Lufon chuckled. In that instant, Vegeta felt a pang of hurt deep within. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. You are merely my sparring partner. Yet you appear more formidable than I. How humiliating. Once you acclimate, you shall grow accustomed to it. Lufon Dao. Vegeta bared his teeth, tightly clenching his fists. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he lifted his gaze towards Lufon. Could it be that you have already transformed into a Super Saiyan? Vegeta inquired. Astonishment etched across his face. No, not yet, Lufon replied, shaking his head. That transformation does not suit me. What just is this? To possess such power without being a Super Saiyan? Vegeta expressed his disbelief. Moreover, I have previously mentioned to you that I am pursuing the path of the Super Saiyan God, Lufan chuckled. Are you implying that you have already attained the status of a Super Saiyan God? Vegeta was taken aback. Not exactly, Lufan countered with a shake of his head. Then what exactly are you? Vegeta pressed. Did not the King of Worlds inform you? I am the King of Worlds, the greatest deity in this universe, Lufan smiled. Vegeta fell silent. I am aware that you are the King of Worlds. But does merely becoming the King of Worlds endow one with such strength? I mention all this primarily to convey another matter, Lufan continued. What is it? Vegeta inhaled deeply, gritting his teeth as he asked. Over 20 years ago, on the Culinary planet, did I not urge you to accompany me alongside that feline being and the azure-skinned beauty? Lufan remarked. Otherwise, you would now be filled with regret. And so? Vegeta questioned. So now you find yourself in regret, do you not? Had you joined me back then, while your strength may not match mine, you would at least be able to exchange a few blows with me now, Lufan said with a smile. What do you mean? You have brought up matters from 2 decades ago once more. You are truly quite petty. Very well, I shall grant you one final opportunity. Do you wish to become a god of destruction? Luo Fan inquired. Which is mightier, the god of destruction or the supreme Kai? Vegeta questioned. Undoubtedly. The god of destruction possesses greater power, Luo Fan replied with a smile. Did you not claim that the supreme Kai is the greatest deity in this universe? Vegeta expressed his disbelief. It feels as though you are setting a trap for me. The supreme Kai's greatness lies in his ability to create life, in matters of combat. The god of destruction is indeed more formidable, Luo Fan elucidated. Vegeta fell silent. After a brief pause, he retorted, Then let me pose another question. Is a Super Saiyan stronger than a god of destruction? Vegeta asked again. If I were to say that the god of destruction is stronger, would you believe me? Luo Fan inquired. Vegeta, I believe. He gritted his teeth, begrudgingly uttering the words. You are likely about to ask whether a Super Saiyan god is more powerful than a god of destruction, Luo Fan chuckled. How did you know I was going to ask that? Vegeta was taken aback. Chapter 88. What on earth is that fat cat doing in my universe? A deity can perceive all your inner thoughts, Luo Fan remarked with a smile. Just moments ago, you were cursing me under your breath. Do not think I am oblivious to it. Vegeta, to become a god of destruction, the first step is to surpass Kakarot, Luo Fan stated. You mean Kakarot? Vegeta momentarily faltered, somewhat bewildered. Indeed, the very Kakarot you trampled upon. His name on Earth is Sun Wukong, Luo Fan nodded. Do not jest. That fellow with a combat power of merely over 400 could never be my lifelong rival. Vegeta chuckled, finding the notion amusing. If you claim to be my lifelong rival, I might entertain the thought, but Kakarot is nothing more than a waste among inferior warriors. Your Highness, I assure you, I am not your lifelong rival. Luo Fan shook his head. Do you lack confidence? Vegeta scoffed. Do not think that just because you have grown so powerful, I am incapable of surpassing you. No. What I mean is, I fear you shall spend your entire life and still never exceed me, Luo Fan sighed. Vegeta, how dare you? Lu Fan exclaimed, observing the slander in your heart. With a sigh, he remarked, it seems that only by imparting a lesson will you comprehend the might of the divine. With a swift motion of his hand, a powerful gust of wind surged forth, striking Vegeta directly. Vegeta was sent hurtling backward, blood spewing from his mouth as he flew. Is it possible that such immense power can be summoned with a mere gesture? Vegeta was astonished. Was Lu Fan's strength over me comparable to mine over Kakarot? You are mistaken. You surpassed Kakarot by a factor of 45, while I surpassed you by an astonishing 45 trillion times, if not more, Lu Fan declared. Trillion? Vegeta was momentarily at a loss for words. A trillion follows a billion, Lu Fan explained. Vegeta chose to remain silent. Your eloquence truly leaves me at a loss for words. You claim to be 450,000 times more powerful than I am, yet I find it utterly unbelievable. You still have 45 megabytes. Hey, what is that? Suddenly, as Vegeta was propelled backward, he caught sight of a peculiar phenomenon in the sky. High above, a golden sphere was moving at an astonishing speed. On the surface of this golden orb, a swirling mass of purplish-red flames materialized. Luffy turned to gaze in the direction Vegeta was observing. Could it be the Super Dragon Balls? Why are they moving so swiftly? Ah, I see. That rascal Zampa is stealing the Super Dragon Balls from the 7th universe. You seek to pilfer the Super Dragon Balls. A clandestine approach would suffice, would it not? Are you so audacious as to pilfer the Dragon Balls right beneath my very nose? Can this be tolerated? I am a part-time god of destruction and supreme Kai of the 7th universe. If you intend to pilfer the Dragon Balls from our 7th universe, at the very least, you ought to extend a greeting. Just greet me, and I shall grant you a favor. I remain quite generous. Wait here while I deal with that fellow in the sky, Lu Fan declared, ascending swiftly into the air. Humph, I shall follow, Vegeta gritted his teeth, quickly adjusting his posture and pursuing Lu Fan into the heavens. In a flash, Lu Fan vanished from sight. Vegeta, bewildered, thought to himself, this fellow's speed is astounding. Clenching his fists tightly, he felt an increasing sense of frustration. No, I must go and see for myself. With that, Vegeta transformed into a streak of light, propelling himself upward into the atmosphere. Before long, he had left the planet's surface, reaching the outer layers of the atmosphere. Vegeta hesitated to ascend further, aware that beyond lay the vastness of space. He understood that if he ventured into the cosmic void, it would spell his immediate demise. Suddenly, Vegeta reflected on Lu Fan's earlier wish, recognizing its wisdom. I too desire to survive in the cosmos, he lamented, yet now he could only gaze from afar, powerless to act. In the distant expanse of the universe, Kappa was maneuvering the final Super Dragon Ball, intending to transport it back to his 6th universe and summon the Eternal Dragon to fulfill his wish. As he soared, in an instant, Lu Fan utilized instant transmission, appearing directly in front of Kappa and obstructing his path. Lu Fan? Kappa instantly recognized him. What are you sneaking around in our universe for? Lu Fan inquired with a smile. What do you mean your universe? Don't let your pride blind you. Kappa retorted, his nostrils flaring in anger. And who is sneaking around? Prideful. Indeed, Lu Fan chuckled. Have you forgotten after spending so much time in our universe? Fuming, Kappa exclaimed. You've only been the god of destruction in the 7th universe for 20 years and already consider it your home? Listen, Kappa, I am originally from the 7th universe. It was my admiration for Beerus that led me to your 6th universe, Lu Fan clarified. Kappa, realizing he could not win this argument, scoffed. Why bother arguing with you? I have more pressing matters at hand. Now move aside. I understand that as the Super Dragon Ball, gathering all 7 can grant any wish, Lu Fan smiled. Kappa was taken aback. He knows about it? I assumed he was oblivious. What wish do you seek? Lu Fan replied with a smile. Do share your desire. Perhaps I can assist you. Humph, my desires are of no concern to you. Focus on your own duties, and do not forget you are the god of destruction. Kappa retorted with irritation. Look, what is that? Lu Fan suddenly pointed behind Kappa. What? Kappa was taken aback and turned to look. There was nothing behind him. Only the vastness of the cosmic expanse. Kappa suddenly regained his senses. Oh no, I've been deceived. What is this brat up to? Kappa swiftly turned back, only to tragically discover that the Super Dragon Ball was missing. He felt a wave of panic wash over him. It must have been taken by that brat using instant transmission. Lu Fan, this is not over. Kappa thundered in fury. Just as Kappa was about to search for the Super Dragon Ball, Lu Fan appeared nearby, having utilized instant transmission. Hey, big fat cat. If you had shown me a modicum of courtesy earlier, I would not have targeted you so deliberately, Lu Fan grinned. Quickly return the Dragon Ball to me, or I shall not hold back. Kappa replied with a dark expression. Chapter 89. Kappa, do you truly think the god of destruction is easy to deal with? I have placed the Dragon Ball at the edge of the universe, with coordinates of 999, 999, 999, Lu Fan stated. Kappa exclaimed. That coordinate is the farthest point from the 6th universe. Even if I fly there, it will take at least 15 hours. To return the Dragon Ball to the 6th universe, it will require nearly 3 days of travel. That shameless fellow. Good luck, Lu Fan replied with a smile. Kid, I will say this one last time. Bring back the Dragon Ball immediately, or you shall witness my wrath, Kappa threatened. With you? First. Try to catch up with my instant transmission, Lu Fan chuckled. And by the way, do not even think about asking Vados to help you retrieve the Dragon Ball. If you do, I will incapacitate her, and you will have to learn to fend for yourself. What did you say? Kappa bared his teeth. Kai? Lu Fan chanted, beginning to perform instant transmission. Kid, do not get too carried away. Kappa roared in anger, waving his hand as a destructive energy beam hurtled towards Lu Fan. In a flash, Lu Fan's figure vanished from sight. The destructive energy quickly pursued him. Soon, Lu Fan reappeared thousands of miles away through instant transmission. But Kappa's destructive energy was alarmingly swift, managing to follow Lu Fan through the same instant transmission. Boom. The destructive energy from Xiangpa struck directly at Lu Fan, causing his body to shudder slightly. In an instant, This sphere of annihilation obliterated Lufan's outer garments. Xiangpa scoffed, casting a glance in the direction Lufan had vanished. Does he truly believe that we, the gods of destruction, are to be trifled with? Let this serve as a lesson. His attire is ruined, and he shall feel some pain. Should he dare to provoke us again, I shall show him the consequences. Xiangpa muttered, scratching his head in contemplation. How infuriating to have thoroughly offended this brat. Now I cannot enjoy my cola. But if I cannot drink, then so be it. That detestable Lufan has placed the Dragon Balls at such a distance. If I were to fly there, it would consume all my time. Yet he has given me a reminder. I could simply enlist the help of the Supreme Kai. I shall request the Supreme Kai to teleport me there. Otherwise, it would be far too time-consuming. Very well, it shall be done. Transforming into a streak of light, Xiangpa swiftly departed, abandoning the pursuit of the Dragon Balls and heading towards the realm of the Supreme Kai of Universe 6. Meanwhile, on a distant planet, within its outer atmosphere, Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. What nonsense is this? How could such a colossal, shimmering planet simply vanish in an instant? It seems Lufan has rendered that planet non-existent. How could this be? A planet of such magnitude would pose a challenge even for me to destroy. Yet Lufan managed to make it disappear in an instant. Suddenly, Vegeta felt as though he had been somewhat narrow-minded in his previous perceptions. Just then, as Vegeta was momentarily lost in thought, Lufan appeared beside him, having utilized instantaneous movement. The destruction inflicted by Xiangpa had no impact on Lufan whatsoever. Only his clothing had been torn, and it was a simple matter to conjure a new set. Moreover, a spherical spacecraft hovered beside Lufan. Vegeta stood in astonishment. Isn't that my spacecraft? How did it end up beside Lufan? I distinctly remember it being on a distant planet. Ah, this fellow has a peculiar method of movement. He must have brought my spacecraft back. My prince, go to Earth first. You may confront Kakarot afterward, Lufan advised Vegeta. Remember, do not underestimate him. What did you say? You want me to defeat Kakarot? Vegeta scoffed. Did I not already leave him in a pitiful state on the King Kai's planet? I brought you to King Kai's planet for you to train properly, yet you have bullied him to tears for an entire year. Lufan sighed now. You should visit Earth and witness the results of Son Goku Kakarot's training under King Kai. I shall proceed shortly. Once you have vanquished Kakarot, I will seek you out and accompany you to face challenges of a higher caliber. Vegeta, higher caliber challenges? You cannot possibly mean to take me to confront Frieza, do you? Vegeta shuddered slightly. Look at how frightened you are. Lufan shook his head. Are you truly afraid of Frieza? Humph, would I fear that wretch? Once I attain Super Saiyan, I shall press him into the ground. Vegeta scoffed. Then do your utmost. Your adversary, Kakarot, is formidable beyond measure. Do not underestimate him. Lufan reiterated his warning. Is he not dead? Vegeta pondered. If I go to Earth, will he not be resurrected? Upon uttering this, Vegeta quickly regained his composure. I see now. They must be using the Dragon Balls to bring Kakarot back to life. He huffed. Very well, make haste. Lufan urged. Whoosh. As soon as Lufan spoke, he executed instant transmission and vanished. Vegeta gazed at Lufan's disappearing figure, his fists clenched tightly, filled with a momentary sense of nostalgia and regret. Had I departed with Lufan back then, perhaps I would have surpassed him in strength by now. This fellow has already ascended to the rank of Supreme Kai. Who would have thought that the divine holds realms of understanding beyond my comprehension? As Vegeta was lost in thought, a spaceship hovering nearby suddenly plummeted towards the planet's surface. Vegeta hastily pursued it, pressing a button on the spacecraft. The hatch of the spaceship opened. Bang! Vegeta boarded the spherical mini-spaceship, and the door sealed behind him. He swiftly entered commands into the control panel, directing the ship towards Earth. Just as the spaceship was about to land, it shot upward, transforming into a streak of light as it sped towards the star system where Earth resides. Not long after Vegeta boarded the spacecraft, Naba, from a distant location, received a signal. Prince Vegeta? Is that you, Prince Vegeta? Naba's voice came through the ship's communication device. Ah, it is you, Naba, Vegeta replied. Where have you been, Vegeta? Have you ventured to the edge of the universe? We had lost your signal entirely, Naba remarked. Humph. Where I have been is of little consequence. Vegeta grunted. I now command you to proceed to Earth immediately. Earth? Naba was taken aback, responding. I am already en route to Earth. It will take approximately 150 days until I arrive. Chapter 90. Zampa, a sense of foreboding? Oh? You are already on your way to Earth? Very well. Vegeta was slightly taken aback. Do you know, Vegeta? Raditz has perished. Slain by an individual with a mere combat power exceeding 1,000. The one who dealt the fatal blow was a friend of his brother, Kakarot, replied Nappa. I am aware. I have encountered him, Vegeta remarked with a gentle smile. You have seen him? Are you referring to Kakarot? Nappa appeared somewhat bewildered. Who else could it be? Vegeta continued to smile. Where did you come across him? Was he not deceased? Nappa struggled to grasp the situation, realizing, you must have met Kakarot a long time ago, right? No, to be precise, I encountered him today, Vegeta replied with a smile. Nappa, utterly perplexed, scratched his bald head vigorously. I am utterly confounded by your words. How did you encounter Kakarot today? Hasn't Kakarot been deceased for half a year? Could it be that Kakarot did not perish? No, he undeniably met his end in a confrontation with Raditz. He was struck through the heart by a devastating technique known as the spirit bomb, delivered by his own comrades. Even with our advanced medical technology, reviving him would require the utmost caution. Nappa was indeed perplexed, quietly pondering if there exists a miraculous elixir on Earth capable of healing the heart. He truly did die. I observed a golden halo above his head, Vegeta remarked. Nappa vigorously scratched his head. Vegeta, have you lost your senses? Nappa genuinely believed Vegeta had become a fool. Vegeta, if Nappa were by my side right now, I would not hesitate to obliterate him. Or perhaps, Vegeta, did you encounter Kakarot in the realm of the dead? Nappa inquired once more. Humph, that is of no consequence now, Vegeta replied with a dark expression. Just you wait, Nappa. How long until you arrive on Earth? Nappa inquired. I too have about 150 days left, perhaps around 8 hours later than you, Vegeta replied, glancing at the control panel with a hint of surprise. What? Only 8 hours behind me, Nappa exclaimed. What's wrong? Your tone suggests disappointment, Vegeta chuckled lightly. No, I'm quite looking forward to it, Nappa hastily asserted. You must have gathered from their conversations that there exists something on Earth known as the Dragon Balls, capable of granting any wish. Are you hoping to seize the opportunity to fulfill your desires before I do? Vegeta swiftly discerned Nappa's intentions. Ha ha ha, as if. I have no such plans, Nappa feigned innocence. How about this? I'll eliminate all the Earthlings first, then locate the Dragon Balls, and by the time you arrive, I'll be ready to make my wish. Nappa, it would be prudent to abandon such thoughts. Should you dare to betray me, you know the consequences, Vegeta warned with a snort. I wouldn't dream of it. Nappa quickly reassured. Once I achieve my wish and become a Super Saiyan, what will it matter if you are a prince or a genius warrior? You will simply be ground beneath my heel. Vegeta, the blame lies in your tardiness of 8 hours. By the time you set foot on Earth, I will have already transformed into a Super Saiyan. From this day forth, this universe shall be governed by me, Nappa, your highness, as I venture eastward. It would be wise for you to follow my lead and refrain from straying, lest I render you incapable of self-sufficiency. Nappa's excitement and anticipation were palpable, particularly at the thought of overpowering Vegeta. After all, within the confines of the spaceship, Vegeta was far removed from witnessing his expression. Nappa felt an urge to celebrate this imminent moment with a dance. By the way, your highness, what of Ranfan? Nappa gradually regained his composure and casually asked, seeking to keep Vegeta at ease. We still have over 150 days until we reach Earth, and it would be best to avoid any unforeseen complications. Thus, Nappa resolved to cultivate camaraderie with Vegeta, ensuring the prince held no doubts about his loyalty. He possesses a considerable power level, but I won't divulge much more. Vegeta replied coolly. Is it meaningful to ask so many questions? Focus on your own affairs, he added, wishing to say little. I've been traversing the cosmos for over 6 months now, Nappa lamented, and the boredom is unbearable. If you're bored, then perhaps you should take a nap, Vegeta suggested dismissively. Vegeta abruptly terminated the conversation, allowing himself to slip into a state of slumber. Very well, Vegeta, rest well. By the time you awaken on Earth, I shall have become a Super Saiyan, Nappa remarked. In the 6th universe, within the realm of the Kaioshin, Fuwa scratched his head as he beheld Kappa standing before him. Kaioshin, there is a matter upon which I require your assistance, Kappa addressed Fuwa. What is it? Fuwa inquired. There exists a Super Dragon Ball located in the most remote area of the 7th universe, with coordinates 999. 999. 999, Kappa informed Fuwa. Ah, quite remote indeed. Do you require me to retrieve it? Fuwa grasped the situation immediately. Precisely, that is my intent, Kappa confirmed with a nod. I've heard that the Super Dragon Balls can grant any wish. It seems such things truly exist, Fuwa mused. Indeed, Kappa nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall depart at once, Fuwa readily consented, reciting the incantation, Kai Kai. In an instant, Fua vanished through instantaneous movement. Wait, Kampa called out urgently. However, Fua had already executed his teleportation and departed. Please wait for me to finish speaking. I have not completed my thoughts. How could you leave so abruptly? To take me along as well. I suddenly have an ominous premonition. I fear that something unfortunate may transpire during your upcoming journey. Perhaps it is merely my overactive imagination. Kampa awaits patiently in the realm of the Supreme Kai. A servant approaches to pour tea for Kampa. My Lord Kampa, please take a moment to enjoy this tea. I am confident that the Supreme Kai will soon return with the Super Dragon Balls you mentioned. The servant politely suggests. Very well. Kampa nods in agreement, lifting the teacup to his lips, though his mind appears elsewhere. Is there something troubling you, my lord? The servant inquires with a smile. Humph, it is merely a sense of foreboding, Kampa replies, baring his teeth. Chapter 91. The emergence of the divine dragon. I cannot fathom why I share this unsettling feeling. The servant sighs. Kampa glances at the servant. Not long ago. To be precise, approximately a year prior, Lord Fua was unexpectedly ambushed. The servant recounted solemnly, detailing the events. What did you say? The Supreme Kai was attacked? And he lost consciousness? Why am I only hearing of such a critical matter now? Kampa exclaims, seizing the servant by the collar. A cold sweat breaks out on Kampa's brow. What if this individual harbors ill intentions and has harmed the Supreme Kai? Our universe has but one Supreme Kai. Should he perish, I too shall vanish. Am I destined to follow in Beerus's footsteps? You did not inquire about this earlier, my lord. The servant feels unjustly accused. Realizing his momentary lapse, Kampa releases the servant and tidies his attire with a wave of his hand, asking, So, have you uncovered the identity of the assailant? No. It remains a mystery to this day, the servant replies. Kampa crumples the freshly arranged garments of the servant once more, his frustration evident. Wishing he could simply swat the servant away with a single motion. You are incredibly frustrating. After all this time, you still insist it remains a mystery. What distinguishes your words from silence? A year has passed, and now it is arduous to conduct any inquiries. Are you suggesting that the individual arrived solely to incapacitate Fua, accomplishing nothing else? Xiangpa seems to grasp the situation. The attendant nodded in affirmation, adding that Lord Fua's patera earrings had been pilfered. So, are we to infer that this individual came to steal the patera earrings? Xiangpa has finally come to understand. Indeed, the attendant responded, during this past year. Both I and Lord Kaioshin have been vigilantly monitoring the universe to ascertain whether anyone has utilized the patera earrings. Regrettably, thus far, no one in our universe has employed them, rendering it increasingly difficult to locate this individual. They approached solely to thieve the patera earrings? Xiangpa finds the little thief's motives perplexing. What significance lies in the theft of those earrings? They bestow immense power upon fusion. However, should I discover you, I shall dismantle you. I am aware of this matter and shall remain vigilant. If I encounter that little thief, I will ensure their destruction. Xiangpa declared to the attendant. I am most grateful, Lord Xiangpa, the attendant expressed hastily. No need for such formality. It is but a trivial matter to me. Xiangpa waved dismissively. In the seventh universe, at the very northern edge, lies the intersection of the universe's boundary and the void realm. Delving deeper into the periphery leads one into the void realm. For deities of the Kaioshin caliber, entering the void realm poses little peril. However, for those beneath the Kaioshin hierarchy, once they enter the void realm, they risk losing their identity entirely, and it is likely they would find it exceedingly difficult to return. The void realm, to put it plainly, is an uncharted expanse of the universe. At this moment, Lu Fan finds himself at the threshold of the seventh universe and the void realm. Beside him hovers a massive golden planet, at the center of which lies a striking red pentagram. The red pentagram possesses a three-dimensional quality, regardless of the angle from which it is viewed. It is none other than a Dragon Ball. Suddenly, Lu Fan sensed a disturbance in the fabric of space. In the next instant, a green, rotund figure materialized near the Dragon Ball. Lu Fan recognized this figure. It was none other than Fua, the Kaioshin of the sixth universe. Fua easily discerned the presence of the Super Dragon Ball. He placed his hand upon the surface of the Dragon Ball, preparing to return with it to the sixth universe. In a flash, Lu Fan appeared behind Fua. Just as Fua was about to utilize instant transmission to depart, he suddenly felt a chilling sensation behind him. What is happening? It seems there is danger. With a powerful slap, Lu Fan struck Fua on the back of his neck, rendering him unconscious before he could even comprehend the situation. Fat cat, Did I not instruct you to refrain from summoning the Kaishin to assist you in transporting the Dragon Ball? Why did you not heed my warning? Lu Fan shook his head. He then glanced at Fu Hua, who would likely remain dazed for some time. Seizing this opportunity, he resolved to gather the Dragon Balls first. In an instant, Lu Fan vanished using his teleportation technique. An hour later, Lu Fan successfully assembled the 7 Super Dragon Balls. The 7 orbs hovered at the edge of the 7th universe and the void, radiating a golden light that bathed the starry expanse in a golden hue. Dragon, I summon you to grant my wish. Lu Fan called forth the divine dragon in the language of the gods. In that moment, the entire cosmos seemed to tremble violently. The next instant, a colossal golden dragon emerged from the 7 Super Dragon Balls. The voice of the divine dragon resonated. Those who gather the Dragon Balls, state your wish, and I shall fulfill it. The divine dragon was immensely vast, its body comparable in size to an entire galaxy. Before the divine dragon, Lu Fan appeared as a minuscule bacterium. How magnificent, Lu Fan marveled. State your wish, Kaishin. The divine dragon turned its gaze toward Lu Fan. Truth be told, I have no particular wish to fulfill. I merely summoned you to see your form and behold your grandeur, Lu Fan replied with a smile. The divine dragon, you are idle. If you have no desires, then I shall take my leave. The voice of the eternal dragon echoed once more, suggesting that one could make a wish at whim. Very well, I shall make a wish. I cannot let you come out for nothing. Lu Fan nodded and made his wish to the eternal dragon, requesting the return of that fellow Beerus, who claims to be the strongest god of destruction. If he were to vanish, I would have no rivals left. Very well, the eternal dragon replied, prepared to grant the wish. Wait, hold on. Lu Fan interjected. The eternal dragon remarked, making a wish and yet hesitating. I shall change my wish, Lu Fan explained, suddenly recalling the implications. If I simply wish for Beerus to return, with whom would my life be intertwined? Would it be with myself or Beerus? Is this your wish? The eternal dragon queried with a frown. No. If you prefer not to answer, that is fine, Lu Fan sighed. Then let the realm of the Supreme Kai in the 7th universe revert to its state from 20 years ago, prior to the demise of the Supreme Kai at the hands of Majin Buu. Understood, your wish is granted. Farewell. The eyes of the eternal dragon shimmered with golden light. After uttering these words, the eternal dragon transformed into 7 golden flames and swiftly vanished without a trace. The wish was fulfilled. Chapter 92. The Resurrected Supreme Kai in the 7th universe. Within the realm of the Supreme Kai, it has been 2 decades since the Supreme Kai's passing. During these 20 years, Majin Buu wreaked havoc within the realm, leaving it in utter disarray. The once boundless vegetation had been largely obliterated by Majin Buu. After a period of destruction, Majin Buu would consume small creatures, transforming them into chocolate biscuits, and then would casually seek a place to rest. Majin Buu had not departed from the realm, primarily because he found it quite entertaining. Moreover, he harbored a fear of the feline warrior. Worried that venturing outside would result in being captured and beaten. After all, he was enjoying himself here and saw no need to venture elsewhere. Just 10 minutes before the appearance of the eternal dragon, Majin Buu awakened and resumed his frenzied destruction of the realm. With a thunderous roar, a forest was flattened, and a massive mushroom cloud ascended, wreaking havoc in the realm of the Supreme Kai. Majin Buu clapped his hands in delight. I am hungry. I must go and find something to eat, he said, patting his belly. However, just as Majin Buu was about to seek sustenance, the eternal dragon had already fulfilled the wish. Suddenly, the entire realm of the Supreme Kai was rejuvenated, bursting back to life. Majin Buu's eyes widened in astonishment. What is happening? Why has the place I destroyed returned to its former state? Such a miraculous phenomenon. Majin Buu scratched his head, displaying a look of utter bewilderment. Approximately 100 kilometers away from Majin Buu, the Supreme Kai and Jebbet exchanged astonished glances, each taken aback by the other's expression. Beside them lay a divine sword, which had also been restored. Supreme Kai, were we not killed by Majin Buu? Jebbet inquired with confusion. Indeed, I distinctly recall being transformed into a chocolate cookie, the Supreme Kai said, wiping the sweat from his brow, his complexion shifting from one shade to another. Have we been resurrected? It appears so. Jebbet scratched his head, equally perplexed. As the two conversed, they suddenly sensed the formidable aura of Majin Buu emanating from afar. It's Majin Buu. How is he still in the Supreme Kai realm? The Supreme Kai's expression shifted dramatically. Supreme Kai, we must leave this place at once, Jebbet declared decisively, realizing that the divine sword was of no use against Majin Buu. Ugh! Jebbet spat at the sword, expressing his disdain. This sword is utterly useless. I had thought it could vanquish Majin Buu, yet we were both defeated by him. No. Consumed by him. The Supreme Kai remarked, "How rude. How dare you spit at the divine sword? Yet, this sword indeed brings great misfortune. I had thought it could genuinely serve a purpose. Old Supreme Kai, this unfilial descendant. I shall remember you. How dare you spit at me?" The divine sword, which was supposed to belong to the Supreme Kai, was said to possess extraordinary power. The Supreme Kai pondered, perhaps the sword is awaiting a worthy individual to wield it, whose strength it may enhance. Isn't the Supreme Kai himself a worthy individual? Jebet sighed. Let us set aside this discussion for now and promptly depart. For the Supreme Kai realm is not safe, suggested the Supreme Kai. Indeed, we must devise an alternative strategy to confront the Majin Buu. Jebet nodded in agreement. In the next moment, the Supreme Kai reached for the divine sword, only to nearly injure his back. The sword was exceedingly heavy. When he attempted to lift it, he found himself unable to do so, for the Eternal Dragon had restored this area to its original state, meaning the sword had regained its former weight. How peculiar. Why can I not lift it now? The Supreme Kai mused, perplexed. Let us not dwell on the sword any longer. We must swiftly exit this place. If Majin Buu discovers us, escape will be impossible, urged Jebet. At that moment, Majin Buu was surveying the skies above. The Supreme Kai realm had returned to its previous form, and Majin Buu had yet to emerge from his confusion. Soon, he caught sight of the Supreme Kai and Jebet in the distance. Were these two not consumed by me? How have you returned? Does this mean I can feast on you infinitely? Though the revival process takes a while, it has indeed been ages since I savored human-shaped chocolate. Majin Buu swiftly approached the location of the Supreme Kai and Jebet. Cleverly, the Supreme Kai grasped Jebet and executed an instant transmission. Whoosh! Majin Buu lunged, but missed entirely, crashing headfirst into the ground, his head deeply embedded in the earth. Moments later, Buu emerged from the ground, brushing off the dirt from his body. Where did they go? They've escaped. However, in the next instant, Buu turned his head and spotted the divine sword lying on the ground. He scratched his head, recalling, I remember this sword. It can transform into chocolate, and not just any chocolate, but a filled one. How delightful. The old Kai trembled in fear. You two scoundrels. You abandoned me and ran away. It's over for me. I am to be consumed once more. Buu bent down to grasp the hilt of the sword, exerting a gentle force, yet it remained immovable. His eyes widened in astonishment. Why has this sword become even heavier than before? With renewed effort, Buu finally managed to lift the divine sword. He scrutinized the blade, which quivered more violently than ever. It trembles, Buu muttered. Heh. I shall transform you into a chocolate delight. The antennae atop Buu's head were now directed toward the divine sword, pulsating with swirling purple and white electric sparks. The Elder Kai was filled with despair. This is the end. I am to be devoured, transformed into chocolate. Buu shouted. Just then, as the purple and white lightning surged toward the divine sword, Lufan appeared on the scene through instantaneous movement, delivering a swift kick that sent Buu flying. Bang, bang, bang. Buu's body rolled across the ground, tumbling several hundred times, and upon landing, he nearly lost consciousness. Lufan stepped forward to catch the falling divine sword. Chapter 93, Buu. I present you with two choices, dear Elder Kai. I have saved your life. How do you intend to express your gratitude? Lufan inquired with a cheerful smile, gazing at the divine sword. The Elder Kai pondered, who is this young man? His attire suggests he is a Kai. How peculiar. Since when did the Kais change their skin color? His hair remains black. Well, none of that matters. From his words, it is clear he knows that I am sealed within this sword. How wonderful. I shall finally see the light of day again, the Elder Kai thought, tears streaming down his face. However, releasing you now would be inappropriate. You would disrupt the unfolding narrative, Lufan remarked. The Elder Kai responded. What do you mean? What narrative? You speak in a manner that eludes my comprehension. Thus, it is perhaps best to return you to your original position, said Lufan, as he ascended into the sky and plunged the divine sword into the peak of the mountain as it once was. The old king of the realm, please release me. Why do the current deities of the realm seem increasingly unreliable? You are fully aware that I am sealed within. Why do you not release me? The old Kai's nostrils flared in indignation. It is indeed far more perfect when inserted in its previous location, sighed Lufan. The old Kai, overwhelmed with a myriad of frustrations, thought to himself, youngster, I shall remember you. You are even more detestable than that attendant of the Supreme Kai, who remains oblivious to my existence. You are aware yet refuse to release me. Oh, esteemed old Kai. There shall come a day when a fated individual will set you free. Lu Fan spoke. The old Kai replied, take care. Lu Fan stepped forward and gently patted the hilt of the divine sword. The old Kai, incensed, nearly lost his breath. This mischievous brat. Just wait for me. With a swift motion, Lu Fan disregarded the old Kai and descended rapidly beside Majin Buu. Shaking his head, Majin Buu rose from the ground and instantly fixed his gaze upon Lu Fan. Was that you who kicked me just now? Buu inquired, his expression darkening. However, after uttering these words, he suddenly recognized Lu Fan. I remember you. You are that cola guy. Buu's eyes brightened. Lu Fan replied, what a ridiculous title, cola guy. Your cola is quite delightful. Do bring me another bottle. I will overlook that kick you delivered earlier. Buu extended his hand expectantly. Was the lesson I imparted last time insufficient? Lu Fan chuckled amiably. Buu's pupils dilated as memories of being sent flying by Lu Fan's palm flooded his mind. Last time, I was unprepared. This time, I shall not be defeated by you. Buu grinned widely. With a sudden release of energy, a stream of white gas erupted from the openings in Buu's head and shoulders. Majin Buu swiftly maximized his energy. Hey, he shouted, launching a powerful punch at Lu Fan. Smack! The punch landed squarely on Lu Fan's chest, yet he did not even flinch, deeming it unnecessary. Buu grinned, his expression brimming with pride. However, his smile gradually froze in place as he became horrified. He discovered that his fist seemed to disintegrate upon contact with the cola guy, as though it were being destroyed by an unseen force, rapidly dissipating. Simultaneously, his arm began to vanish as well, akin to a soap bubble bursting in an instant. The speed of this disintegration was alarmingly swift, quickly threatening to reach his shoulder. Buu was terrified. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly swung his left hand, and a flash of light streaked past his arm. With a decisive action, he severed his own arm to halt the spread of the destructive energy. Buu's pupils contracted in fear as he leaped back. Panic etched across his face as he gazed at Lu Fan. He was genuinely frightened. The preceding scene instilled in him an overwhelming terror. Had he been just a moment slower, he might have truly met his demise. No, it was I who attempted to strike him, and yet I would have perished. Buu's apprehension grew. He dared not throw another punch at Lu Fan. It was simply too terrifying. I almost died from hitting you. Should I continue? Lu Fan grinned widely. Transform into chocolate. Buu spoke, his antennae emitting a flicker of violet and white electricity, which swiftly enveloped Rofan. And then, there was nothing further. This Rofan, a manifestation of the Kaioshin, was merely a projection controlled by Rofan himself, a mere orb of destructive energy. Yet, even such an orb managed to transform into chocolate. However, it would be inaccurate to assert that there was no continuation. The violet and white electricity that struck Rofan was immediately shattered by the overwhelming destructive energy emanating from his being. Buu's eyes widened in sheer astonishment. In the next moment, his knees buckled, and he knelt down. How could this Coke man be even more terrifying than that cat person? But genuinely felt he could not contend with him. I shall concede, lest I truly be annihilated. You have two choices, ponder them well. Rofan smiled, but nodded in response. The first choice is for me to obliterate you. Rofan stated. Buu exclaimed, is this truly the choice you present to me? Vigorously shaking his head. The second option is to seal you away, awaiting a destined savior. Rofan continued. A destined savior? Buu displayed a perplexed expression. Who is this fated individual? As for who that destined individual might be, you shall have to await patiently. If fortune does not favor you, it is merely a reflection of your ill fate, Rofan replied. Choose swiftly. I am quite busy. Otherwise, I could simply crush you. As sealing you away is rather tedious, Rofan contemplated. I shall seal myself, Buu declared, raising his hand slightly to conjure a magic egg, nearly identical to the one crafted by Bibidi long ago. Without a moment's hesitation, Majin Buu dove into the egg, curling himself into a ball. With a snap, the egg's lid was closed. Rofan, taken aback by Buu's compliance, felt no need for further courtesy and unleashed a beam of light upon the seal. The light quickly enveloped the magic egg, and Majin Buu was sealed once more. In a swift motion, Rofan utilized instant transmission, arriving on Earth in an instant. He cast the sealed Majin Buu onto a great mountain on Earth. Ah, the terrestrial environment is indeed comfortable, Rofan mused, gazing skyward and inhaling deeply. By the way, Bulma must have grown into a young lady by now. I should pay her a visit. In the sixth universe, within the realm of the Kaioshin, Kampo waited in vain for the return of Kaioshin Fuwat. His attendants had already replaced his tea several times. Something must have gone awry. Kampa stood, his expression darkening. What should we do? His attendant had no suggestions. Damn it. I shall go see for myself. Xiangpa gritted his teeth, daring not to linger for even a moment. With a swish, a purplish-red flame erupted from his being, transforming into a streak of light that swiftly darted towards the direction of the seventh universe. Please, Supreme Kai, do not perish. If you were to perish, I would vanish like Beerus, and that would indeed be quite distressing. Kampa accelerated his pace to the utmost. In the seventh universe, within the realm of the gods of destruction, Whis held his staff, peering through the crystal orb atop it to observe the cosmos. Whis, do you truly believe that Kampa will resurrect Beerus? Inquired the oracle fish. What if he wishes for something else? Oh dear, it appears that is unnecessary. Whis replied with a smile. Lord Lufon has already made a wish to the eternal dragon. Has Lufon gathered the Super Dragon Balls? The oracle fish exclaimed in surprise. Rather than saying Lufon collected the Super Dragon Balls, it would be more accurate to state that Lufon seized Kampa's Super Dragon Balls. Whis sighed. The oracle fish remarked. Our destroyer certainly possesses a unique personality, and then quickly inquired, what wish did Lufon make? He had no particular wish. He primarily desired to summon the eternal dragon to behold its appearance, Whis explained. The oracle fish fell silent. Are you not occupied? Do you find it intriguing to imagine what the dragon of the gods looks like? Subsequently, Lord Lufon casually made a wish to restore the King of Worlds to its state from 20 years ago. Whis added that this refers to the time before Majin Buu arrived in the realm of the King of Worlds. In other words, has the Supreme Kai of the universe been resurrected? The prophetic fish immediately grasped the implication. Indeed, he has been revived, Whis affirmed with a nod. But isn't Majin Buu still in the realm of the King of Worlds? Shouldn't we hasten to rescue him before he is devoured again right after his resurrection? The prophetic fish wiped his brow in concern. Fortunately, the Supreme Kai has already fled, Whis replied with a smile. Have you learned from your previous mistakes? The prophetic fish sighed. Lord Lufon also took a trip to the realm of the King of Worlds and sealed Majin Buu away, Whis continued. Is that so? I shall check if Beerus has returned, the prophetic fish proclaimed as he soared into the sky, glancing through the windows of the castle. Through the window, the prophetic fish beheld Beerus soundly asleep in bed. Whoosh. The prophetic fish swiftly returned to Whis' side. Indeed, Beerus has returned, but he remains in slumber. The prophetic fish lamented. Perhaps Lord Beerus is unaware that he has vanished while asleep, Whis chuckled ruefully. Surely, Lord Beerus cannot be that foolish. He must know if he has perished, the prophetic fish retorted, at a loss for words. In truth, Lord Beerus has not died in the conventional sense. He has merely disappeared suddenly, his soul having vanished along with him, Whis elucidated. Thus, while in slumber, Lord Beerus is likely oblivious to the events that have transpired. The prophetic fish fell into a brief silence. So, Whis, who are the true deities of destruction and Supreme Kai in our universe now? The prophetic fish inquired. Naturally. It is still Lord Lufon, Whis replied. And the Supreme Kai? Is he still concurrently serving in that capacity? The prophetic fish further questioned. Yes, unless Lord Lufon abdicates. The current Supreme Kai and God of Destruction cannot resume their positions, Whis responded. Are you implying that Lord Beerus and the former Supreme Kai have effectively retired? The prophetic fish sighed. Precisely, that is the case, was confirmed with a nod. Should we not expel Beerus from the castle? As he has already retired, and it seems inappropriate for him to occupy it? The prophetic fish suggested, casting a glance toward the castle. Whis remarked, you truly are bold. You do not even allow others to reside. Let us speak of this later. Should Lord Ruffin choose to stay, it would necessitate the expulsion of Lord Beerus. Whis gazed up at the castle, filled with anticipation. The oracle fish responded, I eagerly await this. Whis remarked, the cola is delightful. And that lazy fellow Beerus cannot even be compared to Lord Ruffin. The oracle fish sighed in agreement. Indeed, who could argue otherwise? Whis nodded in acknowledgement. Wait. What does it mean that Lord Ruffin resurrected Beerus? Does he intend to relinquish his position to Beerus? Could it be that he has grown weary of being a god of destruction? The oracle fish suddenly pondered, his expression shifting. Whis explained, Lord Ruffin believes that Lord Beerus is the mightiest god of destruction. Should the strongest god of destruction simply vanish, he would be left without anyone to challenge. That startled me. So he intends to confront other gods of destruction. The oracle fish exhaled in relief. That seems plausible, Whis nodded. What level of power has Lord Ruffin attained now? Can he surpass Kampa? The oracle fish inquired. It is difficult to ascertain without direct combat, Whis shook his head. However, It appears that his god of destruction body is now on par with Compass. Of course, this is merely my conjecture. The specifics remain to be verified. What? His god of destruction body is already comparable to Compass? The oracle fish was taken aback. Then what of his god of destruction form? Surely he would easily dominate Compa. Precisely. Yet, I cannot definitively state that, as without combat, in the absence of unleashed destructive power, it is challenging to discern. Whis smiled. In the 7th universe. At the edge of the cosmos, after nearly 30 hours of travel, Compa finally arrived in this region. A journey of 30 hours from the realm of the Kais is considered quite swift. Upon his arrival, Compa discovered that the Super Dragon Balls had indeed vanished. As anticipated, Fuwa was also unconscious. Cursed Riffin, I shall not let this go. Compa seethed, gritting his teeth as he hurried to awaken Fuwa. Even if you manage to incapacitate the Supreme Kai, it is imperative that you place him in a secure location. You have cast him to the edge of the universe. What if he perishes? If he dies, I too shall vanish. FWA gradually stirred to consciousness. Huh, Lord Xiangpa? FWA was taken aback, widening his eyes as he gazed at Xiangpa, scratching his head and inquiring, What brings you here, Lord Xiangpa? Xiangpa remained silent, his expression dark as he regarded FWA. You, my friend, should have teleported to this place and taken me along with you. You departed without affording anyone a moment to react. It dawned on me that you summoned me to retrieve the Super Dragon Balls. Fuwa tapped his temple, regaining his composure, and offered a wry smile. Uncertain of who had ambushed him, upon entering this region, he had been rendered unconscious, a sensation eerily reminiscent of a previous incident. Chapter 95 Compass. You mean Lufon intends to challenge me? I know who it is. It is the god of destruction of the 7th universe. Compass grimaced with frustration. The god of destruction of the 7th universe? I bear him no animosity, Fuwa replied, somewhat bewildered. Setting that aside, an ominous premonition washed over me. I feared that the other Dragon Balls would fall into the hands of that god of destruction. Suddenly, a realization struck Compass, his expression darkening considerably. This is disastrous. I have surely fallen victim to a diversion. That rascal Lufon has likely pilfered my remaining Dragon Balls. Could it be that the Eternal Dragon has already been summoned? Compass's countenance shifted dramatically. Lord Compass, where are the other Dragon Balls? I shall investigate at once, Fuwa said, his demeanor turning grave. The remaining Dragon Balls are located within our 6th universe. The coordinates are. Compass recited the coordinates. Kai Kai. Fuwa began to chant the incantation, preparing to teleport. Bang. Compass slapped him, sending Fuwa tumbling through the air. The teleportation was interrupted. Fuwa looked utterly perplexed, gazing at Compass with confusion. Why did you strike me, Lord Compass? Fuwa inquired. You fool. You should have taken me with you. Compass retorted, his expression dark. Had I been by your side, you would not have been ambushed by that brat. Well, that is indeed a valid point. I admit my oversight, Fuwa nodded, acknowledging Compass's reasoning. Compass fell silent, reflecting on the apparent foolishness of the god of destruction, though he mused that he was likely more competent than the former god of destruction of the 7th universe. I suppose I must rely on my own fortune. Kai Kai. Fuwa teleported with Compass, instantaneously arriving at the celestial expanse where the Super Dragon Balls had been placed. Indeed, the vastness of space was devoid of all. The Super Dragon Balls had vanished without a trace. Curse Lufon. Watch how I deal with you. Compass trembled with rage. Lufon? Is that the name of the god of destruction? Fuwa scratched his head. Humph. Return me to the realm of the gods of destruction at once. Compass gritted his teeth. Very well, Fuwa acquiesced. Kai Kai. He teleported with Compass, swiftly returning to the realm of the gods of destruction. Oh my, is that you, Lord God of Destruction? Beerus greeted politely. Greetings, Lord Beerus, Fuwa replied. The Supreme Kai Fuwa bowed respectfully. What has transpired with Lord Zampa? You appear quite vexed, Bardos inquired. Lord Zampa's Super Dragon Balls have been pilfered by a Supreme Kai named Lufon, Fuwa replied with a wry smile, scratching his head. As his right hand grazed his ear, he suddenly realized that his Patera earrings were missing. Could it be that he has taken my Patera earrings as well? Ah, indeed, the Supreme Kai has guessed correctly. Bardos chuckled. Fuwa pondered, is it truly him? As a Supreme Kai, does he not possess the legacy of the previous Supreme Kai's Patera earrings? Alternatively, could he not forge a pair of earrings himself? Fuwa fell silent, seemingly contemplating the satisfaction that might come from such a theft. Bardos remarked. It appears he finds greater fulfillment in taking than in creating. Fuwa chose not to respond further. Do not take what is mine. It is the seventh universe's to claim, said Kampa with a frown. Bardos, the 7 Super Dragon Balls I painstakingly gathered have vanished. Could it be that Lufon has made a wish? Very well, let me investigate, Bardos replied, nodding as she grasped her staff to probe the matter. Then I shall take my leave, Whis said, waving to Kampa and Bardos. He wished to remain uninvolved in these affairs. After uttering these words, Whis vanished instantaneously through teleportation. After a brief moment of inquiry, Bardos found the answer. Indeed. It was Lufon who summoned the Dragon of the Gods and made his wish, she reported. What? Is that truly the case? Kampa exclaimed, baring his teeth. I spent nearly 2 decades painstakingly collecting these 7 Dragon Balls, only for you to take them all at once. You are utterly shameless. What wish did he make? Kampa inquired, his expression perplexed. He wished for the resurrection of the former Lord of the Kais. Beerus interjected, which would also lead to Lord Beerus's revival. Kampa was momentarily taken aback, finding himself somewhat bewildered. You should have mentioned it earlier. You should have mentioned your wish earlier. What was the point of my efforts? My desire is to see Beerus return. Lu Fan, you rascal, you thought of the same thing as I did. My heart can finally be at ease. Why did Lu Fan make such a wish? Xiang Pa casually inquired. Perhaps Lu Fan seeks to challenge a higher level, Bados mused. What do you mean? Xiang Pa asked. Perplexed. Lord Xiang Pa, if you have time lately, you should focus on your training, Bados suggested. Are you implying that Lu Fan wishes to challenge me? Xiang Pa began to comprehend. Don't jest. He, a mere Kaishin, thinks he can challenge me, a god of destruction? I've faced him before, and in our encounter, I obliterated his outer garment. He should be aware that I was holding back at that time. Otherwise, his body would have been thoroughly annihilated. No, Lord Xiang Pa. I believe Lu Fan intends to use you as a stepping stone to ascend even higher, Bados reflected. What did you just say? Xiang Pa's expression darkened. Am I merely a stepping stone? For instance, to challenge the mightiest gods of destruction, like Lord Beerus or Lord Quitella, Bados smiled. Xiang Pa fell into a brief silence. Bados, please refrain from jesting. I acknowledge that Lu Fan is the strongest Kaishin, but for him to challenge us, the gods of destruction, is merely inviting his own doom. Xiang Pa scoffed, his face betraying disdain. Unbeknownst to Xiang Pa, Lu Fan's true identity was that of a god of destruction, the god of destruction of the new universe. Besides a select few angels and high priests, the other gods of destruction and Kaishins remained oblivious to this fact. In the 7th universe, on a certain planet, the Kaishin and Jebet had fled to this celestial body. The two cautiously gazed towards the realm of the Kaishins. They then observed the now tranquil Kaishin realm, a realm devoid of the menace that was Majin Buu. The Kaishin and Jebet exchanged glances. Where is Majin Buu, my lord? Jebet queried, somewhat bewildered. I truly have not detected any trace of Majin Buu, the Kaishin replied solemnly. They scrutinized their surroundings for an extended period. It became evident to both the Kaishin and Jebet that Majin Buu had mysteriously vanished. Could it be that the feline being sealed him away? The Kaishin speculated. Chapter 96. A long-awaited reunion with Bulma that is certainly a possibility. He must have been wary of Majin Buu's formidable power. Jebet nodded in agreement. Let us return for now, the Kaishin suggested. No, my lord, allow me to return first. Jebet insisted, suggesting that if Majin Buu remained unfound, the Kaishin could return later without haste. No, I cannot allow you to take such risks. The god of destruction shook his head with a grave expression. For the sake of Lord God of Destruction, I would brave fire and water without hesitation, replied Jebet, his countenance serious. With a swift motion, Jebet vanished in an instant through teleportation. Upon returning to the realm of the god of destruction, Jebet meticulously explored the surroundings, trembling with trepidation for 3 days and nights. Now, Jebet could ascertain with absolute certainty that Majin Buu had vanished. He invited the god of destruction back, and gradually, the realm of the 7th universe returned to its former tranquility. However, their primary task remained the pursuit of Majin Buu's whereabouts. On Earth, at the headquarters of Capsule Corporation, Dr. Briefs inquired during a meal, Bulma, do you think those 2 Saiyans arriving on Earth in about 6 months will be Ruffin and Vegeta? Who knows? Bulma shook her head. Oh dear, if Ruffin comes. He should not be a villain, remarked Piccini. Perhaps he has turned to darkness, Bulma pouted, adding, besides, even if Ruffin is not a bad person, Vegeta certainly is. He was intent on killing my mother when he first arrived on Earth 20 years ago. Is that true? Piccini recalled vaguely. Ruffin is so shameless. He has been gone for over 20 years without a word. Bulma huffed in annoyance. Yes, indeed. Bulma is still single. Is she waiting for Ruffin's return? Piccini smiled. What if Ruffin has truly become a villain? Wouldn't you be waiting in vain, Bulma? Dr. Briefs adjusted his glasses. Bulma felt tears welling up. I despise you, Ruffin. If you are indeed one of the two Saiyans that Raditz spoke of, I will sever all ties with you. After finishing her meal, Bulma returned to her bedroom. She entered the bathroom, soaking in the bathtub, staring blankly at the ceiling. Ruffin, have you truly turned to the dark side? In 6 months, will you come to invade Earth along with that Saiyan named Vegeta? Suddenly, as Bulma pondered, a spectral figure gradually materialized in her bathroom. Bulma was terrified, her complexion turning pale. With a crackle, the apparition transformed into a swirling mass of purple-red flames. The flames swiftly morphed into the likeness of Ruffin. Ah! Bulma exclaimed in shock at the sight of the unfamiliar man. The sound reverberated throughout the bathroom. However, in the next moment, as she focused intently, Bulma realized that this stranger looked somewhat familiar. Is that you, Ruffin? Bulma rubbed her eyes and looked closely. It is I. Lufan gazed down at Bulma from an elevated position, and the view from here was simply splendid. The new universe, the realm of destruction. Hey, Lufan, you're drooling. Ruasi cast a sidelong glance at him. Am I? Lufan was momentarily taken aback, hastily wiping away the drool, and then absent-mindedly brushed it off on Ruasi. Lufan! Ruasi exclaimed, her chest heaving with indignation. You are truly shameless. You actually wiped your saliva on me. Aren't angels naturally at ease and unrestrained? Lufan asserted with conviction, yet you didn't evade him. Rusi replied. Who would have known you would rub your saliva on me? You are not attacking me. So why should I evade? Rose, you must always maintain a state of utmost ease and not fall prey so easily, Lufan remarked. Rose glared at him. 10 seconds later, hey, you're drooling again, Rose said with a frown. Am I? Lufan scratched his head, wiped his mouth, and extended his hand towards Rose. This time, Rose reacted swiftly and hurriedly dodged. See, your reaction speed is much improved. You should possess this awareness, Lufan chuckled. What exactly did you see? Rose inquired curiously. Is it something delicious? Lufan raised his gaze, silently appraising Rose. Subsequently, he vigorously nodded and admitted, indeed, it is quite a delectable treat. Absolutely delicious. As he spoke, his gaze gradually descended. Rose was momentarily taken aback, primarily because she was of a rather innocent disposition. Delicious, delicious, Lufan marveled, but alas. My body, as the god of destruction, cannot partake in anything while in the 7th universe. Is that so? Rose nodded in understanding. What could possibly be so appetizing that it makes you drool? She asked, a hint of confusion in her voice. You wouldn't comprehend, Lufan gently shook his head. Rose grew even more curious. What is this delectable dish? It's a pity I cannot see it. The body of Lufan as the god of destruction is visible only to him. Although I am an angel, I cannot perceive the happenings through his body. Since it is something delicious, why not hurry and indulge? Have your god of destruction teleport back and take you there, Rose suggested. Let us wait a moment. Such delicacies require nurturing. One cannot simply rush to consume them, Lufan pondered, and the longer these delicacies are nurtured, the more exquisite their flavor becomes. Rose contemplated this. What kind of delicacy could it be that requires such nurturing to enhance its taste? I have never heard of such a culinary marvel existing. The cola you have crafted is undoubtedly the most delightful beverage. Now I am tempted to taste it as well. Rose smacks her lips, expressing her eagerness. Yes, let us indulge together. Ruffin nods vigorously. Really? Can I truly savor exquisite delicacies alongside you? Rose's brows furrow slightly, feeling that Ruffin is exceedingly kind. I just worry you might find it unappetizing, Ruffin muses. What delectable dish could I possibly find unpalatable? Rose inquires, somewhat perplexed. For me, it is effortlessly enjoyable. Yet for you, it may require considerable courage, Ruffin replies. Rose is even more bewildered. What sort of culinary delight is it? Such that you find it delectable, while I must summon great bravery to partake. I cannot comprehend. Chapter 97. I am soaking in divinity 7th universe, Earth. Ruffin? Am I not dreaming? Is it truly you? Bulma rubs her eyes once more. Yes, it is indeed me, Ruffin affirms with a nod. You are certainly not dreaming. I feel as though I am in a dream myself. As Ruffin speaks, he gazes intently at Bulma without blinking. Bulma suddenly realizes she is in a bathtub. Her face turns as crimson as an apple, and her entire body seems to take on the hue of a boiled lobster. Ah, please step outside, Bulma exclaims in shock. There is no rush. It has been quite a while since we last met. and you have blossomed into a young lady, Ruffin reflects. Bulma retorts, what do you mean there is no rush? This is a matter of propriety between men and women. Are you still watching? Lu Fan inquired, his tone slightly impolite. I'll step out and wait for you. With a smile, he passed through the wall effortlessly. Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, where did he go? He vanished suddenly? After more than 20 years, have you mastered the art of walking through walls? Hurriedly, Bulma cleaned herself up, donned her attire, and opened the door to find Lu Fan already waiting in the room. It truly is you, Lu Fan, she said, approaching him and scrutinizing him from head to toe. Lu Fan reciprocated the gesture, observing Bulma closely. I must admit, I barely recognized you once you put on clothes, he commented. How rude. Bulma retorted, her cheeks flushed. Tell me, have you missed me over the years? Lu Fan asked. As if I would think of you. You left for 20 years. Bulma's face darkened at the thought, lamenting, we had agreed you would return to visit, yet my youth has slipped away. It seems you are nearing 30. Lu Fan sighed. Reflecting on the passage of time, time flies, and the years weigh heavily upon us. What are you saying? You make it sound like I'm already old. Bulma snapped, visibly irritated. A woman at 30 is like a crumbling tofu, Lu Fan quipped. You are the crumbling tofu, Bulma exclaimed, her chest rising and falling with indignation. Are you a broken record? Lu Fan pondered. I'll take you on, Bulma declared, lunging towards him. They engaged in playful banter for a brief moment. Though it was far from what some might imagine, Lu Fan's presence here was that of the Supreme Kai, controlled by the essence of a god of destruction. This Supreme Kai form was merely an embodiment of energy, indeed limited in actions. However, the occasional sensations felt by the Supreme Kai would be transmitted to Lu Fan in the new universe. Bulma, do you have a boyfriend? Lu Fan asked. Is that how you inquire? If you wish to pursue me, could you be a bit more subtle? Bulma responded, her cheeks tinged with color. Did I ever say I wanted to pursue you? Lu Fan scratched his head in confusion. I see, you were merely trying to provoke me, Bulma glared at him. I just wanted to see you because I missed you, Lu Fan admitted. I do not have a boyfriend. Bulma pouted. Has anyone pursued you? Lu Fan inquired. Of course. With my beauty, charm, and excellence, there are countless suitors vying for my attention, Bulma replied, brimming with pride. Is that so? Like whom? Lu Fan asked, gesturing to his chest. Smack. Lu Fan retrieved a crystal ball from his chest, causing Bulma's eyes to nearly pop out of their sockets. What an enormous egg. Where did it come from? Just a moment ago, your chest appeared so flat. Lu Fan smiled as he replied, this crystal ball is truly extraordinary, simply utter a name, and it will reveal them here. He placed the crystal ball on the bed. Is that really true? Bulma asked, her skepticism evident. Should I really say the name? Yes. Indeed, Lu Fan encouraged. Just mention someone who has pursued you, and it will display their presence. Oolong, Bulma declared. Lu Fan wiped the sweat from his brow with great intensity. You can even speak to pigs, she exclaimed. Suddenly, a small pig materialized within the crystal ball. Bulma remarked, it truly can display images. At that moment, the pig was seen singing in a KTV lounge, surrounded by numerous beautiful women. Lu Fan observed the scene and mused, this pig certainly knows how to indulge itself. How could it afford such lavish entertainment? Could it have sold its tail? Bulma, eager to see more, urged Lu Fan to swipe the crystal ball. Instantly, it revealed past moments featuring Oolong and Bulma, from their initial acquaintance to Oolong's relocation to the city. Their interactions were devoid of any intimate gestures. Naturally, Bulma could not perceive these memories. Change it, she insisted, promptly suggesting another name. Although Lu Fan had never heard of this individual, the crystal ball displayed his likeness. Additionally, snippets of his history with Bulma surfaced, revealing that he was a classmate who had long pursued her. However, after Bulma left school, they lost touch, and their relationship lacked any closeness. It appeared to be a one-sided affection from the classmate. How fascinating, Bulma exclaimed. Now, let us see Lu Ping. With a snap, Lu Ping's image appeared, diligently training in the mountains in preparation for the arrival of the Saiyans. Simultaneously, Lu Fan viewed snippets of Lu Ping's past interactions with Bulma. He recognized that their encounter occurred during Bulma's quest for the Dragon Balls. However, Bulma harbored no feelings for Lu Ping, while he was infatuated with her and subsequently pursued her, to no avail. Should I continue? Bulma teased. They are all vying for my affection. She laughed. Now you see how captivating I am. I could grant you a chance to pursue me. Typically, I attract divine beings. Lu Fan sighed. You truly put me in a difficult position. Indeed, I am a goddess, Bulma giggled. Lu Fan responded, I find myself at a loss for words. All right, no more jokes. Can this truly reveal anyone? Bulma inquired. Indeed, Lu Fan confirmed. Can we see what Sun Wukong is doing? Bulma asked. You don't know Sun Wukong, do you? But I'm sure you've heard of him. He's also a Saiyan. Chapter 98. Bulma, I have become divine. I know him. I've seen him in another realm. Lu Fan Dao. Oh, when did you see him? Bulma was taken aback. It was just 3 days ago. I met him 3 days prior, Lu Fan replied thoughtfully. Were you perhaps seeing ghosts 3 days ago? Bulma exclaimed. For she was acutely aware that Sun Wukong had long since passed away, having died over 6 months ago. Lu Fan claimed to have encountered Sun Wukong 3 days earlier. What else could that be but a haunting? Your argument is quite compelling. I find myself at a loss for words, Lu Fan nodded. Bulma fell silent. Stop joking around. Let us see how Sun Wukong is doing. Bulma urged hastily. With a swift motion of his hand, Lu Fan conjured the image of Sun Wukong within a crystal ball. At that moment, Sun Wukong was training on the King Kai's planet. The King Kai raised his right hand high, summoning a brick from the heavens. Observing Sun Wukong, a sphere of light coalesced in his right hand. All right, let's go. You must keep up with the speed of this brick, commanded the King Kai. Whoosh. The brick flew rapidly. With intense focus, Sun Wukong swung his hand decisively. Boom. The swiftly moving brick shattered into countless pieces in the sky. Well done, Sun Wukong. I didn't expect your spirit bomb to be wielded with such finesse, the King Kai remarked with satisfaction. With such prowess in the spirit bomb, combined with the King Kai fist, if all went well, they might indeed be capable of defeating Vegeta. I understand. I will do my best, Sun Wukong replied. Oh, how remarkable. I can even hear the sounds. Bulma gasped in astonishment. Hee, am I not impressive? Lu Fan replied, scrutinizing the past interactions between Sun Wukong and Bulma. Although they had known each other for quite some time, contrary to Lu Fan's expectations, Sun Wukong had not made any inappropriate advances toward Bulma. Even when they encountered Master Roshi later, he similarly did not target Bulma, as she had once stated, I have a boyfriend. Let us take a look at Gohan. Bulma murmured. To be honest, my greatest concern right now is for Sun Wukong's son, Gohan. He has been taken by Demon King Piccolo. Lu Fan acknowledged. Ahem. You might not know, but that Demon King Piccolo is incredibly fearsome. He once aspired to conquer the entire world, but was ultimately defeated by Sun Wukong, Bulma explained. Now, I'm very worried about what might happen to Gohan after being taken away. He wouldn't eat him, would he? Lu Fan pondered thoughtfully. Bulma immediately felt a wave of dread wash over her. Please refrain from making such remarks. Such words render me hesitant to gaze upon it. Yet, let us take a look. With a gentle wave of his hand, Lu Fan summoned forth the image within the crystal ball. A resounding pop echoed as the figures of Son Gohan and Piccolo materialized. Alas, Son Gohan bore the marks of a recent battle, his face bruised, seated upon the ground. Groaning in agony, beside him sat none other than the formidable Piccolo. Humph, after 6 months, you finally shed your weeping tendencies, Piccolo remarked with a light chuckle. Hee. Son Gohan grinned foolishly, then inquired, Uncle Piccolo, did you ever fight with my father? Our battle is not yet concluded. Once I have vanquished the Saiyans, your father shall be next, Piccolo replied matter-of-factly. However, my father once mentioned that the reborn Piccolo is no longer the ruthless fiend he once was, Son Gohan smiled. Humph. Piccolo bared his teeth. I think so too. Even though my mother and grandfather harbor a great fear of you, Son Gohan continued cheerfully. Enough of your prattle. Off to sleep now? Tomorrow's training shall not be so lenient. Piccolo barked. Son Gohan promptly succumbed to slumber. That foolish child. Piccolo gritted his teeth. Oh, it seems they are getting along quite well. Perhaps I worried unnecessarily, Bulma exhaled in relief. I was genuinely concerned that Piccolo might devour Gohan. And who else should we watch? Lu Fan inquired. Let us cease for now, Bulma shook her head. Lu Fan, do share what you have been engaged in for these past 20 years. Me? If I were to recount my tale, it would require multiple chapters, Lu Fan mused, resting his chin on his hand. Multiple chapters? Bulma blinked in surprise. If my story were to be penned as a novel, with 2,000 words per chapter, I believe the events of these 20 years would necessitate at least 60 chapters, Lu Fan contemplated. Bulma fell silent, her words escaping her. Your description seems quite accurate. Please, allow me to succinctly elaborate on the concept of becoming a deity. In essence, I have ascended to divinity. Lu Fan flashed a grin. Ascended to divinity? Bulma was taken aback. Is it akin to the god of earth? Allow me to enlighten you. Lufan responded. The god of earth is the lowest tier of deities. And what follows? Bulma inquired. Next in line is the god of the galaxy, which pertains to the deities of a specific galaxy. For instance, the galaxy that houses Earth is referred to as the solar system, yet it only contains Earth as its singular life-sustaining planet, Lufan elucidated. In contrast, numerous life-bearing planets exist in other galaxies, thus elevating the status of the galaxy god above that of individual planetary deities. And what is above the god of the galaxy? Bulma pressed further. Following that is the god of the Milky Way, Lufan explained, essentially the deity of this very galaxy. The Milky Way, Bulma remarked as she approached the window, gazing skyward, is indeed vast. Even my father's spacecraft has yet to traverse beyond the confines of the Milky Way. Do you comprehend the enormity of the Milky Way? It is said to span a diameter of 100,000 light-years. Thus, my destructive capabilities still fall significantly short, merely serving to intimidate a solitary star in the new universe. Lufan nodded in agreement. Indeed, the diameter of the Milky Way reaches 100,000 light-years. At that moment, the destruction Lufan had amassed, while extending a full light-year in diameter, appeared minuscule in comparison to the grandeur of a galaxy. Furthermore, in the mature universe, galaxies akin to the Milky Way abound in abundance. Bulma was left in a state of bewilderment. What are you saying? I can't comprehend, Bulma remarked, dismissing the trivialities. Are you now a deity of the galaxy? No, my divinity surpasses that of the galaxy, Lufan replied. Surpassing the galaxy? What kind of deity is that? Bulma inquired. Astonished. The King of Worlds, Lufan elucidated. The King of Worlds? Bulma was taken aback. That short fellow beside Son Goku is the King of Worlds, to be precise. The North King of Worlds, Lufan explained. There are a total of 5 Kings of Worlds, divided into the 4 cardinal directions and presided over by the Grand King of Worlds. The Kings of Worlds are responsible for managing their respective universes, while the Grand King relays information to a higher echelon of deities, known as the King of Gods. Chapter 99. Angels, above you? Are you implying that you are the King of Gods? Bulma's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed unwaveringly at Lufan. Indeed, you have finally grasped the concept. Lufan nodded. Does that mean you govern this entire universe? Bulma asked. Bulma, you are exceptionally astute. Your deduction is entirely correct, Lufan acknowledged. Over the years, I have diligently overseen our universe, and after elevating it to a certain stature, I finally have a moment of respite to visit you. Bulma fell silent. If this were true, it would be utterly terrifying. Is there a deity even more exalted than the King of Gods? Bulma queried. Indeed, Lufan affirmed. What? There is still another? Haven't you already claimed dominion over the entire universe? Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be the Grand King of Gods? Not quite. The deity above the King of Gods is the angels, Lufan clarified. Angels? The kind with wings? Bulma paused slightly. The angels you refer to are a mythological concept from Earth, which is not to be confused with my notion of angels, Lufan smiled. Angels are above you? Bulma marveled. Yes, I must admit, I have a preference for female angels being above me. It is of no concern, Lufan declared. One day, everything will be turned around. Bulma interjected, I feel as though you're being suggestive. The manner in which you are driving this vehicle has rendered my steering wheel nearly untraceable. Please hold on a moment. Why do I sense that something feels amiss? Previously, you mentioned engaging with a goddess. Could it be that the goddess you referenced is none other than a celestial angel? A tremor of apprehension coursed through Bulma as she directed her gaze towards Lufan, inquiring. You are correct, Lufan acknowledged, revealing nothing to conceal. It is indeed preferable to inform Bulma of such matters sooner rather than later. Bulma, cannot you deceive me with a mere lie? Humph, then why have you returned to seek me? Bulma expressed her displeasure. The divine possesses its own essence, and humanity has its distinct flavor. They are not the same, Lufan asserted confidently. Bulma fell into a moment of silence. By the way, Lufan, are you aware of Goku's situation? Bulma inquired. If you truly are a deity, you must be cognizant of the events unfolding on Earth, am I correct? Indeed. I am fully aware. There is nothing within this universe of which I am ignorant, Lufan nodded. Bulma found herself at a loss for words. I believe I have heard those words before. Ah yes, it was from that cat sage. He once uttered something akin to this, Bulma remarked. And what of that prince? Vegeta, who accompanies you? She inquired. He has departed, Lufan replied with a smile. It is worth mentioning that among the 2 Saiyans who have come to Earth, One is indeed he. Are there not 3 Saiyans? Bulma asked, momentarily taken aback. The other is myself, Lufan chuckled. Bulma fell silent. So, if you are a deity, you can vanquish both of them, correct? Bulma asked. You must understand, Bulma, the battles among humans and the existence of Earth are mere phenomena within the cosmic order. Lufan elucidated. Humph, after all this talk, you simply wish to refrain from intervening. Bulma huffed. Worry not, I can ensure your safety, Lufan reassured her with a smile. Knock. Knock knock. At that moment, the door was rapped upon. Bulma, it is your mother, came the voice of Bikini from outside. Mother, the door is unlocked. Please enter. Bulma called. The door was opened by Bikini, and as she stepped inside, her gaze immediately fell upon Lufan beside Bulma. Oh, is that not Lufan? How you have grown. Bikini exclaimed in astonishment. Good day, Aunt, Lufan replied with courtesy. When did you return? Bikini asked with concern. It has been 20 years. Bulma has missed you dearly. Mother, are you being a hindrance? Bulma interjected. Yes, I have missed Bulma as well, Lufan smiled. Humph, what you miss is the angel. Bulma pouted, feeling somewhat glum. Angel? Who is that? Bikini asked, momentarily confused. Mother, do not pry too much. Bulma huffed again. Lufan, what have you been doing all these years? Are you still traversing the cosmos? Bikini inquired. One could say that I have been dedicated to saving our universe all this time, Lufan responded. Lufan replied earnestly, affirming that he was entirely correct. Over the years, Lufan has indeed been the savior of the 7th universe. Were it not for him, the comprehensive level index of the 7th universe would have ranked 2nd to last across the entire cosmos. The term comprehensive level index does not merely refer to the martial prowess of various universes. Rather, it signifies the equilibrium within the universe itself. For a universe to endure and flourish over time, achieving a necessary balance is paramount. As the Grand Priest articulated, if humanity and life forms in a universe proliferate excessively, the resources will gradually become depleted, reaching a critical insufficiency. Conversely, should there be too few beings, the universe will slowly lose its vitality. Hence, mastering this balance is of utmost importance, which is why it falls within the purview of the god of destruction and the supreme Kai. In response to the idealistic remark about saving the universe, BG and I, unsure of how to continue, suggested, since you're back, why not spend some quality time with Bulma? I was thinking the same, Auntie, Lufan nodded. Bulma remained silent, lost in thought. As days turned into weeks, approximately 15 days passed. Suddenly, the Dragon of Earth appeared, casting a shadow over the sky. Has Goku been resurrected? Bulma looked up at the heavens. Indeed, for tomorrow morning, those 2 Saiyans will arrive on Earth. Lufan confirmed with a nod. What? So soon? That's ahead of schedule. Bulma exclaimed in surprise. At 11 a.m. the following day, the spaceship of Naba finally descended upon Earth. With a thunderous roar, a spherical spacecraft plummeted from the sky, crashing into the outskirts of East City, leaving behind a massive crater on the asphalt road. Surrounding the crater, several vehicles lay toppled and damaged, as nearby residents were left in shock. What just happened? Something seems to have fallen from the sky. Look, it's a round object. Many onlookers gathered at the edge of the crater, craning their necks to peer inside. With a creaking sound, the hatch of Naba's spaceship opened, and he stepped out. His appearance was immediately sensed by Piccolo, Gohan, Krillin, Tien, Leping, and Kaiatsu, who were all taken aback. Who is he? A bald giant. Is he an alien? He resembles us quite a bit, although his attire is rather unusual. Could he truly be an extraterrestrial? Numerous Earthlings engaged in animated discussions. Naba's lips curled into a subtle smile. Hee, let me present you with a little greeting. Chapter 100, Naba arrives on Earth. Boom. With a swift motion, Naba brought his index and middle fingers together and raised them forcefully. A tremendous surge of energy radiated from Naba's core, spreading wildly in all directions. A deafening roar echoed, and the entire eastern capital was instantly reduced to rubble. Prince Vegeta, I have successfully arrived on Earth and even brought them a little gift, Naba communicated through his device. Humph, do as you wish, just leave Kakarot to me. And handle the rest as you see fit, Vegeta replied disdainfully. Perfect, I can warm up now. I shall seek them out, starting with the one who killed Raditz. Naba declared, pressing a button on his device to scan the planet for battle power levels. Soon after, he paused in surprise. What is it? Vegeta inquired. Strangely enough, there are more than just 1 or 2 readings of battle power exceeding 1,000, Naba responded, slightly astonished. There's nothing strange about that. They must have been training hard during this past year, Vegeta remarked nonchalantly. It's merely a little over 1,000. With your battle power, you could easily crush them. You are indeed correct, Vegeta, Naba nodded. I've located them. There are 2 readings of the strongest battle power at the same position. I shall go and entertain myself with them. Whoosh. Naba soared into the sky, heading toward the location of Piccolo and Gohan. Ha ha, Vegeta. The gravity on Earth is quite light. I feel extraordinarily agile, Naba laughed maniacally. Vegeta chose to ignore him. As if I have never been to Earth, he scoffed. One has arrived. It's just one person. Piccolo spoke gravely, realizing the intent of their visitor. Yes, Gohan responded, somewhat nervously. Lufon, could you please show me that ball of yours? Bulma eagerly asked. I find myself at a loss regarding which sphere to select, he confessed. Would it be acceptable for me to present it before you? Is it rather premature, perhaps? Hey, Ruffin, what are you hesitating for? Hurry up, Bulma urged. Which sphere? Ruffin inquired. Certainly the one pertaining to the Saiyans. Bulma responded, momentarily taken aback. Be clear about it. Otherwise, one might misconstrue your intentions. Ruffin remarked while wiping his brow. What are you thinking? Bulma retorted, exasperated. Your kin are invading Earth, and you still dare to make such trivial jest? I am not jesting, Ruffin grinned. I wonder when Goku will return, Bulma sighed. Ruffin retrieved the crystal ball. Bulma immediately directed her gaze towards it, where the figure of Nappa materialized, soaring towards Piccolo and Gohan. Where is he headed? Bulma queried. To Gohan and Piccolo, Ruffin replied. Quickly switch to Gohan and Piccolo. Ascertain if they are prepared. If not, find a way to inform them. Can this object communicate with them? Bulma asked. Indeed. Ruffin nodded and shifted the view to Gohan and Piccolo, explaining, if you wish to converse, simply tap it. That fellow is not formidable. We are significantly stronger than we were a year ago, Piccolo reassured Gohan as he removed his cloak and scarf. Yes. Gohan nodded, albeit a tad nervously. Wonderful. It appears they are already aware that the Saiyan is en route. Bulma exhaled in relief. What? Is something approaching from that direction? Piccolo's expression shifted suddenly, as another presence drew closer. Wasn't it stated that only one Saiyan would arrive? Gohan exclaimed in a fluster. Suddenly, a figure emerged in the sky. Krillin descended, landing beside Piccolo and Gohan. Is that a Saiyan? Gohan gasped. Piccolo, however, recognized Krillin immediately. Hey, long time no see, Piccolo, Krillin greeted. Ah, it is you. I recall you. That fellow named Raditz sent you flying with a mere swipe of his tail. You are rather fragile, Piccolo scoffed. No need to bring up old wounds. Though I may be weak, your comments are rather exaggerated, Krillin retorted. What brings you here? Piccolo inquired again. You are merely a hindrance. You serve no purpose here. So you ought to leave, he stated. Come now, do not be so harsh. I have made considerable progress. Perhaps I shall be the one to vanquish the Saiyans. Krillin chuckled heartily. Humph, suit yourself. Piccolo dismissed him, no longer inclined to persuade further. Your willingness to embrace death is your own prerogative. Will there be other fools arriving here? Piccolo inquired. Indeed, they will all come. I am the closest, hence I arrived first, Krillin nodded. I remember now. You are Gohan from Master Roshi's place. Gohan regained his composure and looked at Krillin with a face full of surprise. I am Krillin. You bear an uncanny resemblance to Goku as a child, he remarked with a smile. My father often speaks of you, mentioning that although you are small in stature, you possess great prowess, Gohan stated. To call me small is quite absurd. He seems to think himself very tall, Krillin retorted with irritation. Will you fight alongside us? Gohan asked eagerly. Yes, Krillin nodded, and then softly inquired. Training with someone like Piccolo must have been quite arduous, right? When he first took you away, I thought he intended to devour you. Gohan chuckled awkwardly, quickly defending Piccolo. Actually, Uncle Piccolo is a good person. Enough of this chatter. That individual has already arrived, Piccolo said coldly. The 3 immediately looked up towards the sky. There appeared a figure above, also possessing a bald head. Piccolo remarked. Krillin asked, What do you mean, Piccolo? Is that fellow a Saiyan? His energy is extraordinarily powerful. Sensing it so closely is indeed terrifying. I wonder if my technique will be effective against him, Krillin murmured. With a thud, Nappa descended before the 3. You seem rather impatient, he said with a grin. Precisely, Piccolo scoffed. From your voice, it is evident that you are the one who killed Raditz. Am I correct? Nappa replied with a smile. Then through his scouter addressed Vegeta. Vegeta, I have located the one who killed Raditz. It appears he is a Namekian. Chapter 101 Vegeta, Leave Kakarot to me. Humph, there is nothing to be astonished about. I certainly know he is a Namekian. Vegeta remained unfazed, for he had previously visited Earth and even traveled to Namek. Thus, the presence of a Namekian on Earth is quite normal. You already knew that? Nappa paused slightly. Namekians possessed not only exceptional combat abilities, but also an array of incredible skills. Vegeta scoffed. The Dragon Balls must have been created by him. Hey, who is this guy talking to? Krillin asked, perplexed, turning to Piccolo. He appears to be communicating with his companion. I believe that companion is named Vegeta. Piccolo. How should I interpret his intentions? You seem to resemble the Namekian, Krillin, remarked Piccolo. Well then, I shall first eliminate these insignificant minions. Vegeta, you have no objections. Do you? Nappa smiled as he addressed Vegeta, who stood before him alongside three figures, a bald man, a Namekian, and a child, presumably Goku's offspring. Do as you wish. Just ensure that you leave Goku for me, replied Vegeta. Very well, allow me to warm up first. A grin spread across Nappa's face as he looked at the trio of Piccolo. You three, come at me together. I intend to vanquish all of you. With that, Nappa removed the scouter from his eyes. If you can divulge the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls, I might spare your lives, he chuckled. The Namekian is nothing more than a mere fly to me. Indeed, thank you for clarifying my identity, Piccolo responded with a light chuckle. Whether I am a fly or not, you will discover soon enough. It seems you are unwilling to reveal the location of the Dragon Balls. Nappa bared his teeth, feeling a hint of displeasure. I have come here in search of the Dragon Balls. I wish to transform into a Super Saiyan. How can I possibly find the Dragon Balls if you remain silent? Humph. In that case, I shall ensure you are thoroughly repaired until you divulge their whereabouts. Nappa's expression turned icy as he donned the scouter once more. Pressing a button on the device, he declared, Power levels, 985, 1225, 1076. With a chuckle, he remarked, You three imbeciles possess such meager battle power, yet you dare to challenge me? Piccolo and the others immediately readied themselves for combat. You are utterly unworthy of engaging me. Nappa sneered. Besides, Vegeta will not arrive for quite some time. I shall toy with you before he arrives. There is no need for me to personally intervene against such weaklings. My cultivators will suffice. Nappa retrieved a small vial from his pocket, containing 6 seeds. With a grin, he punctured the ground with his fingers, creating 6 holes, into which he poured the seeds and a nutrient solution. In an instant, 6 peculiar figures emerged from the earth. Oh dear, these individuals bear a slight resemblance to Hit, Lufon mused. Who is Hit? Bulma asked, momentarily bewildered. It's him, Lufon gestured grandly. With a snap, Hit's visage materialized within the crystal ball. Bulma appeared perplexed. Who is this person? Lufon, does he not resemble my brother? Lufon inquired. Brother? You have a brother? Bulma struggled to comprehend. Of course I have a brother. He is quite formidable. I have always held him in high regard, Lufon replied. Is that so? I have never heard of your brother, Bulma pondered. I shall arrange for you to meet him, Lufon promised. Very well, Bulma nodded, dismissing further thoughts, as the current circumstances were not conducive to such musings. Forget about that purple-skinned fellow. Let us return to the main scene, Bulma urged. With a swift motion, the scene shifted back to Nappa and his cultivators. Your target is those 3. Teach them a severe lesson. Nappa commanded the 6 cultivators. Just then, Tien and Kaiatsu descended from the sky. Shortly thereafter, Yamcha arrived from another direction. Apologies for my tardiness, Yamcha smiled. Excellent, you all have arrived, Krillin sighed in relief. Didn't they mention there was only 1 Saiyan? Or maybe 3? Tien questioned. Those so-called cultivators are not Saiyans, Krillin clarified. Humph. There are 6 of them on your side, and coincidentally, my cultivators number 6 as well. Shall we engage in a rotation of battles? That would certainly be more entertaining. With a grin, Naba exclaimed, Do not act so audaciously. Do you wish to play games here? Let's get serious. Piccolo admonished with a fierce voice. Hold your temper. Isn't this quite favorable? Goku has yet to arrive, Krillin hastily interjected. Very well, I shall take the lead, Tien declared, cracking his knuckles and stepping forward, prepared for battle. Aha. If only you knew the might of my prodigy, you would surely be terrified. Naba laughed heartily, pointing at the first of the challengers. You shall face them in order. Go for it, Tien, Kaiatsu encouraged. The prodigy faced Tien, and with a shriek, charged towards him. Tien swiftly struck, landing a blow that sent the prodigy flying backward. Without delay, Tien pursued, and as the prodigy hit the ground, its head suddenly split open, releasing a white liquid. Tien quickly dodged. What an awful substance! Bulma exclaimed. This scene seems oddly familiar, Lufan remarked, wiping his brow. What do you mean? Bulma questioned, perplexed. You will understand in due time, Lufan replied. Understand? I cannot comprehend what you are saying. Bulma shot a glance at Lufan. The white liquid splattered onto the earth, instantly corroding a pit into the ground. How terrifying. Is this substance truly that corrosive? Bulma gasped. Krillin and Kaiatsu trembled in fear. If this stuff were to hit someone, it would be excruciating, even if it doesn't kill them. Hey! Tien swiftly countered with a powerful elbow strike, directly impacting the Prot-G's face. The Prot-G's head grotesquely contorted, collapsing to the ground, seemingly defeated. Naba stood in shock. What happened? Did it fail so easily? Chapter 102. Naba enters the fray. Wonderful. Kaiatsu exclaimed joyfully, bouncing with excitement. Truly impressive, Tien. Krillin sighed with relief. Tien offered a gentle smile. The Prot-G gritted its teeth and rose once more. Tien. That creature is back on its feet. Kaiatsu shouted. Spirit Bomb. Tien suddenly extended his hand, unleashing a burst of energy. With a resounding boom, the energy wave struck the Prot-G, enveloping it in smoke as it crashed to the ground, utterly defeated. Naba remarked, I did not expect to lose the first round so swiftly. Impressive. Your strength has indeed caught my attention. Your combat power reached an astounding height of 1500. No wonder that Prot-G could not withstand you. Naba sneered. Fine. You have won the first round. Let us proceed to the next battle. Who is up next? Step forward. Well done, Tianjin. Bulma cheered. You performed admirably. Lufan nodded in agreement, offering a succinct appraisal. Now, allow me to take my turn. Krillin stepped forward. I should go. The game is nearing its conclusion, Lepin interjected, restraining Krillin. Lepin, I can manage this, Krillin insisted. You have already been resurrected once by the Dragon Balls. Should misfortune befall you again, you might not be granted another chance, Lepin urged. Let me handle it. After a moment of contemplation, Krillin reconsidered and retreated from his previous advance. Lepin, you truly lack courtesy, Leping remarked, inhaling deeply before advancing forward. Suddenly, he quickened his pace. In the next instant, both Lu Ping and the cultivator vanished from sight. Gone. Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Fool, they are moving at high speed. If you attune yourself to their energy, you will be able to perceive them, Piccolo advised. Enlightenment dawned upon Sun Wukong. Thud, thud, thud. Lu Ping swiftly engaged the cultivator in combat, and a fierce confrontation ensued. After several exchanges, Lu Ping soared to a great height, positioning himself directly above the cultivator. Boom. A powerful energy wave erupted from Lu Ping's hand, striking the cultivator squarely. The cultivator landed, a plume of white smoke emanating from him, clearly on the verge of defeat. What? Yet another defeat? Nappa lamented, feeling utterly despondent as he addressed Vegeta. Vegeta, these cultivators are not as formidable as you imagined. 2 have already been vanquished. Humph. Cease your chatter. We shall reconvene in 8 hours, Vegeta retorted dismissively, removing his scouter. Beep, beep, beep. Nappa heard the disconnection signal from the device. A faint smile crept across Nappa's face. Vegeta, splendid. You chose to end the conversation. Now I can search for the Dragon Balls. My earlier words were merely to irritate you. Those monsters are not as powerful as you think. Let us handle the remaining 4 together, Lu Ping scoffed. Just then, as Lu Ping finished speaking, the cultivator sprang from the pit and seized him in an embrace. Lu Ping's expression shifted dramatically. Boom. The cultivator self-destructed. Piccolo and Krillin looked on, their faces pale with fear. Did he just self-destruct? Bulma averted her gaze. As the smoke cleared, Lu Ping lay lifeless in the pit. Is he dead? Bulma asked. Yes, Ruffin confirmed with a nod. Fortunately, it seems Lu Ping has not died before. The Dragon Balls should be able to revive him, Bulma suggested. Ruffin remained silent, withholding his thoughts. What an incredible being. Capable of self-destruction, Piccolo marveled in disbelief. Lu Ping. Krillin hurried towards Lu Ping's side, his expression turning grave as he assessed the situation. He is dead. The assembled crowd fell into a heavy silence. Lu Ping must have sensed some ominous premonition, which is why he took my place. How can I explain this to Bulma? Krillin clenched his teeth in frustration. To think such a powerful cultivator fought to a standstill, you should be grateful. Damn it. Everyone step aside and witness the fruits of my training, Naba declared. With a scoff, Krillin extended his arms, channeling energy between his hands. A thunderous roar erupted as 2 fiery orbs burst forth from Krillin's palms, merging into a singular force that sped towards Naba and the remaining cultivators. The onlookers hastily retreated. Naba remained still, attempting to intercept the energy with his hand. Is this meager display of power meant to intimidate me? He scoffed. Just as Naba reached out to grasp the energy, Krillin deftly lifted his hand, redirecting the force skyward. Naba blinked in confusion, pondering the implications of this maneuver. Suddenly, the energy detonated in midair, fracturing into 5 separate flames that plummeted towards Naba and the 4 cultivators below. The ground shook with a series of resounding impacts as Naba and 3 of the cultivators were struck, while one managed to narrowly escape. Success! It hit. Jiaozi exclaimed with excitement. But one got away, Krillin remarked with a grin. Absolutely splendid. Gohan chimed in, sharing in the joy of their triumph. In an instant, however, a cultivator emerged from the swirling smoke, lunging toward Gohan. Gohan's expression shifted in alarm. This creature, be cautious. It may self-destruct, Tien warned. With swift precision, Piccolo reached forward, grasping the cultivator's arm. The creature's elongated claws were mere centimeters from Gohan, nearly inflicting harm. Daring to seek your demise? Piccolo sneered, delivering a powerful punch to the cultivator. With a flick of his wrist, Piccolo sent the cultivator soaring into the air. Roar! He unleashed a torrent of energy, engulfing the cultivator entirely. In an instant, the being was reduced to mere fragments, with not a trace of bone remaining. Truly impressive. Piccolo is formidable indeed, the great Demon King. Bulma marveled. Quite intriguing, Lufan nodded. Though it appears more like children squabbling, lacking any semblance of technique. Bulma remained silent, pondering the spectacle. Speak as you wish. I shall simply listen in silence. After all, who are you but the most magnificent deity of this universe? Humph, even the greatest of gods does not come to save the earth? Upon witnessing this scene, Krillin was left utterly astonished. I had thought that after a year of training, I would be nearly on par with Piccolo. Yet, in comparison, the disparity between us is indeed vast. Tien also wore a bitter smile. How impressive. Chapter 103. Nappa, is that your Super Saiyan form? Thank you, Uncle Piccolo. Gohan hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Do not rush to thank me. This is merely a warm-up exercise before battle, Piccolo responded with a huff. Not bad at all, Namekian. You exceed my expectations. Nappa's voice resonated through the distant haze. The expressions of Krillin and the others turned pale. Is he unharmed? Tien inquired gravely. You attacked him head-on. Din trembled in fear. Did I unleash my full power? Are Saiyans truly this formidable? Krillin felt an ominous premonition. Very well, the game ends here. I shall personally annihilate you. Nappa advanced, energy surging wildly around him, his laughter echoing madly. The very ground trembled violently. It was utterly terrifying. And cold sweat broke out on Krillin's brow. What is this? Piccolo's pupils constricted, engulfed in a profound sense of despair. A golden flame enveloped Nappa. Arcs of electricity dancing around him. What did Nappa wish for? What kind of Super Saiyan transformation? Now he has achieved Super Saiyan too, Lufan mused. Super Saiyan. Is that what you and Vegeta wished for long ago? Bulma was taken aback. Indeed, Lufan nodded. It's been 20 years, and you still remember. Of course I do. I am a genius, and many things remain vividly etched in my memory, Bulma replied with a smile. Wait, are you implying that he has indeed transformed into a Super Saiyan? Just teasing you. His appearance merely bears some resemblance to a Super Saiyan, Lufan clarified. What on earth? Could you refrain from frightening me at this moment? Bulma glared. Ha ha ha, attack. Nappa bellowed, charging towards Tien. Instinctively, Tien raised his arm to block Nappa's assault. Bang! Nappa's punch struck, severing Tien's arm. A scream escaped Tien's lips as blood gushed from the wound. I shall deal with you first. Nappa chuckled lightly, launching another punch at Tien. However, Tien soared into the sky, narrowly evading the oncoming strike. You scoundrel! Tien shouted in fury. In a swift motion, Nappa launched himself upwards, executing a stunning backflip kick that sent Tien crashing down from the air. Bang! Tien fell to the ground, disoriented and dazed. Remarkably resilient. He was not vanquished by the blow. Nappa smiled faintly. Come on, Tien. Bulma exclaimed in alarm. Rofan remained silent. Should he intervene? Over the past 2 decades, Rofan had witnessed countless farewells and the fragility of life. As a god of destruction, he frequently obliterated planets teeming with life, including those inhabited by humans. The existence of humans invariably leads to farewells, even among the most malevolent. Yet, Rofan was compelled to carry out these destructions, as their survival would impose a greater strain on the universe's resources. It was akin to the time Beerus instructed Frieza to annihilate Planet Vegeta. Both served the same purpose. The presence of Saiyans on Planet Vegeta would significantly disrupt cosmic equilibrium. Thus, Rofan held no animosity towards Beerus. It was merely his duty. Observing the imminent demise of these warriors, Rofan felt an unusual calm. After all, they would be revived. Rescuing them now would be an exercise in futility. The mission to Namek was imperative. This beast, Krillin, could no longer bear to watch and soared towards the scene. Leave him. He is beyond saving. Piccolo shouted. You're despicable, Krillin retorted, continuing his rapid approach towards Tien. Mind your own business, bald-headed nuisance. Naba scoffed, dismissively waving his hand. Boom. A burst of energy struck the ground just ahead of Krillin, leaving a deep crater. He narrowly avoided the blast, sitting at the edge of the pit. His face a mixture of shock and terror. Is he even human? Suddenly, Krillin snapped back to reality. Wait, where's Kaiatsu? He was just beside me. Has he been killed? Tien's expression shifted dramatically. Just then, Kaiatsu rushed in from a distance, attaching himself to Naba's back. Kaiatsu, Krillin gasped. Despair washed over Tien's face. What do you intend to do, you little fool? Get away from me. Naba desperately attempted to grasp Kaiatsu on his back, but his arms were too short to reach him. What are you doing, Kaiatsu? Get away, Tien shouted. Brother Tien, farewell. You must survive, Kaiatsu declared. Boom. A surge of formidable energy erupted from Kaiatsu, resulting in a self-detonation. A thick cloud of smoke enveloped the area where Naba stood. Kaiatsu. Tianjin Fan loudly called out the name of Dumpling, his pupils constricting tightly. Even Dumpling has perished, Bulma said solemnly. The little one perished alongside the Saiyan. Such bravery indeed. Piccolo exhaled deeply. The smoke in the sky gradually dissipated, revealing the unscathed body of Nappa. Humph, all your efforts are in vain. You have no inkling of the terror that the Saiyans embody. Nappa chuckled lightly. Piccolo and the others widened their eyes, an endless shock reflected in their gazes. He was not only alive, but his armor remained intact. Humph, once I eliminate that three-eyed monster, I shall deal with you at my leisure, Nappa declared with a grin. Dumpling, having been revived by the Dragon Balls once before, could not return to life again. Tianjin Fan trembled violently. Hey, three-eyed monster. I shall soon send you to meet your companions in that world. You ought to be grateful to me. Nappa laughed heartily. Listen, he has a flaw the moment he attacks. Piccolo suddenly exclaimed. We will wait for the right moment. He then shared his battle strategy with Krillin and Gohan. Good. Krillin nodded gravely. Die, three-eyed freak. Nappa dove from the sky, intending to slay Tianjin Fan. Yet, Tianjin Fan would not remain passive. He secretly gathered energy for a ki blast. Chapter 104. The only hope of victory whoosh. Just as Nappa approached Tianjin Fan, Piccolo suddenly appeared beside him, delivering a fierce punch to Nappa's face. Nappa was sent flying backward. Whoosh. Krillin swiftly moved in for the kill, his fists clenched tightly, landing a powerful blow that sent Nappa crashing down from the sky. Gohan, it's your turn. Attack quickly. Krillin shouted. Hurry, Piccolo urged. Gohan trembled. I'm so scared. The fear gripped him, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. Gohan, Piccolo called out. Gohan's trembling intensified, and he stumbled backward several steps. Is this Goku's son? Why is he so timid? Krillin remarked. Let us attack. Piccolo decisively commanded. Boom. In the next instant, both Krillin and Piccolo unleashed their ultimate techniques, hurtling towards Nappa's direction. Nappa swiftly adjusted his body in midair, evading their attacks with ease. Damn it, he dodged. Krillin lamented. We missed our chance. Nappa wiped the blood from his struck face, a chilling smile creeping across his features as he remarked, You did quite well. I had intended to spare your lives. But since it has come to this, I shall not kill you in order. Dumpling, I will avenge you. You shall not be alone. Tianjin Fan gazed up at the formidable Naba in the sky, his hands already channeling the ultimate energy of the Kamehameha. Wait for me, Dumpling. I shall descend to join you, he proclaimed. Kamehameha. A thunderous explosion ensued, a surge of potent energy engulfing Naba. Cold sweat broke out on Naba's brow. Such overwhelming power. Yet, remarkably, Naba remained unscathed. Tianjin Fan looked up at Naba, despair washing over him. To think I let out a gasp of fear. You, three-eyed creature, are rather formidable. Naba exhaled in relief. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Tianjin Fan collapsed, soon devoid of life. What a worthless demise, Naba chuckled. Goku, hurry back. Krillin shouted. Is this creature truly immortal? Piccolo's face turned pale with fright. Son Gohan trembled in fear as well. With Tianjin Fan now fallen, it was a nightmare unfolding before them. One by one, they are perishing, Krillin lamented, his voice heavy. Goku, please return. I implore you. Hey, Ruffin, what now? Do you truly intend to stand idly by? Bulma inquired. Fear not, for the Dragon Balls on Namek can revive them, Ruffin replied with a smile. But what if Piccolo dies? How shall we reach Namek then? Bulma questioned. You and Vegeta were transported to Namek by Shenron, were you not? Now I can instantaneously teleport there, Ruffin explained cheerfully. Instantaneous movement is akin to your sudden appearance in my bathroom. I assent it? Bulma realized. Indeed, precisely like that, Ruffin nodded. Huh, another has fallen. Now it will be your turn. Naba sneered. As for that Namekian, I may spare you for special consideration. We possess but a slender hope of victory. Piccolo gritted his teeth. If we succeed. Oh, are you devising a battle strategy? Naba laughed heartily. Futile. Before absolute power, all schemes are in vain. Krillin. You must draw his attention, Piccolo instructed, while I exploit his weakness. When he is too weak to resist, Gohan shall deliver a decisive blow. Yes, yes. Son Gohan nodded vigorously, assuring, this time, I shall not falter. Good. You must understand, the fate of Earth rests in your hands, Piccolo affirmed. Gohan, believe in yourself. Your strength far surpasses mine. Son Gohan, however, did not internalize this, feeling his heart race. Have you finalized your plans? Naba inquired with a grin. Your time of grace has expired. Now, I shall obliterate all three of you. With a resounding shout, Krillin boldly surged forward to launch an attack. Nappa was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Did he dare to initiate an assault against me? Oh, Krillin unleashed a series of fierce cries, his hand striking the ground to unleash a powerful energy wave. Immediately thereafter, he ascended into the sky with great vigor. Nappa wore a perplexed expression. What do you truly intend to do? Daba gazed upward at Krillin in the sky. Whoosh. Piccolo swiftly advanced and seized Daba's tail. Daba was momentarily taken aback. So that is how it is. Gohan, it is your turn, Piccolo exclaimed loudly. Well, Son Gohan dashed forward with great speed. How wonderful. It turns out it is the tail. Bulma exclaimed with enthusiasm. This strategy is simply brilliant. But do not rejoice too soon, Lufon cautioned, shaking his head. What do you mean? Bulma was taken aback, yet she countered. Lufon, where is your tail? I do not possess a tail, Lufon replied. Bulma was momentarily stunned. What do you mean by this one? It sounds as if you have several. Fool. Daba scoffed, delivering a swift elbow strike to Piccolo's forehead. Piccolo retorted. Is not the tail your weakness? Have you managed to overcome your weaknesses? Just as Gohan was preparing to launch an attack on Naba, he abruptly halted upon witnessing the scene before him. Krillin was utterly astonished. Hey, don't die on me. I still have questions for you. Naba chuckled lightly, fortunately. He merely fainted. He shall awaken shortly. With that, Naba unceremoniously dropped Piccolo to the ground. What is going on? Has he truly conquered his weaknesses? Krillin pondered gravely. Is it akin to the time Goku overcame his own tail weakness? Humph. Do you think I would neglect my own shortcomings? Naba smiled at Krillin. Even the strongest on Earth is but a fragile being. Despair enveloped Krillin. It seemed all hope was lost. Let us allow this fellow to rest for a while. I will have my fun with Kakarote's son. Naba laughed heartily as he strode towards Gohan. Gohan trembled in fear. Bang. Naba kicked Gohan, sending him soaring into the air. Bang. With a swift motion, Naba knocked Gohan down to the ground. Gohan staggered to his feet, valiantly wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 105. Naba, Ruffin, save me. Now this is more like it. This is how the fun begins. Naba bellowed with laughter, charging once again towards Gohan. You scoundrel. Krillin rushed in from a distance, delivering a fierce kick to Naba's rugged face. Bang. Following that, Krillin landed a punch, sending Naba careening backward. Krillin swiftly advanced, intent on continuing his assault. However, Naba reacted with remarkable speed, performing several agile flips in midair before landing firmly, fully prepared to counterattack. Krillin's expression shifted dramatically. Whoosh. Krillin hastily dodged Naba's strike, rolling several times on the ground to create distance between them. You little bald head, you seem quite pleased with yourself. Naba seethed with frustration. Having been toyed with by such a diminutive foe, watch how I deal with you. Whoosh. Naba charged towards Krillin. Come on, Krillin. Bulma clenched her fists in anticipation. Smack. Krillin raised his hand sharply, conjuring a flattened, oval-shaped energy flame. Spirit Slice, he declared, thrusting his hand forward as the spirit slice hurtled towards Naba. The technique spun rapidly through the air with an overwhelming force. Observing the incoming attack, Naba wore a scornful smile. Mere trivial skills. Naba stood immobile, declaring, I shall remain right here. You cannot inflict harm upon me. The Chi Yuan slash drew ever closer to Naba. With a muffled thud, the Chi Yuan slash cleaved Naba cleanly in half. Thud. His upper and lower halves separated, collapsing into a pool of blood, his body twitching uncontrollably. Krillin, Son Gohan's eyes widened in astonishment. Piccolo remained dazed. Bulma's mouth slightly agape. She wondered if she had seen correctly. Did Krillin truly slay that Saiyan? Lufon felt a wave of incredulity, never anticipating such an outcome. However, upon reflection, this result was not entirely unexpected. With Vegeta absent from the scene, Naba struggled against their group. Furthermore, lacking Vegeta's guidance, Naba, lacking in intellect, would inevitably attempt to withstand the Chi Yuan slash. Thus, he was ultimately severed in twain. Was it truly over? Bulma still found it hard to believe. Krillin rubbed his eyes, his face a mask of disbelief. Such a formidable foe had claimed the lives of so many, yet he perished beneath my Chi Yuan slash. I should have employed this technique sooner. Perhaps countless lives could have been spared. Regret washed over Krillin. As Naba lay on the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. It appeared he was on the brink of death. Krillin remained in a daze, staring blankly at the twitching Naba. Was he truly about to die? Would he not recover? Gritting his teeth, Krillin bravely approached. You scoundrel! You bald-headed fiend! How infuriating! Such a powerful being, and yet I fall to your hand. Naba seethed within, consumed by resentment. If I were to perish at the hands of someone stronger, I would have no complaints. But to die at the hands of this little bald head is unacceptable. Please, save me. I believe I can still be salvaged. Uncle Krillin, he won't recover, will he? Son Gohan asked tremulously. To be on the safe side, let's obliterate his lower half. Krillin gritted his teeth, unleashing a surge of potent energy. Boom. The energy struck Naba's lower half with a resounding explosion. Surely, he cannot recover from this. Krillin sighed in relief. Naba descended further into despair. Even if I were healed, my lower half would become mechanical. This little bald head. I shall not rest until I take my revenge. Ha ha ha, little bald head. Do not think this will end well for you. As he coughed up blood, Naba declared, in about 7 hours, my comrades will return to Earth. When that time comes, they shall avenge me. What did you say? As Krillin's complexion shifted, he pondered whether another Saiyan would arrive on Earth. Nappa sighed, feeling as though his life was nearing its end. Would there be more visitors? 1 or 2? With a surge of courage, Krillin inquired. Just 1 more would suffice. He would effortlessly eliminate you all, Nappa replied. In a flash, almost immediately after Nappa's words left his lips, Lufon manifested as a crimson streak of light, appearing at the scene. Nappa was momentarily taken aback. What? Is that a Saiyan? Krillin gasped, his face blanching as he hastily retreated. Gohan clenched his fist tightly. Lufon, you have finally arrived. Though I am unsure of how you got here, Nappa chuckled. Please find a way to save me. I believe I can still be rescued. Who said I came to save you? Lufon retorted. Rest assured, he added. You. Nappa pointed a trembling finger at Lufon, his body convulsing violently once more. With a sudden crack, Nappa's head tilted, and he fell lifelessly to the ground. As Krillin exhaled a sigh of relief, he immediately heightened his vigilance, fixating his gaze on Lufon without blinking. Bulma rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Why had Lufon entered the crystal ball? Did he teleport to the scene? It truly was instantaneous travel. He arrived in the blink of an eye. Are you his accomplice? Krillin asked anxiously. Do not be alarmed. I am Bulma's boyfriend, Lufon replied with a smile. Huh, Bulma's boyfriend? Krillin was momentarily stunned, scratching his bald head. Bulma interjected. When did I ever acknowledge you as my boyfriend? Then it struck her. Indeed, Bulma had mentioned having a boyfriend long ago, which turned out to be him. Krillin, realizing this, asked curiously, how did you appear just now? Why does this Saiyan know you? Because I am also a Saiyan, Lufon grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Krillin felt a wave of dread wash over him, his face turning pale. Having just vanquished one Saiyan, another had emerged. And this one happened to be Bulma's boyfriend. Should I engage him in battle? However, rest assured, I hold no interest in you. To me, you are merely ants fighting amongst yourselves, and I shall not intervene, Lufon smiled. Have you ever seen a human interfere in an ant fight? Unless, of course, they are bored and simply prod them apart with a blade of grass. Son Gohan. Krillin, You speak as though you possess immense strength. Yet, I can distinctly sense that your energy is quite ordinary. Chapter 106. Here, we shall patiently await the arrival of a Saiyan named Vegeta, who will descend upon Earth in approximately 7 hours. That individual is best suited to confront Goku. Lufan stated, henceforth. Your task is straightforward, to meticulously clear the battlefield and gather the deceased together, so that when the time comes, we can journey to Namek to seek out the Dragon Balls for their resurrection. Can they truly be revived? After all, Kaiatsu has perished twice. Krillin expressed his astonishment. Indeed. Lufan nodded. I have come here to convey to you that you should remain here, patiently awaiting Goku's return, and refrain from recklessly confronting Vegeta. Then what about you? Krillin inquired with curiosity. In an instant, Lufan vanished through instantaneous movement. How did he do that? Why did he disappear in the blink of an eye? Krillin pondered. Somewhat speechless. Are we to simply wait here for our demise? Will Goku truly return? Not long after Lufan's departure, Piccolo finally regained consciousness. Gritting his teeth as he rose and cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Turning his head, he beheld the remains of Nappa, reduced to but half a body. Piccolo rubbed his eyes. Astonished. This Saiyan has been slain? With great effort, Piccolo approached the lifeless Nappa for a closer inspection. He was now certain that the Saiyan was indeed dead. Uncle Piccolo. You're awake. Are you all right? Son Gohan hurriedly questioned, concern etched on his face. What transpired? How did he meet his end? Piccolo asked. I cleaved him in two, Krillin admitted, scratching his head, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. What did you say? You cleaved him in two, Piccolo exclaimed, astonished. His gaze fixed intently on Krillin. Indeed, Uncle Piccolo, Krillin is truly remarkable, Son Gohan exclaimed. He employed a technique called the Destructo Disc to sever this fellow in half. The Destructo Disc? What is that? Piccolo inquired, having never witnessed it. Allow me to demonstrate, Krillin replied, raising his hand to conjure another Destructo Disc. Whoosh. With a swift motion, Krillin sent the disc spinning forth. Splat. The Chi Yuan slash severed a distant rocky mountain, causing it to collapse with a resounding roar. Indeed. That technique is quite formidable, remarked Piccolo. However, the speed of your attack leaves much to be desired. That fellow did not evade. He braced himself and was rendered utterly speechless by my actions. Piccolo fell silent, observing that the large bald-headed man did indeed appear rather foolish. He had not anticipated that this adversary could be dispatched so effortlessly. Well done, Piccolo praised as he patted Krillin's shiny head. Heh, merely a stroke of luck. Krillin chuckled, though his expression soon grew serious. But we shouldn't celebrate too early. That man mentioned before his demise that another Saiyan would arrive on Earth. Likely in about 7 hours. What? Another Saiyan? Piccolo's expression shifted dramatically. Once this Saiyan arrives, we must devise a plan to draw his attention. And then I shall employ the Chi Yuan slash to eliminate him as well, Krillin proposed. That is a sound strategy. We have 7 hours. Let us conserve our strength and recuperate, Piccolo suggested. All right. I will have Master Roshi come and take care of our companions' remains so they can be revived, Krillin contemplated. I understand. I will inform Master Roshi. Just as Krillin finished speaking, Bulma's voice resonated from the scene. Gohan and Piccolo were equally startled, scanning the area for Bulma's presence. Yet, there was no sign of her. Is that you, Bulma? Krillin called out. Where are you speaking from? I'm certainly at home, Bulma replied. I'm contacting Master Roshi to have him come and collect the bodies. You should focus on recuperating. It's a pity we seem to be out of Senzu beans. Krillin nodded, suddenly recalling. Wait, Bulma, you're at home? That's at least 10,000 kilometers from this battlefield. Have you developed some new device? Enough with the chatter. Just make sure to rest well, Bulma interrupted, ending the call. Lufan had returned. Lufan, quickly switch the feed to Master Roshi's home, Bulma instructed. I must say, this crystal ball of yours is truly remarkable. Can't we just call him directly? Switching feeds is too cumbersome. Lufan sighed, but Bulma. You can switch the visuals with just a wave of your hand. Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration? Doesn't switching consume energy? Lufan replied with conviction. Fine. I'll just make the call, Bulma conceded, agreeing with Lufan's point. Though the energy expended is only a mere fraction, Lufan added. Is it worth that little energy to necessitate a phone call? Bulma quipped. Are you not aware that making a phone call incurs charges? Bulma exclaimed loudly at Rovan, her spittle splattering his face. Rovan coughed and replied, Your family is the richest in the world. Do you truly care about such trivial phone expenses? He wiped the sweat from his brow. I am genuinely defeated by you. Bulma moved aside to make the call, which was swiftly connected. She recounted the events that had transpired to Master Roshi in detail. Upon hearing the outcome, Master Roshi was momentarily stunned. The one who had vanquished that Saiyan was neither Piccolo nor Gohan, the son of Goku, and certainly not Goku himself, who had not yet returned, but rather that little rascal, Krillin. Ha ha ha, Krillin has truly absorbed my teachings. Master Roshi chuckled heartily. You seem to wield the Kamehameha with proficiency. Bulma rolled her eyes. Of course I do. That technique was imparted to him by me. Master Roshi grinned. Why don't you demonstrate it for me? Bulma suggested playfully. Let us discuss that later. The power of that technique is immense, and I want to unleash it lightly, Master Roshi replied earnestly. Enough of your boasting. Hurry and gather the bodies from the scene. I have a way to resurrect our fallen comrades, Bulma proposed. How do you intend to achieve their revival? Master Roshi inquired. By the way, this is Tian Shinhan and Yamcha's first death. An Earth Dragon can revive them. But what about Kaiatsu? What shall we do about him? He has already perished once. Chapter 107. Vegeta arrives on Earth. Fear not. We can summon the dragon of Namek. It is said that the Namekian dragon can revive you regardless of how many times you have died. Bulma smiled. Namek? What is that? Master Roshi asked, puzzled. You wouldn't comprehend even if I explained. Just hurry and start collecting the bodies. Bulma urged. Master Roshi readily agreed. Rovan silently observed Bulma's display of bravado without interjecting. As time passed, Master Roshi commandeered a helicopter to transport the bodies of their comrades. As he departed, he patted Krillin on the bald head, saying, Well done, Krillin. You haven't brought shame to your master. Hiki. Krillin grinned proudly. Almost 7 hours had elapsed. That Saiyan's accomplices should be arriving soon, Piccolo remarked solemnly. They should be close, Krillin nodded. He has no reason to deceive us. Is Goku still not here? Gohan asked anxiously. Why is that guy so late? Krillin replied with a serious tone. If Goku does not arrive in time, we shall proceed with our plan. Piccolo proposed, and Krillin nodded gravely. Gohan also expressed his agreement. Approximately 10 minutes passed before Goku finally appeared at the end of Snake Way. He rushed into the Grand Hall of King Yama, where the deities awaited him. Goku. The deity called out. Goku was taken aback. Hurry, grab me. The deity urged. Without hesitation, Goku stepped forward and seized the deity. In an instant, the deity transported Goku back to the heavenly realm. All right, I've arrived, and my training is complete, Goku said with a smile. One of the Saiyans has already been dispatched by Krillin, and another is on its way, expected to arrive shortly. The deity explained, You must exercise caution. Wait, Krillin has eliminated a Saiyan? Goku was somewhat surprised. Indeed, it was primarily due to that Saiyan's overconfidence. Otherwise, our fortune could not have been so favorable. The deity replied with a smile. Ha ha ha, Krillin is truly remarkable. Goku beamed. Now, leave the remaining Saiyan to me. I've encountered that fellow before. It might very well be Vegeta. Vegeta? The deity was taken aback. I must take my leave. Goku leaped from the heavenly palace. As he passed by Korin Tower, Master Korin casually tossed him 2 Senzu beans. These are the last 2 Senzu beans. I'm counting on you. Defeat the Saiyan who is about to arrive on Earth. Master Korin called out. Yes. Goku responded, promptly consuming one of the Senzu beans, feeling his fatigue vanish. Kinto-1. Whoosh. The golden cloud soared from the distance. Goku landed atop the shimmering cloud. Long time no see, Kinto-1, let us depart. Goku waved his hand enthusiastically. Whoosh. The cloud sped towards the direction of Piccolo, Gohan, and Krillin. In the vastness of space aboard Vegeta's spaceship, a warning signal echoed, indicating imminent arrival on Earth. Awakening from slumber, Vegeta smirked slightly. Finally, we have arrived on Earth. He pressed a button on the scanner. Hey, Nappa, what is the status on your end? However, there was no response from Nappa. What a peculiar fellow, Vegeta mused. I wonder what has transpired. I shall not concern myself with trivial matters any longer. After all, my adversary is Kakarot. And as for that Nappa fellow, let him be. Vegeta does not believe that Nappa could be vanquished by anyone. After all, in Vegeta's eyes, even if Kakarot were to arrive, he would be far from a match for Nappa. With a combat power barely exceeding 400, how could one possibly contend with Nappa? Nevertheless, those Earthlings have achieved combat powers reaching 1,000. Perhaps Kakarot might attain a power level of 3,000. I believe that would be his utmost limit. You are merely a lowly warrior. Even your combat power of 3,000 is an overestimation. Whoosh. The spaceship streaked through Earth's atmosphere, hurtling downward with great velocity. Boom! The spacecraft crashed onto the terrestrial surface, leaving behind a vast crater. However, Vegeta did not land within a city. Instead, he descended upon a desolate expanse, void of any inhabitants. Creak! The hatch of the spacecraft opened, and Vegeta emerged, promptly pressing the button on his scouter to observe the combat power readings. Soon, he detected a human with an astonishing combat power of 5,000. What? A combat power of 5,000? Vegeta's interest was piqued. Could this be Kakarot? He was moving at high speed, heading toward the direction of three others. Their combat powers were recorded as 2,600, 1,700, and 1080 respectively. There was no sign of Nappa's combat power. Had that fool perished? How peculiar. It should be impossible. Nappa's maximum combat power was at least 7,500. How could he have fallen? Even that 5,000 combat power individual would be no match for Nappa. What on earth is happening? No time for speculation. I must investigate. I will rendezvous with you, the one with a combat power of 5,000. I hope you are Kakarot. It would be all the more exhilarating to toy with you. Whoosh. Vegeta sped toward the location of Gohan and Piccolo. Snap. In Lufan's crystal ball, Vegeta's silhouette immediately materialized. Is that Vegeta? He has arrived, Bulma remarked solemnly. Indeed, Lufan nodded. I recall you mentioning he is the prince of your Saiyan race. Bulma stated. Precisely, Lufan affirmed once more. Can Goku defeat him? Bulma gasped. We shall see. This will serve as an experience for Goku, Lufan smiled. In a barren wasteland, a formidable energy was approaching. No, too. Piccolo's expression shifted dramatically. One was Goku. Could the other be the Saiyan named Vegeta? Krillin snapped back to reality, his face paling. Such overwhelming energy. Has my father arrived? Gohan exclaimed excitedly. Chapter 108. The second confrontation between Vegeta and Goku. Vegeta, being closer to this location and possessing a flight speed surpassing that of the Nimbus, arrived first. Snap. Vegeta landed opposite Piccolo and the others. In the next moment, he caught sight of Nappa, reduced to half a body. Oh, not bad. Who did this? Vegeta inquired with a sly smile directed at Piccolo and his companions. Krillin felt a wave of panic wash over him. Though this fellow was shorter than that bald-headed brute, he could unmistakably sense Vegeta's formidable power. Krillin desperately wanted to utter, "It wasn't me. You must be the companion that guy mentioned," Piccolo stated coldly, without providing a response. Where is Kakarot? Vegeta scoffed, choosing not to answer the question. You're referring to Son Goku, aren't you? He'll be here shortly. Piccolo replied nonchalantly. Interesting, Vegeta remarked with a slight smile, refraining from immediately annihilating the three before him. In less than 10 seconds, Son Goku flew in from the distance. With a thud, he leaped down from the flying Nimbus, landing directly in front of Vegeta. Indeed, it's Kakarot. In just 5 short months, your battle power has soared to an impressive 5,000, Vegeta chuckled. Son Goku's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he addressed Piccolo and the others. I'm aware of the situation. Now, allow me to handle this. As he spoke, Goku gently ruffled Goten's hair, looking up at his father. Goten felt an overwhelming sense of pride in that moment. Goten, you've grown so tall, Goku smiled. Piccolo, I appreciate your care for Goten. Humph. This little guy has endured quite a bit under my watch, Piccolo replied with a grin. So, do you feel confident in defeating that guy? I'm not sure. But I will give it my all, Goku responded. Goku, you must do your best. It's all up to you, Krillin urged. You truly are remarkable, Krillin, Goku said. Ha ha ha, just lucky, Krillin scratched his head. Goku, from what that guy implied, it seems you two have met before 5 months ago, Piccolo inquired. Yes, we encountered each other on King Kai's planet. Goku nodded in affirmation. What? He went to the same place as you? Piccolo was taken aback. It's fine. King Kai didn't teach him anything, Goku replied with a smile. Perhaps he was too arrogant to consider the need for guidance. After saying this, Goku took strides towards Vegeta's position, the two standing face to face. So, have you settled your affairs? Vegeta snorted. Goku remained silent. Humph. Battling you on King Kai's planet was utterly uninteresting. Vegeta chuckled, but you should feel fortunate. A lowly warrior like you has the opportunity to engage in battle with a prodigious fighter such as myself. You ought to be elated. I wonder if I have ever mentioned that Saiyans undergo a rigorous assessment of their warrior qualities upon birth, and those with inferior scores, like you, are dispatched to planets devoid of worthy adversaries. In other words, you are one who has been cast aside. Is this the reason I have come to Earth? I am truly grateful for it. Goku smiled and replied, although deemed eliminated. one can still surpass prodigious warriors through relentless effort. Humph, you have quite the sense of humor. Vegeta laughed heartily. Allow me to show you the insurmountable chasm that you will never cross, no matter how hard you strive. While belittling Goku, Vegeta did not underestimate him. This boy is no simpleton. Within a mere 5 months, he has managed to elevate his combat power to this level. Let this prince take the time to teach him a lesson. However, when Rofan claimed he would become my lifelong rival, that was rather absurd. What does this combat power signify? Suddenly, Goku unleashed his energy, and his combat power surged. 6,000, 7,000, 8,000. Vegeta immediately detected Goku's power levels through his scouter. Goku remained silent. Not bad, Kakarot. You've managed to elevate your combat power to an impressive 8,000. You may indeed be considered a talented warrior, Vegeta remarked with a slight smile. I have stated before, as long as I diligently train, I will surpass a prodigious warrior like you. Goku responded. Humph, surpass me, a prodigious warrior? Dream on. Vegeta laughed heartily. Do you really think you can become my lifelong rival? I never claimed I wanted to be your rival, Goku chuckled. Then come forth. Vegeta beckoned to Goku. Whoosh. Without hesitation, Goku shot towards Vegeta. The two quickly engaged in a fierce clash. After a brief encounter, they momentarily separated, creating some distance between them. Without delay, they charged at one another once more. This time, Vegeta landed a punch squarely on Goku's face, sending him flying backward. Goku lightly tapped the ground, propelling himself into the sky, gazing down at Vegeta. However, upon looking, Goku realized that Vegeta had vanished from sight. Goku's expression shifted. Suddenly, he sensed Vegeta's presence behind him and quickly bent down to evade Vegeta's attack. Goku retaliated with a kick, but Vegeta effortlessly dodged. The two continued their aerial battle. How does it feel, Kakarot? Did you think that training alongside that short, inferior fighter for 5 months would enable you to defeat me? Vegeta laughed heartily. Aren't you still being pressed down with your head against the ground? With a sudden force, he clenched his fists and struck Goku, sending him plummeting from the sky. Goku tumbled through the air several times before landing on his feet and gazing up at Vegeta. Gradually, Vegeta descended with composure, a smile playing on his lips as he looked at Goku. Show me what you've learned from the King of Worlds, Vegeta said with a grin. You truly are formidable. Both your speed and strength far exceed mine, Goku acknowledged, nodding. In just 5 months of training, I realize I may not be your match, but I've learned a great deal from the King of Worlds. Boom. A crimson aura enveloped Goku. King of Worlds fist. As you wish, I shall unleash it now, Goku declared with a smile. Chapter 109. My power level? 100 to the 20th power. Is this the result of your training with the King of Worlds? Bulma exclaimed, astonished as she held the device she obtained from Raditz. Your power level has reached 16,000. Not bad, right? Ruffin chuckled. But you are still over 2,000 power levels behind Vegeta, Bulma replied, shaking her head. There will be a way, Ruffin reassured her with a smile. Ruffin, what is your power level? Bulma inquired curiously. Why can't my device detect your power level at all? This device only measures ordinary energy levels, Ruffin explained. I cultivate divine power, which is why it remains undetectable. Then, if we were to convert your divine power into a power level, what would it be? Bulma asked. If I had to quantify my divine power as a power level, it would be 100 to the 20th power, Ruffin mused. Don't joke around. Do you realize how immense 100 to the 20th power is? Bulma gasped. That's 100 followed by 40 zeros. Ruffin chuckled, acknowledging the enormity of that number. Bulma fell silent, realizing that 100 followed by 40 zeros was beyond numerical comprehension. You're not teasing me, are you? Bulma wiped her brow. Do you truly think I'm jesting? Ruffin smiled. Could this possibly be true? Bulma asked, astonished. If this is real, then it is terrifying. Ruffin's power level has reached such heights. However, Bulma reflected on the matter. Ruffin was indeed the greatest god of this universe. If he possessed even a fraction of power, how could he lead all of humanity? Suddenly, the notion of a power level in the tens of thousands seemed trivial. Bulma shook her head. Hey. As Sun Wukong launched his attack, he swept his massive hand forward, unleashing a powerful energy blast. Vegeta quickly leapt aside to evade it. Whoosh. Sun Wukong transformed into a streak of light, rapidly pursuing Vegeta. Bang! He struck Vegeta squarely in the face. Bang, bang, bang. Following that, Sun Wukong unleashed a flurry of punches, culminating in a soaring kick that sent Vegeta hurtling backward. Whoosh! Sun Wukong relentlessly pursued him once more. Vegeta swiftly adjusted his stance and retaliated, delivering a kick that flipped Sun Wukong over. Sun Wukong, momentarily taken aback, thought to himself, I have unleashed the Kaioken. Yet this is all he can manage? Is this truly the extent of the Kaioken? It appears to be quite impressive. Vegeta chuckled lightly. But surely you have reached your limit, haven't you? You still have much to learn. Sun Wukong smiled. I must commend you. In merely 5 months of training, you have managed to reach a level comparable to mine, though I have yet to reveal my true strength. Vegeta grinned, while Sun Wukong maintained his composure without losing his cool. I shall press you to the ground as I did on King Kaia's planet. Are you prepared for that? Vegeta teased. Then come and try. From this moment on, I will not permit anyone to trample on my head. Sun Wukong replied, grinning. Humph. I still find the humor in this. Vegeta scoffed. Now, allow me to showcase my formidable power. Boom. Vegeta instantly unleashed his energy to its peak, transforming the very sky around them. As Sun Wukong sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from Vegeta, his expression shifted dramatically. This guy's energy is terrifying. In the distance, Piccolo and the others wore increasingly grave expressions. Is this the Saiyan known as Vegeta? Krillin remarked solemnly. His power surpasses that of my father. Gohan trembled in fear. It seems Sun Wukong may have little hope of victory. Piccolo furrowed his brow and instructed, Krillin, be ready to execute our previous plan at a moment's notice. Understood. Krillin nodded. Gohan, remember, that aspect on your end must not be neglected, or it will be exceedingly difficult to defeat this Saiyan named Vegeta. Piccolo warned Gohan. I understand. Uncle Piccolo, this time, I will not falter. Gohan responded resolutely. Kakarot, prepare to meet your demise. Vegeta grinned widely. Bang! Vegeta charged headfirst into Sun Wukong's face. Sun Wukong was sent flying backward. Whoosh! In an instant, Vegeta appeared directly above Goku and delivered a fierce kick, sending Goku plummeting from the sky. As he fell, Goku swiftly adjusted his body, ensuring a steady landing on his feet. The moment he touched down, he immediately gazed upward. You fool, I'm right behind you. Came Vegeta's voice from behind, followed by another kick that sent Goku sprawling away. Goku's body flipped through the air multiple times before he regained his stance, turning to look diagonally upward. Hey! Vegeta waved his hand, launching an energy blast that hurtled toward him. Goku's eyes widened in alarm as he desperately dodged. Whoosh! With a flick of his other hand, Vegeta sent another energy blast hurtling toward Goku. Pale-faced, Goku barely managed to evade it, the energy blast grazing his clothing and shredding his shirt to tatters. Humph, you managed to evade that one, Vegeta scoffed. You are indeed much stronger than when you were on King Kaia's planet. That weakling was easily bullied by me. He must have really trained you hard. Goku descended from the sky, landing opposite Vegeta. Damn it, you are indeed more powerful than I anticipated, Goku pondered. It seems the double Kaioken is ineffective. If that is the case, I have no alternative. I am prepared to shatter myself to achieve the triple Kaioken. Humph. I intentionally used simple techniques to allow you to evade, as killing you outright would be far too dull, Vegeta chuckled. Goku remained silent. What do you think, Kakarot? Now you understand that no matter how much training you undertake with that weakling, you will never surpass me, Vegeta said with a slight smile. Just hold on. Soon I will pin you to the ground and rub your face in it. Goku's expression grew serious. Hey, Ruffin, have you arrived on Earth yet? If you have, then watch closely as I torment Kakarot. Vegeta laughed heartily. Does he even deserve to be considered my lifelong rival? Surely you jest. Bulma interjected. Chapter 110, My Destruction at 100 Light Years. Ruffin, he wouldn't he truly consider you his lifelong rival, would he? It's not entirely impossible, Ruffin nodded. If your battle power truly reached 100 to the power of 20, how long would he need to catch up to you? Bulma exclaimed. Without guidance. It seems he will never achieve that in this lifetime, Ruffin replied. What about as a Super Saiyan? Bulma inquired. A Super Saiyan merely multiplies the original battle power by 50, Ruffin clarified. 50 times? And that is just merely? Bulma wiped her brow. Think carefully. It's still far less than what I can do with just one exponent. Lu Fan smiled. Bulma was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Lu Fan's power exponentiates 100-fold. However, I do not calculate it in such a manner. My cultivation pertains to destruction, and I measure it in terms of the diameter in light years. Lu Fan grinned. Bulma exhibited a look of utter confusion. Light years? How could this astronomical unit of measurement apply to you? So, what is the diameter of your so-called destruction now? Bulma inquired with curiosity. My progress has been rather minimal over the years, as I have spent most of my time working, Lu Fan replied, shaking his head and letting out a soft sigh. Currently, my destructive capacity can condense to a maximum of 100 light years. Bulma exclaimed, 100 light years. And you still consider it small. That's the distance light travels in 100 years. She was at a loss for words. Do you have any idea how vast the Milky Way is? Lu Fan asked. The Milky Way? I recall that our galaxy spans approximately 100,000 light years, Bulma responded. Therefore, when you juxtapose 100 light years against 100,000, how insignificant does it seem? Lu Fan asserted confidently. When you make that comparison, it does indeed seem trivial. Bulma nodded. Although my 100 light years of destruction could effortlessly annihilate 100 galaxies, it still feels somewhat diminutive, Lu Fan added. Bulma chose to remain silent. Do you dare to call this small? Such a minuscule quantity could effortlessly obliterate 100 galaxies? I shall refrain from debating this unfamiliar domain with you. Look, Goku appears to be brimming with confidence. What other strategies does he possess? Bulma inquired. Kaioken times 3. Goku bellowed, as an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from him. Power level, 17,000, 19,000, 21,000. Bulma gasped in astonishment. Bang! Bulma's detector exploded in an instant, startling her. A sheen of cold sweat broke out on Bulma's brow. This is an old model of the detector, capable of withstanding a maximum power level of 20,000, Lu Fan explained. So what is Goku's current power level? Bulma asked, her eyes wide with surprise. Considering the energy expended in the previous battle, his current power level has certainly reached an astounding height of at least 23,000, Lu Fan replied. Did you just say Vegeta's power level is only 18,000? Bulma inquired. Indeed, Lu Fan nodded. Bang! Vegeta's detector also erupted in a violent explosion. Vegeta's complexion paled in shock. What nonsense is this? I can feel a monumental shift in his energy. At the moment the detector exploded, I sensed his power level surpassing 20,000. How is that possible? He is merely a low-class warrior. Suddenly, Goku rocketed toward Vegeta, delivering a formidable punch to his face. Vegeta felt as if his very being was shattered, his body hurtling backward. Bang! Goku swiftly pursued, landing another powerful blow. Vegeta was sent crashing from the skies. Goku showed no signs of relenting, tracing an arc in the air to appear directly beneath Vegeta. Bang! Goku unleashed a tremendous kick, propelling Vegeta high into the sky. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta managed to halt his ascent. A sense of unwillingness swelled within him. How could this low-class warrior have grown so formidable? Just as Vegeta struggled to regain his composure, Goku surged upward once more. Vegeta hastily raised his hands, attempting to fend off Goku's assault. Crack! Goku abruptly changed direction midair, positioning himself behind Vegeta. In a panic, Vegeta unleashed an energy blast. Whoosh! Goku's figure shimmered, vanishing from sight. The energy blast met nothing but empty air. Vegeta stood in stunned silence. Bang! Before Vegeta could react, Goku suddenly charged at him from the side, delivering a powerful kick to his face. Vegeta soared through the air, tracing a straight line before crashing headfirst into the rocky mountain below, leaving a deep crater in its wake. With a roar, Vegeta rose to his feet, shattering the stones clinging to him. In an instant, Goku came rushing in from a distance. Vegeta, consumed by fury, shouted, "You scoundrel!" as he swung a fist at Goku. However, Goku appeared behind him in a heartbeat, landing a swift kick to Vegeta's lower back, nearly toppling him to the ground. Fortunately, seasoned by countless battles, Vegeta quickly regained his composure and retaliated with a punch aimed at Goku. Goku deftly evaded the strike and countered with a powerful uppercut that struck Vegeta squarely in the abdomen. The impact left Vegeta reeling, blood spewing from his mouth as beads of sweat cascaded down his face. Realizing he could no longer withstand Kakarote's relentless assault, Vegeta swiftly leaped back onto the rocky outcrop behind him. Gasping for breath, Goku too was struggling, his body battered from the strain of the Kaioken times 3 technique. We won. Bulma cheered, exhilarated. We won. Ruffin echoed, seizing the moment to plant a kiss on Bulma's cheek. Is that how you play? She retorted. Shouldn't I be the one kissing you? Why the reversal? Yet, she quickly cautioned, but don't celebrate too soon. After all, he is the prince of the Saiyans, and he possesses other formidable techniques. Ruffin smiled knowingly. Doesn't Goku seem injured to you? Bulma observed, concern etching her features. He has unleashed a technique beyond his limits. Ruffin explained. The fact that Goku can still stand is quite remarkable. Are you saying Goku can no longer fight? Bulma asked, taken aback. Let us wait and see. Ruffin replied with a smile. Chapter 111. Vegeta's regret. Vegeta's expression darkened, his body trembling uncontrollably. How infuriating. That lowly warrior Kakarot. I am a prodigious fighter. I am more powerful than any genius warrior. How could I possibly lose to such an inferior fighter? I allowed this lowly warrior to best me so thoroughly. Could Ruffin have been right? Will this man truly become my lifelong rival? In that moment, regret washed over Vegeta. If only I had trained diligently under the KO, I might have achieved greatness beyond imagination. Perhaps I could have even surpassed Frieza. Curse it. I refuse to accept this. However, shall I truly concede defeat to this inferior warrior? I refuse. Kakarot, I shall obliterate you. Vegeta soared into the sky, gathering energy in his hands, proclaiming loudly, Kakarot, if you possess any skill, evade my attack. Should you manage to escape, I will unleash destruction upon this planet. What did you say? Do not jest. It seems you believe you can survive in the void of space once Earth is annihilated. Son Goku retorted loudly. Humph, Earth will not be obliterated immediately. There shall be a grace period during which I will depart in my spaceship, Vegeta scoffed. But by then, will you and these Earthlings have the luxury of time to flee? Son Goku's expression shifted dramatically. I must not allow you to succeed. He concentrated energy in his hands, invoking the Kaioken technique at 3 times its power. Behold my Kamehameha. Vegeta erupted into laughter. Both warriors unleashed formidable energy, their disparate forces colliding and bursting forth in a dazzling display of colors. Boom! With thunderous roars, the unleashed energy created powerful shockwaves that dispersed the clouds in the sky. What? Is it so similar to my Kamehameha? Vegeta's eyes widened as he intensified his energy output. Instantly, energy cascaded downward towards Son Goku. Aya! Son Goku could distinctly feel himself struggling under the pressure. Vegeta, too, was fervently expending energy. For times, Son Goku bellowed. Boom! The energy he released surged upward, enveloping Vegeta entirely. Vegeta gasped in astonishment. In an instant, Vegeta was propelled skyward by the overwhelming force, quickly vanishing from sight. Phew! Son Goku, too, felt an overwhelming discomfort coursing through his body, teetering on the brink of collapse. Goku! Krillin rushed forward in alarm. Father! Son Gohan's face reflected deep concern. Piccolo followed at a steady pace, gazing skyward. Ha ha ha! Goku, you executed that beautifully. At that moment, Yajirobe emerged from his hiding place, wearing a broad smile. Yajirobe? You are here as well? Son Goku said, taken aback. Did you not notice? Ha! It seems I concealed myself rather effectively. Yajirobe grinned. Is he dead? Piccolo inquired. No. That guy is still alive. If he were to perish so easily, I would not have to exert such effort, Son Goku replied with a wry smile. Now, having sustained severe injuries, I fear I may find it difficult to continue fighting. The 4 times Kaioken is utterly unbearable. What did you say? Piccolo was taken aback. Goku. What is wrong? Just moments ago, I clearly saw you overpowering him. Clint inquired. The Kaioken technique I employed has exceeded my limits, resulting in injury, Goku simply explained. Father, we shall handle the rest. That fellow must have very little energy left, right? Gohan clenched his teeth, feeling it was his duty as a son to share the burden with his father. Ha ha ha, Gohan has grown up, Goku said with a sense of pride. If only we had some Senzu beans, Clint scratched his head. That would surely heal your injuries instantly, right? Senzu beans? Goku paused, and his eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. Indeed, Korin gifted me 2 Senzu beans. I consumed one on my way back from the other world. I still have one left. Goku immediately struggled to retrieve a Senzu bean from his person. You truly possess a Senzu bean, Goku, Clint exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. This is the last one. I want to hold back, Goku stated, lacking any formality, as he promptly swallowed the bean. Instantly, all fatigue vanished, and his injuries were completely healed. Gasping, Goku looked invigorated as he gazed towards the sky. Huh, Goku is restored, Bulma exclaimed, a mix of surprise and joy. Indeed, Rufa nodded. This restoration has significantly enhanced Goku's battle power, which has now reached 15,000. What does that mean? Bulma asked, slightly taken aback. Each time a Saiyan recovers from severe injuries, especially when on the brink of death, their battle power can potentially multiply, Rufa clarified. Thus, Goku's base battle power has risen to 15,000. Such a phenomenon exists? Bulma marveled. Now I truly comprehend why Saiyans are so formidable. Aya. Vegeta was propelled into the sky by an overwhelming surge of energy, piercing through the clouds while emitting a series of shouts. Clenching his teeth, Vegeta immediately broke free from the energy blast. The blast continued its ascent into the heavens, swiftly vanishing from sight. As he observed the dissipating energy, Vegeta's expression darkened considerably. That scoundrel! How could Kakarot's battle power surpass mine? Vegeta seethed with rage, declaring, "That is impossible. I am the mightiest among Saiyans. He is merely a lowly warrior." After a fit of heavy breathing, Vegeta resolved himself. "Though it feels somewhat unsporting, I shall forcefully press you down. Soon, I will transform into a great ape. I will demonstrate my true strength." Vegeta scanned the sky for the moon. However, after a thorough search, he found no trace of the moon's presence. This is maddening. I specifically checked the calendar, and today is supposed to be a full moon. Vegeta surveyed his surroundings in frustration. Where has the moon gone? Vegeta searched in vain, his frustration mounting. This detestable scoundrel has truly exasperated me. He must have preemptively destroyed the moon. There seems to be no alternative, although this will diminish my combat prowess. I still possess a formidable strength of at least 70,000 after my transformation. Whoosh! Vegeta swiftly descended from the sky, positioning himself directly opposite Goku. "Shall we continue?" Goku inquired, gazing at Vegeta. Vegeta blinked momentarily, taken aback. How can this fellow appear so vibrant? It seems his injuries have fully healed. What could possibly be happening? There is no time to ponder. Even if you have returned to your peak condition, once I transform into a great ape, you shall remain no match for me. Chapter 112. Goku's power multiplies Kakarot. Do you believe that by obliterating the moon, you can rest easy? Vegeta bellowed. The moon? I do not comprehend what you are saying. Goku replied, his expression one of confusion. Humph, do not feign ignorance. Allow me to reveal to you the secret behind the Saiyan's transformation upon gazing at a full moon. Vegeta remarked with a slight smile. Transformation? Goku's bewilderment deepened. Surely you understand that moonlight is merely sunlight reflected off the moon? Vegeta continued with a grin. When sunlight strikes the moon, it generates a form of electromagnetic wave that reaches a frequency of 17 million hertz during a full moon. Once our eyes absorb electromagnetic waves exceeding 17 million hertz, they transmit a signal to our tails, prompting our transformation. Goku listened, utterly perplexed. I do not grasp what you are saying. What is this hertz and electromagnetic wave? Master Roshi never taught me such things. Could you elaborate a bit more? It would be delightful if you could express it in a manner I can comprehend. The universe is replete with numerous planets, each adorned with many moons. Regardless of their size, these moons can emit electromagnetic waves exceeding 17 million hertz only during a full moon. Vegeta snorted and chuckled, stating that only a handful of Saiyans possess the ability to create an artificial moon that surpasses 17 million hertz. By merely infusing the oxygen from this planet into the energy sphere, it becomes feasible. Suddenly, a radiant energy sphere manifested in Vegeta's hand, exuding a divine glow the moment it appeared. Simultaneously, Vegeta's aura significantly diminished. I apologize for the wait, Kakarot. Vegeta gasped heavily, asserting that no matter how diligently you train, he would still trample you into the ground. What exactly do you intend to do? Your energy has drastically decreased, yet I remain perplexed by your actions, Goku replied. Utterly bewildered, with a swift motion, Vegeta hurled the artificial moon high into the sky. Goku was momentarily taken aback. What is he up to? Bulma inquired, pondering whether Goku's previous transformation into a great ape was due to this reason. Indeed, that is the case, Lufan affirmed with a nod. With a crack, the artificial full moon in the sky erupted with a sacred radiance. Kakarot, you must regret not having your tail now, Vegeta cackled, adding, and Lufan. I have long noticed that your tail is also absent. Do modern Saiyans prefer to be tailless? As he spoke, Vegeta gazed intently at the artificial full moon. In the next instant, his body underwent a dramatic transformation. Vegeta revealed sharp fangs, and his pupils turned a vivid crimson. Goku was astonished, while Piccolo's eyes widened, his complexion paling. Krillin was utterly flabbergasted. Should I release a ki blast? What in the world is this creature? Goku exclaimed in shock. A great ape monster? Now I understand why my grandfather forbade me from playing outside on full moon nights. And the Supreme Kai also advised against growing a tail. So, that was the reason. He added, by the way, here's a piece of good news. A Saiyan's battle power increases tenfold after transforming into a great ape. Vegeta smiled subtly. Goku was taken aback. What? Such a significant enhancement? Krillin gasped. What did you say? Goku's expression turned grim. If this fellow truly gained 10 times the strength, I sense I might be in peril. Hey! Vegeta surged towards Goku with a fierce howl, delivering a powerful punch. Goku swiftly leapt, evading Vegeta's assault. However, Vegeta was quicker, launching a kick that sent Goku crashing to the ground. Goku rebounded, quickly regaining his composure and landing steadily. Ha ha, your reflexes are impressive, Kakarot. Prepare to receive another punch. Vegeta cackled, swinging down another fist. Kaioken. Goku instantly activated the Kaioken technique at 3 times its usual strength. Boom. With the threefold Kaioken, Goku's battle power soared to an astonishing 45,000. Yet, in comparison to Vegeta, it remained woefully inadequate. Bang! Vegeta's tail swept lightly, striking Goku with tremendous force, sending him tumbling through the air. This is intolerable. My Senzu beans are being squandered. Goku lamented, realizing that even the Kaioken times 3 was not enough to contend with his foe. How do you like that, Kakarot? I warned you I'd pin you to the ground. Vegeta laughed maniacally. Goku took a deep breath, assessing Vegeta's energy. From your aura, I sense that if I utilize the Kaioken at 5 times, I might stand a chance against you. However, my body would be utterly devastated. Enough of this hesitation. Kakarot, prepare to be ground into the dirt. Vegeta shouted, charging towards Goku once more. Kaioken times 5. Goku bellowed. Instantly, his battle power skyrocketed to 75,000. Now, having transformed into a great ape, Vegeta's power dwindled to 70,000. Goku now surpassed Vegeta by 5,000 in strength. Boom. Goku, with his seemingly disproportionate physique, braced himself against the colossal fist that Vegeta hurled at him. What? Vegeta gasped in disbelief. He actually caught it. Hey! Goku exclaimed as he soared upward, delivering an uppercut that connected squarely with Vegeta's jaw. Arc! Vegeta howled in pain, feeling as if his jaw might shatter. Bang! With a sudden burst of force, Sun Wukong delivered a powerful kick to Vegeta's head. The latter's formidable form somersaulted through the air before crashing violently to the ground, rolling uncontrollably upon impact. Once Vegeta came to a halt, he spewed forth a copious amount of blood. Gasping for breath, Sun Wukong felt his body teetering on the brink of collapse. I can hardly withstand the triple Kaioken. Yet here I am employing the quintuple Kaioken. I feel as though I have reached my utmost limit. As Sun Wukong descended, he fell to one knee, almost toppling over. Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his complexion turning a ghastly shade. I have transformed into a great ape, and yet I am reduced to this? Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Despite Sun Wukong unleashing the quintuple Kaioken, which had granted him a combat power exceeding Vegeta's by 50,000 and dealt a significant blow, Vegeta remained remarkably resilient. Vegeta defiantly stood back up. Chapter 113. Sun Wukong's desperate struggle. I will not spare you, Kakarot. If I do not pin you to the ground today and rub your face in the dirt, then I am not the Prince of Saiyans. Vegeta proclaimed loudly. In the next moment, he charged once more towards Sun Wukong. It seemed he had not sustained severe injuries. This was trouble indeed. Sun Wukong, on the verge of tears, realized he had no choice but to utilize the spirit bomb. As he observed Vegeta racing toward him, Sun Wukong positioned his hands beside his face. Solar flare. A blinding orb of light erupted from his head, radiating outward in a frantic expansion. Vegeta fell victim to the attack, his pupils turning a ghostly white. Immediately afterward, Sun Wukong soared into the distance. With a thud, he landed atop a distant rock, raising his hands high. Earth, oceans, all living friends. Please lend me a fraction of your energy, Sun Wukong uttered weakly. In an instant, the spirit bomb began to coalesce above his hands. Vegeta's vision quickly returned to normal. With a roar, Vegeta opened his mouth and unleashed an energy blast. Sun Wukong's face paled in fear as he jumped in haste. Boom! An enormous explosion erupted from the spot where Sun Wukong had been standing. When the dust settled, he lay on the ground, feeling utterly defeated. This is troublesome. The spirit bomb I painstakingly gathered has dissipated, he remarked with a bitter smile. Kakarot, you are done for, aren't you? Vegeta scoffed. Though you have learned many skills from that weakling, you still fall far short compared to me. I truly hold no hope of victory. The quintuple Kaioken is unbearable. Sun Wukong replied wearily, then you might as well lie down and let me rub your face in the dirt. Vegeta burst into laughter, taking a large step and bringing his foot down towards Goku. Goku hurriedly leaped to evade the attack. Thud! Vegeta swatted Goku to the ground as if he were a mere fly. Bam! Once more, Vegeta stomped down. This time, Goku was unable to dodge, and Vegeta's foot crushed his leg. A cry of agony escaped Goku's lips. I apologize, but your calf is utterly crushed and completely deformed, Vegeta declared with a smirk. Now, prepare yourself, for I intend to pin you down and rub you into the ground. With that, Vegeta reached out, ready to press Goku's body into the earth. I can no longer watch this. Krillin gritted his teeth. Dad. Gohan clenched his fists, trembling violently. Wait a moment. Piccolo spoke in a deep voice. This individual is evidently far calmer than that Saiyan named Nappa. If your attack fails, it will be difficult to launch a surprise assault. How much longer must we wait? Krillin asked solemnly. We must wait until he becomes careless and completely overlooks our presence, Piccolo suggested. Very well, you are correct. We have no choice but to wait. Krillin nodded. Gohan, you must hold on. We will find a way to deliver a decisive blow to that fellow. Gohan nodded vigorously. Curse it. I have completely succumbed to you. I recognize your strength, but I never anticipated my training was still insufficient. Goku gritted his teeth. However, if I am granted more time to train diligently, I will undoubtedly surpass you. Ha ha ha. Cease your boastful proclamations, Kakarot. Vegeta cackled. No matter how hard you train, you will never surpass me. As he spoke, Vegeta's large hand approached Goku's body. Whoosh! Goku suddenly swung his hand, unleashing a wave of energy. The energy wave struck Vegeta squarely in the eyes. Vegeta howled in pain. Hee, that was my last ounce of energy. I apologize, but you were far too careless. Goku smiled. Vegeta fumed with fury. Now I lack even the strength to wipe the sweat from my brow. Do as you wish. Goku chuckled. Vegeta rubbed his injured eye, consumed by rage. Kakarot, you scoundrel, how dare you injure my eye? Watch how I deal with you, he growled, stepping forward to grasp Goku tightly in his hand. Vegeta squeezed with all his might. Crack, crack. It seemed as though Goku's bones were dislocating. Ha ha ha, I will make you suffer a torturous demise. I shall first crush your body, then grind your head into the ground. Prepare yourself for this, Kakarot, Vegeta laughed maniacally. Krillin, Gohan, now is the time. Immediately execute our previous plan. Piccolo spoke in a deep voice. Yes. Krillin nodded in agreement. The trio dispersed to execute their plan. First, the timid Gohan stepped forward to attract Vegeta's attention. He appeared directly in front of Vegeta, shouting, You vile Saiyan, release my father at once. Oh, so you are Kakarot's little brat? Vegeta cast a glance at Gohan, sneering, Have you come to bid him farewell? Ha ha ha, your timing is impeccable. He shall soon be crushed by my hand. Special beam cannon. Meanwhile, Piccolo positioned himself on the opposite side, gathering a spiraling beam of energy. It surged toward Vegeta with ferocity. At the same time, Krillin stealthily materialized behind Vegeta, concentrating on a spirit/technique. Vegeta turned to observe Piccolo's unleashed special beam cannon. Humph, a trivial technique. Without a hint of hesitation, Vegeta struck the special beam cannon with a powerful slap, sending it hurtling away. Spirit slash. Krillin unleashed his technique just as Vegeta swatted away the special beam cannon. With a swift motion, he aimed the spirit slash directly at Vegeta. With remarkable agility, Vegeta leaped into the air, evading the attack. Krillin's eyes widened in disbelief at his incredible reflexes. Humph, I sensed another presence. Did you think you could ambush me? Do not harbor such foolish dreams. Vegeta chuckled lightly, firmly holding on to Goku. Krillin felt a wave of despair wash over him. Despite his imposing stature, Vegeta's speed was astonishing. You, Kakarot's child, are deliberately drawing my attention to let them strike me, aren't you? Vegeta remarked with a smirk. Gohan trembled in fear, retreating in panic. Chapter 114. The death of Piccolo here, take this. Vegeta casually waved his hand, sending an energy blast hurtling towards Gohan. Gohan! Goku exclaimed in alarm, urgently calling out his son's name. Paralyzed by fear, Gohan stood frozen, forgetting to evade the incoming attack. In that critical moment, Piccolo rushed forward, positioning his body to shield Gohan. Uncle Piccolo! Gohan's eyes widened in shock. With a thunderous crash, Piccolo was engulfed by the energy blast. Oh, this Namekian exhibits quite the sense of loyalty, protecting a mere child. Vegeta let out a disdainful grunt. Once the smoke cleared, Piccolo stretched out his arms, positioning himself protectively in front of Gohan, his entire being enveloped in a green haze. Uncle Piccolo! Gohan cried, tears streaming down his face. Goku stood in stunned silence, while Krillin appeared bewildered. Could it be that the Demon King Piccolo sacrificed himself to save Gohan? With a sudden thud, Piccolo collapsed, his breath weakening. Clearly on the brink of death, Gohan wept uncontrollably. Uncle Piccolo, I have cherished the time spent with you, Piccolo said with a smile. But as those words left his lips, his head tilted, and he breathed his last. No, Gohan wailed, an overwhelming surge of energy erupting from within him. Suddenly, Yajirobe wielded his sword, swiftly severing Vegeta's tail. Vegeta, taken aback, had not anticipated another presence nearby. His expression shifted dramatically as his body trembled violently before reverting to its original form. Yajirobe promptly made his escape. No, Gohan charged fiercely towards Vegeta, unleashing a relentless assault. In that moment, Vegeta found himself unable to retaliate against Gohan's formidable strength. What? How could that insufferable brat's power have surged to such heights? Vegeta thought, utterly astonished. The skirmish continued for approximately 10 seconds, during which Gohan's fury began to diminish and his fighting prowess considerably waned. With a swift uppercut, Vegeta struck Gohan in the abdomen. Gohan let out a pained howl. What? You think a mere child like you can avenge that Namekian? Vegeta scoffed. Just then, Krillin soared in from a distance, attempting a sneak attack on Vegeta. With a swift kick, Vegeta connected with Krillin's head, sending him crashing to the ground, feeling as though his bones had shattered. Don't you wish to play in an orderly fashion? Vegeta huffed. He then advanced and seized Gohan by the collar. With a resounding impact, Vegeta drove his head into Gohan's face, eliciting a cry of pain. Your father is a waste, and so are you, Vegeta sneered. I shall ensure you meet your end beside him. Go, he declared, casting Gohan towards Goku's side. Gohan, Goku called out solemnly. Gohan desperately crawled to his father's side. Hey, they won't last much longer. Are you truly going to stand by and do nothing? Bulma spoke urgently. There's no need to rush. We are not yet at the final moment, replied Ruffin with a smile. What do you mean we're not at the final moment? Look at the situation. Goku and the others are on the brink of death, and Piccolo has already perished. With Piccolo gone, the Dragon Balls on Earth must have vanished as well, correct? Isn't there still the Dragon Balls from Namek? Ruffin chuckled softly. Bulma was momentarily speechless. Namek will become the new battlefield, Ruffin mused. I shall bring more allies. It will surely be far more intriguing. Bring more allies? Bulma was slightly confused by his implication. At the battlefield, Gohan exclaimed, Dad, you're covered in wounds and can hardly move. Please, let me take your place in the fight. Goku, weak and weary, replied, Oh, Kakarot, you truly are resilient. You haven't lost consciousness yet, Vegeta scoffed. No, Dad, he is just too powerful. I cannot defeat him. Gohan shook his head, lacking confidence. It doesn't matter if you can't defeat him. You can still diminish his arrogance. Goku encouraged. Besides, Krillin will assist you. No, Dad, I can't move either. Gohan insisted, shaking his head. Do you want Piccolo to have died in vain? Goku shouted. Whoosh. Vegeta descended from the sky, landing a foot on Goku. Goku coughed up blood. Immediately, Vegeta pressed his foot down on Goku and rubbed it back and forth on the ground. How is it going, Kakarot? Didn't I say I would rub your face into the dirt? Vegeta laughed maniacally. Gohan, both alarmed and furious, shouted, Stop it. I will defeat you. Gritting his teeth, Gohan rose to his feet. Oh, you think you, a half-breed, can defeat me? Vegeta scoffed. Special beam cannon. Gohan unleashed a powerful energy wave from his hands, aiming directly at Vegeta. Vegeta swiftly leapt to evade the energy attack. Hey! Gohan launched a fierce kick, sending Vegeta soaring into the air. Vegeta, infuriated, quickly regained his composure and retaliated with a kick to Gohan's face, causing him to cry out in pain. You think you can defeat me, you half-breed brat? Vegeta sneered, charging at Gohan. Krillin, come here quickly. I have something to entrust to you, Goku whispered. Ah, Goku, are you preparing to say your last words? Krillin approached with a grim expression. Goku replied, I'm not saying my last words. I want to pass on the spirit bomb I've gathered to you. Sun Wukong explained, the spirit bomb? What is that? Krillin was taken aback. This is the energy I collected from Earth, although I've used up half of it. It should suffice to deal with that fellow Vegeta. Sun Wukong replied, Now you are holding my hand. I still don't comprehend, Krillin admitted. Yet he immediately extended his hand towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong handed the spirit bomb to Krillin. Huh? What is this? Krillin instantly sensed the immense power radiating from the spirit bomb. Chapter 115. Vegeta's desperate plight, place it in your palm and condense it into a sphere, instructed Sun Wukong. Krillin gritted his teeth, focusing on forming the spirit bomb. Hurry up. Gohan can barely hold on any longer, Sun Wukong urged. With a snap, a pale blue orb materialized in Krillin's hand. Yes, this is it. Sun Wukong nodded, directing it towards Vegeta, determined to strike him. All right, I will give it a try. Krillin responded. In the distance, the battle between Vegeta and Son Gohan raged on. Gohan was struggling, battered and bruised. This guy is so agile. I fear I won't be able to hit him, Krillin grimaced. Krillin, the spirit bomb is not about targeting with your eyes. It is released by sensing the evil energy. The voice of King Kai suddenly resonated. Huh, who is that? Krillin was startled. I am King Kai, he replied. I won't elaborate further. Just follow my instructions. As long as you sense his malevolent energy, you can release the spirit bomb. I understand. Krillin nodded vigorously. 30 seconds later. All right, I've finally captured your evil energy. A look of excitement spread across Krillin's face. What are you dawdling about? Yajirobe exclaimed, unable to contain himself as he shouted at Krillin. Do it quickly if you're going to strike. What are you lingering for? Such indecisiveness. Vegeta exclaimed, momentarily pausing to glance in this direction. Krillin felt a wave of despair wash over him. This fool. At this juncture, Krillin had no choice but to unleash his energy blast. With a swift motion, he directed the energy sphere towards Vegeta. What is this? Vegeta suddenly recognized the extraordinary nature of the attack. In the next instant, he leaped away to evade the energy blast. The sphere hurtled towards Gohan, who stood behind Vegeta. Huh. Gohan exclaimed, bewildered. Uncle Krillin, why are you aiming that at me? Gohan deflected. Gohan's eyes widened as he hastily raised his hand, redirecting the energy blast. Vegeta's eyes widened in horror. Boom. Vegeta found himself struck directly by the energy blast, letting out a series of agonizing cries before being propelled high into the air, disappearing from sight in an instant. We won, Bulma exclaimed, rushing forward to plant a kiss on Rofan's cheek. However, the moment her lips met, she felt as though she had been shocked by electricity. I just remembered, my body is composed entirely of pure destructive energy, Rofan explained. What do you mean? Bulma asked, taken aback. In other words, if I lose control, you might end up as mere ashes, Rofan elaborated. So, if I kiss you, I might turn to dust? But you just kissed me, Bulma huffed. That is of little importance now, Rofan replied. Bulma felt a wave of unease wash over her. Wonderful, we hit him. We succeeded. Krillin cheered. Gohan, slightly relieved, approached. His face bruised and battered. You all did great. Goku smiled warmly. Piccolo can finally rest in peace, Krillin remarked with a smile. Indeed, Goku nodded gently. Boom. In the next moment, Vegeta plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. He landed in a disoriented heap. He.S. a Saiyan. Gohan observed, his expression grave. Not to worry, he.S. just a corpse. Krillin stepped forward, kicking Vegeta twice. This guy deserves it. We'll dig a hole to bury him shortly. Are you suggesting that you'll dig your own grave? Vegeta's eyes snapped open as he chuckled coldly. Krillin's eyes widened in shock. You're still alive? You've inflicted considerable pain upon me, but do you truly believe this will be my end? Vegeta retorted. Vegeta gritted his teeth and rose to his feet. Krillin trembled in fear. Though I have endured a heavy blow, I still possess the strength to annihilate you. Vegeta scoffed, delivering a resounding slap that sent Krillin crashing to the ground. Gohan was utterly paralyzed with terror. You have pushed this monstrous warrior to deplete nearly all of his energy. Bringing me to this state, I shall not let you escape unscathed. A murderous intent flickered across Vegeta's face. Suddenly, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from him. Instantly, energy radiated outward from Vegeta, spreading wildly in all directions. An immense explosion ensued. As the smoke gradually cleared, Vegeta gasped for air, turning to face those present. How could this be? With such devastating power, they are still alive? These little ants possess quite a tenacious will to live. Vegeta felt unsteady, swaying back and forth, on the verge of collapse at any moment. Your resilience surpasses my expectations. I must swiftly extinguish you, so I can finally rest. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta ascended into the air, muttering to himself, lest that scoundrel Rufin mock me in this state. Bulma, are you not aware? Lu Fan has seen through everything long ago. Bulma smiled at Lu Fan. Don't look at me. With my striking appearance, be careful not to have your heart flutter. Lu Fan remarked. Bulma wiped her sweat, muttering. What nonsense about fluttering hearts. Suddenly, Vegeta approached Son Gohan. To his astonishment, he noticed that the boy had sprouted a tail. What? He has grown a tail, Vegeta exclaimed, alarmed. This was dire. If he transformed, it would become exceedingly troublesome. I must eliminate him at once. Otherwise, we will be in peril. Just as Vegeta was preparing to strike down Son Gohan, he sensed something amiss behind him. Turning around, he discovered a hefty figure wielding a knife, charging towards him. Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. It was Yachirobe. Hey! Yachirobe's blade struck Vegeta's back, cleaving through his armor and leaving a long gash stained with blood. Thud. Yachirobe, having overexerted himself, tumbled to the ground. Vegeta also fell, writhing in pain. Ha ha ha! Yachirobe laughed joyously, rising to deliver a series of vigorous kicks to Vegeta. You rogue! This is your just desserts. You deserve it. With each kick, he taunted, how does it feel? You can't defeat me, Yachirobe, can you? Chapter 116, Lu Fan. Quickly eliminate them. Vegeta, having been humbled, rose from the ground. Yachirobe's smile began to fade. You're still alive? You despicable coward, always relying on sneak attacks. Vegeta gritted his teeth and stood up. Hey! Yachirobe swung his knife once more. Vegeta barely managed to evade the blow, feeling his stamina reaching its limit. Yachirobe exclaimed, You can dodge this? Are you a deity? My apologies, I was merely jesting. It must be quite painful, is it not? Can your tail be reattached after surgery? Yachirobe immediately submitted. Furthermore, I hold you in the highest regard. Let us befriend one another, and I shall become your most exceptional subordinate. With a resounding thud, Vegeta propelled himself forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent Yachirobe tumbling several times. Yachirobe cried out in agony. Vegeta pursued him, landing a punch squarely on Yachirobe's plump face. Yachirobe collapsed to the ground, nearly losing consciousness. I shall not spare you. I will eliminate this rotund fool first, Vegeta proclaimed, advancing towards Yachirobe's fallen form. Gohan! Look at the moon! Shouted Goku to Gohan. With a thud, Gohan flipped off the stone and gazed skyward at the artificial full moon. This is bad. He must not transform. Vegeta exclaimed in alarm, momentarily disregarding Yachirobe to launch a fierce kick at Gohan. Gohan let out a furious roar as his body underwent a tremendous transformation, shifting towards the mighty ape form. This is disastrous. If he transforms, it will be the end. I must eliminate him now. Vegeta struck Gohan with relentless punches, but Gohan's transformation continued unabated. How foolish of me to forget the most critical detail, his tail. If I sever it, he cannot transform. Vegeta swiftly moved to grasp Gohan's tail. Gohan retaliated with a powerful punch that struck Vegeta on the head, leaving him momentarily dazed and collapsed on the ground. Gohan completed his transformation, gasping heavily as he became a massive black ape. Despair etched across Vegeta's face. This excursion to Earth has truly been a calamity. This is intolerable. When Ranfan arrives, I shall be the subject of his ridicule. Yet, at this juncture, I must flee. If I do not leave now, I will meet my demise here. With a deafening roar, the gigantic ape Gohan lifted a massive boulder, preparing to unleash destruction upon the planet. Vegeta paused, struck by a revelation. Indeed, this child, born of a lowly warrior, will lose his rationality upon transforming into a great ape. It must be so. Gohan, you are a Saiyan. Quickly, fight the Saiyan. Krillin shouted. Vegeta muttered, that bald-headed brat. Do not remind him. Sun Wukong seemed to suddenly realize something, immediately turning to look at Vegeta. Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. In the next moment, Sun Wukong raised the large stone in his hand and hurled it towards Vegeta. Vegeta, pale with fright, hastily dodged out of the way. Bang! The colossal stone struck the ground, shattering into several pieces. Fortunately, Wukong retained some semblance of reason, possessing half of a human's bloodline. Thank goodness for that. Krillin sighed in relief. As Vegeta descended from the air, he felt waves of fatigue wash over him. This was truly dire. The moon I created won't disappear for another hour. I must find a way to sever his tail. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Whoosh! The great ape Sun Wukong charged towards Vegeta, his massive form resembling a mountain. Crack! Vegeta raised his hand, conjuring a keyblade. That's my signature move. When did you learn it? Krillin exclaimed in surprise. Whoosh! Vegeta hurled the keyblade towards Sun Wukong's tail. Swoosh! The keyblade cleanly severed Sun Wukong's tail. Wukong's pupils dilated as his body instantly began to change shape in midair. A smile crept across Vegeta's face. However, it quickly froze. He realized that Sun Wukong, transformed into a great ape, was now descending upon him with immense weight, like a mountain. It would take at least 10 seconds for him to revert to his human form. This is bad. Moreover, I am severely injured, my energy depleted to its limits. I cannot move. Crack. Sun Wukong slammed down heavily upon Vegeta, who felt as though his internal organs had been displaced, an indescribable discomfort washing over him. After pinning Vegeta down, Sun Wukong gradually returned to his original size. At this moment, Vegeta truly felt as if he were at the end of his rope. Gritting his teeth, he prepared to clench his fist for a decisive strike against Sun Wukong. However, to his dismay, he discovered that he lacked the strength even to make a fist. I should make my escape quickly. At this rate, I will perish. With great effort, Vegeta retrieved a remote control from his pocket and pressed a button. He then silently awaited the arrival of his spaceship. Astonishingly, is this fellow immortal? Krillin gasped. Suddenly, a figure flickered into view. Lufan appeared beside Vegeta through instant transmission. Lufan? Vegeta exclaimed in shock and joy. When did you arrive? I arrived long ago. Lufan chuckled. You have arrived just in time. Hasten to eliminate them all. They have left me in such a wretched state. Vegeta exclaimed urgently. Krillin's expression shifted dramatically. Goku felt a shiver run down his spine. Gohan, however, fainted. Yajirobe was so terrified that he lost control. Is this fellow an accomplice of Vegeta? This is dire. We are all injured. He will surely slaughter us all. It should be quite simple for him to do so now. Vegeta, I approached you to inquire about your experience in this battle with Kakarot. Lufan smiled. Vegeta replied, I was nearly beaten to death. What more is there to feel? I kindly brought you to King Kai's planet, so you could train diligently under him. And look what you've done. You've nearly frightened the king into losing control of his bowels. Lufan sighed. King Kai remarked, there is no need to elaborate so extensively, my lord. Chapter 117. Vegeta, why have you fainted again? Enough with the trivialities. Vegeta bared his teeth. Could you perhaps say a little less? I truly feel as though I am running out of strength to speak. Just as I was conversing, a swift whoosh echoed as Vegeta's spacecraft approached from the distance. A look of surprise illuminated Vegeta's face. I must hasten to leave this place. As for that fellow, Lufan, if he wishes to remain, so be it. With a resounding thud, Lufan delivered a kick. A muffled sound reverberated as Vegeta's spacecraft soared into the sky, vanishing in an instant. Vegeta's smile gradually froze. That was my spacecraft. I kindly request that you refrain from using inappropriate language. Do you treat my spaceship as a mere ball to kick? By now, you must realize that there is no turning back, correct? Lufan grinned widely. What do you intend to do? Vegeta inquired through clenched teeth. Oh, nothing much. Simply wish to engage in a conversation with you. Lufan replied with a smile. Vegeta, you wish to engage in conversation, but let me heal my wounds first. I feel as though I am on the brink of demise. Is it appropriate for you to converse with me? Are you aware of your mistake? Said Lufan, as he placed his foot upon Vegeta. Remove it, Vegeta exclaimed, seething with rage. Goku remained speechless, while Krillin wore a perplexed expression. Who exactly was this individual claiming to be Bulma's boyfriend, and what was his connection to Vegeta? Aren't you an ally of Vegeta? Are you engaged in infighting? I truly cannot comprehend. You have utterly disappointed me, Vegeta. Lufan sighed, pressing Vegeta's body against the ground, rolling him back and forth. As the rolling continued, Vegeta, ultimately succumbing to his grievous injuries, tilted his head and lost consciousness. Hey, wake up, don't faint. Lufan approached and slapped Vegeta's head. Vegeta was abruptly roused from his stupor by Lufan's forceful gesture. Krillin remarked, what a brutal fellow. The poor guy is already passed out, and you go and wake him up. In that moment, I suddenly felt an affinity for Vegeta. You, Lufan. What on earth do you mean? Vegeta seethed with fury. You see, I told you to follow me, but you refused. I urged you to train with King Kai. Yet you ignored me. I advised you to cultivate a tranquil heart, and still, you did not listen. Lufan sighed once more, pressing down on Vegeta as he rolled him, declaring, I do this for your own good. Do you understand? Vegeta, I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Your words echo those of my father, he remarked. You are not mistaken. I am indeed the reincarnation of your father. Lufan sighed, while Vegeta chose to remain silent, skeptical of the claim. However, the weight of his injuries was too great, and perhaps his earlier glare had been too intense, causing him to faint once more. How can you faint again? Lufan shook his head, conceding, perhaps it is best to let you be unconscious for a while. After muttering to himself, he turned his gaze towards Krillin. Krillin's pupils dilated, his expression shifting dramatically. Is it permissible for me to faint as well? he asked, wiping sweat from his brow. In a moment of desperation, he slapped his own bald head, feeling his consciousness slipping away. Perhaps I should succumb to unconsciousness. No matter how hard I try, I cannot possibly match Vegeta's prowess. I must gamble on this. He is Bulma's boyfriend, after all. He likely won't kill us, but I fear he will torment us. Let him have his way while I am unconscious. Lu Fan interjected, did I ever suggest that you should faint? He shook his head and turned his attention to Yachirobe, who trembled uncontrollably. After a brief hesitation, he too laid his head against a stone, feigning unconsciousness. Lu Fan then looked at Son Goku, who was at a loss for words. First, let me tend to your wounds, Lu Fan said, retrieving a Senzu bean. This particular bean was one of the few they had acquired from the Elder Kai back when they first arrived on Earth. Here, take this Senzu bean and consume it. With a gentle smile, Lu Fan raised the bean towards Goku's mouth, guiding it in. Goku complied, opening his mouth wide. The bean dropped into his mouth, and he quickly swallowed it. Instantly, his fatigue vanished, and his injuries healed. Simultaneously, his battle power surged from 15,000 to an impressive 22,000. Thank you. Your name is Lu Fan, isn't it? You are truly a good person, Goku exclaimed, leaping to his feet. Yachirobe cast a furtive glance in their direction, bewildered. Wait, he has Senzu beans? He just healed Goku? And Goku calls him a good person? I find myself perplexed by this situation. Focus on your training, Lu Fan advised, giving Goku a reassuring pat on the shoulder. You are right. I must dedicate myself to my training. Despite my relentless efforts, I still find myself unable to contend with Vegeta. Sun Wukong nodded gravely. Be content. You have only practiced under the Kai for half a year. Yet you are nearly catching up to our prince, Vegeta, Lu Fan remarked with a smile. Ah, I suddenly recall that he is indeed our Saiyan prince. Sun Wukong understood. All right, take your companions and hurry along, Lu Fan instructed. I shall take Vegeta back and give him a proper lesson. Understood, Sun Wukong nodded, adding, regardless, I must thank you for healing my injuries. Lu Fan waved his hand dismissively. He then stepped forward and abruptly stomped on Vegeta's leg. Vegeta's muscles twitched, and his calf lifted significantly. Lu Fan seized Vegeta's ankle and began to drag him across the ground. How barbaric, Sun Wukong commented. Is Vegeta going to be all right? Vegeta, focus on your training. I will also train diligently. After some time, I will challenge you again. With a swift motion, Lu Fan utilized instant transmission, and in an instant, he and Vegeta vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, they reappeared at the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation. Lu Fan, what have you brought this scoundrel to my home for? Bulma exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears. Can't we turn him into meat buns for the dogs? Lu Fan pondered, resting his chin on his hand. No, that would be too cruel. Bulma shouted, wiping the sweat from her brow. In that case, let's wake him up first. As Lu Fan spoke, he delivered a sharp slap to Vegeta's face. Bulma, genuinely at a loss for words, exclaimed, I can hardly keep up with your pace. Vegeta was abruptly jolted awake. As he opened his eyes, he felt as though his life was nearing its end. Chapter 118. Vegeta, don't seek out suffering, come, Vegeta. Eat this, and your injuries will be fully healed, Lu Fan said, raising a Senzu bean high in the air. What is that? Vegeta asked weakly. This is a Senzu bean. Once consumed, your stamina and injuries will be completely restored, Lu Fan explained. Now open your mouth. Vegeta grimaced in frustration, but given the circumstances, he had no choice. He reluctantly opened his mouth, and the Senzu bean tumbled down, landing directly in his mouth. As Vegeta swallowed it, his eyes widened in astonishment. He leaped from the ground, silently experiencing the profound transformation within his body. Upon awakening, Vegeta's battle power surged to an impressive 24,000. Humph, Lu Fan. How did you just target me? Vegeta snorted disdainfully. He then caught sight of Bulma standing beside Rofan. Where is this place? Vegeta paused, recognizing the location. Isn't this the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation? You must be that little girl named Bulma, right? Yes, that's me, Bulma nodded. You've grown so much over the years. Vegeta scoffed. Suddenly, Rofan delivered a sharp slap, knocking Vegeta to the ground, and proceeded to place his foot on Vegeta's face. Vegeta appeared utterly bewildered. What is happening? My battle power has clearly increased. How can I not even withstand a single attack from Rofan? Bulma is my girlfriend, so be polite when you speak to her. Look at how frightened you've made her, Rofan chastised sternly. Vegeta trembled all over. Bulma, however, remained silent, not perceiving Rofan as particularly ruthless. Instead, she felt a warm sensation in her heart, a small flicker of happiness. Girlfriend? He called me his girlfriend? Oh, Vegeta was utterly flabbergasted. Previously, I was injured, and you bullied me. I haven't settled the score with you yet. Now that I'm fully recovered and my battle power has significantly increased, I refuse to believe I can't defeat you. Vegeta unleashed his energy. So, you think you can unleash energy, huh? Oh, Rofan taunted while rolling around on Vegeta. Although Vegeta had unleashed a considerable amount of energy, it was of no consequence. After all, Rofan was composed of destructive energy. Vegeta's meager battle power was insufficient to challenge him. At this moment, even Frieza would find himself overpowered by Rofan's avatar. Still daring to glare at me? Rofan said, intensifying his rolling over Vegeta. After struggling for a while without gaining any advantage, Vegeta finally ceased his resistance. Lying on the ground as Rofan continued to roll his foot over him, Vegeta felt as if he could die from humiliation. When did Rofan become this powerful? How infuriating. I thought that with my increased battle power, I could defeat him. Hey, I agree to become the god of destruction, Vegeta suddenly declared. Do you think one can simply become a god of destruction at will? Rofan retorted sharply. I asked you to defeat Kakarot, and look at what happened to you. Humph. If you dare to let me go, I'll seek out Kakarot for another match. This time, I will surely make him regret it. Confidence radiated from Vegeta's face. You should reconsider before seeking another beating. If you go again, Kakarot will pin you down and wipe the floor with you. Lufan sighed. In this era, Sun Wukong's combat power had ascended to an impressive 22,000. Although his base strength fell short of Vegeta's, it was merely 2,000 points lower. However, let us not forget that Sun Wukong possesses the Kaioken technique. When he unleashes a double Kaioken, his combat power skyrockets to an astounding 40,000. Wouldn't that mean he could easily subdue Vegeta? What a jest, Lufan. I admit that I am not your match at present. Yet, defeating Kakarot will be a trivial matter for me. Vegeta laughed heartily. Is that so? Then let me take you to challenge Kakarot right away. Lufan did not object. Lufan, do you genuinely believe Wukong can manage this? After such a strenuous battle, must we continue? Bulma inquired with evident concern. Just keep an eye on the crystal ball here. Lufan replied, teleporting with Vegeta in an instant to stand before Sun Wukong and the others. Sun Wukong had just lifted Gohan into his arms and awakened Krillin and Yajirobe, preparing to take them to the hospital for some basic treatment. However, just as Sun Wukong was about to leave, Lufan and Vegeta appeared directly in front of them. Krillin's face turned pale with fright. He immediately recognized that Vegeta's injuries had completely healed. Had this fellow truly recovered from such severe wounds? How many Senzu beans does he possess? This spells trouble, Yajirobe thought, on the verge of tears. How can you even say that? I recall that Master Karen had an abundance of Senzu beans. Where did they all go in the end? Krillin asked through gritted teeth. Yajirobe's face flushed red at that moment. Did you perhaps consume them all? Krillin probed. Ahem, it's not like there was much food up there. So I occasionally ate a Senzu bean. Otherwise, I would have gone hungry. Yajirobe chuckled awkwardly. So not a single Senzu bean remains in that jar? Krillin sighed. That is not the crux of the matter. The critical point is that guy has awakened once more. And he has recovered. Yajirobe exclaimed, directing his frustration at Krillin. By now, the sky had begun to dim. Kakarot, would you care for a one-on-one battle under the stars? Vegeta looked up at the sky, smiling as he addressed Sun Wukong. Krillin. Sun Wukong handed Gohan to Krillin. Wukong, be careful. Krillin nodded. Understood, Sun Wukong replied, stepping forward. Humph. Had it not been for these fellows aiding you during the previous battle, you would have been slain long ago. Vegeta snorted, addressing Lufan. Did you not claim you had been present all along? Am I mistaken? Indeed, but not entirely, Lufan replied. If you do not transform into a great ape, do you truly believe you can defeat Kakarot? Vegeta cast a glance at his tail. What the hell? Where has my tail gone? Did that miraculous bean fail to restore it? Such a pity. Nevertheless, it matters not. My combat power has significantly escalated. I shall not be defeated by Kakarot again. Chapter 119. The three confrontations between Vegeta and Son Goku now. Let us commence anew, Kakarot. Vegeta offered a faint smile. Very well. Son Goku nodded. Turning to Krillin and Yajirobe, instructing them. You two, refrain from intervening. Understood. This time, I assure you, I shall not interfere. Yajirobe fervently nodded, declaring, I am merely an ordinary earthling. I do not wish to become embroiled in a planetary conflict. Go for it, Goku, Krillin encouraged. Son Goku and Vegeta stepped toward each other, gradually closing the distance. When they were approximately 3 meters apart, both immediately readied themselves for battle. Vegeta, this time I will give it my all. I hope you take care. Son Goku's expression remained calm. What did you say? Do you have the right to say such things? It is I, Vegeta, who should be uttering those words. Vegeta's nostrils flared with anger. Boom. Vegeta unleashed his aura, elevating his energy to its zenith. Upon sensing Vegeta's formidable presence, Krillin felt a wave of despair wash over him. How could this guy's power have become even stronger than before? How are we supposed to fight? Kaioken. Son Goku also released his energy, directly employing the Kaioken technique at double strength. Son Goku's battle power surged dramatically to an impressive 44,000. What? After this battle, Vegeta had begun to sense his opponent's energy slightly. He could distinctly perceive the immense aura radiating from Son Goku. Vegeta's expression turned to one of astonishment. How has Kakaroto's energy become so potent? Is this some kind of joke? Oh my. Vegeta propelled himself towards Son Goku with great speed. The arrow is knocked. It must be released. Swish. Son Goku deftly sidestepped, evading Vegeta's assault. Bang. Following that, Son Goku delivered a swift strike to the back of Vegeta's neck. In an instant, Vegeta felt his mind go blank, his consciousness fading into obscurity. Thud. Vegeta's head tilted, and he collapsed, unconscious. Krillin was left dumbfounded. His eyes widened in shock, displaying a mixture of astonishment, confusion, and bewilderment. Vegeta, are you holding back? How did you manage to knock Wukong out with just a slap? Yachirobe scratched his head in confusion. Even Son Wukong appeared somewhat bewildered, not realizing he had become this formidable. Impressive, Lu Fan remarked. There's no need for your presence any longer. You may leave. All right, then let's go, Krillin, Son Wukong called out. Huh? Aren't we going to take this opportunity to eliminate Vegeta? Krillin inquired. No need. He can no longer stir up any significant trouble, Son Wukong replied with a smile. How did you grow so powerful, Wukong? Krillin asked, a bit perplexed. Saiyans experience a substantial boost in strength when brought to the brink of death, Lu Fan explained. Now I understand. I found it rather odd before, Son Wukong realized with clarity. Krillin exclaimed, is that really a thing? That's not fair. Let's be on our way. Son Wukong urged. Okay. Krillin nodded vigorously. Farewell, Lu Fan, Son Wukong smiled. In the next moment, Son Wukong, holding Gohan, soared into the sky alongside Krillin. Hey, are you leaving me behind? Yachirobe exclaimed in a panic. Have you all flown away, leaving me behind? My apologies. Son Wukong swiftly descended, extending his other hand to lift a Kyrolobe. A few individuals departed from the scene. Ruffin approached and gently roused Vegeta from his stupor. Vegeta, dazed, gazed upward at the stars. Rendered speechless. How could I have been knocked unconscious by an inferior warrior? What a jest. Surely, I must be dreaming. If this is a dream, may I awaken forthwith. Now, do you comprehend the disparity between yourself and Kakarot? Ruffin sat beside Vegeta. How infuriating. This is impossible. He is merely an inferior warrior. Vegeta still refused to acknowledge this truth. If you could also wield the Kaioken, your battle power would not necessarily be inferior to his, Ruffin remarked. He employed the double Kaioken, thus doubling his battle power. His base battle power has now reached 22,000. How much do you suppose it would be with the double Kaioken? What? 44,000. Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. Congratulations on mastering the art of answering reflexively, Ruffin replied. Vegeta retorted, stop joking. How could a Saiyant's battle power exceed 40,000? Everything is possible, Ruffin smiled. Vegeta fell silent, feeling the weight of 1,000,000 points of critical damage. I deeply suspect that Kakarot is far from being an inferior warrior. How could an inferior warrior attain a battle power exceeding 20,000? How brief a time has it been? Are you aware of Frieza's battle power? Ruffin suddenly inquired. Frieza? Vegeta lifted his gaze to the sky, still lost in a daze, not fully awakened. Indeed. He had been so overwhelmed by Son Wukong that he was nearly losing his sense of self. One blow was all it took to bring him down. Vegeta contemplated carefully. Among the remaining Saiyans, I cannot defeat Kakarot, nor can I surpass Ruffin. Alas, I can only bully Kakarot's hybrid son. Vegeta forced himself to hold back his tears. How tragic it is. I am the prince of the Saiyans. One of these two is an inferior warrior, and the other is my subordinate. What dignity do I have left? Do not dwell on it. You have already been surpassed. From now on, all it takes is a sigh from Ruffin. Are you implying that if I strive diligently, I shall surely surpass you in the future? Vegeta bared his teeth. No. I mean you will become accustomed to it in time, Ruffin clarified. Vegeta replied, Frieza's battle power? How formidable could that fellow be? He quickly shifted the topic. Discussing Frieza seemed more appropriate. What do you think? Ruffin asked with a smile. Frieza's battle power could at most be in the realm of hundreds of thousands. Wouldn't you agree? Vegeta scoffed. This is hardly a challenge. As long as I can transform into a great ape, my battle power will soar to an astounding 240,000. Defeating that scoundrel Frieza will be a trivial matter. There's no need for a Super Saiyan at all. Chapter 120. Do you know Frieza's true battle power? Allow me to enlighten you. Frieza's battle power is 530,000. Ruffin observed as Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you jesting? Vegeta questioned incredulously. I anticipated your skepticism. Ruffin sighed. Fine, I believe you. Vegeta clenched his teeth. 530,000, you say? If I can elevate my battle power to over 50,000 and transform into a great ape, I will undoubtedly defeat Frieza. That was merely Frieza's first form. His second form boasts a battle power of approximately 1,000,000. Ruffin added. Vegeta fell into a stunned silence, grappling with the revelation for an extended moment. Why you mean Frieza can transform further? He stammered, astonished. Now you comprehend the disparity between you and him. Ruffin smiled. Is his battle power truly at 1,000,000? Vegeta's words faltered. If this were true, it was utterly ludicrous. He had once fantasized about facing him in combat. Ruffin merely chuckled, refraining from further comment. Wait, if you mention a second form, does that imply a third form exists? Vegeta quickly deduced. Indeed, his third form's battle power is roughly around 2,000,000. Ruffin elaborated. Vegeta was rendered speechless. Frieza possesses a third form. His battle power reaches 2,000,000. Moreover, there is a fourth form, Ruffin continued. Vegeta's eyes nearly rolled back in disbelief. Why does Frieza have so many forms? You mean to say that in his fourth form, his battle power escalates to 3,000,000? Vegeta inquired through gritted teeth. Yes, the base battle power of Frieza in his fourth form is around 3,000,000. Ruffin confirmed with a nod. Damn it, 3,000,000 battle power. Vegeta's fists clenched tightly, his entire body trembling with intensity. I fear I may spend my entire life unable to vanquish Frieza, even if I become a Super Saiyan. Can I truly defeat him? Vegeta's faith in the legend of the Super Saiyan began to waver. With your current battle power, even transforming into a Super Saiyan would not suffice to challenge Frieza. Ruffin chuckled softly. Weren't you the one who suggested I become a god of destruction? If I cannot even defeat Frieza, what right do I have to aspire to such a title? Vegeta seethed internally. Allow me to finish. Frieza's base battle power is 3,000,000. Do you have any idea how high it escalates when he unleashes his full potential? Lufan inquired with a smile. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. Was a battle power of 3 million not already considered the ultimate combat strength? Could it possibly increase further? Lufan extended a single finger, then raised two more. What? 12 million? Vegeta exclaimed in shock. No, it is 120 million. Lufan clarified. Vegeta's mind reeled once more. I apologize, but I cannot assist with that. You mentioned a figure of 12 million. I believe I still have a glimmer of hope to catch up with him. You claim that his combat power is 120 million. I will obediently remain his subordinate. I believe I shall never defeat Frieza in this lifetime. After a prolonged silence, Vegeta inquired, What about you, Lufan? What is your combat power? My combat power cannot be quantified in such a manner. If one insists on a calculation, it could be understood as approximately equal to 100 raised to the power of 20, Lufan replied. What did you say? Vegeta's pupils constricted sharply. Do you lack a clear concept of 100 raised to the power of 20? Lufan smiled. It's quite simple. It is merely 100 followed by 40 zeros. Vegeta fell silent, preoccupied with the thought of whether an A4 sheet could accommodate such a multitude of zeros. How audacious. Vegeta scoffed, rising to his feet. In truth, a Super Saiyan is a transformation. A regular Super Saiyan will enhance your base combat power by 50 times, Lufan stated with a smile. What did you say? 50 times. Vegeta was taken aback. This means if your combat power reaches 3 million, transforming into a Super Saiyan would enable you to defeat Frieza, Lufan explained. Do not jest. A combat power of 3 million is utterly impossible. Vegeta laughed heartily, overwhelmed by the shock of the day's revelations. In his fury, he laughed even more. Then allow me to take you to the future to witness this spectacular scene, Lufan said, placing his hand on Vegeta's shoulder. Future? What do you mean? Vegeta was somewhat bewildered. I am the Supreme Kai. I can traverse to the future, but I cannot yet return to the past, Lufan elaborated. Thus, let us journey to Namek approximately 2 months from now. Are you jesting? Namek 2 months into the future? Vegeta was taken aback. Kai Kai, Lufan chanted. Vegeta's face was a canvas of anticipation and disbelief. Can we truly go to the future? Ah, I mispronounced the incantation. That was the teleportation spell, Lufan clarified. Never mind. The incantation is not important. Let us proceed directly, Vegeta urged. Lufan nodded, and with a swift motion, he transported both himself and Vegeta through time, arriving on Earth 2 months later. This is Earth. We shall now teleport to Namek, Lufan smiled. Swish. Lufan executed a swift teleportation, bringing Vegeta high above the skies of Namek. Their arrival coincided precisely with the moment when Krillin and Gohan had just summoned the eternal dragon, Porunga, who had granted their wish. Vegeta, upon witnessing the manifestation of the dragon, urged Krillin to wish for immortality. Just as Krillin was about to make the wish, the Grand Elder passed away, leaving Vegeta's desire unfulfilled. Meanwhile, Frieza was rapidly approaching from a distance. Indeed, this was Namek. Vegeta, having visited Namek before, nodded gently upon seeing the terrain, yet questioned how he could ascertain that this was the Namek of 2 months hence. Just as his thoughts lingered, he spotted a familiar figure in the distance. Was that not himself? How could he be alongside that little bald head from Earth? And who were Kakarote's son and a Namekian child doing there? What an unusual assembly. He was bewildered by the unfamiliarity of it all. Opposite them stood someone Vegeta recognized all too well, Frieza. Chapter 121. Beerus destroys Planet Vegeta. Did you see that? Let us draw closer, Lufan suggested with a smile, guiding Vegeta towards their location above. Below, Frieza stood atop a rock, surveying Vegeta and the others from his elevated position. You've done splendidly. My dream of immortality has turned to dust. Frieza scoffed, devoid of the response from the Ginyu Force. Had they been vanquished by you? I am unsure of how you accomplished it, yet I am astonished. Moreover, at the critical moment, the Dragon Balls turned to stone, and the sorrow of Vegeta deepened. What? The Ginyu Force? Vegeta exclaimed, astonished. Had the version of himself from this era truly eliminated them? That is a fair interpretation, Lufan nodded. With a thud, Frieza descended from the heavens, landing opposite Vegeta and the others. I shall not spare you. I will tear you limb from limb. Frieza bellowed in rage. You have finally arrived, Frieza, Vegeta retorted with a cold snort. Come and try. Do you think I am still so easily bullied? You are gravely mistaken. Wait. Vegeta above paused, puzzled as to why his counterpart from this era would challenge Frieza. I chose a parallel timeline. You may understand it as one where my existence is absent, hence what you observe is a version of yourself that does not include me, Lufan elucidated. Vegeta turned to glance at Lufan. In this era, you do not exist? It appears that my combat power has significantly increased. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from Frieza. Upon sensing Frieza's immense power, Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. Rofan was correct. Frieza's combat strength seems to exceed 500,000. This is merely his first form. I have underestimated him. How terrifying. Krillin trembled in fear. What should we do? Gohan's face turned pale with dread. We are utterly incapable of defeating him, Krillin thought, on the verge of tears. What a formidable monster we have provoked. Of course. Do 3 little ants think they can conquer a dinosaur? Frieza scoffed disdainfully. If we unite, I, along with these 3, can surely defeat you, Vegeta suddenly declared. He paused, taken aback by the thought of joining forces with these individuals in this era. Ha ha ha, I wonder what you would say. Frieza laughed heartily. Does even the renowned Frieza not sense it? Their combat powers are continuously rising, especially this little one. His potential is immense. Vegeta replied with a smile. Moreover, I am on the verge of becoming the Super Saiyan you fear. Frieza was startled, his expression shifting slightly. However, he quickly brushed it off with a laugh, saying, What grandiose claims! Super Saiyan, merely fools provoking my wrath. Whoosh. Frieza exclaimed as he charged toward Vegeta. He threw a punch at Vegeta. Slap. Vegeta reacted swiftly, grasping Frieza's wrist. Frieza's eyes widened in shock. Immediately, Frieza struck with his other hand. Slap. Vegeta caught that hand too. Their energies surged wildly. The numbers on Frieza's scouter climbed rapidly. Bang! The scouter exploded. The two quickly separated, creating some distance between them. Vegeta gasped for breath, while Frieza maintained a calm demeanor. Indeed, it seems you are not boasting. Frieza remarked. Not bad. I have raised my combat power to this level. Vegeta felt a surge of pride in the sky. Transform. Frieza, let me see your true form now, Vegeta declared suddenly. Oh, you are quite informed. How do you know? Frieza paused, slightly taken aback. It was that guy Zebo. Who told me? Vegeta spoke. In this parallel universe, was it Zebo who informed me of Frieza's transformation? The Vegeta in the sky paused momentarily. Indeed, Lufon nodded. Transformation? Krillin was taken aback. Very well. If you wish to meet your demise, allow me to broaden your horizons. Frieza grinned. Transformation? What do you mean, Vegeta? Krillin inquired. Some extraterrestrials can alter their appearance when necessary, perhaps for the sake of camouflage and to conserve excess energy. Vegeta succinctly explained. I am not as you described. I possess an abundance of energy and fear I might not control it well, which is why I have assumed this form. Frieza chuckled, implying that my current form consumes the least energy. Do not bluff. You are incapable of transforming, Vegeta scoffed. Is that so? Allow me to demonstrate my transformation. Frieza replied with a smile. During my assault on Planet Vegeta, I effortlessly defeated the king without even transforming. Vegeta, your father was quite pitiful. Humph. What of it? I had surpassed the king's combat prowess at a very young age. Vegeta snorted. Was this fellow responsible for the destruction of the Saiyan planet? Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. What? Planet Vegeta? The Vegeta in the sky was taken aback. You are still unaware? Lufon stated, the annihilation of Planet Vegeta was not due to a meteor strike, but rather at the hands of Frieza. What did you say? Frieza obliterated Planet Vegeta? What was his intent? Vegeta was stunned. On one hand, he received orders from above, and on the other, he feared the emergence of Super Saiyans and Super Saiyan gods. Lufon smiled. Orders from above? Who issued those orders? Vegeta looked up at Lufon, his expression questioning. The god of destruction, Beerus, Lufon replied. That guy? Vegeta gasped, suddenly recalling. He must have been seeking revenge. He once tasked my father with finding the most comfortable pillow in the universe, only for my father to use it himself, giving Beerus the second best pillow instead. Beerus harbored resentment, which must have led him to destroy our planet Vegeta. Chapter 122. I will tell you later. Even if your father had provided him with the best pillow, he would have found a way to annihilate Planet Vegeta, Lufon chuckled. What do you mean? Vegeta was somewhat bewildered. I will tell you later. For now, focus on their battle, Lufon instructed. Boom. Frieza's armor suddenly exploded, revealing his robust muscles. Humph. Is this your transformation? You merely shattered your protective gear. Vegeta let out a snort. Frieza emitted a series of bizarre shrieks, and the energy radiating from his body surged rapidly. Simultaneously, Frieza's form began to transform. In an instant, he grew tall and imposing. What? Vegeta was taken aback. This guy had indeed transformed. This time, it was certain doom for Gohan, who trembled in terror. It was akin to a nightmare. Krillin appeared utterly despondent. The expression on Vegeta's face in the sky shifted dramatically. This guy had truly transformed. I sense his combat power has escalated to a staggering height of at least 1 million. It seems that everything Rofan mentioned was accurate. The energy within my body is overwhelming. I trust you are pleased with this transformation? Frieza chuckled lightly. Humph. It is worth noting that my combat power has now surpassed 1 million. What? Vegeta was filled with dread. Boom. Frieza raised his hand, and a tremendous explosion erupted at the scene. How infuriating. At this rate, who could possibly stand against him? They would all be slaughtered, including my present self. Vegeta in the sky turned pale. Whoosh. Just after Vegeta spoke, Frieza swiftly launched an attack, piercing Krillin's body with the sharp tip of his head. Is that little bald head about to be killed? Vegeta in the sky spoke solemnly. Frieza flicked his head, and Krillin plummeted into the distant lake, falling silent. Uncle Krillin! Gohan exclaimed in shock, hastily flying towards Krillin's location. Whoosh! Frieza quickly moved to position himself directly in front of Gohan, blocking his path. Do you wish to assist him? It is futile. He will soon perish, You should mind your own business, Frieza said with a soft laugh. Get out of my way, Gohan shouted vehemently. Frieza was momentarily taken aback. I said move aside. Gohan yelled. Bang. In the next moment, Gohan kicked Frieza squarely in the face. Instantly, Gohan followed up with an uppercut that struck Frieza's chin. Tat, tat, tat. Gohan unleashed a flurry of ferocious attacks upon Frieza. Bang. Gohan sent Frieza flying with a powerful kick. Mystic Flash. Gohan shouted fiercely, releasing a formidable wave of energy that struck Frieza's body directly. Boom. The area where Frieza stood erupted in a massive explosion. Hee hee. Son Gohan, undeterred, continued to unleash his energy relentlessly. Frieza was left in disarray, covered in grime. In the sky, Vegeta stood in utter shock. I had previously contemplated that I was neither a match for Lufon nor for Kakarot. The only one I could bully was Kakarot's half-scion son. Yet, it appears I was mistaken. I now find myself incapable of confronting even this fellow. This lad is truly a genius. Have you come to realize your shortcomings? Lufon smiled. Vegeta fell silent, for he suddenly noticed Frieza rising once more from the ground. Son Gohan's expression darkened. You truly are remarkable, young one. You have inflicted considerable pain upon me, Frieza remarked coldly. However, you have chosen the wrong adversary. The suffering I endured will be repaid in kind. As Frieza spoke, he slowly materialized directly in front of Son Gohan. Gohan was utterly paralyzed with fear. Rooted to the spot. Bang. Frieza delivered a swift slap, sending Gohan plummeting from the sky. He crashed to the ground, wincing in pain. Humph. This is merely the beginning. The real spectacle is yet to unfold, Frieza scoffed. Suddenly, Vegeta unleashed a powerful surge of energy, striking towards Frieza's back. Boom. An explosion erupted at Frieza's location. In the sky, the future Vegeta exclaimed, You dare to resort to ambush? Yet, this may work to my advantage. A sudden strike while he is unprepared might just vanquish him. Ha ha ha, you deserve it. The Vegeta of this era laughed uncontrollably. However, amidst the laughter, both Vegeta's smiles began to freeze. As the smoke cleared, Frieza stood unscathed. Do not rush, Vegeta. Once I deal with that brat, it will be your turn. Frieza turned back with a smile. Vegeta felt an unsettling chill. Frieza descended, landing beside Son Gohan. So, how would you like me to handle you? Frieza grinned at Gohan. Hey. Son Gohan suddenly kicked out fiercely. Frieza effortlessly dodged the attack. Hee hee hee. Gohan swung his fist again. Slap. Frieza merely sidestepped, grabbing Gohan by the hair and driving his knee upward with force. Gohan cried out in pain. Bang. Frieza kicked once more, sending Gohan rolling across the ground. Gritting his teeth, Gohan endured the agony and shot upward into the sky. Swish. Frieza swiftly pursued, executing a backflip to send Gohan plummeting from the sky. Gohan landed hard, struggling to rise, gazing up at the heavens. Gone, he exclaimed in shock. Behind you. Frieza's voice echoed ominously from Gohan's rear. Bang. Without a hint of civility, Frieza landed a powerful blow to Gohan's nape, sending him crashing to the ground once more. Immediately, Frieza planted his immense foot upon Gohan's head, grinding it mercilessly. Gohan cried out in agony, as if his skull were misaligned. The present-day Vegeta trembled in terror. Above, the skybound Vegeta wore a pallid expression. Frieza was an embodiment of dread. Now do you comprehend the vast chasm that separates you from Frieza? Lufon remarked with a smile. Vegeta remained silent. What say you, Vegeta? Care to lend a hand? This boy is on the verge of demise. Frieza grinned at the contemporary Vegeta. Chapter 123. The enraged Namekian, the current Vegeta was thoroughly terrified. Very well, let me conclude this boy's life. Frieza sneered, a murderous glint flickering across his visage. Whoosh. Just as Frieza prepared to extinguish Gohan's life, a ki blast soared from a distance. Frieza sensed the impending threat behind him and hastily ascended. Swoosh. The ki blast severed Frieza's lengthy tail. He gasped in pain. Turning swiftly, he beheld the bald figure of Krillin appearing in the distance. Both Vegetas were taken aback. Wasn't this boy already obliterated by Frieza? How had he returned? Frieza too felt a pang of confusion. He had nearly met his end. How had this boy revived? Ki blast. Krillin unleashed a barrage of ki blasts, each one hurtling towards Frieza. Frieza desperately dodged, evading the ki attacks. Krillin made several faces at Frieza, inciting his ire. Frieza seethed with rage, hastily pursuing the direction of Krillin. Krillin, with trepidation, fled swiftly. However, Frieza's speed was unmatched, and he soon caught up with Krillin, blocking his escape route. I know not how you have returned, but you dare sever my tail. Frieza growled coldly. This time, I shall obliterate you, leaving no chance for resurrection. Solar flare. Clin placed his hands beside his cheeks, and a blinding beam of light erupted forth. Frieza, caught off guard, found himself momentarily incapacitated, unable to open his eyes. In the sky, Vegeta remarked, I am well acquainted with this technique. That fool Kakarot employed it against me previously. But where is Kakarot? Why hasn't he arrived? Vegeta inquired. He is injured and currently receiving treatment, replied Ruffin. Vegeta chose not to pursue the matter further. Lowering his gaze, he noticed the Namekian dandy tending to Gohan's wounds. Soon, after Dandy's ministrations, Gohan rose to his feet. Now I understand how that bald-headed fellow managed to recover. To think that Namekian brat possesses healing abilities. Vegeta realized with newfound clarity. In an instant, Gohan, reinvigorated, flashed into position directly opposite Frieza, leaving Vegeta in a state of astonishment. The hybrid's combat power had increased alarmingly fast. This restoration had elevated his strength to a formidable level, likely on par with Frieza's. Yet, as Vegeta recalled Frieza's staggering power level of 120 million, unease washed over him. That was an unfathomable figure. Moreover, this was merely Frieza's second transformation. He still had 2 more forms yet to unveil. However, just as Gohan prepared to launch his assault, a figure darted into view, Piccolo, soaring in from the distance. Isn't that the Namekian? I thought I had killed him on Earth. Has he truly returned? Vegeta pondered in disbelief. Yes, he has been revived. The Dragon Balls here granted him a second chance, Ruffin confirmed with a nod. So, these Earthlings came here for resurrection, did they? Vegeta finally pieced it together, followed by a faint smile. Yet, he questioned, what purpose does this Namekian serve? With his meager power, he is merely courting death. Ruffin remained silent on the matter. Uncle Piccolo, Gohan exclaimed, filled with elation. We've been awaiting your arrival. He turned to confront Frieza. Is this the one known as Frieza? He truly emanates a formidable aura. Piccolo scoffed, his expression calm. I was wondering who it could be. What a surprise to find that the one resurrected with the Dragon Balls is this worthless fool. Vegeta, too, smirked disdainfully at the absurdity of the situation. You've spoken out of turn, I'll remember that. Once I eliminate Frieza, I shall settle the score with you, Piccolo stated coolly. You intend to deal with me after vanquishing Frieza? Vegeta chuckled lightly, surprised that the Namekian possessed a sense of humor. I will take care of this scum myself. You need not intervene, Piccolo declared resolutely. As he spoke, Piccolo appeared before Frieza, gazing at him with an expression of calm. No, he simply did not comprehend the extent of Frieza's power. Krillin shook his head. He shall soon experience it firsthand, Vegeta scoffed. Uncle Piccolo is not that kind of person. He must have another plan, Gohan speculated. You fool, Frieza mocked. Hey, Piccolo swiftly launched an attack, delivering a powerful punch to Frieza's face. Frieza was sent flying backward. Whoosh. Piccolo pursued, swinging his fist once more at Frieza. Frieza hurriedly dodged, kicking Piccolo down from the air. Piccolo quickly adjusted his body midair, pushing off the ground with his bent legs, rocketing upwards. Bang! Piccolo's head collided directly with Frieza's chin. Frieza grimaced in pain, using his severed tail to strike Piccolo. Immediately, Frieza waved his hand, unleashing a formidable energy blast aimed at the descending Piccolo. Bang! Piccolo swiftly slapped the blast, sending it soaring into the sky. The energy blast rebounded, hurtling back towards Frieza. Deflected, Frieza commanded, extending his hand in an attempt to return the blast. Boom! However, Piccolo waved his hand, releasing a surge of powerful energy that engulfed Frieza in the sky. Frieza was taken aback, hastily shielding his head. As the smoke dissipated, Frieza emerged, his body emitting wisps of smoke. Both Vegetas were utterly dumbfounded. What is happening? Have I killed this creature before? Can he now contend with Frieza? I can distinctly sense that his combat power has surpassed mine by far. Frieza's expression was one of shock and fury. I allowed a Namekian to reduce me to this state? Truly remarkable, to be able to stand against Frieza. Krillin wiped the sweat from his brow. No, it's not just that. The Vegeta of this era was astonished. He had even gained the upper hand. Incredible, Uncle Piccolo. Absolutely splendid, Gohan exclaimed. Whoosh. Frieza slowly reappeared before Piccolo, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Piccolo was momentarily taken aback. Bang! Frieza struck swiftly, landing an elbow directly on Piccolo's face. Chapter 124, A Sense of Despair. Bang! Frieza unleashed a flurry of punches, bringing Piccolo crashing to the ground. In the next moment, Frieza delivered a fierce kick. However, Piccolo reacted swiftly, soaring into the sky. Yet, Frieza was swifter still, transforming into a streak of flame that pursued him. Bang! Frieza struck Piccolo down from the air. Boom! Piccolo plunged headfirst into the earth, raising clouds of dust. Frieza smirked disdainfully, astonished that he had yet to exert his full power. Krillin was drenched in cold sweat, with a light landing near Piccolo. Frieza crossed his arms and regarded him with a smile. Gritting his teeth, Piccolo struggled to rise from the ground. I apologize for the earlier inconvenience. It seems you endured a bit of hardship, Frieza remarked with a smile. You are even more formidable than I anticipated. Now I understand your capabilities. Could it be that this fellow's second transformation is so overwhelmingly powerful? Vegeta was horrified, recalling the time he fantasized about battling this monster. Now that I comprehend the disparity, I shall train diligently to bridge the gap, Rofan said with a smile. Vegeta remained silent. The chasm in power was no trivial matter. Spitting blood, Piccolo removed his cloak and headgear. Clang! The garments fell with a metallic thud. Frieza blinked in surprise, his eyes widening in astonishment. Piccolo shook his neck and body. Grinning at Frieza, I haven't yet revealed my true strength. What did you say? You claim you haven't shown your real power? Frieza exclaimed, incredulous at the boastfulness of the Namekian. You shall soon understand, Piccolo scoffed. Was Piccolo really fighting in such heavy attire all this time? Krillin was astounded. I will make you aware of the fury of the Namekians, Piccolo declared loudly. Humph, do you think my power ends here? Frieza laughed. You likely remain unaware of my ability to transform. If you did, you would cower in fear like Vegeta and the others. What transformations? Piccolo was taken aback. Very well. I shall instill you with a sense of despair. Frieza replied with a smile, extending 2 fingers. With each transformation, my energy substantially increases. And I have 2 more transformations remaining. Do you grasp the implications? Piccolo was stunned. Vegeta's eyes widened, his entire being trembling. Although he had learned from Rofan about Frieza's transformations, hearing it from Frieza himself filled him with despair. Behold closely. You should consider yourselves fortunate, for you are witnessing someone who will undergo 2 transformations for the first time. Frieza erupted into a cacophony of laughter, while Piccolo's expression grew increasingly grave. A chilling cry escaped Frieza's lips as his form began to undergo a swift transformation. Spikes protruded sharply from his back, and his visage twisted into a more grotesque countenance. In no time, Frieza morphed into a creature reminiscent of a monstrous alien. Thank you for your patience. Let us continue with the second round of our battle. Frieza remarked with a sinister smile. Piccolo's complexion turned an even deeper shade of green, for this fiend was nothing short of a monster. In the skies above, Vegeta trembled with fear, his entire being quaking at the sight. Indeed, this beast's combat prowess had surged to an astounding 2 million. My own power barely exceeds 20,000, Piccolo mused, feeling utterly helpless, as if a mere exhalation from Frieza could obliterate him. Vegeta felt a profound sense of despair envelop him. Krillin and his companions were equally paralyzed with terror. Lightening their burdensome gear would surely enhance their speed. Frieza observed with a sly grin directed at Piccolo. You seem rather confident in your velocity. Allow me to witness it. With that, Frieza shot forth towards Piccolo with alarming speed. Without a moment's hesitation, Piccolo ascended into the air, transforming into a streak of light racing towards the heavens. Frieza pursued relentlessly, closing the distance with alarming rapidity. You scoundrel! Though my energy may not rival yours, my speed will undoubtedly surpass it. Piccolo gritted his teeth, vowing not to be caught. As Piccolo muttered to himself, he suddenly executed a sharp halt in midair, realizing too late that Frieza had somehow positioned himself directly in front of him. Here I am. Our paths cross once more, Frieza declared with a menacing grin. A wave of dread washed over Piccolo, causing him to tremble, cold sweat beading on his brow. Hey! Frieza suddenly thrust a finger through the air. With a resounding pop, a gaping wound appeared on Piccolo's leg, blood seeping forth. Piccolo let out a harrowing scream. Hey! Frieza waved his hand once more, unleashing an invisible force that grazed Piccolo's face, leaving a crimson line in its wake. Piccolo's eyes widened, filled with sheer terror at the speed of this fiend. Hee. Frieza continued his relentless assault, energy erupting from his fingertips like a machine gun, bombarding Piccolo's form until he resembled a punctured piñata. What astonishing speed this monster possesses. Vegeta in the sky clenched his fists tightly. Though he was not engaged in battle, the sensation was more agonizing than any fight. This confrontation plunged Vegeta into an abyss of despair. A combat power of 2 million. How long must I endure before I can hope to rival this creature? Stop. Son Gohan soared swiftly towards the direction of Piccolo. That fool, come back quickly, Krillin exclaimed. As he spoke, he too prepared to chase after him to offer assistance. Suddenly, Vegeta seized Krillin's wrist. What are you doing? Let me go. Krillin turned to face Vegeta. It would be futile for you to go, Vegeta admonished him sharply. Did you hear me? You must immediately strike me to the brink of death. If I can claw my way back from the edge of demise once more, I will undoubtedly transform into a Super Saiyan. Huh. Krillin was taken aback. Hurry up. There's no time to waste, Vegeta urged. Just then, Son Gohan approached swiftly from a distance, launching a powerful kick at Frieza. Frieza narrowly dodged the attack. Son Gohan arced through the air, positioning himself directly above Frieza. Die! He shouted, unleashing a massive burst of energy known as the Ki Blast. The colossal energy enveloped Frieza entirely. Chapter 125. I will add a touch at the right moment. Frieza's pupils constricted, his expression shifting dramatically. In a desperate move, he used his body to absorb the impact of the Ki Blast. As he neared the ground, Frieza abruptly raised his hands, deflecting the Ki Blast high into the sky. The energy surged back towards Son Gohan, who was momentarily struck by fear. Whoosh! Piccolo swiftly conjured an energy sphere, redirecting the Ki Blast off course and allowing Son Gohan to narrowly escape disaster. Thank you, Uncle Piccolo, Son Gohan said, still shaken. This kid's energy has significantly increased, Vegeta remarked, gritting his teeth alongside Ruffin. He truly embodies the Saiyan spirit, even as a hybrid. Indeed, you are correct, Ruffin agreed with a nod. How could we possibly achieve victory like this? That scoundrel Frieza is merely toying with us. Vegeta bared his teeth. Just wait and see. Frieza will face retribution, Ruffin said with a broad smile. Are you planning to deal with him personally? Vegeta inquired. No, I do not intend to intervene just yet. I will add a touch at the appropriate moment, Ruffin replied, his smile growing even more radiant. Vegeta appeared perplexed. Add a touch? What enhancement shall you bestow upon him? At this moment, Frieza silently gazed up at Gohan in the sky. How could this young warrior's combat prowess have escalated so dramatically? It was as if he had transformed entirely after his resurrection. Ah yes, the Saiyan, Frieza suddenly realized. Yet who is this fellow's progenitor? He does not resemble Vegeta's offspring. He bears a certain likeness to Radit's son. I cannot allow the Saiyan numbers to swell any further. I must eradicate all Saiyans. Though I harbor skepticism towards the legends of the Super Saiyan or the Super Saiyan God, an unsettling atmosphere pervades, coupled with the fact that Vegeta's son is growing increasingly formidable. Hey, are you comprehending this? Vegeta exclaimed, seizing Krillin by the collar. You must strike me down. Inflict upon me a near-fatal blow. The method of self-destruction has proven ineffective, so it falls upon you. How could my strength possibly suffice to render you half-dead? Krillin inquired. Fret not, I shall minimize my combat power. That Namekian child possesses the ability to heal me in an instant, Vegeta chuckled. Though I find you insufferable, I cannot bring myself to harm you, Krillin replied. Moreover, Goku is on the verge of awakening. It would be prudent to await his arrival. Kakarot is a lowly warrior. He shall amount to nothing, Vegeta scoffed. To all present, before your demise, I shall unveil a more terrifying energy, allowing you to experience boundless despair. Frieza cackled. Indeed. You are correct. I shall reveal my final transformation, my true form. Piccolo and the others turned pale. Krillin even envisioned the monstrosity Frieza would become in his ultimate state. Hurry, there is no time to waste, Vegeta urged. Whoa. Krillin gestured forward, unleashing a colossal energy wave that pierced through Vegeta's body. A smile graced Vegeta's lips. I shall soon ascend to Super Saiyan. That fool, does he truly believe this will work? Vegeta gritted his teeth, addressing Ruffin. It will not work, Ruffin replied. A brief silence ensued. Even if it proves ineffective, his combat power will surely see a significant increase, will it not? Vegeta inquired. Approximately up to 5 million. Which is quite remarkable, Ruffin smiled. 5 million combat power? Does Frieza's final transformation not possess a base power of 3 million? Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. That is merely a facade Frieza employs. His true combat power exceeds 10 million with the slightest exertion, Ruffin explained. Vegeta felt a pang of frustration. I shall remain silent henceforth. A formidable aura erupted from Frieza, who silently observed those present. He was eager to comprehend the mystery behind their remarkable recoveries. Why was it that each time he nearly obliterated them, they managed to resurrect? The enigma perplexed him. "Quickly, heal me. Otherwise, I shall perish," Vegeta exclaimed. Clutching his punctured body, sensing his life force waning, teetering on the brink of death. Yet, this Namekian child refused to administer aid. "I shall not heal you. You have slain many of my kin. I will not extend my mercy to one such as you," Din retorted. "You fool. Without your healing, you cannot vanquish Frieza," Vegeta insisted. "Annoying," Din exclaimed. "Hasten. My consciousness is fading," Vegeta weakly implored. "I will assist that individual," Din declared, soaring towards Piccolo's position. Vegeta was overwhelmed with frustration, wishing to obliterate the Namekian child. "Damn it, I cannot simply succumb to death." Suddenly, Vegeta recognized the gravity of his predicament. "If I die like this, it would be a tragic fate." With a resounding thud, Vegeta witnessed his own form from this era collapse to the ground, convulsing and spewing blood. Death was imminent. Din had already reached Piccolo's side. "Can you truly heal my wounds?" Piccolo inquired. "Yes, I can," Din affirmed, nodding as a healing light enveloped Piccolo swiftly. His injuries began to mend almost immediately. Frieza observed this scene with keen interest. "Now I understand," he mused. Piccolo, astonished, gazed at Din. "Din, you are remarkable. Most Namekians can only perform basic healing, yet you can instantly restore our wounds and replenish our energy," Piccolo praised. Din remained silent. "You are the future of the Namekians." Piccolo smiled, "Provided we all survive." Din fell into contemplation. "I comprehend your reluctance to heal Vegeta, but we cannot do without him," Krillin urged urgently. "He is akin to Frieza. He has slaughtered countless innocent Namekians." Din protested. "Grant him healing. We need not fear Vegeta now, but we cannot contend with Frieza." As Piccolo addressed Dandy, he remarked, "That detestable Namekian in the sky, Vegeta, no longer fears me." Chapter 126. Despair of Vegeta suddenly. An incredibly potent surge of energy erupted from a distant small island. Frieza was transforming once again. "What a terrifying amount of energy," Piccolo stated gravely. "Something dreadful is about to emerge. It must be a truly fearsome creature." Krillin trembled in apprehension. "Dandy, I implore you, hurry and heal Vegeta," Gohan urged. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Dandy quickly took flight towards Vegeta's location. Before long, he successfully treated Vegeta's injuries. Upon rising, Vegeta kicked Dandy to the ground. "You are fortunate to have escaped with your life," he huffed. "I nearly met my demise just now." In the next moment, Frieza's figure began to materialize before them. He had transformed into a more diminutive form. The onlookers were taken aback by Frieza's new appearance. "Is this truly Frieza's true form?" Krillin gasped. "This is the best example of not judging power by appearance." Piccolo gritted his teeth, noting Frieza's significant increase in strength. Frieza delicately raised a finger. With a swift motion, a streak of light flashed. Boom. Before the group could react, an explosion erupted behind Vegeta. Turning to look, they discovered Dandy, covered in smoke, lifeless and beyond saving. "Now you cannot be revived, can you?" Frieza chuckled lightly. "This is bad." He witnessed Dandy saving us. Piccolo seethed. In a swift motion, Frieza appeared directly before Piccolo and the others, causing them to instinctively step back in fear. "I told you. I will make you feel a terror more profound than that of hell," Frieza sneered. "Wait a moment. Is it appropriate for you to be parading around naked in the streets?" Krillin shouted defiantly. Frieza retorted, "Little bald one, you shall pay for that." With a furious roar, Gohan charged towards Frieza. "No, stop." Krillin rushed to intervene. Piccolo also swung his arm, launching an attack at Frieza. The trio unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks towards him. However, Frieza effortlessly evaded all their strikes, relying solely on his superior speed. Realizing they could not land a hit, Gohan and the others leapt back to initiate a ranged assault against Frieza. Frieza suddenly vanished into thin air. "What? He disappeared," Krillin exclaimed. Over there." Vegeta abruptly pointed behind Piccolo. The others turned to see. In an instant, Frieza's figure gradually materialized behind them. "Indeed," Frieza remarked. With a swift motion, he waved his hand forward, unleashing a brilliant crimson beam from his fingertips. The fiery red energy shot toward Gohan's direction. "Get out of the way, you fool," Vegeta shouted, propelling Gohan away with a swift kick. The crimson energy sphere narrowly grazed Vegeta's trousers, leaving him feeling a chilling sensation below, nearly costing him dearly. Boom. Frieza's energy struck the distant lake, sending water soaring thousands of meters into the air. I didn't see any movements or attacks, Krillin observed solemnly. Thank you for saving me, Gohan said as he rose to express his gratitude to Vegeta. You misunderstand. I did not save you for your sake, but rather for you to witness the most spectacular scene, Vegeta grinned. Do you have confidence in victory? Piccolo inquired, turning to him. Indeed, do not interfere. Simply observe from the sidelines, Vegeta replied with a smile. You are quite confident, Vegeta, Frieza remarked, or perhaps you have simply lost your wits out of fear. Laugh all you wish, Frieza. Standing before you now is the Super Saiyan you dread the most, Vegeta sneered. In the sky, alongside Ruffin, Vegeta felt a twinge of unease. This fool, does he know what he is doing? He gritted his teeth. What kind of Super Saiyan is that? There is no transformation at all. Oh my prince. I must say, your ability to utter such words indicates your substantial growth, Ruffin smiled. Vegeta huffed and fell silent. You see, Frieza's battle power is roughly around 3 million. After all, he believes that level is sufficient to easily dominate you, Ruffin continued, smiling. Vegeta remained silent. A Super Saiyan? That joke is rather amusing, Frieza chuckled, rubbing his nose. No need for Kakarot's intervention. Vegeta immediately charged at Frieza. Frieza's form flickered, and he vanished once more. I've got you. Vegeta quickly swung his palm in another direction. Whoosh. Frieza's figure gradually became indistinct. Vegeta lunged but missed, his expression shifting rapidly as he searched for Frieza's whereabouts. Frieza's laughter echoed from a distance, taunting. When did you manage to get so far away? With a little genuine speed, you wouldn't be able to keep up? And yet you call yourself a Super Saiyan? Vegeta trembled with rage. Do not mock me, Frieza. The notion of a Super Saiyan is no mere fantasy. He bellowed. Do you think I have reached my limits? That is impossible. I am a Super Saiyan. I will obliterate you, Frieza. With a thunderous roar, Vegeta unleashed all his energy, condensing it into his hands and firing a tremendously powerful energy blast directed at Frieza below. Frieza smirked disdainfully and intended to dodge. Do you wish to destroy this planet, Vegeta? Piccolo shouted, his face pale with shock. Frieza's pupils constricted as he swiftly ascended. With a forceful kick, Frieza sent the descending energy blast soaring into the sky. Despair washed over Vegeta's face. This was his ultimate attack. It was the first time in his life that he felt such profound shock, as true terror and decisive failure engulfed him in despair. Chapter 127. The fool is finally dead. Vegeta, for the first time, wept out of fear and hopelessness. He stood frozen in the sky, realizing that Rufan's words were indeed correct. This creature, named Frieza, was nothing short of a monster. His true combat power might indeed be 120 million. Vegeta felt the weight of despair and fear in this era, tears streaming down his face. With a sudden burst, Frieza shot upwards, colliding headfirst into Vegeta. Followed by a swift hook, Frieza sent Vegeta plummeting from the sky. Vegeta fell to the ground, having completely lost his fighting spirit. Frieza descended slowly, landing beside him and ensnaring Vegeta's neck with his elongated tail. Vegeta was too exhausted to resist. No, he lacked the will to resist. The gap was insurmountable. With a resounding thud, Frieza struck Vegeta in the kidneys, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. You can come to his aid at any time. Frieza turned and smiled at Piccolo and the others, who stood frozen in shock. Frieza struck once more, sending Vegeta sprawling to the ground. There he lay, devoid of the will to resist. From above, the celestial Vegeta trembled, yearning to assist his counterpart from this era. Yet, he understood all too well that his intervention would be futile. His current power was eclipsed even by that bald-headed warrior. Who could have anticipated that during the battle on Namek, the Earthling's combat abilities had soared beyond 20,000? I am certain that Bald One's strength now surpasses my own. How disheartening. You lack the courage to face me. I shall conclude this swiftly, Frieza coldly remarked, just as he readied to extinguish Vegeta's life. A flash of movement disrupted the scene. Son Goku appeared. Frieza paused, turning to regard him. I sensed an unusual energy. So it was you, Piccolo. You arrived via the Dragon Balls, did you not? Goku inquired. Piccolo replied, apologies for my tardiness. I have fully recovered from my injuries. Now, it is my turn to take action. Goku stepped forward towards Frieza, addressing him directly. You must be Frieza. This is far more entertaining than I had imagined. Frieza retorted. I had previously agreed to continue battling Vegeta. Do not interfere. At this moment, Vegeta took note of Goku's arrival. Kakarot, he gasped. Kakarot? Frieza paused, recognizing the Saiyan name. The celestial Vegeta furrowed his brow. Listen, Lufin, Although Kakarot's power has significantly increased, it still pales in comparison to Frieza's overwhelming strength of 120 million. Vegeta gritted his teeth. It will be of no use, even if he has arrived. Lufin smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. Suddenly, Vegeta seemed to grasp something, his expression shifting dramatically. Are you suggesting that this man might? Vegeta's words trailed off. I shall never allow a Saiyan to remain in this world. Frieza declared with a cold snort. Surrender now? Or do you dream? Goku scoffed. Prepare yourself. Frieza aimed a swift kick at Goku. With incredible speed, Goku supported himself with one hand and landed a kick squarely on Frieza's face. Frieza tumbled through the air but regained his footing on the ground, rubbing his cheek where he had been struck. A sinister smile crept across Frieza's face. He then pointed a finger at Goku. Danger. Goku, dodge. Krillin shouted. Swish, swish, swish. Frieza unleashed a torrent of crimson flames from his hand. Observing the rapidly approaching onslaught, Son Goku extended his hand and deftly swatted away the fiery blasts, sending them spiraling in all directions. Frieza was taken aback. Did this fellow just deflect my energy with a single hand? Haha. Vegeta laughed heartily. Frieza, you ought to show your true prowess. This individual is the Super Saiyan you dread the most. Frieza was slightly startled. Humph. What is the point of spouting such nonsense at this juncture? Vegeta barked from above. Indeed, the legendary mightiest warrior, the Super Saiyan. Vegeta laughed boisterously. Frieza, your demise is imminent. You have brought this misfortune upon yourself. Suddenly, a red beam shot forth from Frieza's hand, piercing directly through Vegeta's heart. Blood erupted from Vegeta's mouth as he staggered. The Vegeta in the sky clutched his chest, his expression shifting dramatically. Do you comprehend now? I have no tolerance for jesting at my expense, Frieza scoffed. Vegeta, Goku exclaimed, how can you continue to harm him when he is already defenseless? You are utterly shameless. The Super Saiyan is merely a tedious legend. I detest incessant chatter. Frieza smiled lightly. Kakarot, why do you still possess such compassion? Are you not the legendary Super Saiyan? Vegeta glanced at Goku. This fool, the legendary Super Saiyan does not even exist. The Vegeta in the sky shivered slightly, gritting his teeth and stating, we can only transform into ordinary Super Saiyans. Ruffin remained silent, calmly observing the scene below. To become merciless and heartless, one must possess a cruel heart. Only then can one attain the form of a Super Saiyan, Vegeta said to Goku. I will never be as ruthless as you, Goku replied. But what exactly is this Super Saiyan you speak of? The Super Saiyan, cough, listen closely, Kakarot, the destruction of your birthplace, Planet Vegeta, was not due to a colossal meteor strike. Vegeta spoke weakly. It was a result of Frieza's assault. We Saiyans have always bowed to that wretch. He exterminated all Saiyans save for us, including your parents and my king. Goku was momentarily taken aback. This was because Frieza feared the emergence of a Super Saiyan among us. Vegeta continued. Umph, even with a pierced heart, you can still utter so many words. Frieza chuckled softly. Please, you must defeat Frieza, I implore you. Harness the power of the Saiyans. After uttering these final words, Vegeta's head drooped, and he succumbed to death. Humph, this fool has finally met his end. In the sky, Vegeta clenched his fists. Chapter 128. The first encounter between Son Goku and Frieza. The one who perished was you, said Ruffin. Humph. Vegeta gritted his teeth and scoffed. In truth, it was you who met your demise. The one who survived is merely your present incarnation, Ruffin replied. What do you mean? Vegeta inquired, perplexed. I can't comprehend your words. Could you elucidate your point? He asked. It's nothing. I was merely jesting. No need to dwell on trivialities, Ruffin stated. At this juncture, you still indulge in such frivolous banter. Vegeta retorted. The dreadful battle was about to commence once more. Frieza chuckled softly. You weep. Your entrustment to me is due to your unfulfilled desires, Goku lamented. Hey, following this, Goku unleashed a surge of energy towards the ground, creating a vast crater. He placed Vegeta within it, concealing him beneath the earth. I understand now. You are not enraged due to the slaughter of your Saiyan brethren, are you? You must be frustrated by your powerlessness against that fiend. Goku sighed. Though I harbor disdain for you, you are the pride of the Saiyans. Allow me to share in that pride. Why speak such nonsense? Do I require your burial? Vegeta retorted. I am a Saiyan raised on Earth. Goku turned his gaze towards Frieza, declaring, for the Namekians and Saiyans you have slain, I shall leave you battered and bruised. Such idle chatter. Frieza smirked. We should depart from here. Our presence is unwelcome. Piccolo urged. Father, take care and ensure you defeat Frieza. Gohan shouted. In the next moment, Piccolo and the others vacated the scene, and the battle between Goku and Frieza commenced in earnest. Vegeta's expression grew serious as he silently gazed downward. With a resounding boom, the clash between Goku and Frieza began, the two engaging in a flurry of strikes. Suddenly, Frieza unleashed a blast of energy. Goku swiftly waved his hand forward, bracing against the incoming force, but the energy propelled him backward. He tore through the rocky terrain behind him, causing a cascade of stones to collapse. With a fierce motion, Goku thrust his hand upward, sending the energy projectile soaring into the sky. Emerging from the rubble, he remarked, "You are far more formidable than I anticipated." Frieza, slightly taken aback, had not expected to encounter someone stronger than Captain Ginyu, yet he mused, "But you are still no match for me. Is that so? Then let us put it to the test." With a subtle smile, Sun Wukong prepared himself. Suddenly, Frieza's eyes widened, and an invisible energy blast surged towards Sun Wukong's position. Swiftly, Sun Wukong appeared high in the sky, directly above Frieza. "Here's a taste of your own medicine," Sun Wukong exclaimed, glaring fiercely. A powerful energy blast struck Frieza, sending him plummeting downward. Just as he neared the surface of the lake, Frieza flickered and vanished from sight. In an instant, he reappeared beside Sun Wukong. With a resounding thud, Frieza kicked Sun Wukong down into the depths of the lake. "Hurry up and resurface, you'll be fine," Frieza scoffed, shouting loudly. Suddenly, a brilliant sphere of light shot toward Frieza. "He is coming." Frieza prepared to retaliate against the glowing orb, only to realize it was not Sun Wukong. Another sphere of light sped toward Frieza from the opposite direction. "Haha, over here," Frieza declared, ready to strike. However, Frieza abruptly sensed something amiss. "That is not him either. I'm up here." Sun Wukong's voice echoed from above Frieza. Frieza's expression shifted alarmingly. With a thunderous crash, Sun Wukong delivered a powerful kick to Frieza, sending him crashing down to the earth, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Moments later, Frieza emerged unscathed, shaking off the debris. "I never expected, aside from my father, you would be the first to cover me in dust," Frieza remarked with a smile. "This is exhilarating. How shall I deal with you?" "Oh, what a pity. I thought I could make a difference," Sun Wukong chuckled. "Let me show you my true power." Frieza extended his hand, manipulating the scattered stones to levitate. "Hey!" With a swift motion, Frieza sent the stones hurtling towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong dodged desperately, smashing some of the stones into fragments. Just as he obliterated the last of the stones, Frieza's voice suddenly echoed from behind him. "Got you." Sun Wukong's expression shifted as a golden energy sphere enveloped him. "Oh no, I can't move," he gasped in shock. "Die." Frieza hurled the energy sphere downward. The earth trembled with a resounding explosion. Sun Wukong, along with an energy blast, struck the surface of Namek, creating a colossal mushroom cloud in an instant. "It's over. Kakarot is dead." Vegeta sighed, realizing that this detestable Frieza was unexpectedly powerful. "It seems I was overly cautious. Kakarot has not transformed into a Super Saiyan. His body remains unchanged." Lufan smiled faintly. Just as Vegeta finished his thought, Sun Wukong appeared behind Piccolo and the others. Vegeta's eyes widened in shock. "How has Kakarot become so strong? He is even more powerful than I am in this era." "That was close. I didn't notice his attack." Sun Wukong addressed Piccolo and the others. He then soared into the sky, returning to face Frieza. Frieza was equally astonished. "This guy is unharmed. He is even stronger than I imagined." "Hey, stop destroying other planets," Sun Wukong said. "Your strength truly surprises me," Frieza sneered. "Likewise, I am astonished by your power," Sun Wukong nodded. "Let us consider our warm-up over. It's time to commence the real battle." Frieza smiled lightly. Chapter 129. "Now do you understand my good intentions?" "I thought so too," Sun Wukong responded. "Are you more proficient in ground combat or aerial combat?" Frieza inquired. "What about ground combat?" Sun Wukong asked. Frieza turned to glance behind him and pointed to a vast expanse of land below. The two swiftly descended to the distant ground. The true battle is about to begin. Vegeta gritted his teeth, reminding himself that even if Kakarot's combat power is 3 million, there remains a significant gap compared to Frieza. "Don't forget, Kakarot can utilize the Kaioken technique," Lufan interjected. "So what? The Kaioken at twice its strength would only elevate his power to 6 million. Vegeta scoffed. "I admit he has surpassed me now, but he is certainly no match for Frieza. Moreover, his current state is clearly not that of a Super Saiyan. Do you think after all this time, he still only possesses the double Kaioken?" Lufan chuckled. "What do you mean?" Vegeta suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Kakarot can now use the tenfold Kaioken, right? Lufan pondered. What did you say? Tenfold Kaioken? Vegeta exclaimed, meaning his combat power can increase tenfold? Precisely, Lufan nodded. Are you joking? His combat power can reach the level of a great ape? Vegeta shivered slightly. Indeed, and he doesn't even need a full moon. Lufan smiled. Vegeta had grown silent. There was no need to rely on the full moon to amplify one's combat prowess tenfold. Now, do you understand the earnest intentions behind my decision to take you to King Kai's planet for training? Lufan sighed. You have truly disappointed me, Vegeta, he remarked. Vegeta bared his teeth in response. Your tone increasingly resembles that of my father, which inexplicably irritates me, remarked Lufan, delivering a swift kick that sent Vegeta soaring through the air. Vegeta tumbled several times before finally managing to regain his composure. Return to me at once, Lufan commanded. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta immediately flew back from a distance, his entire body trembling. You shall await my return. There will come a day when I shall surpass you. Though I am not your equal at present and require your assistance, it would be wise for me to remain humble. Being tormented by you is certainly preferable to being oppressed by that wretched Frieza. Vegeta lowered his head, obediently positioning himself beside Riven. Below, the clash between Son Goku and Frieza commenced in earnest. Frieza resolved to fight without the use of his hands. King Kai's fist. Son Goku unleashed a surge of energy, executing a tenfold King Kai's fist. Boom. In an instant, Son Goku's combat power soared to an astounding 30 million. Upon sensing the formidable aura emanating from Son Goku, Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, this fellow's power had increased by at least tenfold. Regret washed over Vegeta's heart. Had I trained alongside that diminutive King Kai, perhaps it would be I who stood upon Namek, facing Frieza in the ultimate showdown. Curse you, Kakarot. Humph. Although Kakarot has elevated his power to 30 million, it remains merely a quarter of Frieza's might. Vegeta felt a twinge of satisfaction in that realization. Reuven refrained from responding. Such was Vegeta's nature. It is impossible to alter his character. Truly changing Vegeta's essence would render him no different from a mere puppet. What Lufan desires is not a marionette, but rather a Vegeta imbued with individuality. He can be subdued and trampled upon at will. Goku soared towards Frieza with great speed, launching a fierce assault. After a few exchanges, Frieza's tail lashed out unexpectedly, striking Goku and sending him hurtling backwards. With a powerful push against the ground, Goku propelled himself back towards Frieza. With a swift motion, Goku seized Frieza's tail. Huh! Goku bellowed, swinging Frieza around in a circle. Releasing his grip, Frieza was sent crashing into a nearby mountain of stones, which collapsed upon him. Yet, Frieza soon emerged from the rubble, arms crossed, retaliating fiercely against Goku with his legs. Goku countered with a barrage of punches and kicks, engaging in a spirited struggle. After several rounds, a resounding impact echoed as Goku landed a blow to Frieza's face. Frieza quickly regained his stance and attacked once more, but Goku's speed had increased. He executed a powerful kick to Frieza's abdomen, causing him to wince in pain. In a swift motion, Frieza curled his tail around Goku's neck, a triumphant grin on his face. However, Goku firmly grasped Frieza's tail and, with a fierce bite, elicited a cry of agony from Frieza. Seizing the opportunity, Goku delivered a powerful kick to the back of Frieza's head. With a series of quick strikes, Goku landed another punch to Frieza's midsection. Unable to endure any longer, Frieza retaliated with a punch that sent Goku sprawling to the ground. You promised not to use your hands, yet you still resorted to punches, Frieza remarked. Goku rose from the ground, smiling. Did we not agree to refrain from using hands? Humph, the time for leniency has passed, Frieza replied, rubbing his nose. I once warned you that I am not to be trifled with. Yet your overconfidence has compelled you to fight with your fists. Thank you for your guidance, Goku replied with a smirk. Damn Kakarot, how has he trained? Is he truly just a low-class warrior? Vegeta clenched his fists, increasingly agitated. Who claims he is a low-class warrior? Lufan suddenly inquired. Humph, what more is there to say? Only a low-class warrior would be dispatched to a planet like Earth, devoid of battle prowess. Vegeta replied, would you believe me if I said that his father, Bardock, foresaw the potential destruction of Planet Vegeta and thus sent him to a safe planet to live? Lufan chuckled. What did you say? Vegeta was taken aback. You will know in due time, Lufan smiled. Vegeta exclaimed, so you mean Kakarot is not an inferior warrior? But that can't be right. His battle power was only 2 at birth. Do not compare battle power at birth, Lufan sighed. As Kakarot himself has stated, even if he is deemed an inferior warrior, he can surpass you, a prodigious warrior, through sheer effort. Vegeta felt a sting in his heart. I think I shall remain silent. Chapter 130. Even my fart could destroy him. You are remarkably strong. I find myself somewhat astonished, Frieza remarked to Son Goku. Thank you for the compliment, Son Goku replied. I am weary of this battle. Let us conclude it swiftly. Frieza scoffed. I wish to ask you once more. Are you willing to work under me? It would be a pity to eliminate you. You could perform even better than Captain Ginyu. Do not jest. Do you truly believe I would accept such an offer? Son Goku snorted, outright refusing. I knew you would respond thus. You Saiyans are all stubbornly obstinate, Frieza chuckled. Then you have but one path left, death. It won't be so easy, Son Goku grinned. Humph, your confidence is quite remarkable, Frieza remarked with a smile. I have long observed that while you are fighting earnestly, you have not unleashed your full power. You saw through me, Son Goku smiled. I have calculated that with merely 50 of my energy, I could reduce you to cosmic dust. A chilling smile crept across Frieza's face. What did you say? Son Goku's expression shifted. Do not jest. You are merely trying to intimidate me. I am truly delighted. It has been a long time since I have encountered such an enjoyable battle, Frieza declared, his energy gradually escalating. Upon sensing Frieza's formidable aura, Son Goku's expression changed dramatically. This guy? Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. Although he was already aware that Frieza's battle power reached 12 million, he was still taken aback by the sheer intensity of Frieza's energy. Now Frieza's battle power must have soared to 6 million. Bang! Frieza struck swiftly, delivering an elbow to Son Goku's nose. Son Goku nearly toppled to the ground. And once he regained his balance, blood began to flow from his nose. Slap! Frieza executed a swift sweeping kick, sending Son Goku crashing to the ground. Immediately, Frieza's tail ensnared Goku's neck. With a resounding thud, Frieza delivered a powerful elbow strike to Goku's chest. Goku, racked with pain, knelt down, his entire body trembling violently. In response, he unleashed a fierce kick. Frieza effortlessly leaped aside, evading Goku's onslaught. With a battle cry, Goku unleashed the Kaioken technique, charging forward once more. Thud. Frieza retaliated with a kick that struck Goku squarely in the face, sending him sprawling to the ground. Gritting his teeth, Goku sprang back to his feet, panting heavily. You're finally out of breath. It's fortunate you're still alive, Frieza chuckled lightly. Thud. Frieza renewed his ferocious assault on Goku, who found himself retreating helplessly, unable to mount any defense. With a swift gesture, Frieza conjured a bolt of electricity at his fingertips, unleashing it upon the surface of Namek, cleaving the land in two. Goku, drenched in cold sweat, looked down in horror to see the devastation wrought upon the planet. I warned you, I can easily annihilate this planet, Frieza scoffed. It was I who obliterated Planet Vegeta. It's hopeless. I can't win, Goku lamented with a bitter smile. Humph, it seems Kakarot cannot contend with Frieza either, Vegeta remarked solemnly. Indeed, Kakarot is presently no match for Frieza. Luffy nodded in agreement. Luffy, why don't you take care of that fellow? Vegeta suggested. I have no interest in such a foe, Luffy replied with a smile. Let me put it this way. Even my flatulence could obliterate him. Do not worry. I won't kill you just yet. My anger has fully subsided, Frieza said with a grin, gazing at Goku. Goku was desperately seeking a new strategy. It appeared there were no alternatives left. He had to resort to the 20x Kaioken. If what Frieza claimed was true, he had only used 50 of his energy. Even if he employed the 20x Kaioken, he doubted he could match Frieza's power. However, he had no choice but to gamble everything on this last attempt. 20x Kaioken. Goku shouted, his energy surging wildly. What? How has Kakarot's power increased so dramatically? Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. He has activated the 20x Kaioken, raising his battle power to an astounding 60 million, Luffy explained. What did you say? His battle power has reached 60 million? Vegeta felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Hey. With a sudden, forceful punch, Sun Wukong struck Frieza squarely in the face, sending him hurtling backward. Swiftly, Sun Wukong pursued, gathering energy for a Kamehameha wave in his hands. A thunderous roar erupted as the powerful wave surged toward Frieza. In a desperate attempt to capture the oncoming energy, Frieza swung his massive hand downward. However, the moment his hand made contact with the wave, he was overwhelmed by an ominous aura of impending doom. Fear gripped Frieza, compelling him to elevate his own energy levels. A colossal explosion resonated from his position, and a tremendous energy manifested on the horizon, radiating a vast and ferocious presence. Once tranquility returned, wisps of blue smoke emanated from Frieza's form. Sun Wukong's eyes widened in astonishment. He was not exaggerating. He had indeed exerted only half of his energy. Panting heavily, Sun Wukong nearly collapsed. The strain of the 20-fold Kaioken having inflicted severe damage upon his body. How could Frieza possess such immense energy? Frieza, still shaken, regarded Sun Wukong below him, realizing that had he not timely augmented his power, he might have been obliterated by that last blow. Curse Saiyan, I shall not let you escape unscathed. With a crack, Frieza descended from the air, confronting Sun Wukong directly. You have caused me great pain. Frieza bellowed, crashing his head into Sun Wukong. The impact sent Sun Wukong tumbling across the ground, yet he grit his teeth and rose defiantly. With a swift advance, Frieza delivered a kick that propelled Sun Wukong into the sky. Another kick sent him plummeting back to earth. Sun Wukong hit the ground hard but managed to stand again, his breaths becoming more labored. Where has your strength gone? Have you finally exhausted your energy? Frieza taunted. Chapter 131. Sun Wukong's final technique. Hey. Frieza raised his hand slightly, unleashing an invisible force that struck the ground beneath Sun Wukong, creating a deep, bottomless pit. It's over. Kakarot is doomed, Vegeta remarked. Yet, just as he spoke, he was taken aback to see Kakarot raising both hands. Is that a spirit bomb? Vegeta pondered, momentarily bewildered. What could such a technique do? Even I couldn't defeat him on Earth, let alone Frieza. Frieza too noticed Sun Wukong's raised hands, feeling a tinge of confusion. What are you doing? Do you intend to surrender? Frieza inquired, but Goku remained silent, continuing to gather his energy for the spirit bomb. The greatest weakness of this technique was its requirement of time. Are you ever going to finish? Do you intend to keep your hands raised forever? Frieza frowned. No need to rush. Ha ha ha. Goku replied with a silly grin. Get lost. Frieza kicked Goku, sending him sprawling to the ground. Gritting his teeth, Goku rose again, once more lifting his hands to concentrate the spirit bomb. Don't worry, it will be ready soon, Goku said with a smile. Stop scaring people. Frieza scoffed, directing his massive hand towards Goku's body. Boom. An energy blast, reminiscent of a ki blast, struck Goku, propelling him into the lake behind him. Gritting his teeth, Goku climbed out of the water. Frieza stepped closer to Goku's side. What on earth is that Saiyan thinking? I truly cannot comprehend, he said coldly. I no longer wish to prolong this battle. I shall obliterate you along with this planet. That way, the other little Saiyan will not survive either. This universe will no longer harbor any Saiyans. The Super Saiyan is merely a fleeting dream for you all. As Frieza spoke, he pointed his finger at Goku's head. However, he soon caught sight of a tremendous energy reflected in the lake's surface. That was not the sun. What was that? Frieza's expression changed drastically as he turned to the sky. Above, a massive azure light manifested. Stunned, Frieza muttered, what is that? Could it be the energy he has amassed? His eyes widened in shock. How can you have such immense power? Goku felt a pang of despair. This fiend had discovered him. This was a dilemma. Such a large spirit bomb could not possibly obliterate Frieza. That fool. He noticed so quickly. Vegeta scoffed. However, it seems the size of the spirit bomb will not be sufficient to kill Frieza. Indeed, Ruffin nodded. It appears Kakarot is out of options now. Vegeta chuckled. Don't be so hasty, just watch. Ruffin grinned. Are you attempting to ambush me, you pitiful creature? Frieza pointed his finger at Goku. I will end you now, making all your efforts futile. Bastard. Goku retaliated with a punch towards Frieza. Slap. Frieza effortlessly raised his hand to block Goku's punch. He then aimed his finger at Goku's forehead. Vanish. Frieza chuckled lightly. Goku's pupils constricted sharply, his face reflecting a profound despair. Frieza's fingers were already gathering a crimson flame. In this critical moment, boom. Piccolo flew in from a distance, delivering a swift kick to the back of Frieza's head. Caught off guard, Frieza was sent hurtling backward, plunging into the lake behind him, sinking deeply beneath the surface. Piccolo, Goku exclaimed, a mix of surprise and joy. Quickly, complete the spirit bomb. Piccolo urged. Combining the energy from Wanfan and Krillin, my attack was barely that kick. Understood, Goku nodded, raising his hands to continue gathering the spirit bomb's energy. Goku, hurry. I can't hold him off. Piccolo pressed. Boom. Frieza erupted from the water, hovering high in the sky, seething with rage. You damn Namekian, how dare you ambush me? Frieza's forehead throbbed with veins. Is it not done yet, Goku? Piccolo urged again. Time was running out. Strike now. No, attacking now would be futile. There is just a little left. Goku gritted his teeth. What? Just as Frieza prepared to obliterate Goku and Piccolo, he sensed something amiss behind him. Thunderous rumble. Frieza turned to see a massive explosion of energy awaiting him. A deafening blast ensued, and Frieza's position was engulfed in a tremendous explosion. Though the damage was minimal, the humiliation was substantial. Piccolo glanced over. It's them, barely launching an attack with their remaining energy. Piccolo smiled. Frieza looked at the spot from which the attack had originated, a chilling smile creeping onto his face. That strike had thoroughly enraged Frieza. Even from such a distance, there are still pesky flies trying to escape. Frieza scoffed. You truly know how to provoke my wrath. The game ends here. I shall annihilate you along with this planet. All right, it's done. Goku's pupils narrowed, surprise illuminating his face. Snap. Frieza grinned widely, a dark red energy sphere forming in his hand. It was the planet destruction ball. Go. Goku shouted vigorously, pressing his hands downward. A colossal spirit bomb surged toward Frieza's position, overwhelming him with its force. Just as Frieza had finished gathering the planet destruction ball, he suddenly sensed that something was amiss. What is that? Frieza turned to see the enormous spirit bomb approaching rapidly. The spirit bomb was infused with immense energy, creating a gravitational pull that rendered Frieza unable to escape. Snap! As Frieza's planet-destroying energy sphere made contact with the spirit bomb, it instantly dissipated like a wisp of smoke, vanishing without a trace. Frieza's expression shifted dramatically, reflecting a tumult of emotions. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hands, attempting to shield himself from the oncoming assault of the energy blast. What on earth has Kakarot done? This spirit bomb is colossal, Vegeta exclaimed, equally taken aback. He has gathered energy from Namek and its surrounding planets, explained Rofan. Chapter 132, The Spirit Bomb. No wonder it is so immense, Vegeta comprehended, feeling a surge of frustration. Could it be that Kakarot has ultimately triumphed over Frieza? With a resounding clap, Frieza's hands and feet collided with the spirit bomb, striving to push it away. Yet, despite Frieza's relentless efforts, he found himself futilely resisting. Despair etched itself across his face as the spirit bomb continued its relentless descent towards the surface of Namek. A cacophony of agonized cries escaped Frieza's lips. With a thunderous crash, the spirit bomb struck the ground, creating a deep, gaping crater that seemed to pierce the very core of the planet. Water from the surrounding lakes rushed into the newly formed abyss. Vegeta cast a glance downward, his expression souring. I can't believe it has come to this to defeat Frieza, he sneered. Soon after, Vegeta's gaze fell upon a familiar bald head in the distance. There stood Krillin, climbing atop a nearby rock. Gohan descended slowly, extending a hand to help Krillin up. The two peered into the vast pit below. Are Dad and the others too close? Could they have fallen in? Gohan asked anxiously, sensing an absence of their energy signatures. That is merely due to our lack of concentration, Krillin reassured him. Piccolo is there. He will ensure their safety. Look over there. It's Uncle Piccolo. Gohan pointed excitedly. On the distant shore, Piccolo struggled to pull Goku's wrist, dragging him towards solid ground. It's Goku, Krillin exclaimed, a mixture of surprise and joy flooding his heart. Both Dad and Uncle Piccolo are alive. This is wonderful. A smile broke across Gohan's face as the two began to glide towards Goku and Piccolo's location. Haha. We are nearly out of energy. It feels as though we can scarcely fly anymore, Krillin chuckled. Dad, Uncle Piccolo, son Wukong's son, Gohan, exclaimed with excitement. Krillin and Gohan descended onto the rocky terrain. Krillin approached and embraced Goku, while Gohan also shared a heartfelt embrace with his father. Piccolo, however, stepped forward and placed his large hand gently on Gohan's head, revealing a warm smile. The group took a brief moment to rest before turning their gaze toward the distant large pit. The pit had been filled by the lake's waters, with only a few ripples still spreading outward. TCH. Vegeta felt an uneasy sensation within. Now you comprehend the significant role the King Kai has played here, right? Rufy squinted his eyes as he looked at Vegeta. Vegeta's body trembled slightly. I apologize, but I cannot assist with that. Do you wish to strike me again? Vegeta swiftly distanced himself from Lufon. How infuriating. Had you informed me sooner that the little squirt possessed such formidable abilities, I would not have tormented him. Vegeta clenched his teeth. Very well, you now dare to retort? Lufon smiled. Vegeta, your statement leaves me utterly speechless, rendering me incapable of rebuttal. Do not forget, you are my subordinate. Very well, I shall refrain from kicking you this time. I hope you conduct yourself appropriately. Lufan spoke. Vegeta remained silent for a moment. Hey, Lufan, You can't possibly mean to send me back to the King of the Worlds for training, right? Vegeta suddenly realized something and hurriedly inquired. You are overthinking it. Lufan chuckled lightly. Even if I were to take you back now, do you think the king would allow you to train alongside him? Vegeta replied. That is indeed a valid point. Humph, did you not claim that you do not exist in this timeline? Vegeta pondered from another perspective. I mean, the king of this timeline does not know me, correct? Are you truly so dim-witted? The you of this timeline is already deceased, Lufan stated. Vegeta fell silent. It seems so. I have already perished. How lamentable. Below them, let us depart. Board my spacecraft, and we shall return to Earth in 5 days. Goku called out to Piccolo and the others. Suddenly, Krillin exclaimed loudly. His outburst startled Goku and the others. What is it, Krillin? Goku asked, taken aback. I just remembered. Miss Bulma is still on this planet. I nearly forgot about her, Krillin replied. You scared me half to death. I thought Frieza had come back to life, Goku sighed. Well, in a certain sense, Miss Bulma is even more fearsome than Frieza, Krillin chuckled. Ha ha ha, do not make me laugh, my entire body aches. Goku responded with a hearty laugh. This planet has become like this, but with Frieza's demise, the Grand Elder and our fallen brethren can finally rest in peace, Piccolo remarked. Huh? How do you know about the Grand Elder? Krillin was taken aback, turning to look at Piccolo. However, upon glancing at him, Krillin's pupils dilated, his complexion turning pale. And his entire body began to tremble. What is wrong, Krillin? Goku sensed that something was amiss with Krillin. That over there. Krillin pointed towards a certain spot on a massive boulder. Goku turned to look in that direction. It is Frieza. Frieza is still alive, Vegeta exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief upon witnessing the scene. Is this fellow truly immortal? Vegeta gasped. He could clearly sense the immense power of the energy blast. How could such a powerful attack not have claimed Frieza's life? Whoosh! A red beam of light shot forth from Frieza's finger, piercing through Piccolo's heart. Piccolo collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Uncle Piccolo! Son Gohan exclaimed, while Son Goku glared furiously, his anger unmistakably etched upon his face. Did you think I was dead? Frieza said with a cold demeanor. I, Frieza, shall never perish. You must leave this place at once. Son Goku commanded Krillin and Son Gohan. Find my spaceship and take Miss Bulma away from this planet. What do you mean? What are you planning to do, Goku? Krillin inquired. We cannot leave you here. Hurry. Do not linger here. Do you wish to perish together? Son Goku shouted. Do you think I would forgive you? None of you shall escape. I will tear you apart one by one. Frieza sneered coldly, extending his hand forward as if grasping the air. Instantly, Krillin's body became uncontrollably suspended. He was swiftly drawn into the sky under Frieza's control. The sky, at that moment, turned a sickly green. Chapter 133, Transformation. Super Saiyan Son Goku. Krillin. Son Goku cried out. Krillin ascended higher into the air. Stop it, Frieza. Son Goku bellowed with rage. Humph, Frieza replied with a disdainful smile. Do you expect me to cease merely upon your request? You have just united against me, and if I do not vanquish these insignificant minions, I shall not be deemed the Emperor of the Universe. Goku. Krillin called out loudly. Boom. At that very moment, Krillin's body suddenly exploded. Goku's pupils constricted sharply, and his complexion turned ashen. Vegeta remained silent. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Krillin had been reduced to mere fragments, gently descending from the sky. Goku, unable to bear the sight, shut his eyes tightly, his entire body trembling violently. Ha ha ha, the next one will be that little brat. He is your son. Is he not? Frieza remarked with a sinister smile. Suddenly, crackling sounds erupted. In the distance, golden lightning descended from the heavens. The sky darkened ominously. Frieza was taken aback. Why has it suddenly begun to thunder? Does divine retribution truly exist in this world? This cannot be happening. What is occurring? Vegeta, too, was astonished. Turning to scan his surroundings. Above the skies of Namek, dark clouds began to materialize, shrouding the sky, accompanied by flashes of golden lightning. Is this planet about to explode? Vegeta furrowed his brow, reasoning that it should not be the case. No one was deliberately attempting to destroy the planet. Kakarot's earlier spirit bomb did not even strike the planet's core. The golden lightning continued to fall relentlessly. Bang! Suddenly, Goku's hair stood on end, transforming into a brilliant golden hue. Upon closer inspection, Goku was radiating a golden light. Vegeta was left dumbfounded. What is this transformation of Kakarot? Vegeta stammered in disbelief. Lufan smiled without uttering a word. Could it be that this is what you refer to as a Super Saiyan? Vegeta's eyes widened in astonishment. Lufon did not respond to this inquiry. Frieza was equally taken aback. At the moment Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, the surrounding golden lightning gradually began to subside. Gohan, immediately take Piccolo back to Earth. He can still be saved, Goku instructed. Gohan was rendered speechless in shock. Before I lose my rationality, we must leave this place at once. Do you understand? Goku commanded. Understood. Gohan, startled, nodded vigorously. What does this transformation signify? Aren't Saiyans only capable of transforming into great apes? Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief. Hurry, Gohan. If Piccolo perishes, the dragon will vanish as well. Do you comprehend the gravity of the situation? Goku urged once more, disregarding his own safety, insisting that he would return to Earth. But how will you escape from here? Gohan inquired. Stop dawdling. Do you wish to put me in a difficult position? Son Wukong exclaimed. Son Gohan, without uttering another word, carried Piccolo and soared into the sky. Ha ha ha, you cannot escape. Frieza cackled, extending his hand towards Son Gohan's body. In an instant, Son Wukong appeared directly in front of Frieza. With a swift motion, he grasped Frieza's arm, applying a gentle yet firm pressure. Frieza winced in pain, feeling as though his bones might shatter. Enough, you despicable fiend. You have harmed countless innocents. You even targeted Krillin. Son Wukong seethed, wishing nothing more than to tear Frieza apart. Frieza struggled desperately, attempting to free himself from Son Wukong's grip. Son Wukong relaxed his hold, allowing Frieza to retreat hastily, shock evident on his face as he gazed at Son Wukong. How could this guy possess such strength? Could it be that he has? Vegeta trembled slightly. Has he truly transformed into a Super Saiyan? Did that battle on Namek elevate his power to such heights? Frieza, I am enraged. Son Wukong bellowed. With a resounding impact, he launched a powerful punch that sent Frieza hurtling backward into the ground below. Yet, Frieza quickly ascended, reappearing directly opposite Son Wukong. Do not assume such a serious demeanor. Have Saiyans never slain innocents? Frieza sneered. That is why they were annihilated, Son Wukong replied. I was the one who eradicated them. I have no fondness for Saiyans, Frieza smirked. Now it is my turn to eliminate you, Son Wukong stated calmly. You believe you can obliterate me, Frieza? Do not overestimate yourself. You stand no chance against me. Frieza scoffed. Ha! With that, Frieza executed a dramatic turn, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy directed at Son Wukong. The ground shook violently as Frieza's energy surged forth, enveloping Son Wukong entirely. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Son Wukong emerged unscathed, standing defiantly before Frieza. Frieza's expression shifted, his confidence faltering. Vegeta's body trembled more violently. Ruffin remained silent, allowing Vegeta to come to his own conclusions. I understand now. Kakarot transformed into a Super Saiyan due to his rage, did he not? Vegeta suddenly realized, quickly inquiring. Ruffin smiled faintly. Indeed. The dragon said that a significant emotional upheaval can trigger the transformation, but it requires a tranquil heart to achieve it. Vegeta gritted his teeth and said, Do you still think I'm deceiving you? Are you truly so naive? Replied Ruffin with a smile. Vegeta fell silent. How infuriating. The first to transform into a Super Saiyan is none other than Kakarot, that inferior warrior. I am filled with resentment. Quickly tell me, how can I attain a serene heart? Vegeta clenched his fists and inquired. When we return to Earth, seek out a woman and embark on a passionate romance. Ruffin suggested thoughtfully, sensing Vegeta's lack of emotional connection. What did you say? You want me, the proud prince of the Saiyans, to engage in a romance with a lowly earthling? Vegeta seethed with anger. Do you not desire to become a Super Saiyan? Do you want Kakarot to always be ahead of you? Ruffin smiled. Humph, the version of me in this timeline is already dead. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Being dead does not preclude resurrection, Ruffin replied with a slight smile. Chapter 134. Enlightening you on the knowledge of Super Saiyans. Meanwhile, the battle between Son Goku and Frieza raged on. Frieza was being thoroughly outmatched by Goku. In a desperate situation, Frieza let out a series of cold laughs. I will not perish. I can survive in the vacuum of space. Can you, Saiyans? Frieza suddenly bellowed, instantly capturing Vegeta's attention. Upon turning around, Vegeta was alarmed to see Frieza gathering a planet-destroying energy sphere in his hands. What is he planning? Vegeta suddenly realized that the situation was dire. He felt he could not defeat Kakarot, so he intended to obliterate this planet. Ruffin explained, Frieza can survive in the cosmos, but we Saiyans cannot. What did you say? Vegeta's eyes widened. Rofan truly possessed foresight. Years ago, he wished for the ability to survive in space. That wish was indeed fortuitous. This way, we need not fear Frieza destroying our planet. Destroy this planet. Frieza shouted, launching the energy sphere toward Namek's surface. How despicable. What an unscrupulous fiend Frieza is. Vegeta felt the weight of Frieza's treachery. You cannot possibly defeat Kakarot, yet you seek victory through such means. Thunderous rumblings. The planet-destroying blast struck the surface of Namek. In an instant, the core of Namek suffered a catastrophic blow. The entire planet trembled violently, on the brink of an explosion at any moment. Alas, it veered off course. Frieza scoffed, lamenting that the energy did not immediately obliterate the planet's core. Are you afraid that the explosion will engulf you as well? Son Goku retorted. You remain blissfully unaware, do you not? Although this planet has temporarily evaded immediate destruction, its core has been irrevocably damaged. Do you comprehend the implications of this? Frieza chuckled lightly, stating that in 5 minutes, this planet would erupt in a cataclysmic explosion, transforming Namek into cosmic dust. What did you say? Son Goku's expression shifted dramatically. Vegeta's countenance also changed. Only 5 minutes? Is the planet truly set to explode in 5 minutes? 5 minutes is more than sufficient. I shall defeat you. And with my comrades, we will depart in the spaceship that journeyed from Earth. Son Goku smiled. Such a pity. Only I have the hope of surviving this ordeal. Frieza scoffed, asserting that he would soon reveal his full power, 100% of his energy. You stand no chance against me. You ought to be cautious. Frieza has yet to unleash his full power? Vegeta shivered, suddenly grasping a realization. Could it be that his full power equates to a battle strength of 120 million? Indeed. Lu Fan nodded. Why reveal your full power only now? Is it because exerting yourself fully would be beyond your physical limits? Son Goku chuckled. Frieza, struck by the truth of this observation, trembled with rage. I shall not waste any more time with you. Let us commence our battle. Son Goku shouted, soaring towards Frieza's direction. Hey! Frieza waved his hand forward, unleashing a formidable energy blast directly at Son Goku. Boom! Son Goku was sent flying backward, plunging headfirst into the lake behind him. Wait here for a moment, Vegeta, Lu Fan instructed. Vegeta was taken aback. What do you mean? Why must I wait here? Whoosh! In the next instant, Lu Fan vanished from sight. However, he soon returned, quickly appearing directly opposite Frieza. Vegeta rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Did you not assert that you would refrain from interfering with any occurrences within this temporal realm? How did you find yourself on the opposite side of Frieza? What exactly do you intend to do? Who are you? Frieza, indeed, does not recognize Rufin. Are there other beings existing on this planet? In this timeline, Rufin's presence is singular and unparalleled. Regardless of my identity, I have come here to impart some knowledge, Rufin mused. Humph, do you even comprehend who you are addressing? Frieza snapped coldly, his countenance darkening. Do not hinder me here, and be gone at once. As he spoke, the surface of the lake began to stir. A radiant orb of golden light gradually emerged from the water. Is that the Super Saiyan? Frieza gritted his teeth, clenching his fists tightly. With a swift motion, Rufin waved his hand, and an invisible divine power swiftly descended upon Son Goku. Bang! Son Goku was forcibly pressed into the lake by the intangible force emanating from Rufin's hand. Witnessing this scene, Frieza was momentarily rendered speechless. Vegeta's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression a mask of shock. Is this the true extent of Rufin's power? That scoundrel Kakarot had transformed into a Super Saiyan. Yet Rufin merely waved his hand and subdued him from afar? Who on earth are you? Frieza was utterly astounded. Even that Super Saiyan was insufficient to withstand a mere gesture from him. In truth, I am also a Saiyan, Rufin grinned, revealing a set of pearly whites. What did you say? You are also a Saiyan? Frieza was taken aback. Indeed, Rufin nodded affirmatively. What? What do you want? Frieza inquired cautiously. Are you here to assist that Super Saiyan? No, I have come to enlighten you regarding some fundamental knowledge about Saiyans, Rufin replied with a smile. Frieza, Vegeta, what the hell does he mean by fundamental knowledge about Saiyans? Rufin, what exactly are you trying to accomplish? I do not require your enlightenment. Frieza bellowed. Go perish. With that, Frieza waved his hand, unleashing an immense energy that enveloped Rufin. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted where Rufin stood. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Rufin appeared unscathed, smiling benignly at Frieza. Frieza was dumbfounded. This individual is even more formidable than that Super Saiyan. Humph. I suddenly wish to hear what you have to say about the fundamental knowledge of science, Frieza mused, rubbing his nose, a chill flickering in his gaze. Now that is more like it, Ruffin nodded, watching Frieza with keen interest. Frieza furrowed his brow. What exactly are you trying to achieve? What knowledge of the science do you possess? You see, this is my usual state, the form I take without transformation. In Chapter 135, Who Fell into the Water? The Super Saiyan Son Goku? Frieza wore a perplexed expression. Suddenly, a golden radiance erupted from Ruffin's body, causing his hair to stand upright and turn a brilliant gold. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that Ruffin was enveloped in a layer of golden flame. This is the Super Saiyan, Ruffin declared. Frieza was left astonished. Vegeta stood in disbelief. Could it be that this fellow Ruffin could also transform into a Super Saiyan? Had he not claimed he would not pursue the path of the Super Saiyan? Had he not stated his intention to follow the path of the Super Saiyan God? What a deceiver! In the lake, Son Goku continued to struggle desperately, attempting to break free from the water's surface. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not escape the overwhelming energy suppression. Goku was utterly shocked. What is happening? Who is exerting this pressure upon me? Is it that Frieza? Does he possess such formidable energy? I never imagined, that you too are a Super Saiyan. Frieza felt as though he were trapped in a nightmare, his expression shifting with despair. The transformation into a Super Saiyan can augment a Saiyan's combat power by 50-fold, Ruffin explained to Frieza. The warrior you are battling, Kakarot, who is none other than Son Goku, has a base combat power of 3 million. So, the question arises. What will his combat power reach upon transforming into a Super Saiyan? 150 million? Frieza shuddered slightly. Correct. Ruffin nodded in satisfaction. Frieza remarked, to my knowledge, your combat power is only 120 million. Ruffin smiled, indicating that, regardless of the circumstances, you could never match him, even if you unleashed all your energy. Frieza felt a pang of despair at that moment. In truth, Frieza had also utilized the unique instruments of his army to assess his own combat power. He was aware that it hovered around 120 million. If that Super Saiyan Son Goku's power truly reached 150 million, then I would undoubtedly be no match for him. Do not be in such a hurry to fear, Ruffin said. What do you mean? Frieza was perplexed by Ruffin's intentions. The fears you harbor are yet to come. Ruffin smiled. Suddenly, a golden light burst forth from Ruffin, his hair rising even higher. Crackling sounds filled the air as purple arcs of electricity danced around him. What is this? Frieza's eyes widened in terror, revealing his profound shock. This was no mere flicker of lightning. Vegeta, equally astonished, gazed in this direction. What transformation was this? Yet, why could I not sense Ruffin's energy? All I could perceive was the alteration in his form. This is a Super Saiyan beyond the Super Saiyan, Ruffin elucidated. What did you say? Frieza stammered. You may interpret it as Super Saiyan 2, Ruffin replied. Frieza fell silent, pondering the implications. Was there really a second tier to the Super Saiyan? The transformation to Super Saiyan 2 could double the combat power of a Super Saiyan, which raises the question, how does that translate to a baseline? Ruffin smiled. What? 100-fold. Frieza exclaimed in disbelief. Correct, Ruffin affirmed. This means if Goku's combat power is 3 million, then what would it reach upon transforming into Super Saiyan 2? 300 million. Frieza's face twitched in response. Your arithmetic skills are impressive, Ruffin remarked with satisfaction. I enjoy conversing with intelligent individuals. Frieza remained silent, contemplating the enormity of 300 million in combat power. If that were indeed the case, I would stand no chance against him. However, my brother Cooler might be able to defeat him. Do you believe that Super Saiyan 2 is truly remarkable? What follows is an even more formidable transformation known as Ultra Instinct. At that moment, Frieza perked up his ears, and his expression transformed into one of profound intrigue. Is there truly something even more powerful? Is the transformation never-ending? Thunderous roars echoed as golden radiance surged from Lufon, enveloping the very ground of Namek in a resplendent hue of gold. Upon closer inspection, Lufon's hair cascaded backward, swiftly extending beyond his waist. The long strands danced in the breeze, shimmering with golden brilliance. Crackling arcs of electricity densely enveloped his entire being. His eyebrows were deeply embedded within his eye sockets, and a hint of malevolence twisted upon Lufon's visage. Vegeta stood utterly dumbfounded, grappling with the enormity of this transformation. What on earth is this? Am I dreaming? Frieza trembled in sheer terror, every fiber of his being quaking in fear. What transformation is this? As the saying goes, where there are two, there are three. This is the third form of the Super Saiyan. Lufan smiled. Frieza immediately felt the impact of 10,000 critical damage points. I beg your pardon. Did you come over here simply to flaunt your Super Saiyan transformation? The transformation into Super Saiyan 3 is said to be 4 times that of Super Saiyan 2. With a grin, Rofan gazed at Frieza, posing a question. So, are you suggesting that the Super Saiyan 3 you mentioned is a mere 400 times the base form? Frieza trembled all over. Congratulations, you have mastered the art of jumping to conclusions. Rofan nodded vigorously. Frieza fell into a brief silence. What exactly are you here for? Is it merely to tell me this? Frieza bellowed angrily, scoffing. Stop with your pretentious nonsense. Do you believe I would accept what you say? What are these Super Saiyan forms? 1, 2, or 3? Do you truly think they exist? This is nothing but your delusion, is it? Sometimes, fantasies can indeed become reality. Rofan chuckled softly. What do you mean? Frieza was somewhat bewildered, hesitant to attack Rofan, primarily due to the terrifying aura of Rofan's long hair in Super Saiyan 3 form. Frieza was genuinely intimidated. After all I've said, do you still not grasp my intentions? Rofan smiled. Frieza, speak your mind, if you will. Who can fathom your intentions? As I have already elucidated, the Super Saiyan classification consists of 3 distinct levels, 1, 2, and 3. Lu Fandao. Frieza remained silent. I'm merely curious about your true motives. Thus, a question arises. Lu Fan turned his gaze towards the lake behind him, where the struggling figure of Son Goku was immersed, and addressed Frieza. Frieza is the one who has fallen into the lake, the Super Saiyan of the first level. Son Goku? Or is it the Super Saiyan of the second level? Or perhaps the Super Saiyan of the third level? Frieza retorted. Chapter 136. Frieza. You are an honest cosmic emperor. Is that even a question? Naturally, it is the Super Saiyan of the first level, Son Goku. Frieza's irritation was palpable, causing his nostrils to flare. Do you still ask such foolish questions? You are exceedingly dull. Frieza, you are an honest cosmic sovereign. Lu Fan remarked, humph. Frieza, humph. As a reward, I bestow upon you both Son Goku in his Super Saiyan 2 form and Son Goku in his Super Saiyan 3 form. Lu Fan continued, what? What do you mean? Frieza appeared somewhat bewildered. In an instant, Lu Fan vanished, leaving Frieza momentarily stunned. Suddenly, a Son Goku, enveloped in crackling lightning, was conjured by Lu Fan. With another swift motion, Lu Fan vanished once more. Abruptly, another Son Goku, with long hair in his Super Saiyan 3 form, materialized at the scene. The Son Goku who had landed in the lake finally broke free from his constraints, soaring into the sky and appearing beside Frieza. Lu Fan wore a peculiar smile and then vanished again. Frieza turned to gaze at the 3 distinct forms of Son Goku, feeling an overwhelming surge of chaos within. Vegeta's eyes widened in astonishment. Soon, he noticed Lu Fan standing beside him. Lu Fan, explain this to me. Vegeta inquired. Is my explanation not clear enough? Lu Fan replied with a smile. The 3 Son Gokus below are indeed real. What? Real? How is that possible? Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. I merely ventured into the future and brought these 2 Son Gokus from different eras to this time, Lu Fan elucidated. What? Vegeta was taken aback. Let us relish this remarkable scene, Lu Fan observed silently. Meanwhile, the Super Saiyan 2 Goku surveyed his surroundings, quickly spotting the Super Saiyan 3 Goku as well as the ordinary Super Saiyan Goku nearby. The Super Saiyan 2 Goku felt a sense of confusion. The Super Saiyan 2 Goku brought back by Lu Fan bore a golden halo above his head, clearly indicating he had perished. This Super Saiyan 2 Goku was from 3 years after the Cell Games, where he had been battling in heaven before being summoned by Lu Fan. Wait, this place feels oddly familiar, the Super Saiyan 2 Goku realized as he looked at Frieza. Wait, Frieza? Are you not Frieza? Frieza? The Super Saiyan 3 Goku was momentarily taken aback. The version of Super Saiyan 3 Goku brought back by Lu Fan originated from the period of Majin Buu. During that time, Super Saiyan 3 Goku was engaged in combat with Fat Buu. Shortly after the battle commenced, he was pulled through time by Lu Fan. Consequently, a golden halo adorned his head. Super Saiyan 3 Goku instantly recognized Frieza. As they conversed, Frieza's expression shifted rapidly. Could they truly be real? Super Saiyan Goku was even more bewildered. Who were these 2 individuals? Naturally, Super Saiyan Goku did not recognize his Super Saiyan 2 and Super Saiyan 3 counterparts. Likewise, Super Saiyan 2 Goku was unfamiliar with Super Saiyan 3. Only Super Saiyan 3 Goku was aware of their identities, as he hailed from a timeline further into the future. Despite their mutual lack of recognition, All three were acquainted with Frieza. Is this Namek? Am I here because the energy from my battle with Beerus was overwhelmingly immense, causing me to traverse time? Super Saiyan 3 Goku wore a perplexed expression, realizing he felt as though someone had guided him here. Hey, are you the more powerful version of me? Super Saiyan 2 Goku immediately turned his gaze towards Super Saiyan 3 Goku. Ah, are you me from 4 years ago? Super Saiyan 3 Goku pondered thoughtfully, looking at his other self. Wait, so you are me from 4 years in the future? Super Saiyan 2 Goku grasped the situation. Are we both transported to Namek 10 years ago? Super Saiyan 3 Goku mused. It seems so, Super Saiyan 2 Goku replied with a wry smile. What does this mean? Are these two truly myself from 10 years in the future? Super Saiyan Goku questioned, feeling somewhat confused. That doesn't seem entirely accurate. One is from 6 years in the future, and the other from 10 years ahead. What on earth is happening? The imminent explosion of the planet weighed heavily on Super Saiyan 3 Goku's mind. I recall this. It was during my battle with Frieza, wasn't it? Super Saiyan 2 Goku remarked. Are these two genuinely my future selves? Super Saiyan Goku pondered aloud as Frieza stood in utter disbelief. Are they truly from 10 years in the future? Can they be real? They can't possibly be mere illusions. I refuse to believe it. Frieza roared, extending his finger and concentrating a red beam of energy at its tip. With a swift motion, the crimson flames surged towards Super Saiyan 3 Goku's position. The blast struck directly at Super Saiyan 3 Goku's heart. Yet, he remained unscathed, as if nothing had happened. Haha, Frieza, with my current energy level, I could defeat you even without transforming. Super Saiyan 3 Goku laughed heartily. Frieza was left dumbfounded. Despite the attack hitting his heart, Super Saiyan 3 Goku appeared entirely unfazed. Am I dreaming? If this is a nightmare, may I awaken from it swiftly. In an instant, the golden aura surrounding Super Saiyan 3 Goku dissipated, returning him to his normal state. With a resounding thud, he launched himself forward, delivering a powerful kick to Frieza's head. The impact echoed as Frieza crashed to the ground, leaving a crater in his wake, feeling utterly defeated. I speak the truth, do I not, Frieza? Goku smiled. Frieza gritted his teeth and struggled to rise. Super Saiyan Goku was utterly astonished. How have you trained? You have become remarkably powerful. Super Saiyan Goku exclaimed. Ha ha ha, it's nothing extraordinary. If you train diligently, one day you too shall reach my level, replied Super Saiyan 3 Goku with a hearty laugh. What was that transformation you just performed? Why do you have such long hair? Super Saiyan 2 Goku inquired. That was Super Saiyan 3. If all goes well, you will transform in about 3 years. Super Saiyan 3 Goku said with a smile. What? I eagerly anticipated. Super Saiyan 2 Goku nodded excitedly. And what about you? What was your transformation? Super Saiyan Goku asked Super Saiyan 2 Goku. This is the Super Saiyan beyond Super Saiyan. If we follow his naming convention, mine would be called Super Saiyan 2. Super Saiyan 2 Goku replied with a smile. Although I do not fully comprehend it, I am thrilled that my future self can attain such strength. Goku nodded solemnly. But leave Frieza to me. You two must not interfere. I shall defeat him personally to avenge Krillin. Indeed, you can do it. Super Saiyan 2 Goku and Super Saiyan 3 Goku nodded in unison. After all, both Gokus had witnessed the events unfold. We must return, but we are uncertain how to navigate back to our era. Super Saiyan 3 Goku scratched his head. Just then, with a snap, Lu Fan appeared beside Super Saiyan 3 Goku. Huh, you are Super Saiyan 3 Goku. Lu Fan exclaimed. I will take you back, he smiled, placing his hand on Goku's shoulder. In a flash, Lu Fan initiated a time warp, and in an instant, Super Saiyan 3 Goku vanished. Soon after, Lu Fan returned from the future, this time taking Super Saiyan 2 Goku with him, leaving only Goku behind. Do your best, Lu Fan patted Goku's shoulder. Huh, who are you? Goku blinked in confusion. Who I am is of little significance. Focus on your training and vanquish Frieza, Lu Fan urged. Indeed, those details are now trivial. What matters is that I avenge Krillin. Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly, a look of fury etched upon his face. The return of my future self signifies that I must have triumphed over Frieza in this battle. What did you say? Do you think I fear you? Frieza ground his teeth in anger. You two can continue. I must take my leave. Farewell. Lu Fan waved his hand. In an instant, Lu Fan returned to Vegeta's side. Without delay, Lu Fan transported himself and Vegeta back to their rightful era, materializing above the earth through instantaneous movement. We have returned to our own time, Lu Fan declared to Vegeta. The latter remained silent, having gained a newfound perspective today. Vegeta witnessed Goku transforming into a Super Saiyan, as well as his further transformations into Super Saiyan 2 and Super Saiyan 3. A tumult of emotions surged within Vegeta. In a little over a month from the future, I fell in battle, while Kakarot ascended to become a Super Saiyan. In the even more distant future, Kakarot surpassed the Super Saiyan level, evolving into Super Saiyan 2 and Super Saiyan 3. I refuse to accept this. Did you not claim that you could not become a Super Saiyan? Vegeta asked through gritted teeth. Not only can you transform into a Super Saiyan, but you can also ascend to the level of Super Saiyan 3. You are truly shameless. Rofan. What I underwent was not a transformation into a Super Saiyan, but merely a change in appearance, meant to intimidate. Rofan smiled. What? A change in appearance? Vegeta grasped the concept only partially, yet he understood the essence. A brief silence ensued. Vegeta lowered his noble head. Soon after, he lifted it again, gazing at Rofan with a serious expression. Rofan, teach me. Vegeta gritted his teeth, humbly addressing Rofan. Let us begin with transforming into a Super Saiyan. But the prerequisite for this journey is to possess a tranquil heart. Rofan patted Vegeta's shoulder. A tranquil heart. Vegeta echoed these 4 words. Reflecting on our time on the Culinary planet, if you follow that path, your mindset will gradually shift towards tranquility, Rofan advised. When we were on the Culinary planet, Vegeta recalled various fragments of their time there. Yet, that alone would not suffice. I believe you should pursue a romantic relationship, perhaps dating a girl, as it may hasten your journey towards inner peace, Rofan added with a smile. I will find one myself. Vegeta scoffed, transforming into a streak of light and rapidly soaring towards the earth. 3 days later, in Orange Star City. Should Rofan arrive in this city, he would find it somewhat familiar, for in 4 years hence, it would be renamed Satan City. At present, Vegeta wandered the streets of this city, aimlessly searching for a girlfriend. He felt quite vexed. Am I to seek a girlfriend among Earthlings? Are they truly suitable for me? Nevertheless, Vegeta was eager to become a Super Saiyan. If he did not heed Rofan's advice, he feared that the prospect of transforming into one would remain distant. I certainly do not wish to be slain by Frieza in a month's time. I must become a Super Saiyan swiftly, while also enhancing my combat prowess. I shall follow Rofan's suggestion and find a girlfriend. Surely, there must be appealing women in this city. Help? Just then, Vegeta heard a woman's cry for help in the distance. Growing increasingly bored, he strode over, only to discover an armed assailant robbing a rather attractive woman. The thief had already seized her bag and, seemingly unsatisfied, was demanding she disrobe. The woman, resolute, cried out for assistance. You are intent on robbery. I have already surrendered all my money to you. I'm sorry, I can't assist with that. I would rather perish than be subjected to such indignity. The issue lies in your utter lack of charm. Vegeta cast a glance at the burly figure before him, whose visage resembled that of a shoehorn. It is no wonder that women are screaming so loudly. With such an appearance, how could one even contemplate such an act? Vegeta harbored no interest in the notion of gallantly rescuing a damsel in distress. However, he found the woman to possess a certain allure. He decided to inquire whether she would consider being his girlfriend. Over the past 3 days, he had approached women he found appealing, only to be met with merciless rejections. Although Vegeta was quite handsome, these women perceived him as somewhat diminutive, which incensed him greatly. He suppressed his rising fury, managing to restrain himself from unleashing it. For had he done so, those women would have been swiftly dealt with. Now, having encountered a woman who caught his eye, Vegeta strode confidently towards her. You there. Do not obstruct my path. Depart immediately, or face dire consequences. The robber, noticing Vegeta, aimed his weapon directly at his chest. Vegeta remained unfazed. Hey, you there, Earthwoman. I have a question for you. If I were to rescue you, would you agree to be my girlfriend? He inquired. The woman responded. Is this truly how heroes rescue damsels? Are you directly asking someone to be your girlfriend? Chapter 138. Oh, are you all headed to Namek? The woman hesitated for a moment before promptly nodding in agreement. Although this man was somewhat shorter in stature, he possessed a certain handsomeness that was certainly preferable to the robber with a long, narrow face. Moreover, I happen to be without a boyfriend at the moment. If he truly can rescue me, then dating for a while is certainly an option. With that, Vegeta let out a slight sigh of relief. Finally, a woman had agreed to be his girlfriend. Kid, are you coming here to meet your demise? The robber roared in fury, showing no hesitation as he aimed his gun at Vegeta and fired. Bang, bang, bang. The robber fired 3 shots, all striking Vegeta's chest. Yet, upon inspection, Vegeta appeared completely unfazed. The bullets didn't even breach his clothing. The robber was rendered speechless. Bang! Vegeta lunged forward and delivered a powerful kick, sending the robber soaring into the air. Boom! With a mere gesture, Vegeta obliterated the robber, reducing him to mere particles. Humph! A worthless wretch with a power level of only 5, Vegeta scoffed. The woman was terrified. Is this person truly that powerful? Are you a superhero? She stammered. Humph! What superhero? Vegeta was taken aback. You know, someone exceptionally strong, she replied. That is of little consequence now. Can you be my girlfriend? Vegeta inquired. The woman nodded vigorously. Very well, let us commence this relationship at once, Vegeta said with a slight smile. Now, here? The woman was taken aback. Where else would it be? Vegeta retorted. Isn't that a bit too soon? Her cheeks flushed. Hey, who said anything about taking off clothes? Vegeta wiped his brow. Aren't we starting now? The woman was momentarily stunned. Did I ever mention anything about undressing? Vegeta's nostrils flared in irritation. This insipid Earthwoman, is that all you can think about? Oh, no. You startled me. The woman breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, what is your name? Vegeta asked. Emily, she replied. Humph, I am Vegeta, he declared. Vegeta? The name seemed familiar to Emily, who rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong was admitted to the hospital for treatment. At the same time, Mr. Popo from the temple sought out Bulma and took her to the Yunzabit Highlands, successfully locating the God S spaceship. A week passed. At the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation, the God S spaceship was parked in the yard. Krillin, Bulma, and another companion were fully prepared, ready to embark on their journey to Namek. They were merely awaiting Gohan's arrival. Miss Bulma, does this vessel truly have the capability to traverse the cosmos? Krillin, dressed in travel attire and carrying a small bag, scrutinized the spaceship with curiosity. Krillin, your outfit is rather casual. We are not merely going on a holiday, but venturing to another planet. Bulma replied, her expression darkening. I even went so far as to cut my long hair for this cosmic expedition. Oh, Krillin finally noticed Bulma's new haircut. Is Gohan not here yet? He mentioned he needed to bid farewell to Goku before joining us, Krillin explained. By the way, Miss Bulma, should we bring an umbrella? I've heard the weather on Namek isn't very pleasant and tends to rain frequently. Suit yourself, Bulma retorted angrily. Speaking of which, Bulma, where is your boyfriend, Ruffin? He seems to have vanished with Vegeta without a word. Who knows what they are up to? Krillin inquired with curiosity. Who knows what he is doing? He didn't even bother to say goodbye, Bulma huffed. So you're upset because he left without notice? I heard he is also a Saiyan. Krillin asked further. Be quiet. Stop asking so many pointless questions. Bulma snapped, gritting her teeth. Krillin quickly covered his mouth. Suddenly, sensing an approaching powerful aura, Krillin's expression shifted dramatically as he turned his gaze skyward. Is that Vegeta? He murmured, instantly readying himself for battle. Vegeta? Bulma echoed, slightly taken aback. In the next moment, Vegeta descended from the sky, cradling Emily in his arms, landing beside Bulma and Krillin. Krillin was momentarily bewildered. Is this really Vegeta? He appears to be dressed in Earthling attire. What is with this outfit? And who is this beautiful woman? Emily? Bulma gazed intently at the woman beside Vegeta, momentarily stunned. Hi, Bulma. It's been a while. How have you been? Emily greeted warmly. You? Bulma stammered, struggling to process the situation. Let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Vegeta. Emily smiled as she introduced Bulma and Krillin, the two of them rendered momentarily speechless. Vegeta has a girlfriend now? Bulma exclaimed. Is that the spaceship from Namek? Vegeta grinned. You are indeed heading to Namek, aren't you? Bulma was once again taken aback, while Krillin's eyes widened in astonishment. How did he know we were going to Namek? The little bald-headed one. You must exercise great caution when visiting Namek, Vegeta advised, patting Krillin's shiny head. Krillin trembled in fear. Caution about what? He bravely inquired. On your journey to Namek, you may find yourself obliterated by Frieza, Vegeta replied with a smile. Frieza? Who is that? Krillin asked, his face a mask of confusion. You will understand once you arrive, Vegeta said with a mysterious smile. Do you know Frieza, Bulma? Krillin asked again. Bulma shook her head. What about you? Aren't you going, Vegeta? Krillin pressed. I shall go, but not at this moment, Vegeta said, grinning. I wish you good luck. Meanwhile, Bulma and Emily were engaged in a quiet discussion. Emily, when did you meet Vegeta? Bulma inquired. It's been a little over a week. I believe, Emily mused. He rescued me and then asked if I wanted to be his girlfriend. I had never encountered someone so direct. And then you agreed to be his girlfriend? Bulma asked with a wry smile. What else could I do? When you meet such a formidable man, you should seize the opportunity to marry him. Emily chuckled. You certainly have a way about you, as you've always been, Bulma sighed. As an old classmate and your best friend, I feel compelled to tell you that Vegeta is quite wicked. I recall you mentioning that before. It just came to mind. Emily replied with a nonchalant smile. It doesn't matter how wicked he is, as long as he treats me well. Where's Gohan? Krillin muttered nearby. Vegeta already has a girlfriend. Why have I not found one yet? It seems Vegeta's girlfriend knows Bulma. Is she Bulma's best friend? Suddenly, a spaceship zipped through the air and landed swiftly in Bulma's yard. Chi-Chi and Ox King arrived to drop off Gohan. Apologies for our tardiness, Chi-Chi said. Oh, is this the spaceship? Truly remarkable. Ox King marveled. Gohan, remember to brush your teeth after meals. Chi-Chi gently reminded. Sun Wukong's hair was neatly combed, giving him the appearance of a well-behaved child at that very moment. However, neither Bulma nor Krillin spoke, for Vegeta was present. Sun Wukong immediately noticed Vegeta's presence, his expression changing dramatically. Rest assured, I am not here to engage in a fight with you this time. You may proceed to Namek, Vegeta remarked with a subtle smile. Sun Wukong was taken aback for quite some time, struggling to comprehend the situation. What does Uncle Krillin mean by this? He quietly inquired. I'm not certain. Perhaps he just started dating and finds it inconvenient to act in front of his girlfriend, Krillin speculated. Girlfriend? Sun Wukong was momentarily stunned. Yes, she is Bulma's close friend. Her name is Emily, Krillin explained. Oh, she is Vegeta's girlfriend? Sun Wukong was left speechless. What is going on, Gohan? Chi-Chi asked. Nothing, Mom. Nothing at all has happened, Sun Wukong hastily replied. All right, we can set off now. Stop dawdling, Bulma urged. The three made their way towards the spaceship. Hey, that guy named Vegeta, do not mistreat Emily. If I find out, I will have Goku deal with you, Bulma threatened as they departed. Vegeta bared his teeth in response. And do refrain from causing trouble. Live peacefully with Emily here, Bulma added. Silence. You vulgar Earth woman. I do not require your guidance. Vegeta barked angrily. With a thud, the spaceship door closed. Bulma, Krillin, and Sun Wukong entered the spacecraft. Destination, Namek. Let us depart. Bulma commanded the central system. Whoosh. The spacecraft soared into the sky, swiftly breaking through the atmosphere and escaping Earth's gravitational pull. Miss Bulma, we haven't fastened our seatbelts yet, Krillin exclaimed. It's fine to move freely now. The ship stabilized after exiting the atmosphere, Bulma replied. Wait, have we already flown out? Krillin was taken aback. I want to see Earth. Sun Wukong hurriedly ran to the window. Bulma, meanwhile, walked towards the interior of the room. Miss Bulma, what are you doing? Krillin inquired. Mind your own business. I'm going to change into another outfit. Bulma retorted. Change clothes? Isn't your current outfit quite nice? Krillin scratched his head, ignoring Krillin further. Bulma slammed the door shut and entered her room. I fear Miss Bulma is upset due to not seeing her boyfriend, Krillin conjectured, then scratched his head. I forgot to bring my pajamas. What about you, Gohan? I brought everything, Sun Wukong replied. With a smile, Sun Wukong opened the small bag he carried with him. In addition, I secretly made a set of clothes for myself, just like Uncle Piccolo's. You hold Piccolo in high regard, Krillin remarked. Indeed, he is much like my father. Sun Wukong nodded. The two engaged in light conversation. Women do take their time changing, Krillin sighed. Sun Wukong remained silent. It does seem a bit slow. It's already been half an hour. How can she still not be ready? Even the slowest should be done by now. Could it be that she's fallen asleep right after changing? Krillin speculated. That is a possibility, Sun Wukong nodded. What should we do? Shall we ignore her for now? Let's try meditative training, Krillin suggested. All right, Uncle Krillin, Sun Wukong agreed with a nod. Let us rewind to 29 minutes earlier, just as Bulma had completely removed her clothes. Suddenly, a figure flickered into view. With a swish, Ruffin appeared before Bulma, taking in her form from head to toe. Bulma, your arrival is most timely. Ahem. Your figure is quite admirable. Do continue to maintain it, remarked Lu Fan. Bulma hastily covered her chest. There is no need to shield yourself. The sight has already been seen. Is there any point in further concealment? Lu Fan chuckled. Oh, how insufferable. Bulma exclaimed, her face flushed with embarrassment. Allow me to conjure an outfit for you, Lu Fan said, as he placed his hand upon Bulma's chest. Bulma, are you changing my clothes, or? Suddenly, a flash of light emanated from Lu Fan's hand, and a bikini was enveloped around Bulma's form. This outfit should be quite delightful. It carries the essence of your mother, Lufan remarked. The essence of my mother? Bulma paused momentarily, glancing down at the attire adorning her. In that moment, Bulma was rendered speechless. You acquired a bikini, yet it bears an uncanny resemblance to my mother's essence? Is your mother not named Bridget? This is a bikini, a homophonic play. Ruffin fell silent. Ruffin, transform me back. Just grant me a normal outfit. Bulma exclaimed in frustration. Very well, Ruffin replied, placing his hand once more upon Bulma's chest. Transform, he intoned, his voice resonating with power as a radiant light enveloped them. In an instant, a brand new attire adorned Bulma, appearing far more conventional. Bulma wiped her brow. Let us return home, Ruffin suggested. Home? Bulma paused, taken aback. Indeed, home, Ruffin affirmed with a nod. I must go to Namek if I return home. The spaceship might encounter troubles in the vast cosmos, and both of them might meet their demise. Bulma expressed her concerns. I assure you, they will encounter no issues. Ruffin reassured her. With a swift motion, Ruffin placed his hand on Bulma's shoulder. In the blink of an eye, he utilized instant transmission, whisking Bulma away in a flash. Chapter 140. The Vanishing Bulma at the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Corporation. Such astonishing speed. It was launched, and now it's already vanished, Emily remarked. Gazing up at the sky. Gohan, do not forget to use conditioner. Chi-Chi called out loudly. Emily, Vegeta, are you also heading to Namek? She inquired. Of course. I intend to personally defeat that fiend known as Frieza. Vegeta nodded resolutely. Do you possess a spaceship? Emily asked. Suddenly, Vegeta recalled that his spaceship had been sent flying by Ruffin's kick. It had lost contact, likely rendered unusable. How shall I reach Namek? But Ruffin is here. He can take me there. The means of traveling to Namek seemed trivial compared to my urgent need to transform into a Super Saiyan. Otherwise, I might perish on Namek as well. I wonder how my tranquil state of mind has been refining? Have my SLs increased? Bulma was indeed remiss. She should have informed me about her journey into space beforehand. I ought to have presented her with a parting gift. Emily pondered, just as she was musing. A sudden sound echoed. A ripple of air surged through the scene. In the next moment, Ruffin materialized on sight, accompanied by Bulma, through the art of instantaneous movement. Emily's eyes widened in astonishment, her expression one of sheer shock. Vegeta, however, was unfazed by the spectacle. Given that Ruffin had previously returned with a future Kakarot, his sudden appearance alongside that woman from Earth seemed hardly remarkable. Bulma, am I seeing things? Emily rubbed her eyes vigorously. Didn't you leave on a spaceship? Bulma glanced around, and indeed, she realized she had returned home. At a loss for words, she stood momentarily speechless. Krillin and Gohan, you two are on your own. She remarked. Wait, Bulma, how did you come back? Chi-Chi asked, momentarily taken aback. I forgot something and thought I could come back to retrieve it. Do you believe me? Bulma replied. Nice job, Vegeta. That's more like it. Your mindset has considerably calmed, and the S cells within you are beginning to flourish. Ruffin commented as he patted Vegeta on the shoulder. Humph, once you understand this, the execution becomes rather simple, Vegeta retorted defiantly. Given this progress, by the time you reach Namek, you should be able to transform into a Super Saiyan, Ruffin mused. Upon hearing Ruffin's words, Vegeta was struck with a mixture of surprise and exhilaration. So, you're saying that in just over a month, I could become a Super Saiyan? This happiness is quite unexpected. Stay focused. Don't embarrass me, Ruffin urged. TCH. Vegeta grimaced. Let us go, Bulma, Ruffin beckoned. Where to? This is my home. Bulma wiped the sweat from her brow. Right, this is your home. I almost forgot, Ruffin chuckled. You all may leave now. Meanwhile, aboard the spaceship, 2 hours had elapsed. Gohan and Krillin noted the unsettling stillness emanating from Bulma's room. Suddenly, they realized something was amiss. Let us check on her, Gohan. We can't afford any issues. Krillin urged anxiously. It wouldn't be some sudden illness, would it? If she fell ill aboard this spaceship, there would be no way to treat it. Gohan remarked nervously. Let us see what's going on, Krillin said as he approached the door and knocked. There was no response from within. Miss Bulma, are you there? Gohan called out. Gohan, why would Miss Bulma be anywhere else if not in there? Krillin chuckled. Indeed, Gohan nodded in agreement. Miss Bulma, are you sleeping? If so, just let us know. We're coming in. As he spoke, Krillin knocked on the door once more with renewed vigor. It would be rather inappropriate to barge in if Bulma happened to be sleeping in the nude. The two of them continued to knock for a while. But when there was still no response, they reluctantly approached the door to open it. Upon entering the room, Krillin and Gohan were met with astonishment as they discovered that Bulma was nowhere to be found. Where is she? Bulma, where are you? Krillin inquired. Miss Bulma. Gohan chimed in hurriedly. Yet, no response came from the void. Could it be haunted? Krillin wiped the sweat from his brow. Huh, haunted? Gohan suddenly felt a twinge of fear, retreating behind Krillin and clutching his shirt tightly. Bulma, stop hiding. I've already found you. Krillin exclaimed loudly. Where is she? Gohan asked in a rush. I was just teasing her, Krillin whispered. I thought she might come out if I said that. But Uncle Krillin, the spaceship is so small. There's no way she could be hiding in here, Gohan replied helplessly. What do you know? Perhaps there's a secret chamber or some mechanism that could lead to another space, Krillin speculated. Let's search thoroughly. The two began to scour the room. But after a lengthy search, they found nothing. Subsequently, Gohan and Krillin ventured outside the room to continue their search, yet still, Bulma was nowhere to be found. Miss Bulma has vanished, Krillin lamented, at a loss for whom to turn to for answers. We should call someone back on Earth. You're right, Gohan, Krillin nodded, realizing they needed to inform others. With that, Krillin stepped forward, picked up the phone, pondered for a moment, and dialed Bulma's home number. Hello, this is Dr. Brief's residence. Came Bulma's voice. Are you Bulma's mother? Krillin asked cautiously. You fool, I am Bulma. She retorted. Bulma? I've been trying to reach you. Where have you been? Krillin stammered, momentarily taken aback. Where else would I be? You did call my house, didn't you? Bulma replied with a smile. Wait, are you on Earth? Krillin asked in disbelief. Indeed, I have returned to Earth. You two should enjoy your journey. You'll reach Namek in about 40 days, Bulma said with a grin. Krillin stood in stunned silence, struggling to process her words. Have you returned to Earth? How did you return? Chapter 141, Kakarot, are you in the hospital? Did you call just to ask this? Bulma smiled. Krillin, at a loss for words, abruptly hung up the phone. As the days passed, the spaceship traversed the cosmos for nearly 40 days, finally arriving at Namek. Look, Gohan, that must be Namek, Krillin said, tugging at Gohan. What a beautiful planet. Gohan marveled. The spaceship gently descended upon Namek. With a creak, the hatch opened, and Krillin and Gohan stepped onto the alien terrain. This place resembles where Uncle Piccolo and I trained. Gohan remarked. Isn't it where we first battled that Saiyan? Krillin replied. Perhaps instinctively, in a place reminiscent of home. One might be able to remain composed in the face of conflict. Uncle Krillin, let's check the Dragon Ball radar, Gohan suggested. You're right. Let's see if there are any Dragon Balls, Krillin said, pulling out the radar and pressing a button. The radar displayed the locations of 7 Dragon Balls. Indeed, there's a response from the Dragon Balls. Krillin exclaimed, both surprised and overjoyed. This is wonderful. Gohan's face lit up with anticipation. However, just as Gohan finished speaking, he suddenly turned to look in another direction. Gohan, what's wrong? Krillin inquired. Uncle Krillin, there are several powerful energies over there, Gohan responded. Krillin immediately opened his senses and, indeed, felt something was amiss. There were numerous potent energies present. What is going on? Krillin's expression changed as he speculated. Could it be the Namekians? It doesn't feel like their energy. It seems more sinister, Gohan observed. I sense the malevolence as well. I only mentioned the Namekians to reassure myself, Krillin said with a wry smile. Uncle Krillin, should we go take a look? Gohan asked. I can't shake the feeling of unease. We should check it out, Krillin replied, gritting his teeth. Just then, Gohan turned to look in another direction again. Uncle Krillin, someone is approaching from that side. Gohan's face paled. Perhaps we're overthinking it. It could be the Namekians, Krillin smiled reassuringly. Yes, let's hope so, Gohan nodded. But Uncle Krillin, don't forget that Vegeta seemed to know we were coming to Namek, and he mentioned something about Frieza. Frieza? I've never heard that name before. Could he be a prominent elder among the Namekians? Clint rested his chin in contemplation. Just as he spoke, 2 patrolling soldiers of Frieza appeared in the distance, crossing paths with Gohan and Clint. They were not Namekians. Who could they be? Why ponder so much? After all, our orders are to eliminate everyone on this planet. Clint and Gohan silently scrutinized the 2 extraterrestrials before them. Their attire bore a striking resemblance to Vegeta's garb. Clint furrowed his brow, yet they could not possibly be Saiyans. Weren't there only a few of you left? A foreboding sensation washed over him. Gohan nodded in agreement. The 2 soldiers of Frieza ascended into the sky, casting their gaze in their direction. Let us maintain our composure and refrain from revealing our energy, Clint advised Gohan. Gohan nodded vigorously. Soon, the soldiers realized that these two individuals possessed nearly zero combat power. It seemed they were merely tourists, and what ill fortune they had. "Let us destroy their spaceship to prevent their escape," one soldier remarked, aiming his energy cannon at the spacecraft. Boom. The energy cannon fired, piercing through the ship's central system. The vessel emitted a plume of smoke, rendered incapable of flight. "Ah, the spaceship," Clint exclaimed. Gohan's expression also darkened. "Ha ha ha. These unfortunate souls chose the wrong time to come for a vacation," the soldier guffawed, revealing a malicious grin. "Gohan, unleash your energy. These two are not formidable," Clint urged. Indeed, the two immediately erupted with energy. Bang, bang. They launched their attacks. With two resounding thuds, Frieza's soldiers fell to the ground, lifeless. Clint and Gohan had scarcely rested when they suddenly sensed numerous powerful presences approaching swiftly from the distance. Alarmed, they hurriedly sought refuge in a cave. Frieza and his minions soared overhead. Clint and Gohan turned pale, collapsing to the ground in fear. "Gohan, did you see that?" Clint asked solemnly. "I did. That presence is overwhelmingly powerful, even stronger than Vegeta," Gohan replied, nodding. "Could he be the Frieza that Vegeta spoke of?" Clint asked, astonished. "It is possible," Gohan said quietly. Clint promptly retrieved the Dragon Ball radar for a closer inspection. As he examined it, his expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, just as I had anticipated, the Dragon Balls are in their possession. Cold sweat trickled down Clint's face. Meanwhile, on Earth, at West City Hospital, Goku remained hospitalized. He was in his room, performing sit-ups to strengthen his body. "You are being reckless again, Mr. Goku," someone remarked. The doctor stepped in, accompanied by a beautiful nurse who wore a look of astonishment. "Ah, doctor," greeted Sun Wukong. "This is truly outrageous. I have warned you countless times that if you continue down this path, you shall never be discharged," the doctor admonished. "I apologize," Sun Wukong replied. "I cannot fathom your absurd tale of battling extraterrestrials. All I know is that you have sustained grave injuries," the doctor stated. "Humph. Kakarot speaks the truth. He indeed battled with extraterrestrials, and it is precisely because of that confrontation that he was injured," came the voice of Vegeta as he strode in. "Who are you?" the doctor asked, taken aback. "Vegeta?" Sun Wukong's expression shifted. "Has this fellow fully recovered? The alien he refers to is none other than myself." Vegeta remarked with a smile. "You speak as if you truly are an extraterrestrial," the doctor retorted. "Vegeta, what brings you here? My injuries have not healed." "Wait until I recover before we engage in combat," Sun Wukong hastily replied. "Kakarot, were you not already completely healed? How is it that you are injured again?" Vegeta inquired. Puzzled. Chapter 142, Kakarot, I shall ascend to become a Super Saiyan. I inadvertently exerted a higher multiplier of the Kaioken technique, injuring myself. Sun Wukong scratched his head. "Vegeta, are you intentionally seeking your demise?" Vegeta remarked. "At this moment, I am not your adversary," Goku replied. "Rest assured, Kakarot. I never claimed that I wish to engage in battle with you right now," Vegeta responded with a smirk. "That is a relief," Goku sighed. "What brings you here?" "Humph. It is not of monumental significance. I have come to extend an invitation for you to join me on Namek," Vegeta stated. "Namek?" Goku paused, recalling that Krillin and Gohan had already departed. They should have arrived by now. "There is a formidable being on Namek, a tyrant known as Frieza, the so-called Emperor of the Universe," Vegeta chuckled darkly. "It is worth mentioning that our home planet, Vegeta, was annihilated by this very fiend." "Wait, didn't my brother say that the destruction of Planet Vegeta was caused by a colossal meteor?" Goku inquired. "Humph, we were all deceived by Frieza." Vegeta gritted his teeth. "That fiend intends to eradicate all Saiyans. Is he truly that powerful?" Goku asked again. "His battle power is an astonishing 12 million. Would you deem him formidable?" Vegeta replied. Goku was momentarily taken aback. "You're joking, right?" He chuckled nervously. "Do not frighten me like that, Vegeta. I am not jesting. Although your power has seen considerable growth, it barely exceeds 100,000, Vegeta clarified. "Goku, what is happening?" As they conversed, Master Roshi entered the room. In an instant, he laid eyes on Vegeta, who stood in the sick room. "Is that Vegeta?" Master Roshi exclaimed, his expression shifting in disbelief. "Grandpa, you arrived just in time. Can you tell me the difference between 100,000 and 12 million? Goku urgently asked. Vegeta collapsed to the floor, feeling utterly defeated. "Are you truly a fool?" Cough cough, what prompts such an inquiry? Master Roshi wiped his brow and even reached out to the lovely nurse, noting the vast chasm that lay between them. The nurse gasped in surprise. The doctor remarked, "This family is quite peculiar. We ought to make our swift exit." The doctor and the nurse hurriedly departed the ward. If our disparity is indeed so profound, then Gohan and Krillin are in peril, Son Goku stated solemnly, turning to Master Roshi. "Grandfather, what brings you here?" "I have come to inform you that Gohan and Krillin have safely arrived on Namek, but shortly after disembarking from their spacecraft, it was deliberately destroyed," Master Roshi sighed. "Moreover, they encountered a formidable individual on Namek, reputed to be exceedingly powerful. Could the person they spoke of be Frieza?" Goku glanced at Vegeta. "Indeed," Vegeta nodded. "Vegeta, I heard you are romantically involved with Bulma's friend, Emily?" Master Roshi adjusted his glasses and inquired. "Humph, old man, it's best you refrain from meddling in trivial matters." Vegeta scoffed. "Is that true?" Goku asked, taken aback. "Have you two truly become a couple?" "Silence, Kakarot," Vegeta bellowed. "Regardless, we must devise a plan to bring Krillin and Gohan back," Goku asserted. "Hey, Goku, are you still alive?" At that moment, Yajirobe entered, clutching a bag of Senzu beans. "The Senzu beans have finally sprouted. These are the last 7 beans that Karen entrusted to me." As Yajirobe spoke, his expression gradually froze as he spotted Vegeta in the room. Panic washed over him. "Why is this guy still here? Are you the one who severed my tail?" Vegeta grinned at Yajirobe. Yajirobe promptly cowered, kneeling and begging for mercy. "Forget it. My mind is at peace now. I shall not hold the past against you," Vegeta smiled. Yajirobe wore a bewildered expression. After a brief silence, he asked, "Hey, Goku, is this really Vegeta?" He seemed skeptical, wondering if this was merely a transformation of the little cat by Lepin's side. "Ha ha ha, it is indeed Vegeta. But enough of that. Hurry and give me the Senzu beans," Goku urged. "You too. Why did you insist on using that Kaioken, only to end up hospitalized?" Yajirobe presented the magical beans, and Sun Wukong promptly consumed one. Instantly, his injuries healed, and he tore off the bandages adorning his body, replacing them with a fresh set of garments. "Please, allow me to take the remaining beans," Sun Wukong insisted, claiming the rest from Yajirobe. "Vegeta, are you also heading to Namek?" Master Roshi inquired. "Of course. I intend to personally deal with that fiend known as Frieza," Vegeta replied with a subtle smile. "But how will you travel there?" Master Roshi asked. "When Bulma's father visited me, I arranged for him to construct a spaceship, just in case. The materials used were from when I came to Earth," Sun Wukong elucidated. "Oh, I see," Master Roshi nodded in understanding. "Vegeta, what do you say? Shall we journey together?" Sun Wukong invited. "Humph, that's unnecessary. I shall not travel aboard your spaceship." Vegeta chuckled. "My own spacecraft has also been upgraded." "Is that so?" Sun Wukong acknowledged. "Then we shall meet again on Namek." Vegeta smiled. Soon, the two descended one after the other in the yard of the Capsule Corporation headquarters. Upon landing, they immediately spotted Ruffin approaching. "Are you Ruffin?" Sun Wukong scratched his head. "Are you ready? If so, let us depart swiftly," Ruffin called from a distance towards the two spacecraft. "Wait, is this the upgraded spaceship?" Sun Wukong questioned, slightly taken aback. Vegeta strode directly onto the spacecraft. "Just wait. I now possess a tranquil heart. The moment I set foot on Namek, I shall become a true Super Saiyan." Chapter 143. Bowing before the Kaishin? Sun Wukong also stepped towards the spacecraft. "Is that Frieza truly as powerful as they say?" For some reason, even though I am acutely aware of the gap between us, my heart races with excitement. Whoosh, whoosh. The two spacecraft swiftly vanished into the void, soon disappearing from sight as they soared towards Namek. "It's time to give you some extra motivation," Ruffin remarked, a smile gracing his lips, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. "Wait, have Wukong and Vegeta already left?" Bulma looked up at the sky. Did Vegeta leave too? How infuriating. Not even a word. Emily's anger surfaced. "Emily, how long have you two been dating?" Bulma turned to inquire. "How long could it be?" "Perhaps over 40 days, Emily replied. "Have you slept?" Bulma inquired with a hint of curiosity. "Emily, has Ruffin been intimate with you?" Emily retorted. Suddenly, in the midst of their conversation, Ruffin executed his instantaneous movement, vanishing from sight. Bulma exclaimed, "Emily, where has Ruffin gone this time?" "Who knows? He possesses a technique called instantaneous movement, allowing him to traverse anywhere." Bulma replied with a huff, expressing her irritation. "Is this how all Saiyans behave? They leave without a word. Do you think he might teleport to the women's bath?" Emily pondered thoughtfully. "Emily, you are truly absurd." Bulma glared at her. In an instant, Ruffin reappeared. "Emily, I initially refrained from targeting you out of respect for your friendship with Bulma, Ruffin remarked with a serious expression. Wait, why are you back? I was merely jesting. Emily chuckled awkwardly. Then allow me to play a prank as well. How about I send you to the men's bath? Ruffin grinned mischievously. What did you just say? Emily's face paled. With a swift motion, Ruffin placed his hand on Emily's shoulder and activated his instantaneous movement, transporting her to the men's bath. Upon witnessing the scene within, Emily covered her face and dashed away in embarrassment. The men inside were taken aback, feeling an unexpected surge of joy. Why is there a woman here? And she is rather attractive. Fortunately, as civility prevailed, security swiftly intervened and escorted Emily out. Ruffin chose not to engage further with her. You initiated this, he stated before vanishing once more. In the 11th universe, on the planet Pride, Ruffin materialized. Over the subsequent days, he dealt with several nefarious individuals. To his dismay, he discovered that the lawlessness on Pride was rather pronounced. Unlike Earth, Pride existed within a vast nebula, surrounded by numerous satellites, each harboring its own inhabitants, along with other nearby planets. Here, Ruffin caught a glimpse of the chaotic panorama reminiscent of interstellar warfare. At that moment, he found himself on Satellite 2 of the Pride planet. Simultaneously, in the conference room at the headquarters of Pride, Tispo convened a meeting attended by the members of the Pride squad. However, the assembly was rather sparse, consisting of only 4 individuals, Tispo, Casserole, Cocotte, and Quincy. Our personnel is currently stretched thin. We should consider bringing in some fresh blood, Tispo remarked. Kaeslar proposed. He was not mistaken. Indeed, in recent times, numerous malevolent legions have emerged. Tispo nodded in agreement. Where has the captain gone? It has been quite a while since we last saw him, Coco asked. It seems the captain has gone to see Lord Waymay. He has some matters to discuss with him, Tispo replied. But for now, let us consider potential candidates. Everyone should feel free to speak their mind. Over the past 4 weeks, we have heard of a particular individual whose strength is quite impressive, Kaeslar remarked. The nearby malevolent legions tend to steer clear of him. Oh, is there truly such a person? Tispo expressed mild surprise. Who is he, Kaeslar? Have you met him? Quincy inquired. I have not encountered him myself, and I am still unaware of his true identity, Kaeslar responded, but I have heard that he is known as Lufon. Lufon. That name seems rather peculiar, Tispo mused. I will investigate his whereabouts. As Coco spoke, magical flames emanated from her hand, enveloping a nearby computer. With a crack, the screen quickly displayed a blurry figure. How strange. Why is his image so indistinct? I cannot see his face, Coco pondered for a moment. Where is he? I will go and see, Tispo declared. It appears to be on Satellite 2, in a residential area. Coco provided the location. Satellite 2. Tispo nodded. At my speed, I can reach there swiftly. I shall go meet this individual. With a whoosh, Tispo departed in a flash of light, vanishing from sight. The distance from Satellite 2 to Proud Planet is not great. It is merely the span from Earth to the Moon. With Tispo's speed, he quickly arrived at the scene. Appearing in the residential area, Tispo searched for Lufon's presence. After about a minute of searching, he spotted an individual clad in the attire of the Supreme Kai. Tispo had heard of the Supreme Kai, as his captain, Tobo, was an understudy of the god of destruction. Tobo often shared knowledge about the divine realm with the team. Supreme Kai? Tispo blinked in surprise, turning his gaze to Lufon. Impudent. You do not kneel before the Supreme Kai? Lufon bellowed. Tispo retorted, kneel to you? Absolutely not. Are you the Supreme Kai of our universe? Moreover, even if you are, why should I kneel? Ahem, esteemed Supreme Kai, from which universe do you hail? Tispar chuckled awkwardly. For I have not heard of any new Supreme Kai taking office in our universe. Lufon smiled, remaining silent. You must be the Supreme Kai from another universe, Tispar scoffed. Indeed, Lufon nodded. Are you Lufon? Tispar inquired. You seem quite well informed, Lufon replied with a smile. Such matters are easily discerned. Tispar huffed. The magic of Cocotte cannot reveal your form. Surely it has been concealed by your divine power? Furthermore, the nearby evil legions steer clear of you, likely due to your status as a Supreme Kai. Now I understand the reason behind it all. Chapter 144. Tispar arrives at Namek. Are you certain you will not kneel? Lufon chuckled softly. Please refrain from such trivial jesting, Tispar exclaimed. You are a Supreme Kai from another universe, or perhaps merely an apprentice Supreme Kai. Why should I kneel to you? It seems you have a point, Lufon acknowledged with a nod. Tispar, you must be here to train in our universe, correct? Tispar huffed. No, I am merely here for a vacation, Lufon smiled. Suit yourself. Tispar found it unwise to act excessively against this Supreme Kai. Inviting this Supreme Kai to join the Pride team seemed an impossibility, considering he may not even belong to our 11th universe. Well then, farewell, Tispar said as he departed, transforming into a streak of light and vanishing from sight. Shortly after, Tispar returned to the earlier conference room. How did it go, Deputy? Did you encounter that individual? Casserole inquired. Indeed. That fellow is a Supreme Kai from another universe, likely an apprentice Supreme Kai here for training, Tispar explained. What? So it is a Supreme Kai. No wonder everyone avoids him, Cocotte realized. If the captain were to reveal his identity as an apprentice destroyer, our tasks would certainly become much easier. Quincy remarked with a smile. The captain prefers to keep it to himself. He aims to grow rapidly through such means and aspire to become a true destroyer soon. Tispar responded. Alas, since that individual is a Supreme Kai, and from another universe at that, he likely cannot join our team, Casserole sighed. We must seek others to join us. In the conference room, individuals were engaged in discussions about their upcoming tasks. Suddenly, Lu Fan appeared outside the conference room through a teleportation. This room was constructed in a hemispherical design. Placing his hand against the wall, Lu Fan executed his teleportation ability, whisking away the entire conference room along with the 4 occupants vanishing in an instant. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves atop Namek in the 7th universe. With a confident stride, Lu Fan departed, while Tispo and the others remained oblivious, continuing their meeting inside. A couple of minutes passed. Hey, have you noticed that the outside seems to have turned green? Keket turned his head, sensing something was amiss. Tispo and the others immediately glanced towards the window. Indeed, the sky appeared to be tinged with green. However, the glass of the room was frosted, obscuring their view. Is someone deploying green smoke bombs? Keket inquired with curiosity. Let's go outside and take a look, Quincy suggested. Keket approached and opened the large door of the conference room. The next moment, Keket stood frozen in astonishment. Where are we? Keket was certain this place was not Planet Pride. As Keket opened the door, Tispo and the others also peered outside, and all present were left dumbfounded. The group stepped out of the room, setting foot on this unfamiliar terrain. Where's this place? How do we end up here? Quincy asked. This is quite strange. Tispo remarked, gritting his teeth. We should fly up and see. Casserole proposed. That's a good idea, Tispo nodded. Whoosh. Tispo transformed into a streak of light, swiftly ascending to the high skies above Namek. From his vantage point, Tispo observed a verdant planet, encircled by the vastness of the cosmos, devoid of any celestial bodies. The universe around was barren, with not even a single satellite in sight, and those that did exist were positioned at great distances. Tispo felt a sense of unease wash over him. How do we end up here? Meanwhile, in the Grand Elder's chamber on Namek, Krillin and Gohan had been proceeding cautiously. However, fortune smiled upon them as they successfully rescued Dandy from Frieza. Under Dandy's guidance, Krillin and Gohan arrived at the Grand Elder's residence. Welcome, welcome. You two must be from Earth, the Grand Elder greeted them from his seat, expressing deep gratitude. Thank you for saving my child, Dandy. Oh, it was nothing. Krillin replied modestly. Krillin hastily exclaimed, that villain has nearly annihilated my children. He seeks to seize the Dragon Balls. The Elder responded solemnly. The Dragon Balls symbolize the wisdom and strength of the Namekians. They are our hope. Elder, let us speak plainly, Krillin said through gritted teeth. Could you lend me the Dragon Balls? I assure you, I will not hand them over to that brigand. Indeed, we guarantee it. Gohan added. I also beseech you, Elder. If you could fulfill the wishes of the Earthlings, the Dragon Balls would once again manifest on Earth. Dandy interjected. What? There are Dragon Balls on Earth as well? Are there Namekians there too? The Elder was momentarily taken aback. Yes, long ago, during a climate crisis on that planet, a Namekian arrived on Earth in a spaceship. Krillin affirmed. Is it the child of Katas? The Elder comprehended, realizing the child had safely arrived on Earth, which was indeed a cause for celebration. That child was a genius in Dragon Ball creation, but had he passed away naturally or been slain? He was killed by the Saiyan Vegeta, Krillin replied. Killed by a Saiyan? The Elder was again startled. The Saiyans truly live up to their reputation, capable of defeating a genius warrior of the Dragon Clan. Could it be that this Saiyan is a Super Saiyan? What is a Super Saiyan? Krillin asked, perplexed. Excuse me, visitors from Earth, please come this way, the Elder beckoned. Krillin stepped forward. Allow me to understand your past. The Elder placed his hand upon Krillin's head and began to read his memories. Krillin appeared bewildered, while Gohan remained silent nearby. I see. In order to rid himself of the sins within, he became two beings, the Elder discerned. The genius's power was halved, which led to his demise. Had he remained whole, perhaps he would not have met such an end. Become one being? Krillin was taken aback. That is no longer important. The Elder said, removing the Dragon Ball from his head. I am pleased. Your wishes are pure, and your conduct thus far has been remarkably brave. I bestow this Dragon Ball upon you. With that, the Elder handed the Dragon Ball to Krillin, who received it with both hands. Chapter 145. Naru and the Elder's assimilation. However, we Namekians are not a people to be easily slaughtered. The Elder shifted the conversation. Huh? What do you mean? Krillin was puzzled. We still possess our final means, yet to be employed, the Elder stated. Naru, standing nearby, was also slightly taken aback. Does the Elder intend to? What? You still have a last resort? Krillin inquired with curiosity. Indeed, we Namekians resist formidable external threats through this method, the Elder contemplated. What method? Krillin hastily asked. Assimilation. Grand Elder, Krillin inquired. Assimilation? What is that? The Grand Elder smiled and replied. We Namekians possess the ability to merge into one, allowing all Namekians to coalesce into a singular entity. It can be done in such a manner? Krillin expressed his astonishment. The strength of the Namekian who undergoes assimilation is significantly enhanced, the Grand Elder continued, turning his gaze toward Nail. Nail remained silent, yet after a brief moment of contemplation, he solemnly nodded. Only this method can save Namek, he concluded. Dondi, I shall pass the position of Grand Elder to you, so that you may safeguard the Dragon Balls. The Grand Elder addressed Dondi. Me? Become the Grand Elder? Dondi blinked in disbelief, his face radiating surprise. Dondi, despite your youth, you are a prodigy among our Namekian race. The Grand Elder continued. Come here, I wish to awaken your latent abilities. My latent abilities? Dondi was taken aback, stepping forward in a daze. The Grand Elder placed his hand upon Dandy's head. With a resounding clap, an overwhelming surge of energy enveloped Dondi. Indeed, you are a true genius among our people. The Grand Elder remarked with satisfaction. While the rest of us can only perform basic healing, you possess the remarkable capability to heal many in succession, rescuing them from the brink of death. Dondi stood in contemplative silence. Earthlings, you too. Come forward. I shall guide your latent energies, the Grand Elder beckoned. Is it permissible? My latent energy? Krillin hesitated, then approached. The Grand Elder again placed his hand on Krillin's head. Do I truly possess such latent energy? I've trained diligently and feel I've reached my limits, Krillin chuckled. Suddenly, an intangible force swiftly enveloped Krillin, and he felt an immense surge in his power. Oh, this is real. This power is incredible, Krillin exclaimed, excitement brimming as he gestured to Gohan. Hurry over, Gohan. All right. Gohan nodded and stepped up to the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder placed his hand upon Gohan's head. You are truly remarkable, young one, he marveled upon sensing Gohan's latent energy, taken aback by its potency. You possess an exceptionally strong latent energy. Are you truly an Earthling? I am a descendant of both Earthlings and Saiyans, Gohan replied nervously. That explains it. No wonder you wield such formidable energy. The Grand Elder, shedding all hesitation, promptly guided the energy of Gohan. Energy flickered around Gohan as he sensed his power had reached its zenith. Next, the Grand Elder turned his gaze towards Nail, who approached with a solemn expression. Nail, based on your physical form, commence the assimilation, the Grand Elder instructed. I have ceded the position of Grand Elder to Dandy, ensuring the preservation of the Dragon Balls. Nail, your ensuing task is to assimilate all remaining clan members, transforming them into formidable warriors to save our Namek, he continued. Understood, Grand Elder. Nail nodded gravely. Please place your hand upon my chest, the Grand Elder urged. Yes. Nail soared into the air, positioning himself directly opposite the Grand Elder, placing his hand upon him. As for defeating the adversary, I shall refrain from further elaboration. You must strive earnestly, the Grand Elder reiterated. Indeed, Nail affirmed. Hey, the Grand Elder called out with authority. Immediately, the Grand Elder's form transformed into a luminous flame, swiftly merging into Nail's hand. In an instant, the Grand Elder's essence entered Nail's body. Assimilation complete. Upon observation, it was evident that Nail had undergone subtle transformations. He appeared slightly more robust, yet his overall visage remained largely unchanged. Nail gasped for breath, acutely aware of his energy surging uncontrollably. Krillin was left astounded, while Gohan's eyes widened in disbelief. How extraordinary! Has it truly merged into one? Tears nearly welled in Dandy's eyes as he beheld the Grand Elder's profound change. "You may still call me Nail, Dandy," Nail said with a gentle smile, ruffling Dandy's hair. "Ah," Dandy nodded. "Now, I must immediately set forth to assimilate the other clan members. You should gather the Dragon Balls and fulfill your wishes," Nail commanded. "Let us split up." "Yes." Dandy nodded vigorously. "Understood," Krillin responded. "Very well." Son Gohan nodded in agreement. The four of them dispersed to carry out their respective tasks. At that moment, Frieza and his associates had already gathered 6 Dragon Balls, with only one remaining to complete the set of 7. In truth, very few Namekians were still alive. Since Vegeta had yet to arrive, collecting the 6 Dragon Balls proved relatively easy for Frieza and his crew. However, the Dragon Ball belonging to the Grand Elder had been overlooked by them. Frieza had brought a considerable number of subordinates, and eventually, one of the scouts discovered the Grand Elder's dwelling. The subordinate hurriedly reported back to Dodoria. Just as he finished the call, a towering figure appeared before him. The subordinate, with a battle power of 5,000, trembled slightly as he detected the formidable energy level of his opponent. The Namekians had always yearned for peace, but they would not tolerate any form of oppression. Nail declared coldly. With a resounding punch, Nail shattered the subordinate into fragments. Immediately afterward, he soared into the sky, seeking out the surviving Namekians. "Incredible!" Son Gohan exclaimed excitedly, just like Uncle Piccolo. Chapter 146, The Proud Warriors? Never heard of them. Indeed, Krillin nodded. "We should hasten to devise a plan to gather the Dragon Balls," Dandy urged. "That's right, Dandy, you are now the Grand Elder. You mustn't perish. If you do, the Dragon Balls will vanish as well," Krillin hastily added. "Dandy, in the vicinity of Frieza and his crew, the scout sent for reconnaissance was slain. In his final moments, he detected a powerful battle energy response, approximately around 5,000. Dodoria reported to Frieza, only 5,000 battle power, and yet they dare to be so arrogant? The Namekians truly do not know their own mortality." Frieza scoffed disdainfully. "Dodoria, you go and eliminate him, and see if there are any Dragon Balls at his location. You two accompany Dodoria." "Yes, Lord Frieza," Dodoria responded respectfully. The 2 subordinates immediately bowed in deference. "Belucci, your scouter is likely the last one we have in our group, so handle it with care," Frieza cautioned. "Yes, Lord Frieza," the subordinate named Belucci promptly replied. "Then we shall set off," Dodoria announced. "Go ahead," Frieza nodded. "Bring me that Namekian." "Understood." Dodoria ascended into the air, with the 2 subordinates quickly following suit. The 3 of them sped through the verdant sky. As they flew, Belucci suddenly sensed several battle energy readings through his scouter. "Belucci, what has happened?" Dodoria inquired. "Mr. Dodoria, there is a location over there with several power level readings." Belucci gestured towards a position on the right, where the readings were 2,000, 3,000, and 1 at 5,000. "Oh." Dodoria turned to glance in that direction. However, currently, Frieza's detectors were limited to this subordinate and another scout. The scout's device had already been destroyed by Naru. The only remaining detector was the one carried by this minion. Previously, during the battle in Dandy's village, Elder Muley had obliterated all of Frieza's detectors. Nevertheless, Frieza's spaceship still possessed a spare detector, which was casually given to the subordinate. "Strange, I previously scouted that area, and there shouldn't be anyone there," commented another minion, scratching his head. "Mr. Dodoria, should we go take a look?" asked Belucci. "A power level of 5,000 must belong to that arrogant Namekian." Dodoria chuckled. However, he was quite far from his previous location. Could he have flown here in just a few minutes? Belucci pondered. Perhaps it is another Namekian. Either way, it would be convenient to inquire about the location of the last Dragon Ball, Dodoria remarked, a smile spreading across his face, feeling a sudden rush of fortune. Whoosh! The 3 altered their course in the air, swiftly heading towards the other side. Soon, they hovered above a spherical edifice. In the next moment, Dodoria spotted 4 individuals below. "How curious, Mr. Dodoria. There are clearly 4 of them, yet only 3 power level readings," Belucci remarked. "Humph, that is not surprising. One of them is likely intentionally concealing their power level," Dodoria replied nonchalantly. "Who are they?" another minion queried, perplexed. "It is difficult to discern which planet they hail from." "They likely do not belong to our governed galaxy," Dodoria reflected thoughtfully. "Shall we eliminate them?" Belucci asked. "Did Lord Frieza not command us to exterminate all inhabitants on this planet?" As the smile of Dodoria appeared, he subsequently descended from the heavens, landing directly opposite Tispo. Tispo and his companions had only just arrived and were momentarily bewildered. Tispo had soared into the sky to survey this planet. However, he could not survive in the vastness of space. The structure of the proud planet differed from that of this realm. Although there existed a small vacuum between the proud planet and its satellite, Tispo could traverse it and immediately enter the outer atmosphere of another celestial body. Nonetheless, even if Tispo were capable of surviving in the cosmos, he currently had no means of departure. After all, this place was utterly foreign to him, and he could not comprehend its nature. At that moment, upon spotting a rotund figure with a pinkish hue, Tispo's eyes brightened slightly. Coco and the others were also overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down their faces. Finally, they had encountered a living being. "Hey, you over there, what is this place?" Tispo inquired. Dodoria responded, "Who are you calling fat? Is this how you greet someone? You must have the last Dragon Ball in your possession, right?" Tispo and his companions remained perplexed. "Dragon Ball? What is that? I am asking you a question. Do not evade it. Do you know who we are?" Tispo queried coldly. "No, are you famous?" Dodoria replied with a slight smile. Coco furrowed her brow, whispering, "Deputy, who are they? Their energy feels somewhat sinister." "I sensed it too. They might be members of the Evil Legion, perhaps a faction of it," Culinary added. "Culinary is correct. They are likely indeed from the Evil Legion." Tispo nodded in agreement. "We, the proud warriors, are messengers of peace and shall never permit the Evil Legion to act with impunity," Coco declared emphatically. "I can sense that many people on this planet have tragically perished, likely at the hands of these Evil Legion members." "You are right, Coco," Tispo replied solemnly. "But before we eradicate them, it is prudent to first ascertain our surroundings and clarify our inquiries." "Understood, Deputy," Coco affirmed. "The Proud Warriors? Did they just claim to be from the Proud Warriors?" Dodoria frowned and turned to Beerus, asking, "Do you know of them?" Beerus shook his head vigorously. "I have never heard of a group called the Proud Warriors. However, I am familiar with the Ginyu Force." Beerus chuckled. "Ha ha ha, indeed. Another nameless lackey is trying to make a presence." Another laughed in agreement. "Did you hear that? That's so-called Proud Warriors," Dodoria remarked with a grin. "You'd better hand over the Dragon Balls promptly, or these few will surely meet their demise." Chapter 147. "I shall take you to meet Frieza, did you hear that, Deputy?" Quincy chuckled lightly. "This rotund fellow actually intends to eliminate us all. Allow me to handle him," Culinary declared. "Go ahead, and while you're at it, inquire about our whereabouts." Tis nodded affirmatively. "You dare to confront me? You think a diminutive figure like you can challenge me, Mr. Dodoria?" Dodoria laughed heartily. "Blade of Justice." Suddenly, two swords radiating a yellow-green luminescence materialized in Culinar's hands. Whoosh! Culinary transformed into a streak of light and charged toward Dodoria. Startled, Dodoria swiftly evaded the onslaught. Thud! Culinar's sword cleaved through Beerus and another subordinate behind Dodoria, instantly ending their lives. Turning back with a smile, Culinary regarded Dodoria, whose expression shifted slightly. "This fellow is quite formidable." Dodoria then glanced at the detector adorning Beerus's eyes. This was the last remaining detector. Lord Frieza had instructed to safeguard it diligently. "I shall retrieve this detector first," Dodoria thought as he flew toward Beerus, intent on seizing the device. Snap! However, Coco unleashed a spell, enveloping the detector in a swift blaze of magical energy. Swish! Just as Dodoria was about to grasp the detector, it inexplicably materialized in Coco's hand. "This appears to be their communication device," Coco pondered, donning it over her eyes. "Oh, it can detect the energy levels of others. This fellow's energy value, which they refer to as battle power, is approximately 22,000. Dodoria mused. Who is this woman? Can she truly manipulate objects from afar? Moreover, she comprehends our script? Coco, take a look at me. What is my battle power? Quincy inquired eagerly. Your battle power? Just over 3,000. I must say, you are rather lacking, Quincy. Coco teased with a grin. Perhaps I need to unleash more energy to elevate my battle power? Quincy suggested. Why not give it a try? Coco encouraged. Very well. I shall attempt it. Quincy nodded, his energy gradually surging forth. Oh, battle power 20,000, 30,000, 40,000, Coco announced. Boom. Just as Coco was reciting the numbers, the detector suddenly exploded. What happened? Why did it explode? Coco exclaimed in astonishment. Ha ha ha. It must be that my battle power exceeded its designated threshold. Quincy chuckled, preparing to take it back for some amusement, only to find it damaged by you. Coco's expression darkened, insisting that you compensate her. This is quite troublesome. I shall replace it with something else upon my return, Quincy huffed. That is more acceptable, Coco nodded in satisfaction. Doria, ready for battle, was momentarily taken aback by the astonishing scene before him. Had this individual truly caused the detector to burst? This implied that his combat power was at least over 40,000. Were they candidates for the Ginyu Force? It was said that the members of the Ginyu Force possessed combat power nearing 40,000. This was terrifying. I cannot contend with such individuals. Hey, I intentionally let you off the hook earlier. You must brace yourself now, Kaeslar remarked, a grin on his face. Who exactly are you? Doria inquired, his vigilance heightened. If that fellow named Quincy indeed surpassed a combat power of 40,000, I stood no chance against him. It would be wise to retreat now. Did I not just mention? We are members of the Proud Squad, Kaeslar retorted. I have never heard of any Proud Squad. Doria gritted his teeth. Then who are you? Who is your leader? Tispa interjected, stating, we have no interest in you. Reveal the person behind you. Do you not recognize the illustrious Frieza Force? Doria scoffed. Frieza Force? Tispa, of course, had never heard of it. Coco and the others exchanged bewildered glances, shaking their heads in confusion. How about this? I shall take you to meet my leader, Lord Frieza. What say you? Doria smiled. Coco and the others immediately looked to Tispa for his counsel. Tispa frowned, resting his chin in contemplation. Are you afraid? Doria chuckled. You were quite arrogant just now. And are you not here to uphold the peace of this universe? First, tell me, where are we? Tispa squinted, questioning. Namek. Doria replied. Namek? Tispa turned to Coco and the others, who wore expressions of utter confusion. They had never heard of this planet. What on earth is happening? Do you know the location of the Proud Planet? Tispa inquired again. Never heard of the Proud Planet. Is it renowned? Doria was momentarily taken aback. The two parties were clearly on different wavelengths, struggling to comprehend each other's words. Tispa and Doria exchanged silent looks, both incredulous. We are so well known. And yet you remain completely oblivious? Then lead the way, and take me to meet your leader, Tispa scoffed. Very well, Dodoria replied with a nod. Feigning nonchalance as he casually inquired, have you ever heard of the Dragon Balls? What are Dragon Balls? You've been mentioning such things since we arrived. Casserole interjected. Have you come to this planet in search of those so-called Dragon Balls? Indeed, it is said that gathering all 7 allows one to play with them like marbles. Which sounds rather entertaining, Dodoria chuckled awkwardly. After uttering those words, Dodoria fixed his gaze intently upon the group. Tispo and the others appeared to have taken him seriously. Gathering all 7 to play with them like marbles? You are indeed quite tedious. Never mind, we have no interest in matters like Dragon Ball. We long to return to Planet Pride. Tispa remarked with a hint of indifference. Are we not going to eliminate that vice captain? Keket inquired. Let us first locate their leader. Tispa chuckled. Indeed, Keket nodded gently. Follow me, Dodoria beckoned. A bunch of fools. I doubt I could defeat you all alone. Once I lead you to Lord Frieza, he shall take care of you. Dodoria mused secretly with delight. Chapter 148. The first encounter between Frieza and Tispa. Dodoria led the way, with Tispa and the other 3 trailing behind. They had scarcely traveled far, having flown for about 5 minutes, when they returned to the area where Frieza and his entourage awaited. Frieza squinted into the distance and immediately spotted Tispa and the others. A frown creased his brow. Who are these for? Are they here for a holiday? With a swift descent, Dodoria landed beside Frieza. Tispa and the others looked down from their elevated position at Frieza seated in his spacecraft. Is that our leader? Keket pondered. It must be. His energy is indeed formidable. Tispa acknowledged with a nod. I don't find him particularly impressive, Kasiro laughed softly. Yes, I too find him rather unremarkable, Quincy smiled. Let us go down and have a look, Tispa urged. Below, Frieza listened intently to Dodoria's account. Pride Squad, Frieza muttered. Is it so easy to form a squad with just a few random individuals? Lord Frieza, that frog-like fellow seems to possess a combat power exceeding 40,000. He destroyed the only scouter we had, Dodoria whispered. Oh, a combat power of over 40,000 is indeed somewhat impressive, Frieza remarked, rubbing his nose. That is why I brought them here, hoping Lord Frieza would punish them, Dodoria explained. Now, have you found the Dragon Balls? Frieza narrowed his eyes at Dodoria. The color drained from Dodoria's face as he immediately lowered his head. In other words, you spent over half an hour outside and did not seek the Dragon Balls, but instead returned with these 4 unrelated individuals? Frieza's expression darkened. Dodoria trembled slightly. And the last scouter was destroyed because of your incompetence. Frieza's voice turned cold. It was all their fault. Dodoria pointed at Tispo and the others. Humph, I shall deal with them thoroughly, but you'd best hasten to locate the Dragon Balls. Otherwise, I shall impose severe consequences upon you, Frieza proclaimed darkly. Yes, Dodoria responded immediately. Sabo, you shall accompany him. You two must act judiciously. Frieza huffed, adding that he would make a trip to the spaceship to summon the Ginyu Force, instructing them to bring some scanners. What? The Ginyu Force? Dodoria shuddered once more. Lord Frieza, is it truly necessary to call upon them? Sabo echoed in surprise. Upon witnessing this ragtag group, I desire them to experience the true might of the Ginyu Force, Frieza retorted with a scoff. Indeed, as you wish, Lord Frieza. Sabo and Dodoria bowed respectfully. At present, the only remaining subordinates of Frieza were Sabo and Dodoria, as most of the others had perished. Without a moment's hesitation, they soared into the distance. They must not escape. Quincy remarked with a grunt, preparing to pursue. Quincy, there is no need for haste. They cannot evade us. Tispo smiled, suggesting they first engage with Frieza. Very well. Quincy nodded, refraining from dissent. Tispo and the others gradually descended to face Frieza directly. The Pride Troopers? I have never heard of such a team. Frieza said with a smile, gazing at Tispo. Now, do enlighten me regarding your purpose for visiting Namek. Tispo and the others responded. How dare you? We never intended to come to this planet. We arrived here unbeknownst to anyone. Who could possibly know how we got here? As for our purpose, what purpose could there possibly be? Are you here for a vacation? Frieza chuckled. Enough with the nonsense. You must be the leader of the Evil Legion, correct? Quincy exclaimed, pointing at Frieza, declaring that our proud squad stands in opposition to the Evil Legion. Is that so? So you claim your squad is comprised of champions of justice? Frieza was thoroughly amused. Indeed, the proud squad is the bastion of justice in this universe. Quincy asserted, we have always fought for love. Frieza retorted, what nonsense about fighting for love? Well, I shan't waste any more time with you. Your luck has run out for encountering me, Frieza. With a grin, Frieza pointed a finger at Quincy. Whoosh. A crimson energy gathered at the tip of Frieza's finger. Suddenly, a blazing red beam shot towards Quincy's position. Startled, Quincy hurriedly attempted to evade. However, Frieza's fiery assault was far too swift. Bang! The red energy pierced directly through Quincy's heart. Quincy arced through the air, crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. I expected you to be more formidable. Is this all you can muster, daring to provoke me, Frieza? Frieza mocked. Quincy, Tizro, Cocotte, and Caeslar all changed their expressions in quick succession. Immediately, Cocotte rushed forward, conjuring healing light to envelop Quincy's heart. Quincy's heart gradually began to mend. Oh, a healing spell? Frieza raised an eyebrow, glancing at Cocotte. This one is no ordinary foe. You all step back. I will handle him. Tizro spoke solemnly. Be careful, deputy. Caeslar warned. Fear not, Tizro replied. Humph. Just as I was growing bored waiting to gather all the Dragon Balls, your arrival is quite timely, providing me with a diversion. Frieza's smile returned. Whoosh. However, just as Frieza finished speaking, a streak of light surged toward him. The assailant was none other than Tizbro. Tizbro's speed was astonishing, appearing in front of Frieza in an instant, delivering a resounding slap to his face. Frieza's smile began to falter. I was struck by a mere rabbit? Bang, bang, bang. Tizro unleashed a flurry of fierce attacks upon Frieza. Boom. The flying vehicle beneath Frieza was obliterated by Tizro's punch. Frieza fell to the ground, feeling utterly disoriented. Bang. Tispo unleashed a powerful kick at Frieza, sending him soaring into the sky. Well done, deputy. He is no match for you, exclaimed Castrol with excitement. At this moment, Quincy had nearly completed his treatment and managed to rise from the ground. Chapter 149, Frieza's Humiliation. Are you all right, Quincy? Tispo inquired with concern. I'm fine. Just carelessly fell victim to a sneak attack. I didn't even react before he struck. Quincy gritted his teeth in frustration. Boom. As they spoke, Frieza plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the surface of Namek and leaving a crater in his wake. Frieza felt utterly defeated. Who is this rabbit? His power is formidable, and his speed is astonishing. In this form, I can hardly hold my own against him. He has finished, Cocotte remarked with a smile. The deputy is indeed powerful. Casserole chuckled. No, he is still alive, Tispo said, glancing in Frieza's direction. Frieza rose from the ground, dusting himself off, his expression growing increasingly sinister. Rabbit, you're quite remarkable. Apart from my father, you are the first to get me covered in dirt, Frieza said with a smirk. I see you can take a beating. Tispo replied with a light laugh. It seems you are unaware of my might. Frieza snorted. Oh, is that so? Are you really that formidable? Tispo laughed heartily. Enjoy your laughter while you can. Soon enough, it will be silenced, Frieza retorted, transforming into his second form. You can transform as well. What an extraordinary race you are. Tispo remarked, slightly taken aback. Let us proceed to the second round of battle, Frieza said with a grin, raising his hand dramatically. Instantly, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from Frieza, radiating outward. Tispo and the others leaped into the air. Frieza smirked disdainfully and became a streak of light, aiming the sharp horn on his head at Tispo in the sky. Whoosh! Just as Frieza thought he was about to land a hit, Tispo vanished in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Tispo appeared behind Frieza. Bang! Tispo delivered a fierce kick to Frieza's backside. A woo! Frieza let out a wail, immediately soaring into the sky. Whoosh! Utilizing his incredible speed, Tispo reappeared directly above Frieza. What? Frieza's expression changed dramatically. Die! Tispo executed a stunning hook kick, striking Frieza squarely on the forehead. Frieza's expression transformed into one of profound horror, his eyes reflecting boundless fear. With urgency, he raised his arms, crossing them in a futile attempt to shield himself from Tispo's onslaught. Yet, it was in vain. Tispo's kick shattered Frieza's defenses, sending him plummeting like a cannonball from the sky. The ground trembled violently beneath him, leaving behind a colossal crater. Upon inspection, Frieza lay unconscious. Tispo descended gracefully, standing beside the fallen Frieza. Pathetic, he muttered, shaking his head before spitting on Frieza's motionless form. The latter showed no sign of life. Well done, deputy, Kokot applauded. It's nothing. This fool is merely weak, even among the ranks of the Evil Legion's leaders, Tispo replied with a light chuckle. Humph. Had he not resorted to a sneak attack, I could have easily dispatched him, Quincy scoffed. What shall we do? Should we capture him? Suggested Caesar. However, after this statement, a heavy silence enveloped the four. All we know is that we are on Namek, an unfamiliar planet. We have yet to ascertain the whereabouts of Planet Pride, Tispo mused. Let us not concern ourselves with him. He poses no threat, he continued, contemplating the gravity of possibly executing him without certainty of his crimes. What do you suggest, deputy? Quincy inquired. Leave him here to fend for himself. We must find a way back to Planet Pride and unravel how we arrived at this strange place, Tispo pondered, resting his chin in thought. The deputy is right, Kokot affirmed with a nod. I can't help but wonder if that Kaioshin sent us here, Tispo murmured. Kaioshin? Are you referring to the one named Fan? Quincy asked. I can only speculate. I am uncertain, Tispo replied, shaking his head. He is a Kaioshin. Surely he wouldn't be so idle, Kokot remarked with a wry smile. You're correct. He should have better things to do, Tispo nodded, though a furrow of concern crossed his brow. The issue remains, aside from him, I cannot fathom why we would find ourselves on such an alien world. Let us survey our surroundings first and see if there is a way back, Caesar suggested. Oh, what is that? Kokot exclaimed, captivated by a beautiful object nearby. Kokot approached the vicinity of the 6 Dragon Balls, gazing down at them before picking one up. Could this be the legendary Dragon Ball they spoke of? Quincy stepped forward to analyze the situation, pondering how one could play pinball with such large spheres. They were more akin to bowling balls, he remarked with a chuckle. From what this individual named Frieza implied, their primary purpose for coming to this planet was to collect these artifacts. If we gather all 7, it surely won't be for mere games of pinball. I sense that something extraordinary will unfold, Tispo mused thoughtfully. Let us take this one and inquire about its purpose. Quincy suggested. Let us take them all, Tispo agreed without objection. On the planet Slag, the Namekian overlord Slag sat upon his throne. An expression of unrelenting malevolence etched upon his face. His subordinates quivered in fear at his side. It is time to launch an assault on that planet, Slag declared. Just as he spoke, a subtle ripple coursed through the air. In an instant, someone appeared behind Slag, causing his minions to widen their eyes in astonishment. Who was this intruder? With a swift motion, Lufon struck Slag at the nape of his neck, rendering him unconscious before he could even comprehend the situation. In a flash, Lufon utilized instant transmission, whisking Slag away into oblivion. Chapter 150. The most powerful Namekian, the minions within the palace were left in utter shock. What has transpired? Where has our king gone? This is most strange. A mix of anticipation and excitement coursed through the ranks. Had this demon been taken by a deity? On Namek, Naru roamed the planet in search of surviving Mekians. However, there were few left to find. He managed to locate only 4 and proceeded to assimilate them. Yet, Naru was acutely aware that merely absorbing these 4 kin would not suffice to confront Frieza. I am too late, Naru sighed. In that moment, he bore a resemblance to the Grand Elder, nearly lamenting his fate. Originally, the Grand Elder believed that by using Naru's form as a foundation and continuously assimilating the surviving Mekians, they could salvage their planet. However, aspirations are often noble, while reality is starkly different. There were simply too few survivors. Just as Naru began to feel a sense of despair, the air around him trembled with a sudden disturbance. In an instant, Lufon reappeared, carrying the unconscious Slag. Who are you? Naru demanded, bewildered. Naru gazed at Lufon with caution. However, it was not long before he recognized the garments adorning Lufon's figure. In truth, it was not Naru who made the identification, but rather the Grand Elder residing within him. Are you the King Kai? Naru asked, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, I am the King Kai, Lufon affirmed with a nod. Salutations, King Kai. Have you come to Namek to save us? Naru inquired, his excitement palpable. No, I am merely here to observe the spectacle, Lufon replied. However, I have brought you a gift, Lufon continued, gesturing towards the unconscious figure of Slag sprawled on the ground. This individual is. Naru hesitated, not recognizing the Namekian. His name is Slag. Does it ring a bell? Lufon smiled. Slag? Naru tapped his head, the memories from the Grand Elder resurfacing. Ah, I recall. Is he not the prodigious warrior of Namek? I remember he was sent by his father to a planet called Slag, and he now bears that name? Truly remarkable. Lufon marveled. At such a young age, he defeated all the formidable warriors on the planet Slag and crowned himself king. How could he assume the title of king? Has he too succumbed to malevolence? Naru furrowed his brow. Perhaps so, Lufon nodded. Did the King Kai bring him here for you to oversee him? To assimilate him would significantly enhance your power, Lufon stated, and perhaps save your planet. Naru's eyes gleamed with hope. Is such a thing possible? How splendid. Yet, I sense a great deal of darkness within him. I fear that after assimilation, I may struggle to eradicate the evil within him in the short term, Naru spoke solemnly. Take your time. As long as you harbor righteousness in your heart, the malevolence shall eventually dissipate, Lufon reassured him. But assimilation requires his cooperation, Naru added. Why the lengthy deliberation? Just give him a good beating until he consents, Lufon chastised him impatiently. That method does have merit, Naru mused. With a swift motion, Lufon approached Slag and delivered 2 sharp slaps across his face, rousing him from his slumber. Slag awoke with a look of utter bewilderment. Who are you? Slag exclaimed, bewildered. Do I know you? Assimilate with him, do you understand? Lufon gestured toward Naru beside him. That Namekian? Are you my kin? Slag's eyes widened in surprise. With a sharp slap, Lufon struck Slag, leaving him gravely injured. Slag, dazed, protested, I haven't provoked you. Why did you hit me? Now you have 2 options. Either assimilate with him or face death, Lufon stated firmly. Slag fell into a brief silence. Who are you? He inquired. I am the Kaioshin, the deity who upholds justice in this universe, Lufon replied. I am fully aware of everything you have done on your planet. What else do you have to say? Kaioshin, the god of justice in the universe? Slag was taken aback. Naru, listen to me. Our Namek is in peril. An evil entity named Frieza has arrived, and the remaining Namekians are few and far between, Naru spoke solemnly. To be blunt, I need your strength. Let us unite to defeat Frieza and save our planet. Humph, you merely seek to exploit my power, Slag scoffed. It seems you are unwilling. Then we shall have to eliminate you, Lufon declared, lightly flicking his finger. Whoosh. A destructive energy struck a nearby boulder with ferocity. Crash. The boulder disintegrated into dust, transforming into quicksand in an instant. Slag's eyes widened in horror, nearly popping from their sockets. Naru, equally astonished, gazed at the formidable Kaioshin. This Kaioshin is incredibly powerful. Slag thought, terrified. I am not even in the same league as him. You may reconsider now. Would you like to undergo a simple assimilation with him? Lufon smiled. Assimilation is assimilation. Is it really as simple as you say? Slag retorted. After assimilation, I would essentially cease to exist. However, Slag was aware that if he assimilated with this individual, he might retain a fragment of his consciousness. If he were to be annihilated, he would truly vanish. Weighing the pros and cons, Slag reluctantly nodded. Very well, I shall not hold back. Naru said as he placed his hand on Slag's chest. Slag, you're quite impolite. Slag muttered through clenched teeth. Suddenly, a surge of energy enveloped Slag, rapidly transferring into Naru's hands and coursing through his arms into his body. The assimilation was nearly instantaneous. Gasping for breath, Naru felt an immense surge of power. Splendid. I feel as if I possess unparalleled energy now, he cackled, a hint of ferocity etched upon his features. Very well, Lufon nodded in approval. Now, let me obliterate that cosmic tyrant known as Frieza. I shall avenge the fallen Namekians. I will rend the Emperor of the Universe into fragments. A ruthless glint flickered in Naru's eyes. Chapter 151. Are you the Kaishin? Let us go, Lufon urged. Just as Naru prepared to ascend into the sky, two figures suddenly approached from the distance. They were none other than Zebo and Dodoria, hastening from Frieza's side. Zebo and Dodoria's eyes gleamed with recognition as they beheld Lufon and Naru. Hey, Dodoria, doesn't he that Namekian's companion look familiar? Zebo inquired. He does ring a bell. But I can't quite place him. Dodoria scratched his head, though I am certain I've seen him before. With a thud, Zebo and Dodoria landed opposite Lufon and Naru. Who are you? I recognize you. Dodoria scrutinized Lufon, questioning. Zebo, Dodoria, it's been a while, Lufon replied with a smile. I remember now. Dodoria's eyes widened. This fellow is Lufon. What? Lufon. Zebo snapped back to attention. Correct, Lufon nodded, affirming his identity. You are truly Lufon? Dodoria scoffed. I wonder what you have been up to all these years. I heard you were on the gourmet planet concocting a beverage called cola, which became quite popular there. Zebo chuckled, but then, for reasons unknown, you suddenly vanished. I also recall, you parted ways with Vegeta, didn't you? Dodoria nodded. Indeed, Zebo laughed. This Lufon is quite the prodigy among Saiyans. Being a training partner to Prince Vegeta is no small feat, Lufon. I never expected you to have allied with that Namekian. Dodoria sneered. Are you here on this planet to seek the Dragon Balls? No, I'm merely here to enjoy the spectacle, Lufon responded with a smile. Dodoria proclaimed, Lord Kaishin. I hope you do not impede me. I wish to personally avenge our kin by slaying those two. Nailu was brimming with eagerness, almost yearning to rush forward and eliminate the two individuals before him. Nevertheless, he managed to restrain his emotions to avoid acting recklessly in the presence of the Kaishin. Kaishin? What is that? Dodoria inquired, taken aback. He had never heard of it before. Zebo shook his head, speculating that it might be a deity from some distant galaxy. Even if he is a god, it is of little consequence. This universe is governed by the hierarchy of combat power. You speak true, Zebo, Dodoria nodded in agreement. As for this Namekian, Sebo's face twisted into a scornful grin. Why don't you enlighten us on the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls? Humph, you shall soon meet your demise. Do not entertain thoughts of the Dragon Balls, Nyla responded with a light chuckle. Zebo, did you hear that? This Namekian threatens to kill us. Dodoria roared with laughter. Indeed. He must be unaware of our formidable nature, Zebo replied, sharing a knowing smile. What a pity we lack a scouter. I can only speculate that his battle power might reach 10,000. A battle power of 10,000 is indeed remarkable among Namekians, Zebo remarked. Yet it pales in comparison to our own. Suddenly, Nyla could no longer contain the malevolent energy surging within him. With a series of guttural cries, he ascended into the air, disregarding any objections from Lufon. In a swift motion, he thrust his hand through Dodoria's body, emerging from his back. Blood dripped from Nyla's hand, the crimson liquid spilling forth from Dodoria. The latter, caught off guard, found himself succumbing to the fatal blow. What is happening? Am I truly being slain by this Namekian? Dodoria gasped in disbelief. With a violent yank, Nyla withdrew his arm from Dodoria, leaving behind a gruesome pool of blood and entrails. The scene was undeniably macabre. As Nylu even licked the blood from his arm, Zebo was horrified, his complexion turning ashen. Is this creature a demon? When did the Namekians become so terrifying? Dodoria lay sprawled on the ground, convulsing violently, teetering on the brink of death. Now it is your turn. You have slain many of my kin, and I shall not grant you an easy demise, Nyla stated coldly. In an instant, Zebo transformed without hesitation into a humanoid frog. Oh, you can transform? Nylu remarked with a subtle smile. Nara charged forward with remarkable speed, delivering a resounding slap to Zebo's face. The force of the blow sent Zebo tumbling to the ground, his head scraping against the surface and leaving a long trail in its wake. Stunned and bewildered, Zebo thought to himself, Am I truly no match for this individual after my transformation? Is a mere slap all it takes to defeat me? In the next moment, Naru aimed a kick directly at Sabo's chest. Alarmed, Sabo rolled swiftly on the ground, narrowly evading Naru's attack. Ruffin, save me! Sabo cried out in terror, urgently calling for Ruffin. Go find Lord Frieza. If you rescue me, I shall surely speak highly of you before Lord Frieza. That will be enough for now, Naru. Ruffin interjected. Naru paused, turning to glare at Ruffin. What? Are you refusing to heed my commands? Ruffin replied with a smile. Naru shuddered violently, quickly regaining his composure. He abandoned his pursuit of Sabo and appeared beside Ruffin, bowing respectfully. That was a close call. I nearly defied Lord Kaioshin's orders. My sincerest apologies, Lord Kaioshin. It is of no consequence. Gradually purge the darkness within you. One day you shall return to your former self, Ruffin reassured him. Yes, Lord Kaioshin, Naru acknowledged. Sabo exhaled in relief as he clumsily rose from the ground. Ruffin, you are quite impressive for having found such a formidable Namekian as an ally. Sabo remarked with a light chuckle. You saved me, and I promise to speak well of you in front of Frieza. Ruffin merely smiled in response. By the way, where is the last Dragon Ball? Hand it over, and once Lord Frieza fulfills his wish, you could become a valued contributor under his command, Sabo continued. Ruffin pondered. This fellow must be feeling intimidated. Though this Namekian is powerful, he pales in comparison to Lord Frieza. Ruffin's actions seem to reflect a desire to avoid antagonizing Frieza. He must be aware of his own limitations. Chapter 152. I decide to end you. Did I ever claim I would save you? Ruffin replied with a slight smile. What did you say? Sabo's expression shifted dramatically. My command to cease was due to his inability to control his dark impulses, not an act of mercy for you. Ruffin explained with a grin. What do you mean? Sabo asked sternly. Look at you, unable to comprehend simple words. How do you expect to serve Frieza? Ruffin said, grinning widely. Are you implying you wish to kill me? Sabo questioned through clenched teeth. Killing you would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Ruffin chuckled softly. Ha ha. Stop joking, Ruffin. Sabo laughed maniacally. If that Namekian doesn't assist you, do you truly believe you can defeat me? When did the Saiyans become so fond of boasting? I have decided to unleash a flatulence to obliterate you, mused Luffin. What did you say? Sabo was taken aback. Luffin slowly turned around, lifted his posterior, and aimed it at Sabo's form. Boom. Luffin released a fart, which struck Sabo directly. Before Sabo could even react, he was caught off guard. In an instant, he was sent flying, his body disintegrating in midair. In the blink of an eye, Sabo was reduced to mere ashes, utterly lifeless. Nella stood in astonishment. The Lord of the Kais truly possesses immense strength. He has indeed vanquished his foe with a mere fart. Although my power has significantly increased. Could I defeat him with a single fart? Perhaps I could, but the likelihood of completely shattering him seems rather slim. Truly, the Lord of the Kais is remarkable. Nello immediately spoke with reverence. Well, the remaining tasks are now in your hands. Do your utmost. Luffin patted Nella's shoulder. Thank you for your assistance, Lord of the Kais. Nello expressed his gratitude once more. In a flash, Luffin vanished through instant transmission. Nella bowed again in thanks, then turned his gaze toward the area where Frieza was located. Now, I shall eliminate this so-called Emperor of the Universe and avenge our kin. A murderous intent surged in Nellu's eyes. Whoosh. Nellu transformed into a streak of light, swiftly making his way toward Frieza's domain. Meanwhile, in another location, Son Gohan, Krillin, and Dandy were traveling together. Fortunately, Son Gohan possessed the Dragon Ball radar, which soon detected the gathering of 6 Dragon Balls nearby. Uncle Krillin, have you sensed several powerful presences near Frieza's location? Son Gohan inquired. I have sensed them as well. Krillin nodded in response. These are unfamiliar energies. Could they be reinforcements for Frieza? Son Gohan's expression shifted. Are they already so formidable and they require reinforcements? Krillin wiped his brow. What should we do? Should we approach? Dandy asked from the side. They likely do not have any detectors. Let us cautiously approach and observe from a distance. Then seize the Dragon Balls while they are unaware, Krillin proposed. So, we should snatch the Dragon Balls while they are distracted? Son Gohan questioned. Krillin and Dandy exchanged speechless glances. At a time like this, you still make such jokes? Then, let us set forth. Krillin greeted them. Sun Wukong and his companions concealed their presence and swiftly appeared in the vicinity of Tispo and the others. The trio stood atop a mound, gazing down at Tispo and his group. Why is there an extra rabbit? Krillin muttered, noticing their attire was entirely different from that of the Frieza force. Look over there, Uncle Krillin. Sun Wukong exclaimed, there's someone lying on the ground. It seems to be Frieza. Is it really Frieza? Clint remarked in astonishment, observing that Frieza appeared to be unconscious. Has Frieza been defeated by them? Sun Wukong inquired. Who are they, capable of overpowering Frieza? Clint was bewildered. What should we do now, Uncle Clint? Sun Wukong asked. Clint was at a loss for ideas. The fact that this group could incapacitate Frieza illustrated their formidable strength. The three exchanged glances, momentarily unsure of their next course of action. In the next moment, Sun Wukong and his companions noticed Tispo and the others soaring into the sky with the Dragon Balls, departing the scene. They're leaving, Clint said in a hushed tone. Should we pursue them? Sun Wukong queried. Not yet. Let us not act impulsively. Clint shook his head. What do they intend to do? Are they seeking the last Dragon Ball? Sun Wukong wondered. Clint clutched the Dragon Ball tightly. After a brief moment of hesitation, Clint suddenly dug a hole and buried the Dragon Ball. Uncle Clint, what are you doing? Sun Wukong asked. I understand now. Dondi immediately grasped the situation. They can find the Dragon Balls because they can locate us Namekians, but they do not possess your Dragon Ball radar. Thus, if we conceal this Dragon Ball, they will be unable to gather all 7. Precisely, that is my intention, Clint nodded. The three waited until Tispo and his group had flown far away before quietly departing the area. They huddled together, brainstorming ways to retrieve their Dragon Balls. Encountering individuals even stronger than Frieza had left Clint and his companions momentarily without a plan. Tispo and his group soared through the verdant skies, experiencing a sense of boundless freedom. This planet is vast, far larger than Planet Vegeta, Tispo remarked. Indeed, and there is no night here. As there are 3 suns in the sky, Kokot added. I wonder where the last Dragon Ball is. Quincy asked. It's proving difficult to locate. It is indeed not easy to find. Let us search for it. And, while we are at it, look for a way back home, Tispo proposed. Just then, as they conversed, a ripple in the air heralded the appearance of Lufon before them. The sight of Lufon caused Tispo's expression to shift dramatically. You are the Kaishin named Lufon? Tispo widened his eyes in astonishment, while Lufon merely smiled. Wow, he's so handsome. Kiko became infatuated at that moment, gazing intently at Lufon. Tispo and the others remarked, Kiko, could you refrain from embarrassing us so? Are you the one who brought us here? Tispo questioned through gritted teeth. Since Lufon was present, it was undoubtedly he who had transported them. Indeed, Lufon acknowledged, but I intend to send you all back now. Chapter 153. Tispo returns to the 11th universe. A look of confusion washed over Tispo and the others. What does this mean? Where exactly are we? Tispo inquired. This is Namek from the 7th universe, Lufon replied. What? We are in the 7th universe? No wonder this place feels so unfamiliar. Tispo exclaimed. All right, it's time to return. Lufon announced, placing the Dragon Ball down, then taking their hands to form a circle. I will take you back to the 11th universe. Tispo and the others questioned. What were we doing here? Did we come here for no reason? Why did you bring us to this place? Tispo pressed, teeth clenched. Would you believe me if I said I was just bored? Lufon chuckled. Tispo, Kiko, and the other 3 were rendered speechless. Was there truly a Kai who had such leisure? Suddenly, Tispo realized. I see. You want us to help you defeat that character named Frieza, don't you? Think whatever you like. Lufon shrugged dismissively. Do you want to return? If not, you may remain here forever. My patience is limited. Quickly, everyone, form a circle. Tispo urged. He understood clearly that without this Kai, their chances of returning to the 11th universe were slim. Only this Kai could facilitate their passage home. The 4 of them promptly held hands to form a circle. However, Kiko curiously asked, since you brought us to the 7th universe, why are you sending us back now? It's nothing significant, really. I just find it a bit chaotic, Lufon replied. Chaotic? Kiko was momentarily bewildered. What do you mean by chaotic? To put it simply, if the events we experienced were to be pinned into a novel, readers would likely criticize the disarray of your wandering, deeming the plot too convoluted. Thus, I believe it's best to send you back, Lufon explained. Kiko, Tispo, Quincy, and Kaeslar exchanged glances, contemplating his words. Your reasoning has rendered us utterly speechless. In an instant, Lufon declared his departure, employing his ability to teleport, and vanished along with Tispo and the others. In the blink of an eye, Lufon returned with Tispo and the others to the proud planet of the 11th universe. Upon seeing this familiar celestial body, Tispo and the others were overwhelmed with emotion. Now that you have returned, shouldn't you express your gratitude towards me? Lufon inquired with a smile. Indeed, I thank you. May I offer you a kiss as a token of my appreciation? Kekit replied, her cheeks flushed. Lufan and Tispo exchanged glances. You are overly proactive. There is no need for that. Lufan waved his hand dismissively. Cocotte remarked, the god of destruction is quite lacking in charm. After all, he is a beauty. What is there to be grateful for? You merely transported us there and brought us back. Tispo retorted with irritation. It's akin to you knocking me unconscious and then reviving me. Should I express my gratitude? I owe you nothing, not even a thank you to your ancestors. Tispo scoffed internally. With a resounding clap, Lufan struck Tispo, who was caught off guard and promptly rendered unconscious. As for the three of you, this is not your concern. Should you dare to intervene, you are well aware of the consequences, Lufan said with a smile. Quincy, why hasn't the vice captain returned from the restroom? Kaeslar suddenly inquired. Is he suffering from diarrhea? Quincy scratched his head. Cocotte, let's head home, Kaeslar suggested. I think that's a good idea, Cocotte nodded. The three swiftly departed the scene, leaving Tispo behind, fully aware that the god of destruction was not to be trifled with. Even united, they might not stand a chance against him. It was prudent to make their escape. Soon, they found themselves at a considerable distance from Lufan. Rest assured, he is the god of destruction. The vice captain is not in any mortal danger. Merely facing a beating from him, Kaeslar reassured. That's a relief, Quincy nodded. We can now confirm he is indeed the god of destruction of the seventh universe. He might even be an intern, Kaeslar pondered. What shall we do next? Quincy asked. We should contact the captain immediately and have him deal with this situation, Kaeslar proposed. That sounds like a solid plan. The captain is an intern destroyer and should have no trouble handling an intern god of destruction, Quincy agreed. Do we really need to be harsh with such a handsome god of destruction? Cocotte queried. With two sharp slaps, Lufan forcibly roused Tispo from his stupor. As Tispo opened his bleary eyes and recognized Lufan's face, he instinctively leaped back, creating some distance. I just knocked you out and revived you. You could at least say thank you, Lufan said with a smile. Tispo replied, I won't express my gratitude, not even in my thoughts. You truly are serious about this. Do you mean to suggest that your sister should come here to express her gratitude on your behalf? Lufan mused. Tispo ground his teeth in frustration. A smile graced Lufan's lips. I inadvertently fell into your trap due to a moment's inattention. Did you truly believe I would succumb to you? Tispo's face darkened. From the moment we first met, you have displayed nothing but rudeness. Yet I chose not to hold it against you, Lufan replied with a smile. However, upon reflection, the notion of retreating for the sake of harmony is utterly preposterous. The more I ponder this retreat, the more infuriated I become. This is the true essence of reality. Thus, I have resolved to deliver a sound thrashing to relieve my vexation. Who shall beat whom remains to be seen? Tispo retorted coldly. Boom. Tispo unleashed all the energy within him. In the ensuing 3 minutes, he was left battered and bruised by Lufan, to the point of being unable to care for himself. Tispo felt a wave of despair. How is it that I can no longer even defeat a mere god of the realm? You see, you insisted on seeking punishment, Lufan remarked with a smile. Tispo felt the urge to weep. This god of the realm is remarkably powerful. May I express my gratitude now? You should be thankful that I have not taken your life, Lufan said with a grin. Tispo remained silent. You have reduced me to this state, and yet you expect my gratitude? If I am to speak words I do not wish to utter, I would rather you return to the seventh universe. To stand beside Frieza, I trust he would exact vengeance on my behalf, murmured Lufan. Thank you. Tispo's expression shifted dramatically. His teeth clenched as he begrudgingly forced out the two words. Now that's more like it. Had you spoken sooner, you might have avoided a beating, Lufan chuckled. Tispo fell silent. Before I take my leave, there is a matter you may wish to hear, Lufan continued with a smile. Previously, you stumbled upon something called a Dragon Ball. If you manage to gather one more, you may have any 3 wishes granted. Chapter 154. I shall seek vengeance from the captain. What? Tispo gasped. And the final Dragon Ball lies less than 500 meters from your current location. Lufan playfully stepped on Tispo's face. In a flash, Lufan vanished through instantaneous movement. Tispo looked up at the sky, on the verge of tears. This Supreme Kai is insufferable. I shall ensure the captain avenges me. 7th Universe. Namek. Hey, Gohan, look. The Dragon Balls have suddenly stopped moving. Krillin exclaimed, inspecting the dragon radar closely. Let us go take a look, Gohan replied eagerly. The trio stealthily approached the location of the Dragon Balls. Soon, they found 6 Dragon Balls lying on the ground. For a moment, Gohan and his companions were at a loss for words. What does this mean? Could there be a trap? Why are these 6 Dragon Balls just lying here? What has transpired recently? Are we dreaming? Krillin rubbed his eyes. No, Uncle Krillin. I see those 6 Dragon Balls as well, Gohan affirmed. I see them too, Dandy nodded. What are we hesitating for? Let us take the Dragon Balls and fulfill our wishes, Krillin declared decisively. The trio quickly moved forward, each carrying 2 Dragon Balls, and swiftly made their way toward the location of the last one. After flying for a while, they detected no pursuers, leaving Krillin and his companions feeling somewhat bewildered. Surely, these Dragon Balls are a gift from the heavens, Krillin laughed heartily. Indeed, Dandy nodded. It's rather strange. Where have those 4 peculiar individuals gone? Their presence has completely vanished. Gohan pondered as well. Soon, the 3 returned to where the Dragon Balls had been stored and unearthed them. The 7 Dragon Balls were finally assembled. Gohan and Krillin embraced, their eyes glistening with tears of joy. We've finally gathered them all. Let us summon the eternal dragon and make our wishes, and let us hope no further oddities arise. Dandy urged, Shenron, come forth and grant our wishes. Krillin shouted. However, the Dragon Balls showed no signs of response. Dandy explained, ahem, Krillin, summoning the Dragon Balls requires the Namekian language. I knew it wouldn't work, Krillin scratched his head. Dandy, you could just call upon Shenron directly. You're being a bit verbose. Dandy refrained from further comment and hurriedly summoned Shenron using the Namekian dialect. Suddenly, the sky darkened. A colossal azure dragon coiled majestically in the night sky. Hurry and state your wish before that fellow named Frieza regains consciousness, Dandy urged. All right, for the first wish. Let all those who perished at the hands of Vegeta and Nappa be resurrected, Krillin declared. Wait, is that even permissible? Dandy was taken aback. What is the issue? Krillin inquired. The dragon can only resurrect one individual at a time, not a group, Dandy replied. What? Is that really a stipulation? Krillin was left speechless, pondering who would be the best choice for revival. Let us start with Uncle Piccolo. If Uncle Piccolo is brought back, won't Kami also return? Gohan suggested. That way, the Dragon Balls on Earth would also be restored, right? You're absolutely right, Gohan. Let us do that. Krillin nodded vigorously. Gohan, thank you. That was precisely what I intended to convey. At that moment, Piccolo's voice echoed from the distant King Kai's planet. Uncle Piccolo, where are you? Gohan was taken aback. I'm training here with King Kai, and my strength has significantly improved, Piccolo explained. We are aware of your situation. I understand the Namekian dragon can grant 3 wishes. For the second wish, can I come to Namek? I wish to confront Frieza, the one who annihilated my kin. As for the third wish, you may decide. Is Uncle Piccolo coming to Namek? That is wonderful, Gohan exclaimed with excitement. Hurry and make the wish, Dandy, Krillin urged. Dandy promptly articulated the wishes in the Namekian tongue. The first wish was for Piccolo's resurrection, and the second was for him to arrive on Namek. Both wishes were successfully fulfilled. Where is he? Uncle Piccolo, where are you? Gohan searched for Piccolo's presence. I understand now. We only specified that he should come to Namek, but did not indicate a specific location. So he could have been transported randomly, Dandy clarified. What? What should we do now? Gohan felt like crying. I thought I would be meeting Uncle Piccolo soon. We overlooked that detail. Krillin wiped the sweat from his brow. We have one wish remaining. What should we wish for? Dandy inquired. If it's not possible, let us wish for Goku to arrive on Namek immediately, Krillin proposed. Is that wish permissible? Can Dad defeat that fellow named Frieza now? Gohan inquired. I'm not sure. Krillin replied, shaking his head. What wish should we make? Have you thought it through? Dandy urged. In the distance, Naru gazed up at the sky, a smile gradually forming on his face. It was the Earthlings who had summoned the dragon. Were their wishes finally about to come true? Wonderful. I shall now confront that Frieza character. With a swift motion, Naru accelerated his flight. Suddenly, Naru's expression shifted as he looked skyward, his brow furrowing in concern. He sensed that in the far reaches of the cosmos, several spaceships were racing towards the location of Planet Namek. Are more visitors arriving at Namek? There are a total of 7 individuals. Are they Frieza-S reinforcements? Very well. I shall eliminate these Frieza-S soldiers one by one. With determination. Naru altered his course and sped off in another direction. Meanwhile, Gohan and his companions pondered for quite some time, unsure of what wish to make. If all else fails, let us wish for Lepin or Tien to be revived, Krillin suggested. Unfortunately, since Kaiatsu had perished once, he could not be brought back again. Wait, can't someone who has died once be revived? Dandy asked, taken aback. Indeed, that is how it works with the Earth's Dragon Balls. Krillin nodded in affirmation. The Namekian Dragon Balls are different. They can indeed revive the person you mentioned. Should we wish for that? Dandy inquired eagerly. Really? That is fantastic. Let us wish for Kaiotsu to return. Krillin exclaimed, filled with excitement. Suddenly, 5 spherical spaceships descended from the heavens, landing upon the surface of planet Namek. It was the Ginyu Force. Chapter 155. Naru slays the Ginyu Force. The 5 members of the elite squad emerged from their spacecraft. The Ginyu Force quickly spotted a Namekian standing before them. What is happening to the sky here? Why is it dark? Ginyu pondered. According to my research, Namek should not have night. Who knows what is going on? Raikum shrugged. There is a Namekian over there. Let us ask him. Namekian, do you have something to say? Ginyu addressed Naru. From your attire, it is evident that you are affiliated with Frieza. Am I correct? Naru's demeanor had calmed considerably. He had absorbed a significant amount of evil energy. It seems you know quite a bit for a fool with a power level of only 5,000, Ginyu smirked. Then commanded Berta, kill him. Captain, wait. What if Lord Frieza has use for him? Let us just knock him out instead. Gi's proposed. You are right. Let us incapacitate him. Ginyu nodded in agreement, showing no dissent. Very well, allow me to deal with him. Bart smiled faintly, transforming into a fleeting shadow, instantaneously appearing behind Naru. Bart swung his palm towards the nape of Naru's neck. Suddenly, Naru thrust his hand backward. In the next moment, his hand pierced through Bart's body. Emerging from his back, Ginyu and the others were rendered speechless. What is happening? Gi's eyes widened in disbelief. His combat power has not increased at all, still hovering around 5,000. Raikum was astonished. Guldo remained silent. Jinyu's expression was one of shock. With a swift motion, Naru withdrew his hand from Bart. You shall be next. Naru intoned coldly. With a thud, Bart collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing uncontrollably, seemingly on the brink of death. Bart had been exceedingly careless, failing to unleash his full combat potential, leaving himself vulnerable to exploitation. Ginyu sighed. Raikum, it is your turn. Show him what true power looks like. Understood, Captain. I will make him understand why the flowers bloom so brightly. Raikum grinned. Humph. Naru's expression remained frosty. Raikum, unleash your flash cannon. Raikum opened his mouth wide, expelling an energy projectile towards Naru. The energy blast hurtled towards Naru, yet he remained motionless. With a resounding bang, Naru retaliated, slapping the energy projectile with the back of his hand. The projectile veered off course, crashing near Guldo. An explosion erupted. Caught off guard, Guldo was struck directly. Boom. Guldo was left battered and bruised. As the smoke cleared, his legs had been obliterated. Guldo was filled with despair. What? Gi's exclaimed, astonished. Jinyu's pupils constricted in shock. Raikum was utterly dumbfounded. My flash cannon was swatted away with a mere slap, and it left Guldo in ruins. Raikum felt as though his very being had been shattered. Swish. Naru soared forward, appearing instantaneously before Raikum. Raikum's expression shifted dramatically, terror flooding his eyes. How could this guy be so fast? Boom. Naru showed no mercy, unleashing a colossal surge of energy that enveloped Raikum. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, Raikum was obliterated, utterly defeated, beyond the point of recovery. Immediately, Naru gently waved his hand, and a burst of flame struck the already incapacitated Guldo. Boom. Guldo was obliterated, meeting his demise on the spot. From the appearance of the Ginyu Force until now, merely 2 minutes had passed. Currently, among the 5 comical members of the Ginyu Force, only Ginyu and Jis remained. The two exchanged astonished glances, utterly shocked by the unexpected strength of this Namekian. Captain, this fellow's combat power has consistently been 5,000. What on earth is happening? Jis felt as if he were losing his grip on reality. I have no idea, but I will ensure he is dealt with. Ginyu replied with a cold expression. Boom. Jinyu's body erupted with flames, unleashing his energy to its utmost limits. He then cast a frosty gaze at Naru, who appeared surprisingly calm. After eliminating a few adversaries, Naru felt an unusual tranquility settle within him, as if the malevolence in his heart had diminished significantly. You have provoked someone you ought not to have, Ginyu stated coldly. Do you know who I am? I am the captain of the most powerful team in the universe, the Ginyu Force. I expected something more profound, Naru retorted. My ultimate goal is to eradicate Frieza, not to waste my time on insignificant pests like you. What did you say? You dare call me insignificant? Ginyu seethed with rage. Whoosh. Without a moment's hesitation, Ginyu shot towards Naru with incredible speed. Bang. Ginyu unleashed a powerful punch against Naru. Slap. Naru effortlessly raised his hand to block Jinyu's assault. Following this, Nehru delivered a fierce kick at Ginyu. With a dull thud, Ginyu was launched into the sky by Nehru's forceful strike. The kick was merciless. Ginyu instantly suffered severe injuries, feeling as though his internal organs had been displaced. Humph! Nehru sneered disdainfully, raising his hand towards the airborne Ginyu. Boom! A brilliant flame erupted from Nehru's hand, sending a formidable wave of energy hurtling towards Ginyu. Do not underestimate me. I refuse to be defeated by the likes of you. Ginyu roared in fury, summoning a surge of powerful energy in response. The two energy forces clashed in the air, producing a series of resounding explosions. However, it was not long before Jinyu's energy was repelled by Nehru's overwhelming force. Boom! In the next moment, the energy engulfed Ginyu. As the smoke gradually cleared, Ginyu had been reduced to mere fragments, slowly descending from the sky. Geese was utterly dumbfounded. Is the captain dead? Have Raikum and the others also fallen? Now, I stand alone in survival. This Namekian is utterly monstrous. When did the Namekians become so formidable? Geese was genuinely terrified, urgently calling out, Lord Frieza, save me. As he shouted, he fled with great haste. Chapter 156, Nehru's New Form. In an instant, Geese had raced several hundred meters away. Whoosh! Nehru swung his massive hand forward. Suddenly, Nehru's arm elongated several times, akin to a gibbon, effortlessly snatching Geese back from the distance. A sense of despair enveloped Geese. Isn't your arm exceedingly long? Nehru swiftly pulled Gisela back with his elongated arm. With his other hand clenched into a fist, he struck Gisela squarely on the head. Bang! Gisela's head shattered. Lifeless and utterly defeated, Nehru disdainfully discarded Gisela's corpse onto the ground and gazed up at the night sky, as if harboring one last wish. They were uncertain about what wish to make. Though I have grown immensely powerful, I still feel it insufficient. I must become even stronger. Whoosh! Nehru soared towards the direction of Krillin and the others. In no time, he transformed into a streak of light, appearing beside Krillin and the group, who were deliberating on their third wish. The third wish was to revive Dent. Dandy had already begun to make his wish. Just then, Nehru's sudden appearance interrupted Dandy's wish. Nehru! Dandy exclaimed, both surprised and elated. For my final wish, Dragon, please significantly awaken the latent energy within me. Nehru made his wish to Shenron Purunga in the Namekian language. This wish can be granted, Shenron Purunga replied. A wave of invisible divine power swiftly enveloped Nehru. He let out a series of roars. Once tranquility returned, Nehru quietly felt the immense energy coursing through him. Your wish has been fulfilled. Farewell. Shenron Purunga announced before transforming into 7 streaks of light, dispersing across various regions of Namek. The sky brightened once more. Krillin wiped the sweat from his brow, while Gohan scratched his head in exasperation. Dandy offered a bittersweet smile. The three turned their attention to Nehru. Upon closer inspection, they noted a change in Nehru's coloration. His hue had shifted to a grass green. Previously a pure green, it now bore hints of yellow. Additionally, the stripes on Nehru's arms had vanished. Krillin and the others stared in astonishment at Nehru's transformation, momentarily taken aback. King Kai remarked, wonderful. Then, you can be revived now. Tien Shinhan spoke with excitement. I thought I would never be able to return. Den's face lit up with anticipation. Once the Earth-S dragon revives me, Tien, we too can be brought back. Lu Ping chuckled. Krillin came through. He really made the wish happen. Tien nodded. King Kai interjected. If I were to say that Den's wish was snatched away, would you be disappointed? After a long wait, Den had yet to realize his revival. King Kai, have they not made their wish yet? Tien inquired. No need to wait. The wish has been altered, King Kai sighed. Altered? What does that mean? Tianjin Fan was momentarily taken aback. He decided to change his wish, planning to devise a way to resurrect the dumplings later. King Kai's path. Dumpling. What an emotional ordeal. Namek. Nehru silently sensed the transformation within his body. Suddenly, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from him. Boundless energy radiated outward from Nehru, who stood at the center of this maelstrom. Upon sensing Nehru's formidable power, Krillin and Gohan trembled in fear. However, once the initial terror subsided, their faces lit up with joy. With Nehru's newfound strength, defeating Frieza should pose little challenge, right? In a flash, Nehru reverted to his green form. Why have you transformed back? Dandy inquired. This is a new transformation, which I intend to utilize later in my battle against Frieza, Nehru replied with a smile. Through this elevation of latent energy, the malevolence within Nehru had nearly been entirely assimilated. He was gradually returning to the benevolent Namekian he once was. Are you confident in defeating Frieza? Krillin asked. I believe it should be manageable, Nehru nodded. By the way, Nehru, we just discovered that Frieza has already been knocked unconscious, Dandy mentioned. Knocked out? Nehru murmured. Could it be the work of Lord Kaioshin? What do you mean? Krillin asked, puzzled. It's nothing. Before confronting Frieza, I must address two individuals who have arrived from outer space, Nehru said, gazing skyward. Two beings from outer space? Krillin looked up at the sky. Gohan followed suit. They will arrive on Namek in 1 minute. I can already sense their presence, Nehru stated. Wait, this energy, Krillin exclaimed, a mix of surprise and delight. It's Dad. Yes, it's definitely Dad. Gohan's face radiated excitement. Are they your allies? Nehru turned to inquire of Gohan. One of them is my father. And the other seems to be Vegeta, Gohan replied. Vegeta, the Saiyan who killed your companion, correct? Nehru asked. Indeed, that's him. I never expected he would come to Namek as well. Is he aboard the same spaceship as Goku? Krillin pondered. No, they are on two separate spaceships, Nehru clarified. Two spaceships? Krillin scratched his head, feeling overwhelmed. Vegeta is currently dating Bulma's friend. He doesn't seem as malevolent as before. Should I still eliminate him? What? Has he truly turned into a good person? Nehru furrowed his brow. I'm uncertain. We'll have to assess the situation as it unfolds. Klindao. Very well. Should he dare to act recklessly, I shall not hesitate to eliminate him. Naruto. A minute later. The spaceships of Sun Wukong and Vegeta landed one after the other on the planet Namek. Sun Wukong, brimming with vitality, stepped down from his spaceship. Creak. The hatch of Vegeta's spaceship opened, and he appeared at the doorway, a smile adorning his face as he looked towards Sun Wukong beside him. Ah, Kakarot, we meet again. Vegeta remarked, his grin widening. Vegeta. Sun Wukong's expression grew somewhat serious. While in space, I sensed a sudden and significant surge in your energy. How did you achieve that? Take your time to contemplate it, Vegeta replied, his amusement evident. Sun Wukong, Chapter 157, Vegeta's Confidence. Frieza shall meet his defeat at my hands, Vegeta declared with a smile. Whoosh. After speaking, Vegeta soared into the air, rapidly heading toward the location of Nehru and the others. Frieza was still dazed, thus his energy signature remained dormant. Unable to locate Frieza through his energy, Vegeta opted to approach the area where Nehru and the others, possessing stronger energy, were situated. Bang! Vegeta soon landed before Nehru and his companions. Sun Wukong quickly followed from behind. Is it you? And another Namekian, Vegeta scoffed. I have no interest in you. Tell me, where is Frieza? Vegeta? What brings you here? Clint inquired, his voice laced with caution. Humph, I am here to eliminate Frieza, of course. Vegeta replied with a chuckle directed at Clint. Lucky for you, little bald head. It seems you won't meet your end this time on Namek. Why would I die? Are you cursing me? Clint wiped the sweat from his brow. Enough with the chatter. Tell me where Frieza is, Vegeta pressed. Frieza is over there. Apparently knocked out by someone. Clint pointed in a certain direction. Whoosh. Vegeta soared into the sky, heading swiftly toward Frieza's location. This one resembles Piccolo, Sun Wukong observed. Looking at Nehru. Wukong, this is Nehru. He is quite powerful, Clint informed. I can sense his strong energy. Sun Wukong nodded in acknowledgement. Let us proceed as well. And while we're at it, eliminate the one called Frieza to restore peace to Namek, Nehru urged. All right. Sun Wukong agreed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sun Wukong and his companions swiftly soared towards the domain of Frieza. At the very moment Vegeta initiated his advance, Frieza rubbed his head, opened his eyes, and rose from the ground. Immediately, Frieza surveyed his surroundings. Where have all the people gone? Who struck me? And where is that rabbit? How infuriating. I was bested by a mere rabbit, and I even lost consciousness. Frieza seethed with indignation. Lacking a scouter, he was at a loss for locating Tispo and his allies. Even if he possessed a scouter, locating Tispo would still prove futile, as Tispo and his companions had already returned to Universe 11. While Frieza remained in a state of confusion, Vegeta descended from the heavens, landing directly in front of him. So, are you Frieza or cooler? Vegeta inquired, momentarily taken aback. Vegeta? Frieza looked up at him. From your voice, I can ascertain you are Frieza's nemesis. Have you transformed into your second form? Vegeta chuckled. Oh, Vegeta. You know I can transform? Who informed you of this? Frieza smiled. I have known this for quite some time, Vegeta replied with a slight grin. I also know that you not only can assume this form, but you have 2 additional transformations yet to be unveiled. Am I not correct? Frieza hesitated for a moment, then rubbed his nose. You possess quite a bit of knowledge, Vegeta. With a scoff, he continued. So, was the rabbit your summoned ally? Oh, Shouldn't it be said that the monkey is the ally I summoned? Why refer to it as a rabbit? Vegeta was momentarily stunned. Isn't the monkey you? Frieza chuckled. Bah. Spare me your nonsense, Frieza. Vegeta spat. Have you grown bold, Vegeta? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Frieza's tone turned icy. I have no interest in you. Summon that rabbit at once. So, you were indeed knocked out by a rabbit, Vegeta comprehended. You were undoubtedly allied with that rabbit. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Frieza's eyes. No, I have never heard of any rabbit. Vegeta shook his head. Then why are you here? Do you wish to challenge me, Frieza? Frieza smiled. Indeed, not only do I wish to challenge you, but I also intend to render you incapable of self-sufficiency and ultimately eliminate you. Vegeta replied with a smile. Is that so? I wonder who has given you such courage. Is it Lufan? Frieza laughed heartily. No, it is Liang Jingru who has bestowed him with courage. Suddenly, a voice drifted over from a distance. In the next moment, the air rippled, and Lu Fan's figure gradually materialized on the scene. It was Lu Fan who had just spoken. Lu Fan, you have appeared as well. Frieza scoffed. Who is Liang Jingru? The name suggests a woman. Is she formidable? Vegeta inquired of Lu Fan. That is of no consequence. Lu Fan replied with a shake of his head. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. While they spoke, Son Goku and Niru swiftly approached from afar and landed on the nearby ground. Hee hee. Vegeta, it seems you have brought quite a few allies this time, Frieza chuckled. Must I continue to wait? They are merely here to watch the spectacle. Even Lu Fan included. Vegeta smiled. To deal with a scoundrel like you, I alone suffice. Vegeta, I must commend your courage, Frieza cackled wildly. You will regret challenging me. Frieza, you may as well enjoy your laughter, for standing before you is the Super Saiyan you dread the most, Vegeta said, pointing to himself with his thumb. Frieza's pupils constricted, his expression shifting dramatically. What? A Super Saiyan? Frieza furrowed his brow before erupting into laughter once more. Do not jest, Vegeta. This joke lacks any amusement. A Super Saiyan? What is that? Son Goku asked, taken aback. The legendary Super Saiyan, said to be the mightiest warrior in the universe, Niru explained to Son Goku. Is this person named Vegeta truly the legendary Super Saiyan? I do not know. I have not heard of him. Son Goku shook his head. I have heard the elder mention the Super Saiyan. Could that be what Vegeta is? Krillin asked. Nevertheless, Vegeta's energy has significantly increased. Indeed, Vegeta is truly a genius. While we travel through space in our different spacecraft, there was a moment when his energy surged dramatically, Son Goku lamented. Goku, can you not contend with Vegeta now? Krillin queried. Though I have yet to engage him, I fear that, given my current energy level, there remains a considerable gap between us, Son Goku replied. Chapter 158, To Appa. I have come to avenge you. Lu Fan is also here. Krillin had noticed Lu Fan long ago. Lord Kaioshin? Niru was slightly taken aback. What god? Krillin was bewildered. Do you not know? He is the esteemed Lord Kaioshin, Niru hurriedly clarified. Kaioshin? Is he a god above the Kai? Son Goku asked, astonished. Precisely, Niru nodded. Lu Fan is the Kaioshin. Son Goku scratched his head. Bulma truly knows how to choose a partner. Casually selecting a boyfriend who turns out to be a god. Krillin exclaimed, observing from a distance as Vegeta and Frieza stood facing each other, while Rofan sat on a nearby stone, enjoying the spectacle. Frieza, prepare to witness the fruits of my recent training, Vegeta declared with a smile. Suddenly, a tremendous aura erupted from Vegeta, a vast energy radiating outward from him. Upon sensing Vegeta's presence, Krillin and Gohan were filled with astonishment. This guy's power has significantly increased. Frieza, take this. Vegeta shouted as he charged forward, delivering a fierce punch aimed at Frieza's chest. Frieza, taken aback, quickly raised his hands to block the impending blow. Yet, Vegeta's strike proved formidable. With a resounding impact, his fist shattered Frieza's defenses and landed squarely on his abdomen. Ack! Frieza spat out a mouthful of acidic fluid. Feeling utterly compromised, as his body was propelled backward, in an instant, Vegeta appeared directly above Frieza. With a powerful knee strike, he slammed down onto Frieza's head. The force sent Frieza crashing into the ground, creating a large crater. Calmly, Vegeta descended nearby, crossing his arms and watching with a grin. Frieza, gritting his teeth, managed to rise from the ground, looking quite disheveled. Damn you, wild monkey. Frieza glared in Vegeta's direction, only to find that Vegeta had vanished without a trace. Fool. I am right behind you, Vegeta's voice echoed from behind. What? Frieza's expression shifted in disbelief. Your current battle power is merely 1 million, isn't it? Vegeta chuckled. Such a meager amount. What did you say? Frieza's pupils contracted. Suddenly, Vegeta lunged forward, seizing Frieza's tail. With a swift motion, he hurled Frieza to the ground. Once again, Frieza left a profound indentation in the earth. Vegeta seized Frieza's tail with a firm grip, placing his right foot upon the tyrant's rear, and with a sudden tug, yanked upwards. Frieza's tail was brutally wrenched from him, eliciting a pained wail as he cried out for mercy. Vegeta nonchalantly hurled Frieza's tail behind him, where it landed on the ground, writhing momentarily before falling still. Goku and the others stood in stunned amazement. This transformation of Vegeta was astonishing. Had he truly vanquished Frieza so effortlessly? It seemed my intervention was unnecessary, Nairu remarked with a smile. Well done, Vegeta. This fellow truly is a prodigy, Goku chuckled heartily. Show us your true prowess, Frieza. Your current state is simply disappointing, Vegeta said with a smirk. Gazing down at the defeated Frieza, Lufon nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging Vegeta's commendable performance. After 7 days of rigorous training, Vegeta's power had indeed seen a significant enhancement. Moreover, Lufon noted that Vegeta had achieved the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, having witnessed the form before. If he had been unable to do so after such a lengthy period, he would have been deemed inept. While Lufon was engrossed in the battle, he suddenly sensed the presence of individuals appearing on a nearby planet close to Namek. He raised his gaze towards the celestial body, his keen eyes quickly identifying 3 familiar figures. One was Topo, another was Dispo, and the last was the god of destruction from Universe 11, Kai, on an unnamed planet. Kai addressed them. I can only take you this far. From here, you must proceed on your own. The Namek of Universe 7 is not far from here. He continued. Transporting you directly to Namek would be inappropriate, especially if I were to encounter that apprentice god of destruction, as it would seem I were seeking a conflict. Thank you. Lord Kai, I have an oxygen mask, so flying over should pose no issues, Dispo responded promptly. My gratitude to you, Lord Kai, Topo added with a respectful bow. Not at all. We are all inhabitants of the same universe, Kai replied with a smile. That apprentice god of destruction from Universe 7 has been quite overbearing. He deserves a proper lesson. Indeed, I shall ensure he receives one. Topo nodded affirmatively. As an apprentice destroyer, it is not against the rules for me to discipline this god of destruction. Well then, I wish you the best. I shall return shortly, Kai remarked. I will come back for you in approximately 2 hours. Additionally, would you like me to bring Lord Waymite along, just in case? Ha ha ha. That won't be necessary, I believe. With merely an apprentice god of destruction, must Lord Beerus personally intervene? If Lord Beerus has the time, I shall accompany him, Kay exclaimed, a sense of foreboding lingering in the air. Torpo fell silent. My dear Kay, how deeply do you doubt me? In an instant, Kay vanished through teleportation. Torpo exchanged glances with Tispo, and they swiftly soared towards Planet Namek. On Planet Namek, Luffy's lips curled into a subtle smile, forming a delicate arc. I find myself quite at leisure. Have you come to amuse me? Frieza erupted from the depths of the earth, soaring into the sky. His fury directed at the figure of Vegeta below. Frieza was incensed beyond measure. You Saiyan primate. Do you truly believe that your battle power surpassing 1 million can contend with me, Frieza? The veins on Frieza's forehead throbbed as he longed to reduce Vegeta to dust. Frieza, you ought to reveal your true abilities. Otherwise, should I vanquish you in this form, your demise would be most unjust, Vegeta remarked with a slight smile. Foolhardy wretch. Soon you shall witness the terror of Frieza, he declared, transforming into his third form. Humph, my battle power has indeed surged, yet you remain no match for me. Vegeta retorted, swiftly ascending from the ground. In that moment, as Vegeta launched into the sky, he delivered a powerful uppercut to Frieza. Bang! The force of Vegeta's punch sent Frieza tumbling through the air. In his third form, Frieza was utterly outmatched by the current Vegeta. After regaining his composure, Frieza seethed with rage. Bang! Vegeta reappeared behind Frieza, delivering a swift kick to his lower back. Aya! Frieza howled in agony, plummeting from the sky. Boom! The impact left a crater in the surface of Namek. Yet, Frieza's reflexes were remarkable. He quickly ascended once more. As he soared into the heavens, his body transformed again, adopting his fourth form, which was his ultimate state. In this form, Frieza's tail, previously severed by Vegeta, reappeared. This was indeed Frieza's true form, as the earlier 3 were merely to mitigate energy consumption. Bang! Frieza struck Vegeta squarely on the nose. Vegeta was sent flying backward, rubbing his sore nose while wearing a disdainful grin. Frieza's eyes widened in shock. Did my ultimate form merely inflict a slight injury on him? Frieza, this monster has transformed again, Krillin remarked, his face pale with fear. Indeed, he is a formidable being, Nail observed solemnly. Were it not for the dragon's significant enhancement of my latent energy, I fear I too would struggle to match him. Are you saying that your strength has surpassed that of Frieza? Sun Wukong gazed at Naru in astonishment. We Namekians are not to be trifled with. Naru replied with a faint smile, though it appeared that Frieza had yet to fully unleash his true power. I can see that, Sun Wukong nodded solemnly. But it seems that Vegeta still has some hidden tricks up his sleeve. Naru chose not to elaborate further. Vegeta, you truly surprise me, Frieza scoffed, astonished that a Saiyan could elevate their power to such heights. We Saiyans are a warrior race. Recalling how you toyed with us in the past fills me with rage, Vegeta retorted coldly. Is that so? You still underestimate my might, Frieza chuckled. I am aware that you conceal formidable energy. However, I have calculated that merely utilizing 50% of my power will reduce you to cosmic dust. Spare me your theatrics. Frieza, Vegeta huffed. What does that even mean? Frieza queried, somewhat perplexed. Though I am uncertain of what transpired with you, Vegeta, you have thoroughly enraged me, and I shall ensure you pay a heavy price for it. As Frieza spoke, his energy surged exponentially. Upon sensing Frieza's immense power, Sun Wukong, Krillin, and Gohan trembled in fear. Just how terrifying is this creature? Sun Wukong exclaimed in disbelief. Naru, however, smiled silently, saying nothing. Vegeta crossed his arms, grinning as he fixed his gaze upon Frieza. With a resounding impact, Frieza unleashed a powerful strike toward Vegeta after elevating his own energy. The sound of a dull thud echoed as Frieza's elbow struck Vegeta squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling backward. In a swift motion, Frieza vanished and reappeared behind Vegeta, launching a powerful kick that propelled him into the sky. Swish! Frieza conjured 3 blazing red energy beams that shot toward Vegeta, who hastily maneuvered to evade the oncoming assault. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta then dove downward. In an instant, Frieza disappeared from sight, only to reappear behind Vegeta once more, delivering a fierce kick that sent him crashing to the ground with a thunderous boom, leaving a sizable crater in his wake. Clap! Frieza landed at the edge of the crater, gazing down at Vegeta with a smug expression. How does it feel, Vegeta? Aren't you supposed to be a Super Saiyan? Frieza sneered. With such meager power, you dare call yourself a Super Saiyan? Don't make me laugh. The notion of a Super Saiyan is utterly absurd. Vegeta gritted his teeth and rose from the ground. According to my calculations, your current battle power is at most 3 million. A smile appeared on Frieza's face. Do you know what my battle power is? In this state, with just a slight increase in energy, I can elevate my power to over 10 million. Suddenly, a series of golden lights flickered around Vegeta. Frieza paused for a moment, his smile beginning to falter. With another burst, Vegeta's hair transformed into a golden hue, enveloped in a layer of golden flames. Vegeta's aura surged dramatically. What is this transformation? Frieza was taken aback. A subtle smile curved at the corner of Vegeta's mouth. Indeed, the immense energy I sensed in the cosmos resembled this. Goku marveled. What has happened to Vegeta? Krillin exclaimed, astonished by the overwhelming energy. Perhaps this transformation is what he referred to as the Super Saiyan, Nail pondered. Someone is coming. Suddenly, Gohan turned his gaze toward another direction. What? Who is it? Is it a new enemy? Krillin was momentarily taken aback. Whoosh. In the next moment, Piccolo swiftly flew from a distance, appearing near Goku and the others. Uncle Piccolo. Gohan exclaimed with greater excitement than upon seeing his own father. Piccolo approached and gently ruffled Gohan's hair, displaying a warm smile. Finally, you've arrived, Piccolo. Krillin sighed in relief. Apologies for my tardiness, Piccolo responded thoughtfully, immediately turning his attention to the battlefield. Upon sensing the formidable auras of Vegeta and Frieza, despair etched across Piccolo's face. What am I doing here? Am I seeking punishment? How have these two grown so powerful? You must be the Namekian who came from Earth, right? Nail inquired, looking at Piccolo. Chapter 160, Frieza, stand up. Are you my kin? Piccolo was taken aback, finally noticing Nail and Dent. His focus remained solely on Gohan. Yes, Nail nodded slightly. Dent curiously glanced at Piccolo. How did you train? I can distinctly sense the powerful aura emanating from you, Piccolo said, gazing at Nail. It's nothing much. I'm merely assimilated with stronger Namekians, Nail smiled. Assimilate? Piccolo was puzzled. Does that mean 2 individuals become one? Not just 2. But I have merged with several Namekians, Nail explained with a smile. What? Is that even possible? Piccolo was astonished. If you were to assimilate with the Guardian of Earth, your strength would significantly increase, easily surpassing Frieza. I believe that is not an issue. Nail pondered. What did you say? As long as I merge with that ancient deity, I can surpass Frieza? Piccolo was taken aback. This is merely my conjecture. Whether you can indeed surpass him depends on your own fate, Naru replied. Humph. It's too late to discuss this now. Piccolo shook his head, adding, furthermore, I have no desire to assimilate with that old fellow. Naru chose not to comment further. Piccolo, what brings you here? Goku asked, momentarily stunned. I see you arrived via the Dragon of Namek, correct? Indeed, Piccolo nodded. You're just in time. Vegeta should be able to defeat Frieza now, Goku grinned. And what about you, Goku? Will you be content to let Vegeta surpass you? Piccolo inquired with a smile. It's quite a conundrum, but I will certainly find a way to exceed him, Goku asserted. Frieza stared in astonishment at Vegeta, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan, while Lufan maintained a calm demeanor. Lufan was aware that Vegeta would achieve this transformation. To facilitate your evolution into a Super Saiyan, I brought you to the future to witness it. If you cannot transform under these circumstances, I shall have no choice but to obliterate you. What do you think, Frieza? A smile spread across Vegeta's face. What do you think of my current transformation? Humph, it's merely a change of hair color. What's so impressive about that? Frieza sneered. Very well, allow me to demonstrate just how powerful I have become post-transformation, Vegeta replied with a grin. In a flash, Vegeta launched an uppercut, landing a solid hit on Frieza's jaw. Frieza was sent soaring into the air, feeling as though his jaw had dislocated. With a resounding thud, Vegeta followed up with an elbow strike to Frieza's chest, causing blood to spray from Frieza's mouth. With a swift motion, Vegeta seized Frieza's tail and slammed him violently into the ground. The impact reverberated as Frieza crashed down, feeling as if his internal organs had been displaced, overwhelmed by discomfort. Frieza, rise, Vegeta said cheerfully. Gritting his teeth, Frieza managed to get back on his feet. Just as he stood, Vegeta propelled himself forward, delivering a fierce kick to Frieza's abdomen. Frieza expelled a torrent of bile, his body crashing through a massive boulder before tumbling into a distant lake, sending waves soaring high into the air. Moments later, Frieza erupted from the water, seething with rage as he glared at Vegeta. How do you fare now, Frieza? Vegeta asked, his smile unwavering. Weren't you supposed to unleash 50% of your energy? How much have you managed to muster now? Quickly unleash your full energy, you wild monkey. How dare you look down on me? Frieza seethed in fury. Is this truly your transformation into a Super Saiyan? Is there any doubt? Vegeta replied, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Frieza's forehead throbbed with veins as his energy surged once more. He dove towards Vegeta with ferocity. With a swift motion, Vegeta extended his hand, blocking Frieza's punch. He then retaliated with a powerful kick, sending Frieza soaring into the sky. Now, allow me to eliminate you, Vegeta declared, gathering energy in his hand and aiming it at the airborne Frieza. With a resounding roar, Vegeta unleashed a formidable energy blast that hurtled towards Frieza's location. As the energy sphere approached, despair etched itself across Frieza's face. It's over. I shall perish here, he lamented, cursing the wild monkey. Just then, in a moment of critical urgency, a figure appeared directly in front of Frieza. With a swift motion, this individual struck, deflecting the energy blast that Vegeta had sent forth. The energy sphere arced through the air before crashing into the distant ground. Boom. The surface of Namek trembled violently, and in an instant, a massive mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. What? Vegeta's expression shifted as he looked up to see the newcomer. Another has arrived, Goku exclaimed, his eyes widening. Who is it? He bears a striking resemblance to Frieza. Krillin gasped. Could he be a relative of Frieza? Gohan speculated. In the sky, the figure gradually came into view for all to see. Lufan looked up, recognizing the individual who had arrived. I didn't expect him to show up, he thought. Frieza, you seem to be in quite a predicament, Cooler remarked, a smile gracing his lips as he glanced back at Frieza. What brings you here, Cooler? Frieza snorted. Do you think I wish to intrude? I merely passed by and detected a significant energy reaction through my instruments, so I came to investigate, Cooler replied with a grin. It seems I have arrived at quite the inopportune moment. Just as I arrived, you were being bullied. What's with the golden aura surrounding Vegeta? Cooler inquired further. Humph. He claims to have transformed into a Super Saiyan. Frieza seethed, his body trembling with rage. Strangely enough, he does indeed possess the essence of a Super Saiyan. Cooler nodded in acknowledgement. Damn it, I will not spare him. Frieza tightened his fists, veins bulging on his forehead. Allow me to deal with him. Guldo let out a dismissive snort. Do not meddle in matters that do not concern you. Do you truly believe I would be defeated by him? Frieza roared, descending from the heavens and charging toward Vegeta's position. Bang! Vegeta's fist met Frieza's chest with a resounding impact. Blood spewed from Frieza's mouth, and a look of alarm crossed Guldo's face. In an instant, Guldo rushed forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Frieza. Bang! Vegeta delivered another powerful punch, but Guldo swiftly crossed his arms to block the blow. Bang! Reacting with remarkable speed, Guldo executed a kick that struck Vegeta on the shoulder, causing him to stagger perilously close to the ground. Guldo! Vegeta steadied himself, narrowing his eyes at Guldo. Vegeta, you have indeed grown formidable. I never expected you to achieve Super Saiyan status, Guldo remarked with a grin. Huh, what are you to speak to me? Vegeta scoffed. You too may come at me. I, Super Vegeta, shall not back down. Umph, your words are as audacious as ever. Do you truly think that becoming a Super Saiyan renders you invincible? Guldo replied with a cold smile. Frieza, let us teach him a lesson, to remind him that there are greater powers beyond his comprehension. Frieza refrained from further commentary, fully aware that he might indeed be no match for Vegeta. I have yet to settle the matter concerning Lord Beerus with you. You have kept me waiting for far too long, Guldo huffed. How could I possibly control matters involving Lord Beerus? Frieza retorted with irritation. Enough, that is a bygone issue. Guldo chuckled lightly. If you wish to deal with him, do as you please, but ensure you bring him to his demise. Frieza gritted his teeth. Indeed. The most powerful race in the universe is our frost demon lineage. We shall not allow these wild monkeys to proliferate. A glimmer of malice flickered in Guldo's eyes. Ha ha. Guldo, I must say I find your sentiments rather agreeable. Frieza nodded with a smile. Now, I shall go eliminate those insignificant beings below. Do as you wish. Today, let us rid the universe of all Saiyans, Guldo declared. Of course, Frieza replied, a grin spreading across his face as he glanced toward Lufon and the others. Not one shall escape. With that, Frieza swiftly soared toward Lufon's location. Vegeta stepped forward, intent on blocking Frieza's path. Bang! Guldo launched a sudden attack, kicking Vegeta down from the air. Vegeta, do not mistake our roles. Your opponent is me. With a smile, Gula spoke. Vegeta gritted his teeth and immediately rose from the ground. Crack! Frieza landed directly opposite Reuven, gazing at him with a sly grin. Let us commence the extermination with you. The loyal subordinate of Vegeta. Frieza extended his hand towards Reuven's form. Ignoring Vegeta entirely, Reuven lifted his gaze to the heavens. What are you staring at? Have you begun to bleed from your nose? Frieza inquired, peering curiously upward. There was nothing in the sky. This is not good. Reuven is in danger, Krillin stated gravely. He will be fine, Nello shook his head. Lord Kaioshin is immensely powerful. A scoundrel like Frieza is no match for him. Do not belittle me. Frieza roared in fury, feeling insulted by Reuven's indifference. A brilliant crimson beam erupted from his hand, hurtling towards Reuven's direction. Bang! The scarlet blaze struck Reuven directly. The moment the beam made contact with Reuven's body, it was instantly obliterated by Reuven's destructive energy. Frieza was left speechless. What is happening? He asked. A look of confusion etched across his face. Is it here? Reuven suddenly exclaimed. Frieza, whom are you conversing with? Are you speaking to me? Frieza inquired. His gaze inexplicably turned skyward. At that moment, two figures descended rapidly from the heavens, materializing before Lufon. Frieza's eyes widened in astonishment, a look of delight gracing his countenance. Isn't that the rabbit? This fellow has returned. Last time, I was unprepared and transformed into my second form to battle you, only to be inadvertently knocked out. This time, I shall retaliate without fail. Ha ha ha, Lufon, is this your so-called reinforcements? Frieza's laughter echoed. Lufon paid him no heed. Lufon. Topper recognized him instantly. Oh, you know him? Tispa queried, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, wasn't there a new universe destruction god selection held that year? This fellow offered prizes, one of which was a bottle of cola. Topper replied with a smile. It has been quite a while, Topper, Lufon responded with a slight smile. Yes, it has indeed been a long time, Topper nodded. Your cola is delightful. Tispa lamented, it's over. I can no longer seek revenge. Meanwhile, Frieza seethed in a mix of embarrassment and rage. You are disregarding my existence. Rabbit, I shall not spare you. Frieza exclaimed. Who are you? Tispa furrowed his brow. I do not recognize you. Frieza, it has come to me. By the sound of your voice, you are the one referred to as the Emperor of the Universe. Frieza, are you not? Have you finally awakened? And have you transformed once more? Tispa scrutinized Frieza as he spoke. Humph, I am no longer the same as I once was. Frieza replied with a cold expression. Enough. You are not on my level. I have no time to play with you. Tispa retorted. In that moment, Frieza felt a devastating blow of 10,000 points of critical damage. How dare you? Such words were once mine to utter. Yet today, I find myself scorned by a mere rabbit. Lu Fan, I shall refrain from further words, in light of our prior acquaintance. Why not extend an apology to Tuapa and Tissipa, and let this matter rest? Tuapa addressed Lu Fan. Nailu. Lu Fan chose to ignore Tuapa and instead turned his gaze toward Nailu. Yes, Lord Supreme Kai. Nyla stepped forward, responding with utmost respect. Is it permissible to give these two a sound thrashing? Lu Fan inquired. Nailu paused momentarily, then readily acquiesced, understood. With that, Nailu strode toward Tuapa and Tissipa. It seems you have no intention of apologizing, Tuapa scoffed. Very well, allow me to engage you. You are mistaken, Tuapa. Lu Fan shook his head. You ought to summon Wei Mei. You are in no position to challenge me. What did you say? Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Tuapa seethed with rage. Chapter 162. I have no desire for divinity. Enough. Let Nailu entertain you properly. Lu Fan smiled. Frieza, I have become superfluous. That Namekian. This is a battle between gods, and has no bearing on you. Mere human. Tissipa exclaimed. Humph, you speak as though you are a deity. Nyla chuckled softly. Indeed. Within our universe, I could very well become an apprentice Supreme Kai. Tissipa retorted with a huff. However, I have no interest in the divine position, unlike certain individuals. Boom. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from Nailu. Whoosh. In the next moment, Nailu's hand shot upward, his arm elongating to seize Tissipa by the ankle. What? Tissipa was caught off guard and found himself ensnared. Nailu swiftly drew Tissipa closer, launching a powerful punch toward his face. Tissipa reacted with remarkable speed, raising his hand to intercept Nailu's fist. Bang! Tissipa collided his forehead directly against Nailu's face. Nailu, caught unprepared, released Tissipa's ankle and fell to the ground. Captain, you need not intervene. Allow me to handle this Namekian and demonstrate the might of our 11th universe, Tissipa declared with a huff, gesturing dismissively to Tuapa. Tuapa nodded lightly, offering no objection. He then turned his attention to Lu Fan. Come now, Lu Fan, 20 years ago, you refrained from striking. Now, allow me to witness your strength, Tuapa said with a smile. It is too noisy, Lu Fan frowned, delivering a swift slap from afar. Instantly, a powerful gust of wind surged toward Tuapa's direction. Tuapa was taken aback, hastily crossing his arms in defense. Bang! The force of the wind shattered Torpo's defenses, striking him directly. Torpo was hit, his body propelled backward. Bang! 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 His form pierced through immense boulders, and when he finally came to a halt, he found himself tens of thousands of meters away. A thunderous rumble ensued as the boulders collapsed, burying Torpo beneath the rubble. With a crack, he fell unconscious. Tisper, who was engaged in battle with Nairu, was momentarily stunned. Their captain had been knocked out from a distance by this individual? Ridiculous. How powerful must he be? Indeed, it must have been a sneak attack. This person had surely succeeded with an ambush. The captain had yet to unleash the power of the god of destruction. If only the captain had activated that state, he would undoubtedly prevail. Captain, Tisper exclaimed, hastening towards Torpo's location. Whoosh. Naira's arm elongated once more, seizing Tisper's wrist and forcibly yanking him back. Your opponent is me. It is best you ignore matters of little consequence, Nairu remarked with a gentle smile. Bang! Nairu unleashed a flurry of fierce attacks upon Tisper. Tisper, disinterested in continuing the fight, was solely focused on his captain's situation. Frieza, observing from the sidelines, was utterly astonished. What had just transpired? Had Ruffin effortlessly knocked that Kirin arm aside with a mere gesture? I see it now. That Kirin arm must have lacked strength. Humph, Ruffin. What skill is it to bully such a weakling? Frieza scoffed. Before Ruffin could respond, Tisper, caught in the midst of battle, could no longer contain himself. Weak. Tisper huffed. Are you an imbecile? This rabbit of yours repeatedly insults me. I shall see to it that you perish. Frieza was seething with rage, directing his ire at Nairu. That Namekian, get out of my way. I will personally eliminate him. Whoosh. Frieza sped towards Tisper's position. Bang, bang, bang. Yet, Tisber and Nairu paid him no heed, their movements growing increasingly swift. As the battle raged on, the hue of Nairu began to shift. His skin transformed from a vivid green to a yellowish green, and even the stripes on his arms gradually faded away. Bang! Tisber landed a heavy punch squarely on Nairu's face. Nairu tilted his head slightly, a smile gracing his features as he gazed at Tisber. Tisber found himself taken aback. This Namekian is remarkably strong. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The two individuals once again elevated their speed to its utmost limits, just as Frieza prepared to launch an attack. He suddenly discovered that the two had vanished without a trace. Frieza widened his eyes, scanning the surroundings in every direction, desperately searching for their presence. Where have they gone? Why are they missing? Do not obstruct me. The voice of Tispa unexpectedly rang out beside Frieza, followed by a swift kick. The blow struck Frieza squarely, sending him plummeting to the ground like a cannonball, causing him to cry out in pain. Neri's expression grew increasingly grave. This rabbit is no ordinary foe. I have unleashed the formidable energy bestowed upon me by the dragon, yet I still cannot keep pace with this rabbit's movements. Remarkably, it even finds the time to attack Frieza while engaged with me, something I could never accomplish. Neru found himself struggling to defend against the onslaught. Bang! Tispa delivered a powerful kick, landing squarely on Neru's abdomen. Boom! Neru fell from the sky, leaving behind a massive crater upon impact. Humph, you are hardly impressive. Tispa chuckled lightly. I expected you to be formidable. After uttering these words, Tispa intended to check on Torpo, but sensed that Torpo seemed to be in no immediate danger. It appeared that this Supreme Kai had no intention of ending Torpo's life. Moreover, as long as I do not provoke Lufan, he is unlikely to target me either. I should focus on defeating this Namekian named Neru first. This fellow is quite formidable, a rare opponent indeed. Suddenly, another figure descended from the heavens, forcefully crashing to the earth. The newcomer was none other than Vegeta. He had been struck from the sky by Gula, and the golden aura enveloping him was beginning to dissipate. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Vegeta rose from the ground, clenching his fists tightly. Gula also descended slowly, frowning as he surveyed the scene. What is happening? Did Frieza not declare that he would annihilate these insignificant beings? Why are they still alive? Gula, do you think I have reached my limits? Do you believe I will succumb to you? Vegeta declared, pointing his thumb at his own chest. I am the Super Saiyan, Vegeta. Humph. Is being a Super Saiyan so remarkable? Gula scoffed disdainfully. The Super Saiyan is merely the bane of your kind. Is it not true that both you and Frieza fear the Super Saiyans the most? Vegeta retorted. Chapter 163, Gula's Fifth Form Naive. Gula sneered, today. I shall show you what it truly means to be the ruler of the universe. Boom. Gura transformed, his body swiftly undergoing a metamorphosis. The fifth form. Gura had assumed his fifth form. What? Vegeta trembled slightly. How does it feel, Super Saiyan Vegeta? What do you think of my new transformation? Gura sneered. Vegeta stuttered, struggling to find his words. By the way, let me inform you that my combat power is approximately 400 million. Gura chuckled. Vegeta was rendered speechless, unable to utter a single word. Now, allow me to deal with you, Super Saiyan, first. Gura smiled lightly. In the distance, Goku, Piccolo, Krillin, Gohan, and Dandy observed the battle from afar. Goku, are we merely here to spectate? Krillin inquired. Goku was at a loss for words. We need to hurry and take your spaceship back to Earth. I sense their energy is growing stronger by the moment. Krillin remarked with a wry smile. Frieza's brother claims his combat power has reached around 400 million, while mine barely amounts to 20,000, right? 2,000 against 400 million. There is no way to prevail. Piccolo spoke gravely. If my energy were to be converted into combat power, despite the significant boost I received from King Kai, I would only reach around 40,000 at most. Krillin, Gohan, Dandy, you three should immediately board my spaceship and leave this place. Goku instructed. Piccolo, you should return as well. Me? I have only just returned to my homeland through the dragon, and I will not leave until these foes are vanquished. Piccolo huffed. I too shall remain and share the fate of Namek. Dandy declared. Then you two must depart at once, Goku insisted. Gura extended 2 fingers toward the unsuspecting Vegeta below. Whoosh, whoosh. With 2 fingers poised, Gula unleashed a surge of energy, sending forth 2 crimson beams that hurtled toward Vegeta. The sheer velocity instilled in Vegeta an overwhelming sense of dread. He desperately evaded the onslaught of the fiery projectiles. However, one of them pierced through his armor, leaving a long gash and a trail of blood across his chest. Vegeta's eyes widened in shock. The claims of this adversary were indeed true. his combat power was likely an astonishing 400 million. This was truly disastrous. It appeared that only by elevating my base power to at least 8 million could I hope to match him in this transformation. As I currently stand, even if I were to assume the form of future Kakarot's Super Saiyan 2, I would still be no match for him. The Super Saiyan 2 form amplifies my base power 100-fold, yet that would merely amount to 300 million, a far cry from Gula's might. Perhaps if I could transform into that long-haired Super Saiyan 3, I could contend with him. Vegeta found himself lost in contemplation. What is the matter, Vegeta? Are you feeling despair? Gula sneered. Let us begin with you. With that, Gula charged toward Vegeta, intent on obliterating him. At that moment, Tispa was also soaring toward Naru, the distance between them diminishing rapidly. Get out of the way. Move aside. Tispa shouted at Gula. What did you say? You dare speak such words to the Emperor of the Universe? Gula laughed. Do you wish to disrupt the order of destruction? The two met in midair. Without a moment's hesitation, Gula swung a fist toward Tispa. In a swift motion, Tispa vanished, reappearing behind Gula in an instant. With a flick of his hand, Tispa hurled an energy sphere toward Gula. What? Gula exclaimed, astonished. His speed is incredible. Who is this person? Just as Gula was momentarily stunned, he sensed something amiss behind him. Turning around, he was met with the sight of an energy sphere racing toward him. What is this? Gula cried out in terror. Without a moment's hesitation, he spun back, raising both hands in a desperate attempt to shield himself from the impending blast. Bang! The energy sphere collided with Gula's hands. And in that instant, he felt a chilling aura of impending doom. Boom! The energy blast erupted with a tremendous explosion, leaving Gula severely injured and battered. As he plummeted from the sky, smoke billowed from his form, and he crashed to the ground beside Vegeta, who was left utterly astonished. With gritted teeth, Gula struggled to rise, only to spew a copious amount of blood, feeling as though he were on the brink of collapse. He realized that his strength had waned to its absolute limit. How could this rabbit be so powerful? After all, I am in my 5th transformation. In the next moment, Gula's body trembled violently, and he fainted on the spot. What? Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically as he stared in shock at the disheveled Gula, rendered speechless. After defeating Gula, Tispa paid him no further heed. With a series of resounding strikes, Tispa charged towards Naru, launching a ferocious barrage of attacks. Naru found himself struggling to defend against such relentless onslaught. This rabbit is extraordinarily formidable. The humans of the 7th universe seem rather unimpressive, do they not? Aside from this Namekian who exhibits considerable prowess, the rest are hardly noteworthy. Tispa laughed heartily. Coughing, Lufon cleared his throat. Tispa quickly fell silent, remarking, I referred to humans, not gods. You, a deity, playing alongside us mere mortals, do you deem it fitting? Bam! Tispa unleashed another powerful strike, landing squarely upon Naru's chest. Blood gushed from Naru's mouth. Boom! He plummeted from the skies, leaving a substantial crater upon impact. Gritting his teeth, Naru rose resiliently from the ground. Though he was grievously injured, Naru, I shall provide you with healing. Dandy swiftly soared forward, intent on administering aid. Dandy, stay back, Naru exclaimed in alarm. Humph. If you wish to heal, then do so. It matters not, Tispa chuckled lightly, for in any event, you remain my vanquished foe. Dandy, I do not require your assistance. Naru gritted his teeth, addressing Dandy. Instantly, Dandy halted midair. Let us continue, Naru huffed, steeling himself for battle once more. Chapter 164. Vegeta, is he the substitute god of destruction? Tispa exhaled a slight sigh of relief. It appeared that the deity named Reuven was merely a spectator. Now, I must bide my time. Lord Kai informed me that in 2 hours, there would be only an hour and a half remaining. He may arrive with Lord Waymide. At that moment, Lord Waymide shall surely take vengeance for us. Regardless, even if I were to triumph now, the captain and I could not return. Hey, that Namekian, Naru, you should hasten to heal yourself. Otherwise, our combat shall be rather tedious, Tispa remarked with a grin. Meanwhile, Frieza finally regained consciousness. Gritting his teeth as he rose from the ground, Frieza was consumed with fury. However, his gaze fell upon the unconscious Tropo lying on the ground. You insolent wretches dare to act so brazenly before me, Frieza? Frieza seethed, furiously planting his foot upon Tropo's face. The impact jolted Tropo awake. He opened his eyes to see Frieza standing over him. Remove your foot, Tropo stated coldly. Oh, you still draw breath? Your life is rather tenacious, Frieza scoffed. Slap. Tropo swept his right leg fiercely, knocking Frieza to the ground. In the next moment, Tropo grasped Frieza's head, pressing it firmly into the earth. Do you dare tread upon my face? Tropo glared icily. Wah! Frieza exclaimed, both astonished and enraged. Am I truly unable to contend with this Kirin arm? After all, it was effortlessly dispatched by Reuven with a mere wave of his hand. Bam! Tropo slammed Frieza's head violently into the ground, causing a flurry of stars to dance before Frieza's eyes. Humph! Oblivious to your own mortality. With a forceful kick, Topo sent Frieza flying as if he were mere refuse. Whoosh! Immediately afterward, Topo soared into the sky, appearing beside Dispo. Captain, you're awake? Dispo sighed in relief. It was my negligence that allowed that scoundrel to ambush me. Topo whispered to Dispo. Next, I will unleash my god of destruction form. Let us teach him a lesson. Go for it, Captain. Together, we shall sweep through everyone in Universe 7. Dispo laughed maniacally. Indeed, let us clear out all in Universe 7. Topo nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Vegeta observed Gula and then glanced at Dispo in the sky, momentarily lost in thought. Whoosh! In an instant, Vegeta transformed into a beam of golden light, swiftly appearing beside Reuven. Tell me, Reuven, who are those two? Vegeta inquired. They hail from other universes, Reuven replied, gesturing towards Topo. Do you see that bearded fellow with the Kirin arm? He is the candidate god of destruction from Universe 11. What? So he is just an intern god of destruction? Vegeta's interest was piqued. Thus, you must become stronger than him to truly become an intern god of destruction, Reuven stated. Vegeta fell silent. I must surpass him? But what of that rabbit? Vegeta asked again. The rabbit is nothing to worry about, Reuven smiled. Why do I feel that rabbit is stronger than that bearded man? Vegeta questioned, perplexed. That is merely your misconception, Reuven chuckled. The bearded Kirin arm is far more formidable than the rabbit. What did you say? Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. Reuven effortlessly sent the bearded man flying with a single strike from afar, leaving him severely injured. Just how powerful is Reuven? Vegeta pondered. If I transform into the Super Saiyan 3 of the future Kakarot, I should be able to defeat that bearded man, right? Vegeta asked. Not at all. Reuven shook his head. Are you joking? Kakarot's Super Saiyan 3 is 4 times stronger than Super Saiyan 2, which means it is 400 times his base form, correct? Vegeta gritted his teeth as he questioned. With a base battle power elevated to 400 times, I still cannot defeat that bearded man. Therefore, after today, you must train even harder, Reuven smiled. Boom. A purplish-red flame erupted from Topo as he activated his god of destruction form. Dispo also maximized his energy, racing towards the direction of Naru. Bang! Tispa and Nailu exchanged blows, with Tispa landing a punch to Nailu's abdomen, while Nailu struck Tispa squarely in the face. Both combatants fell to the ground simultaneously. Blood spewed from Nailu's mouth, and his body convulsed uncontrollably, indicating he had sustained significant injuries. At the same time, the yellowish-green hue enveloping Nyla began to revert to its original green. The stripes on Nyla's arm reappeared as well. Tispa, however, sprang up from the ground, a contemptuous smile adorning his face. You are no match for me, you Namekian, he scoffed. If you have any objections, perhaps that healer can tend to you, and then we can continue. Nailu. Dandy rushed forward, intent on providing treatment. Wait, Dandy. Nailu weakly waved his hand, signaling he did not wish for treatment. Nailu, if you do not receive prompt care, you may soon find yourself in dire straits, Dandy urged anxiously. It's all right, I'm not in immediate danger. Nailu replied with a faint smile, panting slightly. Dandy, please summon that Namekian from Earth. Dandy paused, glancing towards Piccolo. What do you need him for? I see you wish to assimilate him as well. Dandy realized. Nailu smiled subtly, saying nothing further. All right, I'll go fetch him. Dandy nodded and soared towards Piccolo. Meanwhile, Chopper radiated a crimson glow, appearing before Reuven. It seemed the outcome of their battle had already been decided. Chopper grinned. Now it's our turn to fight. Shall we take this battle into outer space? If we continue here, this planet may not survive. You speak as if it will be an intense battle. Reuven replied with a gentle smile. Since you are reluctant, we can fight here instead. Chopper retorted coldly. Hold on a moment, Reuven gestured. Just as Chopper was about to launch an attack, he halted upon hearing Reuven's words. Humph, I won't resort to a sneak attack. I intend to defeat you openly. Chopper mocked, though he was perplexed as to what Reuven was waiting for. Let us wait until they conclude their battle, Reuven suggested. Tispa has already defeated that Namekian. What more needs to be decided? Trappa chuckled lightly, adding, moreover, those two self-proclaimed cosmic emperors have also been vanquished. They are both unconscious. Let us wait 3 more minutes. Ruffin smiled. Besides, the longer we prolong this, the more advantageous it is for you. What do you mean? Trappa furrowed his brow in confusion. When your universe's King Kai comes to retrieve you, he might bring the delicious Mei along, wouldn't he? Lufan smiled and said, so you are aware of it? Tuapa replied in a low voice, does this fellow truly intend to wait for Lord Weimei to arrive? Do you believe yourself to be a rival of Lord Namekian? If you choose to wait, so be it. I am indifferent. Regardless, once I have vanquished you, Lord Namekian will engage in negotiations with your god of destruction. It seems that Topo is no longer in a hurry. This is what you declared you would wait for. Vegeta observed in silence, offering no commentary. With a thud, Dandy landed beside Piccolo. The Namekian from Earth requests your presence, Dandy announced. I am Piccolo, he replied. What do you want? Lord Beerus has summoned you, Dandy responded. Am I to heed his call just because he summoned me? Return and inform him that I shall not go, Piccolo stated coolly. Dandy, hurry and go. Perhaps he has something of significance for you, Goku suggested. What could be so pressing? Shouldn't we be focusing on Senzu beans at this moment? Krillin scratched his head in confusion. I have exhausted all my Senzu beans during my training on the way here, Goku admitted apologetically. Uncle Piccolo, please go and see what he wants, Gohan urged. Humph. Piccolo grunted, yet he promptly flew over. He appeared beside Beerus. How long do you intend for me to wait? Whis chuckled lightly and remarked, waiting can be beneficial. Once Lord Namekian arrives, we shall at least have a strong ally, for I am certainly no match for that god of destruction. If you wish to wait, then do so. In the end, it will be you who weeps. Just a moment. Please, do not rush, Beerus smiled. Make yourself comfortable. It would be wise to find someone to tend to your wounds, lest you perish soon. What do you need me for? Piccolo inquired, glancing at Beerus and then at Whis, maintaining an expression of indifference. Let me be clear, I possess no healing abilities. I cannot mend your injuries. I am aware you lack healing skills, Beerus replied with a smile. I do not require healing. Then why have you summoned me? Piccolo huffed. I have no time for idle chatter. I can sense that you harbor a tremendous energy yet to be unleashed, but I have reached my limit, Beerus smiled. What do you mean? What are you trying to imply? Piccolo frowned in confusion. Let us merge, Beerus stated. What did you say? You want me to merge with you? Piccolo felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Do not jest. If I merge with you, I would cease to exist, would I not? No. What I mean is that I will augment your strength and wisdom, using your body as the vessel, Beerus clarified with a smile. What? What are you saying? Piccolo stammered. Taken aback. Only you can safeguard the peace of our Namek. Nera spoke in a low voice. Are you serious? Piccolo hesitated. Am I joking with you when I am on the brink of death? Neru replied. After you assimilate with me, when the time comes to return to Earth, you can assimilate with the gods of Earth. Then, no one will be your opponent. I have no desire to assimilate others, Piccolo retorted through gritted teeth. I do not wish to become someone else, nor do I want to be controlled by anyone. Do you not yearn to grow even stronger? Neru countered. Piccolo, struck by these words, wavered momentarily. Rest assured, after the assimilation, I shall only provide you with strength and wisdom. You will remain yourself, and that will not change. Neru reassured him. Piccolo fell silent. If you refuse, then I shall have Dandy heal me. Neru shook his head. Very well, I agree. Piccolo finally made his decision, but added, let me be clear. If I find anything amiss, I will immediately expel you from my body. What an ungrateful fellow. I offer you a great gift. And yet you express disdain, Neru chuckled, quickly placing his hand on Piccolo's chest. Like this? Piccolo asked, placing his hand on Neru's in return. Hey! Neru exclaimed as his body transformed into a beam of light, swiftly entering Piccolo's arm. The assimilation was completed in an instant. Piccolo could distinctly feel a tremendous change within his body. His eyes widened in shock. Is this the effect of assimilation? Simultaneously, fragments of memories concerning Neru and the Elder began to surface in Piccolo's mind. The next moment, Piccolo looked up to see Tispo not far away. Tispo was momentarily taken aback. So that is how the Namekian enhances his power, he mused with a smile. The unfulfilled wish of Neru shall be inherited by me, Piccolo declared as an increasingly potent energy surged within him. Boom. An overwhelming aura erupted from Piccolo, radiating wildly outward. Soon after, Piccolo's skin transformed to a yellow-green hue. Let us begin anew, Piccolo said with a smile directed at Tispo. Humph, then let it commence. Tispo replied with a slight smile. Whoosh. The two engaged in an intense clash once more. After a brief exchange of several rounds, Piccolo leaped back, creating distance between himself and Tispo. Special beam cannon. Piccolo aligned his middle finger, and a spiraling beam of light erupted from his fingertip, hurtling towards Tispo. Seeing the rapidly approaching spiral beam, Tispo's expression shifted dramatically. Swish. Tispo hastily evaded the energy assault with his own speed. Boom. The spiraling light of flames struck the surface of Namek, leaving behind an abyssal pit. Tispo glanced toward the location of the pit, his expression darkening. This fellow has significantly enhanced his strength. He then turned to look for Piccolo, only to find that the Namekian had vanished. Gone? Tispo's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 166, the God of Destruction skill used by the Kaioshin? Behind you. Piccolo's voice resonated behind Tispo. What? Tispo mechanically turned his head. Bang. Piccolo landed a powerful punch squarely on Tispo's head. Boom. Tispo plummeted from the sky, rapidly adjusting his body as he neared the ground, transforming into a streak of light, hurtling toward Piccolo's position. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in a fierce aerial skirmish, momentarily unable to determine who held the upper hand. Impressive, indeed. Through this method, he has significantly augmented his strength, Topo mused with a smile. However, given their current circumstances, it appears determining a victor may take a considerable amount of time. Are you so eager to find a beating? Ruffin remarked. Topo retorted, Who beats whom is yet to be seen. Since you are so impatient, I shall have to give you a taste of my strength first. Ruffin replied with a slight smile. Crack. Topo, not daring to be careless, unleashed a surge of crimson energy, elevating his God of Destruction power to its zenith. Are you ready? Ruffin grinned, ensuring that Topo would not claim he was unprepared for the ensuing confrontation. Of course, you may attack me at any time. Topo confidently patted his chest. Then I shall not hold back, Ruffin declared, lightly waving his hand as a wave of destructive energy surged toward Topo's direction. What? A God of Destruction technique? Topo's expression shifted dramatically. How could this fellow wield destruction as well? Aren't you the God of the universe? As a God of Destruction, do you believe this is appropriate? Although Topo was taken aback, he remained composed. It's merely a technique of destruction. I can wield it as well. With a flourish of his hand, Topo unleashed a formidable wave of destructive energy. The two energies collided mid-air, while Lufan's was no larger than a fingernail. Topo's was as substantial as a basketball. Lufan, your destructive energy is far too feeble. What can such a minuscule force accomplish? Topo laughed heartily, yet acknowledged that for a god of the universe to condense such a small amount of destructive energy was indeed an impressive feat with a resounding clash. The two energies met. Topo's grin gradually faded, for despite its diminutive size, Lufan's destructive energy possessed immense power. In an instant, Lufan's energy obliterated Topo's completely. Without hesitation, it surged towards Topo's direction. An overwhelming shock coursed through Topo, his expression shifting dramatically. He swiftly evaded the oncoming attack. The destructive energy grazed his chest before soaring into the heavens. With a swift whoosh, the energy ascended rapidly, striking a sun with a resounding impact. A muffled explosion echoed as the sun transformed into a violet void, gradually vanishing into specks of nothingness. The ground of planet Meat dimmed abruptly, and the climate turned increasingly frigid. Even Sun Wukong and Krillin, clad in scant attire, suddenly felt a chilling breeze, their bodies trembling with cold. As Topo beheld this terrifying spectacle, his countenance darkened significantly. I apologize, but I cannot assist with that. Are you a supreme deity or a destroyer? What grants your destructive energy such formidable power? Are you still gazing about during battle? The voice of Lufan echoed behind Tuapa. Tuapa's expression shifted dramatically. When did he move from directly in front of me to behind? Bang! Lufan swung his hand, delivering a resounding slap upon Tuapa's shoulder. Thunderous sounds erupted as Tuapa transformed into a streak of light, resembling a colossal cannonball, crashing directly into the ground of planet Namek, accompanied by a deafening roar. The very earth of Namek trembled violently, leaving behind a bottomless crater where Tuapa had landed. At that moment, Tispo, who was engaged in combat with Piccolo, was left utterly dumbfounded. What? Has the captain been defeated again? How terrifying is this supreme deity? Is even the captain no match for him? Bang! Piccolo launched a powerful kick that struck Tispo squarely in the chest. Blood spurted from Tispo's mouth. Boom! Piccolo unleashed a formidable wave of energy towards Tispa, engulfing him in an overwhelming onslaught. A smirk of triumph appeared on Piccolo's face. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Piccolo's eyes widened in astonishment. Tispa emerged from the haze seemingly unscathed and unharmed. Piccolo, bewildered, felt his muscles twitch in disbelief. Had his full-force attack inflicted no damage whatsoever? The Namekian, once provoked, would surely evoke endless astonishment. Tispa chuckled softly, gazing at Piccolo with a smile. Indeed, Piccolo was utterly shocked. In truth, it was Tispa who was more astonished. The captain was no match for this supreme deity. Now, trouble loomed. Though I could overpower this Namekian, I am still far from being on par with this supreme deity. They are all incredibly formidable, Goku remarked. Goku, the sun in the sky has been knocked out by them. They are truly terrifying. Krillin trembled incessantly, urging, we should leave quickly. Staying here may invite danger. You and Gohan must return immediately. I wish to witness the conclusion, Goku asserted. Hurry, Gohan, let us go. I'm freezing to death, Krillin urged. The absence of a sun has drastically lowered the temperature. Well then, Dad, Uncle Krillin and I will head back first, Gohan inquired. Make haste, Gohan. My spaceship is over there. Goku pointed towards the distant craft. Understood. Son Gohan nodded. In the next moment, Krillin and Son Gohan soared into the distance. As they departed, Son Gohan did not forget to clench his fist toward Piccolo, hoping that Uncle Piccolo would achieve ultimate victory. Piccolo gently nodded. Boom. Suddenly, an even more potent energy erupted from Piccolo. Humph, I have yet to reveal my true strength, he smiled. What did you say? Tisbra furrowed his brow. Bang. The two resumed their fierce clash in the air. For a time, they were evenly matched. Meanwhile, Lufan appeared at the edge of the massive pit created by Tisbra. Whoosh. Suddenly, Tisbra shot up from the depths of the pit. Chapter 167. Encountering the God of Destruction without kneeling? Bang. Lufan slapped down, directly sending the freshly emerged Tisbra crashing back into the ground. Boom. In the next moment, Tisbra burst forth from the Earth's other side, soaring into the sky. Tisbra's eyes widened with rage, his complexion pale, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. How could I, a distinguished apprentice God of destruction, be humiliated in such a manner by an apprentice Supreme Kai? This is utterly outrageous. I will never concede to you. Tisbra's purplish-red energy flared as he once more charged toward Lufan. Look at you, devoid of any self-awareness, Lufan sighed, observing the rapidly approaching Tisbra. He kicked out, landing a blow to Tisbra's face. Tisbra's head contorted grotesquely. Bang! Lufan followed up with another powerful kick, sending Tisbra soaring into the sky. Whoosh! Lufan utilized instant transmission, appearing behind Tisbra in an instant. Bang! Lufan executed a reverse hook, striking Tisbra on the forehead. Tisbra plummeted towards the earth, crashing down onto the already dazed Gula. Boom! Tisbra collided with Gula, rebounding off the ground several times before rolling away in an unknown number of tumbles. Poor Gula let out a muffled groan. Instantly deformed from the impact of Tisbra, Gula was clearly on the brink of death. Vegeta's eyes widened in shock. I am still a Super Saiyan. I cannot achieve such a feat. How has Lufan become so powerful? Once Tisbra came to a halt, his head tilted, and he promptly lost consciousness. Such weak resilience. Lufan shook his head. Tisbra was utterly dumbfounded. Tisbra was knocked out. Should I continue fighting? I feel that if I persist, the outcome will simply be me receiving a beating from this Supreme Kai. When will Lord Waimei arrive? Indeed, I must delay until the esteemed Dami arrives. Otherwise, my fate will not be much better. Daisuke has begun to stall, avoiding direct confrontation with Piccolo and instead relying on his speed to evade incoming strikes. Piccolo furrowed his brow. How ironic. The mighty ruler of the Eastern Universe is being bested by this bearded man. Vegeta snorted, turning his gaze toward the distant, unconscious Frieza. He extended his hand, aiming at Frieza's body. Frieza, prepare to depart. Energy began to coalesce in Vegeta's palm. Wait, Vegeta. Frieza is unable to move. There is no need to annihilate him entirely, Goku urged quickly. Kakarot, your kindness is truly detestable. Vegeta scoffed. If it weren't for me, your bald-headed brother would have been killed by him long ago. What do you mean? Goku scratched his head. Do as you wish, if you choose to spare him. That is your prerogative. Regardless, I have already avenged myself. Vegeta smiled faintly. Thank you, Vegeta. Goku expressed his gratitude. Bang, bang, bang. The battle between Piccolo and Daisuke raged on. Daisuke had lost the will to fight, typically landing a punch or two before swiftly retreating, relying on speed to avoid a protracted engagement with Piccolo. Piccolo's anger grew increasingly palpable. Boom. In the next moment, a powerful surge of energy erupted from Piccolo, enveloping Daisuke. A protective shield materialized around Daisuke. Energy struck the shield, leaving Daisuke unharmed. Gasping for breath, Piccolo was clearly fatigued. Daisuke remained silent, observing Piccolo with vigilance, while also scanning the vicinity for Ruffin. Daisuke was not afraid of Piccolo, rather, he was concerned about a potential ambush from Ruffin. What? Do you think I need to resort to ambush tactics to deal with you? Ruffin chuckled. Daisuke thought, this fellow can even read minds. My current situation is perilous. Speed holds no advantage against him. He is capable of instant transmission. No matter where I run, he can appear beside me in an instant. I'm done. Piccolo gritted his teeth and coldly declared, I concede that I am not your match. Oh, it is quite rare for a Namekian to acknowledge such a truth. Daisuke expressed mild surprise. This Namekian actually admitted defeat? However, give me a few more years of diligent training, and I shall certainly leave you searching for your teeth. Piccolo replied, his expression still stern. Is that so? A few more years of training, and you believe you can defeat me? How naive you are. Tis erupted into a hearty laugh. Piccolo clenched his fists tightly, his entire body trembling. He now clearly understood the disparity between himself and the rabbit. However, he was also aware that he had yet to reach his pinnacle. With a few more years of diligent training, coupled with the assimilation of the Earth's deity, defeating this rabbit would pose no challenge. Suddenly, applause echoed from above as a figure appeared in the sky. Looking up, Lufon displayed a faint smile. The individual had finally arrived. It was none other than the god of creation Kai and the god of destruction, Waymide from Universe 11, who materialized above Namek. Upon Waymide's arrival, he overheard Piccolo's declaration and couldn't help but applaud. Such ambition, Namekian. You speak splendidly, Waymide remarked with a gentle smile. Piccolo furrowed his brow, gazing up at Waymide, uncertain of the newcomer's origins. Vegeta's eyes widened in confusion. Why is there another person here? Who is this character? Goku, too, was unfamiliar with the individual. They look rather peculiar, he muttered. Upon seeing Waymide, Tis felt his tension dissipate. With Waymide's support, what was there to fear? Swiftly, Tis appeared beside Waymide. Lord Waymide, he acknowledged with a bow. Who are you? Piccolo inquired with a stern expression. How audacious. This is the most esteemed god of destruction. Lord Waymide, do you not kneel before the god of destruction? Tis admonished angrily. Waymide responded, who decreed that one must kneel upon encountering me? With whom did you learn this? Chapter 168. Are you showing disrespect to the god of destruction? The countenance of Beerus shifted slightly, through the memories of the Grand Elder. Beerus possessed some fragments of recollection regarding the god of destruction. He was the most formidable deity in this universe. To think that this jester-like figure was the god of destruction. Why did the Grand Elder's memories depict our universe's god of destruction as a feline? Beerus felt somewhat bewildered. He did not kneel, for even the Supreme Kai had yet to voice an opinion. Tell me, Namekian, how long would you require to surpass Tispa? Asked Waymide with a curious smile. 2 years. At least 2 years. Beerus gritted his teeth. 2 years? Even if I granted you 20 years, you would not surpass Tispa. Waymide laughed heartily. Tispa felt a surge of exhilaration. Indeed, Lord Waymide had a talent for mockery. Nevertheless, Waymide's statement bore truth. Even with 20 years of training, this Namekian might not be my match. Enough of your nonsense. Give me 20 years, and I could wipe the floor with you. Vegeta could no longer contain himself. Snorting disdainfully. What did you say? Tispa erupted in fury. I said, give me 20 years, and I could pin you to the ground. Vegeta retorted. In an instant, Tispa transformed into a streak of light, swiftly appearing beside Vegeta. A resounding slap echoed through the air. When they looked again, Vegeta's face bore 5 vivid handprints. He had not even had time to react before being struck. In terms of power, Vegeta was worlds apart from Tispa. Tispa had not exerted his full strength. Had he done so, Vegeta's head would have long since been severed. You? With 20 years, you think you could pin me down? Tispa laughed heartily. The gap between us is insurmountable. You are unworthy to speak before me. Vegeta trembled in fury, his face paling. Lufon did not intervene to save Vegeta. It was unnecessary. Only by understanding the vast disparity between himself and his opponent could Vegeta unlock greater potential. Waymide, you have finally arrived. I have awaited your presence for quite some time. Lufon smiled. So, Tispa is the one who knocked Torpo unconscious? Wymide turned to glance at Tispa. Indeed, Lord Wymide, it was this fellow. He is quite formidable. Tispa nodded rapidly. Isn't this the beverage merchant named Lufan? With a gentle smile, Wei Mei said, No, I have not been a merchant for many years. I am now the god of destruction of the new universe. Lu Fan beamed with amusement. What did you say? You claim to be the god of destruction of the new universe? Wei Mei was taken aback, her expression slightly shifting. Indeed, Lu Fan nodded affirmatively. Wei Mei inquired, Hey, did you not mention he was merely an apprentice god of destruction? She furrowed her brow and quietly probed Tispo at her side. That was merely my conjecture. Lady Wei Mei, Tispo wiped the sweat from his brow. From the color of his patera earrings, it is evident that he is indeed a legitimate god of destruction. Not an intern. Kay murmured softly. Humph, Tispo, your intelligence is flawed. Wei Mei scoffed, causing Tispo to shiver in fright. Nevertheless, it matters not. He provoked you first. And this is not the new universe. We are in the 7th universe, she smiled. Thus, dealing with him here will not contravene any rules. Really? Is that true? Tispo felt an unexpected surge of joy. I thought that since he is a legitimate god of destruction, we could not engage him in battle. To his surprise, it was permissible. Lady Wei Mei, could you refrain from breathing so heavily? You truly startled me just now. Well then, Lady Wei Mei, what if this were the new universe? Tispo curiously inquired. The new universe is his own domain, and to strike him there would be somewhat unreasonable. Unless he committed a grievous error, Wei Mei elucidated. Has he committed a serious offense? It seems he has been bullying people in our universe, Tispo remarked. Did you not provoke him first? Wei Mei questioned. No, absolutely not, Lady Wei Mei, Tispo hastily assured her. I was merely voicing my thoughts internally. He utilized telepathy and misinterpreted it as me insulting him. That is disrespectful to a deity, Kay muttered from the sidelines. Forget it. Such matters can be discussed within our own universe. In the future, be exceedingly cautious. Do not act recklessly in the presence of a god. And even internal musings are inadvisable, Wei Mei cautioned, lowering her voice. While it may be permissible to reprimand the humans of our own universe for similar conduct, it is utterly unacceptable for a foreign god of destruction to come to our universe and bully others. Now, Lu Fan, did you become the god of destruction of the new universe through Cola? Wei Mei asked with a smile. Perhaps, Lu Fan nodded. Well then, Wei Mei replied, enough talk. It is futile. I shall demonstrate to you the true might of a god of destruction. With a smile, she descended gracefully from the air, appearing before Lu Fan. I heard you say earlier that if this were my universe, you would not dare to strike. Lu Fan inquired, of course, if this is your universe. I shall grant you a modicum of respect. Wei Mei nodded in acknowledgement. Well, I can no longer conceal it. The truth is, the 7th universe truly belongs to me. In fact, I am the god of destruction of the 7th universe, Lu Fan declared. Wei Mei was momentarily stunned, remaining in a daze for several seconds, unable to comprehend. What did you just say? You claim to be the god of destruction of the 7th universe? Wei Mei expressed disbelief. Indeed, Lu Fan affirmed with a nod, continuing earnestly. Not only am I the god of destruction of the 7th universe, but I am also its supreme Kai. Wei Mei responded, what does that even mean? You claim to be both the god of the realm and the god of destruction? Such a precedent has never existed since the inception of the divine realm. You certainly have a knack for humor. Ha ha ha, it's truly delightful, evoking laughter. Lu Fan remained silent, calmly gazing at the ever-smiling Wei Mei. Lu Fan, if you wish to plead for mercy, you should speak up sooner. For this matter, a mere apology to Tiz P and Tuo P will suffice. Considering your status as a god of the universe, I shall not hold it against you too harshly, Wei Mei remarked with a smile, her face radiating boundless joy. No, the words I just uttered were merely to showcase my prowess, Lu Fan chuckled. I have no intention of begging for mercy. Rather, I eagerly seek a god of destruction to engage in a worthy battle. Chapter 169. Battle against the god of destruction Wei Mei Dao? You claim you wish to challenge me, the god of destruction? Did I hear you correctly? Wei Mei's interest was piqued. So, are you prepared? Lu Fan grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Come, unleash your attack upon me, Wei Mei beckoned. With a swift motion, Lu Fan vanished from his original position. What? Instantaneous movement? Wei Mei furrowed her brow, her eyes rapidly searching for Lu Fan's whereabouts. In the next moment, her expression shifted dramatically, turning grave. As Lu Fan appeared beside Kai Yi, the god of the 11th universe, Kai Yi was momentarily taken aback. Tiz Pa, however, witnessed the event and turned pale. Stuttering in fear, Lord God of the universe, he is behind you. What did you say? Kai mechanically turned his head to look behind him. Slap. Lu Fan's large hand landed firmly on Kai Yi's head, causing him to lose his composure. Although Kai Yi was a god of the universe with considerable strength, he realized that his power paled significantly in comparison to the god of destruction before him. In fact, his abilities were inferior to those of Tiz Pa, who was already no match for Lu Fan. Kai Yi was acutely aware of this disparity. He had never anticipated that this god of the universe would appear unexpectedly behind him, preparing for a surprise attack. Hey, what are you doing? Wei Mei demanded, her expression darkening. Dealing with you is rather simple, Lu Fan chuckled, continuing to press his hand against Kai Yi's head. Kai Yi dared not even take a breath. Please, don't do anything rash. Wei Mei's complexion turned pale. The lives of the god of the universe and the god of destruction are intertwined, correct? Lu Fan smiled. Therefore, if I were to extinguish this god of the 11th universe, what do you think would be the consequences? Wei Mei shivered slightly. I'm sorry, but I cannot assist with that. Why do you not adhere to conventional norms? Are you not seeking to challenge me? She warned. If you proceed in such a manner, you shall face the consequences. Wei Mei gritted her teeth. Then let us perish together, Lu Fan replied with a grin. Wei Mei was utterly terrified. Having encountered a man unafraid of death, what can you do about him? I wish to live forever. This Kaishin is indeed quite troublesome. If it weren't for your role as a conduit, would they have managed to arrive so effortlessly in the 7th universe? Lu Fan gazed at Kai, a smile playing on his lips. Kai retorted, how about I twist your head off? Lu Fan replied with a grin. Then you can twist your own head off and use it as a ball. Kai fell silent. Do you truly intend to twist my head off? With a swift kick, Ruffin struck at Kai. In an instant, Kai transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the starry sky. The sensation was overwhelming for Kai, yet fortunately, Ruffin had exercised restraint. Though he sustained some superficial injuries and a slight internal trauma, Kai felt an indescribable discomfort coursing through his entire being. Kai, return to the 11th universe immediately. Do not linger here, Wei Mei commanded decisively, raising her voice. Yes, esteemed Wei Mei, I shall take my leave. Kai responded, gritting his teeth and activating instantaneous movement. In a mere heartbeat, he vanished from sight, leaving no trace behind. Upon witnessing Kai's departure from the 7th universe, Wei Mei finally felt her anxieties ease. With a swift motion, she darted towards Ruffin's location, fearing that he might pursue Kai through instantaneous movement again, which would render any confrontation impossible. You consistently target my god of destruction, leaving me with no means to continue our battle. Whis must confine Lu Fan within the 7th universe. Whoosh. Whis moves with remarkable speed, although it may not rival the instantaneous teleportation of the god of destruction. It is swift enough to approach Lu Fan in the blink of an eye. With a powerful punch, Whis strikes Lu Fan squarely in the chest. Lu Fan is propelled backward, breaking through the atmosphere of Namek and launching into the depths of space. Wisps of destructive energy scatter chaotically from Lu Fan's form. He hastily gathers the dissipating energy and presses it against his chest. Truly, the god of destruction is formidable. A single blow has dislodged a significant amount of my destructive energy. Whoosh. Following his successful strike, Whis swiftly penetrates the atmosphere and appears before Lu Fan. Below, Goku and Vegeta gaze in wide-eyed astonishment. The speed of these two combatants is astonishing. Toppo and Dispo remain dazed, having already ascended into the vastness of space. Piccolo looks upward. Piccolo, can you see them? Goku asks. Piccolo shakes his head. They've flown too far away. It's impossible to see them now. It's quite vexing. I wanted to witness their battle. Goku scratches his head. Piccolo remains silent. In truth, he shares Goku's curiosity about their confrontation. Dispo swiftly appears beside Toppo, gently tapping his face to rouse him. Vegeta watches Dispo's figure, his body trembling with intensity. Yet, he is acutely aware that even in his Super Saiyan form, he would be no match for this rabbit-like warrior. Perhaps I should wait until I grow stronger before confronting him. Captain, are you all right? Dispo inquires urgently. Toppo rubs his sore body and grits his teeth as he stands. Dispo, what is the situation? Toppo asks. Rest assured, Lord Whis has arrived. Dispo replies with a smile. That's wonderful. Toppo breathes a sigh of relief. Soon we shall witness how Lord Whis deals with him. Dispo grins broadly. Are they battling in space? Toppo inquires. Indeed. Dispo nods. I shall go take a look. Toppo attempts to ascend, but suddenly spews forth a mouthful of blood. Captain, You're too severely injured. It would be unwise to push yourself, Tispo urges. Allow me to carry you. Whoosh. Tispo soared into the high skies, carrying Troppa with him. Soon, they reached the outer atmosphere of Namek. I apologize, Captain, but this is as high as I can fly. Beyond this lies the vastness of space, Tispo remarked. My oxygen supply is dwindling. Chapter 170. Should the main body proceed? They are over there. Troppa pointed to the distant figures of Ruffin and Wymide engaged in battle. In the expanse of space, Ruffin and Wymide's forms flickered and transformed, becoming mere afterimages of their rapid movements. The speed of both warriors escalated to such an extent that even Troppa and Tispo could scarcely perceive them. What a jest! This Supreme Kai actually possesses the prowess to match Lord Wymide. Tispo's expression shifted dramatically. It is plausible that he could easily defeat me and sustain a battle with Lord Wymide for this long, without faltering. Troppa spoke solemnly. Surely, Lord Wymide will not fall to him. Tispo inquired, his voice low. Rest assured, how could Lord Wymide ever be bested by him? Troppa chuckled. For Lord Wymide is a god of destruction, the mightiest deity in our universe. You are indeed correct. Tispo nodded in agreement. With a resounding clash, Ruffin and Wymide struck their fists together, unleashing an overwhelming surge of energy. The force erupted with a thunderous roar, radiating outward with reckless abandon. Nearby planets succumbed to the onslaught, shattering like fragile soap bubbles. Ruffin was propelled backward by the force, while Wymide, undeterred, swiftly pursued. With a powerful kick, Wymide struck Ruffin in the abdomen. Ruffin expelled a burst of destructive energy, while Wymide stood momentarily stunned for 2 seconds. Others might bleed, but why do you still unleash destructive energy? With a swift motion, Wei Mei seized the destructive energy emanating from Lu Fan and crushed it effortlessly. A resounding thud echoed as Wei Mei launched a quick counterattack, landing a powerful punch squarely on Lu Fan's visage. His face contorted, radiating a flickering purplish-red light. Quickly regaining his composure, Lu Fan retaliated with a kick, only for Wei Mei to raise her arm in defense. The impact reverberated as Wei Mei delivered an uppercut, striking Lu Fan's chest and sending him hurtling backward. Suddenly, 10 energy cards manifested in Wei Mei's hand. With a flourish, she sent the cards soaring towards Lu Fan, transforming them into streaks of light. The cards pierced through Lu Fan's body, leaving trails of shimmering purplish-red energy in their wake. Wei Mei furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. Who exactly are you? She inquired, pursuing him swiftly. I am the Supreme Kai, Lu Fan replied with a grin, swiftly gathering the scattered destructive energy and reclaiming it. With a clap, he restored himself to his original form. Are you a pure energy entity? Wei Mei's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, you could say that. Lu Fan affirmed with a nod. Wei Mei was genuinely astonished. This individual was indeed a pure energy being, and the energy resembled destructive energy. However, her extensive experience had taught her that the emergence of various life forms in the universe was a common occurrence, not something to be overly curious about. If he were truly a pure energy life form, engaging him in battle would prove challenging. Nevertheless, it was not insurmountable. Once his energy was sufficiently depleted, he would likely sustain significant injuries. You belong to a category of seemingly immortal beings. I underestimated you, Wei Mei remarked with a smile. If this continues, I fear my body will be damaged by your onslaught. Lu Fan sighed. Humph, at least you possess some self-awareness, Wei Mei replied with a gentle smile. As I said, apologize to my people, and we can let this matter rest. After all, you are the Supreme Kai. I cannot bring myself to destroy you. I have never apologized to anyone before, Lu Fan chuckled. Then I shall have to beat you into submission until you do, Wei Mei retorted with a cold snort, transforming into a streak of light and charging toward Lu Fan. The impact resounded. Delicious struck solemnly with his fist against Lu Fan's abdomen. The destructive energy emanating from Lu Fan trembled violently once more. Indeed, the god of destruction is formidable. As a mere entity of energy, I am no match for him. Bang! 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 Delicious accelerated the tempo of his assault, shattering the destructive energy surrounding Lu Fan into fragments. Splendid! Lord Delicious is poised to triumph, Tiz exclaimed with excitement. Naturally. Did I not mention that Lord Delicious would effortlessly vanquish him? Tuan nodded in agreement. New universe. Realm of the god of destruction. Oh dear. Your clone is on the brink of disintegration, Ruosi remarked, casting a glance at Lu Fan. Indeed, Lu Fan nodded. If this continues, my clone may indeed dissipate. Are you not hurrying to assist? Ruosi inquired. It would be prudent to make my way there immediately, Lu Fan smiled, yet the distance to the 7th universe is considerable. At my current speed, the chance of arriving in time is slim. What will you do then? Shall you summon your clone to fetch you? Ruosi suggested. You are quite astute, Ruosi, Lufan nodded. Come here, allow me to reward you with a kiss. Ruosi replied, did you not arrive at this solution yourself? Wiping her brow. Hence, we both conceived the idea simultaneously. Come, let me bestow upon you your reward. As Lufan spoke, he leaned in and planted a kiss on Ruosi's cheek. Ruosi, you are truly shameless. How could you take advantage of me like this? Aren't you my brother-in-law? Is this how you treat your sister-in-law? And how is it that I failed to evade? Has his speed become so formidable? I am, after all, an angel endowed with the innate ability of effortless grace. How could I not have dodged? Ruosi, you must diligently hone your skills. It is unacceptable that you could not evade even at such a close range. Lu Fan sighed. Ruosi fell silent. Or perhaps, you deliberately chose not to dodge, as you harbor some interest in me? Lu Fan inquired once more. Ruosi glared at him with clenched teeth, her anger palpable. Do not be incensed. An angel should maintain a serene disposition. Such fury could harm your well-being. Lu Fan hastily reassured her. Humph. Ruosi pouted, choosing to ignore him. In the 7th universe, near the cosmic expanse of Namek, Lu Fan's doppelganger continued its fierce battle with Wei Meida. They had long distanced themselves from the realm of Namek, to the extent that even the legendary Tizpi and Tuapa found it arduous to perceive their struggle. Chapter 171. Wei Si, Lord Lu Fan, is on the verge of defeat. Both combatants pushed their speed to the utmost limits. The crimson glow emanating from Lu Fan dimmed considerably. The relentless combat had severely depleted his destructive energy. Should this continue, Lu Fan was certain that this doppelganger might very well vanish. However, even if it were reduced to a mere point of light, Lu Fan's doppelganger would not perish. As long as a fragment of consciousness remained attached to that point, it would endure. Lu Fan infused his doppelganger with additional destructive energy, and it would soon bounce back to its original vigor. Boom. Wei Meida struck once more, landing a blow squarely on Lu Fan's chest. Lu Fan was propelled backward, crashing through a small planet behind him. Thunderous explosions ensued. Wei Meida relentlessly pursued Lu Fan, continuing her assault. Lu Fan appeared increasingly beleaguered. How about it, Lu Fan? Hurry up and admit your fault, or I shall defeat you. Wei Meida laughed heartily, growing more spirited with each exchange. Admit my fault? Not a chance, Lu Fan retorted. Then let us continue, Wei Meida replied with a smile. She relished his tenacity. Swish. Wei Meida swiftly closed in again. Bang, bang, bang. She relentlessly battered Lu Fan, who found himself increasingly pressed and struggling to resist. On Beerus planet. Oh dear. They are at it again, Wei Si sighed. Who is it? Queried the oracle fish. Who else could it be? Lord Lu Fan and Lord Wei Meida from the 11th universe. Whis, how did they come to blows? The oracle fish was taken aback. Did you not foresee this? Whis inquired with a smile. Oracle fish replied, if only I could predict everything. The circumstances are rather intricate, and explaining them is somewhat troublesome. In any case, Lord Rofan finds himself in a dire situation. Whis sighed. This is rather expected, considering that Rofan has only recently ascended to the role of destroyer. Although he has acquired the title of the Great Destroyer, such accolades are merely illusory. The oracle fish nodded, recognizing that one's true strength must take precedence. Titles mean nothing in the face of absolute power. Indeed, you speak the truth, oracle fish, Whis concurred. Should we awaken Lord Beerus to assist us? The oracle fish queried. Do you think we can rouse Lord Beerus? Whis replied with a smile. Are we to simply stand by and watch him be bullied by the destroyer of Universe 11? The oracle fish pressed on, asserting that Rofan has made tremendous contributions to our universe. Alas, this is indeed a troublesome matter, Whis lamented. Given the current situation, it would be quite remarkable if Rofan could endure for even 10 more minutes. Then what are we hesitating for? We must swiftly devise a method to awaken Beerus. Although he is no longer an active destroyer, his power surpasses that of many, the oracle fish declared, preparing to rush to the castle in hopes of awakening Beerus. Please, do not be hasty, oracle fish, Whis smiled. How can I not be anxious? If Rofan is defeated, our universe will be utterly humiliated. The oracle fish exclaimed fervently. I never claimed that Rofan would lose, Whis chuckled. Did you not say he could only hold on for 10 minutes at most? The oracle fish was taken aback. Currently, the one battling Lord Waymede is the Kaioshin, who is, in essence, Rofan's avatar, Whis explained with amusement. Oracle Fish remarked. Whis. Why do you speak as if you are out of breath? Could you not speak all at once? The prophetic fish displayed a visage of astonishment. Is it Lord Lufan's doppelganger that is battling the delicious flavors? When did his doppelganger become so formidable? The prophetic fish was taken aback. Whis remained silent. If his doppelganger is this powerful, to what extent must his original self be? The prophetic fish continued. I am uncertain. Whis shook his head. But based on my conjecture, it is possible that Lord Lufan's true form has surpassed that of Lord Beerus. What did you say? You mean Lord Lufan's original self has surpassed Lord Beerus? The prophetic fish's eyes widened in disbelief. This is merely my speculation. The true measure will be discerned through their genuine confrontation, Whis replied. You don't think Beerus will have nightmares, do you? The prophetic fish remarked as it glanced towards the castle. Whis also turned his gaze in that direction. Through the window, they beheld Beerus sleeping soundly within the castle. Suddenly, Beerus turned over, sitting up abruptly with an expression of sheer terror. Achoo! Beerus sneezed. In the wake of that sneeze, an entire planet was instantly engulfed in a purple void, vanishing without a trace. After the sneeze, Beerus lay back down, resuming his deep slumber. Indeed, he is having nightmares. The prophetic fish remarked. Yes, indeed, Whis nodded. Even while dreaming, he remains undisturbed. He truly is a remarkable individual, the prophetic fish sighed. It is a pity that Lord Lufan does not favor this environment. Had he liked it, I believe Beerus should relinquish the castle. Prophetic fish. You could actually seek out some beautiful maidens from across the universe and bring them back. I believe Lord Lufan would appreciate it here, Whis smiled. Is that true? The prophetic fish's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, Whis affirmed with a nod. Then what am I waiting for? I shall go find them at once. The prophetic fish, suddenly invigorated, inquired, by the way, what type of maidens does he prefer? Well, perhaps something like this, or like that. Whis indicated as the crystal orb atop his staff shimmered, revealing the likenesses of Bulma and Bardock. Understood. I shall return with a plethora of beauties. The prophetic fish nodded vigorously. It seems bringing just one would suffice as well, Whis pondered. What do you mean? The prophetic fish asked. I meant to bring a multitude of beauties, not just one, it clarified. I was referring to just one, Whis chuckled. I cannot comprehend you, Whis. You have utterly perplexed me. The prophetic fish scratched its head, displaying a look of utter confusion. Didn't you ask me to bring multiple beautiful women? Why now are you asking me to return with just one? How many do you intend to bring? Near the Mexing star, as the battle intensified, the hues enveloping Rufin began to fade. Hey, Rufin, just admit defeat already. Your colors are nearly gone. Wei Mei laughed heartily. Wei Mei, you are indeed more formidable than I had anticipated. Suddenly, Rufin came to a halt. However, Wei Mei showed no signs of surrendering. With a resounding thud, Wei Mei delivered a powerful punch that landed heavily on Rufin. Chapter 172, The Realm King God, elevated by Cola, is merely this. With a sudden burst, Rufin expelled a plume of purplish-red destructive energy once more. Yet this time, the color of the energy had significantly dulled. Wei Mei resolved to incapacitate this young man before considering anything else. If you are not in pain now, wait until you turn the tables and seek to bully those of us from the universe. Since a confrontation is inevitable, let us engage in a manner that leaves you unable to recover for a considerable time, so you may learn that there are realms beyond realms and gods beyond gods. Do you truly believe that selling a few bottles of cola grants you the audacity to roam freely within this universe? Wei Mei smiled lightly. Initially, Wei Mei intended to engage in a simple exchange of skills, yet your ferocity has prompted a chilling response from Lufan. What? If you strike with such force, do you intend to retaliate? Should you wish to strike back, I stand ready to oblige. As Wei Mei spoke, there was no need for courtesy, and with a swift motion, another palm struck forth. Bang! This blow landed squarely upon Lufan's chest. Crack! The purplish-red radiance enveloping Lufan was instantly dissipated. However, Lufan promptly began to reassemble this purplish-red aura. Humph, young one, now you feel pain, do you? Wei Mei scoffed. As long as I do not kill you, it is not deemed a violation. Bang! As Wei Mei continued, she lightly waved her hand forward, unleashing an invisible wave of destructive energy that swiftly enveloped Lufan once more. The intangible force of destruction once again scattered the energies Lufan had painstakingly gathered. Humph, today I shall ensure you remember that as a mere Kaishin, you ought not to be so audacious before a god of destruction. Wei Mei's voice turned cold. You, who have risen to power on the back of Cola, though your strength is commendable, You are still far from our league. Observing Lufan, the speed at which he could gather energy had significantly slowed. A full 10 seconds elapsed before the scattered energies began to coalesce once more. Yet, Lufan's form now bore little color. And even the energy to restore his own appearance was scarce. Humph, as long as you are not dead and have learned your lesson. Behave yourself and keep your tail tucked. Wei Mei commanded. Whoosh. Upon finishing her words, Wei Mei extended her finger, sending a streak of light directly towards Lufan. Uft. Lufan's chest was pierced. Your undying constitution is rather intriguing. Let this be the end for today. Should you dare to return to the 11th universe, I shall meet you with force each time. Wei Mei threatened. Whoosh. After speaking, Wei Mei strode away with an air of confidence, gradually disappearing from Lufan's sight. Lufan struggled to gather the scattered destructive energy. Approximately 5 minutes later, he finally regained his composure. However, his body exhibited little luster, resembling a semi-transparent form. This, of course, was not a significant concern. A mere infusion of destructive energy from his true self into his avatar would restore him to his lively state. Soon, Wei Mei returned to the outer atmosphere of Namek. Lady Wei Mei, Trappa and Tispa quickly bowed in greeting, their faces brimming with anticipation. They were eager to learn the outcome of the battle. Moments ago, Wei Mei had drawn the conflict far from their view, beyond what Trappa and Tispa could perceive. Although Trappa could survive in the vastness of space, he was still weakened from a previous encounter with Lufan. However, now that they saw Wei Mei return, seemingly unscathed, it indicated that she had triumphed in the battle. Hee, I certainly gave him a thorough beating, Wei Mei chuckled softly. His constitution is rather unique, belonging to a pure energy system, and now I have rendered him transparent. Ha ha ha, truly, Lady Wei Mei is remarkable, Tispa exclaimed with excitement. He isn't dead, is he? Trappa inquired. Rest assured, he won't perish easily. Individuals of that constitution are not so easily extinguished, Tispa replied with a smile. I was careful not to overdo it. After all, losing a god of destruction would be quite challenging to explain to the Grand Priest. Trappa and Tispa shared in the joy. Additionally, I have warned him that if he dares to return to Universe 11, I will incapacitate him once more. Wei Mei declared with a grin. So, you two need not worry. The next time he encounters you, he will steer clear of you and will no longer dare to provoke you. Indeed, when Lady Wei Mei intervenes, everything resolves effortlessly. Tispa said respectfully. It appears I have a long journey ahead before I can truly become a god of destruction, Trappa remarked. Trappa, dedicate yourself to training. And one day you shall reach even greater heights, Wei Mei encouraged, patting Trappa's shoulder. Casting her gaze towards Namek below, she suggested, shall we descend? Are we really going down? Trappa asked, slightly taken aback. They are merely a bunch of one-legged grasshoppers. Why bother with them? Tispa remarked. Didn't he that Namekian say that if given 2 more years to train, he could defeat you? Wei Mei responded with a smile. I believe it would be worthwhile to challenge them to a duel. If we can deliver a decisive blow, it will ensure that the beings from their universe will think twice before approaching ours. The esteemed Wei Mei is absolutely correct, Tispa nodded vigorously. Indeed. Differing heights lead to disparate thoughts. Wei Mei's assertions hold true. They must be made to feel the sting of our power, to comprehend that we are not to be trifled with. I perceive that the humans of the 7th universe possess only this level of capability. Tispa chuckled, considering them to be the mightiest of humanity in the 7th universe. However, such a statement may be overly simplistic. I recall a particularly formidable individual from the selection tournament for the new universe's god of destruction, a rotund figure in pink whose strength was quite remarkable. Torpo mused, noting that this individual's prowess was not far from that of the Meek Star being, perhaps even surpassing it. What about in comparison to me? Tispa inquired. Likely inferior to you, Torpo replied with a glance at Tispa. That is reassuring. Thus, I maintain that the humans of the 7th universe are of this caliber. Tispa said with an air of pride. On the Meek Star's surface, Goku and Vegeta gazed skyward. Son Gohan and Krillin had initially intended to depart, but upon witnessing the disappearance of Lufan and Wei Mei, their curiosity compelled them to remain. They turned back, rejoining Goku's side. Chapter 173, Goodness of the 7th Universe. Please calm yourselves. Why have you returned? Weren't you instructed to board my spaceship and depart from Meek Star? Goku queried. Truth be told, we wish to witness the spectacle. Krillin admitted, scratching his head. Very well, let us exercise caution. They are exceedingly powerful, Goku replied, his expression grave. For a considerable time, Goku and the others were met with solitude, as nothing unfolded before them, No sights, no sounds. It was only after Wei Mei and Lufan concluded their battle that Frieza rose from the ground, finally regaining consciousness. Frieza squinted, his triangular eyes reflecting boundless fury. As the Emperor of the Universe, I cannot abide such humiliation. I shall not yield. That is Frieza, Krillin exclaimed in shock. Vegeta cast a glance in Frieza's direction, while Piccolo merely regarded him with indifference. You truly have a knack for survival. I was nearly on the verge of forgetting you, Vegeta scoffed, his body radiating golden light as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Frieza ascended into the air, gathering a planet-destroying energy sphere in his hands. You wretched beings, you shall vanish along with this planet, Frieza bellowed. With a swift motion, he pressed his hands downward, sending the energy sphere hurtling toward the surface of Meek Star. Foolishness. Vegeta, with a huff, was not driven by a noble desire to rescue planet Namek. He was acutely aware that if the planet were to be obliterated, he would inevitably meet the same fate. He soared towards the impending doom of the planet-destroying blast, his hands coalescing with energy, poised to annihilate both the devastating blast and Frieza in one fell swoop. Just as Vegeta was about to unleash his attack, a sudden whoosh echoed through the air. A massive green hand extended unexpectedly, expanding several times in size before seizing the planet-destroying blast conjured by Frieza. With a decisive squeeze, Piccolo effortlessly transformed the blast into a myriad of dissipating energy orbs. Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief, astonishment painted across his face. What did this mean? How could this happen? My planet-destroying blast was crushed by this individual? Stupefied, Frieza's expression morphed into one of shock. Vegeta's countenance shifted through a spectrum of emotions. Not only was he unable to defeat that rabbit, but he found himself vastly inferior even to this Namekian whom he had once slain. Was I not a Super Saiyan? When did the Super Saiyan become so feeble? Humph, Frieza, do you truly believe you can annihilate planet Namek with your pitiful strength? Piccolo stated coldly. Frieza immediately felt a staggering blow of realization. This Namekian was formidable. To crush my planet-destroying blast with bare hands. Frieza simmered with rage, trembling with fury. At that moment, as Frieza prepared to retaliate, a voice resonated from above. Everyone from the 7th universe, it would be prudent for you to cease your internal conflict. The speaker was none other than Tispa. In the next instant, Whis descended from the heavens, accompanied by Tispa and Toppo, casting a commanding gaze upon Frieza, Vegeta, and the others below. Given Whis's esteemed status, he would not personally address these mortals. Thus, Tispa conveyed the message. Vegeta's expression darkened. Where is Lufan? Has he not returned? He inquired urgently. Humph. He has been rendered incapable of self-sufficiency by Lord Whis. Tispa replied with a hint of smugness. What did you say? Vegeta's face shifted through various shades of concern. Enough. Everyone from the 7th universe, cease your infighting, Tispa proclaimed on behalf of Whis. Frieza glanced upward at Tispa. That rabbit. That detestable rabbit. Namekian, did you not claim that with 2 years of training, you would surpass me? Tispa chuckled lightly. Indeed. Piccolo nodded. Humph. Give me 2 years to cultivate, and I shall certainly leave you searching for your teeth. Vegeta scoffed. Excellent. We, the inhabitants of Universe 11, are known for our generosity. Tispa smiled gently. How about this? I shall grant you 20 years to refine your skills. After 2 decades, we shall determine the victor. What do you think? Piccolo was taken aback. What can be achieved in 2 years? Tispa smirked derisively. Thus, I generously offer you 20 years. After this time, we shall each send 5 fighters to a suitable location for a grand battle. The losing side must kneel and address the victors as grandfather. How does that proposal sound? It's a deal. Piccolo decisively agreed without objection. 20 years, huh? Goku's eyes brightened. Umph. I hope you won't regret this, Vegeta grunted. So, fellow warriors of Universe 7. We shall meet again in 20 years, Tispa remarked with a smile. And I advise you to refrain from internal strife, for if you continue, you may struggle to assemble even 5 fighters. Let us depart, Whis instructed. Indeed, Lord Whis, Tispa replied respectfully. With a swift motion, a purplish-red aura enveloped Whis, Tispa, and Toppo. The trio transformed into a streak of violet light, rapidly vanishing into the void, soon leaving no trace behind. As the figures of the 3 disappeared, Frieza, Vegeta, and the others fell into a contemplative silence. Did he say we are from Universe 7? What does that mean? Frieza inquired, his expression cold. Humph, can you not comprehend? They hail from Universe 11, while we are all from Universe 7. Vegeta retorted. Frieza fell silent, seemingly lost in thought, then turned to search the area. Before long, Frieza spotted Gula lying motionless on the ground, his form grotesquely altered, already lifeless. Gula. Frieza rushed to his side, examining the body and realizing there was no hope left. Who was responsible? Who killed Gula? Frieza's forehead pulsed with veins as he glared at Piccolo and Vegeta. Of course, it was that rabbit. Piccolo chuckled lightly. Frieza was incensed. That rabbit? I will not let you escape. He clenched his fists, trembling with fury. Suddenly, the void rippled, and a figure began to materialize. It was Lufan, who had returned from outer space via instant transmission. Hey, Lufan, your body has turned transparent. Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 174. Do you wish to become the destroyer of Universe 11? This is hardly a challenge. Lufan chuckled nonchalantly. Vegeta remarked, your body has become translucent. Isn't that a concern? By the way, why has your body turned transparent? Are you also a Saiyan? What has become of your body? Failure is merely a stepping stone to success. As Lufan remarked, losing is inconsequential. One can always return to the fray. Vegeta and Piccolo, now possessing fragments of the Elder and Nail's memories, gained a deeper understanding of Lufan's identity. Frieza remained silent, while Goku and Krillin were at a loss for words. This time, our Universe 7 has been entirely defeated by Universe 11, Lufan lamented. However, I firmly believe that in 20 years, with your strength, you shall surely triumph over them. Goku and the others fell into silence once more. They had indeed agreed to a rematch in 20 years, thus. You should devote yourselves to training, Lufan advised, turning to Frieza. Frieza, refrain from causing further trouble. Use this time to train diligently. To my knowledge, with sufficient effort, you may yet achieve a higher transformation. Humph, as if you truly understand me. How could I not be aware of my potential for a greater transformation? Frieza scoffed, rolling his eyes. Very well, I shall take you to a place where you might comprehend a higher transformation, Lufan stated. To where? Frieza inquired, crossing his arms and casting a sidelong glance at Lufan. To hell, Lufan replied. What did you say? Frieza's expression shifted dramatically. With a mere gesture, Lufan pointed at Frieza's form. In an instant, Frieza was obliterated, beyond the point of return. Subsequently, Lufan turned his gaze toward Goku and Krillin. A palpable tension filled the air. How terrifying it was. With just a gesture, Frieza was annihilated. You both should return as well. Upon reaching Earth, focus on your training. Lufan commanded. Lord Kaioshin, what are your plans? Piccolo inquired respectfully. I still have unfinished business with Wome, so I shall seek him out for resolution. Lufan replied with a smile. Lord Kaioshin, you were left in a half-transparent state by him, Piccolo remarked. Are you still planning to settle the score with him? All right. You may return to Earth first, said Lufan, glancing at Vegeta. Vegeta, come with me. Vegeta did not object. Then let us depart, Piccolo called out to Goku, Gohan, and the others. The group left the scene together. Soon, Piccolo and Goku's spacecraft soared into the sky, vanishing into the void as they departed from Namek. Now, only Lufan and Vegeta remained on the vast Namek. Lufan, what are your plans? That clown's combat power is truly terrifying. You cannot possibly be his match, Vegeta remarked. Actually, I was pondering which universe would be most suitable for you to assume the role of the god of destruction, Lufan replied with a smile. What do you mean? Vegeta was taken aback. Now the opportunity has arisen, Lufan grinned. Opportunity? Vegeta appeared confused. Do you believe you can handle the position of the god of destruction for Universe 11? Lufan inquired with a smile. Universe 11? Is that the clown's universe? Vegeta trembled slightly. Are you suggesting that you intend to go to Universe 11? Are you planning to engage in a more ambitious endeavor this time? Do you wish for me to become the god of destruction of Universe 11? Indeed, I have resolved to elevate you to that esteemed position. How do you intend to proceed? Vegeta inquired. First, you must retaliate, and then I shall train you diligently. Once your strength surpasses that of Topo, I will support your ascension, Lufan remarked, patting Vegeta on the shoulder. Retaliate? Huh. You've already been bested so thoroughly. How do you plan to strike back? Vegeta scoffed. Lufan, I advise you to possess a modicum of self-awareness, lest you find yourself utterly defeated. Lufan regarded Vegeta with a cheerful smile, causing a flicker of apprehension to cross Vegeta's face. Despite being a Super Saiyan, Lufan's prowess was indeed formidable. His form had become nearly transparent. With a mere gesture, he could obliterate Frieza. Such a feat was beyond Vegeta's capabilities. It has been quite some time since I last struck you, hasn't it? Lufan remarked. his eyes twinkling with mischief. Vegeta's lips twitched in irritation. Very well, let this time be an exception. Wait here, I shall return momentarily. With that, Lufon vanished in an instant, reappearing in the realm of the new universe's gods of destruction. In the blink of an eye, Lufon returned, his original form intact. Upon witnessing two versions of Lufon, Vegeta's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this translucent fellow your doppelganger? You guessed correctly, Lufon affirmed with a nod. With a swift motion, Lufon infused his doppelganger with destructive energy. In less than 10 seconds, the once semi-transparent form regained its original appearance, leaving Vegeta in a state of shock. For a prolonged moment, Vegeta was rendered speechless. The jester he had battled was merely Lufon's doppelganger? Would the jester be rendered dumbfounded upon discovering this? It had indeed struck him as odd. How could Lufon, a Saiyan, possess a transparent form? It turned out that the translucent figure was merely a manifestation of his energy. Lufon explained succinctly that a doppelganger, being a pure energy entity, would adopt a semi-transparent state when energy consumption became excessive. Should it become fully transparent, the doppelganger would need to reconstitute itself. Were you truly fighting that jester solely with your doppelganger? Vegeta queried, astonished. What else would you presume? Lufon replied with a grin, his tail swaying in the breeze. Vegeta's pupils constricted as he beheld the tail that had appeared behind Lufon. He had been perplexed by the absence of it previously. Realizing that the Lufon without a tail was indeed his doppelganger, all the pieces fell into place. So where shall we go from here? Vegeta inquired. Allow me to first introduce you to the realm of the god of destruction of Universe 11. With a swift motion, Rufin and Vegeta were instantaneously transported to the delectable planet of Universe 11. Chapter 175. The End of the Old Nest. Oh dear. Is that you, Lord Rufin? Makalita greeted with a smile. Makalita, it has been a while, Rufin replied, sending his doppelganger away with a wave. In an instant, the doppelganger vanished from sight. Aside from our brief encounter at the new Universe God of Destruction selection meeting, it seems we haven't crossed paths again, Makalita remarked with a smile. Do not say that. We shall meet frequently from now on, Rufin grinned. I intend to make this place my home. Cough, cough. What has transpired, Lord Rufin? Makalita asked. Oh, it is nothing of great significance, Rufin chuckled. As the god of destruction of the entire universe, I plan to rejuvenate Universe 11 by appointing Vegeta as its new god of destruction. What do you think? The god of destruction? Makalita covered her face, momentarily at a loss for words. Rufin had just elevated the position of the god of destruction to a whole new level. How should I respond? Vegeta's eyes widened in astonishment, and he perked up his ears. Rufin is the god of destruction? Although I am unaware of the full extent of what that entails. I presume that a god of destruction holds a position far superior to that of an ordinary one. I trust you have already learned of my identity from other angels? Rufin smiled. Indeed, I am the god of destruction, the overseer of all gods of destruction. Makalita was left speechless. Did Lord Wymite offend you? She asked. Indeed. You are quite correct, Rufin nodded emphatically. I have always been rather petty, thus he can no longer serve as a god of destruction. Makalita was at a loss for words. The situation is quite simple. He struck my doppelganger, Rufin noted with a smile. It was likely just a sparring match. Wasn't it? Makalita wiped her brow. Initially, I too believed it was merely a friendly bout, but it was not, Rufin replied with a grin. Makalita fell silent. You see, I refrained from retaliating on the spot, which was already quite generous of me, Rufin added. Cough, cough. Makalita cleared her throat. You did not confront him on the spot. Rather, you boldly ventured into his abode and dismantled his sanctuary. Vegeta, gaze upon that castle. Are you satisfied? Rufin gestured towards a distant white castle, the residence of the delectable Wymite. Just as Vegeta was about to speak, Rufin interrupted, suggesting, if it does not suffice, let us transform it into a palace befitting a Saiyan. Reluctantly, Vegeta nodded in agreement. Destruction. With a sweeping motion of his hand, Rufin unleashed a wave of destructive energy that enveloped the castle. In an instant, the exquisite structure was reduced to a purple void, leaving no trace behind. Vegeta's eyes widened. The magnitude of this annihilation was truly overwhelming. While I could also obliterate this castle with my energy, I would not possess the capability to render it utterly non-existent. Makalita remarked, Wymite, what calamity have you wrought? Your home is no more. Furthermore, it appears that your status as a god of destruction may also be stripped away. Before the return of Wei Mei, Vegeta, you must continue to enhance yourself. How shall I improve? Vegeta inquired. With a soft gesture, Lu Fan conjured an energy sphere. Is this an artificial full moon? Vegeta was taken aback. Whoosh. Lu Fan launched the artificial moon high into the sky. Wait, I lack a tail. I cannot transform into a great ape, Vegeta hastily protested. No worries, Lu Fan replied with a smile, turning to Margarita. Margarita, let him grow a tail. He shall become the god of destruction of your universe. When I am not by his side, please guide him well. Margarita paused momentarily. Very well. Without objection. She directed a beam of light from her staff, which swiftly enveloped Vegeta. Instantly, a tail sprouted from behind Vegeta. His astonishment was evident. This woman is remarkable. She can make my tail grow? Even the Senzu beans could not restore it. Vegeta, next you must transform into a great ape. Then strive to achieve Super Saiyan in that state, Lu Fan instructed. Is there such a method? Vegeta's pupils dilated, his face alight with anticipation. Let us give it a try, Lu Fan encouraged. I will attempt it, Vegeta nodded, gazing up at the artificial full moon in the sky. Roar. In the next moment, Vegeta transformed into a massive black gorilla. He then closed his eyes in meditation, endeavoring to become a Super Saiyan. Approximately 10 minutes later, bang! A golden radiance erupted from Vegeta, and he finally attained the form of a Super Saiyan. Simultaneously, his hair transformed to a brilliant golden hue. I did it, Vegeta exclaimed, a mixture of surprise and joy evident on his face. I didn't expect to transform in this manner. Lu Fan, I feel my battle power has increased at least 500-fold, Vegeta declared with excitement. Try attacking me with all your might, Lu Fan smiled. Vegeta hesitated momentarily. Are you serious, Lu Fan? He asked. What? Do you think that just because your power has increased 500 times, you can defeat me? Lu Fan chuckled. Now, shall I demonstrate the vast chasm that exists between you and a true deity? I want to hold back. Don't blame me if you get hurt. Vegeta huffed. Without any hesitation, he clenched his fists and launched a punch at Lu Fan. Bang! Lu Fan extended a single finger, effortlessly catching Vegeta's fist. Vegeta was taken aback. How could my full force strike be so easily intercepted by Lu Fan? With a gentle flick of his finger against Vegeta's knuckles, a tremendous force was unleashed upon him. Vegeta was propelled backward, his formidable frame crashing onto the surface of the delectable planet, rebounding several times before shattering a massive boulder behind him. He rolled across the ground multiple times before finally coming to a halt. By the time he ceased his tumultuous motion, Vegeta was gravely injured. Your audacity to retaliate is utterly shameless. You cannot afford to play. Chapter 176. I am the Great Destroyer. Margarita, please assist him with his treatment, Lu Fan instructed. Margarita, you are truly lacking in courtesy. What do you take me for? Margarita shook her head, and with a sense of resignation, stepped forward to heal Vegeta with her staff. Vegeta's injuries swiftly mended, and he leaped to his feet. Vegeta, do you now comprehend the disparity between us? Lu Fan smiled. Vegeta lowered his colossal head, rendered speechless. My combat power has increased 500-fold, yet I am still no match for him. Upon estimation, his combat power had reached an astonishing 1.5 billion. Lu Fan had once claimed that his combat power equated to 100 followed by 40 zeros. If that were indeed the case, 1.5 billion would amount to nothing in his presence. With your current combat power, not only am I superior, but even that rabbit, 'tis bro, would easily best you, Lu Fan remarked. What did you say? Are you implying that despite my transformation, I cannot even defeat that rabbit? Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. In truth, this is not insurmountable. You simply need to enhance your base combat power, Lu Fan replied with a smile. Consider this. If your base combat power were to rise to 10 million, how formidable would you become upon transforming? Vegeta's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, if I elevate my foundation, then my strength after transformation will reach unprecedented heights. 10 million in base combat power multiplied by 500 is an undeniably terrifying figure. For today, I will impart this much. I cannot reveal everything, as you must glean some truths for yourself, Lu Fan added with a smile. I understand. Vegeta nodded eagerly. Furthermore, the sole drawback of this transformation is that it requires a full moon. As Lu Fan spoke, he gently raised his hand. With a crack, the artificial full moon in the sky shattered. Vegeta's body rapidly reverted to its original size, the great ape form dissipating. Find a way to overcome this weakness. It would be best if you could transform without the necessity of a full moon, Lu Fan instructed. What are you saying? Are you suggesting that I could transform without the full moon? Vegeta was taken aback, Incredulity etched across his face. If you set your mind to it, nothing is impossible, Lufan asserted, transforming swiftly into a golden gorilla. Vegeta's eyes widened in sheer astonishment. Do you see? Lufan said with a slight smile, returning to his original form. Vegeta fell silent. So it is indeed possible. If Lufan can achieve this, then I must believe I can as well. I must strive harder. The future me shall never be trampled by Kakarot. I shall far surpass Kakarot. However, once I ascend to the status of a god of destruction, Kakarot will undoubtedly be left in the dust. Subsequently, Margarita provided Vegeta with some enlightening guidance on the intricacies of self-mastery, particularly in the realm of the Ultra Instinct technique. Vegeta found himself greatly enriched by her wisdom. This woman is far from ordinary. Approximately an hour passed, and finally, Wymide, accompanied by Dispo and Toppo, appeared in the skies above Wymide planet. Wymide's perceptiveness was keen, and she effortlessly sensed the presence of two unfamiliar individuals on her planet. A furrow crossed her brow. What is happening? My lord Wymide, Dispo inquired. It seems that someone has arrived on my planet. It appears to be Lufin and that Vegeta, Wymide mused. How did they manage to come here? Toppo asked, slightly taken aback. Humph, it seems he has come to report to Margarita, Wymide chuckled lightly. He thinks he can run to the angel for help when he cannot prevail in battle. Does he believe he is still in elementary school? What will Margarita say? Toppo queried. Margarita is my guiding angel, and she will undoubtedly side with me, Wymide replied with a sense of pride. Well, since he dares to intrude upon my territory, I shall once again teach him a lesson. I had warned him previously. He is not to enter Universe 11 again. It seems he has forgotten so quickly. Clearly, I did not inflict enough pain on him. Ha ha ha, let us give him another thorough thrashing to vent our frustrations. Dispo laughed heartily. Let us descend, Wymide beckoned. The trio gradually descended from the sky, landing upon the surface of Wymide planet. Just as Wymide touched the ground, she glanced around and was struck with astonishment upon realizing her castle had vanished. With her keen eyesight, she swiftly discerned that her castle had been utterly destroyed. You dare to return? Wymide fumed. You had the audacity to destroy my castle. Clearly, I did not teach you a sufficient lesson. With a flick of his wrist, Lufin summoned a plaque into his hand and tossed it to Wymide without uttering another word. What is this? Wymide exclaimed, momentarily stunned as she caught the plaque and glanced at it. Her expression shifted dramatically. Great god of destruction? Wymide was taken aback. What is the meaning of this? How can it be the great god of destruction's emblem? How does he possess such a token? Shouldn't you kneel upon encountering the great god of destruction? Lufin remarked nonchalantly. What did you say? You claim to be the great god of destruction? Wymide stood frozen in disbelief. Indeed, Lufin affirmed with a nod. Ha ha. Wymide erupted into hearty laughter at that moment. Do you assert that one is the great destruction deity merely by claiming it? Furthermore, there is no such divine rank as the great destruction deity in existence. What are you pretending to be, young man? I must say, your creativity is quite remarkable. Waymei chuckled, having conjured a divine position that does not exist. You see, why do you not believe my honest words? Lufan smiled gently. Enough of the nonsense. It seems my earlier strike did not inflict enough pain. Moreover, your recovery is impressively swift. In just over an hour, your body is healed. Waymei huffed, glaring at Lufan. I knew you would doubt me. It appears we shall have to engage in a second round of combat. Lufan smiled faintly. Oh, in just over an hour, you have become this confident? Waymei sneered. Well then, my earlier assault was insufficiently fierce. This time, I shall not hold back. Slap. Waymei, cautious not to underestimate her opponent, radiated a purplish-red glow. 3 seconds. This time, I shall dispatch you within 3 seconds, she declared, extending 3 fingers. Chapter 177. The battle resumes with Waymei. Come at me, Lufan replied with a slight smile. Makalita remained silent, observing the battle with keen interest, eager to discern the extent of Lufan's strength. Captain, is this god of the realm out of his mind? He dares to provoke Lady Waymei in her own territory. Tispo chuckled. He is merely courting trouble. Trobo scoffed. Perhaps he is still seething from earlier, Tispo remarked with a grin. Thus, perhaps another thrashing from Lady Waymei will bring him some solace. Trobo nodded. Ha ha ha. Captain, you possess quite the sense of humor, Tispo said, patting Trobo on the shoulder. Trobo chuckled in response. Meanwhile, Vegeta observed with a detached gaze, uncertain whether Lufan could send that fellow flying. This is a pivotal battle that will determine my ascension to the role of Destroyer God. If Lu Fan emerges victorious, will I not become the destroyer god of this universe? Whoosh. Wei Mei charged towards Lu Fan. Slap. As Wei Mei rushed forward, Lu Fan delivered a swift slap, striking her squarely on the face. Bang. Wei Mei plummeted from the sky to the ground, her head hitting the earth, rolling several times. The smiles of Trobo and Tispo gradually froze. What just transpired? Did Lady Wei Mei truly get knocked down by a single slap? Are we seeing things correctly? The two gaped in astonishment. Lady Wei Mei, you were rather careless. What? Wei Mei sprang up from the ground, rubbing her sore face, surprised as she gazed at Lu Fan across from her. Come again, Lu Fan beckoned. Wei Mei stammered. What in the world has happened to you? The elegant and exquisite Wei Mei gazed in astonishment at Lu Fan. You may ponder that at your leisure, Lu Fan replied with a smile. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of light, appearing behind Wei Mei with such swiftness that even he could not react. Bang! Lu Fan delivered a powerful kick, propelling Wei Mei into the air. At that moment, Wei Mei felt utterly disoriented, hastily adjusting his body mid-flight to look down at Lu Fan. Whoosh! Lu Fan soared upwards, launching a soaring punch directly aimed at Wei Mei. What? Wei Mei gasped in disbelief. How had this individual's speed and strength become so formidable? Bang! Lu Fan's punch struck Wei Mei squarely in the abdomen. Blood gushed from Wei Mei's mouth as he felt his internal organs shift violently. Clap! Lu Fan swiftly countered with a backhand slap, landing squarely on the other side of Wei Mei's face. Wei Mei winced from the stinging pain. Is this the extent of your abilities, and yet you dare challenge me? Lu Fan mused, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he appeared directly above Wei Mei. Wei Mei was left dumbfounded, his eyes wide and his clownish red nose twitching. What was happening? This individual was an entirely different entity from before. What had transpired? Why was this the case? Wei Mei found himself utterly perplexed. Torpo was equally stunned, and Tispo trembled in disbelief. What had just occurred? How could I witness Lord Wei Mei being slapped by Lu Fan? The sound of the slap was startlingly crisp. We had specifically accompanied Lord Wei Mei to wreak havoc in the divine realm to celebrate his victory over the arrogant realm king god. Yet, that very realm king had come to his abode seeking vengeance, and had decisively bested him. Rest assured, Lord Wei Mei has yet to unleash his true power, Torpo reassured. Taking a deep breath, convinced that Wei Mei had simply underestimated his opponent. You were correct. It has only been an hour, and even with some enhancement to his strength, it could not be substantial. Tispo nodded in agreement. This reasoning resonated with both Torpo and Tispo. Wei Mei, too, shared this sentiment. In his eyes, the realm king god Lu Fan was indeed a prodigy. As a being of such elevated status, his prowess was undeniably impressive. However, how could one achieve such a remarkable enhancement in merely 1 hour, even if he were a genius in combat? Vegeta stood to the side, secretly amused. These fools have yet to realize that the previous Lu Fan was merely a doppelganger. Have you ever ventured into an alternate dimension? Wei Mei paused, glancing at Lu Fan, but quickly dismissed her own thought. In that kind of alternate space, a single day outside equates to an entire year within. How long can an hour truly be? At most, it could stretch to just over half a month. To elevate one's power to such an extent in half a month is utterly implausible. Wei Mei, reveal your true capabilities, Lu Fan smiled. Kid, you are quite arrogant. Wei Mei huffed, unleashing a burst of crimson energy. Whoosh. She charged towards Lu Fan, launching a fierce assault. Lu Fan effortlessly blocked all her punches with his palm. After approximately 10 seconds of combat, boom, Lu Fan executed a powerful kick, landing squarely on Wei Mei's face, leaving an imprint of his shoe. In an instant, blood flowed from her nostrils. You, with your red nose, can bleed? Lu Fan chuckled. Wei Mei was utterly astonished. Boom. As Lu Fan spoke, he delivered another mighty kick, sending Wei Mei soaring into the sky. High above, her expression turned grim. What is happening? This is utterly irrational. This cannot be. This is absolutely impossible. Wei Mei shouted. Lu Fan's lips curled into a slight smile. Margarita, you must know what is going on, right? Wei Mei turned to inquire of Margarita. This is truly perplexing. This fellow seems like a completely different person. I am no match for him at all. No comments. Let him ponder it himself, Lu Fan replied. Margarita, about to speak, immediately fell silent upon hearing Lu Fan's words. Wei Mei was taken aback. Margarita is actually listening to this kid? Hey, Margarita. Wei Mei called out again. I just remembered, Bardos has urgent matters for me to attend to. You all continue. I shall take my leave, Margarita declared before transforming into a brilliant streak of light akin to a star. Chapter 178. Wei Mei severely injured. Whoosh. Margarita vanished without a trace. Since I find myself in a predicament, it would be best to make a hasty exit. Hey. Wei Mei was left dumbfounded. Margarita actually ran away? Why did you leave? What on earth is happening? It's truly perplexing and has left me somewhat bewildered. You are indeed my guiding angel. It is quite disappointing that you do not lend your voice in support of me. Did you actually run away? Do you even make sense? Tua Po's eyes widened in confusion. Tissy Pa appeared astonished, remaining dazed for quite some time. All right, stop staring. If you keep looking, I might just blind you. Lu Fan said with a gentle smile. Wei Mei furrowed her brow, turning to Lu Fan. It's completely normal for her not to assist you. Lu Fan remarked with a grin. Why? Why is that? Wei Mei inquired eagerly. There are no benefits involved. She merely became my girlfriend, Lu Fan replied with a smile. What did you say? Wei Mei was taken aback. Girlfriend? Indeed, Lu Fan nodded affirmatively. Stop joking around. How could an angel have a boyfriend? You're not even an angel. Wei Mei shouted. Why can't angels have boyfriends? They have always been waiting for their true soulmate, and that soulmate is me, Lu Fan smiled. Wei Mei fell silent. After flying a distance, Makalita did not venture far. Suspended in the cosmos, she held a scepter and gazed through the crystal orb at Lu Fan and Wei Mei, who were wreaking havoc in the divine realm. Makalita was also curious about what the outcome would be. Then, she heard Lu Fan's words. Wiping her brow, Makalita pondered. What do you mean by calling me your girlfriend? You truly possess the art of persuasion. If you continue in this manner, I fear I might as well bear your offspring. Should I return to clarify matters? No. Explanations merely serve as veils. Those unaware might genuinely believe we are entangled in something deeper. I shall pretend I heard nothing. Now, let us proceed, Wei Mei. Lu Fan beckoned to Wei Mei. Do you truly believe I would succumb to you? Wei Mei replied coldly. Boom. In that instant, Wei Mei amplified her destructive energy to its zenith. Following this, she surged toward Lu Fan with a fierce intensity. Observing Wei Mei's rapid approach, Lu Fan deftly sidestepped her assault. Bang! Lu Fan thrust his knee upward, colliding forcefully with Wei Mei's abdomen. Puffed. Wei Mei immediately coughed up a copious amount of blood, feeling utterly unwell. Bang! Lu Fan delivered another kick, striking her head. Wei Mei tumbled to the ground, leaving a long trail upon the surface. Alas, this place is destined to become the realm of destruction for Beerus, and also the venue for my rendezvous with my beloved Makalita. It would be rather inappropriate to allow this divine realm to be ravaged, Lu Fan remarked, forcefully stamping his foot upon the ground. Boom! The entire realm of destruction trembled violently. Beerus, I have proclaimed this to be my domain of destruction. With a single stomp, even an ordinary planet would tremble beneath your might. The ground beneath trembled as the being known as Wei Mei ascended to an astonishing height. Bang! Lu Fan unleashed a powerful kick towards Wei Mei, propelling it into the sky. Whoosh! The destructive energy in Lu Fan's hand flickered, striking Wei Mei with relentless force akin to a machine gun. Wei Mei quivered midair, now adorned with several gaping wounds. Swish! Lu Fan materialized directly above Wei Mei. Slap! He seized Wei Mei's head with a firm grip. Despite Wei Mei's desperate struggle, it was in vain. In the next instant, Lu Fan held Wei Mei's head and dove downward from the sky. Boom! Wei Mei's body crashed heavily onto the devastated ground of the divine destruction realm, creating a crater upon impact. Bang bang bang! Lu Fan continued to rain down punches, each blow landing squarely on Wei Mei's face. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, 18 punches. Finally, Lu Fan ceased his assault, realizing that if he continued, this creature might indeed perish. Presently, Wei Mei had succumbed to unconsciousness. Lu Fan turned his gaze with a smile towards Torpo and Tispo, who were nearly clinging to one another in fright. This being was utterly terrifying. Are you a demon? The esteemed Lord Beerus has been rendered unconscious by him. Will you not come to our aid? Lu Fan grinned, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. Torpo and Dispo dared not utter another word. Aid. Our approach would only invite suffering. The disparity is insurmountable. Vegeta. This fellow has already lost consciousness. Awaken him. Lu Fan instructed Vegeta. Vegeta, is that true? Is this appropriate? After all, he is a god of destruction. Humph. Though somewhat uncouth, I harbor no objections. Following a brief moment of hesitation, Vegeta was instantly amused. Am I not at the pinnacle of my life? I can actually relieve myself upon the face of a god of destruction from Universe 11. Vegeta was not inclined to be overly courteous. After all, this individual had been rather arrogant. I shall awaken you now, so you may understand that we Saiyans are not to be trifled with. Hey, do you dare? Dispo exclaimed sharply. Do you comprehend what you are doing? Torpo was both astonished and furious. Yet, after their words were spoken, they realized that Vegeta had already commenced his act. Furthermore, during their exchange, Vegeta seemed to be growing more enthusiastic. The stream of urine landed squarely on Beerus's face. Indeed, Beerus was roused from his slumber. Humph, he is awake. Vegeta hastily pulled up his trousers. Next time, perhaps make it a bit more yellow, Lufan chuckled, as that would yield a more pronounced effect. Vegeta, you are truly imaginative. What exactly did you just do to me? The exquisite Majin was enraged, showing no restraint, unleashing a destructive technique aimed at Vegeta. With a swift motion, Lufan effortlessly blocked the attack. In a rapid response, he launched a powerful kick at Majin, sending him soaring into the sky, tracing an arc before crashing into the distant jungle. Majin was once again rendered dazed. Lufan, do you think if I transform into a Super Saiyan, I could defeat him? Vegeta inquired. No, even though he is severely weakened. It would be child's play for him to eliminate you, Lufan replied, shaking his head. What? Even in my Super Saiyan form? I am no match for him when he is at death's door? Vegeta was genuinely astonished. Chapter 179, renamed as New Vegeta Planet. You too. If you wish to avoid a beating, take Majin and leave at once, Lufan commanded the duo. Toppa and Tispa exchanged glances before turning their attention back to Lufan. Without a moment's hesitation, they soared towards Majin's location. Wait, Lufan interjected once more. The pair halted midair, not daring to delay. When Majin regains consciousness, inform him to relinquish the position of God of Destruction for Universe 11 promptly. Otherwise, if I am compelled to strip him of his title personally. He is well aware of the consequences, Lufan instructed Toppa and Tispa. Furthermore, Toppa, your tenure as a substitute God of Destruction has now concluded. Vegeta, by my side, will assume the mantle of the new God of Destruction for Universe 11. What did you just say? Toppa's face contorted with anger. Captain, let's not linger. We must leave at once, Tispa urged hastily. Toppa nodded gravely. Indeed, why am I even debating this? Am I seeking trouble? Understood. Toppa responded to Lufan and swiftly departed with Tispa. In the next moment, they hoisted the unconscious Majin and ascended into the sky, soon vanishing from sight. They transported Majin to a desolate planet. Toppa and Tispa gazed at the battered Majin, their expressions filled with indignation. Do not awaken Majin just yet, Toppa advised Tispa. As a god of destruction, to be humiliated by that individual is utterly intolerable. Tispa gritted his teeth. Humph, I may not be able to defeat that Lufan, but eliminating that Vegeta would be a trivial task. Do not act rashly, Toppa cautioned, shaking his head. Unless they separate, your attempt would be futile. Just because he spared us this time does not guarantee his mercy in the future. The two individuals, filled with indignation, conversed for a moment. Yet their emotions gradually began to settle. Captain, do you truly believe that fellow could compel Lord Waymay to abdicate? Tispo inquired. That is utterly impossible, Toppa replied, shaking his head. Who does he think he is? I recall him claiming to be the Great Destroyer. Tispo remarked. I have never heard Lord Waymay mention any deity by the title of Great Destroyer, Tobo countered. Perhaps it has suddenly come into existence, Tispo speculated. Tobo retorted. What a preposterous notion that it could suddenly materialize. You have a rather ominous disposition, Trope remarked. Setting that aside, if all this is indeed true, we may find ourselves in even greater peril. His voice lowered as he pondered the implications of his subordinate, Vegeta, potentially becoming the god of destruction for their universe. He would need no justification to eliminate them. Tispa, too, came to this alarming realization, his expression shifting dramatically. Indeed, should he ascend to the role of god of destruction, our circumstances would become exceedingly precarious. Currently, he is but a supreme Kai of another universe, and he lacks the authority to harm us. However, if Vegeta were to become the god of destruction, he would possess the right to take action against us. The gravity of their situation weighed heavily upon both men, as they had never anticipated matters escalating to this extent. Unbeknownst to them, Vegeta was not truly a subordinate of Ruffin, long ago. Ruffin had merely been a training partner for Vegeta. What shall we do now? Tispa lamented, feeling utterly at a loss. We can only await the awakening of Lord Waymide and deliberate further then. Trope sighed deeply. On the planet Waymide, Ruffin proclaimed, from this day forth, let this celestial body be renamed Planet Vegeta, or rather, New Planet Vegeta. Vegeta responded, I rather like that name. Are we reclaiming our Saiyan planet? Your timing with that remark is impeccable, Ruffin complimented. Humph, such praise is unnecessary, Vegeta replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. But to think that a single urination could awaken a god of destruction. Be cautious in my absence, Ruffin warned. Suddenly, Vegeta's expression shifted as the gravity of the situation dawned on him. This is a tragedy. That creature is nearly at death's door. And even in my Super Saiyan form, I am no match for him. If Ruffin were not here, would I become the tragic Vegeta? I shall train diligently. Once I surpass that wretch, I shall fear him no more. Vegeta clenched his fists resolutely. What you must focus on now is to elevate your strength swiftly. First, aim to transform into Super Saiyan 2, Ruffin advised thoughtfully. Super Saiyan 2, the transformation imbued with lightning? Vegeta inquired. Precisely, Ruffin affirmed, elaborating. Once you master the transformation into Super Saiyan 2, you shall be able to ascend further into the golden great ape form. What? Is that Super Saiyan 4? Vegeta's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Ruffin held up 4 fingers. Super Saiyan 4? Does such a form truly exist? Vegeta exclaimed with astonishment and delight. What do you think? Ruffin replied with a smile. How does the power of Super Saiyan 4 compare to that of the one called Wymite? Vegeta hastily inquired. Is it necessary to ask such a question? As long as you enhance your foundational abilities, transformation is merely supplementary. Ruffin sighed. Have you not yet grasped this principle? Suddenly enlightened, Vegeta responded. Take me for instance. Without transformation, I am already more formidable than your Super Saiyan form. Just imagine the extent of my power should I transform into a Super Saiyan. Ruffin smiled. I comprehend. Vegeta gravely nodded. Indeed, Ruffin is correct. As long as I elevate my foundation, transformation can serve as an auxiliary tool rather than being the primary focus. Wait a moment. Didn't I previously hear you say you wouldn't become a Super Saiyan? You intended to pursue the path of the Super Saiyan God. Vegeta recalled Ruffin's earlier words. I maintain my stance. Transformation is merely supplementary. The foundation is paramount, Ruffin declared, igniting his body with a blazing crimson aura. With a snap, Ruffin's hair transformed into a vibrant red. Super Saiyan God. What? Vegeta was taken aback. This is the Super Saiyan God, Ruffin explained with a smile. Vegeta fell silent, astonished. There exists such a transformation. Ruffin elucidated. The Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4 represent 2 distinct cultivation paths. Chapter 180. The Alliance of the 4 Destroyers. Who is more powerful? Vegeta immediately inquired. What? Ruffin, as he spoke, radiated a brilliant blue aura. His hair standing on end, transforming into Super Saiyan Blue. What? Blue hair? What kind of transformation is this? Vegeta's eyes widened in shock. This is a further transformation based on the Super Saiyan God, referred to as Super Saiyan Blue, Ruffin explained, smiling. Vegeta remarked, the name is rather haphazard. The strength of Super Saiyan Blue is comparable to that of Super Saiyan 4, provided the foundational abilities are similar, Ruffin clarified. Vegeta nodded. I reiterate, transformation is merely auxiliary. As long as your foundation is solid, transformations can reach greater heights. I understand. I will endeavor to enhance my foundation promptly, Vegeta responded. When you and Kakarot were aboard the spacecraft, you both underwent gravity training, correct? You should now be able to withstand 300 times the gravitational force, am I right? Ruffin inquired. Of course. 300 times the gravity is trivial for me, Vegeta confidently declared. Excellent. From this moment forth, I shall subject you to 500 times the gravity. Now, give it your all, Ruffin instructed. As Lu Fan spoke, he gently waved his hand, and an invisible divine power enveloped Vegeta. In that instant, Vegeta felt an overwhelming weight pressing down on him, causing him to collapse onto the ground. The force of gravity, 500 times that of Earth, proved to be quite taxing for Vegeta at this stage. Just as he prepared to transform into a Super Saiyan to counteract this immense gravity, Lu Fan interjected. No transformations allowed. Consequently, the golden aura that had just begun to manifest around Vegeta dissipated entirely. Very well, focus on your training, Lu Fan instructed. Where are you going? Vegeta inquired hastily. Please do not leave. If those 3 fellows return, I would stand no chance against them. They would surely beat me to death. What a shame that my urine is so yellow. I shall take a rest. Luo Fan chuckled softly, finding a spot to recline and close his eyes for a moment of repose. Only then did Vegeta feel at ease, taking a deep breath and embarking on a new round of training. On a certain planet, after over an hour of recuperation, Wei Meta finally awakened. Springing from the ground, he unleashed a destructive energy with a sweeping motion of his hand. Crack! The energy struck a distant star, shattering it as if it were a mere soap bubble. Zing, zing, zing. Still feeling unsatisfied, Wei Meta continued to release destructive energy, demolishing several planets, which brought him a sense of relief. Tua Pe and DC Pe trembled in fear. They had never witnessed Wei Meta in such a fury. Yet, it was understandable. Who would not be enraged after being bullied by that individual? I shall not forgive him, Wei Meta declared coldly. He is still on my planet, isn't he? Yes, Lord Wei Meta, Tua Pe nodded. As for Luo Fan's remarks, he and DC Pe had already conferred and decided against informing Lord Wei Meta, revealing it would only add fuel to the fire. And how could one suggest he renounce his position as the god of destruction? That would be absurd. Return to your proud planet, Wei Meta commanded. But what about you, my lord? DC Pe inquired. Of course, I shall retaliate, Wei Meta sneered. You need not concern yourselves. This is beyond your purview. Yes. Tua Pe and DC Pe immediately bowed in obedience. With a brief moment of rest, Wei Meta shot into the sky, heading towards the direction of the 10th universe. He sought reinforcements, for if I alone am no match for you, I shall summon others to aid me. I refuse to believe I cannot defeat you. In the 10th universe, on the planet Langmushi. What? You were attacked? Langmushi swayed his enormous trunk, his face a mask of astonishment, staring unblinkingly at Wei Meta. Kasi quietly observed from the side, refraining from offering any commentary. Wei Meta remained silent, having conveyed all that was necessary to Langmushi. The one who struck you was that Luo Fan from the new god of destruction election? Langmushi scratched his head, bewildered. The one who creates soda? Cut the chatter, Langmushi. Will you assist or not? Wei Meta said, his expression darkening. You are my good brother. Of course, I shall help. Ramsey did not object. However, one must ponder how formidable that soda manufacturer truly is, considering even you cannot contend with him. Who could possibly fathom the situation? Wymide remarked coldly. If that individual is indeed so powerful, with our combined strength, we might not stand a chance against him. Additional assistance would be necessary. Ramsey contemplated. Adding Katra to our ranks should suffice, Wymide asserted. With Katra on our side, I believe we would face little difficulty. Ramsey nodded, as he had long been in competition with Beerus over who was the mightiest destroyer. In my estimation, Katra possesses somewhat greater power. Beerus, that fellow, spends his days in slumber. How could he possibly surpass Kara? To be prudent, I plan to summon Kampa and Helis as well, Wymide mused. Must we gather so many destroyers? Ramsey exclaimed in surprise. We cannot afford any mishaps, Wymide cautioned. In fact, I believe it would be more advantageous to consolidate all our destructive energy into your hands alone. That way, your return to battle would carry more prestige. Ramsey proposed. That is a sound strategy, far preferable to overwhelming a single Kaishin. Wymide's eyes brightened. Kes, did you hear that? Immediately contact Katra, Kampa, and Helis, requesting their presence on my planet, Ramsey instructed. Very well, Lord Ramsey, Kes nodded, establishing contact with the 3 destroyers through the staff in her hand. Upon hearing Wymide's account, Katra and Helis were equally astonished. Wymide was bested by that soda vendor? Is he truly that powerful? Without a moment's hesitation, they declared they would convene at Ramsey's planet. As for Kampa, what? Such audacity, Kampa exclaimed. So, when will you arrive, Lord Kampa? Kes inquired on behalf of Ramsey and Wymide, noting that Katra and Helis were already en route. Chapter 181. 3 positions of destroyers opened up Bardos. What did you say? What is happening on that planet? What trouble has arisen? What? The Kaishin is courting disaster? Kampa suddenly turned to Bardos, his expression shifting dramatically. Bardos replied. I have said nothing. Indeed. Bardos nodded in agreement. Kes observed quietly, refraining from revealing anything. So, does this mean Lord Kampa cannot come? Kes inquired. I fear I must delay my arrival, Kampa replied solemnly. This is dire. The Kaishin of our universe is heading toward ruin, and I must intervene, or I will cease to exist. Then, Lord Kampa, please come when you are finished. Kes sighed. Very well, I shall make haste. Xiangpa took a deep breath, his expression shifting to one of remarkable intensity. Could Kefou truly defeat Wei Meta? A shiver ran through Xiangpa. Indeed, it was fortunate that he had not provoked the lad recently. Badusi chuckled, remarking on the rapid enhancement of the boy's abilities. Xiangpa gritted his teeth, noting that Lufan had been diligently training all along. But Ducey jested. Unlike you, Master Xiangpa, who often finds himself idle, it is only natural that you would be surpassed. Shall I assist? Xiangpa inquired. I must ponder this carefully, weighing the advantages and disadvantages, Xiangpa mused, resting his chin in contemplation. What do you think about my aiding Lufan at this juncture? Well, offering timely assistance is certainly preferable to mere embellishment, but Ducey nodded. Though Lufan has yet to reach the point of requiring such aid. You are correct. Unless Lufan is on the verge of defeat, I might provide him with a surge of destructive energy, which I believe he would repay, Xiangpa reflected. How overt, but Ducey remarked, at a loss for words. Very well. Let us proceed this way, Xiangpa said, a smile breaking across his face. But Ducey, you must contact Lufan immediately and inform him of the impending alliance of these destructive deities. And let him know it is from me. Understood, Master Xiangpa, but Ducey complied without objection. Without delay. But Ducey used his staff to establish communication with Lufan on the new Vegeta planet. He conveyed Xiangpa's message, advising Lufan to be wary of the potential influx of destructive energy from the other deities, which could elevate Wei Meida's power to unprecedented heights. Oh, is that so? Lufan replied with a slight smile, unfazed. I have watched you grow. I would not wish to see you bullied by their collusion, Xiangpa cautioned. Thank you, Master Xiangpa. Lufan acknowledged with a nod. Ha ha ha. Finally, you express gratitude, Xiangpa laughed heartily. Just how many destructive deities are involved in this affair? Lufan inquired. Counting Wei Meida. There are 4 in total, Xiangpa responded. Do not underestimate them, especially that Quitella. It would not be an exaggeration to label him the strongest of the destructive gods, perhaps even surpassing Beerus. Lufan fell into deep thought. Rest assured, Lufan, do not overthink it. I stand with you, Xiangpa reassured him. Should you find yourself lacking in destructive energy, I can infuse you with it. Together, our combined power should be more than sufficient to defeat them. However, what perplexes me is that 3 positions for destructive deities will soon be vacant. Where shall I find 3 new ones? Lufan pondered. What do you mean? Xiangpa asked. Are you intending to replace the 3 destroyers? Xiangpa, when you find the time, please identify a suitable individual to assume the role of a destroyer in a particular universe. Lufan proposed. How about assigning you to the universe of Quitella? Xiangpa was left in a state of bewilderment. Are you truly offering me the universe of Katra? It sounds rather bewildering, doesn't it? I find that Hit fellow quite agreeable. He could be considered my brother. What is your opinion of Hit? Asked Lufan. As Zampa struggled to keep pace with Lufan's rapid thoughts. Very well, it's settled then, Lufan chuckled. Provisionally appointing Hit as the new god of destruction for the 4th universe, replacing Katra. Cough, cough. What does Lufan mean? Changing a god of destruction is not a simple task, Zampa remarked, momentarily taken aback. To me, it is quite straightforward, Lufan replied with a smile. For I am the great god of destruction. Ah, the great god of destruction? Since my ascension as a god of destruction, I have never heard of such a title. Zampa wiped his brow in disbelief. Well, from this day forth, it exists, Lufan grinned. Now, Zampa, hasten to prepare your candidates. Zampa replied, regardless. I must express my gratitude to you, Lord Zampa. Lufan smiled. This may indeed be the last time I address you as Lord Zampa. Why the last time? Zampa asked, momentarily puzzled. Because I shall soon become the great god of destruction, and you ought to address me as such, Lufan laughed. However, given our close relationship, feel free to call me by my name. I shall not hold it against you. After hanging up the phone, Zampa remained in a daze for quite some time. Lufan had tasked him with nurturing a new god of destruction and claimed that Hit was his brother. In what ways do you resemble each other? Are you not of the same race? Never mind, since he has stated that, let us simply cultivate Hit. Perhaps it might indeed evolve into a destroyer. If that were the case, the relationship between our 2 universes would surely improve. Kampa immediately instructed Beerus to contact Hit, urging him to visit planet Kampa without delay. In Universe 11, on the planet New Vegeta, Leuven sincerely expressed his gratitude to Kampa. He had not anticipated that Kampa would prove to be quite amiable. In such a situation, he had the decency to inform me. Had Kampa chosen to play the role of a spectator, waiting until I was on the verge of defeat to bestow upon me some destructive energy, Leuven would have found no appreciation in that. However, prior to any calamity, Kampa had taken a stand in my favor, demonstrating that he is indeed a commendable individual. Bang, bang, bang. Vegeta, under a gravity of 500 times, unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks against the air, increasing his speed with each strike. With a flourish, Vegeta executed a somersault in midair and landed gracefully in front of Leuven. Chapter 182. Beware of being shaken to death. 500 times the gravity. I have finally mastered it, Vegeta declared with confidence. Still, that is far from sufficient, Leuven replied with a smile. But you must balance your training with rest. Do not solely focus on training without allowing yourself time to recuperate. I do not require rest at all, Vegeta retorted, baring his teeth. Vegeta, Leuven suddenly called out. What? Vegeta responded, momentarily taken aback. Several destroyers intend to join forces against me, Leuven continued, and before the grand battle commences, I should find a safe planet to conceal you. Are you joking? I would rather perish alongside you, Vegeta replied nonchalantly. Bang! Leuven delivered a swift blow, sending Vegeta flying. Who says I want to perish? What I mean is, with you by my side, I might inadvertently fall victim to the shockwaves of our battle, Leuven clarified. Vegeta fell silent. Very well, soon Meruz will return. If you choose not to leave, standing beside her should ensure your safety, Leuven added. Are you suggesting that woman protect me? Vegeta scoffed. Do as you wish. If you wish to avoid being shaken to death, find a place to hide. In the realm of the 7th universe, on Earth, after a week-long voyage, Goku and his companions finally arrived at their destination. Stepping down from their spacecraft were Goku, Piccolo, Gohan, Krillin, and Dandy. That day, each of them returned to their respective homes. However, Piccolo did not venture far. Following Goku's suggestion, he chose to settle near Goku's residence, allowing him to nurture Gohan properly. Dandy decided to reside with Piccolo as well. They awaited the restoration of Earth's Dragon Balls and the arrival of Namek's Dragon Balls to assist in the reconstruction of Namek. As night fell, a young boy approached Goku's home. Sensing the presence of someone, Goku stepped outside and spotted a boy with blue hair, carrying a long sword and exuding an air of determination. Are you Goku? The boy inquired, scrutinizing him. I am. What brings you here? Goku replied, scratching his head in curiosity. Is Gohan asleep? The boy asked, glancing toward the house's bedroom. Yes, at this hour he should be. I was about to rest myself. Goku responded. Good, let us speak over there. The boy indicated towards a distant area. Goku felt increasingly puzzled about the nature of their conversation. The boy led the way into the nearby forest. Before discussing my matters, I have a question for you, Mr. Goku, the boy began. Can you transform into a Super Saiyan at will? Goku replied, what is this about? Is it inconvenient to discuss, Mr. Goku? The boy asked, taken aback. Are you referring to the transformation that envelopes one in a golden aura? Goku queried. Precisely, the boy responded, slightly startled. Is that not what you call a Super Saiyan? I cannot transform, Goku admitted, scratching his head in resignation. What? You can't become a Super Saiyan? The boy exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, while Vegeta can. I believe with diligent training, I might also achieve such a form, Goku explained. The boy's eyes widened. My father can transform into a Super Saiyan, yet you cannot? How can history deviate so significantly? Why do you ask? Goku inquired, surprised. I had hoped to transform into a Super Saiyan and challenge you. The boy said with a hint of disappointment. Are you suggesting that you could also transform into a Super Saiyan? Goku's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, Trunks replied, as a radiant golden aura enveloped him. With a crackle, Trunks ascended to Super Saiyan status, emanating a formidable energy that radiated outward. Nearby, Piccolo immediately sensed this overwhelming presence. He opened his eyes, which had been shut in meditation, and furrowed his brow. Mr. Piccolo. Dandy also detected this powerful aura. It felt reminiscent of Vegeta's energy. Has that fellow returned? Piccolo mused, pondering whether he was seeking trouble with Goku. Uncertain, he decided to investigate. I shall accompany you, Dandy exclaimed hastily. Piccolo hesitated momentarily, but did not oppose. After all, it was merely a Super Saiyan. With my strength, dealing with a Super Saiyan would be a trivial task. I'll go first, Piccolo asserted, transforming into a streak of light, swiftly arriving near Goku and Trunks. Upon arrival, Piccolo encountered an unfamiliar face. Not Vegeta? Who is this youth? He thought, momentarily taken aback. Trunks, too, sensed Piccolo's immense power and glanced in his direction. Mr. Piccolo? Trunks remarked, slightly taken aback. Why does Mr. Piccolo's energy feel so potent? He pondered. With a thud, Piccolo landed beside Goku and looked up at Trunks. Ah, it's you, Piccolo. You arrived rather swiftly. Goku greeted with a smile. Who is he? Piccolo inquired. I'm not entirely sure, He claims to be Trunks, here to find me. And he can transform into a Super Saiyan, Goku replied, a hint of confusion in his tone. State your origins, Piccolo demanded sternly. What brings you to Earth? How do you know me? I'm Trunks, a human from Earth, he explained. Don't jest. You've transformed into a Super Saiyan. Yet you still declare yourself a human? Piccolo scoffed. I apologize. I cannot disclose that information, Trunks responded, a look of helplessness on his face. Suddenly intrigued, he addressed Piccolo. Mr. Piccolo, may we spar? I wish to gauge your strength. Certainly, Piccolo replied with a smile, gesturing for Trunks to proceed. Then, I shall not hold back, Trunks declared, swiftly drawing the sword from his back and launching an attack toward Piccolo. Piccolo remained still, and Trunks' sword halted just shy of Piccolo's forehead. Chapter 183. Trunks, my father is not on Earth? Trunks queried. Why did you not evade? Because your attack lacks sufficient force. There was no need to dodge, Piccolo replied. At that moment, Trunks felt a pang in his heart. Moreover, sensing no murderous intent from you, I thought you would cease your actions, he remarked. Piccolo chuckled softly. Then, I suppose I shan't stop this time, may I? Trunks replied. Of course, no problem. As I mentioned, feel free to attack me, Piccolo said with a smile. Hey. Trunks swung his long sword once more, aiming a horizontal strike at Piccolo. With a mere flick of his hand, Piccolo effortlessly caught the blade. Trunks' eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of joke is this? You caught my sword so easily? With a swift motion, Piccolo delivered a decisive slap to Trunks' chest. The impact caused Trunks to spit out a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward. He collided violently with a massive boulder behind him, the golden aura surrounding him dissipating, leaving him gravely injured. Trunks stared in astonishment, a mix of shock and awe coursing through him. He could hardly fathom Piccolo's immense strength. Is it truly possible for him to defeat me so effortlessly? Does this mean he could similarly eliminate the androids? Despite his severe injuries, Trunks gritted his teeth and struggled to rise to his feet. Goku, observing from the sidelines, offered an exasperated smile. Dandy, give him some healing, Piccolo called out to Dandy, who was rushing over. Dandy replied, Am I here to be the healer? I just arrived, and it seems the fight is already over. With little choice but to comply, Dandy quickly advanced and unleashed a healing light upon Trunks. Before long, Trunks' injuries were completely mended. Stunned, Trunks looked down at Dandy for a long moment, bewildered. I don't recognize you at all. Who are you? He inquired. I am Dandy, Dandy replied with a smile. You are truly remarkable. My injuries have healed entirely. Trunks marveled. Now, young man, you may reveal the purpose of your visit, Piccolo said calmly. All right, Trunks nodded gravely. What I am about to say must be remembered and never spoken of to others. Go ahead, Piccolo urged. Perhaps those of your era will find it hard to believe. But I hail from a future world, 20 years ahead. I arrived here via a time machine, Trunks explained. What? From the future? Goku exclaimed, clearly taken aback. 20 years hence. Piccolo furrowed his brow, feeling an unsettling premonition. I have already revealed my name. I am of Earth, but I also possess Saiyan blood. For I am the son of Vegeta, Trunks elucidated. The son of Vegeta? Sun Wukong was indeed taken aback. Piccolo remarked, Vegeta's son has surpassed our Gohan. This is truly dreadful. Should I dedicate some time to train Gohan? Trunks, with a grave expression, interjected. I did not travel through time merely to discuss this or to challenge Mr. Piccolo. Rather, I have something of great significance to convey. Sun Wukong and Piccolo exchanged glances, while Dandy was utterly disregarded. On the morning of May 12th, 3 years from now, at approximately 10 a.m., 2 terrifying monsters will emerge on an island about 9 kilometers from South City. They are beings of unimaginable power, beyond the comprehension of this era, Trunks stated solemnly. Are they aliens? Inquired Sun Wukong. No, they are artificial beings born on this planet, akin to robots, but fundamentally different, as they are genetically modified humans, Trunks elucidated. They were created by Dr. Gero of the Red Ribbon Army. The Red Ribbon Army? Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise. Indeed. The Red Ribbon Army was vanquished long ago by Mr. Wukong, yet Dr. Gero remains alive and continues his experiments, Trunks clarified. Do they intend to conquer the world? Sun Wukong probed further. I am not entirely certain, perhaps. However, these 2 merciless killing machines, androids 17 and 18, are exceedingly cruel. They even killed Dr. Gero, the very creator, Trunks replied. This means they are now solely devoted to the pleasures of destruction and slaughter. Does that mean even the god of destruction is no match for them? Piccolo questioned. Trunks appeared bewildered for several seconds. God of destruction? What is that? What do you mean by that? He asked. Do you not know? Piccolo retorted. I have never heard of such a being. Trunks shook his head. Then, are you familiar with Lufon? Piccolo inquired again. Trunks once more shook his head in confusion. Wait, you don't know Lufon? Sun Wukong expressed his astonishment. Lufon. I have never heard of him, Trunks admitted, feeling somewhat perplexed. Humph, there is nothing complicated about it, Piccolo smiled. Perhaps we exist in parallel universes. Events occurring in your universe may not transpire in ours. Your reasoning is quite profound, Piccolo. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. Trunks was just pondering why he could not transform into a Super Saiyan, as it seemed that in his timeline, it was he who was meant to achieve that transformation. May I pose a question? Who defeated Frieza? Trunks inquired. Was it my father? To be precise, it was a fellow named Tispo who knocked Frieza unconscious with a single kick, remarked Piccolo. Tispo? Who is that? Trunks inquired, clearly perplexed. How come I do not recognize any of the individuals you mention? Indeed, this can be likened to a parallel universe, Piccolo nodded. Will those two formidable androids also be born here? Goku asked. That remains uncertain, Piccolo replied, shaking his head. Trunks expressed his bewilderment. I hardly know how to respond. Please continue and share the events that transpired in your future, so that we may be prepared. Very well, I shall proceed. Trunks nodded, stating that in their era, during the battle 3 years hence, his father, Krillin, Yamchu, Tien, and Mr. Piccolo were all slain. Mr. Gohan was also lost 4 years prior. Trunks said somberly. What? Even Gohan is dead? Piccolo furrowed his brow. Wait a moment, what about me? Goku queried. Did I also meet my demise? Mr. Goku did not engage in battle. For shortly thereafter, he would succumb to a severe illness, a viral heart disease, leading to his untimely death, Trunks explained. Both Goku and Piccolo were rendered speechless. I have come bearing a special medicine for Mr. Goku, Trunks declared, producing a small vial and offering it to Goku. Should the ailment manifest, take this. Really? Why didn't you mention this sooner? You nearly frightened me. I thought I might die from illness, Goku exhaled in relief. Mr. Piccolo, I have a request. May I accompany you to the future world? Trunks asked if Mr. Piccolo can inflict significant damage with a single punch. I believe defeating those two androids would pose little challenge. Of course, that is not a problem. Piccolo hesitated briefly but ultimately nodded in agreement. Wonderful, Trunks exclaimed. Filled with joy, when shall we depart? Piccolo inquired. I wish to see my father. I have yet to meet him. Once I catch a glimpse of him, we shall set off immediately, Trunks replied. In truth, I feel a bit out of sync with time. It seems I have arrived a year earlier than anticipated. What do you mean? Piccolo asked, taken aback. Perhaps it is insignificant. Let us not dwell on such details, Trunks smiled. Piccolo, is Vegeta currently on Earth? Goku turned to inquire. I am uncertain. He may not be. Piccolo shook his head. My father is not on Earth. Where could he possibly be? Trunks was taken aback. He has been taken by Ruan. As for his whereabouts, that remains unclear. Piccolo replied, Lufon? You have mentioned this individual several times. Who is he? Trunks inquired. He is an extraordinarily powerful being, Goku remarked. He is a god of destruction. The greatest deity in this universe, Piccolo added. Does my mother know about my father being taken away? Trunks asked, Your mother? Goku scratched his head. She wouldn't happen to be Emily. Would she? Yes, Trunks nodded. I didn't anticipate that they would have a child like you. Goku chuckled. Please keep this matter confidential. I fear that if it becomes known, they might feel embarrassed. And I may cease to exist, Trunks emphasized urgently. Rest assured, Goku nodded. Then I shall return and check. If my father is not home, we must hasten our departure, Trunks stated. Go on. Go on. Goku did not oppose. Piccolo also nodded slightly. Whoosh. Trunks transformed into a streak of white light, swiftly disappearing into the night sky. Soon, he appeared outside his home. Glancing through the window, indeed, his father was not at home. Trunks felt a tinge of disappointment. Since he is not here, I should return to the future quickly. Whoosh. Trunks promptly returned and retrieved the time machine. Together, Trunks and Piccolo boarded the time machine. Good luck, Piccolo. Goku said. No worries. Piccolo smiled faintly. Thank you, Mr. Piccolo, Trunks expressed. It is nothing. Piccolo replied nonchalantly. I find Earth somewhat dull at the moment. Exploring the future with you sounds like an adventure. Clang. The time machine's cabin door closed and ascended slowly into the sky, By the way, Mr. Piccolo, it takes approximately 3 years to fully recharge the time machine, which means we may not return to this era for another 3 years, Trunks added just before departure. Why mention such an important detail now? Piccolo felt a wave of unease. Whoosh. The time machine vanished into the night sky. Piccolo and Trunks returned to the future world. In Universe 11, on the planet New Vegeta, Margarita had wandered for several days and finally returned, as there was truly nowhere else to go. After all, it was home. Surely, you cannot deny me the chance to return home, can you? Margarita, you have finally returned. I have missed you dearly, said Lufon. Come, allow me to embrace you. Lufon continued, extending his arms towards Margarita. Margarita remained speechless. Vegeta feigned ignorance to the situation, feeling an undeniable sense of exasperation. You have an affinity for beauties with azure skin. Although these enchanting figures possess striking appearances, their unusual complexion is rather peculiar. I still find my Emily more captivating. Margarita. Please continue to guide Vegeta, said Lufon, asserting that he is now the god of destruction of Universe 11, albeit merely in title, as his strength remains insufficient. So, have we truly replaced the esteemed Wymide? Margarita inquired. Furthermore, this place has been renamed Planet Vegeta, Lufon continued. Margarita covered her face, choosing silence. Lord Grand Priest, have you granted him too much freedom? As days passed, in Universe 10, on planet Ramsey, the gods of destruction finally convened. Present were Wymide, Ramsey, Katra, and Hellas. Katra, the god of destruction from Universe 4, resembled a yellow-haired rodent, while Hellas, from Universe 2, bore features reminiscent of an indigenous African. I trust everyone is aware of the situation? Ramsey swayed his trunk, addressing the other 3 gods. However, that lad Lufon has escalated his power far too swiftly, Hellas mused. During the recent God of Destruction tournament in the new universe, I sensed his strength, and it seemed rather unremarkable. Let us not dwell on that for now. Transfer your godly destruction energy to me. I intend to thoroughly defeat this brat. Wymide seethed, his frustration evident. The thought of Vegeta urinating on him only intensified his ire, and his entire being trembled at the memory of that yellow stream. What of Kampa? Has he not arrived yet? Katra inquired. No. Kampa mentioned that his universe's Kaioshin is in a precarious situation, Ramsey sighed, indicating that Kampa would likely be delayed. Do we need to continue waiting? Hellas posed. No need to wait for him any longer, Katra replied with a gentle smile. His presence is inconsequential. You are correct, Katra, Wymide nodded. Now, please transfer your destructive energy to me. Wait, Katra interjected, presenting an alternative perspective. The 3 turned their attention to Katra, while Kasai observed quietly, refraining from comment. Katra, do you have something to say? Wymide inquired. I propose that you all provide your destructive energy to me, allowing me to confront him, Katra suggested with a smile. After all, my power surpasses yours, wouldn't you agree, Wymide? Spare me your arrogance. Wymide gritted his teeth, feeling a surge of indignation. Yet, there was truth in Quitra's assertion. Helios nodded. If we have poured all our energy into you, and yet you still lose to him, then we would be utterly embarrassed. I also agree to let Katra engage in battle. After all, Katra is the most formidable destroyer among the 4 of us, Ramusi added. Even among all the destroyers. I am the strongest, Katra proclaimed with confidence, patting his chest. However, you can rest assured, Waymeda, that when I have rendered him powerless to resist, you may step in and send him packing. With your assurance, I feel at ease, Waymeda replied, nodding. Let us infuse energy after we arrive in Universe 11. Ramusi suggested, noting that once the energy is infused, it would only last for about an hour at most. All right, that will do, Waymeda agreed enthusiastically. I appreciate your efforts, and after this is concluded, I shall treat you all to a splendid meal. Whoosh. The 4 transformed into streaks of purplish-red light, racing towards Universe 11. In Universe 7, on Beerus's planet. Whis, how is the situation? Is Lufon all right? The Oracle Fish inquired with concern. Oh dear. It seems Lord Lufon has made his appearance and effortlessly defeated Lady Waymeda, Whis explained. That is reassuring, as I had anticipated. After all, he is a great destroyer. How could he possibly lose to Waymeda? The Oracle Fish chuckled. However, Lady Waymeda has joined forces with Katra, Ramusi, and Helios, and they are currently heading towards Universe 11, Whis continued. What? Are they all joining forces? The Oracle Fish exclaimed. Even if Lufon is powerful, He cannot possibly contend against all four of them. No, they intend to channel all their destructive energy into Katra, allowing him to challenge Lufan, was clarified. In that case, their combined strength would surpass that of 4 individual destroyers. The Oracle Fish's expression darkened. This won't do. I believe we should awaken Lord Beerus and have him assist. No need for that. If Lord Lufan cannot handle their combined strength, how could he ever attain the rank of a great destroyer? Whis shook his head. He won't be defeated, will he? The Oracle Fish wiped his brow. He should be fine, was pondered. In Universe 11, on New Vegeta, they are coming. Lufan looked up at the sky. Oh my, for destroyers joining forces, Margarita remarked. If I defeat them, will you marry me? Lufan proposed. Margarita, you truly possess a remarkable ability for conversation. I find myself at a loss for a suitable response. Ahem, if I were to marry you, what would become of Bados? Margarita inquired. It is of no concern. In the realm of the divine, taking several wives is not deemed inappropriate, is it? Lufan retorted. Margarita wiped the sweat from her brow. You possess such remarkable talent. How many wives do you wish to take? Lufan asserted confidently, with my abundant vitality. 1 wife is simply insufficient. Margarita wiped her brow once more. Must you express things so bluntly? She inquired. I have resolved to marry 6 wives, 1 for each day. Lufan pondered aloud. But there are 7 days in a week. What about the extra day? Do you intend to rest? Margarita chuckled. Who said anything about resting? On that final day, we shall all gather and revel together. The mere thought fills me with anticipation, Lufan replied. Margarita was left speechless. Your thoughts have taken me by surprise. A brief silence ensued. However, returning to the topic at hand, aside from the 3 of us, whom else do you hold in high regard? Margarita inquired. 3 of you? Surely there are 4, my good fellow, replied Ruffin. 4? Myself? Bados? Ross? Are there not 3? Margarita counted on her fingers. And then there's Kess. How could we overlook that little sprite? Ruffin added. Margarita interjected. Ahem, Kess is the eldest among all our angels. She is certainly no mere child. With a smile, Margarita continued. Nevertheless, she certainly resembles one, Ruffin retorted. Moreover, are not angels granted eternal life? Age is hardly a concern. Margarita nodded thoughtfully in agreement. Yet, she soon shook her head vigorously. How did we end up in such a convoluted discussion? As if we would truly become your wives. She exclaimed. What about the other 2? She queried again. We can simply find 2 earthly women to fill the gaps, Ruffin suggested. Fill the gaps? Margarita wiped her brow. Are those 2 earthly women merely for show? I often admire blue skin, but I worry I might grow weary of it. Ruffin fell silent. Perhaps it is best if I remain quiet, he concluded. As long as you are pleased. Thus, I extend my heartfelt wishes for you to triumph over the alliance of those 4, in pursuit of your dream to marry 6 wives. Margarita remarked. So, does this imply your agreement? Lufan inquired. I never stated my consent. Such matters require the approval of the esteemed high priest, Margarita responded. Very well. I shall propose to the high priest, Lufan declared, pondering the dilemma posed by the 4 daughters of the high priest, realizing that I must prepare for substantial gifts. Margarita, what do you think about offering the 4 universes of those 4 individuals to the high priest as a form of bride price? Lufan suggested. Margarita fell silent. You are truly exceptionally talented. Aren't these universes all under the dominion of the grand deity? Are you giving the universe of the great high priest back to him? Does that even make sense? Well, it's settled then. Lufan clapped his hands. How did it come to such a joyful decision? You made that choice yourself? Didn't you? Makalita wiped the sweat from her brow. Chapter 186. The destructive energy of 100 light years, just thinking about it fills me with excitement. 6 wives. I eagerly anticipate the arrival of that Sunday. As Lufan spoke, he began to ascend slowly into the sky. Whoosh. A violet-red flame erupted from Lufan's body as he soared into the distance. He deliberately chose not to battle in the realm of destruction. After all, doing so could obliterate the entire realm, and that would not bode well for the gift intended for the great high priest. The destruction of the universe would be a grave misfortune. Whoosh. Lufan quickened his pace, heading toward the direction where the delectable Mei and her companions awaited. Vegeta also swiftly ascended into the sky, gazing in the direction where Lufan had vanished. However, he could see nothing, for it was far too distant. Vegeta wore an expression of helplessness. That rascal Lufan is truly cunning. Why didn't I wish for the ability to survive in the universe back then? A grave error indeed. As Vegeta pondered this, he turned his gaze and spotted Makalita below, observing with her staff in hand. He swiftly descended from the sky, appearing beside her. "Hey, can that blue woman see the battle scene involving Lufan?" Vegeta inquired. Makalita replied, "How can you speak like that? Is it appropriate for you to address me in such a manner? Did Lufan not inform you of my identity?" Makalita inquired, her expression darkening. Vegeta shook his head in response. "Who knows what your identity is? If you were to become the god of destruction of Universe 11, I would serve as your angel of guidance," Makalita replied. What need have I for an angel of guidance? One god of destruction is sufficient for me," Vegeta asserted confidently. Bang! Makalita struck Vegeta's head with her staff, causing him to feel lightheaded and nearly lose consciousness. His eyes widened in shock. "This woman is extraordinary," he thought. "Did you think I would only teach you martial arts?" Makalita smiled. "I am the teacher of gods of destruction, and even they are no match for me." Vegeta was utterly astonished. Could it be that this woman is more powerful than a god of destruction? I cannot believe I overlooked such an obvious fact. Despite Lufan's formidable strength, he still falls short when compared to me. I merely refrain from holding him to account, Makalita confidently stated. Vegeta was once again taken aback. Is she stronger than Lufan? I shall convey this information to Lufan later, he mused, gritting his teeth. You have a long road ahead of you. To become the god of destruction of Universe 11, the first step is to become the strongest human in this universe, Makalita advised, gazing at Vegeta. And where do you think my current battle power ranks among the humans of Universe 11? Vegeta queried. Let me check the rankings, Makalita said, glancing at the crystal orb atop her staff. Among the humans I am currently aware of, you would rank around 15th. What? 15th? Vegeta exclaimed, incredulous. I didn't even make it into the top 10? I thought I could stride confidently among the humans of Universe 11, aside from that rabbit and that Karen arm. Are you certain you haven't made an error? Vegeta bit down on his teeth, demanding clarity. Do you think the strongest human in our universe is that Tuapa? Makalita asked with a smile. Who else could it be? Vegeta replied. The strongest human in our universe is Jiren. If we consider energy levels alone, his power has already surpassed that of Lord Vermaud. Makalita remarked with a slight smile. What did you say? That fellow's strength has exceeded Lord Vermaud's? Vegeta's expression changed dramatically. I was referring to energy levels, Makalita clarified. Of course, in a real battle, Lord Vermaud, being a god of destruction, could still defeat Jiren. So, does that mean a god of destruction has inherent advantages? Vegeta inquired. You may interpret it that way, she replied. Makalita nodded. Given that this individual named Jiren is so formidable, why has he not been chosen as a candidate for the god of destruction? Vegeta inquired. Because Jiren has no desire to become a god of destruction, Makalita replied. Is that so? In truth, I am not particularly fond of it either. I merely wish to grow stronger, Vegeta chuckled. Makalita cast a silent glance at Vegeta, choosing not to elaborate further. In the vast expanse of space, Lufan swiftly transformed into a streak of light, entering the cosmic void. In the next moment, he raised his hand, conjuring a purplish-red energy sphere. The sphere expanded vigorously upon contact with the air. In an instant, it grew to a diameter of approximately 100 meters. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Lufan continued to amplify the purplish-red energy sphere. 1,000 meters. 1,000 kilometers. 10,000 kilometers. 100 million kilometers. 1 light year. 10 light years. 100 light years. Within a mere 10 minutes, the purplish-red energy sphere had reached a staggering diameter of 100 light years. This represented the maximum destructive energy Lufan could currently muster. Indeed, a destructive force spanning 100 light years. On the new planet Vegeta, while engaged in conversation with Makalita, Vegeta suddenly perceived a change in his surroundings. Looking up, he was taken aback to see an immensely large purplish-red orb in the sky. What is that? Vegeta stood frozen for a moment. Makalita, too, swiftly beheld the terrifying purplish-red energy sphere through her staff. A diameter of 100 light years. Makalita's lips trembled. What do you mean, a diameter of 100 light years? Vegeta asked, momentarily perplexed. Do you see that purplish-red orb? Its diameter has indeed reached 100 light years. Makalita wiped her brow. What did you say? Vegeta quivered in response. What is that colossal entity? How could it be so vast? Is it a star? No, it is the destructive energy conjured by Lufan, Makalita clarified. Vegeta was left utterly astonished. Is that the energy conjured by Lufan? Can he truly manifest energy of such a magnitude? 100 light years? That figure is terrifying. Moreover, how long has Lufan been gone? A mere 10 minutes, at most. Are you telling me he condensed a 100 light-year energy sphere in just 10 minutes? What could be the rate of growth of such energy? It must far exceed the speed of light. Vegeta felt he had gained a profound insight today. What could Lufan possibly intend to do with such an immense energy sphere? Vegeta inquired in astonishment. Chapter 187, The Battle with Katra. I am uncertain, Makalita replied, shaking her head. What would transpire if such a colossal energy sphere were to detonate? Would our universe be obliterated on the spot? Vegeta asked. Simply remove the word no, Makalita responded. That energy is indeed destructive enough to annihilate the entirety of the universe, she added. Vegeta fell silent. Is there still time to depart from this universe? He queried. Makalita retorted, didn't someone mention wanting to stay? Are you already frightened? In the vastness of the cosmic expanse, upon entering the realm of the 11th universe, the four gods of destruction, including Wymide, abruptly halted. Subsequently, Wymide, Ramsey, and Helios joined hands, forming a circle around Katra, who stood at the center. The trio commenced the aggregation of destructive energy, channeling this concentrated force into Katra. The destructive energy enveloped Katra, intensifying as time passed. Soon, the golden strands of his hair transformed into a deep crimson hue. The three had pooled all their energy into Katra. Katra, do not let us down, Ramsey smiled. This is the culmination of all our destructive energy, Helios chimed in cheerfully. Strike him fiercely, render him immobile, and then I shall personally make him regret it. Wymide declared with a fierce determination. Leave it to me. I shall fulfill your desires, Katra reassured them, patting his chest. Your current energy can only sustain for an hour. Swift resolution is imperative, Ramsey cautioned. I am well aware, Katra nodded, turning his gaze towards the realm of the gods of destruction. You all wait here, shortly. I shall incapacitate him and deliver him to you. As they spoke, Helios suddenly exclaimed, What is that? What do you mean, Helios? Wymide asked. Look over there. Is that not destructive energy? Helios pointed toward a distant purplish-red light. It appears to be, Ramsey remarked, glancing in that direction. It must be that fellow, Ruffin. Who has conjured it? Helios pondered. What purpose does he have in gathering destructive energy so far away? Ramsey questioned, perplexed. Merely a ruse, Wymide scoffed. Katra, hasten and take action. Ketla nodded slightly, transforming into a streak of light, rapidly advancing towards the distant crimson glow. However, as he drew nearer to the radiant point, he was confronted with a scene that left him utterly astounded. The entity before him was indeed an overwhelming force of destructive energy, colossal in magnitude. Upon approaching, Ketla discerned that this was a behemoth, spanning the size of a small galaxy. 100 light-years of destructive energy had coalesced, rendering this expanse of starry sky a realm of death. Even the entirety of the 11th universe trembled, as if on the verge of collapse. A shiver ran through Ketla. Why do I harbor such ominous premonitions? Yet, in the next moment, he gritted his teeth and quickened his pace. The closer he drew to the destructive energy, the more his heart raced with trepidation. Why am I feeling fear? I am Ketla, the mightiest of the gods of destruction. Moreover, I have absorbed the destructive energies of the three others. Among all the gods of destruction, I am the most formidable. Ketla clenched his jaw and accelerated once more. As he neared the destructive energy, he finally grasped the true enormity of it. Good heavens! This destructive energy was indeed a staggering 100 light-years in size. What purpose do you serve by harnessing such immense destructive energy? I confess, I am filled with trepidation. Such a formidable force, birthed within this universe, instills fear in anyone. Depart now, Katra, for you are not my adversary. Do not seek discomfort for yourself, lest I strip you of your title as the god of destruction of the fourth universe. Suddenly, a voice converged rapidly from all directions towards Katra. Although this realm exists in a vacuum, as a god of destruction, sound can traverse through energy as its medium. Katra immediately scanned the surroundings, searching for the presence of Rofan. Show yourself. What skill is there in hiding? Katra bellowed. As for the notion of being stripped of his title as the god of destruction of the fourth universe, Katra dismissed it entirely. You speak of deprivation as if it were a mere act of will. Who do you think you are? Lufan inquired once more. How could I possibly leave? I am Quitella. Among the myriad of destroyers, I am the most formidable, Quitella declared with a smile. Come forth, are you not incredibly powerful? Let us engage in a fair contest. First, you must break my destruction array, Lu Fan replied with a gentle smile. Destruction array? What is that? Quitella asked, momentarily taken aback. You shall discover it soon enough, Lu Fan chuckled. At that precise moment, with a sharp clap, the vast destruction energy, spanning 100 light years, divided into 2, then 4, and finally into 8. These 8 segments of destruction energy position themselves in 8 cardinal directions, surrounding Quitella entirely. Humph, what are you truly planning? Quitella scoffed, already bracing for battle. Press A and B simultaneously, and you shall possess 30 lives, Lu Fan stated. Quitella? What nonsense is this? What are you saying? All right, unleash the destruction formation, Lu Fan's voice echoed once more. As soon as he finished speaking, a flurry of destructive energy erupted from all directions, launching beams of annihilating flames toward Ketla at the center. Humph, mere tricks. Is this your so-called formation? Ketla scoffed, waving his hands dismissively as if swatting flies. With a series of explosive sounds, he effortlessly deflected the incoming destructive energies, sending them careening in all directions. After dispatching over 100 such energies, Ketla soared upward, attempting to escape the encirclement. However, the destructive energies seemed to possess a will of their own, relentlessly pursuing Ketla and maintaining their positions above and below, left and right. Ketla glanced around, and once more, the destructive energies unleashed beams of annihilation akin to laser fire. How many times must you resort to the same tactic before you concede? Such feeble attempts are utterly ineffective against me, Ketla declared. With another series of powerful swats, he sent the destructive flames flying once more. Soon, the second wave of attacks concluded, and Ketla had repelled all the destructive energy. Come out immediately, Ketla huffed. The third wave of attacks begins. Lu Fan's voice rang out again. The destructive energies unleashed a torrent of violet streams toward Ketla's position, akin to the rapid fire of a machine gun. Ketla retorted, Is this never-ending? Humph, I understand now. You have amassed this significant amount of destructive energy because you lack the strength to appear yourself, haven't you? All your energy is consolidated into this destructive sphere. Lu Fan remained silent. With another series of powerful swats, Ketla once again sent the incoming beams flying. Are you attempting to wear me down in this manner? Ketla sneered. However, a hint of urgency crept into his demeanor. If this continued, he might very well be exhausted by this insignificant foe. He needed to find a way to break free from this wretched place. But where was this opponent now? Show yourself, Ketla bellowed once again. If you do not reveal yourself, I shall bring this destructive energy to your new universe. I believe your new universe is not yet fully formed, is it? You should be aware of the catastrophic consequences should this destructive energy be introduced there. Ah, go ahead. The new universe welcomes you, Lu Fan replied. Then I shall take this destructive energy for a little tour of your new universe. Ketra smiled gently and turned towards the direction of the new universe. Coincidentally, the high priest was there enjoying tea. If the timing were right, one might even share a cup, Lu Fan remarked. Ketra shuddered slightly, halting immediately. What? The high priest? Is he really having tea in the new universe? If I were to bring destructive energy over, it would undoubtedly cause a tremor in the new universe. If the high priestess tea spills, I would be held accountable. Ketra dared not proceed. Although he now doubted whether the high priest was truly in the new universe, such matters were too risky to gamble on. What if it were true? Do you think I cannot find you? Ketra bellowed, You soda-selling brat. The fourth wave of attack, commence. Lu Fan's voice echoed once more. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. 8 streams of destructive energy flickered with crimson light, targeting Ketra at the center. Ketra was acutely aware that if this continued, his energy would be entirely depleted by this brat. Moreover, sustaining such a vast amount of destructive energy for an hour was undoubtedly feasible. The issue was that after 1 hour, the destructive energy of the 3 would dissipate. His own destructive energy would also suffer significant consumption due to these attacks. Furthermore, after an hour, Lu Fan's destructive energy might very well replenish partially. At that point, things would likely turn dire. A solution to break the destructive formation must be found. Suddenly, Ketra stretched out his arms, releasing a large protective shield that enveloped his body completely. Thud, thud, thud. The streams of destructive energy struck the shield, producing muffled thuds. Ha ha. How about that? Did you think I could only swat flies? Ketra laughed heartily. 5th wave of attack, commence. Lu Fan's voice resounded again. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The destructive energy unleashed another barrage of crimson flames. Oomph, I told you, those things are useless against me. I knew you were just stalling for time. But it matters not. I shall find a way to break your formation. Katra sneered coldly. Suddenly, the crimson flames pierced through Katra's protective shield, striking him directly. Katra winced in pain, his expression shifting dramatically. What is happening? Though the pain inflicted by these strikes was intense, the injuries were not severe. Upon closer inspection, Ketla felt an urge to curse. The purplish-red energy flames had transformed into exceedingly fine strands. These delicate filaments, however, were imbued with destructive energy that had been compressed. Consequently, this destructive force effortlessly penetrated Ketla's protective shield, striking him directly. It was as though he were experiencing the agony of being pricked by countless needles. In a fit of rage, Ketla unleashed a surge of purplish-red energy, immediately releasing a colossal wave of destructive flames. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, he directed the destructive energy towards the malevolent force before him. The impact was immediate. Ketla's unleashed energy collided with the destructive force emanating from Lu Fan. To Ketla's astonishment, an unexpected spectacle unfolded. The destructive energy from Lu Fan quivered slightly, then, akin to a large fish consuming a smaller one, it devoured the oncoming wave of energy. A muffled thud resonated in the air, and then silence ensued. The once attacked destructive force from Lu Fan now appeared revitalized, as if reborn anew. What? How could this be? Ketla's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of shock. This energy possesses the ability to consume? What sort of jest is this? The sixth wave of attack commences. Lu Fan's voice resonated once more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The purplish-red flames erupted anew from the destructive energy. Ketla shuddered momentarily, and with no other option, he extended his hand to strike. Bang, bang, bang. The purplish-red energies were once again sent scattering by Ketla's blows. In the distance, the three deities of destruction, Wei Meida, Heles, and Lang Shi, stood at a safe distance, hesitant to approach. Their own reserves of destructive energy were now dwindling. If you get too close, you might inadvertently find yourself caught in the crossfire. Fear not, Wei Meida reassured. Quatella is inherently the mightiest of destroyers, even without the destructive energy from the three of us. Dealing with that fellow named Ruffin would pose no challenge for him. I am well aware, Wei Meida nodded. It's been 10 minutes. The outcome should be evident by now, Hyles mused. Bang! Just as he spoke, a sharp sound emanated from Hyles. Wei Meida and the nearby Ramsey widened their eyes in astonishment, their expressions tinged with an unsettling air. Hyles, what are you doing? Ramsey exclaimed. Hyles, why are your clothes torn? Wei Meida nearly drooled in disbelief. Hyles' countenance shifted through various shades of emotion. He too sensed something amiss, a chilling sensation coursing through him. Lowering his gaze, he felt a rush of embarrassment and fury. Where are my clothes? Why have they vanished? It seems something has destroyed them. Fortunately, as a god of destruction, this was hardly a significant issue for Hyles. With a swift motion, Hyles conjured a brand new outfit. We are under attack. Wei Meida furrowed her brow, scanning the surroundings. Ramsey, too, remained vigilant, eyeing the area cautiously. Could it be that Quatella has been defeated by that Ruffin character? Hyles suddenly grasped a realization, speaking in a grave tone. Is Ruffin the one ambushing us? Ramsey inquired. Who else but that shameless fellow? Wei Meida seethed, gritting her teeth. Ruffin, I will not let this go unpunished. Who gave you the right to destroy my clothes? Hyles bellowed in anger. Oh, I am merely curious. I wanted to see what your complexion looks like. It appears a bit dark. Ruffin's voice rang out, as expected. Hyles felt utterly dismayed. Who dares to call me dark? What do you both think? Ruffin queried. Ramsey, deep in thought, glanced at Hyles. Ramsey, why are you staring? Hyles retorted angrily. Not dark at all, Ramsey replied, shaking his trunk. Hyles, come out. Stop hiding behind your tricks, Wei Meida commanded, her expression grim. Where is he? Hyles whispered. I do not see him either. We should remain back to back, wary of his ambush, Ramsey suggested in a hushed tone, with their destructive energy dwindling. The three of them were genuinely apprehensive about Ruffin's potential sneak attack. Let us locate him first, Hyles gritted his teeth. You wait, Ruffin, daring to destroy my clothes and call me dark. Ramsey, Wei Meida, hey, am I truly that dark? Hyles inquired. I actually have quite an affinity for black. Wei Mei replied. Get lost. Anger flickered across Hyles' face. Ramsey swayed his trunk slightly, casting a glance at Wei Mei. Your taste is truly unparalleled. No, if Lu Fan is here, then what of Katra? Has he truly been defeated by Lu Fan? Wei Mei suddenly recalled something, her expression shifting rapidly. No, he should not have fallen yet. Hyles shook his head. The absence of his physical form indicated that it was merely a voice he had projected. Indeed, if Keitra had genuinely succumbed, then Lu Fan's true self would have manifested, rather than just his voice reaching us, Lampsey added. So, this fellow still intends to engage us in a psychological battle? Wei Mei scoffed. Yet, how did he manage to damage Hyles' attire? Such destructive energy is no trivial matter, Lampsey pondered. Do not speak of my clothing any further. Hyles retorted angrily. Be cautious. This fellow delights in ambushes, Wei Mei warned. The three of them surveyed their surroundings with meticulous care. In the seventh universe, the realm of the gods of destruction, Whis was observing the unfolding situation through the crystal orb atop his staff. What is the status? Don't just focus on your own view. Share your insights with me, the oracle fish urged impatiently. Truly, Lord Lu Fan is remarkable, Whis smiled. So, does this imply he has emerged victorious? The oracle fish inquired excitedly. Lord Keitra is completely subdued by him, Whis nodded. For gods of destruction joined forces, and yet they remain no match for Lu Fan? The oracle fish was taken aback. When did Lu Fan elevate his power to such heights? Lu Fan has been diligently training. It is only natural for his strength to increase, Whis replied, although this time, Lu Fan is employing a rather unique method of combat. What method? The oracle fish asked. A destruction array, Whis explained. A destruction array? What is that? I have never heard of it. The oracle fish shook his head. It involves condensing destructive energy and then encircling a target, launching smaller destructive energies at the individual in the center, Whis clarified. What purpose does that serve? The oracle fish was puzzled. It is beneficial, Whis responded, as it can significantly deplete Keitra's destructive energy. Once his energy is sufficiently exhausted, Lu Fan should be poised to counterattack. Quite clever, the oracle fish realized. However, he then scratched his head vigorously. That doesn't seem right. You say Lu Fan has concentrated such a vast amount of destructive energy, which must also require immense expenditure on his part. The oracle fish mused. By the time this destructive energy has nearly depleted Keitra's, how much can Lu Fan recover? Are you not aware? Lu Fan's energy recovery rate exceeds that of other gods of destruction by more than tenfold, Whis replied. What? The oracle fish's eyes widened in astonishment. Perhaps, indeed, the position of great god of destruction is the most fitting for him. Beerus exclaimed, I have long predicted this. My prophecy appears to be remarkably accurate. Does it not? The prophecy fish said with a hint of pride. In the sixth universe, on the planet Kampa, Beerus was also observing the battle unfolding in the 11th universe through his scepter. Beerus, what is the situation? Who is prevailing? Kampa inquired. Beerus remained silent. That rascal Lu Fan cannot possibly be losing, can he? Kampa's expression shifted. His fists clenched as he declared, I have wagered all my stakes on him. If he loses, I shall become the target of mockery among the other gods of destruction. Are you regretting your decision now, Lord Kampa? Beerus glanced at him. Indeed, if he truly loses. Regret will be mine, Kampa replied. The fact that I tipped off Lu Fan will surely be discovered by the other gods of destruction. Perhaps I should learn from Beerus and slumber for decades, waiting until the commotion subsides before awakening. As Kampa pondered this, Beerus reassured him, Rest easy, Lord Kampa. It seems Lu Fan is unlikely to lose. What did you say? Unlikely to lose? Kampa asked, taken aback. What do you mean? You have not even seen him? Beerus sighed. What? Kampa exclaimed thrice in disbelief. He has not been sighted? Chapter 190. The Grand Priest's tea greetings, Grand Priest. Joss immediately bowed in reverence. Joss. It has been a while, the Grand Priest acknowledged with a slight nod. There are no outsiders here. You may call me Father. Very well, dear Father. Joss replied with a nod. Did you summon me to discuss Lu Fan? The Grand Priest inquired. Indeed, Father, Joss affirmed. Share your thoughts with me, the Grand Priest urged. What thoughts could I possibly have? It seems rather excessive for 4 gods of destruction to conspire against my universe's god of destruction, does it not? Did you witness their battle? The Grand Priest asked. No, I could not bear to watch. Lu Fan must be suffering greatly, Joss sighed, lamenting that angels could not intervene. You should observe before making judgments, the Grand Priest sighed. It feels as though my daughter is becoming enraptured. How much cola has that rascal Lu Fan given her? Roth spoke to him in a manner both urgent and earnest. She hastily gazed into the crystal orb of her staff to observe the battle in Universe 11. Upon seeing the unfolding events, her anxious heart found solace. Dear Father, I shall remain silent. The high priest chuckled. A moment of silence ensued. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, he declared. Father, perhaps you might enjoy a cup of tea before departing? Roth suggested with a playful smile. This tea was personally harvested by Lu Fan, accompanied by some exquisite beauties. Would you care to sample it, dear father? Roth inquired. Very well. I shall give it a taste, the high priest nodded. Can one discern the floral notes? In Universe 11, on the planet New Vegeta, Vegeta inquired anxiously, so, what is the outcome? Did Lu Fan emerge victorious? The stakes were high, for his own fate hung in the balance. Should Lu Fan falter, his demise would be equally grim, especially after having insulted the god of destruction. Yet, even in the face of death, he felt indifferent. This was the pinnacle of his life, a moment he believed he could boast about for eternity. Kakarot, have you ever experienced such a moment? He mused. Wait, why should I compare myself with that weakling Kakarot? I am already a Super Saiyan, while he cannot even transform into one. From this point forward, his ambition was to become the second Lu Fan, aspiring to be the mightiest god of destruction. Things are looking favorable, remarked Margarita, as she observed the scene through the crystal ball atop her staff. So Lu Fan is poised to win. Vegeta felt a surge of delight. There should be no significant issues, Margarita nodded. It seems the god of destruction for Universe 11 will soon be me, Vegeta pondered. First, focus on becoming the strongest human. Margarita sighed. Of course, I shall diligently train towards that goal, Vegeta replied with a confident smile. In the cosmic expanse of Universe 11, 8 spheres of destructive energy surrounded Katra, who had already endured the 88th wave of attacks. His body bore the marks of battle, bruised and battered. Gasping for breath, Katra felt the weight of exhaustion. Lu Fan, if you possess any courage, step forth and face me in a one-on-one duel. Katra roared in frustration. After such a prolonged conflict, he had yet to even lay eyes on his opponent. This is utterly infuriating. Suddenly, a voice erupted, startling the surroundings. Quitella had now mastered the art of conditioned reflexes. At the sound of the whistling, he would instinctively wave his hands, deflecting the violet-red flames that surged towards him. Thus far, this was the most effective method Quitella had discovered to counteract the onslaught. What irked him the most was the flawlessness of this destructive formation. Quitella had never contemplated escaping this maze, nor freeing himself from the clutches of the destructive energies that surrounded him. However, despite Quitella's swiftness, the destructive energies matched his speed, relentlessly shadowing his every move, never straying far. Whenever Quitella accelerated, the destructive energies would hastily follow suit. He had attempted various strategies to break free, yet none bore fruit. It seemed he was left with no option but to endure the relentless assault of these 8 destructive energies. After battling for over 50 minutes, the violet-red brilliance enveloping Quitella diminished, and his complexion began to take on a pallid hue. He believed that soon, the energy provided by the trio would be entirely depleted. As the strongest god of destruction, could he truly succumb to a mere soda vendor? He felt a surge of indignation. The troubling matter was that he had yet to lay eyes on his adversary. Quitella was steeped in frustration. The whistling sound echoed once more, abruptly. Swiftly, Quitella's large hands waved again, dispatching the flames anew. In the distance, the trio remained vigilant, having observed their surroundings for nearly 50 minutes. However, apart from the earlier incident where Helase's garments had been shredded, nothing extraordinary had transpired since. I told you, that fellow revels in theatrics, Mei scoffed. How shameless. The mere thought of his torn clothing ignited a fire of anger within Helase. Hasn't Quitella yet vanquished that individual after 50 minutes? Ramsey muttered, if he had. He should have returned by now. It is indeed rather uncanny, Helase pondered. I said, that chap delights in creating a spectacle. He deliberately tore Helase's clothing to keep us on high alert, while he himself vanishes, Mei speculated. Do not mention my clothing again, Helase retorted vehemently. It is indeed quite bizarre, Ramsey nodded in agreement. He also claimed to be the greatest god of destruction, the steward of all gods of destruction, holding a status akin to that of the high priest. Mei chuckled lightly. What? The greatest god of destruction? Helase was taken aback. The greatest god of destruction? Ramsey echoed. Equally stunned. What expressions are those on your faces? Mei smiled gently. There is no such divine rank, you know. I specifically consulted the divine position guide of the celestial realm. Since the first year of the divine calendar, there has been no existence of such a deity as the Great Destruction God. Chapter 191. I genuinely thought the Great Destruction God existed, and it startled me. I had assumed there was truly a great destruction god. Ramsey patted his chest. What if, just what if, a new divine position has been established? Helles pondered. Ramsey remarked, delicious. The two turned their gazes towards Helles. I was just speaking casually. Pay no mind, Helles chuckled. Now, any further discussion is superfluous. Let us hasten over there and take a look. The suggestion came from Wei Mei, as our destructive energy has significantly replenished. All right, let us see if Ketla has indeed defeated this fellow, Ramsey affirmed. The trio set off towards Ketla's location at a swift pace. Swish. After the three had traveled a distance, a disturbance rippled through the void ahead. Snap. In the next moment, the figure of Ruffin manifested directly in front of them. Ruffin. The expressions of Wei Mei and the others shifted dramatically. Ruffin's presence here, what does that signify? Does it mean Ketla has been defeated? How could that be? Ketla has harnessed the destructive energy of the three of us, and is himself the mightiest destruction god. Although he and Beerus have yet to determine a victor, his power should not be far removed from Beerus. And now, only Ruffin has arrived. The faces of Wei Mei and the others turned exceedingly grim. However, Wei Mei was the first to regain composure. Fear not. Even if Ketla has fallen to him, how much energy could he possibly possess now? Wei Mei smiled. Upon hearing this, Helles and Ramsey were struck by a moment of clarity. Indeed, even if he could defeat Ketla, he must be at the end of his strength. Together, the three of us can surely turn the tide. And Ketla? Wei Mei inquired with a stern expression. He is still engaged with my destructive energy, Ruffin grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. What does that mean? Helles asked, bewildered. You may ponder that yourselves, Ruffin chuckled. From today forth, the gods of destruction of the second universe, the 10th universe, and the god of destruction of the 10th universe shall all concede. I intend to elevate the god of destruction I have nurtured. Humph, cease your boastful claims. The position of a god of destruction cannot simply be exchanged at will. Wei Mei retorted. Finding so many candidates for destruction at this juncture is rather challenging. You two still have one opportunity left. Lu Fan turned to Helles and Ramsey. I will grant you both one final opportunity. If one of you withdraws, I shall preserve your position as the god of destruction. However, only one vacancy remains. And I have already decided who shall succeed the new god of destruction. Helles and Ramsey remained silent. Come on, you two can't truly believe his nonsense. Wei Mei urged, exasperated. Helles, why not forfeit? I never strike women. I merely tear their garments, Lu Fan remarked. Helles retorted, you dare speak of clothing. You shameless scoundrel. She was seething with rage. You have 3 seconds to consider, or I shall find no suitable replacement for your divine position, Lu Fan said with a smile. Humph. Defeat me first. Helles scoffed, suddenly conjuring a bow and arrow. She drew the bowstring taut, aiming the arrow at Lu Fan. Can you catch this? Helles smirked. Such a dilemma. Who would befit the new god of destruction with 4 universes now vacant? Lu Fan shook his head. Whoosh. Helles, without a moment's hesitation, released the arrow, which shot toward Lu Fan's location. Thud. The arrow pierced through Lu Fan's form, leaving a purplish-red glow upon him. What? Why didn't you evade? Helles exclaimed, her eyes widening. No, this is merely his doppelganger. Wei Mei quickly realized. His true self is not here. Wei Mei now understood. The Lu Fan who first battled him was a mere projection. The one with the tail was his true form, a tangible carbon-based life. You guessed correctly, Lu Fan nodded. This doppelganger is nothing remarkable. Even I cannot defeat it. Wei Mei scoffed. I see, your true self is still engaged in combat with Katra, isn't it? So it was just a projection. Ramsey chuckled. Let me shatter him. Roar. Ramsey bellowed toward Lu Fan's position, unleashing a powerful gust that enveloped Lu Fan. Then, silence fell. Is that all? Lu Fan chuckled. Your roar lacks impact, Ramsey. What? He is unharmed? Ramsey exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. Do not panic. It is because our energy has not yet fully restored. Wei Mei quickly interjected. I will go and engage him. You two must recover your destructive energy. Ramsey and Helles nodded slightly. Whoosh. Wei Mei dashed toward Lu Fan, launching a flurry of punches and kicks. Smack. 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 Lu Fan effortlessly intercepted all of Wei Mei's attacks. Bang. In the next instant, Lu Fan swiftly delivered a slap to Wei Mei's face, sending her tumbling through the air in a series of somersaults. Wei Mei quickly regained her composure, her expression a mix of shock as she gazed at Lu Fan across from her. What a joke. How has this guy's doppelganger become so formidable? I am running low on energy, yet it seems your doppelganger has grown stronger than before. Wei Mei, Did you truly believe my doppelganger was so easily vanquished? Lufan chuckled. Bang. With that, Lufan dashed forward and landed an uppercut on Wei Mei's chin. She soared upward, feeling as though her jaw might dislocate. Whoosh. Lufan swiftly appeared directly above Wei Mei. Bang. He executed a hook kick, striking her shoulder with tremendous force. Wei Mei plummeted like a meteor, crashing down onto a massive meteorite below. Boom. Her body penetrated through the meteorite. Chapter 192. Hailers, here's your chance. Are you two still just watching the show? Hurry up and lend a hand. Lufan grinned, casting a cheerful glance at Hailers and Ramsey. Do you intend to let me take you down one by one? Hailers and Ramsey gritted their teeth. Without a trace of hesitation, they charged toward Lufan in tandem. Lufan stood firm, facing two opponents without losing ground. In the next moment, Wei Mei soared into the fray. Joining the battle, Lufan, single-handedly, challenged three deities of destruction, and this was merely his doppelganger. Moreover, these three deities were not at their peak condition. Of course, Lufan's strength had also augmented. After all, he had infused this doppelganger with more potent destructive energy. After several rounds of combat, boom, Lufan's energy erupted, sending all three deities hurtling backward in shock. Their expressions turned grim. However, they quickly regained their composure, repositioning themselves to encircle Lufan. Lufan, I admit you have grown quite powerful, but it is impossible for you to defeat the three of us alone. Wei Mei scoffed coldly. You're merely stalling for time to prevent us from aiding Ketla, aren't you? Ramsey scoffed. We shall see how long your doppelganger can endure. Hailers chuckled lightly. Very well, I must admit I am a bit fatigued from today's fighting. Let us pause here for now. Lufan grinned, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. Whoosh. After uttering those words, a flash of purplish-red light suddenly appeared beside Lufan. The silhouette of the purplish-red glow gradually became discernible. Upon seeing this figure, particularly the tail behind it, Wei Mei could not help but shiver, her expression changing dramatically. Indeed, it was my true form that has arrived, thought Lufan with a smile. The arrival of Lufan's true self signified something momentous. It indicated that Ketral had been defeated. The three of us found it arduous to contend with even a fragment of him, let alone his true self. Wei Mei and her companions wore expressions of profound distress. What were they to do now? Hyles, considering you are a woman, I shall grant you one final opportunity, Lufan stated. Hyles remained silent. Withdraw from their ranks immediately, or I shall find myself in quite the predicament, Lufan admonished, gazing at Hyles. What predicament are you in? With the three of us uniting. You are no match for us, Wei Mei retorted scornfully. Fool, my predicament lies in the absence of suitable candidates for the god of destruction, Lufan chuckled lightly. It is exhausting to cultivate so many gods of destruction. Hyles shot a furious glare at Wei Mei. Since you choose to remain silent, so be it. The second universe may be forfeit. Lufan pondered for a moment, resting his chin on his hand. What did you say? Hyles' countenance shifted. I said, the second universe no longer holds any necessity for existence. Lufan smiled. Do you fancy yourself the Omni King? Do you believe you can simply erase the second universe at will? Wei Mei barked angrily. Very well, I shall now teach you three a lesson. So you may understand what a true god of destruction is, Lufan replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. Whoosh. In the next moment, Lufan was prepared to launch his attack. Wait. Hyles suddenly interjected. Lufan paused momentarily. Is it too late for me to withdraw now? Hyles inquired. Not at all. Lufan nodded gently. Hyles. Wei Mei exclaimed. Hyles, do not be deceived. He fears our combined strength. Ramsey urged anxiously. Then I shall withdraw, Hyles declared, stepping away from Wei Mei's team. Wei Mei and Ramsey exchanged silent glances. Hyles had been swiftly swayed by this individual. This situation had become rather precarious. Hyles. You are quite astute. Lufan nodded in satisfaction. Though a bit dark in complexion, your figure is still commendable. Hyles remarked, now, it appears only the two of you remain. Lufan chuckled softly, extending his finger to point at Ramusi's body from a distance. Ramusi immediately readied himself for combat. You are no match for me. Even with Helles by your side, what difference would it make if another deity were to join? Lufan smiled faintly, a flash of violet-red light shimmering in his hand. In an instant, the vibrant light shot forth, striking Ramusi's elongated trunk. A crisp crack echoed as Ramusi's trunk was severed by this radiant force. Meow. Ramusi let out a pained cry. In a swift motion, Lufan appeared directly opposite Ramusi. With a resounding thud, Lufan's fist connected with Ramusi's chest. Blood erupted from Ramusi's mouth. Without hesitation, Lufan delivered a sharp slap to Ramusi's face. Thunderously, Ramusi was propelled like a cannonball, crashing into a massive meteorite in the distance. The impact resounded with a deafening roar, shattering the meteorite into fragments. As the dust settled, Ramusi lay unconscious, his head slumped at an awkward angle. Lufan had effortlessly rendered him senseless. Weimei, taken aback, widened her eyes in disbelief. How could this be? This fellow fought Quetler for so long without exhausting himself. Did Makalita heal him, restoring his strength? That shouldn't be possible. Makalita is my guiding angel. Such combat angels do not offer assistance. Helles, equally astonished, felt a wave of relief wash over him regarding his choice. What a farce. Lufan can easily incapacitate Ramusi on his own. Even with my help, it would be insufficient against him. We struggled to a standstill with his avatar. His true form is far too formidable. Now it's your turn, Weimei. Are you prepared to endure the onslaught? Lufan said with a grin, his gaze fixed on Weimei. She trembled slightly. In a flash, Lufan directed his fingertip, unleashing a violet-red beam towards Weimei. Pooh! She was caught off guard, unable to react in time. A muffled thud resounded as Lufan's radiant energy pierced through Weimei's body, leaving a pool of blood in its wake. You're not up to the task, are you, Weimei? Lufan remarked with a smile, observing the fury on her face, which was juxtaposed with a hint of despair within her heart. Lufan showed no inclination for courtesy. As the purplish-red light at his fingertips flickered once more, piercing through Weimei's body with relentless brilliance. Weimei, rendered powerless, emitted cries of anguish. Chapter 193. I am the Great Destroyer. You have no objections, do you? How dull. Lufan shook his head, urging, do put up a fight. This time, Weimei was truly enveloped in despair. You see, your lack of resistance makes me appear as a villain, Lufan sighed. Weimei remained silent. Bang! With a swift motion, Lufan's right hand struck forward. An intangible force collided with Weimei's chest. Gushing blood erupted from his mouth, soaring to a height of 3 meters, a spectacle of grandeur. Subsequently, Weimei's body slid backward, unconscious from the impact. Helles was horrified. This individual was undeniably formidable. Could this truly be the same boy who once sold cola? Would our universe indeed give rise to a new great destroyer? Lufan smiled amiably at Helles, who trembled in response. I've already stated my withdrawal from the previous events. I sincerely apologize, Helles stammered, having lost his nerve. Lufan remained silent, observing him intently. Since you enjoy tearing my clothes, would it suffice if I do it myself? Helles gritted his teeth and hastily added. Lufan responded with a sharp clap. Once Helles uttered those words and saw Lufan's lack of reaction, he had no choice but to unleash his energy, causing his garments to disintegrate. Lufan was left speechless. Your talent is truly remarkable. I find myself pondering whether to take action against you. As the god of destruction, Helios has existed for eons, surpassing millions of years. Compared to being struck or having his garments torn asunder, allowing this fellow a glimpse of such occurrences seems hardly significant. Furthermore, he possesses an undeniable charm. I cannot shake the feeling that, in a way, I have gained an advantage. Such are the musings of Helios's mind. Have you found your satisfaction? Helios blushed and inquired. Indeed, your physique is commendable, though I must regretfully shake my head, said Lufan. Helios, are you implying that I am dark-skinned? Lufan remarked with a smile. I shall assume the role of the Great Destroyer. You have no objections, do you? No. No objections, Helles quickly responded. Very well, I feel relieved now. You may take your leave, Lufan chuckled, waving his hand at Helles. Helles exhaled a long breath of relief. Thank you, he said, bowing in gratitude. Is it possible that the realm of destruction is on the verge of a significant upheaval? Will a true Great Destroyer indeed come into existence? Then, I bid you farewell, Helles addressed Lufan. Go ahead, Lufan replied without dissent. Fearing that Lufan might change his mind, Helles swiftly transformed into a streak of light and hurriedly departed. Soon, he had exited the 11th universe. In another location, Katra was struggling mightily. The most frustrating aspect for Katra was that he had not encountered a single person throughout this ordeal. He was solely engaged in a battle with these 8 energy orbs. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Katra hurriedly swung his arms, deflecting the incoming bursts of energy. His stamina was waning significantly, and he was on the verge of collapse. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The destructive energy launched its 120th assault. Katra, You are incessantly relentless. Alas, Ketla is on the brink of madness. Ketla, in a frenzy, attempts to swat away the destructive energies. Yet, he finds himself at the end of his strength. After dispersing a few waves of destruction, Ketla ultimately succumbs to the onslaught of additional energies. With a sickening sound, 3 energies penetrate Ketla's form, leaving behind 3 gaping wounds. His body, already riddled with injuries, now bears even more. A cry of despair escapes Ketla's lips. The energy projectiles once again unleash a cascade of crimson light. Ketla is engulfed in despair. With a sickening puncture, the crimson light pierces through Ketla once more. Finally, he is unable to withstand the assault. His head tilts, and he loses consciousness. As Ketla collapses, Ruffin slowly approaches his side. Truly, he is fragile, succumbing so easily. Ruffin shakes his head, having proclaimed himself the mightiest of destroyers. With a resounding thud, Ruffin delivers a powerful kick to Ketla, sending him flying away. Subsequently, Ruffin inspects the 8 spheres of destructive energy he had conjured. After an hour of battle, these energies have nearly become transparent. With a gentle tap, Ruffin causes one sphere to burst into a soap bubble, dissipating instantly. He then shatters the remaining 7 energies. In a swift motion, Ruffin's doppelganger, the Supreme Kai, materializes at the scene. Instantly, the fragmented crimson light converges into Ruffin's doppelganger, where it is absorbed and compressed to an infinitesimal size. "You are formidable," exclaims the doppelganger, extending a hand. "Indeed, you possess considerable strength," Ruffin nods. "Now, it is time to return and engage in a profound discourse with Margarita about our aspirations." On the planet New Vegeta, Margarita wipes her brow. "Isn't your doppelganger under your control? Do you not find it shameless to boast about yourselves in such a manner? Furthermore, what ideals do you and I have to discuss? Have you lost?" Vegeta, noticing Margarita wiping her sweat, anxiously inquired. "What?" Margarita was momentarily taken aback. "I meant, has Lufon lost?" Vegeta's heart sank. "No, he won." "Why would you say he lost?" Margarita replied, slightly surprised. "Won? Why are you sweating then?" Vegeta retorted with irritation. "You wouldn't understand," Margarita dismissively responded. "Since he has won, I shall focus on my training to grasp what you refer to as the ultimate freedom," Vegeta contemplated. "Oh, mastering the ultimate freedom is no simple feat," Margarita shook her head. "Just tell me how long it will take for me to comprehend this ultimate freedom you speak of." Vegeta pressed. "The esteemed Lord Mibe took millions of years and still has not fully grasped the true essence of ultimate freedom," Margarita smiled. "What did you say? That fool took millions of years and still has understood?" Vegeta was astonished. "Even if I am a genius, how long will it take me? I cannot wait that long." Just then, as they conversed, Lufon descended from the sky with his doppelganger, landing beside Vegeta. In an instant, Lufon waved at his doppelganger, causing it to vanish. "Lufon, did you defeat those combined gods of destruction?" Vegeta was genuinely surprised. "It was merely the collaboration of 4 gods of destruction," Lufon smiled. "My ultimate goal is to challenge all 12 together." Vegeta and Margarita were taken aback. Chapter 194, Kadra. "What are you doing? As the great god of destruction, if you cannot defeat even the combined efforts of 12 gods of destruction, that would be quite unacceptable," Lufon stated with a smile. Vegeta fell silent. Margarita also had no words, primarily because she felt Lufon was absolutely correct. "Moreover, Vegeta, you need not train in the ultimate freedom. It is not suited for you," Lufon added. "What should I train in then?" Vegeta inquired. "There is a unique skill possessed by one of the gods of destruction known as self-mastery. You could train in that," Lufon suggested. "Self-mastery? What is that?" Vegeta asked. "I merely mention it to broaden your horizons. First, establish a solid foundation," Lufon replied. "Vegeta, it would have been better if you had remained silent." 3 hours later, the deities of destruction, Ketla, Ramsey, and Wymede, finally awakened. Lufon, ever the paragon of virtue and righteousness, had thoughtfully placed them together for companionship. Despite their grievous injuries, being deities of destruction, they swiftly began to recover. Even Ramsey's elephantine trunk was restored through regeneration. However, it would take some time for their destructive energies to return to their peak state. At present, all 3 were utterly exhausted. Ramsey and Wymede immediately turned their gazes towards Ketla. "How did you come to succumb? You have amalgamated the destructive energies of the 3 of us. How is it that both of you fainted?" Ketla inquired. "Ketla, what on earth transpired with you?" Waymei asked through gritted teeth. "Did you not expend even an ounce of Lufan's stamina?" "What? Are you suggesting that Lu Fan came searching for you? Ketla's eyes widened in astonishment. Otherwise, how could we have lost consciousness? Long Mushi remarked with a scowl. Ketla, how exactly did you engage in battle? Wei Mei asked, her fist clenched tightly. Don't even mention it. Ketla gritted her teeth in frustration. After such a long time, I have yet to lay eyes on a single opponent. I have even forgotten what Lu Fan looks like. After all, that fellow was busy selling cola at the time, and I hardly paid him any heed. What exactly transpired? Wei Mei inquired, her expression icy. I have wagered all my hopes on you. As a result, we, the harbingers of chaos, find ourselves in increasingly tragic circumstances. Ketla, however, found herself at a loss for words. How could I articulate this? Should I tell them I engaged in a prolonged battle only to find myself utterly alone? Would they mock me? This matter can wait. For now, we must devise a strategy to retaliate. Ketla pondered. Wei Mei, Long Mushi, are we truly expected to fight back? How will you strike back? I surmise that he is now quite depleted of energy. A surprise counterattack would undoubtedly catch him off guard. Kitral chuckled, revealing his prominent front teeth. Whoosh. Suddenly, Lu Fan's clone emitted such a sound from a distance. Kitral's expression momentarily froze, and instinctively, he began to flail about, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks at Ramsey and Wei Mei. Within a mere 10 seconds, Ramsey and Wei Mei were left battered and bruised by Kitral's onslaught. Ramsey, what are you doing, Kitral? Wei Mei exclaimed. Have you turned against us as well? Ramsey pondered this troubling notion. What? Turn against you? Kitral blinked in surprise. I truly did not mean to. Whoosh. Lu Fan's clone once more resonated with that sound from afar. Bang, bang, bang. Kitral unleashed another barrage of punches and kicks upon the two, rendering Ramsey and Wei Mei utterly unrecognizable. All three were now nearly devoid of energy. However, Kitral, being a god of destruction with power comparable to Beerus, struck unexpectedly, catching the two off guard. Roar. Ramsey, taken aback, let out a roar that reverberated throughout the starry expanse. He was now certain that this fellow had indeed betrayed them. Otherwise, how could they? Would the combined destructive energy of the four of us possibly be bested by that Lu Fan? Who will betray if you do not? And then you suddenly attack us here, pretending you are out of energy? I do not believe it. With that, Ramsey delivered a swift kick to Ketla's face. How dare you, you yellow-haired rat? What have you been drinking? So much cola from Ruffin. Ramsey exclaimed. Ketla was struck, his body flying backward. Ramsey, calm down. Wei Mei hastily interjected, pulling Ramsey back. Only then did Ramsey cease his assault. There must be something amiss. Ketla is not that kind of person. He would never betray us. Wei Mei remarked. Ketla paused in the starry expanse before swiftly returning. Ketla, explain yourself. What just happened? Why did you suddenly ambush us? Ramsey asked with a stern expression. Ketla was at a loss for words, unsure of where to begin. Suddenly, a sound echoed from afar. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Without any hesitation, Ketla charged again, launching a flurry of punches and kicks at Ramsey and Wei Mei. This time, they were prepared for battle. In no time, the three were embroiled in a chaotic skirmish. After about 10 seconds, the trio, having barely recovered from their previous injuries, found themselves in an even more dire state. They gasped for breath, their faces growing increasingly pale. Ketla, what do you mean by this? Ramsey asked coldly, sensing that something was indeed amiss. You mentioned that if Quitella were to betray, he should indeed possess energy at its peak. However, the issue lies in the fact that Quitella is currently at the brink of exhaustion. Are you suggesting that he won't betray us? Why do you attack us both without reason? Long Musi, with a head twice the size of a normal one, vigorously shook his elephant trunk, wishing he could use it to strike Katra dead. I swear, I truly did not intend to provoke you. Do you believe me? Katra lamented, nearly in tears. Suddenly, a new sound echoed in Quitra's ears. Lu Fan emitted a similar sound, transmitted through a unique energy that only Katra could hear, leaving Long Musi and Wei Mei at a loss. Watch out, Katra shouted, once again flailing his arms and legs in a frantic dance. Chapter 195, Broly, Long Musi and Wei Mei, startled, quickly recoiled. However, Quitra's instinctive reaction to not strike anything left him somewhat unsatisfied. With a swift motion, Katra pursued Wei Mei, unleashing a barrage of relentless attacks. Wei Mei was on the verge of collapse under the assault. In retaliation, Wei Mei struck back, and the three engaged in a chaotic melee once more. After approximately 10 minutes, all three collapsed in exhaustion. Even in his unconscious state, Katra seemed to revive, continuing his reflexive flailing, delivering punches and kicks to the other two, who could only groan in response. On New Vegeta planet, Lufan pondered. This is quite a dilemma. Besides Vegeta, I need to select 2 suitable candidates for the role of God of Destruction. Who should I choose? Vegeta interjected. You aren't considering that Kakarot fellow, are you? Lufan replied. Son Goku is not suited to be the God of Destruction. Vegeta fell silent. It seems you're implying that I would be a fitting candidate for such a role. However, making Son Goku the Supreme Kai might not be a bad idea, Lufan added with a smile. Supreme Kai? What is that? Vegeta inquired. I've heard the term, but am not entirely clear on its function. Lufan explained succinctly. The Supreme Kai serves as a creator deity, responsible for the creation of planets and life, acting as an assistant to the God of Destruction. Then how about making Kakarot my assistant? Vegeta chuckled. That naive and kind-hearted fool seems quite suited for the role of Supreme Kai. Very well, let it be as you suggest, Lufan consented with a nod. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. What is going on? You've agreed so readily. This doesn't seem like your usual demeanor. By the way, I am also a Supreme Kai. Did you not hear that Namekian referred to me as such? Ruffin grinned as he looked at Vegeta. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, did you not claim to be the God of Destruction? He asked, momentarily taken aback. My doppelganger is the Kaioshin, Ruffin chuckled lightly. Vegeta felt a bit overwhelmed, thinking, after all, they are both gods, so it hardly matters. You should focus on your training here. I will retrieve the other 2 candidates for the role of God of Destruction, Ruffin stated. What? You intend to have them challenge me? Vegeta huffed, asserting. Let it be clear, that woman mentioned I can only rank 15th in Universe 11. It's a tad premature to challenge me. Once my strength increases, we can engage in a proper battle. Who would seek candidates for the God of Destruction from Universe 11? I will certainly look within our Universe 7. Ruffin replied with a smile. Universe 7? That's acceptable. With my current strength, even against that fellow Piccolo, I could have some fun, Vegeta declared, his face radiating confidence. Humph. Ruffin, I believe I now rank as the foremost among humans in Universe 7. Enough of your daydreaming. You should commence your training post-haste. My doppelganger is already on the move, Ruffin chuckled. I thought your main body was the one searching, Vegeta remarked. So, while I converse with you, your doppelganger has already begun its mission? On planet Wampa of Universe 7, a middle-aged man with flowing white hair was howling at the sky. After all these years, he had yet to escape this desolate planet, where the conditions were exceedingly harsh. There was even a scarcity of potable water. The man and his son could only quench their thirst with insect eggs. Their food consisted primarily of the same. The planet was plagued by frequent violent storms, with thick clouds obscuring visibility. Approximately 20 years prior, the man, Paragus, and his son Broly had crash-landed on this planet. Since then, Paragus and Broly had endured a bleak existence on this forsaken world. Broly, hurry and go hunt, Paragus called out without turning to look at his son. However, Broly showed no sign of response. Broly, I am speaking to you, Paragus said irritably, turning around to glance at Broly. He found that his son was nowhere to be seen. This boy had left without a word, growing increasingly disrespectful. Paragus seethed with frustration. However, he waited in vain for Broly's return. On planet Frieza 68, Lufan utilized instant transmission to bring Broly to this celestial body. He directly placed Broly in the chamber of Zilai, who was presently bathing. Without hesitation, Lufan unceremoniously tossed Broly into the room. At nearly 30 years of age, Broly had never encountered a woman. Upon seeing the green-skinned beauty, his eyes widened in astonishment. Zilai, observing Broly silently, wondered about his origins. Broly swallowed hard, akin to a tiger pouncing on its prey. Could you be a bit gentler? Zilai softly inquired. Although a divine dream foretold me that my destined one would appear today. Is it truly you? Indeed, it is he. Lufan's figure materialized. Are you the deity from my dream? Zilai's eyes widened in disbelief. It was I who sent you that dream, Lufan affirmed. This Broly is indeed your fated partner. You shall have one day to instruct him, after which I will take him to become a true deity. What should I teach him? Zilai asked shyly. Are you referring to the joys of intimacy between men and women? Lufan replied, I have no interest in the green-skinned race. He is akin to a savage who has never encountered a woman. You must impart to him the fundamental principles of human interaction. Ah, I understand now. Leave such matters to me, Zilai said confidently, patting her chest. Broly glanced around the room, as did Lufan. Well, it's not bad, though the color is rather peculiar. And it's quite a vibrant green, Lufan noted. Do you truly enjoy grazing like this, Broly? With that, Lufan chose to say no more and swiftly departed via instant transmission. On Earth, Lufan again employed instant transmission, arriving amidst a mountainous region. He effortlessly located the sealed Majin Buu, breaking the seal with a single slap. Buu burst forth, immediately recognizing Lufan. You're that Cola man. Upon recognizing Lufan's face, Buu trembled in fear and attempted to retreat into the shattered seal. Buu, would you like to become the most powerful god in a certain universe? Lufan asked with a smile. Are you not here to attack me? Buu blinked in confusion. Lufan chuckled, and Buu exhaled a sigh of relief. Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought you were here to confront me, Lufan remarked. If you don't wish to answer my questions, that's fine. Buu nodded vigorously. Very well, I shall take you there now, Lufan replied with a smile, but nodded again with enthusiasm. In an instant, Lufan and the Majin Buu utilized instantaneous movement, returning to the new planet Vegeta in Universe 11 in the blink of an eye. They appeared above the planet. Do you see that man down there? Give him a thorough beating, but refrain from absorbing or killing him, Lufan instructed. Buu exclaimed, I've never encountered such a splendid request. I was expecting something more demanding. Fantastic. Buu, having just emerged from his seal and feeling rather bored, found the prospect of finding someone to pummel quite delightful. With a whoosh, Buu descended from the sky, hurtling towards Vegeta's location. Vegeta immediately sensed a formidable energy rushing towards him and looked up to the heavens. What? Who was that rotund figure? He pondered, momentarily taken aback. Crash. Buu landed heavily, plopping down onto Vegeta. Ark. Vegeta cried out, feeling utterly overwhelmed. That wretched fatso. I figured it out. This must be the candidate for the god of destruction that Lufan summoned. With a swift motion, Vegeta delivered a powerful punch to Buu's face. Buu's visage crumpled, yet a disdainful smirk remained. In retaliation, Buu struck back, slamming his palm against Vegeta's chest. Uffed. Vegeta spat out blood, sensing his own vulnerability. Makurita watched the unfolding battle in silence, offering no commentary. Lufan stood beside Makurita, a smile gracing his face as he observed the skirmish. Is this truly the candidate for the god of destruction you sought? Makurita inquired. I remember him. He triumphed in the God of Destruction selection tournament of the new universe. Had it not been for the darkness within him, he might have become the God of Destruction of the new universe. Indeed, your memory serves you well, Lufan nodded. However, his inner darkness remains. Are you certain he can become the God of Destruction for another universe? Makurita questioned. Fear not. I will find a way to eradicate the darkness within him, Lufan assured her. Bang, bang, bang. Buu unleashed all his pent-up fury upon Vegeta, who was thoroughly taken aback. With a roar, Vegeta glowed brightly, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Humph. Did you truly think I, Vegeta, was easy prey? I shall demonstrate the strength of a Super Saiyan. Vegeta pointed to his own nose with his thumb. Oh, Buu nodded thoughtfully. Bang. Vegeta launched a swift uppercut, landing a direct hit on Majin Buu's chin. Buu's head tilted slightly back, and then there was a silence. Buu rubbed his chin and looked down at Vegeta, a smile emerging. Vegeta was taken aback. Could it be that my attack had no effect on him? Bang. Buu grinned widely, his arms suddenly extending, delivering a punch right to Vegeta's nose. Vegeta was unfortunate enough to be struck, and he flew backward, feeling as if his nose were about to bleed. That detestable fat fiend. I will not spare you. Vegeta shouted angrily, raising his hand high, summoning a shimmering energy sphere. Artificial full moon. Buu was momentarily stunned. What was that? Whoosh. Vegeta swiftly hurled the artificial moon into the sky. Bloom, my moon. Vegeta bellowed. The energy sphere exploded in the air, radiating a sacred light. Vegeta gazed upward, his body beginning to transform. Snap. In an instant, a golden giant ape materialized before Majin Buu. Buu's eyes widened. Such a transformation? Die. Vegeta charged forward, his foot descending upon Majin Buu. Smash. Buu was caught off guard, flattened beneath Vegeta's mighty foot. Vegeta quickly lifted his foot, gazing down at the now flattened Majin Buu, momentarily at a loss for words. Hey, Rufin, is he dead? Vegeta inquired hastily. Don't jump to conclusions. He is not that easy to kill, Rufin chuckled. What? Vegeta was taken aback. Bam. The next moment, Vegeta witnessed Buu's flattened body suddenly swelling back to its original form. Buu immediately restored himself, thanks to his formidable regenerative abilities. He gleefully patted his chest and laughed heartily. What? This guy isn't scathed? Vegeta's eyes widened. Bang. Buu swiftly charged, colliding his head forcefully against Vegeta's chest. Vegeta felt a wave of nausea as he spewed a mouthful of blood. Despite his arduous training on New Vegeta, his fundamentals were still lacking. Even as Vegeta transformed into a golden giant ape, he remained no match for the current Majin Buu. Oh, Vegeta, filled with fury, seized Majin Buu with a powerful grip. An hour later, he found himself utterly battered and bruised, his body a canvas of injuries from the relentless onslaught. With a vacant gaze, he lifted his eyes towards the sky, his spirit faltering. Am I truly incapable of defeating this rotund foe? What use is this Super Saiyan form of mine? Vegeta felt the urge to weep. Margarita, administer him some healing, Lufin commanded. Margarita, you truly possess the art of command. With a sigh, Margarita did not refuse and stepped forward to heal Vegeta, simultaneously restoring the energy of Majin Buu. Where does Margarita rank among the inhabitants of Universe 11? Vegeta inquired. Perhaps fourth among humans, including Jiren and Toppo, Margarita pondered. Chapter 197. Are Ligel and Jean also coming? Fourth? Are you implying that Rabbit ranks above him? Vegeta was taken aback. Indeed, the strength of Dispo should surpass his. Margarita nodded. Vegeta remarked, that Rabbit is so formidable. I can't even defeat this hefty fellow, let alone that Rabbit. Rabbit? Buu turned to Margarita and asked, is it delicious? All right, you two should rest well. Tomorrow a candidate for God of Destruction will arrive. Lufan instructed. After several hours of rest, the trio finally awoke. They exchanged glances, and in the next moment, heightened their vigilance, distancing themselves from one another. I did not intend to harm you, Katra sighed. It seems we have all fallen into Lufan's trap. What do you mean? Waymeda asked. To be honest, I have never fought him. Katra gritted his teeth. At this juncture, honesty was imperative. If I do not express the truth, I will be misunderstood and condemned. It feels as though I have truly betrayed my side. Am I, Katra, the kind of person to betray? Even if I had, would I not admit it? What do you mean? You haven't fought him. Then who were you battling? Ramsey inquired. That scoundrel condensed a destructive energy with a diameter of approximately 100 light-years and divided it into 8 portions, Katra replied through gritted teeth. Thus, each portion is about 5 light-years in size. Ramsey contemplated. Katra affirmed, Waymeda, is this truly the time for arithmetic? Waymeda's frustration was palpable. So, you have been battling that destructive energy all along? Ramsey asked. Yes, Katra bit down hard, displaying a face full of grievance. Am I not wronged? And what is most infuriating is that those destructive energies continuously emit waves of destructive light, accompanied by a sound that triggers a reflexive attack in me. I realize that the best option is to deflect those destructive flames. Katra expressed with bitterness. Then why not escape the encirclement of those destructive energies? Deliciously inquired. Said Waymei, do not be foolish. A destructive energy spans 5 light-years, equivalent to a colossal star. Longshi remarked, escape is only feasible through instantaneous teleportation. How vast is 5 light-years? Currently, the diameter of the sun on Earth is a mere 4 light-years. It can be said that at that time, Katra was surrounded by 8 suns thrice the size of our own, relentlessly attacking him. Longshi was correct. I could not escape the encirclement of those 8 destructive energies and could only adopt a passive defense. Katra gritted his teeth. What kind of sound does that destructive energy emit upon firing? Longshi inquired. Katra mused. Is it a swish, swish, swish? Longshi probed further. A caw, caw, caw? Katra shook his head. Is it a whoosh, whoosh, whoosh? Longshi asked again. Katra's expression froze, and he abruptly charged towards Waymei, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. It appears I was indeed correct. That is the sound, Longshi observed from the sidelines. Bang! After delivering a beating to Waymei, Katra landed a punch on Longshi's face. I miscalculated. I should have kept my distance. Henceforth, upon hearing that sound, I shall certainly steer clear of this individual. Longshi lamented, rubbing his sore face. What shall we do next? This matter cannot simply be left unresolved. Katra seethed, his teeth clenched. Suddenly, he recalled something and urgently queried. But what of Helles? Where has she gone? That woman has betrayed us. Waymei hissed through gritted teeth. What? Indeed, women are utterly unreliable. Even gods of destruction are no exception, Katra scoffed. We must ally with other gods of destruction. We shall not rest until we thoroughly defeat that scoundrel, Rufin, proposed Waymei. Summon all your close allies among the gods of destruction, Katra urged. Among them, I only have you 3, Waymei sighed. And Helles has turned against us. Then I shall fetch leisure, Katra suggested. I will summon Jin, Longshi declared. Is there anyone else? Are there additional gods of destruction? Wei Mei inquired. If we only bring those two, our chances of victory with the 5 of us are slim. If that fellow, Beerus, is willing to lend a hand, perhaps we still have a chance, Longshi pondered. Humph, that Rufin fellow is originally from the 7th universe. Do you truly believe Beerus would assist him over us? Katra dismissed. By the way, what of Zampa? That fellow mentioned their universe's Supreme Kai was courting death, yet he has yet to arrive. Where is he? Suddenly, Wei Mei thought of Kampa. Let us first venture to my universe, where Kes can contact those deities of destruction, and perhaps we might summon a few more, proposed Ramses. Wei Mei and Kara did not object. The 3 of them soared through the sky, tracing 3 arcs as they swiftly headed towards the realm of Universe 10. Upon their return to Ramses' planet in Universe 10, he immediately instructed Kes to establish contact with Kampa. Kampa, have you resolved your matters? Ramses inquired. I just finished. How did it go? Have you begun the battle? Kampa feigned ignorance. Ramses, Katra, and Wei Mei exchanged glances. Not yet. We were waiting for you, Kampa. Wei Mei chimed in, smiling at Kampa. Whom are you attempting to deceive? You are all rendered incapable of self-sufficiency by Lufan. Do you presume I am oblivious to this? Very well, then, just wait a moment. I shall come over. Xiangpa pondered before responding. Hurry over, just in case. Rigel and Jean will be joining us as well. Wei Mei interjected. Rigel and Jean will also be coming? Xiangpa was taken aback. By this calculation, we have summoned 7 deities of destruction. Hellas is unable to attend due to prior commitments, Wei Mei replied. Even so, that still leaves us with 6 deities of destruction. Xiangpa nodded, secretly delighted. I shall inform the others shortly, revealing all your affairs, so that Lufan may properly discipline you. Wahaha, I am truly brilliant. Chapter 198, Xiangpa. Your popularity leaves much to be desired, Xiangpa. Do you think if Beerus were to learn of this matter, which side he would take? Wei Mei inquired. That fellow Beerus is currently in slumber. He has been asleep for many years, Xiangpa mused. Lufan is from the 7th universe, and if Beerus were to find out, I cannot predict where he would align himself. Wei Mei, Ramses, Katra, your words seem to echo without substance. Moreover, with someone as unpredictable as Beerus, who can fathom his thoughts. As for Kampa, it is well known that Beerus, being indolent, might easily be swayed by a few bottles of cola. It is indeed a tempting prospect. During the God of Destruction tournament, Beerus had his eyes set on the cola that Lufan possessed. Thus, it may be prudent to allow him to continue his slumber. As suggested by Quitella, I concur, for should he choose to assist Lufan, it could pose a significant threat to us, Kampa remarked with a nod. Very well. Let us refrain from waking Beerus for the time being. Are there any other gods of destruction with whom you share a good rapport? Wei Mei inquired of Kampa. Allow me to ponder, Kampa said, scratching his head. Surely, there must be someone. Wei Mei wiped his brow. Kampa, your social skills leave much to be desired, remarked Ramses with a chuckle. Humph, it is only natural that interactions among gods of destruction are infrequent. After all, the distance between one universe and another is vast. And our responsibilities are already quite demanding. Who has the leisure to visit uninvited? Kampa asserted emphatically. You make a valid point. Let us provisionally settle on the 6 of us, Wei Mei mused, considering the rarity of interactions among the other gods of destruction. Even if you seek assistance from others, they may not be inclined to lend a hand. Let us not find ourselves in a situation where, over a mere few bottles of cola, those destructive beings switch allegiances to Luofan's camp. Should that time arrive, the delectable taste will only lead to a more disastrous defeat for them. For now, let us settle on the 6 of us. Summoning too many destructors may prove counterproductive. Wei Mei pondered, reminding them that Luofan had devised the cola, which many of our destroyers had tasted. If they were to betray us for a few bottles, it would be a regrettable loss. Longshi nodded in agreement, and Quitella concurred with Wei Mei's assessment. Very well, you should reach out to Ligier and Jean. I shall set out to find you shortly, Xiangpa remarked. Understood, Wei Mei nodded. The call concluded. Badusi, you must immediately contact Luofan. I wish to personally convey our situation to him. Xiangpa grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Badusi, your talents as a trader are truly remarkable. The character of the angel is rather amiable. Regarding Xiangpa's words, Bardos did not express any dissent. Bardos swiftly established contact with Lufan using the staff in his possession. Lufan, it is I? Xiangpa approached, addressing Lufan. I recognize you, Lufan nodded. Xiangpa exclaimed, indeed. You have recognized me. Is there something you wish to discuss, Lord Xiangpa? Lu Fan inquired. Xiangpa was overwhelmed with emotion, tears of joy brimming in his eyes. He called me Lord Xiangpa again. This title is simply too gratifying. If this lad truly becomes the god of destruction in the future, I would be at the pinnacle of my life at this moment. The situation is as follows, Xiangpa began, divulging the entire plan involving Wei Mei and Kutra to Lu Fan. I understand now. Thank you, Lord Xiangpa. Lu Fan expressed his gratitude. No need for pleasantries. We are akin to one another, Xiangpa chuckled heartily. Lu Fan nodded. However, returning to the matter at hand, what are your intentions, Lu Fan? Xiangpa inquired with curiosity. With 5 gods of destruction joining forces, and the strength of Jin and Ligil not to be underestimated, even though one god of destruction is no longer in their ranks, I suspect they may seek another. If I do not participate, what is the point of exerting such effort? Lu Fan replied with a smile. As for Jin and Ligil, I shall first incapacitate these two or directly invite them to join my ranks. Xiangpa, you are indeed quite straightforward. Very well, let it be so. Lu Fan smiled faintly, while Xiangpa appeared hesitant, as if caught between words. By doing this, they will realize there is a traitor among us. Rest assured, I will act with discretion. Your identity as a traitor will not be revealed so swiftly. Lu Fan reassured Xiangpa. It's all right. Even if it becomes known, it is inevitable. Xiangpa laughed. Wait until I become a true god of destruction, then you may reveal your identity, Lu Fan remarked. By that time, no one will dare to mock you. Understood. Xiangpa's expression turned serious. This young man truly possesses a remarkable sense of integrity. The call concluded. Makarita, which universe do the gods of destruction, Ligio and Jin, belong to? Lu Fan inquired, turning to Makarita. Lord Ligio is the god of destruction of the 8th universe, while Lord Jin is from the 12th universe, Makarita replied. Then, you must contact Jin from the 8th universe immediately, Lu Fan instructed. No. The one from the 8th universe is Lord Ligio. Lord Jin is the god of destruction of the 12th universe, Makarita corrected him. It doesn't matter. Just reach out to the 8th universe. You see, I've said so much, and yet someone will still criticize me for rambling, Lu Fan remarked. Rambling? Word count. Makarita was taken aback. I mean, you have a lot to say, Lu Fan clarified. Makarita's cheeks flushed instantly. What are you talking about? How embarrassing. It's only because you are handsome. Otherwise, I would be quite upset, Makarita retorted. She then established contact with the angel Colin of the 8th universe using her staff. Makarita, it's been a while. What prompted you to reach out? Colin asked. Before Makarita could respond, Colin interjected. Makarita, why is your face so red? None of your business. Makarita huffed. I've heard that your 11th universe has been quite lively lately, with the god of destruction being replaced. Is there any truth to that? Colin inquired with a smile. So you are aware. It's quite unethical for you to be spying on our universe, Makarita replied nonchalantly. Is Lord Ligio with you? Makarita asked. He is. Colin glanced at Ligio beside him. Ligio was slightly taken aback, unsure of the purpose behind the 11th universe angel's approach. I'm not looking for you. It's Lord Lu Fan who seeks you, Makarita stated directly, turning to Lu Fan. You both can discuss matters directly. Chapter 199. Who are you? Thank you, my beautiful goddess. Lu Fan stepped forward, taking Makarita's hand and kissing the back of it with utmost elegance. Makarita, what are you up to? Lu Fan inquired softly. Oh, nothing much. I merely wanted to ask whether you prefer this elegant mannerism or a more forceful approach. Makarita fell silent, covering her face, unwilling to speak further. Lu Fan, are you the lad who sells cola? Ligio asked, gazing at Lu Fan. I've heard tales of your endeavors. It is said your cola is quite delectable. Lu Fan remained silent. Speak. What brings you to me? After such a lengthy detour. You sought an angel to make contact with me, Ligio scoffed. As a destroyer, if you choose to address me with such demeanor, I shall overlook it. For you remain unaware of my true identity, Lu Fan replied. Ligio was taken aback, a brief silence enveloping them. Your identity? What identity? He queried. I am the soon-to-be Supreme Destroyer, Lu Fan declared. Ligio stared blankly for an extended moment, then turned to glance at Korin, who feigned ignorance, directing his gaze elsewhere. Although Korin was well aware of the events transpiring in this universe, he had not disclosed them to his destroyer, Ligio. Do not jest. Since the dawn of divine power, I have heard no mention of any Supreme Destroyer, Ligio scoffed. Yet now there is, Lu Fan responded. What is it that you desire? Ligio pressed. Prior to this, I delivered a severe thrashing to Wei Mei, Lu Fan stated. What did you say? You defeated Waymeda? Ligier exclaimed in disbelief. Hold your astonishment for a moment. As there is more to come, Lu Fan continued. Ligier, subsequently, Waymeda allied with the destroyers Helles, Ramsey, and Ketla. They all contributed their energy to Ketla, who then sought to challenge me. And then? Ligier inquired. Let your imagination run wild, Lu Fan chuckled. Ligier felt the urge to curse. Could you refrain from speaking in half-truths? What transpired subsequently? If my conjectures are correct, it is likely that they will enlist other destroyers to join their ranks. Lu Fan remarked. Are you suggesting that I join your team? Rijil paused, taken aback. No, I mean for you to join their team. Do not let my victory over the four of them instill fear in you that would prevent your allegiance, Lu Fan stated. Rijil scratched his head vigorously, feeling quite perplexed. What do you mean? I find myself increasingly perplexed. Keep up the good work. After saying this, Lu Fan abruptly ended the call. Ligier was left in a state of confusion. Even the Angel Colin appeared somewhat bewildered. What does it mean? I cannot comprehend it at all. Did you call Ligier solely to persuade him to join Wymead's team? Korin asked, perplexed. What does that young man mean? Are his words to be taken at face value? Ligier inquired. Is he indeed truthful? Did he truly vanquish those four individuals in unison? His expression shifted dramatically. Even I, in a one-on-one battle with Ketla, might not emerge victorious. Aside from Beerus, there should be no other gods of destruction, right? It is rumored that he and Beerus have long been vying for the title of the supreme god of destruction. Korin refrained from comment. The notion that four combined forces were defeated by this Lu Fan raises the possibility of a new divine position emerging in the celestial realm. Ligier's demeanor grew increasingly grave as he murmured, a god of destruction that oversees all other gods of destruction. As he spoke, a shiver coursed through him. If this were indeed the case, it would be utterly terrifying. Moreover, Ligier recalled his previous unfriendly demeanor towards Lu Fan. Should Lu Fan truly ascend to the status of the great god of destruction, and if this young man were to bear a grudge, I would inevitably find myself in an untenable position. Korin, do you have any advice? Ligier asked, a hint of panic in his voice. This is a matter between you gods of destruction. We angels shall not interfere, Korin replied. Ligier responded, as for how to align ourselves, I must make a decision. If I waver, I risk offending both sides. Korin added, Ligier, contact our universe's Kaioshin, IRU, immediately, and have him come here. I must personally observe the realm of destruction in Universe 11. Understood, Lord Ligier, Korin nodded. In Universe 11, on the planet New Vegeta, Margarita gazed at Lu Fan with curiosity. What do you mean? Why do you still allow Ligiel to assist Waymeda and the others? There is no need for alarm. I merely wish to challenge more formidable opponents, Lu Fan replied with a smile. Lu Fan, if you truly desire to confront a powerful adversary, you might consider battling this woman, Vegeta interjected, remarking that even with your current strength, you may not be her match. Did you truly say that? Lu Fan inquired, gazing at Margarita with a grin. Indeed, I have uttered such words, Margarita replied with a smile, adding that while we angels are not inclined towards combat, it does not imply that you can best us. Suddenly, Lu Fan executed a swift kick, sending Vegeta soaring through the air. Meanwhile, Majin Buu trembled in fear. Shivering at the sight, it is improper to strike a woman, especially a beautiful one. They are meant to be cherished, Lu Fan scoffed. Vegeta lay on the ground. Rendered speechless, Buu scratched his head in confusion. If one must engage, it should be through other means, Lu Fan stated. Vegeta remarked. I believe I understand what you are implying. Your approach is quite commendable. Moreover, I have no desire to strike a woman. Makalita's expression darkened. What do you mean by punishing me through other means? I sense that you are steering the conversation. So, you wish for Ligier to join their team, thereby enabling a challenge against the higher echelons of the destroyers? Makalita deftly shifted the topic. That is precisely my intention, replied Lu Fan, nodding. Now, please establish contact with the 12th universe. Very well, Makalita acquiesced without objection. Soon, she connected with the angel Matinu from the 12th universe. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Matinu handed over the scepter to the destroyer Jean. Go forth, Jean, join the team of Waymeda, and come challenge me, Lu Fan concluded before abruptly terminating the call. Jean? Who are you? I do not recognize you. What do you mean? Jean is still perplexed, after all. He does not know Lu Fan at all. Although Martinu is acquainted with him, he has chosen not to disclose this information, deeming it unnecessary. Chapter 200. I accidentally broke through. What does Martinu mean? Jean inquired, turning to him. Clearly, significant events have transpired during this period. Martinu pondered, what could have occurred? Let us hurry and find out. Jean urged. Indeed, let us look, Martinu nodded. Just as Lu Fan concluded his conversation with Jean, a sudden flash occurred. The angel Iroh from the 8th universe appeared alongside Ligier on the new Vegeta planet. What brings you here? Lu Fan frowned. I have come to ascertain what exactly has happened, Ligier replied directly. Did I not make myself abundantly clear? Hurry and join the team of Wei Mi and others. That way, I shall find greater enjoyment in the challenge, Lu Fan smiled. Following a brief silence, Ligier suddenly knelt down, bowing his head before Lu Fan. What is the meaning of this? Lu Fan asked, somewhat bewildered. Ahem, are you at a grave? He inquired with a darkened expression. Ligier was taken aback. Please rise. Lu Fan commanded. No, I sincerely apologize to you, Lord Lu Fan, for my previous disrespectful words. I hope you do not hold it against me, Ligier said earnestly. Enough. Do you think I am the type to harbor grudges? Lu Fan chuckled. Makalita, Vegeta, and Bu exchanged glances, and the three nodded in unison. You are indeed the type of person who harbors resentment. Others may be oblivious, but do you think we are unaware? As for matters concerning Waymeda, I shall not involve myself in any capacity, Ligier asserted firmly. No, you must participate, Lu Fan corrected him. Ligier was momentarily taken aback. Did I not mention that this is precisely what piques my interest in the challenge? Lu Fan smiled. Without your participation, the game cannot commence. Not only must you take part, but you must also provide them with formidable destructive energy, without holding back in the slightest. Ligier found himself at a loss for words. Participation comes in two forms, Lu Fan continued. One is to stand alongside me, while the other is to align with them. Ligier responded with confusion. Is there truly a distinction? The difference lies in the nature of the engagement. When you stand with me, it is merely a sparring match. And I will hold back my strength, Lu Fan explained with a smile. Conversely, to side with them means to engage in a pure battle, where I shall unleash my full force. Now that I articulate it this way, you should comprehend, Lu Fan added. Ligier nodded vigorously. I believe I understand. So, you mean to say that I simply need to supply them with energy and then depart immediately? Ligier inquired. You may interpret it that way. Lu Fan replied with a smile. I see, Ligier nodded. Then I shall take my leave. Go on, Lu Fan waved him off. Ligier swiftly departed under the guidance of King Kai Iroh. However, Jean remained silent. Lu Fan then made a point to contact Xiang Pa, instructing him to assist Waymeda and the others. Xiang Pa was somewhat bewildered and took a moment to gather his thoughts. Lu Fan, what do you mean? He asked, perplexed. Did you not previously state that you intended to teach Jean and Ligier a lesson, preventing them from joining Waymeda's team? Why the sudden request for assistance? And why involve Jean and Ligier as well? Such matters cannot be resolved over the phone. After our conversation, I experienced a sudden epiphany, leading to a significant enhancement in my transformation abilities, Lu Fan explained. Xiang Pa was taken aback. Having finally acquired a new transformation, why not test it against a few formidable foes? That would be rather wasteful, Lu Fan smiled. What transformation are you referring to? I recall you could achieve Super Saiyan Blue, correct? Xiang Pa asked. Indeed, it is a transformation far superior to Super Saiyan Blue, Lu Fan chuckled. What is it? Xiang Pa inquired with curiosity. You will come to know in due time, Lu Fan replied with a faint smile. Now go, join their ranks, and provide them with energy without reservation. Understood, Xiang Pa said, unsure of how to respond. I was prepared to confront Waymeda and his associates. You have once again thrust me into their midst. The call concluded, and Vegeta cast a peculiar glance at Ruffin. Hey, Ruffin. Did you not assert that the fundamentals are paramount? Transformations are merely supplementary, Vegeta remarked. When your foundation has ascended to an unparalleled pinnacle, what further foundation do you require? Ruffin admonished. In a few days, I shall first engage in combat with the other gods of destruction, Vegeta declared. Ruffin responded, in a few years. You too should possess the capability to challenge the other gods of destruction. Do you comprehend? Vegeta fell silent. I cannot even claim the title of the strongest among humans. How am I to challenge the other gods of destruction? Bu, seemingly understanding, nodded fervently but suddenly recalled something and vigorously shook his head. One day later, Ruffin's avatar appeared in the skies above the new planet Vegeta, accompanied by Broly. Do you see those two below? They are the ones who stole Zilai from you. Do you not feel a sense of indignation? Ruffin remarked. Broly clenched his fists tightly, the flames of fury igniting within him. Go forth and demand they return Zilai. Ruffin encouraged, patting Broly on the shoulder. My Zilli, Broly bellowed, plummeting rapidly from the air. Boom. Broly's feet left a small crater in the earth. This realm, after all, belongs to the gods of destruction and remains rather sturdy. What? Who is that fellow? Vegeta suddenly sensed the formidable energy emanating from Broly. He scratched his head. Who is he? Does he concern me? Boom. The energy surrounding Broly erupted, swiftly hurtling towards Vegeta's direction. Could this individual be another candidate for the role of god of destruction? Vegeta snapped back to attention, bracing himself for battle. Broly delivered a powerful punch to Vegeta's arm. Vegeta immediately felt a sharp pain coursing through his arm, as if it were on the verge of deformation. Bang! Broly followed up by smashing his head directly into Vegeta's face. Vegeta felt a scorching pain on his face and hurriedly slid backward. Chapter 201, The Gathering of New Gods of Destruction, Part 1 concluded. Broly pursued, seizing Vegeta's head and forcefully slamming it into the ground. Vegeta was left dazed and disoriented. Majin Buu, nearby, was overjoyed, clapping enthusiastically. Roar! Broly opened his mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of immense energy that pierced through Majin Buu's body. Buu exclaimed, "What have I done to provoke you? How dare you strike me?" With a swift motion, Buu instantly rejuvenated his form through regeneration. Without hesitation, he prepared to launch an assault on Broly. However, at that moment, a brilliant golden aura erupted from Vegeta, transforming him into a Super Saiyan. You are far too arrogant. Vegeta bellowed. Step aside, you rotund fool, and allow me to teach him a lesson. Buu nodded in agreement, offering no dissent. Bang, bang, bang. Vegeta surged forward with remarkable speed, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon Broly. In an instant, Broly found himself unable to counter the relentless onslaught. With a resounding thud, Vegeta delivered a powerful kick, sending Broly crashing into the mountain behind him, embedding his form deeply within the rock. Humph. You think you can catch me off guard with such a sneak attack? You are far too inexperienced to aspire to surpass me as a god of destruction. Vegeta taunted with a smirk. Return Sai to me. Broly's eyes flared crimson with fury. What did you say? Sai? Vegeta was taken aback. Return her to me. Broly roared, his body swelling significantly in size as his ki surged to its utmost limits. What? What is this transformation? Vegeta was momentarily stunned. Whoosh! Broly charged forward with lightning speed, seizing Vegeta's head and forcefully slamming it into the very mountain they had just used as a battleground. Vegeta cried out in pain as he was crushed against the rock. With a grinding motion, Broly pressed Vegeta's head against the mountain, leaving the Saiyan's face nearly flattened. Wah! How can I not handle such a trivial opponent? I may not be able to defeat that fat one, but to be bested by this mere fool? Vegeta's anger ignited, and his energy erupted uncontrollably. As he unleashed his power, arcs of electricity crackled around him. Super Saiyan 2. Oh my, it seems Mr. Vegeta has finally broken through, Margarita remarked with a smile. Not bad, responded Lufon with a nod. Humph, you were quite audacious just now, Vegeta sneered, delivering a fierce uppercut that struck Broly squarely on the chin. Broly stumbled, barely managing to maintain his footing. Broly, do you see that? Lufon formed an illusionary body of Tsai using his own energy. Broly's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the apparition of Tsai. Lufon deftly maneuvered the illusion of Tsai to appear beside Vegeta, who was currently preparing to strike Broly. With a swift motion, the scene unfolded. In the next moment, Vegeta's fist penetrated through Zillai's body, causing her to tremble violently. Broly stood in a stupor. What is this? Vegeta exclaimed, bewildered. Where did this woman come from? Broly, save me. Zillai cried. Broly felt a pang of sorrow, a flash of realization coursing through his mind. You mimic a woman's speech quite well, remarked Margarita with a smile. Without hesitation, Lufon embraced Margarita and planted a kiss on her lips. Take that for mocking me, he said. Is there anyone as forward as you? Margarita retorted, her eyes narrowing. Amidst the chaos, Broly let out a series of roars, his energy surging uncontrollably, culminating in a golden beam shooting skyward. In a flash, Broly transformed into a Super Saiyan. What? A Super Saiyan? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Vegeta. Do you remember when the Eternal Dragon stated that we could only transform into ordinary Super Saiyans? Do you know why? Lufon inquired. Why? Vegeta asked mechanically. Because this Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan you speak of, Lufon grinned. What did you say? Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically, realizing that this was the fabled Super Saiyan. Yes, yes, go for it. Lufan encouraged. For the next while, Vegeta, now a Super Saiyan 2, was thoroughly overwhelmed by Broly. In less than a minute, he was reduced to his base form, barely clinging to life. What are you dawdling for? Get in there and fight. Lufan called out to Bu. Bu hesitated, feeling a twinge of fear. This Broly seemed terrifying. Transform him into a lollipop, Bu declared, his antennae beginning to shimmer with magical energy. You shall not turn him into a lollipop or devour him, Lufan admonished. That's unfair. That's unfair, Bu protested. You are incorrigible. Bu had no choice but to charge forward with determination. Bam, bam, bam. What awaited Bu was a flurry of punches and kicks. Although Bu possessed formidable strength, he was still vastly outmatched by Broly. Soon enough, Broly had Bu sprawled on the ground. Ah, how lively it is here. Suddenly, the voice of Bardoss rang out, accompanied by a figure with purple skin descending from the heavens. This purple figure was none other than Hit. Bardoss, I have missed you dearly. Upon seeing Bardoss, Luffin hurriedly embraced her tightly. Bardoss, Makarita, Hit, my brother. Luffin affectionately ruffled Hit's hair. Hit looked bewildered. Did you really make me the god of destruction? Hit inquired with a hint of gratitude. How do you feel? Are you confident? Luffin smiled. Hit solemnly nodded. If you have confidence, then go defeat that candidate for god of destruction named Broly. Luffin pointed towards Broly in the distance. Understood. Hit did not hesitate. With a swift motion, Hit appeared right in front of Broly. In a flash, Hit activated his time skip and landed a powerful punch to Broly's chest. Gushing blood, Broly felt as though the world was spinning. Bu, wide-eyed, observed the scene. This purple creature had once been absorbed by me. How could he possibly injure this Broly? This individual is remarkable. After a fierce battle, Hit paid a heavy price, but ultimately managed to knock Broly unconscious. The primary challenge was that Broly had completely lost his rationality upon transforming into a Super Saiyan. Moreover, Broly still had significant potential for growth. After all, he was only in his 30s. 10 minutes later, Broly awoke and, under Luffin's guidance, stood obediently. You all performed admirably, Luffin remarked with satisfaction, nodding his approval. Broly and the others, bruised and battered, nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Luffin's doppelganger appeared, leading another figure. This time, it was none other than Son Goku. What? Kakarot? Vegeta exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Oh, Vegeta? You're here too? Son Goku recognized only Vegeta, completely unaware of Hit, Bu, and Broly. Vegeta, as you wished. Kakarot will become the new Kaioshin of this universe, Luffin declared, intertwining Son Goku and Vegeta's hands, urging them to work together henceforth. Vegeta, with an expression of disdain, hastily withdrew his hand. Haha, although I harbor no particular interest in becoming a deity, I would gladly embrace the opportunity to become even more powerful as the Supreme Kai, he remarked. Goku nodded in agreement. What about Lord Kai? Makarita inquired, turning to Lufan. Let that fellow eat dirt, Lufan replied. Soon enough, I shall have him vacate the realm of the Supreme Kai. Makarita reflected. Supreme Kai did not foresee that a mere trip to the 7th universe would result in the forfeiture of his divine status. Kakarot, from this day forth, you shall be my aide, Vegeta declared, patting Goku's shoulder with a smile. I am the god of destruction, and you shall be the Supreme Kai. 8. Goku scratched his head, perplexed. You will understand in due time, Vegeta responded, his expression brimming with pride. Lufan, does Mr. Vegeta not realize that the lives of the Supreme Kai and the god of destruction are intertwined? Makarita whispered. Not yet, it seems, Lufan nodded. Oh dear. I wonder what his reaction would be upon discovering such a truth, Babidi sighed. Lufan, you are quite the trickster, Makarita shook her head. My pitfalls pale in comparison to the two of yours, Lufan retorted confidently. Babidi was momentarily taken aback, while Makarita wore a look of bewilderment. What are you saying? We cannot comprehend your words. In the divine realm, within the palace of the Omni King, the Grand Priest has returned from the new universe. The Grand Priest gazes silently downwards. Grand Priest, what captures your attention? The Omni King inquires with curiosity. My lord, the battle of the gods of destruction is soon to commence. The Grand Priest replies with a smile. The battle of the gods of destruction? Is the true god of destruction about to be born? The Omni King asks. A hint of excitement in his voice. Perhaps it has already come into existence, the Grand Priest responds. The two attendants widen their eyes, their expressions subtly shifting. The Omni King's face beams with exhilaration. The gods of destruction are set to initiate a grand upheaval. The Grand Priest smiles. Synopsis: Lu Fan's greatest passion lies in the accumulation of destruction, evolving from the size of a sesame seed to an ever-expanding magnitude. One day, when Lu Fan consolidates destruction to a size as vast as a universe, whose destruction is this immense? Beerus exclaims, "Oh dear, it cannot be contained within the universe." Whis remarks, "This lad is increasingly unpredictable." The Grand Priest observes, "What? It cannot be erased?" The Omni King queries. Lu Fan declares, "Today, I shall show you what the infinite truly means."